Chapter 1. The landlady is beautiful and kind. Oh, heaven and earth, this life is unbearable. Who on earth wrote this miserable life script for me? There's absolutely no joy or hope. Forget it, life is just a dream. Goodbye to this world. Xiao Yang was in tears and stood on the edge of the rooftop, screaming loudly, his expression full of despair and grief. Long-term depression and fatigue made him completely out of control, and he just wanted to end it all. He was born in a poor rural family. His father worked at a construction site, his mother ran a pancake stall, and his sister suffered from heart disease. After graduating from university, he joined a financial company and worked overtime late into the night. He finally saved up 300,000 yuan, which he wanted to use to pay for his sister's surgery. However, he was deceived by his girlfriend by robbing with sweet words, and then she turned around and threw herself into the arms of another man. The most hateful thing is, just over 10 minutes ago, by robbing, with delicate makeup on, took the arm of the rich second-generation man and, surrounded by 4 bodyguards wearing sunglasses, came to his rental house in a very high-profile manner. By robbing was full of pride and declared in front of many people that the 300,000 yuan was compensation for the loss of her youth, and she felt justified in taking it. She even threw a gold-plated wedding invitation in Xiao Yang's face, and said sarcastically that they knew each other after all, and asked him to go and give a gift tomorrow to share in the good fortune. Xiao Yang was furious and rushed forward cursing, but was beaten up instead. In the end, he could only watch the adulterer walk away laughing. After suffering such humiliation and blow, Xiao Yang was filled with grief and anger, and felt that his life was a joke. After all the onlookers had left, he was extremely depressed and ran to the rooftop alone, wanting to jump off to get rid of all his worries. Xiao Yang! No! Just as Xiao Yang leaned forward and was about to fall freely, a young woman with fair skin, beautiful face, and hot body ran over quickly and hugged him from behind. Auntie Sue, please leave me alone. Life is too hard, I've had enough. Xiao Yang could tell that it was the voice of the landlady Su Xinyue. He struggled weakly for a few times, and there was a cry in his voice. What Xiao Yang didn't expect was that when he was most vulnerable, lost and desperate, it was the kind-hearted landlady who appeared in time and prevented him from turning into a pool of meat paste. I think Su Xinyue must have noticed that he was completely hopeless and was worried that he would do something stupid, so she followed him quietly. This little bit of warmth made his nose feel sore and he felt even worse. Xiao Yang, don't be silly. You are still young and there will be plenty of opportunities to turn things around in the future. Su Xinyue hugged Xiao Yang tightly and tried to comfort him anxiously. Don't forget, you still have parents and a sister. If you die, they will be so sad. Xiao Yang was about to say something when a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! A compatible host has been detected, and the most beautiful love system has been successfully bound. This system is intended to help the host find a confidant, allowing the host to enjoy a romantic relationship and experience a perfect life. Please note that the host's daily romantic luck will be randomly triggered, and you will receive corresponding rewards after completing the task. System? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, suspecting that he was hallucinating. But then, the system voice sounded again. First mission, within 2 hours, find a matching beauty with an overall score of 8 or above, complete your first initiation, and receive a newbie gift pack. At the same time, a blue light curtain suddenly appeared before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang. Age, 24. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 65 kilograms. Physical fitness assessment, 57 points, relatively poor, long-term malnutrition, sub health status. Appearance rating, 82 points, handsome, better than ordinary people. After recovery, it can be improved to 88 points. Experience value, 0-10 initial status, no tasks have been completed. P.S. Whenever the experience value reaches a specified amount, the system will achieve a major upgrade, and the host will receive even more generous rewards. Xiao Yang looked at the personal panel in front of him, and his out-of-control emotions gradually stabilized. The originally empty and desperate eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. He never dreamed that he would turn bad luck into good and become the lucky one who owned the system. God bless us, is this fate that has hit rock bottom finally going to rebound? Xiao Yang, listen to your aunt. You have to be strong. There is nothing we can't overcome. Su Xinyue hugged Xiao Yang tightly. Her nerves were extremely tense, and she didn't notice his changes at all. Obviously, she could neither hear nor see the system sounds nor Xiao Yang's personal panel. Aunt Su, please let me go. I won't jump off the building. Chao Yang regained his composure, exhaled a long breath, turned around and said to Su Xinyue, "I've figured it out. Seeking death is a cowardly act. Only by living can I redeem myself from my past. If I die like this today, I'll just become a laughingstock." After hearing what he said, Su Xinyue was stunned at first, and then nodded vigorously, "Yes, yes, yes, just think it through. It's cold here, be careful not to catch a cold. Let's go back to your place and sit down to talk about what we have to say, okay?" Chao Yang nodded, walked down the rooftop obediently, and returned to his rental house with her. On the way, he suddenly saw a pink bubble appear above Su Xinyue's head, with detailed information about Su Xinyue on it. Matchable object, Su Xinyue. Age, 32. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Measurements, personality, hobbies, admiration for the host. Comprehensive evaluation, 90 points, healthy, good-looking, in the prime of life, highly compatible with the host. Through this pink bubble, Chao Yang can intuitively observe Su Xinyue's current basic situation. He especially noticed that Su Xinyue's favorability towards him was as high as 82 points, far exceeding the passing score of 60 points. This eye-catching score can even exceed the affection between many lovers. Thinking of this, Chao Yang felt a little restless, and the look he gave Su Xinyue was different from before. It seems that Aunt Su does have that kind of intention towards him, but she hides it very well and doesn't show it too much on the surface. No wonder Aunt Su always cared for him and took care of him intentionally or unintentionally, secretly sending him some delicious food every now and then, or trying to reduce his rent to ease his life pressure. It turned out that everything had a reason. "Aunt Su, can you have a few drinks with me? My life is so miserable. I don't even have anyone to talk to." After returning to the rental house, Chao Yang took out 2 bottles of red wine, stared at Su Xinyue with burning eyes, and there was a hint of request in his tone. The system's novice task is to complete the first initiation in his life within 2 hours. And Su Xinyue is exactly the best candidate at the moment. This beautiful, kind-hearted woman has feelings for him and must not be let down. What's more, she just saved her own life and avoided a tragedy. If Chao Yang didn't seize this opportunity and repay her kindness with practical actions, he would never forgive himself. Okay. Su Xinyue hesitated for a moment, then quickly agreed. "I'll drink with you, and a little drunkenness will soothe your sorrows. I hope you can let go of the past and cheer up soon." The reason why she didn't refuse. First, I was worried about Chao Yang and wanted to talk to him for a while to calm him down. Secondly, her own marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol. In fact, over the years, Su Xinyue has been carrying an unspeakable secret in her heart. Her husband, Lu Mang, is completely incompetent in that aspect and is also a drunkard. She has been living like a widow for many years and has often suffered domestic violence, making her life miserable. Chapter 2. It's great to have money. After a few glasses of red wine, Chao Yang started talking more and more. "Auntie Su, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm still a virgin. I'm 24 years old and still don't know what it's like to be a woman. That scumbag by Ruabing only wants to cheat me out of my money. She doesn't love me at all. We've been together for over 3 months, and apart from occasionally holding hands and hugging, she won't let me touch her at all. I used to think she was being chaste and saving her most precious possessions for her wedding night. Now I understand she was deliberately trying to trick me." Chao Yang and Su Xinyue sat face to face, gently shaking the red wineglass in his hand, his handsome face full of bitterness and self-mockery. "What? You're still a virgin? Actually, I also." Su Xinyue was a little tipsy, and seemed to realize she had said something wrong halfway through her words. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to drink, and quickly changed the subject. "Ahem, by the way, Chao Yang, are you really going to attend Bai Ruabing's wedding tomorrow?" "Go." "Of course." Chao Yang answered straightforwardly, with a fierce gleam in his eyes. "Tomorrow is a good day, I will make Bai Ruabing unforgettable. And I'm going to make her spit out the money she cheated me out of." Hearing this, Su Xinyue smiled and raised her glass, saying, "Well done. Now you're acting like a real man. I was right about you." The two drank and talked, and before they knew it, 2 bottles of red wine were finished. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. The more they talked, the more they got along, and the closer they got. Su Xinyue's eyes were hazy with drunkenness, and she suddenly couldn't help herself. She hugged Chao Yang's waist fiercely, and a bright blush appeared on her face. Chao Yang, do you know that I actually like you very much?" But I'm already married and I'm not worthy of you. In order not to cause you any trouble, I never dare to reveal anything in front of outsiders. That guy Lu Mang would beat me, scold me, and torture me when he got drunk. I lived in fear every day. Only when I see you do I feel the pain is alleviated a little, and there is still a little hope in life." She spoke intermittently, tears streaming down her face like beads from a broken string. Chao Yang hugged her distressfully and whispered in her ear, "Auntie Sue, don't be afraid, I will protect you in the future. If that bastard Lu Mang dares to be violent towards you again, I will punish him even if it costs me my life." After hearing Chao Yang's heartfelt words, Su Xinyue could no longer control herself and threw herself into his arms. When love is strong, everything will come naturally. More than an hour later, Su Xinyue put on her clothes shyly, looking extremely flustered. "Chao Yang, yes, I'm sorry, I really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Please don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will find a way to make it up to you." Chao Yang shook his head slightly and kissed her lightly on the cheek. "Auntie Sue, don't say sorry, it's not your fault, I did it voluntarily because I like you too." When Su Xinyue heard this, her eyes suddenly turned red and she threw herself into Chao Yang's arms and started crying. These are tears of happiness. She had just enjoyed the most gentle and warmest treatment as a woman. After a while, Su Xinyue's phone rang. It was Lu Mang calling. "You stinky bitch, where have you been? Why don't you go home and cook? Are you trying to starve me to death?" Su Xinyue replied in a low voice and hung up the phone with a gloomy look. Then she walked up to Chao Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with love, and then she gently stood on tiptoe and gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. Without saying anything else, he turned around and left. Chao Yang stood there, looking at her attractive curves, recalling the tenderness of that kiss, feeling mixed emotions in his heart. Aunt Sue's situation seemed even worse than he had imagined. Ding! The first mission has been completed. The novice gift pack has been distributed. Would you like to check it immediately? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the following reward. 1. 30 million renminbi all cash is from legal sources, please feel free to use it. 2. A Bugatti Veyron luxury sports car. The vehicle is temporarily stored at the 4S dealership on Jinghua Road in Donghai City. The relevant procedures will be completed in 1 hour. The owner can pick up the car in person or contact the staff by phone to have it delivered to your designated location. 3. 1 strong bones and muscles pill. After taking, it can quickly improve the host's physical fitness, making the host stronger and more powerful. Ding dong! The bank's text message alert was quickly sent to Chao Yang's mobile phone. Looking at the long string of numbers in the text message, Chao Yang's mouth curled up in joy. 30 million. This is not a small amount. With money in hand, you will feel more secure. There is even a sense of arrogance caused by being rich. Things that I didn't dare to think about before, I now dare to think about them. It turns out that wealth is a man's greatest confidence. After the money arrived, Chao Yang transferred 500,000 yuan to his mother without any hesitation. He didn't dare turn too much at once, for fear of scaring his parents and preventing them from having wild thoughts. Less than half a minute. My mother called me, her voice trembling. "Son, where did you get so much money? We can't do anything bad." Chao Yang quickly smiled and said, "Mom, what are you talking about? I guarantee that there is no problem with this money. It comes from a legitimate source. Well, our company recently took on a big project and gave out quite a bit of bonuses. Add to that what I saved before, and it should be enough for Ying's surgery, right?" Hearing him say this, my mother was completely relieved and said happily, "That's enough, your father and I will contact the hospital and try to get Ying's surgery as soon as possible. Son, you've made it big. You can stand on your own 2 feet. You saved so much money and helped our family out of a difficult situation. Mom is so proud of you." Chao Yang felt warm inside and said jokingly, "That's just the beginning. I'm planning to start a business with a friend soon. I think we'll make more money in the future. I'll transfer it to you then. You and Dad, don't be reluctant to spend it." The mother smiled with great satisfaction. Okay, just because my son is so filial, I will eat and drink well every day and live a strong and healthy life. By the way, son, you gave all the money to your family. Ruo Bing won't have any objections, right? What if? Chao Yang didn't want to upset his mother, so he said vaguely, "Mom, I know my limits. You don't have to worry about these little things. I can handle them myself." After chatting for a while, the mother and son ended the call. The moment he hung up the phone, Chao Yang could clearly hear his mother's sobbing voice of joy. Raising enough money for my sister's surgery was like taking a huge burden off my parents' shoulders. From now on, the family finally no longer has to bear the huge mental pressure. This is undoubtedly a good thing worth celebrating. At this moment, Chao Yang also deeply realized the powerful effects brought by abundant wealth. Not only can it allow people to stand up straight and live with dignity, but it can also really save lives at critical moments without having to beg for help in a humble manner. It feels so good to be rich. Chao Yang was in a good mood and threw the muscle and bone strengthening pill directly into his mouth. The pill melted in the mouth, and immediately a stream of warmth flowed through the limbs and bones. The joints everywhere made crackling sounds like popping beans, and the muscles and meridians became stronger and more unobstructed. Chao Yang felt that his whole body was filled with tremendous power. Holy crap! That feels so good. Anything produced by the system must be top-notch. I really believe it this time. Feeling full of energy, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chapter 3: Go to the company to resign. Thinking that the system also rewarded him with a sports car, Chao Yang felt more at ease and immediately prepared to go to the forest store to pick up the car. The system just said that it would take an hour to complete the formalities. He was already a little impatient and wanted to experience the pleasure of driving a luxury car as soon as possible. Whistling happily, Chao Yang quickly locked the door, went downstairs, and pushed his half-new Yachty out of the carport. As I stepped over and turned on the power, the phone in my pocket suddenly rang. Chao Yang took out his cell phone and saw that it was a call from a colleague from the company. His mood sank. "Hey, Chao Yang, why didn't you come to work today?" Something happened and I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to go today." "Brotherly, can you help me ask for leave?" "That's not possible, brother. You'd better come over here quickly. That tigress, Director Peng, is furious again and is raging like a raging wrath." "Oh, fine, I'll go over there." "Damn, that old woman is such a nuisance, swearing all the time. This crappy class is boring, I might as well just quit." "Oh, stop being angry and bear with it, brother. To be honest, if it weren't for that little salary we have to use to support our families, no one would want to be bullied by her." "Brotherly, I'm not kidding. I really don't want to do this anymore. Let's talk about it when we meet." After hanging up the phone, Chao Yang suddenly used his right hand to charge the electric bike, and it rushed out. He is used to working hard and has been fully present almost every month since joining the company. He originally planned to take a leave today, work for a few more days, finish this month, and then resign. In this way, he could receive his full salary and performance bonus. But after hearing what Brotherly said, he changed his mind and thought, damn, why bother? I already have a system, so I don't need to care about those trivial things, and I don't need to listen to the old womaness whining anymore. Resign. You must resign. He'd had enough of that shabby place that exploited people. Anyway, it will take another hour to pick up the car, so I might as well take advantage of this opportunity to quit my job, get my personal belongings back, and say goodbye to the miserable days of working like a slave. Half an hour later, Chao Yang parked his electric bike and strode into the Huaxing Financial Building. "Hey! Chao Yang!" As he passed the front desk, a beautiful young girl waved at him and called him softly. The girl's name is Mu Xiaoti. She has a slim figure, pretty features, fair skin, bright eyes, and white teeth. She is so beautiful. She is the type of young and beautiful girl who is loved by everyone, makes flowers bloom wherever she goes, has a cheerful personality, and is lively and smart. "What's up, Piper?" Chao Yang walked over and asked curiously. He has a good relationship with Mu Xiaoti and they can usually chat with each other. As he spoke, he saw a big pink bubble suddenly appear above Mu Xiaoti's head. It was exactly the same as the one that appeared above Su Xinyue's head before. It just looks more chewy, bigger in size, and has a purer color. It contains basic information about Mu Xiaoti. Name, Mu Xiaoti. Age, 21. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 56 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Family background, a wealthy family in Beijing, daughter of the Mu family. Fate, lucky husband. Hidden attribute, 1 in a million. Measurements. Hobbies. Favorability. Overall assessment, 98 points. Excellent in every aspect, a rare and promising match for the host. However, the current favorability rating is only 62 points, barely above the passing line. The host needs to continue working hard to establish a romantic relationship with her. The system can also identify special fates? This is amazing. I really didn't expect that this girl, Mushouti, is the one in a million who was destined to bring good luck to her husband. If anyone marries her in the future, wouldn't that mean he'll be in trouble? Moreover, this time, the system also displayed a column for family background, which can be said to be quite considerate. If it weren't for the system prompt, Chao Yang would never have known that the lively and lovely receptionist in front of him was actually a rich girl from a wealthy family in Kyoto. But, with such a distinguished background and such superior looks, why would she condescend to be willing to be a small receptionist? I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Chao Yang, let me tell you, that old witch surnamed Pang is going crazy again. You were late and absent from work today. She'll definitely make an example of you and teach you a lesson. You must hold on. If you really can't stand it, come and call me. I'll go and scold her with you. I've put up with that old witch for a long time. Mu Xiaodi lowered her voice and told Chao Yang about the company's latest developments. Her words were full of worry and a sense of justice. Chao Yang could see that this was not an act, but a genuine concern. Xiaodi, why are you so nice to me? Chao Yang looked at Mu Xiaodi and suddenly asked. I just don't want to see you being bullied. We are good friends. Mu Xiaodi was stunned for a moment, then righteously admitted, oh, never mind. I'll be honest. You're the most handsome in the entire company, and I'm obsessed with looks. Are you satisfied with this answer? Chao Yang laughed when he heard this. Satisfied, I like the way you dare to tell the truth. After arriving at the work area, Chao Yang went straight to his workstation and quickly wrote a resignation letter. If it weren't for that little hard-earned money, he wouldn't have done such a thing. He must get what belongs to him and not throw a single cent to that old witch. My colleague Lali came over and reminded me, hey, Chao Yang, did you finish the project plan from yesterday? Manager Peng has come several times. Seeing that no one is at your workstation, he made a face that stretched half a meter long and cursed at you. Go explain to her quickly and try to get her to be lenient, or her menopausal syndrome won't flare up again and cause you more trouble. The middle-aged man with glasses who was speaking was the one who called Chao Yang before. Everyone in the department knows that Chao Yang and Lali are the two unlucky guys that Manager Peng likes to target the most. Whether it's staying up late to work overtime or encountering a difficult project, they will be given priority to take care of the two of them. Because they both have weaknesses. In order to save money for his sister's surgery, Chao Yang works hard and never complains. He is diligent and efficient in his work. Mr. Li is in the midlife crisis. He has a mortgage and a car at home, and his parents are in poor health, which makes him feel suffocated. So no matter how sharp-tongued Manager Pang was or how difficult things were at work, neither of them dared to resign voluntarily, and in the end they could only swallow their anger and obey obediently. Fuck her. I'm not explaining anything to her. Whoever wants to do that stupid project yesterday can do it. I'm not doing my job anymore. When Chao Yang thought about the past, he felt furious. He had long wanted to give that psychopathic old woman a good beating. Hush. Brother, keep your voice down, or you'll lose your job. Just complain a little, but you still have to do what you have to do. Seeing that Chao Yang was very emotional, Old Li hurriedly gave him a kind reminder. Brother Li, I'm not complaining. I really want to quit. I came here today specifically to resign. Chao Yang's face was grim. He threw the project files on the table into the trash can and said loudly, I've had enough of this life of being treated like a slave. I want to change my way of living. Before he finished speaking, I saw a woman in her 50s with a stern face, wearing a professional suit and heavy makeup, rushing towards me in high heels. She is Chao Yang's department manager, Pine Jelly. My name and I don't match at all, I look exactly the same as before. When she saw Chao Yang, her face was full of malice and she started scolding him without even thinking. Chao Yang! Why are you here just now? You look like a sleepy pig, you don't take your job seriously at all. Humph. You're so capable, yet you're still talking about changing the way you live. I think you should change the way you die first. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself, you toad? What kind of moral character do you think you have? Do you want to go to heaven? Chapter 4 You must be responsible for me. In the face of Pang Jelly's shouting, Chao Yang did not directly confront her. Instead, his eyes were as cold as a knife, staring at her with disdain, as if he was looking at a barking mad dog. Chow Yang understood one thing. Sometimes when a mad dog bites you, you don't have to bite it back and get your mouth full of hair. Just wait for the right moment and hit it on the head, hitting the vital point. When it screams in pain, it will tuck its tail between its legs and behave itself. Why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong with what I said? Peng Jelly felt a little scared when Chow Yang looked at her. She took a step back unconsciously, but still said stubbornly, I'm telling you, Chow Yang, I give you this job out of pity for you. Don't be ungrateful and complain here. Also, your absence and lateness today have had an extremely negative impact and have severely delayed the project. I've decided to impose the maximum penalty on you. Half your salary will be temporarily withheld, and you won't get any performance bonuses or bonuses this month. After hearing this, the colleagues around him looked at Chow Yang with more sympathy, and felt sorry for him in their hearts. But the old woman Peng Jelly was too strong and had a very sharp tongue. Everyone was somewhat afraid of her and didn't want to provoke her. Oldly, however, took the pressure and said, Manager Peng, calm down. Isn't this punishment too severe? Chow Yang works very hard. There's no need to. Shut up. Peng Jelly interrupted loudly and shouted angrily, Are you telling me what to do? Laoli, you're so bold. You don't have the qualifications to plead for him. Old Lee's face turned red from choking, and veins popped out on his forehead. But when he thought about his family situation, he could only grit his teeth and sigh helplessly. Chow Yang patted Lao Li's shoulder gently, then said calmly, Brother Li, thank you for your kindness. I can handle this matter myself. Then his eyes turned cold and he looked at Peng Jelly again, Old witch, I'm giving you face, right? You're talking a lot of nonsense. It's true that ugly people are more likely to cause trouble. Listen up, I'm here to resign today. You better pay me back in full, or I'll make you pay for it. In an instant, the whole audience was silent. Everyone stopped working and looked at Chow Yang in shock. Is this kid crazy? How dare he call her an old witch in public, saying that she was ugly and had many troubles, and even threatened to resign and demand his full salary? Is this still the Chow Yang who was extremely resistant to pressure, patient and low-key? Chow Yang. You're fired. You won't get a penny of your salary. Peng Jelly was so angry she screamed at the top of her lungs, You little bastard, did you take the wrong medicine today? I'm not a pushover. You scolded me and you still want your salary? No way. See her get mad. The colleagues were secretly happy. This old woman deserves it. I wish she would die of rage. But what will be the end result if Chow Yang does this? If I get fired and don't get a penny, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Ha! She's anxious. At the door, Mu Xiaodi was holding up his mobile phone to take pictures, looking like he was enjoying the fun. She also winked her big eyes playfully and gave Chow Yang a thumbs up. Chow Yang, well done. I'll record the whole thing for you and post it to the company group chat later so that all the department heads can see the ugly face of this old witch. Adding fuel to the fire. A perfect assist. Chow Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mu Xiaodi was so helpful and actually came over to help him. Don't take pictures. You little bitch, why don't you stay at the front desk? Who told you to come out here and make trouble? Give me your phone. Delete all the videos. Give it to me quickly. Do you hear me? No one else is allowed to take any photos. Peng Jelly panicked a little and reached out to grab Mu Xiaodi's phone. If these images were to be transmitted to the company group, her image would definitely be greatly damaged. If President Pei was unhappy, he might directly remove her from her supervisory position. Get out of here, old witch. Why should I give you my phone? You have the nerve to do it yourself, but not the nerve to let others see it? You are so cruel to bully Chow Yang like this. I want to expose you. Mu Xiaodi refused to give in and fought with Peng Jelly. As a result, the phone fell to the ground with a thud and the screen shattered. Ha ha ha. I told you to take a picture. Peng Jelly was overjoyed when she saw this. She went straight up and stomped hard on Mu Xiaodi's phone several times with the heels of her high heels, smashing it beyond recognition. Woohoo, my phone. Mu Xiaodi's eyes suddenly turned red, and she cried distressfully, You old witch, you are so evil. I curse you to die a miserable death. After Peng Jelly crushed Mu Xiaodi's cell phone, she rushed over and wanted to hit her. At this time, Peng Jelly's face was distorted and her appearance was extremely ugly. A small receptionist actually dared to go against her. She felt that her authority was seriously challenged and she had to take some measures, otherwise no one would be afraid of her in the future. Swish! Chao Yang dodged and protected Mu Xiaodi behind him. Then he swung his hand and slapped Peng Jelly's old face hard. Ah! With a scream, Peng Jelly fell to the ground, and 2 bloody teeth flew out. Asshole! How dare you hit me? Peng Jelly screamed. What are you all standing there looking at? Beat him up! But everyone in the department just watched coldly, and no one moved. Joke! Help her out? No one would do that. Witnessing this scene, everyone was delighted and praised Chao Yang for his excellent fighting skills. How could they possibly be helping the tyrant? Security! Security! There's someone causing trouble here. Peng Jelly started shouting again towards the door. Bang! Chao Yang slapped her again on the other side of her face. Now it's symmetrical and looks more comfortable. What are you yelling for? If you yell again, I'll keep beating you. I'm done with it anyway, so why can't I deal with you? Chao Yang stared at Peng Jelly coldly and finally used his trump card. I've been here for over 2 years now, and I've noticed you've been pocketing a lot of everyone's overtime pay. A rough calculation would put the total at over 300,000, right? Also, every time we work on a project, you take kickbacks. The money that goes into your pocket, conservatively estimated, is around 5 or 6 million. After hearing this, Peng Jelly's face turned pale and her whole body began to tremble. If her greed for money is exposed to the higher-ups, she will be finished and the consequences will be unimaginable. Chao Yang struck while the iron was hot and threw his resignation letter in her face. Compared to the dirty money you've taken, my pitiful salary is probably nothing, right? Then, he took out a manila file bag and said, "Oh, by the way, I've collected some evidence and put it in this file bag. If you want it, you can buy it." Hearing this, Peng Jelly could no longer bear it. Her whole body trembled violently. Finally, she completely collapsed and knelt down to beg. Chao Yang, you want to resign? I agree. Your salary won't be reduced by a cent, and your bonus and performance bonus will be tripled. Please sell me that file bag. I'll give you 200,000. Chao Yang said nothing. Mu Xiaodi said, "Bah! Are you sending away beggars? You think you can buy off the evidence of your embezzlement with just 200,000 yuan? If you ask me, at least 500,000, or no deal. If not, I'll hand the evidence over to Boss Pei and I'll make sure you're ruined. Also, I'm quitting my job and have settled my salary. I stand by Chao Yang." Chao Yang was stunned for a moment and looked at Mu Xiaodi strangely. What is this girl doing? Then he added, "There are 2 more things, listen to me carefully. First, recalculate everyone's overtime pay and distribute it. Second, I'm the one who targeted you. Don't make things difficult for others afterwards, especially Oldly. Do you agree?" Peng Jelly was frightened, her face twitching uncontrollably, and she nodded frantically at Chao Yang and Mu Xiaodi. Okay, I promise everything." Half an hour later, Chao Yang and Mu Xiaodi walked out of the Huasheng Financial Building together. Chao Yang got on his electric bike and prepared to leave. Mu Xiaodi jumped directly into the back seat, blinking and smiling. "Chao Yang, I lost my job because of you. You have to be responsible for me." Chapter 5. It feels so good. What do you mean? Looking at her mischievous appearance, Chao Yang was a little confused. Mu Xiaodi pouted her rosy lips and said confidently, "I even lost my job to help you. Of course you have to be responsible for me. Now I'm helpless and alone. Do you want to dump me and leave?" Chao Yang was a little amused and felt that she was relying on him. "No, girl. Isn't your reason too far-fetched? You were the one who took the initiative to resign, why are you blaming me? And judging from the look of it, you want me to provide you with food and shelter and take care of you for the rest of your life? Xiaodi, listen to me. I'm not the type to burn bridges, but..." Chao Yang sorted out his thoughts and tried to reason with her. I don't want to listen, there's no but." Mu Xiaodi spoke in a coquettish tone, shook her head vigorously, and pretended to be pitiful. "Brother Chao Yang, you have to be conscientious. I treat you as a good friend, but you treat me as a burden. I broke my phone to help you. It's so heartbreaking. And I got that 500,000 by bargaining for you. Even if I didn't get any credit, I still worked hard. These words are well-reasoned, eloquent, and play on the emotional card, making it impossible to resist. What's more, Mu Xiaodi is beautiful. Even though people know that she is acting coquettishly and making trouble, they don't feel disgusted at all. Instead, they will have an urge to pamper her unconditionally. Maybe this is some kind of natural advantage that only beautiful women have. Okay, I'm convinced. Now I'll take you to buy a new phone to mend your broken heart a little. Is that okay? Chao Yang surrendered. Trying to reason with a girl was simply asking for trouble. That's more like it. I knew that, brother Chao Yang. You are not a scumbag and you will definitely be responsible for me to the end. Mu Xiaodi achieved her goal and immediately smiled, her expression changing faster than turning the pages of a book. She inexplicably had a special liking for Chao Yang. Among so many male colleagues in the company, she only thought Chao Yang was the most attractive. In fact, she suddenly resigned today mainly because she was tired of working at the front desk and wanted to experience life in a different place. To put it bluntly, Chao Yang was just an accidental factor that she used to make a fuss. After all, she ran away from home secretly this time and escaped from the control of her family just to live a free and unrestrained life. Doing whatever she wants is the life she is pursuing now. Hold on tight. Chao Yang gave some instructions, and the electric car moved forward steadily. Mu Xiaodi nodded, stretched out her hands naturally and hugged Chao Yang's waist. Wow! It feels so good. It feels like I have abdominal muscles. Mu Xiaodi was so happy that her little hands were a little naughty. This was her first time sitting on the back seat of a boy's electric car, and it felt a bit novel. Two people can be so close to each other, hug each other and touch each other at will. She has received this benefit. Hey! Don't move your hands. I'm going to speed up. Don't blame me if you fall. Chao Yang's muscles tensed and he could only scare her with words. The pair of small hands were as soft as if they had no bones, and as they moved freely around him, a heat rose in his lower abdomen, which was really unbearable. This girl looks innocent and harmless, so why is she acting so boldly? As the daughter of the Mu family in Kyoto, where is your dignity? Where is your bottom line? I asked you to sit in the back seat, not to take advantage of me. Stingy. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh if you touch it twice. Mu Xiaodi muttered something, stopped enjoying the feel of the hand, and sat down obediently. But the arms around his waist tightened a little. Donghai City Electronic Mall. Inside the largest mobile phone store. Bai Ruobing and her best friend Yao Jingjing are choosing their favorite mobile phones. At this time, Bai Ruobing had delicate makeup and was dressed fashionably. She was wearing 12-centimeter red-soled high heels and her long wavy hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The Chanel suit wrapped around her slender waist, and the Hermès platinum bag was casually slung over her arm. She has quite the grace of a lady from a noble family. Yao Jingjing beside her seemed much inferior and became her foil. Hey, the latest mobile phones here are all genuine brand name products, but they generally cost around a few thousand yuan. I really can't stand them. Yes, for example, this one that's mainly for photo beautification is only 6,999, which is totally unworthy of your elegant temperament, Bing Bing. My fiancé just gave me 20,000 yuan in pocket money. He'll be unhappy if I don't spend it. Oh my, master who is so generous, giving me 20,000 yuan in pocket money? Bing Bing, you are so lucky. I am so envious. What's the big deal? After Mr. Hu, when I get married tomorrow, I guess he'll give me even more. Compared to that poor guy Chao Yang, Mr. Hu is 1,000 times better. I'm so glad that I made the right choice at the critical moment. Bai Ruobing raised her chin, raised the corners of her eyes slightly, and had a smug smile on the corners of her lips. It seems that she is already looking forward to how dazzling she will be at tomorrow's grand wedding. Yao Jingjing echoed repeatedly, praising Bai Ruobing for her vision, and also belittling Chao Yang, giving full emotional value. Bai Ruobing covered her mouth and smiled, feeling happy. Miss, please take a look at this one. It has excellent performance and a beautiful design. Are you satisfied? The salesperson behind the counter was quite critical of Bai Ruobing's Versailles attitude. She coughed lightly and silently took out a trifold folding bag. The listed price is 23,999. Bai Ruobing stopped smiling immediately. It's over budget, and she doesn't want to pay for it. Dislike. Bai Ruobing shook her head and pointed at the one next to her with a sullen face. This one 2899 small screen phone looks pretty good. I want it. The salesperson smiled, watched Bai Ruobing pay, and politely installed the card and turned on the phone for her. And just at this moment, Xiao Yang and Mu Xiaodi walked in talking and laughing. Xiaodi, take a look at which one you like. If you like it, I'll buy it for you right away. Hee, okay, since you're willing to pay, I'll definitely pick the best. The two of them were chatting happily. The handsome man and beautiful woman attracted a lot of attention. They didn't notice Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing at all. Xiao Yang? You actually followed me, how shameless. Bai Ruobing's face was gloomy. She walked up to Xiao Yang in high heels and questioned him loudly. Track? Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, and when he saw it was Bai Ruobing, he immediately sneered, "Don't be so self-indulgent, who do you think you are?" Humph. Still pretending. Bai Ruobing said contemptuously, "I arrived just as you were following me. And you're still saying you're not following me?" Xiao Yang frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. This is a shopping mall. I'm here to buy a phone. It's none of your business. Don't let your imagination run wild. Bai Ruobing didn't believe it and immediately retorted, "With your meager salary, most of it should be saved for your sister's medical treatment. Do you have the spare money to spend in such a high-end place?" You're kidding. Yao Jingjing jumped in and also supported her good sister, Xiao Yang. Don't forget, Bing Bing is getting married to Mr. Hu tomorrow. I advise you not to have any more wishful thinking about her. A toad also wants to eat swan meat. Are you really worthy? The two of them sang in unison, talking with saliva flying everywhere, attracting a lot of attention. Two idiots. You're both mentally ill. Xiao Yang's face was full of annoyance as he made his final judgment on them. If it weren't for the fact that this was a public place, he really wanted to rush over and slap them in the face. And just at this moment, Mu Xiaodi directly took Xiao Yang's arm, snuggled into his arms, raised her pretty face, and said softly, "Brother Xiao Yang, so this is your ex-girlfriend?" It's hard to describe her appearance, but luckily, the plastic surgery was alright, so she won't scare people when she goes out. Chapter 6, Couples Edition? I like it. These words are not very hurtful, but they are extremely insulting. Bai Ruobing couldn't hold it in any longer and glared at Mu Xiaodi fiercely. You're talking nonsense. I didn't have plastic surgery. Oh? Really? Mu Xiaodi walked straight up to her and twisted her face hard. Ouch. Bai Ruobing screamed and opened Mu Xiaodi's hand. You damn girl, what are you doing? Mu Xiaodi smiled without saying anything, just took a half step back and looked at her with his head tilted. Xiao Yang also stared at Bai Ruobing, with a playful look in his eyes. Seeing Bai Ruobing's confusion, Yao Jingjing beside her couldn't help but remind her, "Bing Bing, your face seems crooked." Upon hearing this, Bai Ruobing hurriedly took out a makeup mirror from her bag and looked at herself, almost vomiting blood. I was careless. The area that had just undergone surgery a few days ago is still in the recovery period and is now somewhat twisted and out of shape. Ah! Bai Ruobing screamed and hurriedly kneaded and trimmed it. Fortunately, Mu Xiaodi didn't hit him too hard, and he was basically recovered after a dozen seconds. Bai Ruobing was almost mad at the lie being exposed on the spot, and her sense of superiority was greatly reduced. In fact, there are traces of cosmetic surgery on many parts of her body. I have had my eyebrows trimmed, my nose padded, hyaluronic acid injected into my face, and silicone filled in some areas. Even the underlying membrane has been repaired twice. Compared to Mu Xiaodi's natural face full of collagen, Bai Ruobing felt inferior and was full of hostility towards her. She felt nothing but envy and jealousy. Brother Xiao Yang, let's go choose a mobile phone. Don't let some garbage ruin your mood. Seeing Bai Ruobing's deflated expression, Mu Xiaodi smiled proudly, feeling quite accomplished. Yeah, okay. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded, gave her a praising look, and walked to the counter with her. The salesperson immediately smiled politely. Beautiful lady, what do you need? I can recommend something for you. Mu Xiaodi said calmly, no need, I can just look at it myself. She comes from a wealthy family and has seen all kinds of high-end electronic products. She has a basic idea of what they are and doesn't want to waste time listening to people's nonsense. The salesperson smiled awkwardly and tactfully said nothing more. This one is indigo colored. Let me take a look at it. Mu Xiaodi pointed at a diamond-studded mobile phone priced at 68,999 on the counter and said, Ah. Beautiful, this is a custom-made limited edition. There are only 2 in the entire Donghai city. And it's a couple's edition, not sold individually. Are you sure you want to see it? After a brief moment of shock, the salesperson asked cautiously. These two diamond-studded mobile phones are the treasures of the entire mall and are absolutely authentic and the latest models. It has been here for more than 10 days, and most customers just look at it through the glass, satisfying their eyes, and basically have no courage to try it out. Yes. Mu Xiaodi was concise and to the point. She had been eyeing this couple's phone on the official website for a long time, and now that it was on the market, of course she wanted to get it right away. Moreover, she knew that Chao Yang had money now, and she could take this opportunity to test him to see if Chao Yang was true to his word and willing to spend the money on her. The salesperson put on white gloves, carefully took out the diamond-studded mobile phone and handed it to Mu Xiaodi. Ha! How ridiculous! At this time, Bai Ruobing came over again, stood aside with her arms folded across her chest, and said sarcastically, "Sister, are you dazzled? Did you see the price tag of this phone clearly? 68,999? Chao Yang is so poor, even half a year's salary combined wouldn't even be enough to buy that much. Do you think he'd be willing to buy it for you?" She had just lost face, but she didn't leave because she wanted to wait and see if there was a chance to take revenge. Yao Jingjing echoed, "That's right, it's such an expensive item, even if Chao Yang were to sell him off, he still wouldn't be able to afford it. With his financial resources, he can only afford a 1,000 yuan phone. You picked the most expensive one right away. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing him?" Mu Xiaodi ignored them and just held the phone to experience its performance. Chao Yang stood beside her, just watching quietly, without urging or disturbing her. His main purpose was to provide caring companionship. Hey, some people are just pretentious. They clearly don't have the ability, but they still try to act like rich. Bai Ruobing took out her newly bought cell phone and deliberately took a few selfies in front of everyone. Then, while editing the photo, he said, "My phone takes really good photos. It's worth the 12,899 price. I'm so happy to use it." Yao Jingjing came over to take a look, and with an expression of immense envy, she exclaimed in amazement, "Wow! It's really beautiful. Bing Bing, you really have good taste. A phone worth over 10,000 yuan is so exquisite and luxurious." Seeing this, the people around also showed envy. After all, this level of consumption has far exceeded the budget of ordinary people and is out of reach. That's it. Mu Xiaodi didn't care about the looks around her and said directly to the salesperson, "Please take out the obsidian gold diamond-studded phone next to it and let brother Chao Yang try it out. If there's no problem, we'll buy it." "Oh, okay. The salesperson was very respectful and quickly did as he was told. If this deal goes through, her commission will be several thousand, and this month's bonus will also be very substantial. Yeah, not bad, I like it." Chao Yang was not shy and tried it out directly. He found that it was indeed smooth, and it felt great. He is not short of money now, so he has no pressure to buy these two couple models. The main reason is that his original mobile phone, which cost more than 2,000 yuan, has been used for more than 3 years. Recently, it has been freezing and crashing frequently, and it is time to retire it. Haha, you like it? I like it too. The key is, can you afford it? Bai Ruobing curled her lips and sneered, "You can't even afford one, yet you want to buy two at once? Do you think you're buying cabbage at the market?" Drop. Accompanied by a crisp prompt sound. Chao Yang swiped the card successfully. The salesperson bent over 90 degrees, holding the receipt in both hands. "Handsome man and beautiful woman, thank you for your patronage. Please keep the receipt. If you have any questions in the future, there will be a dedicated customer service representative to serve you." See this scene. All the customers in the store were shocked. He bought it without hesitation, so generous. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful, they are a perfect match. Seeing the scene, Bai Ruobing had a complicated expression, her face flushed red, she was stunned and speechless. Buy it now? How is that possible? How could Chao Yang afford the hundreds of thousands of dollars? Didn't Ti cheat him out of all his money? Could it be that the girl next to him comes from a very rich family and is supporting him, and is deliberately showing off in front of me today? Brother Chao Yang, let's go. Mu Xiaodi glanced at Bai Ruobing, took Chao Yang's hand on her own initiative, and left with a proud look on her face under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 7: Mu Xiaodi's Favorability. Brother Chao Yang, will you feel bad if I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on you? Walking out of the electronics mall, Mu Xiaodi asked weakly with her head tilted. She spoke softly, as if she was worried that Chao Yang would be angry with her, but her big eyes, clearly black and white, were rolling around. Chao Yang deliberately put on a stern face to tease her. Not only does my heart hurt, but my body also hurts. But it was really great just now. Besides, I promised you that you can buy whatever you like. How could I regret it later? After hearing this, Mu Xiaodi regained her lively demeanor and said with a relieved smile, "Hee, I knew you wouldn't blame me, brother Chao Yang. To be honest, I just saw your ex-girlfriend staring blankly, looking as upset as if she had eaten a fly. I felt relieved for you." Chao Yang also smiled and reached out to gently scratch her nose. "Come on, to thank you for helping me, I'll treat you to a big meal." Mu Xiaodi's eyes lit up when she heard about the feast. She immediately clapped her hands and said with a smile, "Great, great. By the way, we can celebrate both of us successfully resigning and starting a new journey in life." Her cheerful posture full of youthful vitality makes her exude a unique charm. Confident. Cheerful. What a beautiful girl. It is a kind of girlish scent that makes people happy both physically and mentally. Looking at Mu Xiaodi clapping and laughing with an innocent look, Chao Yang suddenly asked seriously, "Xiaodi, why do you insist on resigning with me? You can obviously stay in the company without caring about me." "Because." Mu Xiaodi thought about it and said half seriously and half jokingly, "Because I like you." "Really?" Chao Yan looked into her eyes and asked directly, "Then will you be my girlfriend?" This. Mu Xiaodi was startled, her eyes evaded a little, and a blush appeared on her face. "Brother Chao Yang, are you so direct? However, this is too sudden. Let me think about it carefully. After all, we don't know each other well enough. I'll give you an answer later, okay?" Chao Yang understood her panic and didn't push too hard. "Okay, but I hope you can think it through as soon as possible and give me a chance to pursue you." Mu Xiaodi bit her red lips slightly and nodded shyly. She has never had a formal relationship since she was a child. Her family used to control her too strictly, but now that she has run away from home, she can finally let go and live freely. She really wanted to have a passionate love affair, not for family, not for fame, not for marriage, but just to follow her own heart. Not long after, the two came to a signature barbecue restaurant, ordered their food, and then entered a small private room. Mu Xiaodi's foodie nature was instantly aroused, and she threw away her ladylike image and ate with relish. Chao Yang was stunned. This girl has absolutely no resistance to delicious food. But what is puzzling is that she has a good appetite and eats a lot, but she just doesn't gain weight. This physique is so enviable. I guess those nutrients flowed to the right places, making her figure even more curvaceous. "Eat half of it." Chao Yang handed Mu Xiaodi a card. "Xiaodi, take this 500,000 yuan. Now that you have no income, it will be enough to help you out until you find another job." Is this the money the old witch gave you to buy the evidence of her embezzlement?" No, you've already spent over 100,000 on the phone. You should keep this money. After all, your sister. I've already saved enough for my sister's surgery. I don't have any use for this money right now, so don't refuse it." "Oh, well, that's fine. Thank you, brother Chao Yang. But I'm curious, what evidence is in the file bag you gave the old witch?" "Hey, if I tell you that the file bag actually only contained a stack of blank papers and I was just trying to trick her, would you believe me?" Brother Chao Yang, you're so mean. You actually cheated her out of 500,000 yuan. If the old witch finds out later that the file bag is full of blank papers, she'll probably be furious. Just thinking about it makes me feel even better. She's guilty as a thief, and it's all her fault. I was sure she'd done too many bad things and was afraid of being exposed, so she improvised. I didn't expect that with your help, she would actually succeed." If you put it that way, then I feel completely justified in taking the money, because it's also my contribution." Yes, you have made great contributions. You are also brave and daring, kind and straightforward, and you are so beautiful. You are so lovable. Really? Brother Chao Yang, you're really good at praising people. I like the way you dare to speak the truth." The same words were said by Chao Yang before, and now they came out of Mu Xiaodi's mouth. The two exchanged a tacit glance, and their mood was like a wilderness full of flowers, indescribably comfortable. The meal is finished. Chao Yang discovered that the pink bubble above Mu Xiaodi's head showed that her favorability towards him had soared from 62 to 75. It seems that after quitting their jobs together, buying mobile phones, treating each other to meals, and spending close time together, Mu Xiaodi has unknowingly developed a strong sense of intimacy, but she herself may not have realized it yet. Brother Cha Yang, you are so kind to me. I have never been as happy as I am today since I left home. Coming out of the barbecue restaurant, Mu Xiaodi touched his bulging belly and burped while saying, "How about this? Tomorrow I'll pretend to be your girlfriend and accompany you to your ex-girlfriend's wedding. Then I'll give her a good stab and let you vent your anger. What do you say?" Okay, I couldn't ask for more. Chao Yang accepted it happily, smiled and said, "But why do you have to pretend? I hope you can accompany me to the place tomorrow as my official girlfriend." Wouldn't that be even better? Mu Xiaodi waved her hand and said shyly, "No, didn't I tell you before that I need to think about it carefully? When it comes to relationships, you have to take it one step at a time. I'm not a love-brained person, so I won't rush into a flame like a moth. You have to pass my probation period first. Only when we both feel that we are ready will I agree to be your girlfriend." Chao Yang's eyes were gentle, and he pretended to be disappointed. He sighed softly, "Oh. There's still a probation period, and we still have to wait for the right time. It's really hard to be your boyfriend." Mu Xiaodi hurriedly said, "Brother Chao Yang, love is not just lust, nor is it one-sided wishful thinking. It is a very sacred and romantic thing. Only when we are truly sincere to each other can we finally achieve a happy ending. I hope that your pursuit of me is not a momentary impulse, but a long-lasting love. Do you understand what I'm saying?" After hearing her words, Chao Yang was deeply touched. He didn't expect that Mu Xiaodi would be so serious and strict in her attitude towards love. Based on these words, Chao Yang was certain that Mu Xiaodi was really a very good girl. What she pursued was not just superficial love, but also spiritual compatibility. "Xiaodi, I understand." Chao Yang suddenly stepped forward, gently hugged Mu Xiaodi, and whispered in her ear, "It's a blessing that God let me meet you." Feeling his warm and thick embrace, Mu Xiaodi's ears turned red. "Brother Chao Yang, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Let's contact each other later." Mu Xiaodi's heart was beating fast, and she shyly broke free from Chao Yang's arms. Then she suddenly turned around and ran away. The slender figure looked hurried and flustered, as if she was afraid that she would lose control and fall on the spot. Ding! Mu Xiaodi's favorability towards the host has reached 80 points. The chances of matching are very high. Please continue to work hard. Ding! Your car has completed all the procedures. Would you like to pick it up at the 4S store, or call the staff to have it delivered to your door? Two consecutive system prompt sounds suddenly rang in Chao Yang's mind. Mu Xiaodi's favorability has reached 80 points? This is a very fast rise. However, Chao Yang felt some contradictions and struggles in his heart. The existence of the system has been tempting him to become a scumbag. But he really likes a pure and straightforward girl like Mu Xiaodi from the bottom of his heart. I absolutely don't want to let her down or hurt her easily. I don't know whether Mu Xiaodi will develop a romantic connection with him in the future, and how I should deal with this relationship. Well, don't think about it for now. What's going to happen will happen. Just let it happen. Why should I bother myself with unnecessary troubles? Chao Yang shook his head and decided not to think about this problem for the time being. He rode his yachty and planned to go directly to the 4S store to pick up the car and experience the superior performance of the luxury car for the first time. And at the same time, inside the Huasheng Financial Building, when Pang Jelly opened the file bag and found a stack of white papers inside, her face turned pale and she was so angry that her teeth almost broke. God damn it! Chao Yang, you bastard! You actually cheated me out of 500,000 yuan with a few pieces of paper. And that little bitch Mu Xiaodi, it seems she's already in cahoots with Chao Yang. Just wait and see, I won't let you go. Bang! A vase fell to the ground and shattered, and white porcelain slag splattered everywhere. Pine Jelly was furious and wanted to continue venting her emotions when her office door was suddenly pushed open. Get out! You blind bastard! Ah! Mr. Pei, why are you so honored to be here? Pine Jelly swallowed the curse words back into her stomach and shuddered all over, as if a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Because the person who came in was the CEO of Huasheng Finance, Pei Jidong. The company's president, her immediate superior, the real boss of Huasheng Finance. I'm sorry, President Pei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost my temper during work hours. Pang Jelly apologized repeatedly, bending down and bowing, almost kneeling down. I heard that you fired 2 people? Pei Jidong's voice was cold as he stared at Pang Jelly, clearly suppressing his anger. Chapter 8 Mixed Blood Beauty Delia. Yes. Could it be that Chao Yang is a close confidant of yours, President Pei? Pang Jelly was frightened and asked in a low voice. She instinctively thought that Chao Yan was a person planted by Pei Jidong, and she had offended him unintentionally. But Pei Jidong said coldly, "What Chao Yang? I don't even know him. What I want to ask is, was Mu Xiaodi at the front desk fired by you?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Pang Jelly was puzzled. That little girl doesn't know anything. She's just a small-time character who's trying to get by. She's only been in the company for 2 or 3 months and doesn't work seriously, so I... Bang! Pei Jidong exploded in anger and slapped her in the face. Minor role? The daughter of the Mu family in Kyoto, you call her a nobody? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you look down on a gifted girl like Mu Xiaodi? Bang! Another slap came. Pei Jidong's tone became even angrier. You said she wasn't serious about her work? That's understandable. With her family background, she certainly has the right not to be serious. It can even be said that her willingness to stay and work in our company is the greatest honor for our entire Huaxing finance. Pang Jelly was slapped twice, her head was buzzing, and she was completely dazed. No, Mr. Pei, what's going on? Please explain clearly. She had never heard of the Kyoto Mu family. She couldn't understand why President Pei was so furious when he learned that Mu Xiaodi had resigned. It was as if the sky was falling. You idiot! You've really gotten me into such a huge mess. You're going to kill me. Pei Jidong's eyes were blazing with anger as he roared in frustration. Mu Xiaodi's family is the leader of the 7 most powerful families in Kyoto. 3 months ago, she ran away from home to reject an arranged marriage and ended up in Donghai City. By chance, she joined our company. Pei Jidong took a deep breath and continued. And her whereabouts actually didn't escape the eyes of Grandpa Mu. He dotes on his granddaughter so much that he won't tolerate any mishaps on her part. So on the day Mu Xiaodi joined our company, I received personal instructions from Mr. Mu, or rather, an order. He told me to ensure Mu Xiaodi's safety, not to let her suffer any injustice, and not to let Mu Xiaodi notice anything unusual, but also to try my best to provide her with convenience and make her work easy and happy. After listening to Pei Jidong's story, Pang Jelly's eyes widened and her face was full of shock. She finally knew Mu Xiaodi's true identity. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her forehead and she trembled all over. It turned out that the little girl at the front desk whom she looked down upon, the little troublemaker who was fired together with Chao Yang, was actually the daughter of a wealthy family whom even President Pei could not afford to offend. What a sin! She would never have thought of such a thing even if she was beaten to death. The more Pang Jelly thought about it, the more frightened she became. She thumped to her knees, crying and begging, What should I do? Mr. Pei, please show me a way out. Pei Jidong was still furious and kicked her hard. Find a way to find Mu Xiaodi and apologize to her. No matter what she asks for, you must bring her back to me and treat her like a little ancestor from now on. If you can't do it, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. The other side. Forest store on Jinghua Road, Donghai City. Chao Yang rode his half-new yachty and stopped outside the store with a squeak. Hey, you can't park here, it's affecting our business. A female salesperson in her 30s, wearing big silver earrings and a red hip skirt, stood on the steps in front of the store and shouted. Chao Yang glanced at her and said lightly, I'm here to pick up the car. Hearing this, the earring saleswoman was stunned for a few seconds, then immediately changed her expression. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I was abrupt just now. I sincerely apologize to you now. Excuse me, do you have an appointment? What car do you want to pick up? I can help you check whether the formalities and documents have been completed. Chao Yang ignored her and walked straight up the stairs, passed by the earring saleswoman, and walked into the 4S store with his back straight. No matter how fashionably some people dress, they are snobs who look down on the weak at heart. Even if she apologized on her own initiative, Chao Yang would not accept it, because she did not really admit her mistake, but just said it casually after weighing the pros and cons. At this time, inside the brightly lit car showroom, Manager Wang, who was wearing a black suit, was whispering something to several fair-skinned and beautiful car models. These car models are all in their prime, and after being dressed up, each of them has their own beauty, which complements the luxury cars in the exhibition hall. Among them was a blonde, blue-eyed mixed-race beauty with an outstanding appearance and figure. It's amazing at first sight. Delia, this newly arrived Bugatti Veyron was purchased in full by one of our most distinguished SVIP customers. Mr. Chow will be here to pick it up later, so you must be very attentive to him. After arranging the positions of the other car models, the store manager specifically instructed the blonde and blue-eyed mixed-race beauty Delia to be the one to receive Chow Yang. Manager Wang, please rest assured, I will provide excellent service. Delia smiled sweetly, raised her hand to lift her golden hair, and her deep blue eyes were like a lake. She is graceful and elegant, yet also has a bit of wildness, which makes her look very charming. She can speak fluent Long Mandarin and has no pressure communicating with everyone. Okay, I'll be busy now. Call me if you need anything. Manager Wang nodded with satisfaction, turned and left. After Chow Yang entered the store, he strolled around casually and found that it was indeed very large. It was divided into several areas and there were hundreds of new cars parked there. The scene was quite spectacular. After a while, he arrived at the exhibition hall where the car models gathered and saw the Bugatti logo at a glance. At the same time, he also noticed Delia, who was leaning against the hood with her long beautiful legs. Beautiful women and luxury cars are indeed pleasing to the eyes. Ha, stop looking. This luxury car has already been bought by a mysterious customer. You don't even have the right to touch it. Whatever car you're talking about today, it can't compare to this Bugatti. For a top-of-the-line car like this, you can only admire it from afar. At some point, the earring saleswoman also came over. She saw Chow Yang looking in the direction of Bugatti and couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. This is a stingy woman. Chow Yang ignored her before, which made her feel aggrieved and she started to hold a grudge against him. Chow Yang turned his head and gave her a cold look, still disdainful to pay any attention to her. His current perspective has become much more open, and he won't take these random people too seriously. Hello handsome, can you take a picture for me? Delia's eyes flashed, and she smiled and waved to Chow Yang, trying to help him resolve the embarrassment. Actually, you can get closer, but you can't test drive it because this luxury car already has an owner. Chow Yang smiled and walked over to take pictures of Delia. Every angle is beautiful. Compared to the luxury car, he felt that the mixed-race beauty in front of him was more worthy of his attention. At the same time, he also saw basic information about Delia from the pink bubble above her head. Ding! A beautiful mixed-race beauty has been detected. Name, Delia. Age, 23. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 60 kilograms. Identity, part-time car model, French student. Zodiac sign measurements, personality and hobbies, current favorability, 56. Overall score, 92, healthy, free of any infectious diseases, free and wild at heart, good chance of developing a romantic relationship. Humph. You're so nosy. Foreign girls are just flirtatious. They pick up guys whenever they see them. The earring saleswoman muttered unhappily. When Delia heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed in her blue eyes. However, considering her identity as a part-time car model, she did not want to cause trouble, so she did not respond and chose to remain silent. But unexpectedly, the situation got worse. You two, this pair of bastards, are so shameless. You're using this mysterious client's luxury car to take photos and flirt with him. This is completely immoral and damages the image of our dealership. The car models nearby all covered their mouths and laughed. Delia is prettier than any of them, and jealousy makes them stand by and watch the fun. Your mouth stinks worse than stinky tofu. You're the one who's truly damaging the store's image. Even I know that any customer who enters the store should be treated with respect. How were you trained as a salesperson? It was clear that Delia was not a timid person. After realizing that tolerance was useless, she fought back directly and boldly and stopped remaining silent. How dare you scold me here, you little brat? Don't think that just because you're pretty, Manager Wang will protect you. The earring saleswoman's expression changed, and she rushed over to grab Delia's face. You are a bad woman. I won't be bullied by you. Delia was angry. Using her height advantage, she grabbed the earring saleswoman's hair and threw her to the ground. Chow Yang found it interesting and fresh to see this foreign girl getting angry. The earring saleswoman got up and tried to attack Delia again, but Chow Yang slapped her to the ground. Ah, murder, murder. The earring saleswoman screamed, and soon the store manager Wang rushed over after hearing the news. Wow, Manager Wang, you have to make the decision for me. Just now. The earring saleswoman exaggerated the story and complained tearfully. She relied on the fact that she was an old employee and thought that manager Wang would definitely side with her and even directly drive Delia away. However, unexpectedly, manager Wang acted as if he didn't hear what she said. He trotted past her and came straight to Chao Yang, bowed respectfully and said, "Dear Mr. Chao, I'm glad to meet you. I sincerely apologize for the bad experience you just had. I will definitely deal with this troublesome saleswoman seriously." See this scene. The earring saleswoman was dumbfounded. The other car models who were watching the fun were also dumbfounded. Only then did they realize that Chao Yang was the owner of this top-of-the-line luxury car and the most distinguished SVIP customer. But Delia was surprised and looked at Chao Yang in disbelief. It seemed that she had a lot of curiosity and questions about this young and handsome man. What she didn't know was that falling in love with someone often starts with curiosity. More than 20 minutes later. All the signing formalities, insurance, license plates, etc. have been taken care of. Chao Yang got into the Bugatti and slowly drove out of the 4S store. The powerful and steady engine sound made his heart surge with excitement. Manager Wang led a group of staff to bow and see him off, and promised to send someone to deliver his electric car to the designated community. Delia also stood among the crowd, her deep blue eyes sparkling. She felt that the young man Chao Yang was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye. He exuded an invisible charm of calmness and composure, which deeply attracted her. "Delia, do you want to go for a ride?" Chao Yang suddenly smiled and extended an invitation to Delia. Chapter 9, Luxury Car Ride, Romantic Sea of Flowers. Delia was slightly stunned, then smiled brightly. "Okay." Chao Yang opened the side door for her. Delia stretched out her long legs and sat elegantly in the passenger seat. Boom! The Bugatti Veyron erupted with a deep roar. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the top sports car rushed forward like a flash of lightning. "Mr. Chao, your driving skills are very good, fast and steady." The breeze ruffled Delia's golden hair, and she felt like she was about to fly with excitement. "It's okay, but still a little worse than the experienced driver." Chao Yang's voice was full of magnetism, and he said gently, "You don't have to call me Mr. Chao, just call me by my name. Because I consider you a friend. Your character is as outstanding as your beauty, which I admire very much." Delia smiled, elegantly and confidently. "Okay, Chao Yang, thank you for your recognition of me, and I am also happy to be friends with you. But first, can you tell me where you want to take me for a ride?" Chao Yang glanced at the navigation. "How about the Mirror Lake Flower Sea? It's blooming season now, and the scenery there is pleasant. I think you should like it." "Okay. I'll listen to you." Delia had no objection. Or perhaps she had completely accepted Chao Yang's arrangement and was immersed in the comfort of the sports car. Such a young and handsome man invited her out for a ride, which was undoubtedly a sign of his favor towards her. Delia was born abroad. She is open-minded and free-spirited. She is the kind of woman who dares to pursue her own feelings. Now Chao Yang is about to take her to visit the famous Mirror Lake Flower Sea in Donghai City, and Delia has already begun to imagine the beautiful and romantic date scene that will follow. That's right, as a high-quality beauty of British and French descent, the romantic gene in her bones has quietly become active, and she regards this drive as her first date with Chao Yang. Half an hour later. The sports car stopped by the shimmering Mirror Lake. The two got off the car. The breeze brings moisture, which makes you feel indescribably comfortable and relaxed. Looking around, you can see ripples on the vast water surface, and the flying birds and swimming fish are vividly visible, making people feel relaxed and happy. In the scenic area by the lake, thousands of colorful flowers come together to form a dazzling sea of flowers. Yeah. So good. It's so beautiful here, I love it so much. Waves of rich fragrance drifted into her nose with the wind. Delia raised her head slightly and closed her eyes, looking intoxicated. Her long eyelashes, flying hair, high nose bridge, plump red lips and graceful swan neck all reveal her almost perfect appearance. The view is beautiful, but you are even more beautiful. Chao Yang stood beside Delia, staring at her profile, and couldn't help but blurt out. Delia's appearance is that of a typical modern Western beauty, with very three-dimensional facial features, revealing a wildness and relaxation. No wonder the earring saleswoman said before that foreign girls are just wild. In fact, this is a kind of bold and sexy temperament, which is inherited in the genes and others can't imitate it even if they want to. Chao, do you like me? Delia suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Chao Yang with her blue eyes. Even her address became simple and intimate. Yeah, I like it. Chao Yang looked into her eyes and said without hesitation, although this is our first meeting, from the first moment I saw you, I felt like you were an angel fallen to earth, beautiful and kind, and you deeply attracted me. Follow me. Delia's eyes flickered, and she bit her red lips lightly, as if she had made some important decision. She took Chao Yang's hand and ran towards the depths of the sea of flowers. This sea of flowers covers an area of 7 or 8 acres and looks like a huge heart-shaped pattern as a whole. Delia pulled Chao Yang all the way to the center of the sea of flowers, surrounded by flowers swaying in the wind. Chao, kiss me. At this moment, she was a little out of breath, and a blush appeared on her pink face, which added a bit of charm and hunger to her. What? Chao Yang was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Delia to be so bold and directly ask for a kiss from him. He was somewhat uncomfortable with such a passionate and unrestrained first meeting. Bo. Delia seemed to be unable to wait and took the initiative to move closer, and her soft red lips pressed against Chao Yang's mouth. Well. Chao Yang's eyes widened and he was unable to react for a moment. This foreign girl was too proactive. She actually took the initiative and kissed him when he wasn't paying attention. But this feeling is really great. Sweet. His defenses were broken in an instant. Since the other party has expressed his willingness, Chao Yang is no longer restrained and immediately turns from passive to active. He suddenly stretched out his right arm, put his arm around Delia's slender waist, and held her in his arms. Then he kissed her fiercely. Delia hummed softly, her whole body trembling slightly, but she put her arms around Chao Yang's neck and leaned back suddenly. Chao Yang was caught off guard and fell uncontrollably into the sea of flowers with her. He was surrounded by thousands of flowers and drowned in the rich fragrance. The wind blows and the flowers move. The fragrance is lingering. Fortunately, this sea of flowers is large enough, the seedlings are above the knee height, and there are few tourists at this time, so everything goes smoothly without any hindrance. I don't know how long it took. Delia sat up with an intoxicated look on her face. She adjusted her skirt and hair, and a hint of blush still remained on her pretty face. Some complained, Chao, you're dishonest. You said your driving skills are average and can't compare to experienced drivers. That's simply a lie. Chao Yang felt somewhat helpless, shrugged, and said with a smile, don't misunderstand me. How could I lie to you? This was just my natural reaction. I improvised completely on the spot, and I lack the experience and skills of a seasoned driver. Upon hearing this, Delia chuckled and said, it's a good thing it's like this. If you were too powerful, I really wouldn't be able to withstand it. The two of them stood up and talked and laughed, and returned to the car hand in hand. Looking back at the sea of flowers, both of them felt extremely happy. Chao, please take me back to school. Delia smiled brightly, today's part-time job has brought me a lot of benefits. It's worth savoring. Back to school? What school? Are you still studying? Chao Yang asked in surprise. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, I'm an international student at Tunghai University. If nothing goes wrong, I'll officially graduate this year. Delia blinked her eyes, feeling a little proud, as if she was particularly proud of her identity. Oh, I see. Chao Yang smiled, then he remembered that the system had indeed prompted before that Delia was a French student and being a car model was just a part-time job. It seems that I have just had a solid and high-level international exchange. Such a romantic encounter is hard to come by. Just thinking about it. A system prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed a relationship exchange with Delia. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Chapter 10 Let her go, she is my wife. Chao Yang was delighted and immediately became excited. Ding! This time's rewards are as follows. 1. 50 million renminbi sourced from legitimate sources, taxes paid, will be deposited into the host's bank card later. 2. Moon Bay Villa No. 1, a top-tier smart luxury home, built by the water, with a beautiful environment. The current estimated value is 80 million. The relevant procedures will be completed within 24 hours, and the host can move in immediately. 3. 1 Shengshi Meiyan pill after taking it, the host's appearance will be improved to the peak and remain stable for 10 years. Accompanied by a ding-dong sound. Chao Yang took out his cell phone and indeed received a text message about the bank account arrival. I glanced at the total amount, and the long string of numbers made me feel relieved. With the previous 30 million and this time's 50 million, he now has nearly 80 million in deposits in his card. The 500,000 yuan transferred to my mother and the tens of thousands of yuan I spent on myself can only be said to be a fraction. Chao Yang's mouth curled up slightly. He was in a good mood, and he truly experienced the feeling of being rich. As for Moon Bay No. 1 Villa, Chao Yang had heard of it. It was said to be the latest smart villa in Donghai City. The entire villa area has been built for half a year. There are a total of 9 private villas, and numbers 2 to 8 have been sold. The only thing missing is the most luxurious villa No. 1, which has not been occupied yet. I never thought that this top-notch smart luxury house would fall into my name by chance. I am really overjoyed. And the Shengshi beauty pill is undoubtedly a rare and good thing. It can improve one's appearance to the peak without any plastic surgery, and the condition will remain stable within 10 years. This effect is quite amazing. However, now that Delia is by his side, it is inconvenient for him to take it directly. He can only put it in the system backpack for the time being and wait until he returns home to witness the effect. Chao, what are you thinking about? If you have anything happy, can you tell me? Delia was sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing the curve of Chao Yang's mouth, she asked curiously. Oh, nothing. I just remembered that just now, the two of us were in the sea of flowers. Chao Yang stopped talking without going on. Hearing this, Delia chuckled and hit him. Chao, you are so mean. But I like it so much. As he said this, he leaned forward and gave her a sweet kiss. Chao Yang was very pleased. He started the car with a big laugh and drove towards Donghai University. You don't have to take me to the university gate. I'll just get off here, so that my classmates and teachers won't see me and think I'm being kept by you. There was still an intersection away from Donghai University, but Delia got off the car early and waved goodbye to Chao Yang. This surprised Chao Yang a little. If it were a vain girl, she might be eager for him to drive the car to the school gate so that she could show off and demonstrate her charm. However, Delia's actions show that she pays great attention to her personal image and is not the kind of girl who acts casually. Because with her looks and figure, plus the characteristics of a mixed-race beauty, it is actually not difficult for her to get something by selling her body. But she is so clear-headed that she would rather go out and work part-time to make money than take the so-called shortcut. Her passion and unrestrainedness will only be dedicated to the person she loves. Think of this. Chao Yang couldn't help but look up to Delia. At the same time, he suddenly realized that the reward given by the system this time seemed to be slightly higher than that of Su Xinyue. Does this mean that the system's comprehensive assessment of each relationship partner is also based on different treatments? Not long after, Chao Yang drove back to the rental house. Looking at the simple furnishings in the room and his own thrifty daily necessities, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. This is his origin, not some dark history. Originally, he was so ordinary, even humble, that he could only rent a small house like this, work like a slave in the company, and was overwhelmed by the pressure of life. However, from the moment he bound the system, his life suddenly took off. Money, beautiful women, luxury cars and mansions would all become part of his daily life. These two life trajectories are completely different. The life that used to have a foreseeable end is now filled with endless possibilities. As long as he doesn't do anything malicious and as long as he cleverly uses the help of the system, the future will be full of novelty and excitement. This is... Chao Yang was preparing to pack up his things so that he could move into the villa tomorrow. But I found some blood spots on the bedsheet. In an instant, he recalled the time when he and Su Xinyue were drinking red wine together and Su Xinyue blurted out that he was still a virgin. The answer immediately came to his mind. Su Xinyue's lovemaking with him was actually her first time. Yes, that's right. That feeling doesn't lie. The red plum blossoms on the bedsheet are also solid evidence. Aunt Su is already in her 30s and has been married for 3 or 4 years, but I can't believe she's still a virgin. Chao Yang muttered to himself, sorting out his thoughts. It seems the drunkard Lu Mang is indeed an incompetent loser. He caused Aunt Su to be a widow for several years. The most hateful thing is that Lu Mang, when he gets drunk, he hits people. Aunt Su's life is in dire straits. Just thinking about this. Suddenly, I heard a series of bangs and bangs coming from upstairs. Then the woman's painful cry was heard. Chao Yang was very familiar with that voice. It was made by Su Xinyue. Damn it! It must be that bastard Lu Mang, he's drunk and crazy again. Chao Yang cursed angrily, opened the door immediately, and rushed upstairs along the stairs. Just then, I saw Su Xinyue running out of the house with disheveled hair. There were obvious slap marks on her face, and blood was oozing from the corners of her mouth. She looked very embarrassed and pitiful. Aunt Sue. Chao Yang ran up and asked with concern, "How are you? Was it Lu Mang who did it?" "Woo woo. I. Su Xinyue cried bitterly, threw herself into Chao Yang's arms, and sobbed uncontrollably. It was like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. "Okay, Su Xinyue, you stinky bitch, you really are hooking up with men outside, and you even hugged him in front of me." When Lu Mang, who had chased out of the door, saw the scene, he immediately flew into a rage and cursed very harshly. He rushed over and was about to tear Su Xinyue's hair, but was kicked in the stomach by Chao Yang. Lu Mang cried out in pain and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. You, Chao Yang, you little bastard, why don't you let go quickly, she is my wife." At this time, the neighbors upstairs and downstairs heard the noise and came running over in groups of 3 or 4. Everyone could basically guess what happened, but no one was willing to step forward to mediate. Because Lu Mang is the landlord of this building, everyone has to pay rent to him every month. If you offend him, and he raises the rent or even evicts you, you'll be in big trouble. So it is better to have less trouble than more. When the couple fights, the tenants try to protect themselves and do not want to get involved. Moreover, Lu Mang has a strong desire for control and likes to beat his wife when he is drunk. Everyone is used to it and does not think it is strange. Instead of trying to be a hero, it's better to just watch the fun. Chapter 11, Beating the Domestic Violence Man. Your wife? Chao Yang sneered, "You still know that Aunt Sue is your wife? Is there anyone like you who abuses your wife every day and doesn't treat her like a human being? Lu Mang, you're a beast. You don't know how to cherish such a good wife. You're not a real man." Hearing his words, Su Xinyue was deeply moved and tears flowed down her face. However, in order to avoid suspicion, she quickly took a step back and left Chao Yang's arms. Because she didn't want the onlookers to gossip and affect Chao Yang's reputation. "You little bastard. It's not your turn to teach me a lesson. She's my own wife. I can beat her up if I want, I can scold her if I want. What the hell is it to you?" Lu Mang got up from the ground, reeking of alcohol. Chao Yang sighed and shook his head, "It seems that you will never repent." Lu Mang walked up to Chao Yang with a shaky step and swayed his shoulders. He glared at him and threatened, "Boy, you're just a wage earner. How dare you meddle in my business? Kneel down and kowtow and apologize immediately. Otherwise, get out of here right now. I won't rent that room to you anymore." He also heard that Chao Yang came from a poor family, worked hard, and needed to save money for his sister's surgery. So he took advantage of his power and used his trump card directly, thinking that as long as he said he would drive Chao Yang away, Chao Yang would definitely give in immediately. "Lu Mang, that's enough. Kneeling down to apologize is too humiliating. You're not going to have a good influence." A neighbor lady couldn't stand it anymore and stood up and said, "Young man, please say a few nice words and stop meddling in other people's family affairs. Let's make this a small matter and a big one a small one." "Humph. Damn old woman, do you really need to be so nosy?" Lu Mang refused to give in. He first scolded the old lady, then pointed at Chao Yang's nose and shouted, "You little bastard, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Do you still want to rent that room? If you do, kneel down right there. Otherwise, don't blame me." "Lu Mang. Don't go too far." Su Xinyue interrupted him and suddenly roared in anger, "You are a nobody, why are you making things difficult for Chao Yang?" When Lu Mang heard this, he became even more furious. "Damn it, you're so mean, are you having an affair with this guy? I've always felt that there was something wrong with the way you looked at that boy. We've been married for several years, and you've never looked at me like that. Lu Mang. You bastard." Su Xinyue was anxious and her body was shaking violently. She suppressed her anger, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gritted her teeth and said, "Don't embarrass yourself here. If you have anything to say, go home and tell me." At this time, Su Xinyue thought that family disgrace should not be made public and she should try to keep things peaceful. "It doesn't matter if I get beaten, the key is not to implicate Chao Yang and let him suffer unnecessary disaster." "Why, are you feeling sad?" Lu Mang seemed to see through her intentions, but became even more shameless. TSK, you little brat, can't I satisfy you? You're so protective of him and don't want me to chase him away. Do you want to continue being naughty with him in the future? You." The corners of Su Xinyue's mouth twitched. This time she was really forced into a corner. With tears streaming down her face, she shouted angrily, "Lu Mang! I want to divorce you. You are not good enough, and you torture me all day long. I have had enough of this kind of life. Violent maniac. You pervert. Stop pretending. You're full of nonsense, but your sexual function is zero. Yet you're deliberately spreading rumors that I have problems and can't have children. When you're drunk, you take it out on me. You're driving me crazy. Divorce. Divorce. I want to divorce you. I want to completely stay away from scum like you." The long suppressed emotions completely erupted. The depression of the past few years was finally vented at this moment. "What? You dare to ask for a divorce? It seems that I didn't punish you lightly." Lu Mang was so shocked that he became even more drunk. He rushed over and swung his fist at Su Xinyue again. Su Xinyue's face turned pale and she closed her eyes in fear. Bang! However, before Lu Mang could touch Su Xinyue, he was kicked away again by Chao Yang. After taking the tendon and bone strengthening pills, Chao Yang's physique has been greatly optimized, and his strength and speed are far better than before. Su Xinyue opened her eyes and saw the tall figure blocking her way. She couldn't help but feel mixed emotions of sadness and joy, and tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Over the past few years, she didn't know how many times she had been beaten, but no one had ever loved and protected her like this. "Chao Yang! I'm going to kill you." Lu Mang was kicked twice in a row and was already angry and embarrassed. He took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into Chao Yang's heart. Seeing the cold and gleaming blade, everyone screamed in surprise. But Chao Yang remained motionless. He waited until Lu Mang came close before he suddenly attacked. He grabbed Lu Mang's wrist, twisted and swung it hard, then punched him. Seize the knife, defeat the enemy, and fight back. All in one go. Lu Mang screamed in pain, feeling that his arm was about to be twisted into a knot, and the bridge of his nose was broken by the fist, and blood was gushing out. Everyone was stunned and shocked. They didn't expect Chao Yang to be such a good fighter. Lu Mang deserved it. He was mean, and this time he hit a wall. "Aunt Sue. Let's go. This kind of alcoholic and domestic violence man should have been divorced long ago. I won't rent that shabby house anymore. Let's get out of here right now." Chao Yang took Su Xinyue's hand, went back to the room to tidy up a bit, and then hurried downstairs. He had originally planned to stay here for one last night, just to say goodbye to his past life, but it seems that there is no need for that anymore. It's not worth lingering here. Aren't those 5-star hotels outside nice? Su Xinyue. Don't regret it. Follow me as a landlady, and you won't have to worry about food or clothes every month. How can I say that I'm wronging you? Chao Yang is a pauper, born to be a slave. If you really follow him, you will suffer all your life. Su Xinyue, did you hear that? It's your blessing that I married you. If you dare to step out of this corridor today, I will really not want you anymore. Even if you kneel down and beg me, it will be useless. Lu Mang covered his nose with his hands and cursed behind her. He didn't believe that Su Xinyue would dare to really divorce him. But he didn't dare to chase too close, for fear that Chao Yang would hit him again. Ding ding. It was not until Chao Yang came downstairs, used the car key to open the side door of the Bugatti Veyron, and let Su Xinyue get in. Lu Mang was really panicked now, his eyeballs almost fell to the ground, and his expression was out of control with shock. Impossible. This car, how could you? I must be dreaming. The crowd watching the excitement around were all excited, and all kinds of discussions were heard everywhere. The way they looked at Lu Mang had changed from fear and dread to ridicule and sarcasm. It was not until the sports car roared away that Lu Mang came to his senses and squatted on the ground, holding his head and crying. And at this moment, inside the luxury car, Su Xinyue looked at Chao Yang holding the steering wheel, and her whole body was numb with shock. This big boy who brought her first wonderful experience actually showed a mysterious and powerful side, which really made her more and more confused. In silence, Chao Yang broke the silence. "Aunt Sue, are you seriously injured? How about I take you to the hospital?" No, I just have some minor injuries, it's nothing serious." "That won't do. If it leaves a scar, it will affect your appearance. I don't want your bright and beautiful face to have any blemishes." "Well, alright then, I'll listen to you." Chapter 12: A month in the presidential suite. Su Xinyue didn't want to go to the hospital at first. But seeing that Xiao Yang was determined and only caring about her, she obeyed. This feeling of being loved and cared for was like a spring in the desert, which made her feel sweet and unable to refuse. By the way, Xiao Yang, you rented this car, right? Su Xinyue's eyes flickered as she touched the leather seat and speculated, it seems like you've made up your mind to go to Bai Ruobing's wedding tomorrow. In her opinion, Xiao Yang was still filled with grief and anger and couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. For the sake of that pitiful self-esteem, I would rather spend money to rent a luxury car to fight for that dignity. Aunt Su, to be honest with you, I bought this car myself. Xiao Yang said frankly, I wouldn't hire a car just to save face and show off in front of Bai Ruobing. She doesn't deserve it. You bought it? Su Xinyue was clearly a little unconvinced and asked hesitantly, this car doesn't look cheap at all. It must be worth several million, at least. Where did you get so much money? Xiao Yang smiled and said, a few million is just for buying tires. The market value of this Bugatti is 20 to 30 million. I won't hide it from you. I'm actually a super rich second generation. It was all arranged by my family before, specifically to let me experience life and hone my abilities. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue's eyes widened, as if she was listening to a fairy tale. Xiao Yang, you're lying to me, right? If what you said is true, then your sister's illness. She didn't continue, but her meaning was expressed as your sister's illness just an excuse you made up to establish your personality? Aunt Su, don't get me wrong, this is absolutely true. My sister does have a serious heart disease and needs surgery. Well, I only found out today that my family is rich. My parents had been pretending to be poor and hiding it from me. I was actually quite surprised, and I'm still a little uncomfortable with it. Xiao Yang felt a little regretful after telling the lie just now. Because he suddenly realized that lies are like snowballs, they will get bigger and bigger. When you tell your first lie, you have to keep making up new lies to cover up the previous one. Fortunately, Su Xinyue did not continue to ask, but chose to believe, oh, so that's how it is. Congratulations! The clouds have finally parted and the moon is shining. Your future will surely be filled with joy. Xiao Yang was relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your good wishes, things will definitely get better and better in the future. When passing by a shopping mall, Xiao Yang parked his car on the side of the road. Aunt Su, please wait for me in the car for a while, I'll be back soon. Su Xinyue nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At her age, she has learned to keep a balance, not being too clingy, and not asking questions about everything. A few minutes later, Xiao Yang is back. He handed the newly bought hat, sunglasses, and mask to Su Xinyue. Go to the hospital right away. Wear it first so that others won't stare at you. Su Xinyue's eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't help feeling moved. It turned out that he bought these things specifically to take care of his own feelings. Careful, considerate, and heartwarming. Such a good man is hard to find even with a lantern. However, I am already married, 8 years older than him, and my family background is also ordinary. His future life is limitless, and I must not become a burden to him. Xiao Yang was only focused on driving and had no idea what Su Xinyue was thinking. Arrived at the hospital, registered for consultation and took X-ray examination. Xiao Yang accompanied Su Xinyue throughout the whole process and never left her side. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Just as Su Xinyue said before, it was just some superficial injuries and no serious injuries. In the end, the doctor just prescribed some topical ointment and let Xiao Yang and Su Xinyue leave. Learned this result. Xiao Yang was obviously in a much better mood. No matter what, Su Xinyue is his first woman. Not only did it open the door to a new world for him, but it also allowed him to obtain a generous first-time system reward. He will not draw his sword mercilessly and throw it away after using it. Not long after, Xiao Yang drove Su Xinyue to a 5-star hotel. We checked in immediately, booked a presidential suite, and paid for a month's stay. You know, hotels of this level are quite expensive, and an ordinary room costs 2,000 to 3,000 per day. The presidential suite with luxurious facilities costs up to 28,999 per day, and the service is very meticulous, with a dedicated private butler to serve you personally. Xiao Yang paid directly for 1 month, spending a total of more than 800,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. This made Su Xinyue look surprised and feel uneasy. Before this, she had never enjoyed such treatment and had never been valued so much. Xiao Yang, wouldn't this be too wasteful? I spend so much money on you every month. I feel uneasy living here. I feel like every step I take, every breath I take, is a sin. After checking into the suite, Xiao Yang asked the beautiful private housekeeper who was in charge of this place to wait outside the door first, and then Su Xinyue spoke cautiously. This place is so luxurious, with crystal chandeliers, leather furniture, art paintings, ceiling-mounted speakers. There is also a private gym and an indoor swimming pool, etc. Every detail is thoughtfully considered and fully equipped, and the main focus is on providing ultimate enjoyment. Xiao Yang naturally understood her restraint and uneasiness, and immediately said with a smile, "Aunt Su, don't feel guilty. This is what you deserve. I just want to make you feel more comfortable. Here, you can rest and recuperate without having to show up in public. I've already instructed your personal butler to deliver every meal to your room to ensure a balanced diet. Since we've already spent the money, you should just let go and enjoy yourself. Just say goodbye to those painful days in the past and start anew with a carefree life in the future." After hearing this, Su Xinyue was deeply moved. Tears welled up in her eyes and she threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms, like a child who had suffered all kinds of grievances and threw herself into her father's arms. At this moment, she only felt that she was surrounded by a strong sense of happiness, and all the sufferings in the past were not worth mentioning. The young and handsome man in front of her is her heaven, her earth, her whole world, and the only love of her life. Xiao Yang, I really don't know what kind of blessing I accumulated in my previous life that God let me meet you. Su Xinyue's eyes were filled with tears. She snuggled in Xiao Yang's arms and said affectionately, "Don't worry, I know what to do. I don't need any status, nor do I care about other people's opinions. I won't stop you from pursuing other girls. I will cherish every minute of this moment and serve you well. As long as you don't get tired of me and don't abandon me, I will love you wholeheartedly for the rest of my life." Chapter 13 tasted the sweetness. Xiao Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Su Xinyue to be so considerate. Just as he was about to say something, Su Xinyue suddenly stood on tiptoe and kissed him passionately. "Don't talk, give it to me, please, give it to me right now." Su Xinyue murmured softly, and her body gradually became hot. At the same time, her arms tightly hugged Xiao Yang's waist, like a vine wrapped around a tree. Xiao Yang was at an age of full vigor and vitality, and faced with Su Xinyue's passionate demands, he immediately had a normal reaction and couldn't stop. He suddenly tightened his arms, picked up Su Xinyue horizontally, kicked open the bedroom door, and the two of them fell onto the large and comfortable Simmons mattress and rolled directly onto the white sheets. The presidential suite is very private and has excellent soundproofing. The beautiful housekeeper standing outside the door could only vaguely hear a few noises. Only. The faint sound and intermittent tremor made her blush and her heart beat faster, and she felt an uncontrollable restlessness. It was like a prickly caterpillar, slowly wriggling inside her, teasing her sensitive nerves. The beautiful housekeeper thought that this embarrassing situation would soon pass if she endured it. But after waiting for more than an hour, the room finally became completely quiet. That young man is not only rich, but also quite capable. He's really capable of doing things. The beautiful housekeeper took a deep breath and felt her legs go weak. She had to lean against the wall to calm down the strange emotions. In the suite bedroom, Su Xinyue lay on her side on the bed, covered with a thin silk quilt that outlined her delicate and graceful curves. Her breathing went from rapid to slow, and a blush of happiness still remained on her fair face. She looked like a daffodil covered in dew. "I'm sorry, Aunt Su. I was a little carried away just now. Did I hurt your injured area?" Xiao Yang came over and gently hugged Su Xinyue from behind, with a hint of self-blame in his tone. He was so deeply in love just now that he ignored the injuries on Su Xinyue's body. He was completely immersed in the surging waves, and his movements were inevitably a little rough. No, not at all, you are really good, I like you very much." Su Xinyue smiled shyly. "Besides, the doctor has diagnosed that I only have some superficial injuries, there's nothing serious to worry about. Besides, I'm not some hothouse flower that can't withstand any movement." Before she could finish her words, her stomach suddenly growled. Su Xinyue paused, pressed her hand on her flat belly, and said embarrassedly, well, Lu Mang chased me and beat me up before, and the cooked food was all over the floor. I'm really hungry now." Xiao Yang smiled, his tone was a bit doting. Then wait a moment, I will ask the exclusive butler to bring in the meal, and we will eat in the room." "Yeah, okay." Su Xinyue also smiled, her face full of sweetness. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had laughed like this. Less than 10 minutes. The beautiful housekeeper pushed a small dining cart, brought the food into the room, and placed it on the table one by one. Xiao Yang took a look and found that the dishes were quite rich and looked quite appetizing. Dear sir and madam, please enjoy your meal. The beautiful housekeeper bent down and left the room. Eat quickly. Don't worry about your image in front of me. Chow Yun smiled and sat down with Su Xinyue. Well. Then I won't be polite. Su Xinyue was indeed unrestrained. She picked up the cutlery and started to devour it. She was really hungry. I just had some intense exercise with Chow Yang, and I've consumed a lot of energy. I urgently need to replenish my energy. I have to say that the chefs in 5-star hotels are very skilled and the food they make is delicious and flavorful. Crispy pigeon with caviar. The pigeon has crispy skin and tender meat, and paired with caviar, the salty and fresh taste blends with the fatty aroma. The pan-fried salmon has crispy skin and tender meat, and is fresh and delicious when paired with lemon and vegetables. The cheese-baked lobster has firm and chewy texture. I want to eat more after eating one. The Wagyu M9 filet has a snowflake-like texture, is cooked to precise temperature, is tender and juicy, and is filled with meaty aroma. Bird's nest mango sago, golden bird's nest paired with mango and grapefruit, sweet, nourishing and exquisite. The soup is a large bowl of deep-sea shark fin stewed with abalone and sea cucumber. It is made by stewing deep-sea shark fin, abalone and sea cucumber together, and adding Genoa ham to enhance the flavor. The soup looks bright and very tempting. In addition, there are small desserts and a bottle of Lafite wine. Chow Yun was not very hungry, so he kept picking up food for Su Xinyue and did not eat much himself. Hey, you eat too. After Su Xinyue ate half full, she found that Chow Yang had been taking care of her while she was eating, and she felt a little embarrassed. Chow Yang joked seriously, I'm not hungry, you eat more. Now you are injured, it is my responsibility to take care of you. Su Xinyue chuckled, blinked her eyes, and said coquettishly, well, since you said so, then take care of me more attentively. I want you to feed me. Can. Chow Yang picked up a cheese-baked lobster with chopsticks. Ah. Seeing this, Su Xinyue opened her mouth obediently. But Chow Yang did not put the lobster meat into her mouth. Instead, he put it in his own mouth and only bit a little bit with his teeth. You want to. Su Xinyue understood immediately, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face. Chow Yang leaned forward, holding the tender shrimp meat in his mouth and brought it to Su Xinyue's red lips. Su Xinyue took the initiative to greet him with sweetness and anticipation. What she was greeted with was not only delicious shrimp meat, but also Chow Yang's gentle kiss. There is delicious food in your mouth. I feel very happy. I want more soup. Su Xinyue tasted the sweetness and immediately made new requests. Chow Yang asked with a wicked smile, what kind of soup? Do you want the concentrated essence? Is it fresh? Su Xinyue raised her head, her face flushed. Absolutely fresh and authentic. Chow Yang assured, patting his chest. Su Xinyue bit her red lips lightly, then give me a bowl of freshly squeezed milk. But you have to feed me yourself. Okay. No problem. Chow Yang felt obliged to do so and immediately agreed to her request. The beautiful housekeeper was standing outside the door, calculating the time and wanting to go in to clean up the dishes. But the customer didn't call her, so she didn't dare to barge in. Until she heard faint laughter coming from inside, her face changed slightly and she immediately gave up the idea of knocking on the door to ask. It's great to be young. You are full of energy and never feel tired no matter how hard you try. After a long time, Chow Yangkai took the initiative to open the door and called the beautiful housekeeper in to clean up. While cleaning, the beautiful housekeeper glanced at Chow Yang. Seeing Chow Yang's steady steps, full of energy and vitality, and still looking full of energy, I couldn't help but marvel at it. At this time, Su Xinyue had already returned to the bedroom to rest. After these two ordeals, she was indeed a little tired. Her body could not take it anymore and she needed time to recover. Chapter 14 Top Beauty. Wait until the beautiful housekeeper leaves the room. Chow Yang sat leisurely on the sofa and began to check his system panel. Host, Chow Yang. Age, 24. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Physical fitness rating, 92 points, healthy and strong, with plenty of energy, exceeding most men of the same age. Appearance rating, 88 points, there is still a lot of room for improvement. Reminder, you can take Xingshi Mei Yen pills to improve your appearance to the peak. Experience points, 210. The current relationship partners who have provided experience points are Su Xinyue, Delia. After finishing the check, Xiao Yang was in a good mood and snapped his fingers. Nice. Before, he had a poor physical condition, was under great work pressure, and had a heavy financial burden, and had always been in a sub-healthy state. Now, with the help of the system, all aspects have been greatly improved. The physical fitness assessment has also increased from a failing score of 57 to the current 92 points. It can be said to be a qualitative leap. In short, at all times, the body is the capital of revolution. Only when you are in good health can you do things better and enjoy life better. Of course, as your physical fitness improves, your appearance must also keep up. After all, this is an era where looks matter. A handsome face is a visa-free pass, and sometimes it can even take a shortcut to reach a beautiful woman's heart. Xiao Yang took out the Prosperity Beauty Pill from the system backpack and threw it directly into his mouth like eating candy beans. It has a hint of coolness in its sweetness and tastes quite good. After a few minutes, a thin layer of dirt appeared on the surface of his skin, emitting a faint fishy smell. Especially the face, it feels like it is detoxifying, and some sticky substances are gradually released from the pores, which feels very uncomfortable. Xiao Yan wiped his hands and saw that they were black. He couldn't help showing a look of disgust. He quickly rushed into the bathroom and turned on the shower to rinse his hands. Walla la 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 la. He cleaned himself with soap and shower gel alternately until the water on his body became clear. He breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the mirror. Holy shit! Is this really me? Seeing the extremely handsome face in the mirror, Xiao Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Three-dimensional facial features, a face with golden ratios, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, red lips, and white teeth, a high nose bridge, no flaws at all, even the curve of the jawline is so perfect. 360-degree top-notch appearance without blind spots. At this moment, the four words beautiful face in the prosperous age are truly embodied. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your appearance has reached 99.99 points. You are already the first person in the Dragon Nation's 5,000 years of history to have a face that is infinitely close to perfect. Why not a perfect score? As the saying goes, even the best of times, there are still imperfections. Even the most beautiful person can't be 100% absolutely perfect. I've left you 0.01 points of room for improvement to prevent you from becoming too proud and to comply with the laws of nature. Ha! Fine then, it's already like this anyway. It's just a little bit off, I don't care anymore. Xiao Yang laughed heartily, feeling indescribably happy. He walked back to the bedroom and saw Su Xinyue lying on her side, soundly asleep, with a blush on her pretty face. He couldn't help but lean over and kiss her, and a sudden surge of heat rose in his heart. There was no way. At his age, he was full of vigor and energy. Facing such a beautiful woman, how could he have no reaction? I can't take it anymore. I'm so sleepy. Su Xinyue murmured in a daze, but did not open her eyes. She seemed to be extremely tired and could not bear the rain and dew again. Go to sleep, I'll stay with you. Xiao Yang stared at Su Xinyue's profile, forcibly suppressing the fire in his heart. He did not torment her anymore, but slowly lay down on his side, gently hugged Su Xinyue from behind, and fell asleep with her. He experienced a lot today, including sadness and joy, bitterness and sweetness, and also enjoyed several intense exercises, which consumed a lot of physical energy. He really needed to rest and recharge his energy. As for the Moon Bay No. 1 villa awarded by the system, since the relevant procedures would not be completed until 24 hours later, Xiao Yang was not in a hurry to take over. Anyway, after attending Bai Ruobing's wedding tomorrow, I'll have plenty of time to check out my mansion. When the formalities are completed, you can move in with your luggage and completely say goodbye to the life of renting a house and wandering around like a slave. At the same time, in a high-end apartment, Mu Xiaodi was sitting barefoot, cross-legged on the leather sofa, holding a large bag of snacks in her hand. Next to her sat a beautiful girl of the same age as her, with a slim figure, a cool temperament, and an extremely stunning appearance, the kind that you would never forget after just one look at her. If there were people who followed the entertainment industry present, they would immediately recognize that this girl was none other than the current top-tier popular actress in China, Neilan Yoruo. At this time, Mu Xiaodi and Neilan Yoruo were very close to each other. They seemed to be very familiar with each other, sharing snacks and whispering to each other. Xiaodi, you are too willful. You have been away from home for so long. Aren't you afraid that Grandpa Mu will be angry? Grandpa loves me the most. He only worries about me, not gets angry with me. But my scumbag dad and stepmother are afraid that I'll ruin the arranged marriage. I guess their blood pressure will rise with anger, ha ha ha. You little bitch, you can still laugh? I just quit my job again today. Do you think you'll be left with nothing in the future? Don't worry, I have you. You're incredibly famous now, and your appearance fee is tens of millions. You can support me from now on. Go to hell, wishful thinking. Someone seems to have forgotten what he once said. He wanted to break away from his family, forge a career, and resolutely not become a pawn in an alliance. Well, I admit, I did say that, but this goal is indeed a bit difficult, much more difficult than I originally imagined. Mu Xiaodi felt a little guilty and shrank her neck, then she said seriously, but it doesn't matter. I have a new goal now. I want to pursue beautiful love. Oh, by the way, the Chao Yang I told you about, he confessed his feelings to me today and even bought me a new phone. I think he's a nice guy. Once I find true love and everything is settled, my scumbag father and stepmother won't be able to force me into marriage anymore. Xiaodi, I didn't expect that besides being willful, you've also become love-brained. I'm really impressed. Nalan Yorua held her forehead with her hand, almost speechless, feeling a little disappointed. She was completely pessimistic about the Chao Yang mentioned by Mu Xiaodi. How could a poor boy with no power and influence withstand the powerful pressure from the Mu family in Kyoto? Even if you are truly in love and the relationship has already been settled, you will probably be forced to separate. This naive little girl really makes me worry. Hee, Sister Yorua, don't be like this. Mu Xiaodi came over, hugged Nalan Yorua's arm, raised her pretty face and said coquettishly, I believe in Chao Yang. He has the potential to soar to the sky and will definitely achieve great things in the future. As long as you like it. Nalan Yorua wanted to continue pouring cold water on Mu Xiaodi, but seeing her firm tone and sparkling eyes, she changed her words. This little girl was originally arrogant and looked down upon many young men from prominent families in Kyoto. But somehow, that boy named Chao Yang seemed to have captured her heart and coaxed her around. When she meets Chao Yang one day, she will definitely show her strength and give him a good beating. She will never let Mu Xiaodi, the little girl, suffer any loss. Old Master Mu helped Nalan Yorua, and she always remembered it in her heart, and always treated Mu Xiaodi as her own sister. Now she's become a highly influential star in film, television, and music, with no shortage of wealth and means. Dealing with a young, fledgling boy shouldn't be a problem, right? Just as he was thinking, Mu Xiaodi's cell phone rang. Mu Xiaodi took a look at the incoming call and saw that it was from that old witch-pun jelly, so she hung up immediately. He called again later, and Mu Xiaodi blocked him immediately. She felt that Pine Jelly must have discovered that the evidence was false and wanted to settle the score with her, so of course she ignored her. Seeing this, Nalan Yorua just smiled and didn't ask anything. Although she and Mu Xiaodi are as close as sisters, they respect each other, give each other enough private space, and rarely interfere with each other's personal lives. This is also the tacit way for the two of them to get along. Chapter 15 Ex-Girlfriend's Wedding. Sister Yorua, I have something to trouble you. After a moment's silence, Mu Xiaodi seemed to have thought of something, blinking and speaking seriously. What's up? Nalan Yorua rolled her eyes at her and said unhappily, Little girl, why are you being so polite to me? Just say whatever you want. As long as I can do it, I promise I won't let you down. Seeing her so straightforward, Mu Xiaodi smiled sweetly, Sister Yorua, you are very successful in the entertainment industry. You should know some paparazzi or private detectives, right? Can you use your connections to help me research someone's information? The more detailed the better. The next morning, Chao Yang was woken up by Su Xinyue's kiss. The soft goose-down quilt slid aside. Su Xinyue was pouting her red lips, touching Chao Yang's most explosive part with her fingers like playing the piano. Her movements were gentle, as if she was protecting a rare treasure, but they sensitively touched every nerve of Chao Yang. Chao Yang enjoyed the subtle and unique feeling very much. He felt as if an electric shock was passing through his body, and he couldn't help but hum softly. Hey, are you awake? Su Xinyue stopped moving, feeling a little embarrassed. It's like a kitten caught by its owner while stealing food. No, I'm not awake. I was just talking in my sleep. Aunt Su, please continue. This is good. Chao Yang relaxed his body, smiled and closed his eyes. Su Xinyue's initiative made him feel a little elated, and he really enjoyed this high-quality service. Oh, so you were talking in your sleep and scared me. In that case, no matter what I do from now on, you are not allowed to move. Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes flashed, and there was a hint of smile in her voice. Then she lowered her head and went along with the busyness. More than an hour later, Chao Yang walked out of the presidential suite refreshed. He hooked his finger with the car keys, took the elevator downstairs, walked straight out of the hotel, and drove to the place where he had an appointment with Mu Xiaodi. Chao Yang. I'm here. Under the bright sunshine, Mu Xiaodi smiled like a flower and waved her hands vigorously. Get in the car. Chao Yang lightly stepped on the brakes, stopped in front of Mu Xiaodi, opened the car door and let her sit in the passenger seat. Oh wow, not bad. This Bugatti Veyron is estimated to be worth at least 30 million. It's going to be really impressive to drive it out. Mu Xiaodi was very knowledgeable. After getting in the car, he said with a smile, I can't believe you rented such an expensive car just to give your ex-girlfriend a slap in the face. You're really willing to spend the money. Chao Yang said calmly, it's not a rental. I just picked it up yesterday. I went to the 4S store after we had dinner and parted ways. Ah? Is this true? Mu Xiaodi was stunned for a moment, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she immediately showed a playful look. Great, Chao Yang, it turns out you're a hidden rich second generation. I underestimated you before. After hearing this, Chao Yang was speechless. The eldest daughter of the Mu family in Kyoto, aren't you embarrassed to say this? It's obvious that you are the top rich second generation who was hidden away. Although I am now linked to the system with cheats, my current total wealth is not even a fraction of the total assets of your Kyoto Mu family. It's still early, come with me to a place first. Chao Yang took the steering wheel and did a beautiful drift, heading towards the city center. Mu Xiaodi didn't ask where they were going. She casually took out a file bag from her bag and said proudly, Chao Yang, stop by the roadside later and take a look at these things. They should be useful to you. What is this? Chao Yang was a little curious. Mu Xiaodi said proudly, by Ruobing's personal information. I spent a lot of effort to get it. I guarantee it's authentic and valid. When Chao Yang heard this, he immediately slowed down and found a place to stop. As he finished looking through the documents and photos, his expression became increasingly gloomy. By Ruobing, that scumbag never tells the truth. I'd been in a relationship with her for a few months, but I've been kept in the dark about many things. Fortunately, she is a snob and has never had an intimate relationship with me, otherwise I would be disgusted to death. Because from these materials and photos, by Ruobing, this vain and cheap woman has some past experiences that are really disgusting. Xiaodi, thank you. This information is amazing, even more detailed than what I could have gathered on my own. Today I have absolute confidence that I can make by Ruobing regret it deeply and return all the money she cheated me of. Chao Yang thanked him sincerely. He could feel that Mu Xiaodi was doing this to sincerely help him. Hey, why are you being so polite? Don't forget, I promised to be your temporary girlfriend today. Although it's not official, we still need to be united and work together to achieve today's great goal. Mu Xiaodi smiled happily, looking heartless. He sounded like he was joking, but in fact he was providing a lot of help and was also invisibly strengthening Chao Yang's confidence. That's right. Chao Yang deliberately moved closer to her, leaning over with a half smile on his face, then as your temporary boyfriend, can I exercise my due authority? What do you want to do? Mu Xiaodi avoided looking around, obviously a little flustered. At such a close distance, she could smell the hormones emanating from Chao Yang, which made her, a naive girl, feel her heart fluttering and she was at a loss. I felt a little nervous, but also had a vague sense of anticipation. This feeling was very subtle, she had never experienced it before. She also discovered that Chao Yang's facial features became more profound, and he seemed to be much more handsome than yesterday. He could be described as flawless. Could this be the feeling of being moved? Click. Just as Mu Xiaodi was daydreaming, Chao Yang had already fastened her seatbelt for her. Ah. That's it? Mu Xiaodi's beautiful eyes widened, and she suddenly felt a little disappointed. Otherwise, what do you think it is? Chao Yang smiled slyly and restarted the car. Okay, now we have to continue our journey. Once I get by Ruobing's plastic surgery receipts and bank statements, I can go straight to her wedding and give her a big gift. A little after 11 in the morning. Guests arrived one after another. A festive scene at the entrance of the auditorium. Bai Ruobing was wearing a white wedding dress and was whispering something to her best friend Yao Jingjing. I bet a bag of spicy noodles that Chao Yang, that loser, will definitely not dare to come, because if he comes, he will only bring shame upon himself, and master who will not let him go. No, he will come. I can see that he still has feelings for me and can't let me go. Really? Then I'll have to wait and see. Bing Bing, you're so charming, you've always got Xiao Yang under your control. Ha, I just like the pitiful look on his face when he goes crazy for me even though he can't have me. Shoo! Keep your voice down, mister who is coming. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruobing quickly calmed down her emotions, put on a gentle smile, walked up to Huzakai, took his arm, and acted like a little bird. Her fiancé, Huzakai, is the son of the president of Qingshan Group and a well-known figure in Donghai City. Bai Ruobing felt that as long as she married into the Hu family, she would be able to transform from a pheasant into a phoenix immediately. Beep, beep, beep. Followed by a burst of car horns. A brand new Bugatti Veyron slowly drove into the parking lot in front of the door. Wow! This sports car is so beautiful. The guests attending our wedding today are either rich or noble. Bai Ruobing's eyes sparkled, and her tone was filled with a sense of superiority. But when she saw that the people who got out of the car were Xiao Yang and Mu Xiaodi, her smile froze on her face. Chapter 16, A Gift? No, he ruined the party. Xiao Yang actually came? Yao Jingjing couldn't believe it, and he was driving a luxury car and bringing a beautiful girl. According to her logic, Xiao Yang had been dumped by Bai Ruobing and had been severely humiliated. If Xiao Yang had any self-awareness, he should not have come here to embarrass himself. But unexpectedly, what Bai Ruobing said came true. He actually ignored everything and insisted on attending the wedding where the groom was not his. What a hopeless bootlicker, so stupid. See, Jingjing, I was right, wasn't I? He still has fantasies about me and can't let go of that relationship. This is enough to prove my charm. After a brief moment of astonishment, the smile returned to Bai Ruobing's face. She didn't care much about Xiao Yang's arrival, but instead felt quite a sense of accomplishment. I dumped him and cheated him out of all his money, and now he's eager to come and give a gift. Ha, men are just mean-spirited. Only. Today, Xiao Yang seems to be much more handsome than before. He has a straight nose, deep eyes, an upright posture, and facial features that seem to be carved by a knife or an axe. He is even more handsome than the male protagonists in movies and TV dramas. Compared with him, today's groom Huzakai is simply a mismatched creature, totally unpresentable. Damn it, Xiao Yang is such a bold guy, he actually dared to come here. It seems that I didn't go easy on him yesterday. Huzakai saw Xiao Yang and Mu Xiaodi walking towards him hand in hand, his expression a little cold. Who is that beautiful woman next to him? She's really good looking. I've played with so many women, but none of them can compare to her. He dared to speak like this in front of his fiancée, which shows how much he indulges himself in daily life. Moreover, he was a playboy and domineering, and did not take Bai Ruobing's feelings seriously at all. Because for a rich second generation like him, marriage is just a formality. It is enough for him to marry a beautiful and obedient woman, and she must not interfere with his picking up girls outside. Honey, stop staring at that girl. She's your bride. Bai Ruobing acted coquettishly, pretending to be jealous, tightly holding Huzakai's arm, and said self-righteously. Xiao Yang can't afford a luxury car of that level. In my opinion, he must have rented it at a high price just to show off his presence. As for that chick next to him, I saw her yesterday when I went to buy a phone. I guess she's just a hired extra, just to pretend to be a couple, to save some face, and to maintain her pitiful dignity. After hearing her words, Huzakai's expression suddenly relaxed and he felt that it made a lot of sense. How can a working ox and horse become rich overnight? The only explanation is renting a top-of-the-line luxury car and hiring extras. Right, Bing Bing is absolutely right. Xiao Yang is just a poor loser. He doesn't have such ability at all. Yao Jingjing also agreed with it and nodded vigorously. Ha, then I'm relieved. I'll teach him a lesson today. Huzakai sneered, already thinking about how to humiliate Xiao Yang again and snatch the beautiful woman beside him. Even if you can't play with her today, you should find a way to flirt with her, get her contact information, and ask her out for sex some other day. Her beautiful figure, stunning looks, and pure and lovely temperament made him feel itchy and his soul was almost hooked away. Since the beauty was most likely a hired actress, he was completely confident that he could use his Qingshan Group style as the crown prince and spend money like crazy to win her over. Xiao Yang, I didn't expect you to be so willing to spend money to attend my wedding. Seeing Xiao Yang coming in front of her, Bai Ruobing said sarcastically with her chin held high, but you have to understand that there is no possibility for us anymore. I am the woman you can never have in this life. Today is Mr. Hu and I's wedding day. You must stay calm and don't do anything stupid like trying to steal the bride. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you when you get beaten." After she finished speaking, she signaled with her eyes that there were more than a dozen bodyguards in black clothes and sunglasses standing around the wedding venue. By Ruwabing, you really know how to add drama to yourself. For a fairy like you who has a serious illness, I'm really glad that I stopped the loss in time. Seeing Bai Ruwabing's arrogant and superior attitude, Chao Yang's eyes flashed with disgust and he felt a little nauseous. What was wrong with this woman that she would have the idea of snatching her marriage away? It's obviously just a piece of stinky tofu, but you really think you're so popular. TSK. You say one thing and mean another. Bai Ruwabing curled her lips, rolled her eyes, and said sarcastically, "You came to attend my wedding today. How much did you prepare as a gift?" Yao Jingjing took the opportunity to say, "Xiao Yang, the minimum gift money for Bing Bing and Mr. Hu's wedding is 68,000 yuan, which will cost you at least half a year's salary. If you fall below this standard, you are not qualified to sit down and dine here today. You better be careful and don't be stingy at this critical moment." Chao Yang gave Yao Jingjing a cold look and interrupted her directly, "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Then, his eyes flickered as he looked at Bai Ruwabing. "I didn't come here today to give you a gift. I don't know what's wrong with you. You actually had a brain cramp and thought I still have feelings for you. It's really ridiculous." Bai Ruwabing was stunned for a moment after being scolded. "What? Aren't you here to pay your respects? Then why don't you come? I'm here to collect a debt from you." Chao Yan looked directly into Bai Ruwabing's eyes and said in a resounding voice, "You cheated me out of 300,000 yuan. Return it now. Otherwise, I will make sure that your marriage today will not take place." As soon as these words came out, the scene suddenly became quiet. Many guests looked over here. It turns out that this guy is not here to pay tribute, but to cause trouble. He actually ran to someone else's wedding scene to collect debts from the bride in person. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face in disguise. What's more, this bride is the future young lady of Qingshan Group and belongs to the upper class. It is really humiliating for her to be asked to pay back the debt in person by that kid. How can she have the face to stay in the Hu family in the future? "Honey, he's so fierce, I'm so scared." Bai Ruwabing's expression changed slightly, and she immediately pretended to be pitiful, rubbing against Huzakai hard, as if she had suffered a great injustice. This is the Hu family's territory. She knew in her heart that she couldn't lose her temper in such a situation, and it would be best to let the man around her come forward to deal with Chao Yang. "Watch your mouth, you little brat. What's the point of lying? My fiancé doesn't owe you a penny." As the groom today, Huzakai also felt ashamed and immediately stood up and scolded, "Kneel down immediately and apologize to my fiancé. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it." Chapter 17, Getting Ahead of Others. Chao Yan remained calm and looked at Huzakai coldly. "Apologize? Impossible. It's only natural to pay back a debt, and what's more, she did it by deception, which is unforgivable. Even if an apology is needed, it should be your fiancé who kneels down and apologizes to me." Seeing Chao Yang's tough attitude, Huzakai's face darkened even more. "Damn it, you slandered my fiancé in public, you must be tired of living. I'll count to 3. If you don't King kneel, don't blame me for being rude." Chao Yang sneered, "You are already an adult, and you are still playing such childish things. Don't you feel bored? Don't even mention counting 3 numbers. Even if you count 300 or 30,000, I still say the same thing. Make Bai Ruwabing pay back the money. 300,000, not a cent less. You fucking." Huzakai was choked, his face flushed with anger, and he was about to lose his temper on the spot. He was about to order his bodyguards to come and deal with Chao Yang, but he saw Mu Xiaodi approaching with a smile on her face. She said in a clear voice, "Hey. Master Hu, right? It's a happy day, why get so angry? In my opinion, capable men are those who are intelligent and wise, rather than those who become helpless and furious when encountering problems and only think of solving problems with their fists. Master Hu, as the future heir to the Qingshan Group, you should also be mindful of your public image, right? Don't lose your temper in front of so many distinguished guests today. You might end up losing the bigger picture over the smaller one." Just a few words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly cooling down Huzakai's irritable mood, and reason took over again. Especially these words, which came from Mu Xiaodi's mouth. The beautiful woman's smiling face and gentle tone sounded like kind advice and a friendly reminder, which made Huzakai feel particularly comfortable for no reason. If it were another woman, including his fiancée by Rawabing, it might not have such an effect. But for a top beauty like Mu Xiaodi, whose appearance and temperament are so charming, her words are effective, and one word is worth 10,000 words. This beautiful lady is absolutely right. It was I who was reckless just now. Hu Zikai coughed lightly, adjusted his suit and tie, stared at Mu Xiaodi greedily, and said, "It's a great honor to meet you today. Could you tell me your name?" Mu Xiaodi smiled faintly. "My name is Mu Xiaodi." "Ah, what a nice name, nice to hear and easy to remember, ha." Hu Zikai smiled and complimented him a few times, then unconsciously took a step forward and took the initiative to approach Mu Xiaodi, trying to get closer to him. It would be best if I could get Mu Xiaodi in front of Chao Yang, that would be such a great sense of accomplishment. Bai Ruobing saw this scene and immediately felt jealous. "Dear, ignore her. This little devil is in cahoots with Chao Yang, she definitely has no good intentions." She originally thought that Hu Zikai would beat Chao Yang up and drive him away in anger to vent his anger. However, she didn't expect that Mu Xiaodi resolved the crisis with just a few words, which calmed down Hu Zikai's anger and made him even want to flirt with her in front of her. This was at her wedding ceremony, she really couldn't stand it. "Shut up." Hu Zikai suddenly turned around and shouted at Bai Ruobing, "A guest is a guest, what are you yelling about? Our Hu family is a wealthy and powerful family. We always win people over with virtue. How can we lose our manners and ruin our family's reputation just because of a small matter?" "But..." Bai Ruobing shuddered violently, her eyes widened, and she wanted to retort but didn't have the courage. Her fiancé actually sided with outsiders and completely disregarded her feelings. This was so frustrating. But Hu Zikai's polite words did make some sense. She didn't dare to confront him head-on. If she messed up the marriage, it would be a waste of time. "Alright Bing Bing, don't say too much. Just listen to Master Hu." Yao Jingjing, who was standing by, quickly tugged at Bai Ruobing's clothes, signaling her to be low-key and obedient. Bai Ruobing nodded slightly. Even though she felt extremely aggrieved, she did not show it on her face. "Miss Mu, if you don't mind, please stay for a drink and we can have a good chat later, okay?" Hu Zikai struck while the iron was hot and extended an invitation to Mu Xiaodi. He glanced at Chao Yang and said in a cold tone, "As for Mr. Chao, I won't keep you here. Go back to where you came from. You are not welcome here." Chao Yang raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Even if you beg me to stay, I still don't want to. Stop talking nonsense and ask your fiancé to pay you back immediately, or you can pay it for her. I'll leave as soon as I get the money." "What the hell? You still dare to ask for repayment?" Hu Zikai's anger, which had just been suppressed, suddenly flared up again. "Listen carefully, kid, I'm only letting you go this time for Miss Mu's sake. Don't be so arrogant and ask for trouble." Chao Yang was not frightened by him at all, and responded coldly, "Listen to me, if you don't pay me back the money you owe me, you can't get married today." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. All the guests present were talking about it. They didn't expect Chao Yang to be so tough and dare to say such harsh words. This shows that they don't take Hu Zikai or the entire Hu family seriously at all. Too crazy. When Mu Xiaodi saw Chao Yang's domineering side, a hint of surprise and approval appeared in her beautiful eyes. Ding! Mu Xiaodi's favorability increased by 2. The system's prompt sound also rang in Chao Yang's mind, which scared him. "Damn it! If I don't deal with you, it looks like you won't make it through today. Since you don't want to drink the wine, then prepare to be beaten." At this point, Hu Zikai stopped pretending to be polite and immediately waved his arm and shouted, "Come here. Catch this guy for me. Hulala." More than a dozen bodyguards in black clothes and sunglasses immediately surrounded him, rubbing their hands and ready to take action. "Hu, stop messing around." Mu Xiaodi was getting anxious and shouted, "If you dare to touch my brother Chao Yang, I will. I will fight you to the death." Hu Zikai sneered, "Miss Mu, I have given you enough face. I hope you can stand aside and stop interfering. Otherwise, if we start fighting and blood splashes on you and you get scared, I won't be responsible. Things between us men should be resolved in our men's way. As a girl, you shouldn't interfere." Hearing the threat in his words, Mu Xiaodi bit her lips tightly, as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly said loudly, "I have to take care of this matter. Because Chao Yang is my boyfriend. Mr. Hu, listen carefully, I am." At this point, she had no choice. In order to protect Chao Yang's safety, she could no longer hide her identity. Chao Yang looked at Mu Xiaodi, his eyes flickering, as if he had guessed what she wanted to do. He knew better than anyone that once Mu Xiaoti's true identity was revealed, it would indeed shock Hu Zikai, and he would no longer have to fight with a dozen bodyguards, or even throw out the evidence he had worked so hard to collect. But if Mu Xiaoti really plays the trump card of the Mu family in Kyoto, it means that her plan to run away from home will be completely ruined. She will most likely be taken back to Kyoto and forced by the family to marry. This is what Chao Yang doesn't want to see. Everyone, be quiet. What are you making such a commotion here? Chao Yang's mind raced, and he was about to step forward to stop Mu Xiaoti from continuing, but he saw a group of people walking out from the backstage of the auditorium. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a beer belly. He looked somewhat similar to Hu Zikai. He must be Hu Zikai's father, Hu Qingshan, the chief executive of Qingshan Group. Next to Hu Qingshan, there was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a calm demeanor. Chao Yang also recognized him. He was Pei Jidong, the CEO of Huaxing Finance, the company he had just resigned from yesterday. It seems that Pei Jidong and Hu Qingshan have a good relationship. They must have been business friends for many years and were invited to attend this wedding specifically. Chapter 18. The wedding is cancelled. Dad, there's a little problem. I can fix it quickly. When Hu Zikai saw his father coming, his expression immediately became respectful and the arrogance on his face disappeared. It seems that Hu Qingshan is still quite majestic in his heart, and he dare not be too presumptuous with his father present. Then, his eyes fell on Pei Jidong, and he immediately bowed and said, Uncle Pei, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I'm truly honored that you can take time out of your busy schedule to attend my wedding. Judging from his attitude, it is obvious that he respects Pei Jidong very much. Among so many guests present, only a few people of Pei Jidong's level could be accompanied by Hu Qingshan in person. Well, I don't care what the situation is, just deal with it quickly. The auspicious time is about to arrive, don't delay the important matter. Hu Qingshan glanced at Chao Yang and Mu Xiaoti, and felt that they looked unfamiliar, so he didn't pay much attention to them. He immediately signaled Hu Zikai to prepare to start the ceremony and clear out the irrelevant personnel. He basically recognized the younger generations of the major celebrity families in Donghai City, but he was sure that he had never seen Chao Yang and Mu Xiaoti before. They were probably not from his circle, so he didn't need to care about them at all and could just drive them away. Okay, Dad, I understand. Hu Zikai received his father's instruction and immediately became tough again. Chao Yang, Mu Xiaoti, today's matter ends here. I won't bother with you on my wedding day. Hurry and get out of here. While speaking, he waved his hand vigorously. More than a dozen bodyguards approached again aggressively, creating a very oppressive feeling. Chao Yang showed no intention of leaving, and responded coldly, I've already said that I won't let this go unless your fiancée pays back the 300,000 yuan she cheated me of. As he spoke, he waved the various documents and printed receipts in his hand, as well as some photos and a list of plastic surgery procedures. I have all sorts of relevant evidence here. If you don't believe me, you can check them one by one. Mu Xiaoti also said angrily, That's right. You cheated me out of money and refused to pay it back, and you still want to bully others by taking advantage of your power. Is this the style of you Hu family members? Seeing the situation escalating, Bai Ruobing's expression changed constantly, his chest heaving with anger, and he had to stand up and speak. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. That little bit of money was given to me voluntarily by Chao Yang. There was no deception at all. She looked so weak and tearful that people who didn't know the truth would really think she was an innocent victim. Yao Jingjing was furious and quickly stepped forward to join in the discussion. Chao Yang, you despicable villain, you are purely jealous of Bingbing and are deliberately slandering her. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. You didn't even let Bingbing go after we broke up. It's so disgusting. As she spoke, she rushed forward, threatening to snatch the evidence from Chao Yang's hands. In order to protect Bai Bingbing's reputation, her good friend has tried her best. Bang! Chao Yang slapped Yao Jingjing to the ground. Jingjing, are you okay? Bai Ruobing quickly helped Yao Jingjing up and pleaded with Hu Zikai, Dear, please make the decision for me. This Chao Yang deliberately caused trouble at our wedding, ruined my reputation, and even beat up my sisters. This is too blatant. It's okay for Jingjing and I to be wronged, but with so many distinguished guests present, if we allow him to continue making trouble, it will be a huge damage to the reputation of our Hu family. After hearing her words, seeing her aggrieved look, and noticing the pointing and talking of the guests around her, Hu Zikai was really angry this time and immediately ordered loudly. Beat him. Beat him. Beat him hard. But don't kill him, leave him a breath. After you beat him, send him to the police station and put him in jail. Chao Yang sneered and said calmly, "Are you going to jump off the wall now? I clearly have evidence, but you didn't even look at it. You just want to use force to settle the matter." It turns out that the Hu family in Donghai City is no more than that. Luckily, I made preparations early. The police should be arriving soon. Since you are being unreasonable, then wait for the judgment of the law. Before he could finish his words, he heard a burst of urgent police sirens outside. 5 uniformed police officers quickly arrived at the scene. Captain Lee, leading the group, had a serious expression on his face. Who called the police? What exactly happened here? It's me. Chao Yang immediately stepped forward and briefly explained the cause of the matter. Captain Lee frowned slightly after hearing this, and after a moment's hesitation, he turned to look at Hu Qingshan. "Boss Hu, do you want to settle this matter publicly or privately?" Hu Qingshan's face darkened when he saw the police station's arrival. He had obviously known Captain Lee for a long time. "Captain Lee, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I think we should just settle this privately." After saying this, he glared at his son fiercely, as if blaming him for finding such a troublemaking woman. Hu Zikai was furious, and his eyes flashed with annoyance when he looked at Bai Ruobing. Bai Ruobing's eyes were evasive. She was really scared in her heart. She had never expected that things would turn out like this. "Young man, stop it. My patience has its limits." Hu Qingshan walked up to Chao Yang and said in a deep voice, "I don't care what your purpose is, or what conflicts you have with my future daughter-in-law. Anyway, you should just calm down for now and stand aside quietly. I'll handle this matter myself after the wedding. What do you think? After all, he is the president of a large group. He speaks with dominance and strength, and there is a sense of oppression that he must be in control of the overall situation." It seemed that Chao Yang's reasonable request was not worth mentioning in his eyes. The reason he put it aside for the time being was only for the sake of the person who came from the police station. "I don't think so." Chao Yang stood with his head held high, showing no sign of fear. He looked directly into Hu Qingshan's eyes and said, "This matter is not complicated. You just need to take a few minutes to look at the evidence. There is no need to procrastinate. My patience is limited. If Mr. Hu has no sincerity in resolving the issue, then we should go to the police station and ask your future daughter-in-law to explain it clearly." "You?" Hu Qingshan was choked and his eyes widened. Such an answer was completely beyond his expectations. He originally thought that with his prestige and the presence of so many bigwigs, a small character like Chao Yang would not dare to go against his wishes. But Chao Yang confronted him head-on and didn't give him any face. No one has dared to talk to him like this for many years. "Brother Hu, come here, I want to talk to you." Just when Hu Qingshan was about to explode in anger, Pei Jidong suddenly smiled, took him aside, and whispered something to him. "Ah?" Hu Qingshan looked surprised and glanced at Chao Yang and Mu Xiaodi. His expression suddenly became serious. Later, he strode up to Chao Yang, took the evidence from his hand without saying a word, and looked through it carefully. The onlookers, including Bai Ruobing, Hu Zikai, and Captain Lee from the police station, all looked surprised and confused. Hu Qingshan was so protective just now. How come he took the initiative to look at those things in the blink of an eye? I don't understand. It's so weird. Okay, I understand. Hu Qingshan took a deep breath, suddenly bowed 90 degrees, and said to Chao Yang, "Thank you, little brother, for saving our Hu family from future criticism. I almost blamed you." Seeing this scene, everyone present was even more confused, with question marks all over their heads. But the next second, Hu Qingshan suddenly exploded and slapped Bai Ruobing hard in the face. "You shameless thing! Return the money now. I'll give you half a minute. Don't make me say it again." Bai Ruobing was terrified. She was shocked and scared. She endured the burning pain on her face and quickly took out her cell phone and transferred 300,000 yuan to Chao Yang. Throughout the whole process, her hands were shaking, she was terrified, and she didn't dare to say a word. At this point, everyone present finally understood. Hu Qingshan's action undoubtedly directly confirmed that what Chao Yang and Mu Xiaodi had said before was true. It seems that the bride at today's wedding has serious moral and character issues. It is hard to say whether she can marry into the Hu family. "Dad! Why are you?" At this time, Hu Zikai was confused by his father's behavior. He didn't understand why his father had changed so much in just a few minutes. "You bastard! What a slut you found! You brought shame to our Hu family for nothing. Hu Qingshan was so disappointed with his son that he threw all the information in his son's face and shouted, "Today's wedding is cancelled. A vain and greedy scumbag like Bai Ruobing is not worthy of entering our Hu family." As soon as these words came out, it was like a loud thunderclap. Bai Ruobing's face turned pale, and his whole body shook violently as if struck by lightning, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground. At this moment, she finally understood what despair, regret, and reaping the consequences of one's own actions meant. All the previous sense of superiority, all the arrogance and conceit, were shattered in this instant, shattered into pieces, without even a residue left. Chapter 19, Evil will be repaid with evil. No. You can't cancel the wedding. Dad, you can't do this. Bai Ruobing, like a madman, rolled and crawled to Hu Qingshan's feet, tears and snot all over her face, and she clutched his trouser legs tightly, refusing to let go. I've already returned the 300,000 yuan to Chao Yang. I don't owe him anything anymore. He's just here to mess things up, don't let him fool you. Hu Qingshan was so angry that his face turned blue. He kicked her away, spitting almost on her face. Don't call me dad. You haven't been married and haven't obtained a marriage certificate. You are a worthless member of the Hu family. Do you think you are worthy of calling me dad? You've been lying to my son about his feelings, and you still refuse to repent. I've been in Donghai City for decades, and I've seen all sorts of tricks. Your little tricks are just humiliating to me. On the other side, Hu Zikai had already flipped through the evidence handed over by Chao Yang. The more he looked at it, the angrier he became. He raised his hand and threw a stack of information at Bai Ruobing's face, and the papers scattered all over the floor. Damn it! I must have been blind to fall for you. He pointed at Bai Ruobing's nose, his voice shaking with anger. From your hair to your toes, except for your gender, which is real, where hasn't you had surgery? Nose bridge augmentation, liposuction, face slimming injections, even the membrane underneath had to be repaired for the third time. You're taking advantage of me, you think I'm stupid, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped Bai Ruobing several times. The slap sound was particularly harsh in the auditorium. Bai Ruobing covered her face, her cheeks instantly became red and swollen, the corners of her mouth were broken, and blood slowly seeped out. She collapsed on the ground, hugging Hu Zikai's calf as if grabbing a life-saving straw, crying breathlessly, "Dear, I had plastic surgery all for you. I wanted to look better and be worthy of you." For me? Hu Zikai kicked her away in disgust, and Bai Ruobing fell directly to the cold floor. Stop flattering yourself. Get out of here. Right now. Right now. If you dare to show up in front of me again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Yao Jingjing was terrified watching from the side, but she was a good friend after all, so she stepped forward and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Hu, calm down. Could there be a misunderstanding here?" Bing bing. Misunderstanding? Hu Zikai turned around and slapped her, causing Yao Jingjing to spin around and collapse on the ground, covering her face. Fuck your misunderstanding. Open your eyes and look at this evidence. Which one is fake? You and Bai Ruobing are the same kind of people. All you do is make money and stir up trouble. Neither of you is a good person. After cursing, Hu Zikai turned and shouted at Captain Li, "Captain Li! These two women are habitual criminals, deliberately defrauding money in marriage. Take them back to the police station immediately and interrogate them thoroughly. There must be other cases." Then, he bowed to the embarrassed guests and said with a forced apology, "I'm sorry for making a fool of myself today. The wedding is temporarily cancelled. I'm sorry everyone, I'll have a banquet to make amends another day." The sound of sirens gradually faded away, and the cries of Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing slowly disappeared outside the auditorium. Seeing this, the guests also made excuses to get up and leave. No one wanted to stay in this awkward place for another second. "Brother Chao Yang, there's nothing for us to do here anymore, let's go quickly." Mu Xiaodi pulled Chao Yang's arm and said in a low voice. "Mu Xiaodi. Wait a minute." They had only taken a few steps when Pei Jidong quickly caught up with them, a warm smile on his face and an extremely polite tone. "Xiaodi, I have something to tell you. I'd like to ask you to return to Washing Finance and continue working there. You were wronged by the Pang Jelly incident before, and I've already severely criticized her. I promise it won't happen again. Our company is in need of outstanding talent like you right now. Would you consider it?" Mu Xiaodi was stunned on the spot, her eyes wide open. She pulled Chao Yang aside and muttered in a low voice. "Brother Chao Yang, is he sure? I was just a receptionist before, responsible for registration and calling numbers every day. Why did he suddenly say I was an outstanding talent? Is there something fishy going on? Looking at Mr. Pei, he doesn't seem to be joking. He seems quite sincere. Chao Yang touched his chin and analyzed in a low voice, washing finance is quite large and has a wide range of business. Didn't you say before that you wanted to train yourself? This is a perfect opportunity. If you have any requests, just ask directly and see what he says. Mu Xiaodi pondered for a moment and felt that what Chao Yang said made sense. She took a deep breath, turned around and said to Pei Jidong, Mr. Pei, to be honest, I still have feelings for Huaxing Finance. After all, it was my first job there, and I'm willing to go back. But I have a small request. I don't want to work at the front desk anymore. I want to go to the business department and do something practical. Pei Jidong nodded without even thinking, smiling even more enthusiastically, no problem. What's so difficult about this? The project department happens to be short of a manager, so you can go there and be the manager. From now on, Peng Jelly will be under your charge, so let her help you. Mu Xiaodi was taken aback. She hadn't expected President Pei to agree so readily. After a pause, she gritted her teeth and simply made her words clearer. Then, what about the salary? Don't worry about that. You'll definitely get a raise. Pei Jidong responded almost immediately, without even a moment's hesitation. I'll give you the company's highest salary, which is 20 times your previous salary. As long as you're willing to join, it will take effect immediately. Mu Xiaodi was really confused by this, thinking to herself, isn't this too straightforward? Is there some kind of trap waiting for me? But now that things had come to this, there was no turning back. She made up her mind and simply put forward the most outrageous request. Mr. Pei, I have one last request. I'd like special decision-making authority. If I encounter a major project, I can set the direction and execute it myself without a vote from you or the board. Can you agree to this? She thought President Pei would definitely back out, but unexpectedly, President Pei didn't even pause and made the decision directly. Give it to me. I have to give it to you. Don't worry, as long as it's a project you decide on, the company will absolutely support it and do whatever you say. Mu Xiaodi was completely stunned. She stood there, her eyes wide open, her mind a bit confused. Mr. Pei's agreement was too easy, wasn't it? She felt something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. It felt like she was being tricked, yet she couldn't refuse. After leaving the wedding hall and getting into Chao Yang's Bugatti, Mu Xiaodi was still wondering, Brother Chao Yang, do you think Mr. Pei is hiding something from me? Why does he agree to everything I ask for, and so quickly? It's a bit scary. Never mind him. This isn't a bad thing for you. Chao Yang started the car, glanced sideways at her, and smiled encouragingly. Anyway, you're going there to work and learn something. He's willing to give you authority and opportunities, so just go for it. If you really encounter any problems, don't I still have you? Mu Xiaodi felt more at ease after hearing what Chao Yang said. She nodded and said, that's right. I have a clear conscience, so what am I afraid of? As she was talking, her cell phone suddenly rang. After taking it out and answering it, she said to Chao Yang, Brother Chao Yang, it's my sister Yarua calling. She has something urgent to talk to me about. I have to get off the car first and contact you later. Okay, be careful on the road. Chao Yang parked the car on the side of the road and watched Mu Xiaodi get out and leave. After Mu Xiaodi's figure disappeared around the corner, Chao Yang remembered the Moon Bay No. 1 villa rewarded by the system, and it was time to take it over. He immediately started the car and drove towards the Moon Bay Villa district. Chapter 20, Smart Villa Beyond Imagination. As soon as Chao Yang's car stopped in front of the guard post in the Moon Bay Villa district, a security guard with a flat head immediately raised his hand to signal him to stop. The young man stood like a pine tree, his eyes alert, as if he had been a soldier. Hello, sir. Visitors need to register. Which villa would you like to go to? Do you have a reservation? Chao Yang rolled down the car window and said calmly, I'm going to Villa No. 1. The security guard was startled when he heard this. He lowered his head and flipped through the owner registration form in his hand, frowning slightly. The owner information of Villa No. 1 has not been registered yet. Please wait a moment. I need to confirm with our team leader. Chao Yang nodded slightly. Okay, hurry up. The security guard picked up the intercom and said quickly, Fat brother, I have a situation. Soon, a chubby figure ran out of the duty room. Although he was fat, he looked very flexible. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, a flattering smile on his face. My dear brother, don't worry, let me see, are you going to Villa number 1? Chao Yang nodded, and Fatty immediately put away his smile. He leaned closer and asked in a low voice, are you relatives or friends with the owner of Villa number 1? The villa has just been handed over, and the owner hasn't shown up yet. I need to check with the senior private butler there to make sure nothing goes wrong. Fatty took out his phone and quickly dialed the number. His tone instantly became respectful. Hello, Butler Yi. I'm the fat guy at the door. A Mr. Chao Yang said he wants to go to Villa number 1. Would you mind confirming his identity? Yi Qingwan's voice came from the other end of the phone. As Fat Brother listened, his eyes became wider and wider, and he almost dropped the phone in his hand. After hanging up the phone, he slapped his thigh and the flesh on his face trembled. Oh. Mr. Chao. No, it's Boss Chao. You are the new owner of Villa number 1. Fatty immediately bent down and handed over his business card with both hands. I was blind and didn't recognize you just now, please don't take it to heart. As the security captain of this villa area, he knows the situation of the villas here very well. The importance of Villa number 1 is equivalent to the jewel in the crown, the most noble, the most luxurious, and the one that best demonstrates the owner's status. Never neglect it. As Fat Brother led Chao Yang's car inside, he kept apologizing, you are of noble status. From now on, we will let your car in and out directly. I will tell my subordinates to enter your license plate into the system. Chao Yang smiled and nodded, indicating that he didn't need to follow. As soon as he arrived at the door of Villa number 1, Chao Yang saw a woman standing at the bottom of the steps waiting. She was wearing a beige business suit. She was tall and well-proportioned. Her long hair was tied into a low bun, revealing her slender white neck. She had a gentle and capable temperament. Seeing Chao Yang get off the car, Yi Qingwan immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in a soft but clear voice. Master, I am your housekeeper Yi Qingwan, welcome home. It was my negligence to ask you to wait at the door just now. It's okay, go inside first. Chao Yang didn't expect that this villa would be equipped with a private butler. The system is very thoughtful and never lets him down. But I didn't see any other service staff. I guess I will have to recruit them myself in the future. Chao Yang followed Yi Qingwan into the living room, his feet stepping on the soft wool carpet without making any sound. The crystal chandelier above slowly lit up, and the warm yellow light gradually filled the entire space. Yi Qingwan explained, this is human body sensing lighting. It can adjust the brightness according to the owner's position to avoid waste. Chao Yang smiled and said, not bad. Yi Qingwan raised her hand and lightly touched the touchscreen on the wall with her fingertips. The originally flat wall suddenly cracked, and a built-in wine cabinet slowly pushed out. The lights in the wine cabinet automatically lit up, making the labels on the bottles clearly visible. Master, here we store red wine and champagne from world-renowned wineries. The system monitors temperature and humidity in real time to ensure the taste of the drinks. Chao Yang raised his eyebrows slightly, it's good. I like this. Walking to the corner of the living room, Yi Qingwan whispered to the air, turn on the video mode. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge screen slowly lowered from the opposite wall, the floor lamp next to the sofa automatically dimmed, and background music flowed out softly. Master, if you want to relax, you can switch to watching movies, listening to music, or reading mode with just a voice command. Chao Yang's smile widened, okay, that sounds like a good experience. Coming to the bedroom on the second floor, Yi Qingwan opened the curtains. The glass of the floor-to-ceiling window instantly changed from transparent to foggy, and the garden view outside became hazy. Master, this is smart dimming glass. When you don't want to be disturbed, just say fog and it will block out the outside view. It also blocks ultraviolet rays to protect your furniture. There was a small touch panel on the bedside table in the bedroom. Yi Qingwan pointed at the panel and said, Master, you can use this panel to adjust the firmness of the bed and the height of the pillow. You can also set an alarm to wake you up. When the time comes, the curtains will slowly open and the lights will gradually brighten, allowing you to wake up naturally. Chao Yang looked at the spacious and soft bed and felt particularly satisfied. He has always had high requirements for where he sleeps. Because this not only affects the quality of sleep, but also affects some other wonderful experiences, so it must not be vague. Going downstairs to the kitchen, there is a built-in refrigerator, oven, and dishwasher. The surface is as bright and clean as new without a single stain. Yi Qingwan opened the refrigerator, which was filled with fresh fruits and vegetables. Master, the refrigerator will monitor the freshness of the ingredients in real time and remind me to replace them when they are about to expire. Walking into the garden, the lawn is neatly trimmed and colorful flowers are placed along the path. Yi Qingwan pointed to the sprinkler on the lawn and said, Master, this is an automatic irrigation system. It adjusts the watering schedule based on the weather and soil moisture, making manual care very hassle-free and labor-saving. If there's a certain flower you like, I can have someone replant some. After touring the villa, Yi Qingwan stopped and looked at Xiao Yang, her tone respectful yet cautious. Master, I am the only one responsible for the daily care of the villa. Considering your safety and convenience, I suggest hiring 4 bodyguards, 2 chefs, a gardener, and a few ordinary servants. I will screen the candidates first, and the final decision is in your hands. Is this okay with you? Xiao Yang looked at Yi Qingwan. She stood straight, her eyes full of respect and admiration for him, and she was so thoughtful and meticulous in her work. He smiled and nodded. You've thought it through very carefully. Not only are you smart and capable, you also have a great temperament. I'll leave this matter to you. Once you've screened out the right candidate, bring him over to let me take a look. Yi Qingwan's cheeks flushed slightly when she heard Xiao Yang's praise. She bowed again and said, Thank you for your recognition, Master. I will definitely do my best to live up to your trust. If you have any other needs, please feel free to tell me. Chapter 21 Obedience Test. Other needs? Xiao Yang smiled and looked her over lightly. Nothing else, just walking around just now, I'm a little tired. How about you give me a shoulder massage to relax me? He was actually quite satisfied with Yi Qingwan, the beautiful housekeeper, both in terms of appearance and ability. I just don't know what Yi Qingwan's obedience is like besides her business ability. Xiao Yang doesn't like his personal butler because he is too utilitarian and possessive. What he needs is a gentle, considerate, understanding, sensible, and well-behaved intellectual beauty who can take care of all the affairs in his villa. The most important thing is loyalty and obedience. She is definitely not a greedy and scheming woman, or an ambitious person who wants to step on him to get to the top. As the saying goes, trust people when you employ them, and don't employ people you don't trust. He was testing and probing whether Yi Qingwan was worthy of his complete trust. Yes, Master. Yi Qingwan was slightly stunned, then walked behind him, obediently placed her hands on his shoulders, and slowly massaged them. The firm and sturdy touch made her heart flutter slightly, and the blush on her cheeks was even stronger than before. From her perspective, Xiao Yang's facial features were particularly charming and deep, as if they were carved by a knife or an axe, and his whole body was full of a unique masculine charm. As a private housekeeper of a high-end villa, she has also received formal training from the company. She has come into contact with many celebrities and wealthy people, including some handsome ones, but it is extremely rare for her to be as moved as Xiao Yang. Master, is this strength okay? Yi Qingwan spoke softly, her 10 fingers moving constantly, with natural strength and technique. Her movements were gentle and regular, and she did not take advantage of this intimate opportunity to make any seductive or ambiguous gestures towards Xiao Yang. Yeah, comfortable. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, and then ordered, My legs are a little sore, give them a massage again. Yes. Yi Qingwan agreed and immediately walked to Xiao Yang's side, bent down and half knelt. The professional suit she wore was a bit tight, preventing her from making large movements, so she tried to maintain an elegant and graceful posture while doing her duty, not wanting to lose her manners in front of her host. Xiao Yang's eyes flashed when he saw her exquisite figure, kneeling beside his legs, with her graceful curves clearly visible, which he found very pleasing to the eye. Pa pa pa. Yi Qingwan clenched her fist and gently hit Xiao Yang's leg. But he was secretly observing Xiao Yang out of the corner of his eye to see if his expression was satisfied or unhappy. Yeah, very good. Xiao Yang enjoyed the gentle force on his legs. Looking at Yi Qingwan, who always maintained a respectful and proper attitude without any attempt to cross the line, the smile on the corner of his mouth deepened a little. He changed his posture and suddenly asked again, Wanner, can I call you this from now on? Ah. Of course, of course. Yi Qingwan did not object to this slightly intimate name. Xiao Yang asked again, By the way, according to the regulations of your housekeeping company, what is your current monthly salary? My lord, my monthly salary is 40,000. Yi Qingwan answered cautiously. She was even a little worried that Xiao Yang would think her monthly salary was too high and would lower it. Oh. Xiao Yang just said lightly, tapping the armrest with his fingertips, You take care of the villa very carefully and know how to do things in moderation. I have decided to increase your monthly salary to 200,000. Ha? 200,000? Yi Qingwan's movements suddenly stopped. When she raised her head, her eyes were full of disbelief, and her clenched fists tightened slightly. She used to work in a butler company. As the best private butler, the top salary offered by the senior management was only 50,000 per month. She has only been working there for 3 months, and with her outstanding performance, she is very grateful to be able to get a monthly salary of 40,000 yuan. Chao Yang increased her salary fivefold with just one sentence. Such a surprise made her incoherent for a moment. Master, this is too much. Whether it's a lot or not, I have the final say. Chao Yang interrupted her, his tone full of unquestionable certainty. You are worth this price. Hearing this, the surprise in Yi Qingwan's eyes gradually turned into burning gratitude. She took a deep breath, lowered her head again, and her voice was even more respectful than before. Thank you, Master. I will definitely take better care of the villa and will never let you down. When she said this, she almost cried with joy, and her fingertips were trembling uncontrollably. This recognition moved her more than the high salary itself. Just as Yi Qingwan finished speaking, a familiar mechanical sound suddenly rang in Chao Yang's mind. A pink bubble instantly expanded above Yi Qingwan's head, clearly displaying Yi Qingwan's basic information. System prompt: Butler loyalty has reached the standard, triggering the character binding mechanism. Bound character: Yi Qingwan. Age: 24. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms. Appearance: 89. Occupation: private butler signed. Current favorability: 72 infatuated. Loyalty: 90 high trust. Core skills: high-end housekeeping proficient, meal matching professional, business reception skilled. Chao Yang glanced at the system data, especially the values of favorability and loyalty, and nodded with satisfaction. It's pretty good to have a favorability score of 72 points when meeting someone for the first time. As for the loyalty level, it was as high as 90 points, which made him even more relieved. Previously, Su Xinyue and Mu Xiaodi had not triggered the loyalty item, which shows that the system will still provide information details based on individual differences. Chao Yang continued to look down. Current status: emotionally stable and trustworthy. Special reminder: after developing a romantic relationship, you can obtain the following rewards: Eye of Perspective, Pressure from a Superior, Grandmaster level fighting skills. This time the rewards seem to be different from before. There are no direct cash rewards, but they focus more on improving their skills and momentum. However, these 3 rewards are currently grayed out and cannot be clicked to view details. It seems that I can only view and experience the benefits of these rewards after I have truly established a relationship with Yi Qingwan. Thinking of this, Chao Yang's heart was filled with anticipation, and he began to think about how to improve his relationship with Yi Qingwan and try to unlock these rewards as soon as possible. He raised his hand to signal Yi Qingwan to stop, and his tone slowed down a bit. Don't be so reserved. This villa will be your home workplace from now on. You can give full play to your talents. As long as you do your job well, you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Hearing this, Yi Qingwan bent down and bowed deeply, saying happily, Thank you, Master. Chao Yang stretched and ordered, Wanner, go get me some hot water. I want to take a bath. Okay, Master, please wait a moment. Yi Qingwan agreed happily and walked away quickly. Looking at her tall and graceful figure, Chao Yang showed a playful smile on his face. Chapter 22, Try Harder, That's It. After a while, Yi Qingwan returned, folding her hands respectfully in front of her abdomen. Master, the hot water is ready, you can come over now. Yeah. Chao Yang stood up from the sofa. As he walked towards the bathroom, he unbuttoned his clothes and took off his coat and shirt, revealing his muscular body, which was full of explosive beauty. Yi Qingwan just took a quick glance and couldn't help swallowing. The muscle lines on the master's back are so amazing. I wonder if the chest and abdominal muscles in the front are also. Oh, what am I thinking about? The master will be angry if he finds out. Yi Qingwan's heart was pounding and she quickly interrupted these thoughts. Wanner, please help me buy a few sets of underwear. I came here in a hurry today and didn't prepare anything. Chao Yang walked to the bathroom door, suddenly turned around and gave an apologetic smile. He was so focused on taking a bath that he completely forgot that there was no change of underwear in the simple luggage he brought with him. The previous one had been washed so much that it turned white and had a hole in it, so he didn't want it when he was packing up and threw it away in the rental house, which made it a bit embarrassing now. Underwear? Okay, Master, I'll get right to it. Yi Qingwan was originally following behind Xiao Yang, with some little thoughts turning in her mind. He turned around suddenly and I couldn't stop myself, and I almost bumped into him. In a panic, her heart was pounding and a blush crept up her cheeks again. Today was really a day. She felt like she was blushing all the time and she didn't know what was wrong. Maybe it's because the master is too charming? You can't blame me for being attracted by your beauty, right? Who wouldn't he be confused when seeing such a young, handsome, strong, rich and handsome top guy? Hey, Wanner, wait a minute. Seeing Yi Qingwan's pretty face blushing and turning to run, Xiao Yang hurriedly called her. Master, do you have any other instructions? Yi Qingwan lowered her head slightly and looked at her toes. Take out your phone and add me as your friend. Xiao Yang said in a commanding tone. Oh. Yi Qingwan did as she was told and did not dare to ask Xiao Yang why he wanted to add her as a friend. She thought to herself that it would be easier to arrange work in the future. Ding! 80,000 yuan has arrived in my Alipay account. This. Master, buy a few sets of underwear, you don't need so much. Yi Qingwan was startled and quickly said that Xiao Yang had given too much. Not much, you can keep the rest for yourself and buy yourself 2 sets. As the senior housekeeper of Moon Bay No. 1 Villa, your personal image is also very important. Besides, you don't have to go to the mall to choose it yourself. You can just place the order online and have them delivered to your door. You can just stay here and talk to me. Xiao Yang smiled, opened the bathroom door and walked in. Yes, master. Yi Qingwan nodded, a hint of shyness flashing across her face. What does the master mean? Is he asking me to buy 2 sets of the same underwear? Couple outfits? Is this some kind of hint? Oh, no. I am just a small housekeeper. My appearance and figure are not top-notch. I am just relatively obedient. How could the master, such a rare talent, be interested in me? Clatter. There was a sound of splashing water in the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Yi Qingwan could vaguely see Xiao Yang's tall and burly blurry figure taking off his last piece of clothing and lifting his legs into the high-end bathtub. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and her mind was full of thoughts, as if she was attracted by that figure. After a long while, she suddenly came to her senses and remembered that she still had the task of buying underwear. What style should I choose? The material has to be soft and comfortable. Ouch, it's so hard to choose. Yi Qingwan took out her mobile phone, quickly opened the shopping app, and looked at the brand name underwear. She was soon dazzled. Forget it, just buy the most expensive one. Buy the newest model. After some hesitation, Yi Qingwan made a decisive decision. Since her master was not short of money, she could buy it with confidence. If the owner doesn't like it, he can return it or exchange it at his discretion. The after-sales service of brand clothing like this is quite guaranteed. In the end, she ordered 6 sets of branded underwear, all of which were made of top-quality workmanship and materials, with a total cost of less than 50,000 yuan. Following Xiao Yang's instructions, she bought 2 sets for herself, but they were all basic styles. However, the prices were quite high, and she usually wouldn't be willing to buy them. Wanner, have you chosen your underwear? I don't want to come out of the bath naked later. Xiao Yang's lazy voice came from the bathroom, with a hint of joking in his tone. Yi Qingwan chuckled and quickly replied, Master, don't worry, everything has been purchased and they will be delivered expedited. Well, you're pretty efficient, eh? Where's the shower gel? Wanner, where did you put it? It's right to the bathtub, isn't it? No. Come in and help me look for it. Oh, okay, master. Yi Qingwan quickly pushed open the bathroom door and went in to search as ordered. She rolled her eyes and looked around, but she really didn't see it. Just as I was wondering, I accidentally met Xiao Yang's bright eyes. There was a smile in his eyes, and a hint of mischief, like a little pride in a mischievous play. Don't look for it, it's right here. Xiao Yang laughed and moved slightly. In the bathtub full of foam, a bottle of shower gel in light blue packaging suddenly emerged from between his legs. It was obvious that he had hidden it on purpose. Master, you are so mean. You are deliberately making fun of me. Yi Qingwan blushed, but couldn't help looking at Xiao Yang's strong body, secretly admiring his perfection in her heart. My God, what kind of benefit is this? Such an eye-catching picture of a handsome man bathing is the best in the world. She is lucky enough to see it. She is really lucky. Master, take your time washing. I'm going to go out first. Yi Qingwan turned her back, lowered her head and was about to leave. Although she was reluctant to leave, she also knew that she needed to avoid suspicion and that it was not appropriate for her to be here. Hey! Did I let you go? Chao Yang pretended to be serious and called her. Master, do you have any other instructions? Yi Qingwan's voice trembled slightly, and her body tensed unconsciously. She had a premonition that something was about to happen, and her toes were so nervous that they could dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Wanner, I can't reach my back. Can you help me apply it? Chao Yang tilted his head slightly and asked with a smile. Yes, sure. Yi Qingwan hesitated slightly, glanced at Chao Yang's expression, and then agreed. She walked over, picked up the bottle of shower gel, squeezed some out and spread it evenly on her palm, then carefully pressed her palm on Chao Yang's back, close to his skin, and applied it in clockwise circles. Master, is this okay? In the misty hot air, Yi Qingwan's cheeks were flushed as if she was drunk, her breathing was a little rapid, and her fingers were shaking. Although she was already a girl in her 20s, this was her first time to be alone with a young man and have physical contact with him, so she was inevitably a little at a loss. And tell the truth. She had an inexplicable liking for Chao Yang and was curious about everything about him, wanting to find out. Because this was a perfect man according to her aesthetic standards. Even though she wanted to reject him in her heart, her body was very honest and she couldn't move at all. Your strength is too weak. You can use more strength, a little harder, yes, that's it. Chao Yang felt the warmth on his back and suddenly turned his body to the side, deliberately shifting his center of gravity. Oops. Yi Qingwan, who was exerting force, suddenly stumbled and fell into the bathtub, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 23 Rewards Received, Love Renewed. With exclamations. Chao Yang was prepared and stretched out his arms to hold her delicate body in his arms. Wanner, are you okay? The magnetic voice was full of concern. No, it's okay. I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault for being careless. Yi Qingwan was terrified and quickly apologized to Chao Yang. She never thought that this trick was actually intentional by Chao Yang. But then she realized that she was soaked all over and was nestled in Chao Yang's arms. She must look very embarrassed. In a panic, she wanted to stand up, but when she was halfway up, her feet slipped and she fell back again, and was hugged by Chao Yang. I'm sorry, Master. I'm so useless. Yi Qingwan covered her face with her hands, almost crying in anxiety. Okay, don't blame yourself, it's okay. Chao Yang tightened his arms and hugged her tighter. Since your clothes are soaked, why don't we wash them together? How can this be possible? No, this is not possible. Yi Qingwan waved her hands hurriedly, but her body was limp and powerless. A tingling and numb feeling like an electric shock made her feel a little confused and disoriented. Her struggle was more like a teasing that she wanted to refuse but also to accept, which quickly ignited Chao Yang's passion. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed Yi Qingwan's tender and rosy lips. Master. Yi Qingwan whispered, her defenses completely collapsed, and she couldn't help but respond to the passionate kiss. She felt dizzy and had lost control of her body, and could only let her instincts run wild. In an instant, the whole bathroom was filled with the sound of water splashing. The two figures were entangled passionately. Chao Yang was not polite at all. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove the car at full speed. I don't know how long it took. The doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Yi Qingwan gasped for breath and regained some of her sanity. Master, please wait a moment. Those brand-name underwear should have arrived. I'll get them right away. Well, go quickly and come back soon. I'll wait for you here. Seeing that she was breathing heavily and the afterglow had not yet worn off, and she was still thinking about doing things, Chao Yang let her go. Yi Qingwan quickly gathered her wet hair, quickly found a piece of clothing to put on, and trotted out. Ding! The detected host completes the relationship exchange with Yi Qingwan, and you will receive the following rewards. 1. Eye of Perspective. Note, the host can activate this function actively. It can see through ordinary clothing, wood, bricks, and other non-special materials, clearly viewing the internal structure of objects or hidden items. There is no limit to the number of uses per day, no energy consumption, and only the host can see the perspective image. 2. Superior's Coercion. Note, upon activation, this ability releases an invisible aura, exerting mental pressure on targets whose rank, status, or aura are weaker than the host's, instilling awe in them and deterring them from acting rashly. The intensity of this pressure can be adjusted at the host's discretion, and is ineffective against targets with equal or stronger auras. 3. Grandmaster level fighting techniques. Instantly master the world's top fighting techniques, including boxing, kicking, grappling, dodging, and more. Your body coordination and reaction speed are simultaneously improved to Grandmaster level, allowing you to handle multiple sieges or armed opponents. Current experience value, 310. Please keep up the good work, and upgrade the system soon. Chao Yang was delighted and was just thinking about how to use the reward when the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Yi Qingwan walked in holding several exquisite clothing bags. Her hair was still dripping with water and her cheeks were still flushed. Master, the underwear has been delivered. They promised to exchange it if it doesn't fit. Before she finished speaking, Chao Yang instantly opened his eyes of perspective and glanced at the clothing bag. The style, material and even the size information on the label of the underwear in the bag are clearly presented in front of you, and even the texture of the fabric fibers is visible at a glance. Wanner, the black silk one you bought is size XL, right? And the gray cotton one says it's antibacterial on the label. You're quite good at choosing. Yi Qingwan was stunned for a moment, and the bag in her hand almost slipped. Master, how did you know? I haven't even opened the bag yet. Guess? Chao Yang smiled without giving any explanation. I see. You must have been peeking at my purchase history on my phone when I left just now. Yi Qingwan tilted her head and thought for a while, then couldn't help laughing out loud, feeling that she must have guessed right. Then, Chao Yang turned off the eye of perspective and activated the pressure of the superior. In an instant, an invisible aura spread out. Yi Qingwan felt her heart sink. Her originally relaxed body tensed up involuntarily. She subconsciously lowered her head, her tone more respectful than before. Master, I am willing to be loyal to you for the rest of my life and follow you forever. Chao Yang put away his coercion, looked at her nervous yet submissive appearance, and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't be afraid, my ability is only used to deter villains, it won't hurt you. Well, I believe in the master. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, unpacked the black silk underwear, and helped Chao Yang try it on with her delicate body trembling slightly. She felt that Chao Yang's aura was so strong that she could hardly breathe. The feeling was too scary. The cool silk slid against Chao Yang's skin, and with her soft fingertips occasionally touching him, Chao Yang felt his whole body getting hot again. After fastening the last button, Yi Qingwan was about to step back, but Chao Yang pulled her into his arms. Wanner, you are really charming today. Why don't we do it again? Chao Yang's breath fell on her ears, carrying with it heat. Master is so bad. Yi Qingwan's cheeks instantly became hot. She placed her hands on his chest, but she didn't have the strength to push him away. Instead, she gently stroked his chest. Master, you are really amazing. She looked up at Chao Yang with a dazed look in her eyes, and took the initiative to stand on tiptoe and kiss him. This time, there was no hesitation, only deep passion. Chao Yang picked her up and placed her on the marble countertop in the bathroom. The hot water was still steaming in the bathtub. In the misty steam, their figures were close together again. The sound of splashing water, suppressed moans and heartbeats intertwined, and the temperature in the bathroom continued to rise. Yi Qingwan completely let go of all her restraints and let Chao Yang take her up and down. Every touch was like flying over the clouds, making her soul feel incomparable joy. Chao Yang also completely released his passionate emotions, feeling the soft body in his arms, enjoying this hearty and passionate lingering, and once again experiencing the ultimate pleasure of life. How can I describe this feeling? It's like skiing, surfing, or bungee jumping. You can only truly understand it if you experience it yourself. Most importantly, this is not a one-sided release, but a harmonious interaction between men and women, a beautiful melody composed together, which is enjoyable and memorable. The next morning, Chao Yang had just finished eating the nutritious breakfast that Yi Qingwan made for him when he received a call from Delia. Hello, Chao, I want to see you. Are you free? Chapter 24. Delia is selected for the model competition. Of course I'm free, what do you want from me? Chao Yang raised the corners of his lips slightly. The beautiful face of the mixed-race beauty Delia immediately appeared in my mind. He still remembers that romantic encounter in the Sea of Flowers. Chao. I'm going to the registration office for the Starlight Model Contest today. Can you come with me and cheer me on? On the other end of the phone, Delia's voice was full of excitement and a hint of anticipation that could not be concealed. Starlight Model Contest? Chao Yang thought about it and immediately nodded. Of course, if you want to sign up, I will definitely support you. Thank you, that's great. I'll be waiting for you at the KFC across from Tunghai University. Delia spoke cheerfully, her voice full of sweetness. That is a high-sugar state that only a young girl in love can have. Half an hour later, Chao Yang's Bugatti stopped steadily in front of the KFC store. Through the car window, he saw Delia standing on the steps. Delia is dressed particularly beautifully today. She wore heavy makeup, which highlighted her three-dimensional features as a mixed-race beauty. Her off-white t-shirt was tucked into her jeans, her blonde hair was slightly blown by the wind, and she was holding a stack of registration forms in her hand, standing on tiptoe and looking towards the intersection. Here. I'm here. Seeing the familiar car logo, Delia's eyes lit up and she ran over quickly with the form in her arms. She opened the car door and got in. She handed the form to Chao Yang and said, "Can you help me check if the information I filled out is correct?" Chao Yang took the form, glanced at some key information, looked up and smiled at her. "No problem, even the contact information is marked in Chinese and English, very thoughtful. Let's go and sign up." Soon the two arrived at the registration office, where quite a few people had already gathered. The staff at the registration office was typing on the computer. He took the form without looking up, glanced at Delia, and said in a perfunctory tone, "Have you filled out everything? Okay, take your number plate. The next step is the costume and audition. Go to the third floor to wait." Delia held the number plate with number 36 printed on it and pulled Chao Yang towards the elevator. Many contestants along the way cast glances at her, some curious, some scrutinizing, and a few girls with delicate makeup glanced at Delia's mixed race features and secretly curled their lips. The corridor outside the fitting room was covered with light gray carpet. A woman in a champagne gold haute couture gown was fiddling with her curly hair in front of a floor-length mirror. She held a limited edition Chanel lipstick between her fingers. She glanced at Delia from the corner of her eye and suddenly sneered. The sound was not loud but harsh enough. TSK. All sorts of people are coming to join in the fun at the modeling competition now? They're all dressed like they're at the market. Don't make the fitting room carpet dirty. The speaker was Lin Manchi, a well-known senior model in the circle. She is also the lover of a judge of the competition and has long been designated as the champion. She turned around and looked Delia up and down, her eyes as cold as ice. Mixed blood people have thick frames, and their shoulders are a bit droopy, but there's no fat around their waists. Do you really think you can be a model just because you have a foreign face? Upon hearing this, Delia's face flushed instantly, and she tightened her grip on the number plate. How can you say that? Models are judged by their presence and expressiveness, not by putting others down. Hey, you dare to talk back? Lin Manchi took 2 steps forward and glared down at her. When I was in the entertainment industry, you didn't even know which country you were playing in the mud. How dare you talk to me about expressiveness? Chao Yang took a step forward and calmly protected Delia behind him. He quickly activated his eyes of clairvoyance, his gaze swept across Lin Manchi's taut waistline, and he spoke calmly, "Your corset is too tight. The fat on your third rib is deformed by the pressure, and your breathing is trembling. How dare you say that others have fat on their waists? And the scar on your left knee. No matter how thick the concealer is, it can't hide the color difference around the edge. Why are you pretending to be a perfect goddess?" After hearing this, Lin Manchi's face turned pale. She subconsciously put her hands on her waist, her eyes panicking as if her secret had been exposed. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I? I'm talking nonsense? Ha ha. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow, his voice not loud but clearly heard by the surroundings. Why don't you take off your dress now so that everyone can see? Let's see how much you've constricted yourself in order to show off your waist. The surrounding contestants immediately started whispering, and someone couldn't help but whisper, no wonder she kept holding her waist when she turned around just now. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a mustache walked over quickly. This man was the judge Zheng Chang, and also Lin Manchi's behind-the-scenes lover. He glared at Chao Yang and said in a savage tone, "Boy, you dare to slander Manchi here? Security. Where are the security? Get this troublemaker out." A cold light flashed in Chao Yang's eyes, instantly activating the pressure of the superior. The invisible aura spread out like a tide, and Zheng Chang stopped short just as he was about to raise his hand to accuse him. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and his legs became so weak that he almost fell down. He could only hurriedly hold on to the table next to him to steady himself. What do you want to do? Zhang Cheng's voice trembled, and he didn't even dare to look Chao Yang in the eye. The surrounding players were so overwhelmed by this aura that their breathing was held back. Someone quietly supported the person next to him and whispered, "This aura is too strong. I feel like I can't breathe." Upon hearing the news, 2 security guards rushed over, rolled up their sleeves and tried to grab Chao Yang's arm. Chao Yang dodged sideways, turned his wrist, accurately grabbed the wrist of the security guard on the left, and twisted it gently. Ah! The security guard cried out in pain. His arm was twisted into an unnatural angle and he fell to his knees on the carpet with a thud. Seeing this, another security guard growled and punched over. Chao Yang was not in a hurry. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and kicked him accurately in the knee with a side kick. The security guard groaned and immediately fell to his knees, holding his legs and rolling around in pain. Seeing this scene, the entire corridor fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned, the contestants' eyes widened, and even the staff forgot to step forward to stop it. Delia covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. She only knew that Chao Yang was rich and in good physical condition, but she didn't expect him to be so good at fighting. Zhang Chang and Lin Manqi were so scared that they were shaking all over. Lin Manqi wanted to say something, her lips moved, but she couldn't utter a single word. What's going on? It's so noisy. At this moment, a steady voice suddenly came. The elevator door at the end of the corridor opened and a man in a dark gray suit walked out. He was Zhao Feng, the big boss of the organizer. His leather shoes made a crisp sound on the floor, and the whole audience fell silent instantly. The staff member hurried over and recounted what had happened in a low voice. After listening to this, Zhao Feng glanced at the security guard lying on the ground, then fell on Zhang Chang and Lin Manqi, whose faces were pale, and frowned slightly. Lin Manqi is disqualified from the competition, and Zhang Chang is removed from the judging panel. Get him out immediately. Zhang Chang wanted to beg for mercy, but Zhao Feng glanced at him and he shut up instantly. He was carried away in a panic by the security guard. Lin Manqi glared at Chao Yang and Delia fiercely, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare say another word. She turned around and left. After dealing with all this, Zhao Feng turned to Delia with a gentle smile on his face. You are Delia, right? I think your appearance and temperament are both excellent. You can be directly selected into the next round. Come with me. I'll arrange a private fitting room for you, and then have a stylist help you adjust your style. I'm sure you'll stand out and perform well in the finals. Delia was stunned for a few seconds before she reacted. She excitedly grabbed Chao Yang's arm, her eyes red. Chao! I'm selected. I'm really selected. You are truly my benefactor. Chao Yang patted her hands with a gentle smile in his eyes. Congratulations, you have a bright future. I told you, you are excellent, your brilliance cannot be hidden. The surrounding contestants looked at Delia, who was personally received by Zhao Feng, and then looked at Chao Yang, who had a strong aura, their eyes full of envy. None of them expected that after this little incident, the inconspicuous mixed-race contestant number 36 would become the biggest dark horse and be spotted by the big boss at first sight. It was really enviable. Chao Yang sat in the waiting area for more than half an hour, and finally saw Delia walking towards him with a smile and brisk steps. Chao, I have good news for you. I've officially been shortlisted for the Starlight Model Contest. The big boss said that I have to go to the TV station to participate in the recording of a program in 3 days. I hope you can accompany me then, okay? Chao Yang stood up and snapped his fingers. Okay, no problem. If you win the championship, don't forget my contribution. Delia smiled brightly, raised her hand to touch her blonde hair, and suddenly moved closer to Chao Yang, hugged him and kissed him hard. Then she smiled charmingly and said, Dear Chao, you always bring me good luck. What reward do you want? I can satisfy you right now. Chapter 25. The most gentle thing is that bow. You have to keep your word. Chao Yan looked at Delia with a smile. No matter what I ask, can you agree to it? Delia's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation. Yes, as long as it's something you ask, I'll agree to it. Okay, come with me. Chao Yang took her hand and went straight back to the car. Delia looked confused. What do you want to do? Boom. Chao Yang started the car and the engine roared loudly. He turned his head and asked with a smirk, Delia, can you play a musical instrument called a flute? What's a flute? I've never learned it. Delia was a little confused. Then she threw a coquettish glance and said coquettishly, "Dear, you dragons have a wide variety of musical instruments, and the playing techniques are profound. I can't learn them in a short time." "No, you're so smart, you'll understand as soon as I tell you." Chao Yang blinked, held the steering wheel with one hand, chuckled, leaned close to Delia, and said something in her ear. Puff. After hearing this, Delia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She reached out and patted Chao Yang's shoulder with a bright and happy smile on her face. There is no shyness or rejection, but rather a sense of openness and frankness. "Ah, you little rascal, so that's what you mean. It's just that I've only seen this playing method in short videos, but I've never tried it myself, so I don't know if it will satisfy you." As she spoke, she leaned over, buried her head on Chao Yang's knees, and untied his belt. Then she raised her face, put her hair up, blinked her beautiful blue eyes and continued, "Your instrument is really great. Once you try it, you will never forget it. So let me try to play it. As long as it makes you happy, I'm willing to keep learning through exploration. My dear, please drive well. I'll do my best to satisfy you." "Well, thank you, baby. It's up to you now." Chao Yan lowered his head and gently kissed her red lips. With a sense of inexplicable excitement in his heart, he slowly stepped on the accelerator. The sports car was speeding on the road, and the cool breeze blowing across his face made Chao Yang feel refreshed. He could clearly feel every subtle movement of Delia. Her boldness, her wildness, and her passion all contain a deep love that far exceeds the limits of those so-called techniques. Chao Yang couldn't help but let out a light hum. This kind of floating comfort, combined with the powerful power of the sports car, can make him completely intoxicated and indescribably excited. The scenery along the way flashed by quickly, but Chao Yang had no time to appreciate it. He was completely immersed in an explosive mood. What Delia brought to him was not only the beauty of playing an instrument, but also the power to free his mood and soothe his soul. Similarly, Chao Yang's driving skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and can be said to have reached the level of perfection. He always paid attention to safety, and after a series of passive and active tests, he finally gave a perfect answer, bringing this journey experience to a perfect end. "How do you feel, dear? Are you satisfied with this little reward?" Delia sat up and wiped the corner of her mouth with a wet towel. Her voice was a little hoarse. She did not express her own hard work, but instead paid special attention to Chao Yang's experience. It can be seen that in her heart, she has put Chao Yang first. It was wonderful. It was truly unexpected. "Thank you, babe." Chao Yang was generous with his praise and gave a thumbs up to the mixed-race beauty next to him. "As long as you are happy." Delia smiled and raised her hand to touch her blonde hair, looking indescribably charming. Chao Yang thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you somewhere." He started the Bugatti and drove Delia straight to the city's most upscale shopping mall. After arriving at the luxury shopping mall, Chao Yang took Delia's hand and started a crazy shopping trip. From top brand ready-to-wear to limited edition handbags, as long as it suits Delia, Chao Yang will buy it without blinking. Delia tried on one gorgeous dress after another and walked out of the fitting room, attracting the admiration of the shop assistants. She has a model figure, and when she wears nice clothes, she looks even more graceful and radiant. Soon, the two of them were holding full shopping bags. Delia smiled brightly, and her happiness was almost overflowing. "Let's go check out the formal wear area and prepare your uniforms for the recording 3 days later," Chao Yang suggested. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Delia smiled sweetly, like a little bird. They walked into a top luxury brand store famous for its haute couture. The store is luxuriously decorated, with lights focused on a white starry sky dress with intricate craftsmanship in the center. There is no price tag, but it is definitely very expensive, like the treasure of the store. "Wow! This is so beautiful." Delia was attracted at first sight and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Just then, a sarcastic female voice suddenly rang out, "Hey, isn't this our Donghai University's mixed blood Rose Delia? What bad luck, I run into you everywhere." I saw a girl dressed fashionably but with a jealous look walking towards me with her male companion. She is Li Na, Delia's college classmate. She has always been jealous of Delia's mixed-race beauty and makes sarcastic remarks every time they meet. Li Na looked up and down at the shopping bag in Delia's hand and sneered, "Huh, renting so many things will cost you several months of your part-time job salary, right?" Her male companion, Zhao Lei, came from a wealthy family and his father was a promoter. His eyes lingered greedily on Delia. He had pursued Delia fiercely before but was rejected, and he felt very unbalanced at the moment. Seeing her boyfriend staring at Delia, Li now became even angrier and sarcastically said, "What? Have you hooked up with a new rich man? You have good taste. You found someone who knows how to put on a good show." Zhao Lei puffed out his chest and pretended to be serious. "Delia, if you need anything, just tell me. I can buy it for you. Why bother finding some dubious people to fill the scene?" Xiao Yang's face was stern. He protected Delia behind him and glanced at them coldly. Li Na was startled by the look, but she still said stubbornly, "What are you looking at? You feel guilty, right? You're going to such a high-end place to show off. Can you afford this dress?" To show off, Zhao Lei said, "That's right. This high-end handmade piece costs at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. It's not something that anybody can touch. You can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty." Xiao Yang sneered, "It sounds like you guys are very confident." "Of course," Zhao Lei said proudly. His family had considerable assets, and he felt he had a sure win. Li Na immediately fanned the flames, all talk and no action. "If you have the guts, just buy it. You're just talking big, do you have the money?" Xiao Yang glanced at them and said slowly, "How about we make a bet to see who can buy the dress? The loser has to imitate the barking of a dog 3 times and apologize in public. How about that?" Zhao Lei and Li Na exchanged a glance, realizing they couldn't possibly lose, and immediately accepted the challenge. "Let's bet. Who's afraid of who? But let me tell you in advance, if you can't afford it, not only will you have to bark like a dog, but you'll also have to kneel down and sing Conquer for us." The surrounding customers and shop assistants were attracted and gathered around to watch the fun. Zhao Lei was the first to take out his credit card and handed it to the clerk, pretending to be generous. "Wrap it up for me." The clerk took the card and tested it, looking embarrassed. "Sir, your credit limit is not enough." Zhao Lei's face changed. "How is that possible? The limit on my card is hundreds of thousands." The clerk kept smiling. "Sorry, sir, this piece is the work of the chief designer and the price is 1.88 million. 1,880,000? Zhao Lei and Li Na screamed at the same time, their faces turning pale instantly. A low chuckle sounded around. Xiao Yang calmly took out a black card and said lightly, "Swipe the card." The clerk took the black card with both hands, and his attitude instantly became extremely respectful. Drop. The crisp sound of transfer from the POS machine was heard, and the transaction receipt was slowly printed out. "Payment successful. Please keep the receipt, sir." The clerk bowed and returned the card and receipt. The whole audience was silent, and everyone was shocked by Xiao Yang's ability to make money. Zhao Lei and Li Na looked as pale as death, and they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xiao Yan looked at them coldly. "If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat." Under the gaze of everyone, Zhao Lei and Li Na felt extremely humiliated. They could only lower their heads and imitate 3 dog barks very quickly. Woof woof woof. The voice changed its tone and was filled with shame and anger. This caused the surrounding crowd to burst into even louder laughter and discussions. "Oh my god, it really screamed. Ha ha ha, they deserve it. They were the ones who provoked me first. That handsome guy is so domineering. I've never seen a black card before. He's really a hidden talent." Zhao Lei and Li Na fled the store in disgrace amid the laughter of the crowd. Delia looked at Xiao Yang, who spent a lot of money on her and defended her domineeringly, with love surging in her blue eyes. She could no longer suppress her inner excitement, and suddenly stood on tiptoe and put her arms around Xiao Yang's neck. Then, amid the envious gazes and applause of everyone, he kissed her passionately. "Thank you, dear. I'm so happy." Delia snuggled in Xiao Yang's arms, her cheeks flushed, and she felt like she was about to melt. The handsome man and beautiful woman kissed passionately, as if they had walked out of a fairy tale, which drew cheers from the people around them. Chapter 26, Cold and Beautiful Mentor Xiao Han Swan. Because they bought too many things, Xiao Yan offered to drive Delia back to school. Go straight into the campus and go all the way to the dormitory building. Unlike last time when she avoided suspicion, this time Delia actually nodded repeatedly and agreed directly with a smile. "What? Aren't you afraid of your classmates and teachers gossiping about you and suspecting you're being kept?" After walking out of the mall, Xiao Yang carried the things into the car with a teasing tone. "Don't worry. Let them say whatever they want." Delia sat in the passenger seat, smiling brightly. "Last time, it was our first meeting, and I wasn't sure how you felt about me. But now that we've been together, I feel very happy with you. You completely meet my standards for a boyfriend." So, I decided to openly announce my relationship with you, letting everyone around me know about your existence, and at the same time, making them envy my vision and luck. After saying this, she smiled with her eyes curved, and seemed to be a little proud. Chao Yang couldn't help but feel touched when he heard her speak sincerely and frankly. This originally cold and wild mixed-race beauty is now obedient in front of him. She has let down all her defenses and boldly admitted that she is officially dating him. Not long after, the sports car drove into the Tunghai University campus and slowly pulled over to a stop downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Most of the people living in this dormitory building are international students from all over the world. They usually speak a mixture of Chinese and English. Many of them do not have a high level of spoken English, and they communicate in various languages in their daily lives. When Chao Yang and Delia got out of the car, the appearance of handsome men and beautiful women in top luxury cars immediately attracted a lot of onlookers and instantly became the focus. "Wow, a Bugatti! This is crazy," exclaimed a boy passing by. Soon someone recognized Daria. "Look! It's Daria! She was brought back in a luxury car. My goddess, is she no longer single? Who's that boy next to her? Is he from our school? Why have I never seen him before? Oh my god! So luxurious! Those shopping bags are limited edition Hermes and Chanel. I've seen them so many times and never bought them." The students around immediately started talking, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Lina and Zhao Lei also squeezed into the crowd. Seeing this, Lina said sourly, "Huh, what are you showing off? Maybe the car is rented." Zhao Lei also joined in the fun. "That's right, Delia is looking for such a rich young man, don't let him cheat her out of her money and sex." Chao Yang was about to get in the car when he stopped when he heard this. He suddenly turned around and looked at the two of them with a cold gaze, a hint of sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. "You two, it seems the previous lesson wasn't enough. Do you think it's fun to bark like a dog? Do you want me to teach you again what it means to speak out against the law?" His voice was not loud, but he carried a powerful aura, and his body automatically triggered the pressure of the superior. Lina and Zhao Lei trembled all over and almost knelt down on the spot. At the same time, they remembered the embarrassment in the mall, their faces turned pale, they shrank their necks, and ran out of the crowd in shame. At this time, 3 fashionable foreign girls rushed out of the dormitory building. They were Delia's roommates. "Daria! You're back!" Blonde Sophie was the first to run over. Looking at her hands full of shopping bags, she exclaimed, "Oh my god! He's so generous!" The petite and cute Mia blinked her big eyes with envy. "Daria, your boyfriend is like a prince. So handsome. Your boyfriend is like a prince. So handsome." Chloe, who has a cool and elegant temperament, looked at Chao Yang and the Bugatti with a complicated look. She smiled, but her tone was a little tentative. She said in a pinched voice, "Daria, you are really capable. I am really surprised. But you can't handle such a handsome and wealthy young man. But you can't handle this kind of handsome, rich, perfect man at all." As she spoke, her eyes drifted inadvertently towards Chao Yang with a somewhat alluring charm. Chao Yang spoke in a cold tone, naturally holding Daria's waist. "You don't need to say more about this. Time will prove everything to Daria." This action and answer were both intimate and gave Delia a full sense of respect and security, which made Chloe slightly stunned, and she felt embarrassed and ashamed. "What are you all doing here?" At this moment, a cold and serious voice was heard, and the students automatically made way. Xiao Hansuang, the tutor for international students at Donghai University, walked towards me in her red high heels. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with delicate features, light makeup, and clear eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses. The neatly tailored suit and skirt outlined her full chest and slender waist. The slightly curly black hair was tied behind her head, revealing a cool, white and elegant neck. She pursed her red lips tightly, and her temperament was aloof, as if she didn't want anyone to approach her. However, the tight fabric and the slightly translucent flesh color under the black stockings silently revealed a tension of maturity and sexiness, giving people a feeling of abstinence and danger. Xiao Hanchuang's eyes swept over the luxury cars and bags of luxury goods, and her brows furrowed slightly. "Daria, you've really been getting more and more relaxed lately, but don't forget your studies and visa status." She looked at Chao Yang again, with a bit of scrutiny, and then her gaze returned to Delia. "You can talk about love, I won't stop you, but you have to stay sober and don't be confused by material things and neglect your work." There is both warning and care in the words. The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. Delia quickly said, "Teacher Xiao, don't misunderstand, it's not what you think. Xiao Yang took a half step forward, nodded slightly, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Hello, Teacher Xiao, I often hear Daria mention you, saying that you are her most respected mentor." His tone was sincere and his demeanor was calm. "Don't worry, I absolutely support her prioritizing her studies. This is just a small celebration for her passing the preliminary round of the model competition today. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, because her hard work deserves to be rewarded." Hearing this, Xiao Hanshuan looked at Xiao Yang with some surprise. His calm and appropriate response, his elegant and calm demeanor, and especially his clear and honest eyes, inexplicably made her feel familiar, and her heart couldn't help but move slightly. Her tone softened unconsciously. "That's better. Daria has great potential, and I don't want her to be distracted." "I understand." Xiao Yang nodded, then said to Delia considerately, "You guys chat, I'll go back first. If you need anything, feel free to call me." He politely waved goodbye to Xiao Hanshuang and several roommates before turning around and getting into the car. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Yang's movements were smooth and natural, without any arrogance or boasting, only good upbringing and consideration. Xiao Hanshuang looked at Xiao Yang's departing back, and a hint of imperceptible admiration and trance flashed in his eyes. This handsome man was so similar to the first love she longed for in her memory. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Delia looked at the cold but serious instructor and said firmly, "Teacher Xiao, please believe me. I can manage the rhythm of study and life well. I won't let you down, and I won't let myself down. I long for love and freedom." Xiao Hanshuan looked at the independent and confident light in Delia's eyes and nodded slowly. "Okay, remember your words, I hope you can do better." "I will," Delia promised with a smile. "Yeah." After nodding slightly, Xiao Hanshuang turned and left. But for some reason, Xiao Yang's image always flashed in her mind. She comforted herself in her heart, thinking that perhaps this young man had invisibly aroused her thoughts of her first love. But Xiao Hanshuang didn't know that this brief encounter was a turning point in her empty emotional life. Not only would she and Xiao Yang meet again, but they would also, by coincidence, have sex like crazy. Chapter 27 First Investment. Xiao Yang drove out of the Donghai University campus, silently calculating his current financial situation. He has about 80 million in cash on hand. There are sports cars, villas, and women. In theory, there is nothing missing. If it were an ordinary person, if he suddenly had so much, he would probably be made arrogant and forget himself because of this nouveau riche mentality. But Xiao Yang is different. He is a man who has come through hard times. Although he was lucky enough to have the system, it allowed him to gain many benefits in a short period of time and quickly escape from the impoverished life of a cattle and horse. But he deeply understood that relying solely on the system's blessing would not be enough. The most important thing was to have the ability to make money. The little wealth he has now is just his starting point, not his end point. His future has endless possibilities. Let's take a step back. Even if the system is suddenly untied one day, he must be able to thrive. What he should do now is to be prepared for danger in times of peace, seize opportunities, and invest to make money. What should I do? There are traps everywhere now, so I have to be cautious. Xiao Yang understands very well that choice is more important than hard work. If you can choose the right opportunity, even a pig can take off. But if he has poor vision and falls into a trap, all his wealth will likely be lost. As Xiao Yang was pondering, a piece of news suddenly popped up on his phone. The low-budget short drama "A Domineering CEO Falls in Love with Divorced and Menopausal Me" has been viewed over 1 billion times, generating staggering revenue. His eyes suddenly lit up. Short dramas? Isn't that the hottest trend right now? Small investment, quick returns, and quick turnaround. Just as I was thinking about it, the car happened to pass by an office building. I saw a middle-aged man wearing an old jacket and with messy hair being pushed out by several people. "Get away from me, Ding Ziyuan. What kind of rubbish script did you, a washed-up director, write? And you're trying to defraud investors?" A man in a suit cursed, threw a stack of scripts to the ground, and spat. "Director Wang, take another look at this script. This script really has potential." The middle-aged man tried to argue, his voice full of fatigue. "Potential? The potential to lose money? Didn't you lose enough on your last movie? Get out of here." After Director Wang finished cursing, he turned around and went into the building. The man named Ding Ziyuan sighed dejectedly, silently bent down to pick up the scattered scripts, and carefully patted the dust off them. Xiao Yang had an idea and slowly stopped the car by the roadside. He rolled down the car window and called out, "Hey, uncle, are you working on the script?" Ding Ziyuan looked up blankly, and seeing the young face in the Bugatti, he felt a little embarrassed. Yes, sir. Are you interested in chatting? I'm looking for some project investment. Chao Yang smiled and spoke casually. Ding Ziyuan's eyes widened instantly, in disbelief. Are you serious? Get in the car. Chao Yang said concisely. In a quiet tea restaurant. Chao Yang quickly flipped through the script handed to him by Ding Ziyuan. The beautiful princess remarries the prince, and the sickly prince begs to come back. The plot is about a modern female CEO who accidentally travels back in time to become a stunningly beautiful princess in ancient times. She uses her wisdom to plot revenge against a scumbag prince. Along the way, she develops an emotional tug-of-war with the gentle and domineering general of a rival nation, and is madly obsessed with the sinister and paranoid prince of the reigning dynasty. It can be said that it is a mixture of power and love, with dense highlights and a fast pace. The more Chao Yang looked at it, the more interesting he found it. This stacking of elements accurately hit the hotspots of the current market. How much funding does your short play need? Chao Yang closed the script and looked at Ding Ziyuan, whose palms were sweating with nervousness. My estimate is around 5 million, Mr. Chao. This is already the most compressed cost. Ding Ziyuan hesitated a little, as if he was afraid that saying this number would scare Chao Yang away. But Chao Yang didn't hesitate and said directly, I'll give you 8 million, just go for it. You mean? Ding Ziyuan's voice trembled. You agree now? That's so refreshing. He had talked his mouth off and run himself to death, but he still couldn't get any investment in more than half a month. I'll invest 8 million yuan in you to get this short play done as soon as possible. Chao Yang said calmly but firmly, it's not a lot of money, but you have to show me its potential, so that we can have more cooperation in the future. Ding Ziyuan stood up suddenly, his eyes instantly red. He was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chao. I will definitely not let you down. This really saved my life. He held Chao Yang's hand tightly, as if he had grabbed the last straw. Chao Yang looked at the light in his eyes and just smiled faintly. To make a short play, you have to catch the trend. I hope you can select actors and start filming as soon as possible and put this short play on the internet. This small investment is his first attempt at investing. Although the amount is not much, it can at least verify his vision. Even if he made a mistake and really didn't make any money, he didn't care. A mere few million wouldn't have any impact on him. Of course, success or failure also depends largely on luck. If this short drama really becomes popular, he will most likely make a fortune with a small investment. Ultimately, everything depends on the right time, place and people, and we must wait for market verification and response. Not long after, Chao Yang signed a contract with Ding Ziyuan, discussed all matters related to the short play, and then parted ways with him. I don't know how Aunt Sue is doing now. This place is not far from the 5-star hotel where she lives. Why don't we go over and see her? It was almost noon and Chao Yang wanted to go back to the villa to rest, but suddenly he thought of Su Xinyue and decided to go visit her. No matter what, Su Xinyue was his first woman and brought him a wonderful experience. Moreover, Su Xinyue was the first lucky star who brought him great wealth after he activated the system. He could not let her down, nor could he forget his roots. What's more, Su Xinyue had a miserable life. She had suffered too much domestic violence from Lu Mang before, and her body and mind were seriously injured. He felt very sympathetic towards her. It is only right to give her more care and love. 10 minutes later, Chao Yang came to the 5-star hotel and took the elevator to the door of the presidential suite where Su Xinyue lived. Hello, Mr. Chao. When the beautiful housekeeper saw Chao Yang coming, she immediately bowed and greeted him. She was in charge of this presidential suite, so she almost never left the room and was always waiting outside the door for orders. Well, how is my Aunt Sue doing these past 2 days? Chao Yang nodded slightly and asked casually. Miss Sue is doing well and recovering quickly from her injuries, but... Having said that, the beautiful housekeeper seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Chao Yang's eyes flickered as he pressed on. What's the situation? Just tell me. The beautiful housekeeper hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, It's like this, Mr. Chao. Just over half an hour ago, a man who claimed to be named Lu Mang suddenly broke in here. He said he was Miss Sue's husband and tried to break in and take her away. Luckily, I stopped him in time and called security to kick him out. But that person was very difficult to deal with. Before he left, he kept saying he would definitely come back, so I was a little worried. After hearing this, Chao Yang's face suddenly turned gloomy. That bastard Lu Mang is quite capable. I don't know how he found his way here and even found out where Su Xinyue lives. If this crisis is not resolved, Aunt Su's safety cannot be guaranteed. It is difficult to ensure absolute safety by relying solely on the hotel's security. It seems I need to take some time to meet him properly. Chao Yang knew very well that a scum like Lu Mang was capable of doing anything extreme. Only by beating him into submission and completely deterring him could this hidden danger be eliminated. Chao Yang? Chao Yang? Is that you? Just as Chao Yang was thinking, Su Xinyue's weak voice suddenly came from inside the door, and it sounded a little trembling. Chapter 28 Take you to a fun place. Chao Yang pushed the door open and saw Su Xinyue curled up on the sofa with a pale face, tears in her eyes, and her body trembling slightly. Chao Yang. When she saw Chao Yang, her voice choked and she couldn't speak. Chao Yang walked over quickly, sat beside her, and gently put his arm around her shoulders. Don't be afraid, Aunt Su, I'm here. Su Xinyue leaned into his arms and sobbed softly, her shoulders shaking slightly. That bastard Lu Mang, he found me, he won't let me go. Don't worry, he won't dare to do anything to you with me here. Chao Yang patted her back and said firmly, I will completely solve this problem and make him never dare to harass you again. Su Xinyue raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes full of gratitude and dependence. Suddenly, she took the initiative to move forward, pressed her delicate body against his strong chest, and kissed Chao Yang's lips tremblingly. This kiss carries the catharsis after fear and deep trust. She was really scared. She had finally escaped from the nightmare, but now she was entangled by that bastard Lu Mang again. She felt very confused. Now only Chao Yang can give him enough sense of security. However, the moment their lips touched. Bang! 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 Suddenly there was a loud bang outside the door and the beautiful housekeeper's scream. Stop it. Sir, you can't go in. Ah! This was followed by the horrifying sound of an axe chopping off a wooden door. Snap! 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 Su Xinyue! You bitch! Get out here! And that adulterer! I know you're in there! Lu Mang roared wildly, his eyes bloodshot. The heavy wooden door was covered in flying wood chips as he chopped it madly. The scene was extremely terrifying. Boom! A big hole was finally cut open in the door. Lu Mang's hideous and distorted face appeared behind the cave. He kicked open the broken door and rushed in with an axe in his hand. Behind him were several hotel security guards who tried to stop him but were knocked to the ground. At this time, the security guards were frightened by Lu Mang's crazy behavior and did not dare to step forward to stop him. They don't deserve to work so hard for the little salary they get. Bitch! You are really cheating here. Lu Mang's eyes turned red instantly when he saw the two people hugging each other. Su Xinyue screamed in fright and grabbed Chao Yang's arm tightly. Chao Yang protected her behind him and stared at Lu Mang coldly. What do you want to do by barging in with an axe? What for? Lu Mang spat, grinning, either return this bitch to me, or, don't you have money? Give me 30 million. Give me the money, and I'll sell this bitch to you, and I'll never bother you again. Lu Mang, you are shameless. Su Xinyue was so angry that she was shaking all over. We are already divorced, what right do you have to say such disgusting things? What do you take her for? This beast is simply not a human. Chao Yang smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. 30 million? Do you deserve it? Bullying women and extorting money, are you still a man? Stop talking fucking nonsense. If you don't give me money, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Mang waved the axe like a madman. In fact, he also understood that he was not good at that aspect. Now that things have developed to this point, Su Xinyue would not be willing to follow him anymore. So after weighing the pros and cons, he decided to extort some money from Chao Yang, so that he wouldn't lose out. You're welcome? Chao Yang's eyes sharpened and his voice became cold. Let me see how you can be so rude. Before he finished speaking, Chao Yang moved. The figure was as fast as a ghost and instantly got close to Lu Mang. Lu Mang only felt a flash before his eyes, and felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the axe fell to the ground with a clang. Chao Yang's moves were as fast as lightning, displaying his master-level fighting skills. Grappling, dislocating bones, and hitting joints. The movements are smooth, fierce, and precise. Ah! My arm. Ouch. Legs. My legs. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Lu Mang had no power to fight back. He was beaten like a human sandbag, screaming in pain and collapsing to the ground. Finally, Xiao Yang put his fingers together like a sword, mobilized a trace of hidden strength, and accurately hit an acupuncture point on his lower back. A chilling aura instantly invaded Lu Mang's lumbar blood vessels. "Oomph, in less than half an hour, your legs will be broken." Xiao Yang looked down at him and said coldly. What did you do to me?" Lu Mang felt his legs go numb and screamed in fear, "Call the police. I want to call the police. You're intentionally hurting me." As he said this, he actually took out his cell phone and dialed 110. The security guards and others outside the door were stunned. How come the murderer seems to be the victim? This reversal is really like a knife pulling but it's really eye-opening. Soon, the police arrived. The team leader was Captain Lee, who had previously handled the Bai Ruobing wedding incident. Captain Lee was stunned when he saw Xiao Yang. Then he looked at the situation at the scene and the surveillance provided by the hotel, as well as the testimonies of many people, and his face immediately darkened. Breaking into a hotel with a weapon and endangering public safety is a crime he cannot escape. Looking at Lu Mang again, although he was screaming, he had no obvious external injuries. Instead, he looked like he was sick. "Captain Lee. He beat me. He paralyzed me. Catch him. Catch him quickly and put him in jail." Lu Mang screamed pitifully. Captain Lee checked his condition and frowned, saying, "All right, stop pretending. You don't have any obvious injuries on your body, but there's solid evidence that you broke into someone's room with a weapon and threatened to extort money." He turned to Xiao Yang again, his tone much softer. "Mr. Xiao, this time you acted in self-defense and helped subdue the dangerous criminals. You are a brave man who deserves commendation. As for Lu Mang, we will take him away and deal with him seriously. I estimate he will spend at least 6 months in prison." At this time, Lu Mang's legs had completely lost sensation and he was dragged away by 2 police officers like a puddle of mud. He cried and shouted that he was innocent, but no one sympathized with him. "Woo woo." Seeing Lu Mang being taken away, Su Xinyue threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms, crying with gratitude. After this shock, she still felt a little scared. Xiao Yang stroked her back gently and comforted her softly. It's okay. From now on, I'm here, and no one can hurt you." After coaxing for a while, Su Xinyue's emotions finally stabilized. The hotel was also very considerate and immediately changed Su Xinyue's room to a new one. The manager personally apologized and also reduced some of the room fees. Xiao Yang accompanied Su Xinyue and tried his best to talk to her and make her happy. Seeing that she was still a little depressed, Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Aunt Su, don't be bored here. Why don't I take you out to play and relax?" Su Xinyue hummed and let out a long breath. "Okay, I'll do as you say." After solving the trouble with Lu Mang, she also wanted to clear her mind of the past and start a new life. Besides, being able to go out and relax with the person she loves is something she would love to have, so how could she refuse? Before going out, Su Xinyue adjusted her mood, washed and dressed herself up, and put on her newly bought floral dress, looking refreshed. "Aunt Su, you are so beautiful." When Xiao Yang saw the radiant Su Xinyue, he couldn't help but praise her. "Don't joke around. I'm not pretty at all. I'm almost an old lady. Anyway, as long as you don't despise me, that's all that matters." Su Xinyue chuckled, her eyes full of tenderness. From now on, she doesn't care about anyone's opinion. As long as Xiao Yang doesn't drive her away, she will never leave him. Of course, she didn't expect to really marry Xiao Yang. As long as she could accompany Xiao Yang and bring him some happiness, she would be very satisfied. Auntie Su is beautiful and kind-hearted. I like her so much that I can't wait to see how I can dislike you. Xiao Yang opened his arms and hugged her tightly. Then he took her downstairs. "Come on, Aunt Su, I'll take you to a fun place." Chapter 29 Water Park, Lingering in the Rain. More than half an hour later. Xiao Yang brought Su Xinyue to the largest water park in Donghai City. There are a lot of people here and many fun activities. The sun shone on the azure water, and there were laughter and joy everywhere. The atmosphere instantly infected Su Xinyue. "Wow, it's so lively." Su Xinyue looked at the huge water slide and wave pool, and her eyes finally sparkled again. "Aunt Su, come with me." Xiao Yang pulled her and rushed to the giant wave canyon for rafting first. The two of them rode on a float together, sliding rapidly down the winding waterway with the current, splashing water around them. Ah! Su Xinyue nervously grabbed Xiao Yang's arm, couldn't help screaming, and then burst into laughter. Next, they challenged the nearly vertical extreme drop slide. Xiao Yang slid down first and waited at the exit of the pool at the bottom. Su Xinyue hesitated for a moment, but still bravely slid down. When she was about to rush into the water, she was steadily caught by Xiao Yang. She hugged his neck in shock, and they laughed together in the water. Finally, they drifted in the giant wave pool. The artificial waves came one after another, and Su Xinyue could not stand steadily, so she had to hold Xiao Yang tightly and hang on him like a koala. Water droplets wet her hair and hung on her eyelashes. Her smile was as bright as a girl's, and all the haze seemed to be washed away. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had laughed so loudly. "Are you happy?" Xiao Yang brushed aside her wet hair and asked softly. "Yeah. Super happy." Su Xinyue nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling. "Thank you, Xiao Yang. This is the happiest day I've had in the past few years." Her mental state at this moment was excited and high-spirited, completely different from the one she was in the hotel before. After having a great time, the two changed into dry clothes and prepared to leave. But at the exit of the park, I ran into a 50-year-old lady who was dressed up. This person was Lu Meng's mother, Su Xinyue's ex-mother-in-law. Her husband died early, and she never remarried. She specifically looked for various old men to cheat her out of their money. She neglected to discipline Lu Meng and spent all her money on entertainment. This old lady is holding the arm of an old man in a floral shirt, and they seem to have a very close relationship. He must be her new prey. When she saw Su Xinyue, she immediately raised her eyebrows and cursed sharply. "Su Xinyue? Why are you here? Who's that guy next to you? What's your relationship? Well, you're a useless hen. Instead of staying home to take care of my son, you come here to pick up some random guy." She obviously didn't know that Su Xinyue and Lu Meng had divorced, and that her eldest son was in prison. "How shameless of you to cuddle with a youngster in broad daylight. Our Lu family is truly unlucky to have married a daughter-in-law as shameless as you." The vicious words were thrown like knives, which shows that this is how he is usually. Su Xinyue's face turned pale instantly, and she subconsciously took a step back, habitually trying to lower her head and endure it. In her original home, she not only had to endure domestic violence from Lu Meng, but was also often humiliated and ordered around by this awful mother-in-law, who did not give her any freedom. She was used to enduring things again and again and dared not resist. When she saw this vicious mother-in-law, she instinctively wanted to hide away. Xiao Yang stepped in front of her, his eyes glaring at the old lady. "Old thing, keep your mouth shut. You should know what kind of person your son is. He has flaws in that area. Your Lu family deserves to be extinct. Listen to me, old man. Su Xinyue has divorced your son. She is mine now. It is not your turn to dictate what I do." His tone was firm, his aura full of energy. "Also, your son committed a crime with a weapon and is now in jail. If you have time to curse here, why not go to the prison and see your great son?" For a moment, the old lady was stunned by the barrage of news. What? Divorce? Jail? You're talking nonsense. If you don't believe me, go to the police station and ask." Xiao Yang said bluntly. At her age, she's dressed up like a scholar, busy flirting with old men. She doesn't even know her own son has committed a crime. How ridiculous. The old lady was speechless. Looking at the old man in the flowered shirt next to her, he had already shaken off her hand and walked away with a look of disgust on his face. She was suddenly filled with anger and embarrassment, and she sat down on the ground and burst into tears. When the people around saw this scene, they all pointed at her and talked about her with all kinds of contempt and disdain. Xiao Yang didn't bother to pay attention to the old shrew. He put his arm around Su Xinyue's waist and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Su, let's go." Su Xinyue looked at her collapsed ex-mother-in-law, then looked at Xiao Yang who was protecting her, and finally a bright smile appeared on her face again. At this moment, the last bit of depression in her heart disappeared. After leaving the water park, Xiao Yang took her to Fengqi Mountain in the suburbs. The mountain air is fresh, the trees are green, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. They strolled along the stone steps, admiring the natural beauty, feeling particularly peaceful and relaxed. Su Xinyue took a deep breath and felt like her whole body was cleansed. They came to an open space and shouted loudly into the distance together, clearing away all negative emotions. However, the weather was not good. Just when we climbed halfway up the mountain, the sky suddenly became overcast and it started to rain heavily. The raindrops as big as beans fell down with a crackling sound, and the mountain road became slippery and difficult to walk on. It's getting heavier, let's find a place to hide from the rain. When Xiao Yang saw the heavy rain, he pulled Su Xinyue towards a small natural cave nearby. The cave is not deep, but it is enough to shelter from the rain. It is a dry and safe place. The two hid inside, watching the rain outside the cave, and the mountains and forests were shrouded in a hazy mist. Their clothes were all wet and they looked a little disheveled, but they smiled at each other. Are you cold? Xiao Yang asked with concern as he saw her hugging her arms. Su Xinyue shook her head and looked at him tenderly. It's not cold. With you here, everywhere is warm. There was a sound of murmuring rain outside the cave, but the atmosphere inside the cave was quietly warming up. The wet clothes stuck to Su Xinyue's body, outlining her graceful curves. Drops of water dripped quietly from the ends of the hair, and the air was filled with an ambiguous damp scent. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath and body temperature. Xiao Yang, Su Xinyue whispered softly, meeting you is probably the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life. I used to feel that life was dark, like I had fallen into a nightmare, but now, because of you, everything has become brighter. I really want to be reborn. Xiao Yang looked down at her moist eyes and slightly parted red lips, and couldn't help but feel a little more pity in his heart. He held Su Xinyue's face and gently stroked her cheek with his thumb. "Aunt Su, you deserve all the good things. Just treat all the bad things in the past as a dream and forget them all. From now on, you will have a brand new life." Hearing his affectionate words, tears flashed in Su Xinyue's eyes. She suddenly threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms and hugged him tightly, and her plump red lips kissed Xiao Yang's mouth. At this moment, all words disappeared between their lips, and words could no longer express the touch and warmth in her heart. The kiss started out softly, tentatively and cherishingly, then gradually became deep and lingering. The scents of rain, mountains, forests, and soil are intertwined and mixed with each other's flavors. It was as if everything in the world had disappeared, leaving only the world inside the cave and each other in their eyes. They kissed passionately, exchanging each other's body temperature and heartbeat, and the whole cave was surrounded by a romantic and charming atmosphere. Chapter 30. Here my words are the rules. The heavy rain gradually stopped, and the mountains and forests became greener. The road down the mountain was slippery, so Xiao Yang bent down and carried Su Xinyue on his back without saying a word. "Oh, Xiao Yang, put me down quickly, I'm very heavy," Su Xinyue exclaimed, her cheeks slightly red. The tenderness in the cave just now had consumed a lot of Xiao Yang's energy. She felt sorry for Xiao Yang and didn't want him to work so hard. "It's not heavy at all." Xiao Yang held her steadily, walked briskly, and said with a smile, "Aunt Su, what are your plans for the future?" Su Xinyue leaned on his broad back, feeling very safe. When she heard his question, she thought about it seriously. She hesitated for a moment and then said softly, "Actually, I've always been interested in cooking. I even dreamed of opening a private restaurant and serving only exquisite and delicious home-cooked meals." "That's a great idea." Xiao Yang immediately expressed his support. "When you sent me delicious food before, I discovered that you are an excellent cook and your dishes are delicious. But you haven't recovered yet, so I'll take you back to the hotel to recuperate. As for choosing a location and opening a store, I'll help you with that." "Really? That's great." Su Xinyue was overjoyed and kissed him on the cheek, seeming to be full of expectations for the future. After sending Su Xinyue back to the hotel and settling her down, Xiao Yang drove back to Moon Bay No. 1 Villa. From a distance, I could see that the beautiful housekeeper Yi Qingwan was already waiting at the door. "Mr. Chow, you're back." Yi Qingwan bowed and said, "According to your requirements, I have preliminarily screened a dozen bodyguard candidates. They are waiting at the training ground." "Very good, take me to see it." Xiao Yan nodded. In the dedicated training ground on the side of the villa, 15 men with strong physiques and tough temperaments stood in a row. The leader had a pine-like figure and eyes as sharp as an eagle. This person was the retired soldier king that Yi Qingwan had strongly recommended, named Lu Yi. "Mr. Chow." Lu Yi nodded slightly as a greeting, but there was a subtle scrutiny and arrogance in his eyes. Several other people followed suit and greeted him, but it was obvious that they all followed Lu Yi's lead. Yi Qingwan introduced him in a low voice. "This Lu Yi is a former vanguard of the Longyan Special Forces. He has top-notch skills and has won many honors, but he is a bit arrogant." Xiao Yang nodded in understanding and then walked up to the few people. Hello everyone, I can see that you are all elites and each of you is capable, but what I need is not just someone to guard the house, but also a partner who is absolutely obedient and trustworthy. He glanced at everyone and said, without further ado, let's demonstrate your respective abilities. In the following tests of fighting, shooting, chasing, and adaptability, Liu Ye's performance was indeed outstanding. His movements were clean and sharp, his explosive power was amazing, and his eyes were always as cool as ice. After the demonstration, Liu Yi looked at Chao Yang, his tone calm but distant. Mr. Chao, you have seen our capabilities. We have no problem protecting your safety, but there are some rules that need to be made clear in advance. The implication is that he will not obey everything and he has his own rules. Hearing this, Chao Yang smiled and naturally understood his subtext. This special forces king who has experienced actual combat does not seem to think highly of his employer. Rules? Chao Yang walked slowly to the center of the venue, took off his coat and handed it to Yi Qingwan. How about this, let's have a sparring match. If you win, you set the rules. If I win, from now on, my words are the rules. Hearing this, Liu Yi raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Chao, fists and feet have no eyes, I'm afraid of hurting you. That's fine. Chao Yang stood casually, even putting one hand behind his back. I'll only use one hand. If you can touch the edge of my clothes, you win. What? Fight against the king of soldiers with only one hand? After these words were spoken, not only did Liu Yi's face darken, but even the other candidates felt that Chao Yang was too arrogant. Liu Yi is the strongest among them, and this employer in front of him is too arrogant. Mr. Chao, are you sure? Liu Yi's eyes turned cold and he felt insulted. Come on. Chao Yang hooked his finger. Liu Yi curled his lips. I can give you 3 moves. Chao Yang shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Liu Yi said no more, let out a low roar, and rushed out like a cheetah. A swift straight punch hit Chao Yang's face, making a sound of breaking through the air. However, just as the fist was about to touch the tip of Chao Yang's nose, Chao Yang's right hand behind his back didn't even move, he just shifted his feet slightly and his body moved to the side like a ghost. Liu Yi's punch, which was determined to win, just brushed against the corner of Chao Yang's clothes and missed. He was startled and changed his moves, sweeping his elbow and kicking as hard as a whip. But Chao Yang seemed to have predicted all his moves. With just his left hand, he blocked, or deflected Liu Yi's violent attacks with ease. Moreover, throughout the whole process, her movements were graceful and calm, and even the corners of her clothes were not messy. Liu Yi became more and more frightened as he fought. He felt as if all his strength was hitting cotton, with no point of support, and he felt extremely frustrated. The third move. Chao Yang suddenly spoke. Before he finished speaking, his left hand moved again. It was not a violent attack, but just a lightning-fast flick on a certain part of Liu Yi's attacking arm. Liu Yi suddenly felt his entire arm go numb, and his offensive collapsed instantly. Chao Yang's left hand followed the trend and pressed. Bang! Liu Yi only felt an irresistible force coming, and his whole body was spinning around. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out and fell heavily to the ground 4 or 5 meters away. The whole process happened in a flash. The whole audience was silent. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement. Chao Yang still stood there calmly, as if he had never moved. Liu Yi lay on the ground, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He actually lost? And he lost so completely. The opponent really only used his left hand. He also understood that Chao Yang had shown mercy to him and had not used his full strength, otherwise he would have been broken and bruised by now. The next second, Liu Yi jumped up and looked at Chao Yang with complicated eyes, all his previous arrogance disappeared. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back and bowed deeply 90 degrees to Chao Yang. Mr. Chao, thank you for showing mercy. I, Liu Yi, am convinced. From now on, I, Liu Yi, will follow your lead. The other selected candidates immediately shouted in unison, we are also willing to follow Mr. Chao and are ready to serve you at any time. Chao Yang smiled slightly, stepped forward, and patted Liu Yi on the shoulder. Okay. From now on, you will be the captain of the bodyguards. The security of Villa Number 1 will be left to you. Yi Qingwan witnessed all this and was shocked beyond words. She never imagined that her master would be so powerful that he could make even the mighty military king bow his head and submit to him willingly. She cleared her throat and bowed, asking, Master, the candidates for the positions of chef, driver, gardener, and servant have all arrived. Would you like to review them and decide on them? Chao Yang snapped his fingers. Okay, let them all come over. Chapter 31. You accompany me to sunbathe. In the spacious courtyard of Villa Number 1. There were more than 20 applicants standing there at the moment, including men, women, young and old, each with different expressions and thoughts. Several middle-aged women gathered together and talked in low voices, their eyes occasionally glancing at the magnificent villa, muttering, "I heard that this place pays very high wages and the work is easy." A young woman in a tight skirt and with glamorous makeup was busy applying makeup with a makeup mirror in her hand. She looked around eagerly, thinking about how to attract the attention of the owner of the villa. There was also a thin man with a twinkle in his eyes, secretly observing the layout and furnishings of the villa, thinking in his mind whether he could steal something. "Everyone, please pay attention and follow me. My master wants to interview you personally." Yi Qingwan walked over quickly, said a few brief words, and then led everyone back to Chao Yang. "Master, everyone is here, please begin." "Yeah." Chao Yang nodded slightly and swept his eyes over everyone calmly. The invisible aura instantly quieted the noisy courtyard. "Thank you all for coming." Chao Yang spoke, his voice was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. "What I need here are workers who are down to earth and responsible. Only those who pass my assessment can stay." As soon as the words fell, a few murmurs of disapproval were heard from the crowd. "Young but impressive. Ha, isn't it just hiring a few workers? Why bother with all this pretense? If the salary wasn't high, I wouldn't have bothered to apply. This guy has so many things to do, and it looks like he's hard to please." Chao Yang's eyes moved slightly, and he ignored their gossip. Instead, he pointed directly at the thin man and the charming young woman. "You, and you, can leave now." The two were stunned, and the charming young woman immediately said in a delicate voice, "Boss, why?" "I haven't." The thin man also protested, "Sir, I know a lot of skills, but I haven't been allowed to display them yet." "How can I? You have evil intentions and I don't need you here," Chao Yang said in a cold tone, leaving no room for doubt. He didn't even give the two of them a chance to argue or prove themselves. "Let's go, don't waste time." Lu Yi took a step forward, made a pleased gesture, and looked at him fiercely. The two men's faces turned pale immediately. They didn't dare to say anything more and left angrily. At this moment, the rest of the people focused their attention and became nervous and serious. Those who were gossiping just now have become much more obedient now and dare not talk nonsense anymore. Then, Chao Yang asked Yi Qingwan to lead the applicants into the villa for a practical operation assessment. He watched casually from the side. In the living room, someone accidentally dropped a $100 bill deep in the gap between the sofa and the coffee table. Most applicants either didn't notice it or hesitated after seeing it and ignored it. Only a simple-looking middle-aged aunt discovered it while wiping the coffee table. She carefully took out the banknotes, wiped them clean and handed them to Yi Qingwan. In the kitchen, Chao Yang signaled Yi Qingwan to deliberately bump into several people who were applying for the maid position. With a bang, an exquisite fruit plate was broken. Some people subconsciously stepped back and distanced themselves from the matter, while others were at a loss. Only a young girl in plain clothes took the initiative to step forward. While carefully picking up the broken pieces, she said to Yi Qingwan frankly, "I'm sorry, I accidentally dropped it. I am willing to compensate." After several similar small tests, Chao Yang had made a decision in his mind. He finally chose 6 servants to stay, including the honest middle-aged aunt Mrs. Zhang, the girl who took the initiative to take responsibility Xiao Yun, and 4 other people who performed outstandingly and had clear eyes in their respective assessment items. As for the driver, after reading the information and having a brief conversation, Chao Yang did not find any particularly suitable candidate. "Don't worry about the driver. Take your time to find one," he instructed Yi Qingwan. "This position is quite critical. We must find someone with strong abilities, a clean background, and most importantly, loyalty and reliability." "Yes, Mr. Chao, I will continue to pay attention," Yi Qingwan responded respectfully. Then he asked, "What about the chef?" Chao Yang said, "Have those applicants for the chef position prepare a few home-cooked dishes at the same time, such as cabbage and tofu, stir-fried pork with green peppers, or kung pao chicken. Bring them over for me to taste later." "Ha! These are too common. Aren't they too simple? They don't reflect their level." Yi Qingwan hesitated a bit. "I asked a few of them, they all worked in the kitchens of 5-star hotels, and everyone has their own special skills." Chao Yang smiled and said, "You don't understand. The more home-cooked dishes like this, the more they reflect their true level. I don't run a restaurant, so I don't need them to show off their special skills every day. All I want is ordinary dishes that are delicious and tasty. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwan nodded, not quite understanding what he meant. She didn't quite understand Chao Yang's thinking, but she knew how to obey. She believed that Chao Yang must have his reasons for saying that. Chao Yang walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back, saying, "Our villa's courtyard is quite large. It's a lot of work to prune flowers and plants, plant vegetables, and water them. So we can't be careless when choosing a gardener. Come on, come with me and see if there's anyone who's hardworking and has gardening skills." Yi Qingwan hurriedly caught up and quickly reported the situation. The only person who applied for the position of gardener was a taciturn man in his 30s, and he brought a little girl of 5 or 6 years old with him. "I've asked around. He's divorced and his child has leukemia. If we hire him, we have to allow him to bring his daughter with him. I'm afraid. I'll see if it's suitable or not after I take a look." Chao Yang frowned slightly and walked outside. However, he stopped at the corner of the corridor and looked far away towards the garden. In the colorful garden, a thin man was seen pruning the flowers with a pair of scissors. Without anyone assigning him any tasks, he already started working, seemingly loving this job very much. Next to him, there was a thin, pale little girl who was following closely. She giggled from time to time, jumping and talking to the man. The man was very patient. He talked to his daughter while working. He was very emotionally stable and had a very gentle attitude. That's him. Chao Yang felt that there was no need for an assessment anymore, so he said directly to Yi Qingwan, "Go and explain the work requirements to him, and tell him that he can be allocated a guest room and live here with his daughter. Also, don't treat him unfairly in terms of salary. If he needs anything else, he can ask me directly." Hearing this, Yi Qingwan was stunned for a moment, but soon she said respectfully, "Okay, master, I know what to do. Wait until everything is arranged." Chao Yang stretched and said to Yi Qingwan, "Go to the balcony of the villa and put a lounge chair. I'm going to sunbathe." After saying that, he winked at Yi Qingwan and said, "You accompany me to sunbathe together." Meeting his gaze, Yi Qingwan's pretty face immediately turned red. "I understand, master. I'll go right away." Watching Yi Qingwan trotting away shyly and happily, Chao Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. My life is really colorful. Chapter 32 First Meeting with Nalin Yorua. The sky is blue and the sun is shining. The open-air balcony on the top floor of the villa is spacious and open. A large double lounge chair has been placed in the best position, and on the small table next to it are iced juice and some snacks. Chao Yang changed into a comfortable pair of casual shorts, revealing his muscular upper body, with smooth and powerful muscle lines. He lay lazily in the rocking chair, closed his eyes and felt the warmth of the sun. Yi Qingwan came over later, with a look of anticipation and excitement on her face. She changed into a more conservative swimsuit that still showed off her beautiful curves, and covered it with a light tulle shawl. Her face still had a blush, and she was standing shyly beside the lounge chair with a bottle of sunscreen in her hand. "Master, can I help you apply some sunscreen?" Her voice was soft, with a barely perceptible tremor. Chao Yang opened his eyes and saw her reserved look, then smiled and said, "Okay, come on." He turned over and lay down on the recliner. Yi Qingwan knelt beside him, poured the sunscreen into her palms to warm it up, and then carefully applied it to his broad back. Her fingertips were slightly cool, and when they touched his warm skin, they both seemed to tremble slightly. The movements were jerky and tense at first, but soon became gentle and focused. "Master, is this okay?" She carefully spread the lotion evenly, feeling the power contained in his muscles, and her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The air was filled with the fragrance of sunscreen and the smell of sunshine, and the atmosphere became subtle and ambiguous. "Well, that's enough," Chao Yang said lazily, his voice a little hoarse. "Wanner, come here, I'll help you apply it too." Okay, master." Yi Qingwan followed his instructions and carefully lay down in the empty space beside him. The recliner sank slightly, and the two bodies inevitably rubbed against each other. She turned sideways and let Chao Yang's big hand slowly wander around, and the rocking chair began to rock rhythmically. The sun shone on the two of them, making them feel warm and comfortable. The rocking chair creaked, and the rhythm changed from slow to intense, like a passionate and full summer music. After an unknown amount of time, the creaking sound of the rocking chair finally stopped. Chao Yang closed his eyes and enjoyed Yi Qingwan's special service. He could smell the faint fragrance coming from her body. Yi Qingwan curled up in Chao Yang's arms, secretly looking at his well-defined profile. He was so charming and handsome, and looked especially handsome in the sun. Her gaze gradually became obsessed, and her heart was filled with indescribable emotions. Respect, adoration, gratitude, and a deeper, more private love surged in her heart. She knew that she was addicted to his scent and his world, unable to extricate herself and did not want to break free. "Master," she asked softly, "do you want more?" "Of course." Chao Yang responded, suddenly reaching out and hugging her tighter. Yi Qingwan's body stiffened and her breath was instantly held. Chao Yang's fingers were long and powerful, with a burning temperature that seemed to be able to melt her. But this second burst of intimacy made Yi Qingwan's heart beat like a drum, her cheeks became even redder, and her whole body was hot like charcoal. The sun is warmer and the wind is gentler. Time seemed to slow down and stretch out at this moment. The rocking chair squeaked and rocked again, carrying the two of them into this quiet and ambiguous time. Yi Qingwan knew that she would never be able to take back her secret and surging love for him in this lifetime. At the same time, Huaxing Financial Corporation. Pei Jidong personally announced Mu Xiaodi's appointment and then left. In the office, Peng Jelly crossed her arms, looked at Mu Xiaodi with a sidelong glance, and said in a sour tone, "Hey, Manager Mu, congratulations on your promotion. I don't know what kind of luck you had, or what special tricks you used, but you were fired and actually came back, and even got a promotion. It's really weird." Mu Xiaodi frowned slightly. "Peng Jelly, just do your job well, why are you talking so much nonsense? My work is going great, no need for you, Manager Mu." Peng Jelly rolled her eyes and raised her voice so everyone in the office could hear. "It's just some people. Don't act so arrogant just because you've climbed up the ladder. It's doubtful whether you can keep your position." Several employees who usually hang out with Peng Jelly also sneered. "Exactly. She has no experience, no qualifications, and no ability. Who would obey her? She was originally just a little girl at the front desk, and now she's become our project manager. It's out of this world. She's young and beautiful, she must have used some tricks on our President Pei to be able to rise to such a high position." Mu Xiaodi was annoyed when she heard these gossips, but as she had just arrived, she didn't know how to effectively suppress such troublemakers. After get off work, she made an appointment with Chao Yang to meet in an elegant Western restaurant and asked him for some advice. "This is the situation," Mu Xiaodi sighed in annoyance as she cut into the steak. "That Peng Jelly doesn't obey me at all. She embarrassed me in front of everyone. I scolded her, but she wasn't afraid. It feels like this is going to be very difficult to get our work done." Chao Yang swirled his red wine glass and smiled calmly after listening. This is normal. When a new official takes office, especially one who was parachuted in, there are bound to be some people who are dissatisfied. Establishing authority is the first step. "How do I stand?" Mu Xiaodi asked humbly. "Kill one to serve as a warning to the rest." Chao Yang said these 4 words, his eyes calm. "Find the one who jumps the most, such as Peng Jelly. Gather evidence of her work mistakes or damage to the company's interests. Deal with her ruthlessly according to the rules, or even fire her directly. At the same time, you should quickly promote or recruit a few capable individuals who are willing to work closely with you, either from among your existing employees or from outside, to form your own team. Focus on training them, and use both kindness and authority. Then the situation will naturally improve." Mu Xiaodi's eyes gradually lit up as he listened, as if he was thinking about something. That's easy to say. Is it that easy to fire old employees? Doesn't it take time and resources to train your own people?" A cold voice suddenly rang in my ears. I saw the popular actress Nailin Yoruo walking over at some point. She was wearing sunglasses and had a cool and elegant temperament. She sat down next to Mu Xiaodi. "Sister Yoruo, why are you here?" Mu Xiaodi felt a little better when she saw Nailin Yoruo. "I came to see if you, silly girl, had been deceived." Nailin Yoruo took off her sunglasses and looked Chao Yang up and down with a critical gaze. "Xiaodi is naive and too easily believes what others say. I'm afraid that some people are just empty talkers, and that will cause even greater trouble and put Xiaodi in a dilemma." She still had a deep prejudice against Chao Yang, thinking that he was just an unknown person with a little money who had bewitched Mu Xiaodi. Chao Yang was not angry, but just smiled and said, "Whether it is just talk or not, you will know after trying it. As the old saying goes, one strike is enough to prevent 100 blows. Managing a company is sometimes like fighting. You have to punch hard and fast, and hit where it hurts the most. That way, the other party will be afraid and won't dare to cause trouble again." When Nailin Yoruo heard this, her eyes couldn't help but move slightly. She didn't expect Chao Yang to say such decisive and murderous words, which was a bit different from the image of a pretty boy in her mind. Her expression remained cold, but her opinion of Chao Yang had slightly changed. She thought that this boy had some courage and was at least not a fool. Xiao Di, have you finished eating? I'll take you home after you're done. Nalan Yorua stopped looking at Chao Yang and turned to Mu Xiaodi and said. Oh. Mu Xiaodi nodded and agreed obediently. Before leaving, Nalan Yorua used the excuse of going to the bathroom. As she passed by Chao Yang, she coldly warned him in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I don't care what your purpose is, just stay away from Xiaodi. She's not someone you can dream of. The difference between you two is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. If I find out you've hurt her, I will never let you go. After saying that, without waiting for Chao Yang's response, she raised her chin proudly, took Mu Xiaodi's arm and quickly left the restaurant. Chao Yang looked at their departing backs, smiled helplessly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. This famous national little queen is really unambiguous when it comes to protecting her children. I just don't know if there is a passionate heart hidden under her cold and arrogant appearance. If I have the chance in the future to conquer this superstar who is admired by everyone, I think it would be a great sense of accomplishment. Chapter 33, She is drunk, just once. As Chao Yang came out of the Western restaurant, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Mr. Chao, I'm sorry to bother you. Ding Ziyuan's voice was respectful, yet also a hint of indecision and anxiety. The crew is almost ready, but we're stuck on choosing the female lead. I've picked 3. They all have their own unique looks, temperament, and acting skills. It's really hard to choose. I'd like you to come over and give your final review. Oh. Great, Director Ding, you're quite efficient. Chao Yang raised an eyebrow, a little surprised at the progress. Send me the address, I'll be there right away. Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Chao. Ding Ziyuan's voice immediately became much more relaxed. Chao Yang set up the navigation and his destination was a film and television base in the east of the city. He knew in his heart that Ding Ziyuan called him and asked for his opinion on key issues not only out of respect for him, but also to give him a sense of participation. After all, he is the financial sponsor of this short drama. If anyone is unhappy and withdraws their investment, the entire crew will be ruined. So, Ding Ziyuan is still very sensible. He knows how to praise the big boss behind the scenes and leave a good impression for future cooperation. The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. This sentence is applicable to all walks of life. It was getting dark. The afterglow of sunset. The magnificent Dongjiang Bridge spans the water, with a constant stream of vehicles shuttling back and forth. The cool river breeze with moisture blows across my face, and the hustle and bustle of the day is gradually fading away. Chao Yang's eyes casually swept across the river view, but suddenly stopped on a familiar figure. Chao Hanswang. The tutor for international students at Tunghai University who is always rigorous and meticulous. At this moment, Chao Hanswang was leaning on the bridge railing in a very ungraceful manner, holding an empty bottle of wine in her hand. Her steps were unsteady and she looked listless, obviously very drunk. Her hair, which was usually piled high, was a little messy, with a few strands sticking to her slightly red cheeks, making her look a little haggard. The eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were blurry and out of focus, revealing a fragility that was completely different from her cold and elegant appearance. She raised her phone and took a selfie facing the setting sun on the river. Her body was shaking, which made Chao Yang's heart tighten. At this moment, something unexpected happened. A yellow-haired gangster on a motorcycle rushed past like a ghost and suddenly snatched the mobile phone from Chao Hanswang's hand. Ah! My cell phone! Chao Hanswang screamed, and in her drunken state she subconsciously rushed over to snatch it. Get out of here! The yellow-haired man pushed him hard and viciously. Chao Hanswang's center of gravity was already unstable, and after being pushed so hard, her scream stopped abruptly, and she fell backwards. It actually flipped over the cold bridge railing and fell into the surging river below like a withered leaf. Plop! The sound of falling into the water was so dull that it made people's heart palpitate. Seeing this, Huang Ma was so scared that he stepped on the accelerator of his motorcycle and fled frantically. Seeing this scene, many passers-by were stunned. But the river under the bridge was rushing, and no one dared to jump into the river to save people. If you are not careful, you may not be able to save the person and you may lose your life. Fuck! Chao Yang cursed softly, with almost no time to think. Without waiting for the car to stop completely, he pushed open the door, rushed out like a cheetah, ran to the edge of the bridge in a few steps, and jumped off the bridge with an extremely determined attitude. His movements were quick and decisive, like a bolt of black lightning striking into the turbid river water. The icy river water instantly enveloped my whole body, and the biting chill made me shiver. Chao Yang quickly locked onto the figure that was struggling weakly and floating in the water, and paddled hard to get closer. Fortunately, although the river was fast, his physical fitness, which was far superior to that of ordinary people, came in handy at this moment. With a few powerful strokes, he grabbed Xiao Hanxuan's arm, dragged her out of the water, and swam to the shore with difficulty. Passers-by on the shore gathered around and helped to pull the unconscious and soak Xiao Hanxuan ashore. Her eyes were closed, her face was frighteningly pale, and her breathing was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. Chao Yang was dripping with water all over his body. He didn't even have time to rest and immediately knelt down to provide first aid. Artificial respiration. Clear the mouth and nose, open the airway, perform rhythmic chest compressions, and blow from mouth to mouth. Cough, cough, cough. After a few difficult coughs, Xiao Hanxuan spat out a few mouthfuls of turbid river water. His eyelashes trembled a few times and his eyes slowly opened. At this time, she had not yet regained consciousness and was in a daze. The intense drunkenness, the fear of drowning, and the desire for warmth were intertwined. In the hazy vision, a handsome face with sharp edges and water droplets appeared close at hand. The setting sun cast a vague and warm halo behind him, and everything seemed like a dream. Haoxuan, is that you? Am I dreaming again? She murmured to herself, her voice broken, and the tears that had been pent up in her eyes burst out in an instant. Suddenly, she didn't know where she got the strength from. She stretched out her arms and wrapped them tightly around Chao Yang's neck, as if she wanted to embed herself into his body. Xiao Hanxuan burst into tears, and all her strength and disguise collapsed at this moment. Haoxuan, don't leave me. Please. I miss you so much. I really miss you. The warm and soft body mixed with the smell of wine and the coldness of the river water, as well as the tears that were so hot that they were almost burning, all rushed into Chao Yang's arms. Chao Yang's body stiffened slightly, caught off guard. And at this moment, the long-lost and familiar system prompt sound rang crisply in my mind. Ding! High-quality relationship target detected, Xiao Hanxuan. A pink bubble also appeared above Xiao Hanxuan's head, showing her basic personal information. Name, Xiao Hanxuan. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Appearance score, 93. Cool and intellectual, excellent temperament. Position, tutor for international students at Tunghai University, Doctor of Law. Relationship characteristics, cold on the outside but warm on the inside, an academic queen, with a deep and unforgettable pain buried deep in her heart. Current favorability, 75. While drunk, she mistook you for her deep-seated first love, causing her emotions to fluctuate wildly. If you successfully establish a relationship with them, the host will receive the following rewards. 1. 3 truth talismans. 2. Super memory. 3. Growth of 3 centimeters. Chao Yang's lips curled up slightly, and his heart couldn't help but feel hot. These rewards look very tempting. Haoxuan, don't go, take me home, okay? Xiao Hanxuan snuggled tightly in Chao Yang's arms like a wounded little animal. She sobbed softly and gave an address incoherently. At this moment, she completely tore off her usual cold and aloof disguise, and looked so fragile and helpless that it made people feel distressed. Chao Yang sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he picked her up and carried her sideways. She was as light as a feather, curled up in his arms, still trembling. Following Xiao Hanxuan's vague instructions, Chao Yang finally arrived at his destination and took her to a high-end apartment near the university town. Chao Yang fumbled for the key from her equally wet bag, opened the door, helped her in, and first placed her on the sofa. Under the soft light, her pale face regained some color, but also looked more fragile. Chao Yang was about to leave when a group photo on the bedside table suddenly caught his attention. In the photo, Xiao Hanxuan, who is a few years younger, is smiling like a flower, with a happy glow between her eyebrows and eyes, and she is leaning intimately on the shoulder of a handsome man. The man's facial features were 50% to 60% similar to his own. Chao Yang instantly understood where her sincere and heartfelt Haoxuan came from, and a complex emotion flashed through his heart. Haoxuan. At this moment, Xiao Hanxuan on the sofa let out another painful whimper. She suddenly struggled to sit up, hugged Chao Yang's waist tightly from behind, and pressed her face against his wet and cold back. Don't go. Please. Don't leave me again. The hot tears quickly soaked his shirt and burned his skin. I know this is a dream. Can you please let me dream it again? Just once. Just once. Her kiss, with a strong smell of alcohol and a desperate passion, fell on his back awkwardly and randomly. Chao Yang's body completely froze, and his rationality was strained. But the warmth from behind, the desperation in her crying, and the uncontrollable trembling of her body ignited the restlessness in his blood like wildfire. He took a deep breath, turned around, raised his hand, and gently wiped away the tears that kept flowing from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. This seemingly simple action seemed like a silent permission, instantly shattering Xiao Hanxuan's last remaining sanity. She whimpered, hugged him even tighter, raised her face, and responded awkwardly but passionately, as if she wanted to burn herself out completely. Alcohol amplifies sadness and tears apart all constraints. Under the confusion of emotions, everything happened naturally. Chapter 34, Unforgettable Dream, finalized short play heroine. I don't know how long it took. The fierce battle on the sofa finally quieted down. Chao Yang put on his clothes with a complicated expression, but the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host and her romantic partner, Xiao Hanxuan, for achieving a significant breakthrough in their relationship. Rewards are being distributed. 1. 3 Truth Talismans, a single-use consumable item. After using it on a target, it will cause them to uncontrollably speak out their truest thoughts and answers for the next minute. 2. Super Memory, a passive skill that significantly enhances the host's memory, reaching the point of photographic memory. Information processing, comprehension, and analysis abilities are also significantly enhanced. 3. Growth by 3 cm, attribute point reward. The host can choose to increase the length of any part of the body note, only the host's own limbs or organs. Current experience value, for 10. Please continue your efforts and complete the system upgrade as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, a cool and refreshing breath instantly rushed into his mind, as if it were an epiphany, making Chao Yang feel that his mind became extremely clear. The 3 Truth Talismans also appeared in the system backpack. Chao Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely satisfied smile. As for those 3 centimeters? He had almost no hesitation, and on a thought, he made a choice that all men would understand tacitly. A vigorous warm current quietly surged, bringing with it an indescribable sense of fulfillment and transformation. Xiao Yang touched it and almost jumped up with joy. He never dreamed that he would experience secondary development when he was in his 20s. It was enough before, and now it is even more comfortable. This system is simply God-level assistance, awesome plus. The stars are shining. It's getting dark outside the window. Xiao Hanxuan's drunkenness gradually wore off, and he slowly regained consciousness. When she saw Chao Yang beside her in the messy sofa, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. She sat up suddenly, grabbed the quilt and wrapped herself tightly, her eyes as complicated as a tangled mess. Shock, shame, panic, regret, and a hint of indescribable confusion were intertwined in it. I'm sorry. Her voice was hoarse. She bit her lip and turned her head away, not daring to look at Chao Yang again. I drank too much. I mistook you for him. She took the photo and held it tightly in her arms. Chao Yang didn't say anything. Silence weighed like a heavy rock between them. After a long time, Xiao Hanxuan spoke in a low voice with a suppressed but trembling tone. His name is Haoxuan, and he's my first love. We met in college, and it was love at first sight. Her voice gradually calmed down, as if she was telling someone else's story. His family is prominent, but mine is quite ordinary. When his family found out about our relationship, they strongly opposed it, thinking I was marrying above my station. But we were very persistent, even rebellious. For my sake, he was willing to go into a cold war and break up with his family. We fought for 3 years, and we finally got his parents' approval and set a date. I thought the hard work was finally over, but just a week before the wedding, the flight he was on a business trip crashed. I didn't even see him for the last time. When she said this, she was already sobbing and her shoulders were shaking violently. The deep pain that she had buried deep in her heart and never told anyone about was now exposed to Chao Yang, a nearly stranger, without reservation due to her huge guilt and emotional outburst. What happened tonight was a mistake. She took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm and distant. Please forget all of this, just pretend nothing happened. Once you walk out of this door, we'll just be strangers. Especially, don't tell Delia. She seemed to have remembered something, and her tone was pleading. She is the student I value most and have the highest hopes for. I don't want her to know anything that would affect her studies and her life. Chao Yang still didn't say anything, just nodded, stood up silently, and walked towards the door. He understood her breakdown and ostrich mentality at the moment. Any word seemed pale and even cruel at this moment. Moreover, tonight's sofa exercise was a coincidence. He did not lose anything. Instead, he received a system reward and became a beneficiary. Since Xiao Hansuang said so and asked him to forget what happened tonight, then he should respect her wishes and just treat it as a beautiful dream. Leave the apartment and get in the car. Chao Yang can still clearly recall the fanaticism and passion of that cold and beautiful mentor when she was aroused, which was completely different from her usual enthusiasm and passion. That extreme contrast, with its fatal allure, is truly irresistible and leaves an endless aftertaste. He shook his head, stopped thinking about it, started the car and drove towards the film and television base. When he arrived, Ding Ziyuan was already waiting respectfully at the door, looking forward to it. "Mr. Chow, you're here." He hurriedly trotted over, a smile plastered on his face. The three actresses who are candidates are all waiting inside for their makeup tryouts, just waiting for your final decision. The male lead was decided very quickly. It's the young actor Lin Feng, who has been gaining some popularity recently and has good audience appeal. Xiao Yang nodded, his expression back to normal, and followed him into the busy and noisy crew. However, the three truth talismans and the hard power that had just been improved flashed through his mind involuntarily, and an elusive playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few minutes later, Xiao Yang walked into the makeshift audition booth. Three actresses with different styles immediately stood up and looked at him with nervousness and anticipation. Ding Ziyuan quickly introduced them. "Mr. Chow, this is the pure Lin Wei, this is the glamorous young man, and this is the elegant Miao Xinjie." The three girls greeted him one after another, but their eyes kept looking at the young and handsome investor. Chao Yang glanced at the three people and silently said in his heart, "System, use the truth talisman on Lin Wei." Truth talisman 1, target, Lin Wei, effective. Chao Yang casually asked, "Ms. Lin, why do you want to perform in this short play?" Lin Wei's prepared smile froze, her eyes instantly becoming a little blunt as she blurted out, "Of course it's for the money and exposure. This kind of low-budget short drama makes money quickly and isn't tiring to film. If it becomes a hit, I'll make a fortune, and I can even use the buzz to get better roles in the future." As soon as she said this, she froze, her face turned pale, and she waved her hands hurriedly. No. That's not what I meant." Ding Ziyuan's face also looked a little ugly. He waved his hand and said, Go, you can leave now." Chao Yang remained calm, and thought again, "Use the truth talisman on Zhang Man." Truth talisman 1, target, Zhang Man, effective. He turned to Zhang Man. "Ms. Zhang? What do you think of this role?" Zhang Man's eyes were dazed for a moment, and then she said with a hint of disdain, "Understanding? What kind of deep understanding does a heroine in a cool drama need? Just showing up pretty is enough. The main reason is that director Ding agreed to give me a few more intimate scenes with the male lead. They will definitely generate a lot of buzz and help me hype myself up." She suddenly covered her mouth and opened her eyes wide in horror, completely unable to understand why she had said what was in her heart. Ding Ziyuan wiped his sweat awkwardly and waved his hand again. "Hurry up and get out of here." Finally, Chao Yan looked at Miao Xinjie, who had the most outstanding appearance and the most calm temperament. System, use the last truth talisman on Miao Xinjie. Truth talisman 1, target, Miao Xinjie, effective. "Miss Miao, what do you think?" Miao Xinjie took a deep breath, her eyes sincere and determined. "Mr. Chow, I know some people may look down on short plays, but I think this is a good opportunity to hone my skills. I will study the role carefully and do my best to portray her well, so as to be worthy of your investment in my own career. I hope that every role I play will be a solid step on my road to success." Her answers were clear and sincere, even enthusiastic. Under the effect of the truth talisman, these were undoubtedly her true words. Chao Yang nodded with satisfaction and said to Ding Ziyuan, "I've decided on Miao Xinjie." There's something in her eyes and her attitude is also correct. Ding Ziyuan immediately responded, "Okay, Mr. Chow. Miao Xinjie, congratulations." Having been offered the lead role, Miao Xinjie bowed excitedly. "Thank you, Mr. Chow." "Thank you, Director Ding. I will definitely work hard." After deciding on the heroine, Ding Ziyuan was in a good mood and warmly invited Chao Yang to dinner, and Miao Xinjie naturally joined them. During the dinner, Ding Ziyuan spoke eloquently and toasted continuously. Miao Xinjie was also very graceful and behaved appropriately. Occasionally, she looked at Chao Yang with gratitude and admiration. After 3 rounds of drinks, Ding Ziyuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and said a few words, then said to Chao Yang with an apologetic look. Mr. Chao, I'm so sorry. I have something urgent to attend to on the set, so I have to excuse myself for now. Xinjie, please stay with Mr. Chao. Chapter 35, A Casual Affair, A Fleeting Romance. After Ding Ziyuan hurriedly left, only Chao Yang and Miao Xinjie were left in the private room. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down. Miao Xinjie stood up, picked up the bottle and filled Chao Yang with wine. She moved closer inadvertently, bringing a whiff of fragrance. She whispered, Mr. Chao, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity today. I know that without your approval, this role would not belong to me. As she spoke, she raised her glass and looked at Chao Yang with burning eyes. I toast you a glass. In the future, please take good care of me, Mr. Chao. She drank it all in one gulp, her cheeks flushed and her eyes became bolder. Putting down the wineglass, she suddenly reached out and gently placed her hand on the back of Chao Yang's hand, her fingertips slightly cold. Mr. Chao, she lowered her voice, with a hint of temptation. In this circle, it's difficult for a newcomer like me to make a name for myself. I know very well that at critical moments, I need the appreciation and support of noble people, and I also know how to repay them. Her hints were already quite obvious, and she moved closer, her curves becoming faintly visible. Chao Yan looked at her young and beautiful face, especially her eyes full of ambition, and he understood. He held Miao Xinjie's hand with his backhand, and lightly stroked her palm with his fingertips, feeling her slight trembling. Act well and opportunities will naturally come. His tone was flat, neither accepting nor rejecting it clearly. A hint of joy flashed in Miao Xinjie's eyes, and she leaned in, breathing softly. Then from now on, I will follow you, Mr. Chao. Chao Yang smiled, put his arms around her waist, and enjoyed her initiative and tenderness. He knew in his heart that this girl was ambitious and knew how to use her strengths to her advantage. She would surely make a difference in the complex entertainment industry in the future. The love and affection tonight is nothing more than a fleeting romance for mutual gain and a casual performance. He doesn't have to get emotionally involved, just enjoy the moment. I have to say that Miao Xinjie is very good at seizing opportunities, and she also knows how to serve men. With Chao Yang's attentive service, both the host and the guests had a full meal and enjoyed it very much. When leaving the box, Miao Xinjie held onto the wall and her walking posture became a little awkward. Ding! The host under investigation has completed an impromptu romance exchange. The following rewards will be issued to you as appropriate. 1. Scriptwriting Skills Basics. This course allows the host to gain a basic understanding of script structure and narrative rhythm, and to distinguish between good and bad scripts. However, this course is still far from enabling the host to independently create mature scripts. 2. Double your alcohol tolerance. Passively improves the host's alcohol metabolism, making it less likely to get drunk at social events and keeping you sober. 3. Facial Expression Management Mastery. Ability to precisely control facial expressions, perfectly concealing true emotions and appearing genuine in situations requiring deception. Chao Yang felt the extra knowledge in his mind and the subtle changes in his body, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. What the hell? Is this the end? It seems like this wasn't a heartfelt exchange, and the system settlement was perfunctory, with only scraps of skills, like giving alms to beggars. As expected, assembly line work isn't as rewarding as heartfelt pursuits. Next time, I'll have to choose a high-quality partner for in-depth communication. Current experience value, 510. After complaining, he found that his experience points had increased by 1 point. In other words, there are some benefits to accepting Miao Xinjie, but they are not many, and it is better than nothing. Take care, Mr. Chao. We'll play together again when there's a chance. Miao Xinjie accompanied Chao Yang to the car and waved goodbye with a smile on her face. Only when the rear of the car completely disappeared from her sight did she take out her cell phone and call Ding Ziyuan to report the situation. Director Ding, I've done everything I can. Mr. Chao seems very satisfied and has left now. Ding Ziyuan's relieved laugh came from the phone. Okay, Xinjie, thank you for your hard work. Why don't you come find me now and we can talk in detail? I'll tell you about the play. After leaving the hotel, Chao Yang was not in a hurry to return to the villa. He was thinking about choosing a location for Su Xinyue to open a store. I might as well take advantage of the free time now and go for a walk in the city. He drove around the city's commercial streets and soon spotted 2 shops on the corner of the street. The shop door was locked, and a sign saying room for rent was hung on the outer wall. 5 or 6 people were sitting on the steps at the door, smoking and chatting. After Chow Yang got off the car, he walked over and gave each of them a cigarette. After asking around, he found out that these people had all set their eyes on this store and were fighting overtly and covertly to take it over quickly. However, the landlord is out of town, saying that he is busy preparing for his daughter's wedding, and it is unknown when he will be back. Chow Yang thought, maybe this is just an excuse. The landlord didn't show up because he wanted to raise the price and make those who wanted to rent the shop compete for it, so that it would be easier to ask for a high rent when negotiating the price. The competitors present may not be unaware of this truth, but no one wants to miss out on this store, so they all insist on waiting here, and no one wants to give up first. Chow Yang's eyes flashed, he glanced at the frowning competitors, and touched his chin thoughtfully. Then, he suddenly turned around and walked to the side of the road, bent down and picked up half a brick. This action made the people chatting nearby feel a little scared. Dude, what are you doing? We all compete based on strength, not dirty tricks. Chow Yang ignored them, weighed the brick, raised his hand and smashed it towards the glass window of the shop. Bang crash. The glass shattered all over the floor. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chow Yang with their mouths wide open. Are you crazy? Are you blatantly causing damage when you can't see the landlord? Chow Yang calmly brushed off the dust on his hands, took out his cell phone and took a picture of the broken glass. Then I entered the phone number of the landlord I was about to visit and sent him a text message. I'm very sorry that I accidentally damaged your shop window. Please contact me and I'm willing to double the compensation and apologize in person. He also thoughtfully included his name and contact number at the end. After doing this, he waited quietly. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, Chow Yang's cell phone rang. He pressed the answer button and said sincerely, "Hello, I just sent a text message." Everyone around pricked up their ears. Chow Yang nodded repeatedly, I understand. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll be waiting here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we'll talk in detail then." After hanging up the phone, Chow Yang curled up his lips into a smile. A fat man came over and asked in disbelief, "Brother, is this a meeting?" Chow Yang shrugged, "Yes, I have already reached an agreement with the landlord on the phone, and he agreed to rent the shop to me first." Everyone was stunned for a while before they suddenly realized what was going on and started slapping their thighs. Fuck. I'm impressed by you. It's really high. We've been waiting here foolishly for half a month, but it's not as good as a brick from you. Dude, you have such a unique way of thinking. I admire you. I have to admit defeat. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Chow Yang waved his hand coolly and got back into the car. He had already thought about what gift to bring to their meeting tomorrow, an expensive gift to celebrate the landlord's daughter's wedding. It is in accordance with etiquette and has auspicious meanings. This store is a sure thing. Chapter 36. Chow Yang's personality charm conquered Yi Qingwan. When Chow Yang returned to Moon Bay No. 1 Villa, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The car lights illuminated the courtyard, and a tall figure immediately looked over with vigilance. It was the bodyguard Captain Lu Yi. He was on night patrol with 2 team members. Seeing Chow Yang get off the car, Lu Yi immediately trotted forward and saluted. "Mr. Chow, you're back." Chow Yang nodded slightly, feeling very satisfied, with an approving smile on his face. "Thank you for your hard work, Lu Yi. You are very alert." Lu Yi stood straight. "This is our duty." Chow Yang patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done. In a few days, I plan to buy you some weapons and equipment to improve your combat effectiveness. This includes the latest bulletproof vests, combat uniforms, stun guns, tranquilizer guns, daggers, and other tactical accessories. You should know a lot about this. Take some time to make a list for me to use as a reference. We can brainstorm and discuss and come up with the best solution." After hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes flashed with surprise and anticipation. His voice was loud and full of gratitude. "Okay, Mr. Chow, thank you for your trust." He had wanted to find an opportunity to remind Chow Yang about purchasing equipment, but unexpectedly Chow Yang brought it up first. This alone is enough to show that their employer has a broad vision, knows everything clearly, and understands that his subordinates are willing to spend money. Chow Yang nodded and smiled, signaling Lu Yi to continue patrolling, and then walked towards the brightly lit villa. As you enter the restaurant, you will see a table full of exquisite dishes under warm lights. "Master, you are back, please have your meal." Yi Qingwan took his coat and smiled as she pulled out the main seat for him. It's quite rich. It looks very appetizing." After washing his hands, Chow Yang sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started picking up food. The combination of meat and vegetables is reasonable, the taste is rich, and the cooking time is just right. He was very satisfied with the meal and felt the delicious taste lingered on his lips and teeth. "Warner, please ask the kitchen staff to come over." Soon, the slightly plump Chef Wang Yadao came over, looking a little nervous. Chow Yang asked, "Chef Wang, did you make all these dishes?" Yes, is it not to your liking?" Wang Yadao nodded, looking a little nervous. "No, quite the contrary." Chow Yang smiled and said, "Your craftsmanship is quite good. I can tell you put a lot of thought into it. This crab meat and lion's head dish is especially delicious." After hearing this, Wang Yadao's nervousness disappeared, a smile spread across his face, and he rubbed his hands and said, "Thank you for your praise. I will work harder in the future." Chow Yang looked at them and said, "If you do a good job, you deserve a reward. I won't play tricks on you. Your salary will be increased by another 5,000 on top of the original amount. When there's a chance, we'll hire an assistant and 2 kitchen helpers for you. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for the people. You are responsible for the meals for everyone in the villa. You must ensure food safety and don't let me have any worries." Upon hearing this, Wang Yadao couldn't stop smiling. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly and patted his chest to make a promise. "It's okay, go back and rest." Chow Yang waved his hand and smiled as he told Chef Wang to go back and rest. Then, as if he remembered something, he instructed Yi Qingwan. "Warner, go ask Shin Sheng to come over. If Tang Tang is still awake, come along too." A moment later, gardener Shin Sheng walked in cautiously, holding his daughter Tong Tong's hand. "Mr. Chow, do you want to ask me something?" Shin Sheng was wearing simple but clean work clothes, and at first glance he looked like a serious and responsible person. The little girl Tong Tong's face was a little pale, but her eyes were big and bright. She snuggled up to her father's legs and looked at Chow Yang timidly. "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask you, how is it working here? Are you used to living here?" Chow Yang's tone was very casual, just like old friends chatting. "Very good, everything is fine. Thank you for giving me this job and letting me live here with Tang Tang." Shin Xin usually doesn't talk much, but at this moment he was expressing his gratitude sincerely. Chow Yang nodded, slowed down his tone, and looked at the little girl gently. "Tang Tang, how are you feeling recently?" Tang Tang replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. Tang Tang is fine. Although she is only 5 or 6 years old, she is well behaved and sensible, and looks lovable." Chow Yang thought for a moment and said in a relaxed tone, "Tang Tang, uncle would like to ask you for a favor, okay?" "Okay, what can I do?" Tang Tang blinked her big eyes curiously. "Uncle can't finish all the food by himself every day. Can you come and help him taste the food at every meal from now on? Help uncle taste which one is the most delicious. It will be more lively if we eat together." Tang Tang seemed to understand, but she felt that the task was very important, so she nodded seriously, "Okay." Seeing this scene, Shin Xing's body shook, and he instantly understood Chow Yang's profound meaning. This is a different way to supplement Tang Tang's nutrition. His eyes suddenly turned red and his lips trembled slightly. Thousands of words were stuck in my chest, and in the end I just bowed deeply. "Mr. Chow, thank you. In the future, if you need me, just tell me what you want. I, Shin Shang, will go through fire and water without hesitation." Chow Yang walked over and helped him up, saying with a smile, "Okay, no need to be so exaggerated. It's getting late. Take the child back to rest." Watching the father and daughter leave, Yi Qingwan was quite moved, with a surge of thoughts in her heart. She saw all of Chow Yang's care and consideration for his servants. This was not an act, but a genuine display of humanity. It is said that rich people are cold, heartless, and arrogant, and are even more mean and petty than ordinary people. They will boss their servants around and order them to do this and that. However, Yi Qingwan discovered that her master was not like that at all. His tolerance, his generosity, his kindness, and his persistence and strength all made Yi Qingwan deeply impressed. "Master, you must be tired after running around all day. Can I help you take a bath and rest?" Yi Qingwan's tone was gentler and more considerate than before. When she thought of her first time, which happened with her master in the bathroom, her heart began to beat faster. To be honest, she was a little reluctant at first, thinking that she shouldn't be too close to her employer. But after experiencing his dominance and nourishment, she became deeply addicted to the feeling of being conquered. "Good." Chow Yang smiled and gently pinched Yi Qingwan's rosy face. Then, as a blush crept up her cheeks, he suddenly opened his arms, carried her like a princess, and walked towards the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water splashing came from the bathroom, accompanied by some rhythmic collisions and screams. Yi Qingwan was completely unprepared for Chao Yang's increase of 3 centimeters and clearly felt it was unbearable. She even had a shameful thought that she was really making a lot of money. Working here not only earned her a high salary, but also allowed her to enjoy the master's meticulous care. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is definitely the blessing she earned in her previous life. Chapter 37: The Tigress and the Vixen. A night of spring. The next morning, Chao Yang woke up refreshed as usual. However, Yi Qingwan felt sore all over and was obviously overwhelmed. Chao Yang simply let her rest for a day and not do anything. After washing up, Chao Yang changed into sportswear, ran around the villa twice, and then did some strength training on the fitness equipment in the courtyard. After finishing my morning exercise, I took a shower and then sat at the dining table to enjoy a delicious breakfast. Xin Cheng brought Tang Tang over and ate with Chao Yang. At first, the father and daughter were a little reserved, but when they saw Chao Yang talking and laughing gently and not treating them as outsiders, and with Yi Qingwan's mediation, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After breakfast, Chao Yang drove out. I made an appointment with the landlord yesterday to meet at 9 a.m. to discuss the shop rental. He had to act early and not keep the landlord waiting. It would be troublesome if the landlord got impatient and refused to rent to him. When passing by a brand gold shop, Chao Yang stopped the car and went in for a look around. When he came out, he had an exquisitely packaged red sandalwood box in his hand. This is the gift he brought for the landlord. The item was a brand name and cost him tens of thousands of dollars, but Chao Yang didn't feel bad at all. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. If you want to get things done, it is necessary to bleed a little at the critical moment. Those competitors last night might use some other tricks to fight for that store. Chao Yang must make a final decision today and not let them take advantage of any opportunity. When they drove to the commercial street, it was just 8:30. Chao Yang got out of the car and sat on the steps to observe the surrounding environment. This area is quite prosperous, with people coming and going, and shops lining the streets. It can be said that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. He chose this location for Su Xinyue. As long as the business is managed properly, he believes that the business will be very profitable in the future. Just thinking about this. He saw a woman about 26 or 27 years old, with a slim figure and delicate features, walking out of the high-end yoga studio across the street. The woman had a bright smile and held a stack of flyers in her hand, which she kept distributing to passers-by. Later, the slim woman seemed to have set her sights on Chao Yang. She walked over to him, handed him a flyer, and even started chatting with him. "Hey, little brother, get a membership card. Our yoga studio has a huge discount right now. Top up 8,000 and get 1,000, plus 2 free premium yoga classes every week. Yoga is very beneficial, and it's suitable for both men and women." Chao Yang had nothing to do, so he glanced at the contents of the flyer and thought that if Su Xinyue opened a shop here in the future, he could get one for her. So he nodded immediately and said, "Okay, I'll get one for my friend. How do I pay?" Just scan the code." The slender woman was obviously stunned, and couldn't believe that she would meet such a straightforward person. Before she even finished her solicitation speech, people asked how to pay. "He is so handsome and rich, and he looks very attractive." "Hello everyone. My name is Huang Yani, and I'm the owner of the yoga studio across the street. You're welcome to bring your friends over, and I'll take special care of them." The slim woman was very talkative. After receiving the payment, she started chatting with Chao Yang enthusiastically. "Hello, Sister Huang, my name is Chao Yang." Chao Yang was calm and composed, and said calmly, "I will rent this store for a friend right now. You will definitely get to know each other in the future. I hope you can take good care of her." Huang Yani was slightly stunned, then smiled, and said, Of course, of course. Brother Chao Yang, you look like someone who can accomplish great things. Maybe I'll have to ask you and your friends to take care of me in the future. To be honest, I'm quite familiar with the owner of this store and can get along with him, but his tigress is too difficult to deal with and has always been against me. I want to help you match them up, but I'm afraid his tigress will interfere and cause trouble, so Brother Chao Yang, you should just try your best. If that doesn't work, I'll think of another way for you." Seeing her frankness, Chao Yang didn't take it too seriously and replied casually, "Okay, Sister Huang, thank you for your kindness. I'll wait here for a while. The landlord should be here soon." As we were talking, a woman in her 50s with curly hair, a big face and wearing gold and silver jewelry got off the car and walked towards us with a swagger. "Hey, handsome guy, are you the one who texted my husband last night, wanting to rent our shop?" "Yes, it's me." Chow Yang stood up, but he didn't expect that the landlord he was talking to didn't come, but his wife came instead. You can tell at first glance that this lady is a wealthy woman. Her clothes, shoes, and jewelry are not cheap at all. However, this old lady looked fat and bloated, and her face looked a bit fierce, which really deserved the name Tiger Mom that Huang Yani had just called her. "Huang Yani! You little bitch, what are you doing at my doorstep?" The landlord's wife saw Huang Yani standing nearby and didn't bother to continue talking to Chow Yang. The fire of war immediately ignited. "You are as thin as a bamboo pole, and you still want to seduce my husband. You are relying on your youth and beauty. What's so great about it? You are a fox." Thankfully, your sharp eyes, forced my husband to close the shop and rent it out to someone else, tying it firmly to my side. Now let's see how you can seduce him in the future. Huang Yani was caught off guard and was scolded harshly, which immediately made her angry. Her eyebrows were raised, her hands pinched her slender waist, and she responded without showing any weakness. "Zhang Jinoa. Watch your mouth. Who's hooking up with your husband? I'm handing out flyers here, how does that bother you? You can't even keep an eye on your man, so don't be like a mad dog, biting everyone you see." "Bah! You're handing out flyers in front of my store? You're kidding. I think you're just lusting after a handsome guy and want to flirt with him." The landlord's wife Zhang Jinoa put her hands on her hips and her saliva was almost spraying on Huang Yani's face. When Chow Yang saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. These two people are indeed enemies, but if they continue to quarrel like this, it will waste his time. With a turn of his eyes, Chow Yang took a step forward and stood between the two of them. Then he said to Huang Yani with a serious face, "Madam, we are not familiar with each other. Please leave immediately and don't disturb me from discussing business with the landlord." After saying this, he deliberately waved his hand, as if to drive away some irrelevant people. Huang Yani was stunned for a moment, then she saw Chow Yang's look and immediately understood. She pouted in a wronged manner, "Just leave. Why are you being so fierce?" After saying that, she turned around and walked quickly back to her yoga studio. Seeing that Chow Yang stood on her side clearly and drove away the little devil, Zhang Jinoa immediately smiled and looked at Chow Yang more favorably. "You're a good young man. Better than those who can't even walk after seeing a vixen." She patted Chow Yang's arm and said happily, "Okay, I'll rent this shop to you. The annual rent is 350,000, not a penny less." At this moment, two men came over and asked with a smile, "Sister Zhang, we also want to rent your shop. The price is negotiable." Chapter 38, Rent a Store, Do You Want to Sleep With Me? Zhang Jinoa narrowed her eyes. "Oh? Sure, how much can you offer?" The two of them looked at each other and said, "Sister Zhang, let's add another 15,000. 365,000, is that okay with you?" Zhang Jinoa was a little hesitant. She had no grudge against money, and it would certainly be good to earn more. Seeing this, Chow Yang calmly took out the exquisite red sandalwood box and handed it over with a smile. "Sister Zhang, it's our first meeting, so I want to give you a small token of my appreciation. Congratulations on your daughter's wedding and the birth of her baby soon." Zhang Jinoa opened the box in confusion and saw a pair of exquisitely crafted pure gold dolls inside, a boy and a girl, sparkling in the sun. Her eyes widened instantly. She picked one up and weighed it. It was very heavy and estimated that it would cost tens of thousands. The next second, the anger and hesitation on her face disappeared in an instant, and she smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. "Ouch! Ouch! Young man! You are too polite. How can I be so polite?" She said sorry, but her hands were tightly holding the box. She smacked her lips and waved her hand. "Those two are such stingy people. You're so shameless. Handsome man, I like you. So, the annual rent is 320,000. Sign a 3-year contract." The two competitors next to them were stunned, looking as if they had eaten a fly. This old fat woman actually surrendered to him on her own initiative. It was really out of the ordinary. Chow Yang immediately smiled and nodded, "Thank you, Sister Zhang. I'll do as you say." "Ha, just because you call me sister so many times, instead of calling me auntie like those ignorant people, I will rent it to you no matter what." The procedures were completed quickly. While signing and putting her fingerprints on the documents, Zhang Jinhua glanced up and down at Xiao Yang, becoming more and more satisfied. Xiao Chao, how old are you this year? Do you have a boyfriend? She leaned closer, lowered her voice, and cast a coquettish glance. Sister, I've never seen someone as handsome and so capable as you. Follow me, and you'll have a good life in the future. I'll even give you this shop for free. Xiao Yang felt a chill in his stomach because of her look and words, and his stomach was churning and he almost vomited. I'm so fucking, you old cow want to eat young grass? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? What kind of character is this? You are not a good person if you secretly hook up with a young hunk while your husband is away. Xiao Yang suppressed his discomfort and laughed dryly. Sister Zhang, you're joking. My girlfriend is very strict. Thank you for giving up. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he left almost as if escaping. When he reached the corner of the street, Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called Su Xinyue. Auntie Su, the shop is done. The location is perfect, the annual rent is 320,000, and the contract is for 3 years. Su Xinyue's surprised and excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Really? So soon? That's great. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Why are you being so polite to me? Once you recover, you'll be able to show your skills. As soon as I hung up the phone, a fragrant breeze blew over. Huang Yanni appeared again at some point, walked forward with a smile, naturally took Xiao Yang's arm, and raised her chin towards Zhang Jinhua, who had not walked far away. Sister Zhang. Take care. I forgot to tell you that brother Xiao Yang has become a top-level member with me. Come visit often. Hearing this, Zhang Jinhua's body stiffened. She turned around and saw this scene. She was so angry that her face turned green. She glared at Xiao Yang fiercely and walked away with her high heels clattering. The contract has been signed and is legally binding. If she wants to go back on her word, she will have to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. She was also not sure whether Huang Yanni said that on purpose. In fact, there was no such thing, so after thinking about it, she could only hold her breath for the time being. Seeing Zhang Jinhua get in the car and leave, Huang Yanni smiled triumphantly and then said to Xiao Yang, "Thank you, brother, for helping me vent my anger. That tigress must be pissed off now, ah." Xiao Yang coughed lightly and pulled his arm out of his arms. Sister Huang, I still have to go and contact the decorators, so I won't chat with you anymore. Huang Yanni blinked and immediately said coquettishly, "If you need renovations, I know a reliable engineering team. They're affordable and have good craftsmanship. I guarantee they'll make it beautiful for you, saving you the trouble and effort. How about it?" Xiao Yang's eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's great. Thank you, Sister Huang." Huang Yanni smiled brightly. "You're welcome, sister. Come on, let's go to my yoga studio. You've already signed up for a membership, so you should check out the facilities." Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. "Sister Huang, it's hard to refuse your kindness, so I will respectfully obey your order." "That's right." Huang Yanni smiled even more charmingly. "We'll be neighbors from now on. We'll have plenty of time to interact with each other. It would be good for both of us to improve our relationship now." Walking into Huang Yanni's yoga studio, the interior environment is elegant and unique, with a faint scent of aroma permeating the air and soothing music flowing gently. However, in such a large space, there were only a few students practicing, making it seem quite deserted. The smile on Huang Yanni's face faded a little. She sighed and poured a glass of water for Xiao Yang. "Brother Xiao Yang, to be honest, my store may look glamorous, but it's actually on the verge of collapse." She leaned against the reception desk, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and helplessness. "I got divorced last year, and this gym is my only hope. But business is so tough right now. Several new gyms have opened nearby, and the competition is so fierce. I'm losing a lot of students, and I can't attract new ones. I'm losing money every month. Otherwise, I wouldn't be going out on the street handing out flyers to recruit people." She smiled bitterly and shook her head. "If this continues, I'll have to close down in half a month at most, and I'll be in debt." Xiao Yang listened, his eyes swept over the facilities and spatial layout of the museum, and he quickly calculated in his mind. The location here is good, the area is large, and the basic conditions are actually very good. It's just that the business model may be too traditional, lacking highlights and differentiated services to attract high-end customers. "Sister Huang," Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and then said, "Have you ever thought about changing your business strategy?" How to change it?" Huang Yani raised her head with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. First, the positioning needs to change. Stop focusing on the mass market and focus on high-end customer groups. Chao Yang spoke eloquently. The decoration needs to be comprehensively upgraded to create an extremely private and luxurious environment. The courses should be refined. In addition to yoga, we can also add Pilates, body sculpting, and even nutritionists and psychological counseling services. If we are going to do it, we should create high-quality products and build a high-end lifestyle experience center. With higher average customer spending and deeper service, word of mouth will naturally build. Then, we will have no problem finding high-quality customers. Huang Yani's eyes lit up as she listened, but then dimmed again. It's a good idea, but it requires a huge investment, at least over 10 million. I don't have the money right now. I'll invest 20 million. Chao Yang spoke concisely and confidently. I'll be in charge of the overall situation, and you'll be responsible for operations and management. When the profits come in, you can give me a share of the profits. How about that? 20 million? Huang Yani suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes widened, she could not believe her ears. The next second, she screamed excitedly, rushed over and hugged Chao Yang tightly, jumping and shouting excitedly. Chapter 39, Empty, Lonely, and Cold. Ah! Chao Yang! Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Oh my god! 20 million! My yoga studio is saved. Huang Yani held Chao Yang's face and kissed him hard several times without saying a word, leaving several bright red lip marks. Suddenly, the familiar system prompt sound rang in Chao Yang's mind again. Ding! High-quality relationship target detected, Huang Yani. Relationship binding successful. At the same time, a pink bubble that only Chao Yang could see quietly appeared above Huang Yani's head. Name, Huang Yani. Age, 27. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance score, 88. Bright and charming, hot body. Identity, owner of the leisurely yoga studio on the verge of bankruptcy. Romance traits, bold and aggressive, shrewd and pragmatic, and eager for dependence. Current favorability, 68 out of gratitude and trust, she considers you her benefactor and lucky star. Reward, if you successfully establish a relationship with it, the host will receive 1. Orthopedic massage proficient. 2. Master-level fashion design skills. 3. Comprehensive knowledge of weapons and equipment knowledge indoctrination. Looking at the reward list, Chao Yang felt excited. These skills were much more than what Miao Xinjie had gotten that time. From this we can also see that Huang Yani has a very high degree of favorability towards him and has developed certain feelings for him. After the ecstasy, Huang Yani looked at Chao Yang with eyes so eager that they almost melted. Chao Yang, you are really my destined nobleman. Come on. I will take you to see our best VIP training room. From now on, it will be your exclusive space. She took Chao Yang's hand, trotted across the corridor, and pushed open a heavy soundproof door. Inside was an extremely private and spacious room with expensive carpets, a huge mirror on one wall, soft lighting, soothing music, and a relaxing aroma in the air. The sound insulation here is the best and it's absolutely private. Huang Yani said, her eyes began to become a little vague, with a hint of teasing and charm. Chao Yang, to thank you, I'll teach you some basic yoga moves. They'll be very helpful for stretching your body and relaxing your mind. She softened her voice and began to demonstrate a few moves, her body curves fully revealed in her soft yoga clothes. Really? Then I'm in for a lesson. Chao Yang smiled and did not refuse. Since it was a system reward, he didn't want to miss it. Inevitably, the intimate private teaching process turned into close physical contact and became a hotbed of emotions. Huang Yani's hand gently supported Chao Yang's waist to help him adjust his posture, and her warm breath sprayed on his ears. The ambiguous atmosphere quickly heated up in the enclosed space, and the music became particularly seductive. Huang Yani is a bold and unrestrained person. She dares to do whatever she thinks of. She suddenly stopped, turned around, stood close to Chao Yang, and hooked her arms around his neck. His eyes were fiery and direct. Chao Yang, to be honest, I've had a special liking for you since the first time I saw you. She parted her red lips, her breath sweet as orchid. Do you want to try some more difficult couple moves with me? I promise it will be unforgettable for you. Chao Yang looked at the undisguised desire and invitation in her eyes, felt her soft body pressed against him, smiled, and put his arms around her waist. Oh? How difficult is it? I'm quite curious. Sister Huang, you don't know that I love challenges the most. The more difficult it is, the more it arouses my competitive spirit. The following yoga classes became less formal. Huang Yani completely let herself go, showing amazing flexibility and physical strength. She could perform various difficult poses with ease. Accompanied by soothing music and overlapping figures in the mirror, she pushed the atmosphere to wave after wave of climaxes. Both of them enjoyed themselves to the fullest in this exhilarating exercise. The sweat dripping and soaking the yoga mat also gave them great satisfaction. After it was over, Huang Yani collapsed in Chao Yang's arms, her cheeks flushed, breathing slightly, and her fingers drawing circles on his chest. Chao Yang, my dear brother, you really make me completely convinced. From now on, this yoga studio, my body, and my heart will all be yours. Chao Yang turned over and pressed her down again, grinning mischievously. Sister Huang, you must keep your word. From now on, we will share the good and the bad together and make a fortune together. Ding! Congratulations to the host and his romantic partner, Huang Yani, for achieving a major breakthrough. Rewards are being distributed. As the system prompt sounded, a warm current carrying a large amount of information instantly flooded into Chao Yang's mind and body. 1. Bone setting and massage mastery. Master the essence of traditional Chinese medicine bone setting techniques and modern massage techniques. Not only can it effectively treat common problems such as neck, shoulder, waist, and leg pain, injuries from falls, and joint dislocations, but it can also, through unique techniques, relax tendons and activate joints, relieve deep muscle fatigue, and even correct poor posture to a certain extent. Note, this skill also includes a set of highly effective close-quarters grappling and counterattack techniques, derived from bone massage and acupoint identification. 2. Master-level fashion design skills. Instantly acquire the aesthetics, drawing skills, fabric knowledge, cutting, and three-dimensional composition abilities of the world's top fashion designers. Ability to independently design a variety of clothing that combines aesthetics, comfort, and market value, particularly adept at highlighting women's curves in both formal and everyday wear. P.S. Has a keen eye, can accurately judge the strengths and weaknesses of others' figures and provide optimal clothing recommendations. 3. Comprehensive weapons and equipment knowledge inculcation. This course provides comprehensive theoretical knowledge covering ancient and modern Chinese and foreign cold weapons, light weapons, explosives, tactical equipment, and even some future concept weapons. Including but not limited to its history, structural principles, operation methods, maintenance, advantages and disadvantages analysis, and tactical application scenarios. Note, the knowledge base is updated in sync with the development of real-world weapons. Current experience value, 610 host, please continue your efforts. You are one step closer to system upgrade. Feeling the vast amount of knowledge flowing into his mind and the new skills his body mastered, Chao Yang smiled with satisfaction. These awards are both practical and professional. Whether it is used to develop new businesses in daily life or to enhance one's own comprehensive strength, there is obviously great potential. Chao Yang silently gave the system a big thumbs up in his heart. This time, the dog system finally stopped giving him perfunctory treatment and gave him real benefits. Brother Chao Yang, why haven't I met you earlier? After another round of ups and downs, Huang Yani was completely conquered by the sleep. She said with emotion, if only time could go back to 5 years ago, before I was raped by my bastard ex-husband, and God let me meet you, how wonderful it would be. Chao Yang bit her earlobe lightly, his voice low and magnetic. It's not too late now, Sister Huang, you are in the prime of your life. We will have plenty of opportunities to communicate in the future. Huang Yani chuckled, that's right, my appearance and figure are still very good. Now that I've met you, I'm really worth it. Fate is such a wonderful thing. It didn't come earlier, nor later. You suddenly appeared when I was most helpless, empty, lonely, and cold. So now, Sister Huang, how do you feel? Chao Yang asked softly, hugging her slender waist without a trace of fat. I'm now. Huang Yani thought for a moment, then said with a gloomy look, I feel very warm, very fulfilled, and very happy. All the sadness and depression of the past few years have disappeared. Chapter 40. It might hurt a little, just bear with it. The two stayed in the private training room for a long time. It was not until lunchtime that we reluctantly parted, got dressed, and walked out of the training room. At this moment, Huang Yani was like a long-awaited rain, her whole body was radiant and her self-confidence seemed to be about to burst. Some employees of the yoga studio were suddenly puzzled when they saw the boss lady in such a good mental state. They all had an incredible look on their faces and felt confused. When they noticed the handsome young man next to Huang Yani, they immediately guessed something in their hearts and couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. In the past, many people had tried every possible way to get close to Huang Yani, hoping to eat her ripe peach, but in the end they all returned empty-handed. Unexpectedly, this handsome guy is so capable that he managed to eat the boss lady to death in just a few hours. You can't refuse to accept it. Huang Yanni took Chao Yang out and found a Chinese restaurant. They ate in a private room and discussed the future operation and management of the yoga studio. They also signed the investment contract. After all, it is an investment of 20 million, which is not a small amount. Although Chao Yang trusts Huang Yanni, he will never be blinded by lust and spend money casually. In the afternoon, the construction team contacted by Huang Yanni also arrived. After discussing the decoration plan with Chao Yang, they started working on Su Xinyue's store. The speed was still very fast, after all, they were all professionals. After dealing with these things, the sun was about to set. On his way home, Chao Yang happened to pass by Huasheng Financial Building. I remembered that when Mu Xiaodi took office as a new official, he was harassed by Ping Jelly and her group. He asked me for some advice on how to deal with it. I don't know how he is doing now. He took out his cell phone and called Mu Xiaodi. Manager Mu, are you off work yet? How's things going today? Chao Yang, it's you. I'm about to get off work. Mu Xiaodi's clear and pleasant voice came from the phone. There are a lot of things going on in the company. It's really more difficult than I expected. After using the method you taught me, Ping Jelly and her people have become much more obedient. I haven't fired them yet. After all, they are all working to earn money, and I don't want to cut off their source of income and prevent them from being able to support their families. Hearing her say this, Chao Yang shook his head secretly. Mu Xiaodi is still too young and too soft-hearted, not knowing the dangers of the workplace. If you want to hit a drowning dog, you have to be quick and hard. If you give them a chance to breathe, they might pounce on you and bite you. However, after all, Mu Xiaodi was born into a wealthy family in Kyoto. He had no worries about food and clothing since childhood and had a simple mind. He also received a good education, so it was understandable that he could not bear to kill them all. Simple, kind, and compassionate. This is her shortcoming, but also her advantage. If we always think the worst of others, then this world would be a truly filthy place. I'm at the door of your company. I'll take you home when you get off work. Chao Yang hung up the phone without saying anything else. Not long after, Mu Xiaodi ran out of the company building with a smile. She has bright eyes, white teeth, picturesque eyebrows, and a face full of collagen. She looks like a young and beautiful girl who walked out of a comic book. This feeling of first love is amazing. Oops. Because she ran too fast, Mu Xiaodi didn't pay attention to her feet. When she stepped down the stairs, she stumbled and sprained her ankle. Piper. Are you okay? Chao Yang had already opened the car door and was waiting for her to get in. When he saw that she had sprained her ankle, he hurriedly got out and ran over. It hurts so much. Whoa, I'm so happy that I ended up in trouble. I originally wanted to let you treat me and make a big fuss about you, but I ended up getting hurt first. Mu Xiaodi looked aggrieved. The slightest movement of her right foot caused her excruciating pain, and she was almost in tears. Don't cry. Tears can't stop the pain. I'll help you get in the car first and try to straighten your bones later. As Chao Yang spoke, he bent down, gently picked her up, and strode towards the sports car. Ah, you, in public, how could you? It was time to get off work, and Mu Xiaodi felt a little shy when he held her in his arms. She has never been in a relationship or had any intimate contact with the opposite sex in her life. At this moment, he was suddenly picked up in public, and his little face had turned red like an apple, nervous and flustered. What's wrong? If I don't carry you into the car, will it look good if you hop on one foot? Chao Yang didn't care about her protest at all, and said confidently, if you accidentally fall again and your ankle is broken, who will you blame? After hearing this, Mu Xiaodi was speechless and silently accepted Chao Yang's approach. She comforted herself in her heart. No one saw it, no one saw it. It wouldn't hurt to hug me. His chest was so warm that I could even hear his heartbeat. Looking up and taking a closer look, Chao Yang's handsomeness is simply impeccable, 360 degrees without any dead angles. Isn't this face too attractive? My mind is full of random thoughts. Chao Yang had already gently placed her on the passenger seat. Don't move. I'm going to straighten your bones. It might be a little painful, just bear with it. Chao Yang bent down and helped her slowly take off her high heels, revealing her delicate feet that were as thin as a hand. Chao Yang! What are you doing? He just held Mu Xiaoti's slender ankle and was ready to use bone-setting massage to treat it. A cold yet anxious female voice suddenly came from behind. I saw Nalan Yorua walking towards me quickly, his eyes full of alienation and vigilance. She wore a large mask to hide her beautiful face to avoid being followed by paparazzi. Chao Yang. Let her go. Xiao Di is in so much pain, why are you still fiddling around? Send her to the hospital right away. Nalan Yorua pushed Chao Yang away, squatted down and checked Mu Xiaoti's ankle with concern. She found that it was a little red and swollen, and the worry on her face became even more intense. Sister Yorua. Mu Xiaoti called out weakly and explained to her, I twisted my ankle accidentally. Chao Yang said he could help me fix my bones. Come on, Xiaoti, I'll take you to the hospital. Broken bones are no small matter, we need to see a professional doctor. As Nalan Yorua said this, she was about to help Mu Xiaoti up, completely not believing that Chao Yang could handle it. Chao Yang said helplessly, Miss Nalan, why don't you let me give it a try? I'm sure I can cure it. You? Nalan Yorua raised her head, her eyes filled with suspicion and distrust. Are you a doctor? Do you have the qualifications to practice medicine? What if you mess up and make Xiaoti more injured? Alright, get out of the way and stop causing more trouble. Seeing that his explanation was not working, Chao Yang was too lazy to waste any more words. He suddenly attacked, his movements as fast as lightning. Before Nalan Yorua could react, he grabbed Mu Xiaoti's ankles again with his hands. Ah! Chao Yang, what are you doing? Nalan Yorua screamed. Mu Xiaoti was also startled, but the expected severe pain did not come. There was only a very slight click sound. Chao Yang's fingers quickly pressed on the red and swollen area of her ankle, and a warm and comfortable feeling instantly replaced the original burning pain. Okay, try moving it, it should be fine. Chao Yang let go of his hand and said calmly. Mu Xiaoti subconsciously turned her ankle slightly and said in surprise, Huh? It really doesn't hurt anymore. This is amazing. Chao Yang, you are amazing. Nalan Yorua was stunned when she saw this scene, but the doubts on her face had not completely disappeared. No. We have to go to the hospital and take an X-ray. What if the pain is just temporary and there's a bone fracture or dislocation that hasn't been fully reset? Although her tone softened a bit, her attitude remained firm and there was no room for negotiation. Chao Yang looked at Nalan Yorua, who was determined not to give up until she got an authoritative diagnosis. He knew he couldn't persuade her, so he shrugged and said, Okay, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. I'll put your mind at ease. Chapter 41 Concert Tickets, Lost and Found Cell Phone. Along the way, Nalan Yorua held Mu Xiaoti's hand tightly, and glared at Chao Yang from time to time, as if he was some kind of swindler. Arrived at the hospital, registered, took X-rays, and waited for the results. The doctor took a look at the X-ray and said to Mu Xiaoti, the bones are fine, the joints are well restored, there's some soft tissue damage, it will be fine after 2 days of rest. Who set your bones? They were very professional. After hearing this, Nalan Yorua finally felt relieved and a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. It was already late at night when we left the hospital. When they parted, Nalan Yorua hesitated until the last moment before walking up to Chao Yang. Her voice was low and a little unnatural. Chao Yang, I'm sorry, I was too anxious and spoke in a bad manner, please forgive me. Chao Yang looked at her awkward apology and found it a little funny. He said calmly, It's okay. You're just worried and confused. I understand. Seeing that he really didn't take it to heart, Nalan Yorua secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then took out 2 beautifully made tickets from her bag and handed them to him. Here, I'm holding a concert at Donghai Plaza this weekend. These are tickets to the VIP area. They're my apology, and I want to thank you for letting bygones be bygones. Chao Yang took the ticket and smiled faintly. Okay, thanks, I will go and see it when I have time. Nalan Yorua nodded, pulled Mu Xiaoti and quickly got into the car, but her ears seemed to be slightly red. Chao Yang looked at the VIP ticket in his hand, shook his head and smiled. This big star has a bad temper, but at least he is reasonable. But, there are only 2 tickets, who should I go with? After Chao Yang separated from Mu Xiaoti and Nalan Yorua. As I walked near the hospital parking lot, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure that seemed familiar from the corner of my eye. He soon remembered that it was the yellow-haired boy who snatched Xiao Hanchuang's mobile phone on the Dongjiang Bridge. I saw the yellow-haired man sneakily following a girl who was walking and looking at her mobile phone, his fingers deftly reaching into her open backpack. Hey! What are you doing? Chao Yang shouted in a low voice, like a thunderclap. Huang Mao was guilty and frightened. He turned around and saw Chao Yang striding towards him. His face suddenly changed and he turned around and ran away. Stop! Chao Yang's eyes turned cold and he immediately started chasing after him. Huang Mao was very familiar with this area and was circling around it like a loach. Chao Yang followed slowly, and with his physical fitness and speed far exceeding that of ordinary people, he was not afraid of losing him at all. He wanted to see what tricks this yellow-haired guy could come up with. Finally, Huang Mao panicked and ran into a dead end. He leaned against the cold wall and gasped for breath. Run, why don't you run? Chao Yang walked over with his hands behind his back. Damn, you're really good at chasing, you almost chased me to death. Huang Mao took a deep breath. Not only was he not afraid, but he became arrogant. He squinted at Chao Yang and said, "But don't be too happy. I brought you here on purpose." As soon as he finished speaking, the entrance to the alley was blocked by a few ruffians. The leader was a tall, fleshy man with a green dragon tattoo on his arm. He had a cigarette in his mouth and a fierce look in his eyes. Brother Long. It's this guy. He is meddling in other people's business. Hurry up and take your brothers to beat him down. The yellow-haired man immediately became energetic and pointed at Chao Yang and shouted. Hearing this, the burly man known as Brother Long spat out his cigarette but grinned grimly and clenched his fists, his bones making crackling sounds that sounded extremely scary. Ha, how dare you touch my brother Long's little brother? If I don't chop off your legs today, I'll take your surname. The younger brothers behind him also took out batons and daggers and surrounded him with unfriendly faces. Chao Yang glanced at them, his face showing no fear at all. Instead, he sneered, "Just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp like you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me? Fuck! You're looking for death." Brother Long was enraged. He growled and punched Chao Yang in the face with his fist as big as a casserole. He is fast, powerful, and ruthless, and is obviously a veteran fighter. However, in Chao Yang's eyes, his movements were as slow as a snail. Chao Yang didn't even bother to dodge. He arrived first and shot out his right hand like lightning, accurately grabbed Brother Long's wrist and twisted it hard. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. Ah! Brother Long let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and was knocked to his knees by a huge force. His wrist was bent at a weird angle, which looked extremely scary. The pain made his eyes almost fall out. Before the other brothers could react, Chao Yang moved again. His figure shuttled back and forth like a ghost, attacking at a rapid speed with his fists and feet. Bang! Bang! Ah! Ouch! In just a few seconds, the sounds of critical hits and screams rang out one after another. Those younger brothers holding weapons all fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. They were either hugging their arms or holding their stomachs, groaning in pain, with weapons scattered all over the ground. Huang Mao was completely dumbfounded, his legs were shaking like sieves, and his face was as pale as paper. Chao Yang walked step by step to Brother Long, who was kneeling on the ground and sweating in pain, and looked down at him condescendingly. "Now, do you have anything else to say?" His voice was calm, but carried a chilling sense of oppression. Brother Long was so frightened that his soul was about to leave his body. He kowtowed repeatedly despite enduring the severe pain. "Brother! Brother, spare my life. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I didn't recognize a great man. Please have mercy on me. Just treat me like a fart." Chao Yang was too lazy to waste time talking to him. He turned his gaze to the frightened Huang Mao, who was paralyzed on the ground. "Where's the phone we stole on the Dongjiang Bridge that day?" Huang Mao shuddered and said quickly, "It's sold. It's just been sold. It's sold to Lao Wang's mobile phone store at the entrance of the alley ahead. Go and redeem it." Chao Yang ordered in a cold tone, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you don't see the phone after 10 minutes, or if you run away and don't come back, then your Brother Long and these brothers will probably be missing limbs." Hearing this, Brother Long got anxious and immediately cursed, "You bastard, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go, do you want to see me become a cripple?" "Ah, yes, yes. I'll go right away. Right away." Huang Mao had a bitter look on his face and crawled out. Brother Long and the other younger brothers knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe, for fear that they would anger Chao Yang and get beaten again. Not long after, Huang Mao came back panting, holding Xiao Hanchuang's phone in both hands and handed it to Chao Yang respectfully. "Big brother, I redeemed my phone. Luckily, I got there in time and it hadn't been formatted yet. Xiao Yang checked it and confirmed that everything was correct before he said coldly, "Get lost. Don't let me see you stealing or anything like that again, or you won't be punished this short of today." "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother." The group of people felt as if they had been pardoned. They supported each other and fled in a panic. Xiao Yang took out his cell phone, looked at the time, and decided to send it directly to Xiao Hanshuang. Arriving at the door of Xiao Hanshuang's apartment, Xiao Yang knocked. The door opened a crack, revealing Xiao Hanshuang's cold and beautiful face. Seeing that it was Xiao Yang, a subtle complex emotion flashed across her eyes, and then she returned to her coldness. "Why are you here?" Her tone was distant and full of obvious resistance, as if she was extremely reluctant to see him. Xiao Yang shook the phone in his hand. "I'm giving this to you." Xiao Hanshuang was stunned for a moment, then recognized it as her own phone. Surprise flashed across her face. "How did you find it for me?" "I just happened to run into the little thief who stole your phone, so I got it back for you," Xiao Yang said lightly. "Well, thank you." Xiao Hanshuang hesitated for a moment, thanked him, and opened the door. "Come in and sit down." She took the phone and her attitude was obviously softened. She poured a glass of water for Xiao Yang. She didn't know what to say and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward again. Chapter 42, The Wretched Old Man, Pushed into the Toilet. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa, looked at her slightly thinner face, and deliberately teased. "Teacher Xiao, please don't go to the bridge to drown your sorrows in alcohol anymore. It's too dangerous." Luckily, the person I encountered that day was a cell phone thief. If I had been raped, I wouldn't have had the chance to give you artificial respiration and send you home. After hearing this, Xiao Hanshuang's face turned red instantly. She felt embarrassed and annoyed. The crazy memories of that night came to her mind again, making her feel ashamed. "You! Stop talking nonsense. Don't mention what happened that day again. The phone has been delivered, you can leave now." She was a little incoherent and was about to chase the person away angrily. The exchange of body fluids that night was so absurd that every time she thought about it, her face turned red and her heart became restless. At this moment, the sound of a key turning suddenly came from the door lock. Both of them were stunned. The next second, the door was opened from the outside, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly and sparse hair poked his head in with a playful grin. "Teacher Xiao, I heard some noise in the house. Is the water pipe broken? Let me help you check." Before he could finish his words, he saw Xiao Yang in the room and his face suddenly darkened. Xiao Hanshuang was shocked and angry. "Landlord Wang, how did you get the key to my house? Get out of here right now. You are trespassing." Landlord Wang was not panicked. Instead, he shook the keychain in his hand, smiled, and looked at Xiao Hanshuang in a lewd manner. "Teacher Xiao, what are you talking about? I'm the landlord, isn't it normal to have a spare key?" He looked at Xiao Yang, his tone full of provocation and contempt. "Teacher Xiao, who is this pretty boy? Could he be the college student you support? Since you're so open-minded, I won't hesitate to let you guys join me. It'll be even more fun with three of us." Landlord Wang's obscene words and vulgar behavior completely ignited Xiao Hanshuang's anger. She was so angry that she was shaking all over. She grabbed the broom from the corner and hit him. "Get out! Get out of here! Shameless bastard! Do you still have any shame? Hey! Why are you pretending to be a chaste heroine? It's your blessing that I like you, don't be so shameless." Landlord Wang easily snatched the broom and threw it aside. Instead, he took the opportunity to grab Xiao Hanshuang's wrist and pushed her down on the sofa. Looking at Xiao Hanshuang lying on the sofa, her chest heaving violently with anger and fear, Landlord Wang's eyes became even more lustful, and he was about to press on her with a grin. "Ah, my little beauty, just obey me today." However, before his dirty hands could touch Xiao Hanshuang, a strong hand suddenly grabbed the back of his collar. With a huge force, Landlord Wang's body weighing nearly 200 pounds was lifted off the ground with both feet. "Who the hell?" He turned around in shock and anger. What greeted him was Xiao Yang's cold gaze and a merciless slap in the face. Snap! Snap! The slap was loud and crisp. Landlord Wang was beaten so hard that he saw stars and his cheeks became red and swollen instantly. "How dare you hit?" He didn't finish his words. Pa pa pa. Another series of heavier and louder backhand slaps. Landlord Wang screamed, his entire face was torn into pieces, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. "Little bastard! I'll kill you!" He struggled and cursed. Snap. 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 Chow Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense, and slapped him left and right as if it were free. He struck with a sense of rhythm and controlled the strength extremely well, causing him to suffer excruciating pain but not to faint immediately. Landlord Wang was completely stunned by the torrent of slaps. His fat face was swollen like a pig's head, his teeth were all loose, and he could only make incoherent howls. Xiao Hanswang, who was standing by, was stunned. She covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes wide open, watching Chow Yang deal with the scoundrel like a god of war. She felt very relieved and actually felt an unprecedented sense of security. After a few minutes, Chow Yang finally stopped and threw into the ground like garbage. Landlord Wang collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, staring at Chow Yang and Xiao Hanswang with resentment and making vague threats. "You, just wait for me. If you dare to hit me, I'll make sure you die miserably. Xiao Hanswang, don't even think about living in peace from now on. I'll come and harass you every day." Chow Yang's eyes turned cold, and the anger that had just subsided rose again. He hated this kind of scum who refused to change the most. Without saying a word, he grabbed Landlord Wang's hair and dragged him to the bathroom like a dead dog. What are you doing? You little bastard, let me go." Landlord Wang struggled in fear, but in vain. Chow Yang kicked open the bathroom door and shoved his head directly into the toilet. Guliolu. Ugh. Let go. Guliolu. Wow. Landlord Wang struggled desperately and choked on a lot of toilet water. He drank and vomited, and drank again. The feeling of nausea and suffocation made him extremely frightened. After pressing for a long time, Chow Yang finally lifted him up. Landlord Wang coughed violently, tears and snot streamed down his face, and he almost vomited bile. "Do you still dare to harass us?" Chow Yang asked coldly. "I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Big brother, please spare me. I won't dare to do it again." Landlord Wang was completely frightened and cried for mercy. Chow Yang then let go of his hand in disgust. "Get lost. If I see you again, I'll make you eat shit next time." Landlord Wang fled out in a panic, even forgetting to take his keys. The crisis was over, but Xiao Hanswang slumped on the sofa. There was no joy on her face, but instead it was full of sorrow and fear. "What should I do? I can't live here anymore," she murmured, her eyes full of helplessness. Being targeted by such a rogue landlord, there will be no peace in the future. "I have to move." Chow Yang looked at her fragile appearance, walked over to her, and took out his cell phone. "Don't worry, it's a small matter, I can help you with it." He called a real estate agent directly and said, "Please find me a well-decorated apartment near Tunghai University with good security and complete facilities." "Yes, I want it now. Price is not an issue." In less than 3 minutes, the agent sent several sets of high-quality housing information. After screening, Chow Yang chose an apartment with a spacious layout that far surpassed his current residence in all aspects. "This is the one." He made his decision after viewing the house via video, signed the contract electronically on the spot, and paid half a year's rent. "Teacher Xiao, pack up your things. The moving company will be here in 10 minutes. Chow Yang said to Xiao Hanswang, who was still in a daze. Xiao Hanswang was in a daze the whole time and could only passively follow Chow Yang's instructions. Half an hour later, the professional moving team efficiently packed all her belongings and loaded them into the car, heading straight to her new apartment. The new apartment is located in a high-end residential area with strict access control, elegant environment, modern and warm interior decoration, and a very wide view. Looking at the new environment, which was much better than before, Xiao Hanswang felt like she was in a dream. All the worries and fears were resolved by Chow Yang with thundering measures and efficient arrangements. She looked at Chow Yang, who was directing the workers to place the furniture, and the cold shell in her heart completely melted, and an indescribable warmth and throbbing surged. Although this man was sometimes strong and a bastard, he always supported her when she was most helpless. Chapter 43. Don't scream in front of me. After the moving company left, they were the only two left in the room. Xiao Hanswang no longer resisted Chow Yang's approach as before, and even when he handed her a glass of water, she did not dodge when his fingertips touched her. "Thank you, Chow Yang. Without you, I really don't know what I would do." She lowered her head, her voice soft and with a barely perceptible hint of shyness. "It's just a small favor." Chow Yang looked at her slightly red cheeks and smiled. "You won't have to worry about safety issues when you live here in the future. If you need anything else, just tell me directly." Xiao Hanshuang nodded obediently, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle and ambiguous. The two of them sorted out scattered items together, and occasionally their bodies touched, and when their eyes met, it seemed as if an electric current ran through them. Chao Yang deliberately leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Teacher Xiao, are you satisfied with this house? The Simmons mattress in the bedroom looks quite comfortable." If it were in the past, Xiao Hanshuang would definitely give him a cold face, or even scold him. But at this moment, she just glared at him with red ears, but did not refute. Instead, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of the bedroom. This silent acquiescence is like the best catalyst. Chao Yang chuckled, and without hesitation, he picked her up by the waist. "Ah!" Xiao Hanshuang exclaimed, but her arms naturally wrapped around his neck and she buried her hot cheeks in his chest. The first night in a new home is destined to be beautiful and long. All barriers and alienations disappeared in the fusion of hot body temperatures. That night, Xiao Hanshuang responded actively and enthusiastically for the first time, completely giving her body and soul to Chao Yang. She thought that after losing her beloved first love, her heart had already been completely frozen. But after experiencing the lovemaking tonight, she suddenly realized that she had actually been longing for someone to love her and bring her warmth and hope. And this person was right beside her at this moment. With his domineering actions, he freed her from her sorrow and allowed her to taste the best flavor of life. Early the next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Chao Yang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He took it and saw that it was Delia calling. "Hey, dear Chao, I'm going to the TV station today to participate in the recording of the Starlight Model Competition. You promised to accompany me." Chao Yang glanced at Xiao Hanshuang, whose hair was disheveled beside the pillow, and put his finger to his lips as a gesture to keep quiet. Then he said gently, "No problem, I'll drive to pick you up later." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Delia was very happy and hung up the phone. "Xiao Yang, I am guilty, I feel sorry for Delia." Xiao Hanshuang covered her face with the quilt, thinking that she had slept with her student's boyfriend and destroyed their relationship, and she felt very tormented. Xiao Yang shook his head and coaxed, "Teacher Xiao, don't think like that. Everything that happens is a coincidence and the arrangement of fate. We should just follow our hearts. Overthinking it will only torture ourselves." Xiao Hanshuang poked his head out, nodded slightly, and said resignedly, "Yes, everything is determined by fate. It is beyond our control. Since it is destined, I can only take it one step at a time." After breakfast, Chao Yang drove to Tunghai University, drove directly into the campus, and arrived at the bottom of the girls' dormitory. "Wow! He's so handsome. And his sports car is so cool. Delia, your boyfriend is here to pick you up. Stop putting on makeup and get down here. If I could marry a handsome guy like this, I would be willing to lose 20 pounds. Sister, you're dreaming. Even if you lose 20 pounds, you're still a heavyweight and a disaster-level existence. Stop dreaming, okay? Delia is so lucky. The charm of a mixed-race beauty really shouldn't be underestimated. I heard that Delia is going to participate in a TV program recording today. I guess this handsome guy is here specifically to be her protector." Chao Yang's arrival immediately caused a commotion in the girls' dormitory. Many windows were opened, discussions were heard everywhere, and all eyes were focused on Chao Yang. "Here I come, darling." Delia ran downstairs and got into Chao Yang's car like a fluttering butterfly. She dressed up specially today and wore the haute couture dress that Chao Yang bought for her, not only for the show effect, but also to please Chao Yang and make her beloved pleasing to the eye. "Delia, you look so beautiful today. I think you will definitely stand out in today's show recording and impress everyone." Chao Yang is good at praising people and he gives them the right emotional value. "Really? I'll give you my blessing." Delia smiled brightly, "If I can make it into the top 3 in the competition, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Chao Yang raised his eyebrows, "Ha, while rewarding me, you are also rewarding yourself, right? Yes, isn't it good for us to be happy together?" Delia said frankly and did not deny it. Chao Yang said, "Of course it's good, it's really good when everyone is doing well. But to be honest, I'm really looking forward to your performance today, you have to do your best." Delia puffed out her chest proudly, "I will. Because I don't want to disappoint you." The two chatted and laughed all the way and soon arrived at the recording hall of Donghai City TV station. The Starlight Model Contest is held here and broadcast live on TV, which has a huge influence. At this time, the stage has been set up and judges and models from all over the city are arriving one after another. Chao Yang accompanied Delia to the backstage dressing room, which was already crowded with people. Participating models, makeup artists, costume designers, prop masters, film crews, and directors were busy shuttling back and forth. There was a tense yet orderly atmosphere everywhere. Just as Chao Yang and Delia came to the workbench and were about to ask about the program process, a familiar but unpleasant voice suddenly sounded. "Hey, who was that? Isn't that Chao Yang? What's up? Have you changed your taste and picked up a foreign girl?" Chao Yang frowned and turned his head to see his ex-girlfriend Bai Ruobing, with delicate makeup and charming appearance, walking towards him with her arm around a man with a work badge hanging on his chest and his hair dyed light blonde. With undisguised sarcasm on her face, she looked Delia up and down. "Tisk, TSK, 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 mixed race, huh? Your frame is bigger than us Orientals, but I don't know if you'll have a steady stage presence. Don't go up there and fall flat on your face. It's embarrassing." When Delia heard this, a hint of anger flashed in her blue eyes, but her good upbringing prevented her from getting angry immediately. Chao Yang protected Delia behind him and looked at Bai Ruobing coldly. "Bai Ruobing, watch your mouth and don't spit shit everywhere, otherwise I will be rude to you." Bai Ruobing curled her lips, not afraid at all. "Oh my, what a big tone. If you dare to cause trouble here, I guarantee you will be the one who suffers." She pointed at the man next to her and boasted, "This is my boyfriend, Park Tae-young. He's from South Korea and a high-end costume designer hired by the program. And it's thanks to his connections that I got the chance to appear on the show." Then, the man named Park Tae-young raised his head high, put his arm around Bai Ruobing's waist, and said arrogantly in Chinese with a hint of kimchi, "I'm here, and my words are effective. I'm the one who will designate all the models and clothing for display, so you'd better be nice to me. Get out of here." Chao Yang interrupted him directly, warning him with a cold look in his eyes, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Don't bark in front of me. Stop pretending to be so powerful." The other party stuttered and spoke incoherently, which was difficult to understand, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him. After saying that, Chao Yang put his arm around Delia and walked away from them. Chapter 44, Cutting the Dress and Winning the Championship. Bai Ruobing looked at the two men's backs and gnashed her teeth in anger. She stamped her feet and said to Park Tae-young coquettishly, "Appa. Appa. Look at them. They're going too far." Park Tae-young's face was gloomy, and he snorted coldly, "Just wait and see, they will regret it. Come with me and check out that mixed-race woman's competition information. When the show starts, I'll make her look bad." This final is divided into 2 display sessions, including personal clothing displays and professional displays sponsored by brands. Park Tae-young is responsible for the brand clothing, which is very crucial in the competition. After hearing what Park Tae-young said, Bai Ruobing was delighted. "Yeah, Appa is so handsome, I love him so much." Soon, the two came to the workbench computer and Park Tae-young entered a password. The personal information of the participating models and the corresponding clothing immediately appeared on the screen. After checking, Bai Ruobing's face was filled with jealousy. She said bitterly, "The dress that mixed-race woman is going to wear is actually the flagship model of the Starry Glory brand, while mine is just a second-tier accessory model. No, this is too embarrassing for me. Appa, please help me think of a solution. I can't let her overpower me." Park Tae-young sneered, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I will make her the biggest joke in the whole place." Taking advantage of the hustle and bustle backstage with people coming and going, Park Tae-young pretended to tidy up his clothes and quietly slipped to the hanger where the performance costumes were hung. He set his eyes on the starry dress that Delia was going to wear later. He quickly took out a pair of small scissors from his pocket and cut a slit in an extremely hidden position at the waistline on the back of the dress. After doing all this, he looked around and slipped away as if nothing had happened. After the individual segments ended, the program recording entered the second half and the models returned backstage to change clothes. Delia picked up the exquisite dress and put it on hurriedly. When she was about to tie the belt, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and felt uncomfortable. When she took it off and took a closer look, she was shocked to find that there was a cut on the back of the dress. "Ah! My clothes!" Delia screamed and her face turned pale instantly. She was about to go on stage in less than 10 minutes, and this sudden change caught her off guard, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. How could this happen? I checked before the competition, and the dress was still in good condition. What should I do? The models and staff gathered around, everyone had different expressions and talked a lot, but they were all helpless. Everyone knows that these are all sponsored by brands and there are no backups to replace them. Once the clothes are damaged, it will directly affect the brand display and the model's personal performance. Bai Ruobing watched Delia anxiously from the side, with a gloating smile on his face. Chao Yang rushed over immediately after hearing the sound. Seeing the torn dress in Delia, who was about to cry, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. It was obvious that someone had cut it on purpose in order to ruin Delia's performance. But now is not the time to catch bad guys. The important thing is to solve the problem at hand first. He carefully examined the tear in his dress, then raised his eyes and glanced coldly at Bai Ruobing and Park Taeyong, who were not far away and looked very smug. He immediately understood something in his heart. Don't worry, I have a solution. Chao Yang's voice was steady and powerful, which made Delia feel inexplicably at ease. He immediately said to the staff, "Please get me a pair of sharp tailor's scissors and some red ribbon, quickly." Although full of doubts, the staff quickly did as he asked. Chao Yang picked up the scissors, his eyes sparkling, and the skill of master-level fashion design in his mind was instantly activated. After he had thought of the style and shape of the finished product in his mind, he began to cut with the scissors in his hand. His hands were steady, his movements lightning fast, yet smooth and precise. A few minutes later, the floor-length skirt was neatly cut short, turning into a sexy and playful short dress. The torn slit has been cleverly transformed into a bold backless cross-strap design, which adds a bit of fashion and temptation than before. In a short time, a damaged dress was given new life in his hands and turned into a unique and even more stunning battle robe. Okay, let's try it. Chao Yang handed the altered skirt to the stunned Delia. After Delia put on the clothes, she looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't believe it. Beautiful. So beautiful. This modified short skirt fits her figure and temperament better than the original one, showing her mixed race advantages to the fullest, making it both sexy and classy. Oh my god. Dear Chao. You are so amazing. She hugged Chao Yang excitedly, feeling extremely shocked. The people around were stunned and amazed at Chao Yang's ability to perform on the spot. The recording of the second half officially began. When Delia walked onto the catwalk in that unique mini dress, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. Delia walked in the spotlight with a smile on her face. Her confident steps, perfect figure, and the dress with novel design that seems to be made by nature are simply charming. At this moment, she is radiant and overwhelms the whole audience. The judges were amazed and gave high scores, some even gave full marks. There was constant applause from the audience, and many media reporters stood up and took photos and recorded videos frantically. In the end, there was no doubt that Delia won the championship with an absolute advantage. Bai Ruobing in the backstage was so angry that her face twisted. She never thought that Chao Yang had this trick. He really got away with it. What was even more discouraging was that although she did perform on stage, her score was very low and she only got second to last place because the last one fell and gave up and ran away halfway. Park Taeyong also looked like he was stabbed in the heart with a knife, his face twisted and full of pain. He didn't expect that his despicable behavior would create a god-level scene, allowing Delia to steal the limelight and become famous. As soon as the competition ended, the security personnel of the program team, surrounded by the general manager of the TV station, walked over with serious expressions. Just now, Chao Yang found the general manager of the TV station to report the situation and asked the staff to retrieve the backstage surveillance video. The video clearly shows the whole process of Park Taeyong secretly destroying the dress. Mr. Park Taeyong, please come with us to the police station. We need your cooperation in the investigation, and our program team reserves the right to pursue legal action against you. And Miss Bai Ruobing, please don't leave just yet. In view of your related actions, please also come along and make a statement to assist in the investigation. The TV station's chief executive's words were powerful, and security personnel immediately rushed forward. Park Taeyong looked ashen and Bai Ruobing was anxious. They were taken away in a mess under the contemptuous gaze of the crowd. It's your own fault. Too clever by half. In the entire competition, they were the ones who made the biggest fool of themselves. Maybe this is retribution. The storm finally ended. Holding the championship trophy, Delia excitedly threw herself into Chao Yang's arms, her eyes full of love and admiration. Dear Chao, I knew you were my lucky star. I'm so happy today. Chao Yang blinked his eyes, lowered his head and kissed her lightly. Don't forget what you said on the way here. Now that you have the championship trophy in your hands, I am still waiting for you to reward me handsomely. Delia returned the kiss and smiled sweetly. Don't worry about that. I will definitely do what I say. If you don't allow me to fulfill my promise, I won't agree. Come on, follow me. I've already thought of how to reward you handsomely. Chapter 45, Horseback battle. Where are we going? Xiao Yang was a little curious. Don't ask, just follow me. Delia blinked her beautiful blue eyes and smiled mysteriously. Following Delia's guidance, Xiao Yang drove and soon arrived somewhere in the suburbs. This area is very large and you can hear the neighing of horses. The sun is shining brightly, covering the green grass in the suburbs. The air is filled with a unique scent of grass and flowers. It's right here. Delia pointed out the car window excitedly, her eyes shining. I haven't ridden a horse in a long time. You must accompany me today. Xiao Yang parked the car with a smile and was infected by her joyful mood. Since I'm here, what choice do I have? Anyway, you are the protagonist today. Whatever you want to do, I will accompany you. The two walked hand in hand towards the stable. Delia looked at the horses quickly as if she had returned to her childhood. Finally she stopped in front of a snow-white horse with a gentle demeanor, yet tall and strong. This white horse is so beautiful, she exclaimed softly, carefully reaching out her hand to the horse's neck. It looks like it came out of a fairy tale. The white horse seemed to sense her kindness and lowered its head to rub her palm affectionately. Do you like this one? Xiao Yang came closer and naturally put his arms around her waist from behind. Yes. Delia nodded vigorously, leaning into his arms, looking up with anticipation. Will you be my Prince Charming? It's a great honor. Xiao Yang smiled. Delia glared. Then, let's ride it together, okay? I couldn't ask for more. Xiao Yang immediately understood what she meant. After some procedures, the white horse was led out of the stable. Xiao Yang jumped onto the horse nimbly, then leaned forward slightly and stretched out his powerful right hand. Come. Delia placed her hand in his warm palm and felt a steady strength coming from it. The next moment, she was lightly lifted onto the horse's back and landed steadily in front of him. His chest was broad and warm, and his arms went around her waist, expertly gripping the reins in a safe and intimate embrace. Hold on tight. Xiao Yang's low voice sounded next to her ear, carrying a warm breath. Delia's ears felt slightly hot, and she leaned back a little closer, with a sweet smile on her lips. Well, let's go. Drive. Xiao Yang shook the reins, and the white horse trotted away at a brisk pace. Looking down, you can see Delia's bright smile and flying golden hair. A gentle breeze blew across their cheeks, carrying the fresh scent of grass and earth. The two of them swayed gently with the rhythm of the horses' backs, their bodies pressed so closely together that they could even feel each other's heartbeats. Honey, look over there. Delia pointed to the rolling hills and woods in the distance, excited like a child. The scenery is so beautiful, doesn't it look like a scene from a movie? Xiao Yan looked in the direction of her finger and saw the beautiful and picturesque scenery over there. He couldn't help but lower his head and peck her smooth cheek. The scenery is nice, but, he tightened his arms, his voice tinged with laughter, no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it can't compare to your beauty. Hearing his praise, Delia giggled, turned her head, and her blue eyes curved into crescents. She raised her head and offered her red lips. Xiao Yang readily accepted this kiss that smelled of sunshine and grass. After the kiss, Delia was panting slightly, her cheeks flushed, but she was still unsatisfied. There are a lot of people here. Xiao Yang immediately understood, snapped his fingers, and called the manager who was waiting on the side. Help me clear the place over there, I want to rent it out. He pointed to the area where Delia had just mentioned the beautiful scenery. Okay, sir, I'll arrange it for you right away. The manager bowed and thought to himself that this was a big customer. The high-end training ground over there was originally built specifically for the wealthy, and is only available for charter to big clients. Soon, the spacious advanced training ground was exclusively theirs. Now, no one can disturb us. Xiao Yan whispered in Delia's ear. Delia nodded excitedly, a hint of temptation in her voice. Honey, do you want to try a faster speed? Yes. Very much. Xiao Yang smiled, a challenging glint in his eyes. Let me feel your passion and energy. Delia chuckled and said, then you must protect my safety. No problem, I understand. Xiao Yang whistled, clamped his legs lightly on the horse's belly, and shook the reins. The white horse neighed loudly, as if receiving some kind of command, and instantly burst out with powerful strength, shooting out like a white lightning. The sound of horse hooves clattered, and the cool breeze blew violently into their ears. The strong push on their backs pressed them tightly against the saddle, and the surrounding scenery quickly blurred into blocks of color. Wow! Far from being afraid, Delia shouted out excitedly. She even opened her arms, feeling the wind passing through her ribs, as if she was flying in the wind. Great! Darling. Faster. Faster. Chao Yang hugged her slender yet powerful waist tightly, and his body perfectly matched the rhythm of the galloping horse. Every time the horse's hooves clanged to the ground and leaped up quickly, the bumps and friction they brought made the two people who were closely pressed together feel an almost primitive, heart-pounding intimacy. Ah! This feels so good. This wild rhythm seemed to completely ignite Delia. She suddenly turned her body boldly, facing Chao Yang head-on, and then in the rushing wind, she quickly caught Chao Yang's lips and kissed him passionately. The kiss was full of plunder and wildness, mixed with the salty taste of sweat and the dizziness brought by speed. Her body was trembling slightly, and every cell seemed to be screaming. Chao Yang controlled the reins with one hand and held her back firmly with the other, responding enthusiastically. He controlled the white horse, sometimes running at full speed to make his adrenaline surge, and sometimes changing to a rhythmic and brisk jog, allowing the ambiguous atmosphere to continue to ferment in the swaying. Delia was completely immersed in this extreme romance. Sometimes she laughed out loud, letting her golden hair fly freely in the sun. Sometimes she raised her head and exchanged hot saliva with Chao Yang, showing the unrestrained and wild nature in her bones. At this moment, she seemed to have broken free from all constraints, and in this world that belonged only to her and him, she released the most genuine love and happiness. I don't know how long I ran like crazy. Only when the white horse gradually slowed down, snorted loudly, and was covered with a layer of fine sweat beads did Chao Yang gently tighten the reins. The white horse stopped meekly and swung its long tail leisurely. Both men on horseback were drenched in sweat, their chests heaving violently as they breathed in the fresh air of the grassland. Their eyes were filled with smiles of joy and satisfaction as they looked at each other. Such intense exercise gave rise to infinite vitality, and love flowed silently in the hot body temperature and synchronized heartbeats. Chao Yang hugged Delia and felt a great pleasure he had never experienced before. This battle on horseback was also an unforgettable experience for Delia. Of course, overall, Chao Yang has to pay more, because he has always been in control of the initiative and also has to be distracted to protect Delia's safety. Chapter 46 Little Nurse Xiechingyu. Come down. After a long time, Chao Yang was the first to dismount and opened his arms towards Delia. Good. Delia spoke in a charming voice and threw herself into his arms, spinning around in his arms twice. Then the two of them laughed and rolled together on the thick and soft grass. The scent of green grass enveloped them like a green ocean. The sky is clear blue, white clouds drift leisurely, and time passes slowly and hurriedly. If possible, Delia really hopes that time will stop forever to preserve this beauty. They were full of childishness and rolled around on the grass like two kids, not caring about the grass debris getting into their hair or the dirt getting into the corners of their clothes. Only when they were tired of playing did they lie down side by side again, holding hands and looking at the endless blue sky. Dear. Delia turned sideways, supporting her head with her hands, her eyes so gentle that they could drown people. Thank you for coming with me today. You fulfilled my long-held fantasy. You're welcome. This kind of reward is indeed very ruthless and exciting. Of course, it's also very difficult, but... Chao Yang deliberately raised his eyebrows, paused, and then said, I like it. Delia smiled and leaned closer, nuzzling her nose against his affectionately, her voice as sweet as melted honey. I knew you would never let me down. Every day with you is like a gift from God to me. Chao Yang was touched by her words. He turned over and covered her with his body, and his fingertips gently stroked her flushed cheeks. Life is short, and love is long. Since you believe this is God's gift, let us seize the opportunity and enjoy this moment to the fullest. His kiss fell again, and the figures on the grass overlapped again, entwining and intertwining in the sunset. Not far away, a white horse was quietly nibbling on the grass with its head down, occasionally shaking its mane and turning its head to look at the two of them. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, these two humans are so weird. They were acting recklessly on my back just now, so why are they hugging each other and fighting now? Rolling around like that, don't they feel tired? Forget it, I might as well eat a few more mouthfuls of grass instead of watching them kiss and hug. It smells so good. After sending Delia back to school, Chao Yang called his home. Mom, how are you and Dad doing lately? Which hospital is my sister's heart surgery scheduled for? Okay, we're all fine, son. You don't have to worry. As for Ying's surgery, we've made an appointment at the First People's Hospital in Donghai City. The surgeon, Dr. Zhao Dongsheng, is very famous. He told us to bring Ying there tomorrow to officially complete the hospitalization procedures. Tomorrow? That's fine. I'll drive back to my hometown to pick you up tomorrow morning. Mom, you're such a fool. You never ask me for anything big or small at home. If I hadn't asked, I wouldn't have known that my sister would be in the hospital starting tomorrow. No, we can just take a taxi. You work so hard to earn money and are so busy every day. Your father and I are here to support the family. We will try not to trouble you with things that we can handle. Son, don't just focus on making money, you must take care of your health. Hearing his mother's usual caring words, Chao Yang's eyes became slightly moist and his nose felt sore. Since graduating from university, he has been working in a company, getting up early and working overtime every day, just to improve the situation at home and make his parents and sister live a better life. His parents also understand his hard work and take care of any matters that happen back home, trying not to waste his time. Over time, this lack of disturbance made Chao Yang feel more distressed and he could better understand the difficulties his parents faced. Taking a deep breath, Chao Yang said in a deep voice, "Mom, I am your and Dad's biological son, and Ying is my biological sister. Don't hide anything from me in the future, because I have the responsibility and ability to take care of it. You have never been a nuisance or a burden to me, but the people I care about most in my life, my only ones. Mom, to be honest with you, I've already resigned from the company. Now I'm running my own business, making a lot of money and having more time. I can take better care of you. My sister's surgery must be foolproof. So tomorrow, I will drive back to my hometown to pick you up and arrange everything." Hearing these heartfelt and powerful words, Chao Yang's mother opposite suddenly became quiet. But then, there was a soft sobbing sound coming from the phone. It was so relieved that it made people cry. "Good son, you have grown up. Now I'm a real man. Mom is proud of you. Listen to you, we'll pack up tomorrow and wait for you at home." Then, the voice of my sister Chao Ying came from the phone. "Brother, drive slowly on the road. I'm fine, but I can't do strenuous exercise. Oh, by the way, there are some people in our hometown who love to gossip when they have nothing to do. Just ignore them. Okay, brother, I'll wait for you." After chatting for a long time, Chao Yang hung up the phone. Although what he said were all commonplace things, he felt inexplicably peaceful and at ease in his heart. Blood ties are engraved in our bones. Of course, in today's society, many people put their own interests above all else, and even biological parents and siblings may become enemies. But it is undeniable that most families are relatively normal, without so many weirdos and ungrateful people. So Chao Yang is very fortunate that he grew up in a loving family, and everyone in the family sincerely hopes that he will live a good life. Thinking about going back to his hometown tomorrow, Chao Yang drove back to his villa to rest. When passing a section of road, I suddenly found that there seemed to be a car accident ahead. The road was blocked and many people gathered there, talking about something in a noisy manner. When Chao Yang got off the bus, he saw that it was a bus driver who had suddenly suffered a heart attack and fainted. Fortunately, he relied on his last bit of consciousness to slam on the brakes and pull over, thus avoiding any tragedy. At this moment, the driver had been lifted down and laid flat on the ground. A young and beautiful girl was kneeling on the ground and trying to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on him. The girl was tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful. She completely ignored the dust and dirt on the ground and performed the rescue with swift and standard movements. Fine beads of sweat oozed from her smooth forehead. Ding! A binding relationship partner has been detected. Please pay close attention. Just as Chao Yang was concentrating on observing the girl, the system prompt sounded crisply in his mind. At the same time, a pink bubble that only he could see slowly appeared above the girl's head. Name, Xie. Age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Occupation, nurse in the Department of Cardiology at the First People's Hospital of Donghai City. Appearance score, 92 pure, sweet, and loving. Relationship traits, kind and dedicated, loving, and with a strong sense of responsibility. Current favorability, 0 focusing on rescuing the patient, no time for other things. Rewards, if you successfully establish a romantic relationship with this person, the host will receive 1. Advanced nursing skills. 2. 13 ghost gate needles. 3. A pair of Qilin kidneys. Note, the host can view the specific details of the reward only after completing the relationship exchange. Chao Yang quickly scanned the information and thought to himself that this girl was actually a young nurse, no wonder her technique was so professional. What surprised him the most was that the love reward this time seemed to be particularly generous. Advanced nursing skills are very practical. If he goes to take care of his sister after the operation, he will need them. The 13 ghost gate needles appear to be an ancient lost acupuncture technique that can bring the dead back to life. The most eye-catching, the most precious, and the one he needs most right now is the pair of Qilin kidneys. To be honest, he has been exercising frequently recently and has consumed a lot of energy. Although he relies on his youth and can handle everything with ease, he cannot guarantee that his kidneys will not be damaged over time. So just imagine, if your kidneys could evolve into nuclear-powered Qilin kidneys, wouldn't the effect be amazing, and you would have no worries in the future? Wonderful. Wonderful. This reward is so tempting. Get it. Get it. Must get it. The girl was pressing harder and harder, with beads of sweat dripping from her forehead, while the driver on the ground was breathing weakly and his face was still purple. Chao Yang no longer hesitated and immediately strode forward. Beauty, you take a break first, let me take over. Chapter 47 I Will Cherish You. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingyu looked up at Chao Yang and quickly gave up her seat. Okay. Pay attention to the compression depth of 5 to 6 centimeters and the frequency of 100 to 120 times per minute. Understood. Chao Yang immediately came to the rescue, put his palms together, and began to perform chest compressions on the driver with his arms vertical. His movements were extremely standard, even more steady and powerful than Xie Qingyu's. His rhythm was controlled just right, and every press was precise and in place. Xie Qingyu watched nervously from the side, and soon surprise and approval appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, this man who suddenly appeared was so professional and experienced. The strength and rhythm of the chest compressions were impeccable, even comparable to those of the experienced attending physicians in their hospital. Just now she was giving instructions to others, worried that they lacked experience. She was really showing off her skills in front of an expert. Ding! Relationship partner Xie Qingyu's favorability towards the host increased by 20. Current favorability, 20. The host is considered helpful and proactive. A few minutes later, the driver let out a slight groan from his throat, his purple face began to slowly regain a hint of redness, and his chest began to rise and fall slightly on its own. It worked! His spontaneous breathing has returned. Xie Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, and quickly checked his carotid artery. His pulse has also returned. This means that the patient was not destined to die and was pulled back from the brink of death. The look she gave Chao Yang was full of admiration and gratitude. If he hadn't taken over in time, I might not have been able to survive the patient's resuscitation. Ding! Relationship partner Xie Qingyu, favorability towards the host plus 30. Current favorability, 50. Recognizes the host's professional ability, admires the host's on-the-spot response, and is grateful for the host's help. Has the favorability reached 50? Not bad, not bad. When Chao Yang heard the system prompt, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. In Xie Qingyu's eyes, he just thought that he had saved the patient and was happy from the bottom of his heart. And just at this moment, the urgent sound of an ambulance siren was heard in the distance. Professional medical staff quickly took over and carried the patient onto a stretcher to the hospital. As one of the rescue personnel on the scene, Xie Qingyu volunteered to go back with the car to explain the situation. She hurriedly stood up and gave Chao Yang a sweet and sincere smile. Thank you so much today. You saved his life, which is really amazing. In addition, your first aid skills are also very professional. Thank you for the compliment. It was nothing more than a small favor. Chao Yang smiled slightly, revealing his neat white teeth. Actually, it was you who really saved him. I just did some auxiliary work. You are too modest. Xie Qingyu didn't have time to say anything more and ran quickly towards the ambulance. Before she got in the car, she looked back at Chao Yang again, as if she wanted to remember what he looked like. After a closer look, she found that this young man was so handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, tall and handsome. She suddenly felt a little moved. It's just that they met by chance and went their separate ways without even telling each other their names. I'm afraid they will never see each other again. Soon, the ambulance sped away and the road gradually became clear again. Chao Yang returned to the car, started it and continued on his way. This little episode made him inexplicably excited. Tomorrow he will send his sister to the hospital, which happens to be the same hospital where Xie Qingyu is. Maybe they will meet again then. No, that is not right. It's not maybe, but we will definitely meet. Let us not talk about the fact that Xie Qingyu is beautiful, kind-hearted, and has an outstanding temperament. Just for the rewards given by the system, he must take the initiative and find a way to get close to Xie Qingyu until he can catch her. Return to the villa. As soon as Chow Yang parked the car, Lu Yi came over and handed him a list of equipment. Mr. Chow, these are the most advanced military equipment in the country. I'm afraid they will cost a lot of money. Lu Yi hesitated and said, actually, as bodyguards, we can't compare to regular troops. We don't need such sophisticated weapons and equipment. You can reduce your budget and buy some ordinary replacements. Chow Yang looked through the list carefully, patted him on the shoulder and said, I don't care what others think, but with me, you have to buy the best. Lu Yi, you are not only my hired bodyguards, but also my long-term partners and family. Your hard work deserves my sincere treatment. After hearing these words, Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He saluted Chow Yang solemnly and said in a resounding voice, Mr. Chow, I, Lu Yi, am deeply grateful for your words. From now on, my brothers are willing to follow you until death. Chow Yang smiled slightly and asked, do you know where I can buy all these things at once? The items on the list are not ordinary brand name equipment. They have extremely high quality requirements and must be at least military factory level. However, military factories are organized and under the formal jurisdiction of the state and the army. Shipping records must be filed, making purchases very troublesome. I've already inquired about this. Lu Yi's eyes flashed, and he lowered his voice. There's an underground black market in the red light district of our Donghai development zone. As long as you can afford the price, you can find all kinds of good things there. After hearing this, Chow Yang smiled and nodded, okay, then you come with me and we'll go find some top-notch goods. Oh, by the way, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. You should bring a few brothers with me to create some excitement. After making all the arrangements, Chow Yang walked towards the villa, and Yi Qingwan was already standing at the door to greet him. Master, welcome home. She greeted him with a smile, bent down to take off Chow Yang's leather shoes, and asked him to change into the prepared home slippers. Wanner, you don't have to do these things. I can do it myself. Chow Yang reached out and touched her fair and tender face, and said gently, I'm not that delicate, nor am I that pampered. You just need to take care of the affairs related to the villa. I understand. The master doesn't want me to work too hard. Yi Qingwan raised her face, looked at Chow Yang with tender eyes, and said, but, I do this willingly. I feel extremely happy to serve the master. This is the owner's home, so it must look like home and provide the owner with the best family atmosphere. And I have already regarded this place as my own home and the owner as. Having said this, she suddenly stopped, her face flushed with shame, feeling that she had said something out of turn. Yes, I'm sorry, master. That's not what I meant. I'm just your housekeeper, helping you manage the villa. I've never coveted the position of mistress. Yi Qingwan was a little flustered and obviously incoherent. She lowered her head and explained repeatedly. After 2 harmonious emotional exchanges, her feelings for Chow Yang grew deeper and deeper. Sometimes she couldn't help but have some improper thoughts, but she also knew her identity and responsibilities, so she tried to restrain herself, fearing that she would touch Chow Yang's reverse scale. Wanner. Chow Yang took her hand, pulled her into his arms, and said softly, you don't have to explain anything. I can feel your sincerity. There is no need for any suspicion between us. I will cherish you. Well, thank you, master. Seeing that Chow Yang was not angry, Yi Qingwan finally felt relieved and a smile appeared on her face again. Chapter 48 Returning Home in Glory, Gossip. This night, Chow Yang was extremely gentle, and he sent Yi Qingwan to the clouds again and again. He threw it up into the clouds again and again, persistently and powerfully, showing his strong physical fitness and control. Finally, the satisfying exchange ended with Yi Qingwan sobbing and pleading. After dawn. After everyone had breakfast, Chow Yang arranged today's itinerary. This time when he returns to his hometown, he will no longer avoid the village intelligence station with a nervous mood and hide from those gossipers as he did in previous years. Instead, it should be done in a grand and ostentatious manner, with a big show made to shut up those who gossip. At the same time, I also wanted to stand up for my parents, so that they could stand up straight and live a respected life in that small village in the county. Of course, he actually wanted to bring his parents and sister to live with him, away from that noisy little circle full of gossip, but he had to ask for their opinions first and discuss it before making a decision. Yi Qingwan and Chow Yang were driving the Bugatti sports car in the front. Lu Yi and his companions followed behind, each driving a commercial vehicle filled with various supplies that had been purchased in advance. Along the way, Chow Yang felt a little complicated. Scenes of the past flew back to him like the scenery along the road. He was born in the countryside and relied on his hard work to get from the village primary school to the junior high school in the town, and then from the junior high school in the town to the high school in the county. Later, I entered a 985 university with the highest score in the school. Then I graduated and started working to save money. The whole journey was quite difficult. If the system had not been activated and ignited his ambition, he would have been destined to be a slave, living a life with no end in sight. But now it's different. The accumulation in such a short period of time has already given him enough capital to make him ready to take off. He can kick away those miscellaneous stumbling blocks according to his own wishes and enjoy life to the fullest. And at the same time, Hongye Village, Xinghe County, more than 200 kilometers away. Chao Yang's parents, Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan, and his sister Chao Ying, have packed their things and are waiting for Chao Yang to pick them up. Hey, why hasn't Yang arrived yet? Is there a traffic jam? Li Xiujuan fidgeted a bit, mumbling, "It's such a long way, over 200 kilometers, and he insisted on driving back. It's really tiring." Who says it's not true? But this brat has had his own ideas since he was young. Once he makes up his mind, it's hard to change it. Xiao Dongfeng took a puff of his cigarette, flicked the ash with his fingers, and said with a smile, "I think he drove back specially to create some momentum, to make our family look good, and to let those nagging people who despise the poor and love the rich see that our Chao family will also have a chance to turn things around, and our lives will get better and better." Li Xiujuan nodded. "My son has really grown up and become the pillar of the family. He is giving back to our family in his own way. Hey, over the years, many families in the village have bought cars, and more than half have also bought houses in the city, but our family." Ahem. Chao Dongfeng coughed twice and winked at his wife. Li Xiujuan realized that she had said something wrong and quickly stopped talking. "I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. It's all my fault." Chao Ying's face was gloomy as she whispered, "If I hadn't suffered from repeated heart attacks and used up all our family savings, we would have been able to buy a car and a house a long time ago. If I weren't a burden, my brother wouldn't have to work so hard, working overtime to earn money, living in a rented house, and having to ride an electric bike to go out. Even his girlfriend, Bai Ruobing, broke up with him. This is all my fault. I feel sorry for you and my brother." As she spoke, Chao Jing's eyes turned red and tears rolled down. She was filled with guilt, feeling that she had implicated her family. "Ying, don't say that. Mom didn't mean that, and your brother never blamed you." Li Xiujuan quickly explained, bending down and hugging her daughter, "My dear, it's not your fault that you're sick. I've seen all the suffering you've endured over the years, and it hurts my heart." Chao Dongfeng also said, "My dear daughter, stop thinking about it, now we have to look forward. Your brother is successful now. He has made a lot of money in business. After you recover from the surgery, we will usher in a brand new life." Chao Ying nodded with tears in her eyes and sat there without saying anything else, her mood obviously depressed. To break the heavy atmosphere, Li Xiujuan suggested, "How about we go to the gate and wait for your brother? I think he should be here soon." Chao Ying nodded and followed her mother out of the house obediently. Chao Dongfeng sighed lightly, put out the cigarette in his hand, and walked out. Heart surgery is not only expensive but also carries risks. He was actually very nervous in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face so as not to make his wife and daughter feel helpless. As the three of them walked to the gate, they saw a group of idle old men and women, young girls and wives, strolling towards them. "Xiujuan, I heard Ying is going to a big hospital in the city for surgery today? Such a major operation must cost a lot of money, right? Can your family afford it? How about asking the villagers to chip in some for you?" Oh my! Heart surgery. It sounds scary. They have to cut open the stomach and use knives, tweezers, and other tools to tinker with it. If you don't die, you'll lose half your life. Go away, you crow's mouth. Ying is still young and has had several surgeries before. Didn't she come back safely? That's right. Medical technology is advanced now, and the success rate is high. Maybe after this operation, Ying will be completely cured. Alas! Poor Chao Yang. He went to a good university and found a good job, but what good is it? He spent all his earnings on his sister. Now he has no house or car. I heard his girlfriend broke up with him. It's hard to find a wife these days. I'm afraid he will be single for the rest of his life. Speaking of Chao Yang, he seems to be the same age as my eldest grandson. But now my eldest grandson has bought a Wuling Hongguang and is engaged to Wang Hainu from the next village. Last month, he bought a 98 square meter second-hand house in the city, fully decorated and with appliances, which saved him a lot of money. What's that to you? Stop bragging about it. Everyone knows that Wang Hainu is a second-time bride with a daughter, and she's asking for 188,000 yuan in betrothal gifts. My second uncle's son Xianzi is the most capable. He drives an Audi, gets loans, and earns $1 million a year. These idle people are all more talkative than the other. They appear to care about us, but in fact they are mocking us, comparing us, and pulling us down. Their sarcasm is written all over their faces. How could Chao Dongfeng, Li Xiujuan, and Chao Ying not hear the contempt and sarcasm implicit in these words? It's just that they don't want to break up with the people from the village who are going on blind dates, so they don't want to argue with them. Chao Dongfeng's face darkened slightly. He was just about to ask his wife and daughter to go home and wait when he suddenly heard a whistle. From a distance, we could see a convoy of cars approaching the village entrance, led by a very cool-looking sports car. That's my brother? Chao Ying suddenly exclaimed, and she saw clearly at a glance that the person sitting in the sports car was her brother Chao Yang. Chapter 49 Different Treatment, Social Etiquette. Boom! Under everyone's gaze. The cool sports car, like a roaring beast, slowly stopped in front of the Chao family's slightly simple courtyard gate. The streamlined body reflects dazzling light under the sun. This forms an extremely strong visual contrast with the surrounding gray rural environment. Mom, Dad, sister, I'm back. After a moment, the car door rose up like an eagle's wing, and Chao Yang got out first. Today, he specially wore a well-tailored high-end suit, which made him look noble, upright, and powerful. Everyone saw that Chao Yang was in high spirits, with a calm and confident smile on his face, completely different from the low-key and nervous person he was when he returned home in the past. At this time, Yi Qingwan, who was serving as the driver, had already gotten out of the car. She had exquisite makeup today and wore a red Chanel suit. She looked capable, elegant, and a bit sexy. As soon as Yi Qingwan got out of the car, she naturally stood half a step behind Chao Yang. Holding a branded bag in one hand, she helped Chao Yang hold up a parasol with the other, looking respectful and focused. She looked just like the beautiful secretaries that served as attendants to the wealthy young men in TV dramas. This is not the end yet. Almost a few seconds before Chao Yang got off the car, several bodyguards led by Lu Yi jumped out of the black luxury business cars behind. They were all tall and strong, wearing the same black suit, sunglasses, sharp eyes, and moved silently, but with an imposing aura. They quickly stood around Chao Yang, forming a faint guard formation. This scene made the members of the village entrance intelligence station who were chattering and speaking sarcastically just now dumbfounded. Those people who were just talking nonsense and showing off that their eldest grandson bought a Wuling Hongguan and that their second uncle's son Xianzi earns $1 million a year. At this moment, they all opened their mouths wide and their eyes were bulging. They looked stunned and incredulous, as if they had just been struck by lightning. The gossipy women nearby who had been saying that Chao Yang was going to remain single were like old hens whose necks were strangled, and they were instantly speechless. Their faces were burning, and they wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. With such beautiful secretaries around him, how could Chao Yang be short of women? The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, with only the muffled sound of the engine shutting down. Elder brother. Chao Ying was the first to react. She shouted excitedly, threw herself into Chao Yang's arms, and couldn't help but burst out tears again. Only this time, they were tears of joy and pride. Li Xiujuan and Chao Dongfeng were also surprised and happy. Looking at their son's pomp, his spirit, and the people accompanying him, the couple felt very proud and were so excited that they didn't know where to put their hands. Hello, uncle and aunt. Inside this box is 2 million yuan in pocket money, specially gifted to you by Mr. Chao. Hello, Sister Ying. Mr. Chao bought you the latest model of Apple mobile phone and your favorite Dove chocolate. I hope you like it. Yi Qingwan bowed slightly and greeted politely in a gentle and pleasant voice. 2 million, just pocket money? The latest fruit phone, free for you instantly? Lu Yi and his companions bowed and greeted loudly. They were so powerful that the people around them were stunned. This kind of scene and this kind of display is unprecedented in Hongye village. Those who were gossiping just now were already in turmoil at this moment. How much fortune did Chao Yang make outside? When he goes out, he is accompanied by a luxury car, a beautiful secretary, and a professional team of bodyguards. He is also so generous to his family. How big a boss must one be to have such a grand display? At this moment, the way they looked at Chao Dongfeng's family changed completely. The previous contempt, disdain, and ridicule instantly turned into surprise, envy, and even a hint of fear. However, Chao Yang's next move made them feel extremely complicated. After comforting his sister, Chao Yang said to his parents gently, "Dad, Mom, let's not leave in a hurry. It's a rare opportunity for me to come back, so I plan to visit the village chief and several elders to thank them for taking care of our family over the years. There are also Aunt Lu, Uncle Wang, and the others. They have helped our family a lot in the past. I should also go and visit them." Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan looked at each other and nodded almost at the same time. Of course, son, you are very thoughtful. We will go with you." Seeing that his parents had no objection, Chao Yang turned and gestured to Lu Yi. Lu Yi immediately took people to move the gifts that had been prepared long ago out of the business car. When everyone saw it, they gasped. The gifts given to the village chief and clan elders were boxes of high-end mutai, premium Zhonghua cigarettes, and beautifully packaged precious tea. The gifts given to those good neighbors were high-end tonics, imported fruits, branded milk, and thick red envelopes. Accompanied by his parents and sister, and followed by Yi Qingwan and several bodyguards, Chao Yangqin took the lead and walked towards the village chief's house. Wherever they passed, the villagers automatically made way for them and looked at them with complicated expressions. At the homes of the village chief and several clan elders who rushed over after hearing the news, Chao Yang was humble and spoke appropriately, fully expressing his gratitude and respect and giving them enough face. The old people held his hands and couldn't help but praise him repeatedly. "Ha, Yang is capable now, and we old bones are all benefiting from it. Dongfeng, Xiujuan, you have raised a good son. You've achieved success but still remember your roots. That's great. That's great. We're the pride of our entire village." After leaving his ancestral home, Chao Zhang went to the homes of several good neighbors who had helped him in his time of need and gave them generous gifts one by one. Chao Yang sincerely thanked them for their past help and said that they could come to him if their family had any difficulties in the future. The neighbors were surprised and happy. Holding the thick red envelopes in their hands, they were so moved that they didn't know what to do. They kept praising Chao Yang for being sensible and kind. At this moment, the saying "good things will be rewarded to good people" was truly embodied. Finally, Chao Yang even asked Lu Yi and others to move down a batch of rice, flour, grain and oil to distribute to the elderly and poor families in the village. After this series of operations, Chao Yang's family's reputation in the village instantly reached its peak. Everyone gave a thumbs up and praised the boy from the Chao family for his ability, conscience, and good character. And those who had gossiped, bullied, and mocked the Chao Yang family openly or secretly before. For example, the sixth aunt who loves to gossip, and the second uncle who refuses to lend money and is sarcastic. At this moment, they can only watch from afar as those high-end cigarettes, alcohol and generous gifts are delivered to other people's homes, and they can't get a single cent. Finally, Chao Yang finished all the work and was ready to leave with his family. Just before he got on the car, his sixth aunt and second uncle in the crowd couldn't help themselves and came forward with fawning looks on their faces, trying to get close to him and see if they could get any benefits. "Yang, why didn't you come to my house and visit? Did you forget? I watched you grow up. You can't be a heartless person. And my family, you seem to have left it behind too. I'm your great uncle, and we're from the same clan. You should at least give something as a token of your appreciation, right?" Chao Yang paused, turned around slowly, and his tone was cold and distant. "Sixth aunt, second uncle, you can actually say that, and you're not ashamed. I, Chao Yang, didn't have much ability before, which caused my parents and sister to suffer a lot. Some people talked about me and said all kinds of weird things about me." He paused and raised his voice to make sure everyone around him could hear him. "But from now on, I will not allow this kind of thing to happen again. Our family's life will definitely get better and better. I, Chao Yang, don't have any other advantages except a good memory. I have a clear account of who treats our family well and who treats us badly. If someone respects me an inch, I will respect them a yard. But if there are those who are blind and try to trip me up from behind, or target my family again, I, Chao Yang, will not let them off easily." After saying this, he turned around and got into the car without looking at the two men's faces, which had turned pale and frightened in an instant. The scene fell silent for a moment. From this moment on, no one dared to gossip, and no one dared to look down on the Chao family. Because everyone knows in their hearts that Chao Yang has really become successful. The boy from the Chao family, who they could talk about at will, even despise and insult, has now made a great leap forward and become someone they need to look up to. Chapter 50 Meeting Xie Qingyu again, a heart-pounding feeling. The convoy drove out of the village. When we looked back, it was getting farther and farther away until it was out of sight. Inside the car, Chao Ying's face was flushed, and the excitement in her eyes had not yet faded. Her brother's heroic and domineering behavior just now really made her heart surge with emotion, and she admired him endlessly. Xiao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan, a couple, were beaming with joy at this moment, and they felt a sense of relief and happiness they had never felt before. My son is both strategic and eloquent, and he understands the ways of the world. This time he has become famous in the village and is now able to stand on his own. Feel proud. This time, the Chao family really stood up. Donghai First People's Hospital. Xie Qingyu punched in for work as usual. She tied up her soft black hair, changed into a clean white nurse's uniform, and adjusted her appearance in front of the mirror on the wall before carefully putting on her nurse's cap. The beautiful figure in the mirror has skin as white as cream, is pure and elegant, and has a natural affinity. The well-tailored nurse uniform highlights her slim yet curvy figure. That feeling has both the professionalism and rigor of medical staff and the cuteness and charm of a young girl. After handing over the shift, Xie Qingyu took the medical record folder and began the routine ward rounds. When she reached the door of the newly arranged intensive care unit, she knocked gently before pushing it open and entering. Bed 36, Chowing? Hello, I'm Xie Qingyu, your nurse in charge. How are you feeling now? Xie Qingyu's voice is gentle and pleasant, like a spring breeze, making people feel particularly comfortable. Lying on the hospital bed, Chao Ying's eyes lit up when she saw the beautiful nurse. She whispered, I'm fine. I'm just a little nervous. Don't be nervous, learn to relax. Xie Qingyu said in a gentle tone, you are still young, only 18 years old, and you are full of vitality. Everything will be fine. Her words seemed to have a magical soothing power. The tension in Chao Ying's eyes gradually dissipated and she nodded vigorously. Xiao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan quickly stood up and asked when the operation was scheduled. It depends on the doctor's instructions, but in my experience, patients who have just been admitted to the hospital need to undergo a comprehensive examination first. If all the data are up to standard, the doctor will arrange treatment as soon as possible. Xie Qingyu was very patient and explained in detail. She understood the concerns and anxieties of the patient's family, so she continued patiently. Chao Ying's surgery will be performed by Director Zhao Dongxing of our department. He is very experienced and has successfully performed hundreds of similar surgeries. Aside from our Director Qi, his success rate is the highest. As she spoke, she bent down and tucked in the corner of Chao Ying's quilt, smiling playfully, have a good rest. When you recover, you can go back to school to continue your studies. Then, you can go wherever you want to play. Life is full of infinite possibilities. Xiao Dongfeng, who was watching this scene, couldn't help but praise, Xie nurse, you are so nice, professional and careful, and you don't mind us being nagging at all. Li Xiujuan smiled and said, come, my dear girl, have an apple. I just peeled it, it's very sweet. Xie Qingyu quickly declined, no, uncle and aunt, you are too polite. This is what I should do. Don't worry too much, just ring the bell to call me if you need anything. She carefully reminded him of a few more things to pay attention to, then turned around and left with the medical record folder. As I reached the door of the ward, I bumped into a strong chest. Ugh! I'm sorry. Xie Qingyu exclaimed, and the medical record folder in her hand almost fell out of her hand. A big hand supported her arm in time and helped her steady her body. Sorry, I didn't bump into you, did I? A deep, magnetic, and somewhat familiar male voice sounded. Xie Qingyu raised her head in shock and was instantly met with a pair of deep eyes. Ah! Is that you? When Xie Qingyu suddenly saw Chao Yang, her heart skipped a beat for no reason and her cheeks felt slightly hot. She dreamed of this handsome boy last night, and unexpectedly met him again as soon as she got to work today. It was really fate. Chao Yang looked at her with a smile in his eyes, what a coincidence, you work here. Yes, yes. Xie Qingyu felt her heartbeat was abnormally fast. She quickly lowered her head and straightened her not-so-messy collar to cover up the situation. I'm the nurse in charge of bed 36, you. I am Chao Ying's brother. My name is Chao Yang. I just finished the hospitalization procedures and came here. Chao Yang explained. His eyes fell on her slightly red earlobe, and he suddenly had the urge to take a nibble at it. Oh, I see. My name is Xie Qingyu, nice to meet you. Your sister is very well behaved, I hope her surgery goes well. Xie Qingyu felt that she was a little incoherent, her mind was blank. I have something else to do, I'll go get busy first. After saying that, she almost ran away without waiting for Chao Yang to answer. Chao Yang looked at the graceful figure that was hurriedly leaving, and a meaningful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. This little nurse is so pure and lovely. Her appearance and figure are both top-notch, and her image and temperament are extremely outstanding. Just now, when she was wearing a nurse's uniform and talking to him in a coquettish manner, Chao Yang felt a heartbeat. He thought to himself, no wonder so many people are so obsessed with the temptation of uniforms, especially the angels in white. Yang, come in. Just as Chao Yang was lost in thought, his mother Li Xiaojuan called him softly. What's wrong, Mom? Chao Yang walked into the ward. I just heard from Nurse Xie that Yingying's surgeon is Zhao Dongsheng. He seems to be the head of the department and has extensive surgical experience. Before Li Xiaojuan finished speaking, Chao Yang immediately understood what she meant. Mom, you want me to meet Dr. Zhao in advance, and hopefully give him a red envelope so he can pay more attention during the surgery, right? Yes, that's what I mean. Son, you are so smart. Li Xiaojuan nodded vigorously. Chao Dongfeng also said, as the old saying goes, one should be grateful for what one has received. If we send a gift in advance, I believe that Dr. Zhao will pay more attention to Yingying's surgery. After listening to his parents' words, Chao Yang thought for a moment and nodded, okay, I'll go later. He is definitely willing to spend money so that his sister can have a successful operation. Money makes the world go round. If you have more money, you can even make the devil do the hard work. Today's society is based on personal relationships, and many people do things for the sake of money. Doctors are human beings too. It is understandable to be greedy and want to get rich. Although this practice is not very good, the hospital has also banned it. However, there are policies from the top and countermeasures from the bottom, but in actual operation, it is often the other way around. Those who spend money or give gifts will be treated preferentially. This is an undeniable reality. 10 minutes later. Chao Yang went out specifically and got a bank card with 20,000 yuan in it. The amount and password were written on the back of the card, and he planned to give it to Dr. Zhao. In his opinion, using cash is too conspicuous, and if you transfer money, the other party is afraid of having a transaction record, so getting a card is much more convenient. When passing by an inpatient ward, Chao Yang suddenly heard insults coming from inside. Xia Qingyu. Is this how you work? You're asked to give a patient an injection and in 4, but you slap him in the face? You're still an intern, and you're so presumptuous. Who gave you the guts? Do you still want this job? If not, get out. Chapter 51, Beaten and Scolded. Chao Yang paused and turned to look over there. In the ward, a slightly plump, middle-aged female nurse with a harsh face was pointing at Xie Qingyu's nose and scolding her harshly with an extremely bad attitude. According to what is marked on her name tag, her surname is Kai and her position is head nurse. At this time, Xie Qingyu's eyes were red, she bit her lips tightly, her shoulders were shaking slightly, and she wanted to explain but was interrupted again and again. Head nurse Kai, that's not the case. Please let me explain. What's there to explain? How could the patient wrongly accuse you? I think your attitude is the problem. Head nurse Kai spitted and said forcefully, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. This is a hospital, not your home. Hurry up and apologize to that old man. If he doesn't forgive you, then take the initiative to make some compensation. Don't damage the image of our hospital. Being scolded by her in public, Xie Qingyu's eyes sparkled with tears, and she gritted her teeth and said, no, I don't want it. It's obviously not my fault, why do you want me to apologize? Head nurse Kai, I've always worked diligently, so why do I have a problem with my attitude? Please. Shut up. Before Xie Qingyu could finish her words, head nurse Kai said impatiently, I said a few words to you, and you still feel wronged? Xie Qingyu, don't play the victim in front of me. I won't fall for it. I asked you to apologize right now. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? I. Xie Qingyu couldn't hold back any longer, and crystal tears rolled down her face. See this scene. Chao Yang frowned slightly, strode into the ward, stood in front of Xie Qingyu, and said in a deep voice. Hey, ma'am, it's not appropriate to jump to conclusions before you've thoroughly investigated the situation. You should at least listen to what Nurse Xia has to say. His sudden appearance startled head nurse Kai, who immediately rolled her eyes. Who are you? Minding my own business. The matter is clear as day. As the head nurse, it's my duty to handle this matter. Oh? This hospital is owned by your family? Chao Yang's eyes were sharp, and the pressure from the superior was directly aroused, and he asked this question coldly. No. I just. Head nurse Kai was so frightened by his look that she trembled and could not speak clearly. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Xie Qingyu saw Chao Yang, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She choked and said quickly, "It was this old man. He used dirty words and wanted to. He wanted to touch me. I couldn't avoid him, so I slapped him in desperation." She pointed at an old man with flickering eyes and a wretched face lying on the hospital bed, and finally mustered up the courage to tell the truth. Hey, little girl, stop talking nonsense." The old man immediately started yelling, "What can I do at my age? It's just that your acupuncture technique is poor and it hurt me. I said a few words to you and you hit me." Upon hearing this, head nurse Kai turned to the old man without even thinking, "Did you hear that? You're still trying to make excuses." Xie Qingyu's face flushed with anxiety. "No, it's not like that, he is lying. I can testify." An older woman in the bed next to him couldn't stand it any longer and stood up and said loudly, "It was this shameless old man who teased the girl first, using all kinds of dirty words, and was very unpleasant to the ear. Not only that, he was also extremely lecherous and tried to touch me." The nurse was so desperate that she gave him a slap in the face. A little boy of 7 or 8 at the door also bravely said, Yes, I was playing here just now and happened to see it too." It was that old man who deliberately bullied the nurse. Seeing someone testify, the old man shouted angrily, "Hey, you stinky woman, you little bastard, don't be ungrateful. My son is a gangster, be careful or I'll find someone to deal with you." Hearing this blatant threat, the older sister in the clinic and the little boy were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they dared not say a word. "Hey, sir, don't be angry. This is a hospital, we don't tolerate violence." Head nurse Kai put on a smile, trying to smooth things over. "How about this, I'll let Xie Qingyu kneel down and apologize to you, and then you can be magnanimous and forgive her. Don't be so rude to her, a trainee nurse." "Humph. That's more like it." The old man snorted coldly, a smug smile on his face. He sat on the edge of the bed, spread his legs, pointed to his crotch and said, "Let her kneel here, closer to me, so I can see better." This request is not only excessive, but also shameless. It was obvious that he was taking advantage of the situation and deliberately humiliating Xie Qingyu. Okay, no problem." Without waiting for Xie Qingyu to express her opinion, head nurse Kai immediately nodded in agreement. "That's as it should be. Our hospital service is first class, and you will definitely be satisfied." Head nurse Kai. "How could you?" Xie Qingyu was stunned. She never expected that head nurse Kai would agree to such an excessive and perverted request on her behalf. Even if we want to maintain the hospital's image, we cannot confuse right and wrong and sacrifice her personal reputation. This head nurse Kai is not stupid but evil. She is deliberately embarrassing herself. The people outside the ward who were watching also had strange expressions on their faces when they saw this. Everyone was secretly sighing that the young nurse was unlucky to have run into such a shameless old man, and the head nurse was not helpful either, but was even more disloyal. "Little girl, come here quickly, my patience is limited." The wretched old man spread his legs, looking impatient. Xie Qingyu's eyes were blurred with tears and her lips were almost bitten. She felt wronged and angry, and didn't know how to deal with it. It was at this time Xie Qingyu suddenly saw Chao Yang take a step forward, walk up to the old man, and slap him twice. Snap! Snap! The sound of the slap was loud and echoed in the ward. The scene suddenly became quiet. The old man's ugly face became red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. "Old man! You really are so arrogant. I think you deserve a beating. You're still so old and still so dishonest. Do you think you're the reincarnation of Teddy Bear? Old Biden like you is just a waste of air." Chao Yang pointed at the old man's face and started to scold him. "You fucking." The old man was stunned at first by the beating, and then he was scolded stupidly. When he came to his senses, he immediately became furious. He stood up suddenly and was about to fight Chao Yang. Bang 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 bang. Chao Yang didn't tolerate him, he hit him from both sides and gave him a few more big punches. The old man was shaking, seeing stars and disoriented. The only 2 remaining front teeth flew out with blood, almost flying into Nurse Kai's mouth, which was wide open in shock. The old man cried. Whoa. You, just wait. I'm going to call my son, he's a gangster, and he'll cut you into pieces." Chao Yang was not afraid at all, staring at him fiercely. Hit him quickly, I will watch you hit me. If I don't hit you, you are a grandson." The old man was completely frightened and was shaking violently all over like a naughty dog. But he still suppressed his fear, dialed the number tremblingly, and began to speak sobbingly. Chao Yang was annoyed by his hesitation and snatched the phone away. He said coldly, "Your father is a pervert. He molested a young nurse in the hospital. I just beat him up. If you want revenge, come to me directly. Remember, my name is Chao Yang." Chapter 52, People are evil and greedy. At this point, things have gradually gotten out of control. Head nurse Kai's eyes flickered, and she said to Chao Yang with a stern face, "Hey, you've gotten into big trouble, you can't just walk away. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with me, I won't take any responsibility." "Haha, have you ever taken responsibility?" Chao Yang sneered, "You can't even handle such a small matter. You watched the young nurses in your own hospital being bullied, but you didn't even dare to say a word of justice. How can you be the head nurse?" "Don't worry, I won't leave. If I don't subdue this old bidding today, I won't be named Chao." After hearing this, head nurse Kai's face turned pale and she was speechless. She glared at Xie Qingyu fiercely, as if she was still blaming Xie Qingyu for causing all this trouble, but she didn't dare to insult her again in front of Chao Yang. "Okay, stop looking, everyone, go away." Chao Yang waved his hand and sent the onlookers away. Then he said to head nurse Kai and Xie Qingyu, "This matter is a quarrel between me and the old man. It has nothing to do with the hospital, head nurse Kai, or nurse Xie. You can all go and do your work." Seeing that he took charge of all the tasks, head nurse Kai rolled her eyes and finally felt relieved. She said to Xie Qingyu, "Go to work. Be careful next time," and walked away arrogantly without even saying a word of apology. "Chao Yang, thank you." Things calmed down temporarily, and Xie Qingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Chao Yang gratefully, "I really don't know what to say." "You actually don't overthink it. I just saw injustice and wanted to help. But, what if? Don't worry, since I'm in charge of this matter, I have the ability to solve it." "Well, then you better be careful." Xie Qingyu hesitated to speak, looked at Chao Yang deeply, and continued to work. Ding! Relationship partner Xie Qingyu's favorability towards the host increases by 30. Current favorability, 80. Grateful to the host for his overflowing sense of justice, for standing up for her in times of crisis and upholding justice for her. A beautiful system prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ha! Favorability reached 80? Not bad. All my efforts were worthwhile. At the same time, this also means that in Xie Qingyu's heart, he has occupied an extremely important position. He only needs to wait for an opportunity to try to get close to Xie Qingyu and completely capture her heart. A few minutes later, Chao Yang came to Zhao Dongxing's office. After stating his identity and purpose, Chao Yang first asked about his sister's surgical plan. Zhao Dongxing leaned back in the leather chair, looking at him with a forced smile. "Mr. Chao, right? Your sister's surgery is indeed quite difficult and very demanding. This operation will take at least 7 or 8 hours, and I will be the only one to perform it." As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers, the hint was obvious. Seeing that he didn't talk about business but hinted at asking for money first, Chao Yang felt a little unhappy. He took out the bank card and placed it on the table. "Director Zhao, this is a small token of my appreciation. I'll be grateful for your care with the surgery." Zhao Dongxing glanced at the card and saw the amount of 20,000 marked on it, but did not take it. Instead, he sneered. "Mr. Chao, what era is this now? With this little, what can you do? You're sending beggars away." Chao Yang frowned slightly, his eyes turning cold. "So what does Director Zhao mean? One price, 50,000. Not a penny less." Zhao Dongxing stretched out his palm, gestured, and continued, "As everyone knows, in our hospital, apart from Dean Qi, my surgical skills are the best. No one else has this qualification, so I am worth this price." 50,000? Chao Yang's eyes became even colder. He didn't expect the other party to ask for so much. It's not that he couldn't afford the money, but he felt that the guy in the white coat in front of him was too greedy and didn't even pretend. But if it were an ordinary family, the 50,000 yuan would probably be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the patient would have to give up the surgery if he couldn't afford it. "Why? No?" Zhao Dongxing saw Chao Yang's hesitation and curled his lips impatiently. "Why are you doing heart surgery when you don't even have this little money? If you really don't have any, you can go and borrow money. I know a few loan sharks who can help you get in touch with them." Hearing this, Chao Yang immediately became furious. Loan? What do you mean? You are clearly leading people down the wrong path. You have lost your conscience. The other party's words and actions once again lowered his perception. Asking the patient's family to borrow money for surgery, is this an unethical thing a doctor could do? Regardless of his medical skills, the fact that he can say such things proves that he has bad character. Mr. Chao, please be careful with your words. Zhao Dongxing's face darkened, and he muttered, Conscience? How much is conscience worth? What I want is tangible benefits. I've worked so hard, studied medicine for over a decade, and finally reached this position. What's wrong with earning a little money based on my skills? He could actually say such shameless words. Chao Yang could no longer suppress his anger. Director Zhao, you should have some basic morals. It's not easy for you to study medicine, but it's even harder for the patients and their families. They came here with hope, hoping you would be kind and compassionate, treating their illness and saving their life. The surgery fee is already very high, and if you ask for so many extra red envelopes, it will place a heavy burden on them. Zhao Dongsheng remained unmoved and sneered, What's their burden to me? I only care about performing surgeries and taking the money I want. I'll do it for whoever can afford it. If you're as poor as you are, don't come to a big hospital like ours. Go to a small clinic and don't waste my precious time. These words were full of contempt and sarcasm, which completely ignited Chao Yang's anger. He stood up suddenly, his eyes sharp as a knife. Zhao Dongsheng, are you still worthy of wearing this white coat? The so-called doctor's heart is compassionate, but when it comes to you, it's just greed. Zhao Dongsheng was intimidated by his aura, and then became angry and embarrassed. Bah! Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? I'm telling you, I won't perform your sister's surgery. You can go to any hospital you like. Transfer her to another hospital right now. Don't want to do it? I don't want to do it. Chao Yang laughed in anger, suddenly took a step forward, and slapped Zhao Dongsheng's mahogany desk hard. Boom! A loud bang. The solid mahogany tabletop was hit so hard that it was covered with cracks and almost fell apart. Zhao Dongsheng was so scared that he jumped up from his chair. His eyes widened and his face turned pale. He pointed at Chao Yang and shouted in horror. You dare to destroy public property. Security! Security! Quick, someone come. There's someone causing trouble here. He hurriedly pressed the call bell, and was so scared that he almost collapsed on the ground. Chao Yang looked at him coldly, as if he were looking at an ant. A scum like you who has no medical ethics is not worthy of being a doctor. I just don't believe it. Donghai City is so big, with so many good hospitals. The earth wouldn't even turn without you. Chapter 53, making an exception for him. Soon, several security guards came after hearing the news. They rushed into the office and saw the broken table and Zhao Dongxing's pale face. They were a little confused about the situation. It's him! It's him! He broke into my office, threatened me, and even deliberately destroyed public property. Arrest him now! Zhao Dongsheng pointed at Chao Yang and yelled loudly, acting like a victim. The huge commotion here immediately attracted many onlookers. Everyone was talking and pointing, and the scene was quite chaotic for a while. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan were also in the crowd. When they saw their son surrounded by security guards, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and they were extremely nervous. Yang Yan! What's going on? Aren't you here to give Dr. Zhao a gift? How did it end up like this? Dad, Mom, it's okay, don't worry, it's just a small problem. Chao Yang remained calm and tried his best to comfort his parents. Xie Qingyu also squeezed into the crowd, and when she saw the scene, her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Chao Yang had just helped her, and she didn't want anything to happen to Chao Yang. Meanwhile, the head nurse Kai also rushed over. She rolled her eyes and exaggerated, shouting. Did everyone see that? This patient's family member is being unreasonable and deliberately causing trouble. He just beat someone up in the ward, and now he's threatening Director Zhao. He's totally outlawed. In fact, she and Zhao Dongsheng had been together for a long time and had an ambiguous relationship. One was the head nurse and the other was the chief surgeon. They were usually arrogant and domineering in the hospital and often bullied others. However, since both of them have relatively large powers, generally speaking, no one is willing to confront them, which further encourages their arrogance. Today they met Chao Yang, such a thorn in the flesh. They were both filled with rage. After exchanging a few glances, they reached a consensus and wanted to join forces to deal with Chao Yang and vent their anger. Zhao Dongsheng adjusted his glasses and pointed at Chao Yang, cursing, "You son of a bitch. You're deliberately looking for trouble. You must be severely punished, and you must also compensate me for the mental damages you suffered." Facing his groundless accusations, Chao Yang showed no fear. Instead, a hint of contempt appeared on his lips. "Severe punishment? You are the ones who should be severely punished. The reputation of the medical system is being ruined by scum like you." He glanced at the crowd and continued aloud, "Everyone, this Director Zhao openly demanded a 50,000 yuan red envelope before my sister's surgery. He even claimed he wouldn't perform the surgery if I didn't get the money, and even encouraged me to borrow money from a loan shark. And that head nurse Kai, when a young nurse in the hospital was harassed by an old scoundrel, not only did she not seek justice, she actually forced the young nurse to kneel down and apologize to the harasser. Let me ask, do doctors and nurses like these deserve the title of angels in white? How can people feel at ease receiving medical treatment in a hospital like this?" Every word of Chao Yang's was sonorous and powerful, which resonated with many people and caused an uproar around him. What? Asking for a 50,000 yuan red envelope? That's too heartless. The hospital won't do anything about it? Forcing a young nurse to kneel? This is outrageous. She's just a head nurse. Does she think she's possessed by the Empress Dowager? What the young man said is right. This Xiao Dongsheng is just greedy for money. My mother asked him to perform surgery on her, and he charged us 40,000 yuan and even asked me for a brand name watch. That guy surnamed Kai has a terrible attitude. He glares and curses at people all the time, but he can't even properly insert in 4-needle. Support the boys. Expose them. These people are so hateful." Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and the situation escalated further, with the spearhead directed at Zhao Dongsheng and head nurse Kai. The two men's faces changed drastically. They panicked and tried to explain themselves, but their voices were drowned out by the accusations of the crowd. Just as the hospital corridor was in chaos, the elevator door opened with a ding. A burly man with a face full of flesh, wearing a flowered shirt, a big gold chain, a cigarette in his mouth, and 4 or 5 ruffian-looking younger brothers behind him, rushed out aggressively. This man was the son of that wretched old man, and everyone on the street called him Brother Leopard. The arrival of these people immediately diverted everyone's attention. "Get out of the way, don't block the road. Who's calling Chao Yang? Get out here right now. You're so bold to hit my dad." Brother Leopard spoke in a hoarse voice and waved the steel pipe in his hand. When head nurse Kai and Zhao Dongsheng saw this scene, a gloating look immediately appeared in their eyes. They were being scolded by a group of people and were almost getting beaten, but unexpectedly Brother Leopard suddenly appeared and rescued them. The people around were frightened and retreated one after another. People generally keep a distance from these social scoundrels and dare not provoke them easily. Seeing this, Chao Dongfang and Li Xiujuan couldn't help but worry about their son. They were about to rush forward to protect Chao Yang, but were stopped by a look from Chao Yang. "I am Chao Yang." Chao Yang was not afraid. He turned his head and looked at Brother Bao and said calmly, "What do you want from your father?" "Looking for my dad." "Ugh, how dare you take advantage of me?" Brother Leopard was about to respond when he suddenly realized that he had been fooled and became even more angry. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so stupid." Chao Yang felt a little apologetic. "Fuck you." Brother Bao cursed and walked towards Chao Yang. He couldn't help but clenched his fists, and his joints crackled. "You are quite arrogant, kid. You dare to play tricks on me when you are about to die. I will take your last name if I break one of your legs today." Chao Yang quickly shook his head. "No. I don't have a son as old as you. Besides, you're so ugly, you don't deserve to have my last name." "Ah. I'm so pissed. You really deserve a beating. I'm going to kill you." Brother Leopard was very angry, feeling that his rhythm was completely disrupted, and rushed over with the steel pipe in his hand. His younger brothers also picked up their weapons and rushed forward shouting, "Ha ha ha! That kid is really looking for death. Serves him right. Now his parents can just wait to collect his body." Zhao Dongsheng and head nurse Kai grinned and made sarcastic remarks happily. Xia Qingyu was extremely anxious. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly ran to the 3rd floor, where was Dean Qi's office. She came here for an internship and was hired based entirely on her own abilities. She didn't want to use her family connections, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Dean Qi. But since it concerned Xiao Yang's safety, Xie Qingyu made an exception. Dean Qi is here. In less than 3 minutes, someone exclaimed. The elegant and steady Dean Qi temporarily stopped the meeting and hurried over with a group of hospital leaders, led by Xie Qingyu. But the scene before them left everyone stunned. Xiao Yang was standing there with a calm expression on his face. However, Brother Leopard's men were all covered in wounds and knelt on the ground, their eyes full of fear and frustration. Xie Qingyu's beautiful eyes flickered, and she was full of doubts at first, but soon she understood and a bright smile appeared on her pretty face. Ding! Relationship partner Xie Qingyu's favorability towards the host +10. Current favorability, 90. Heartfelt admiration, sincere admiration, overflowing sense of security. Chapter 54, Second Dimension Idol Chio Mei. Hearing the system prompt sound, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel excited, and the smile on the corner of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. Xie Qingyu's favorability towards him finally rose to 90 points. This was a very critical moment. As long as they could grasp it well, their relationship would surely usher in a major breakthrough. President Qi, please make the decision for us. This Xiao Yang, deliberately picking fights and hitting people. Head nurse Kai and Zhao Dongsheng were the first to complain, hugging Dean Qi's thighs on the left and right. Dean Qi frowned, kicked them away, and said sternly, "Don't cry in front of me, I already know the whole story." Zhao Dongsheng, you disappoint me so much. Asking for red envelopes and damaging the hospital's reputation are a disgrace to our medical team. From now on, you are suspended and under investigation. Head nurse Kai, as a manager, you've been unfair and bullied your colleagues, creating a negative impact. Effective immediately, you're being removed from your position as head nurse and transferred to a cleaning position in the logistics department. Upon hearing the result, the two were struck by lightning and looked as pale as death. No, don't. Dean Qi, we are wronged. They were completely confused and couldn't understand why Dean Qi dealt with them as soon as he arrived. Take away. Dean Qi waved his hand and ordered them to be dragged away. He then looked at Xiao Yang and said in a softer tone, "Mr. Chao, I will personally take charge of your sister's surgery. Please rest assured." That's great, thank you, President Qi. Xiao Yang smiled and didn't ask any further questions. He could probably guess some reasons from the look Dean Qi gave Xie Qingyu. Mr. Chao, you're too polite. You're young and promising, and you have a strong sense of justice. You've uncovered the infestation in our hospital. I really admire your courage. Dean Qi shook hands with Xiao Yang, glanced at Brother Leopard and the others, and said jokingly in a low voice. These hooligans were seriously injured. It's just in time for them to be hospitalized. Thank you, Mr. Chao, for contributing to our hospital's revenue generation. Xiao Yang blinked his eyes, without pretending to be modest, but smiled frankly and said, it's just a small favor. Anyway, they took the initiative to offer it to me, so of course I have to help them. After Dean Qi left, Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan also returned to the ward. They were full of joy and wanted to tell their daughter the good news that Dean Qi would perform the surgery on her personally. Xiao Yang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened. After the crowd dispersed, Xie Qingyu blushed slightly and said softly, "Tonight, if you're free, I'd like to treat you to a meal. I'll cook for you myself and make you a few side dishes as a token of my gratitude." Xiao Yang looked at the shy angel in white in front of him, and his heart moved slightly and smiled. Great, I couldn't ask for more. It's my honor to taste Nurse Xie's cooking skills. Seeing that he agreed, Xie Qingyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The blush on her face became even more charming, and she stretched out a little finger. Let's make a promise. If you agree, you must go. Don't stand me up, or I'll never talk to you again. Okay, pinky promise. What I said will definitely count. You can rest assured about that. Xiao Yang did not dislike her slightly childish behavior at all. Instead, he felt that she still had a childlike innocence and was naturally genuine and cute. Okay, I'll send you the address when I get off work, and you can just drive over there. Xie Qingyu smiled with her eyes curved, waved her hand and ran away, even her back was so graceful and charming. Xiao Yang stood there until Xie Qingyu's back disappeared, then he returned to the intensive care unit. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Xiao Ying holding a beautiful picture album in her hand, reading it with great interest. Sister, what are you looking at? You look so engrossed. Xiao Yang leaned over and took a curious glance. On the cover of the album is a young and beautiful girl with a youthful appearance and a hot body. With big eyes, a straight nose, a small mouth, and a well-developed figure, Kiss Me has the kind of two-dimensional style that can make otaku's noses bleed. This is a national idol in Sakura country. She's multi-talented. Her name is Chiyo-mei. She's super popular lately. This is her new comic book. If we compare her to someone in our country, she's equivalent to Nalan Yoruwa in the entertainment industry. Brother, look, isn't she very beautiful? Chaoyang was wearing a hospital gown, but she looked in very good spirits. She pushed the photo album in front of Chaoyang. Yeah, it's very beautiful, but the two-dimensional style is a bit exaggerated. It doesn't look like a real person, but more like an anime character. Chaoyang took a closer look at the beautiful girl with a baby face in the album. He always felt that her beauty was a little distorted and did not belong to this real world. However, Chaoyang knew that his sister had loved reading comics since she was young. She started learning to create on her own when she was in junior high school. She has now drawn 3 story collections, and her level is quite high. This hobby is also a driving force that supports her in fighting the disease, so Chaoyang has always respected and encouraged her. Brother, you're right. She looks so unique, like a character from an anime. Many people even doubted whether she was real or an AI-generated image. Chaoyang held the album in her arms and said seriously, but I firmly believe that Chiyo-mei is real. She looks just like that, so beautiful that it makes both humans and gods angry, so beautiful that it makes people unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Chaoyang stretched out a finger and scratched her nose with a smile. Okay, I trust your judgment. But, these things from the Sakura country are often a bit perverted and crazy, so don't get too obsessed with them. Chaoyang chose his words carefully, not wanting to hurt his sister's hobbies. He was just about to recommend some classic American-style images to his sister when he heard Chaoyang suddenly exclaim. Brother, look, a message just popped up on my phone. Chiyo-mei is coming to Donghai in 3 days to hold a book signing event and release her new work. Ah. Is this true? I can finally meet Chiyo-mei in person. Oh no. I have to have surgery soon, so I can't go to her book signing event. What a pity. Chaoyang's mood instantly plummeted from high altitude to the bottom of the valley, and her voice became depressed. It's okay, I'll go for you. Chaoyang touched her head and comforted her with a smile. I will definitely get you a collection of Chiyo-mei's autographed new works. I'll record the whole thing so you can be there and see for yourself if she's just as 2D as the one on the album cover. Chaoyang smiled, her face full of happiness. Okay, thank you, brother. A little after 6 p.m. The sun slowly sets, leaving only the sunset glow in the sky. Chaoyang received the address location sent by Xiechingyu. It is a residential building near the hospital and can be reached by car quickly. He said something to his parents and sister, then drove off alone. Chapter 55 You Hate. When passing by a flower shop on the way, Chaoyang got off the car and bought a bunch of lilies. The delicate white flowers stand tall, their petals spread out like condensed snow, with golden stamens hidden among them. When he put it to his nose and smelled it, a sweet fragrance quietly spread, clean and gentle, just like the feeling Xiechingyu gave him. Not long after, Chaoyang rang the doorbell of Xiechingyu's residence. You're here, please come in. Soon the door opened, and Xiechingyu smiled and invited him into the house. Warm yellow light poured out from inside the door, accompanied by the tempting aroma of food. Xiechingyu was wearing an apron with cute cartoon patterns on it, and her long hair, which was usually tied up, was now tied loosely behind her head. A few strands of hair hung playfully around her fair neck, adding a touch of homely softness and gentleness to her. It's for you. Chaoyang handed her the flowers. Hey, how do you know I like lilies? Xiechingyu took the flower, put it to her nose and sniffed it, looking intoxicated, and her smile became even brighter. Actually, I just bought it based on my feelings. Lily matches your temperament very well. It's fresh and elegant, refreshing and refreshing. Chaoyang smiled and used flowers to describe people, praising Xiechingyu. Oh, really? You have good taste. Okay, stop standing at the door and talking. Come in. The food will be ready soon. Sit on the sofa for a while. A faint blush appeared on Xiechingyu's face, and she tried hard to hide the joy in her heart. Not only is he handsome, but he also speaks nicely. This kind of man is exactly her ideal type. Good. Chaoyang didn't hesitate and followed her straight into the living room. Seeing how warm and tidy the place was, he couldn't help but smile. Thank you, chef. Don't bother. Just make something to eat. I'm not a picky eater. That won't do. Xie Qingyu walked lightly, put the lilies in the vase, and said as she walked towards the kitchen, "This is your first time visiting me, so I must show off my unique skills and treat you well, otherwise my sincerity will not be apparent. The 8 main dishes are ready. All that's missing is the soup. Please wait a moment. I'll be quick." Xiao Yang nodded, but did not sit down obediently. Instead, he followed her to the kitchen, leaned against the door, and watched her busy with interest. Under the bright light, her focused profile looked particularly gentle. She cut the tomatoes on the chopping board into very evenly thin slices and placed them on a plate for later use. "Wow, Chef Xie's knife skills are pretty good. It's a pleasure to watch you cutting vegetables." Xiao Yang praised sincerely. "Of course. Don't forget I'm a medical student. I have a steady hand." Xie Qingyu smiled, a hint of pride in her tone. "Although I have no worries about food and clothing at home, my parents are very strict with me. They made me learn all kinds of life skills and didn't let me live a life of luxury and lie down at home." As she spoke, she reached for the pepper high up in the wall cabinet. But when she stood on tiptoe and tried, she was just barely able to reach it, which made her feel a little embarrassed. "I'll do it." Xiao Yang took a step forward naturally, reached over her head easily and took the bottle. At that moment, his tall figure almost enveloped Xie Qingyu, and the cool masculine scent was clearly audible. "Give." Xiao Yang handed the pepper to Xie Qingyu, his voice a little lower than before. "Oh, thank you." Xie Qingyu took the bottle and came back to her senses from her trance. She felt her ears getting hot and her heartbeat quickened inexplicably. She quickly lowered her head and pretended to pick up the seaweed to hide the momentary panic. Xiao Yang took in all her subtle reactions, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Xie Qingyu's shy look is so beautiful that it makes people's hearts flutter and they can't help but want to get close to her. Soon, the food was served. The sweet and sour spare ribs are bright red in color, the steamed fish is fresh and fragrant, the shrimp and cashews are beautifully presented, and paired with some stir-fried seasonal vegetables, it is very appetizing. Xie Qingyu even took out a bottle of red wine and poured it into each of the 2 goblets, adding a full sense of ceremony. The 2 sat opposite each other, clinked their glasses, then picked up their chopsticks and had dinner together. Although it was the first time they faced each other like this, both of them were very relaxed, talking and laughing as if they were old friends who had known each other for many years, without any awkwardness or dullness at all. This rare ease and tacit understanding made both of them feel very comfortable and the atmosphere became more harmonious. After tasting the dishes, Xiao Yang repeatedly praised Xie Qingyu's cooking skills, showing his emotional value. Xie Qingyu was smiling widely, her face flushed, and she didn't know if it was because she was happy or because she drank red wine. "Xiao Yang, honestly, I'm so grateful to you for your time at the hospital today. Why are you being polite? I should thank you. If you hadn't invited Dean Shi here in time, the matter might not have been resolved so quickly. To be honest, my dad and Dean Shi have known each other for many years, so he's been taking extra care of me. But when I came to the hospital for internship, I preferred to rely on my own abilities rather than any connections. So, unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to cause trouble for Dean Shi." "So you're making an exception for me?" "Well, I guess so. But what I'm most worried about now is the gray forces behind Brother Bao and his men. I'm afraid they might be harmful to you." "It's okay, they're just minor issues. I can handle them. Those hooligans are just a mob, they won't amount to anything." But I heard from some of the older colleagues in the hospital that Brother Leopard seems to be a member of the Qinglong Society. I'm afraid he's more than just a gangster." "Qinglong Society? I've never heard of them." "Ha, at worst, I'll just fight them with my own army and block them with my earth. I'm not afraid of them. They're just a bunch of random people. If they dare to show up, I'll give them a head-on blow." "Eh? Have you always been this tough?" "They're gangsters, you better be careful and don't get caught in any trouble." Okay, I get it. Let's not talk about this for now, lest it ruin our mood. Let's eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." "Hey, this is my home, why do you act like you're the owner?" Xie Qingyu rolled her eyes coquettishly, but found that Xiao Yang suddenly smiled at her. "What are you laughing at?" "There's nothing on my face." "There were no flowers, but the sauce got all over my face." "Ha? Where is it?" Xie Qingyu felt a little embarrassed. She was so relaxed while eating that she completely forgot to maintain her ladylike image. She was about to raise her hand to wipe it, but Xiao Yang stopped her. "Don't move, I'll help you." As he said this, he leaned over, got close to Xie Qingyu's face, looked at her for a while with a smile in his eyes, and suddenly kissed her. With a kiss, the face becomes chewy, sweet, and fragrant. Ah! You! Xie Qingyu was shocked and embarrassed. She covered her face with her hands, not knowing what to say. This guy is too presumptuous. He just kissed me without hesitation and did it directly without me being mentally prepared. Okay, I've already eaten the sauce. Xiao Yang succeeded, the smile in his eyes became even more intense, and he said seriously, if you feel it is not clean enough, I can do it again. You're disgusting. Hearing him say that he wanted to do it again, Xie Qingyu felt both excited and flustered, and angrily uttered a few words. Chapter 56, Language of Flowers. However, although her face looked angry, she was not angry at all. Instead, I had the urge to pounce on him, return the favor, and bite him hard. However, considering that she had the image of a gentle and lovely lady, Xie Qingyu only thought about it in her heart and ultimately did not dare to put it into action. After all, he is the man she likes, so it is not a loss to give him that. She can just find an opportunity to kiss him back twice as much in the future. Comforting herself in this way, she became much more careful about eating. I was afraid that Xiao Yang would seize the opportunity and launch a surprise attack. I just kissed her on the cheek. If he goes too far, I won't be able to keep my first kiss. Have you eaten enough? I'm full, burp. Well, you've worked hard cooking, I'll go wash the dishes. After dinner, Xiao Yang resolutely took on the task of washing the dishes. Xie Qingyu couldn't persuade him, so she wiped the stove on the side. Watching Xiao Yang standing in front of the sink carefully washing the dishes, Xie Qingyu suddenly felt a strange and warm feeling in her heart, and an indescribable sense of happiness filled her heart. She had imagined such a heartwarming scene many times in her mind. She longed for this kind of warm love where two people shared the daily necessities of life. After packing up, Xie Qingyu brewed a pot of Longjing tea, and the hot steam carrying the fragrance of tea filled the air. A light-hearted variety show was playing on TV in the background, but neither of them was really paying attention. Nurse Xia, why do you live alone at home? Because this is a temporary place I rented for work. My parents are in another city and they're usually very busy. Also, don't call me Nurse Xiao Xie, it sounds too formal. Then what should I call you? We're friends now, right? Of course. I ate the food you cooked, drank the red wine you bought, and licked your delicious sauce. From now on, we will be best friends, sharing the good and the bad, and we will be inseparable. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Since we're good friends, you can call me Xiaoyer from now on. This is my nickname, given to me by my parents. Little fish? Well, that's great. Your parents hope that you can ride the wind and waves and be a free little fish, forever carefree, happy and blessed. Yes, they are really good to me. They have loved me since I was a child. By the way, Xiao Yang, you came out alone and didn't go home so late. Will your girlfriend be jealous? I don't have a girlfriend at the moment. I did date someone before, but she thought I had no money or power and wouldn't even let me touch her hand. We broke up a while ago. After asking the question that had been weighing on her heart and getting the answer she wanted, Xie Qingyu's expression was obviously filled with joy. So what do you think of me? Very good, gentle and beautiful, well-educated and polite, with a clean temperament, and very loving. I liked her the moment I saw her. So, you agreed to let me be your girlfriend? Xiaoyue, are you so direct? Why, you don't want to? Yes, 100 yes, 10,000 yes. Then don't move and close your eyes. What? Don't ask, just do as I say. Oh, all right then. As soon as Xiao Yang closed his eyes, he felt her suddenly coming close to him. Xie Qingyu's breathing was a little rapid, and it came clearly into his ears. A fragrance that belongs only to young girls instantly enveloped him, so sweet that it could melt people. He could feel that Xie Qingyu kissed him seriously, passionately, and obsessively, as if she was enjoying a sumptuous meal and was reluctant to waste every bite. Xiaoyue, I didn't expect you to be so brave. When the kiss finally ended, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, feeling very surprised and a little curious. You just realized how courageous I am? It's too late. Xie Qingyu blinked and smiled triumphantly. In order to pursue love, I have to take the initiative. Now I've stamped your name, from now on you're my man. Xiao Yang was amused by her words and said with a sullen smile, I should have taken the initiative first, but you stole the limelight. However, your performance just now was quite conservative, and I feel that it is still a bit unsatisfactory. As he spoke, he suddenly turned defense into offense, and pressed her down. Ah! Xie Qingyu cried out softly, her center of gravity unstable for a moment, and she fell into his arms. Xie Qingyu felt dizzy and her whole body seemed to be flying in the clouds, and she fell completely into a solid and warm harbor. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. All the sounds around me faded away. Xie Qingyu could clearly hear her own heartbeat like a drum, and could also feel the same pounding heartbeat coming from Chao Yang's chest. His arms around her waist were so strong that it was impossible to break free. Xie Qingyu was still in shock, her cheeks flushed, one hand subconsciously resting on Chao Yang's chest, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, just meeting his doting gaze. These eyes are so black and bright, as if they can hold the entire galaxy. It seemed to contain a vortex of starlight, which attracted her attention so much that she could no longer see anything else. The atmosphere gradually became thicker, and he and she moved closer and closer, as if they wanted to completely merge each other's breath into one. All the happiness that had been brewing before, the vague ambiguity, and the heartbeat that had accumulated for a long time, found their final home at this moment. Xie Qingyu was shocked, her whole body felt weak and powerless, and she felt like she was about to suffocate. But Chao Yang did not let go of her hand. Instead, he hugged her even tighter, treating her like a treasure. Xie Qingyu looked at his face so close to her and seemed to have forgotten all words. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, but she finally closed her eyes slowly and obediently. This silent action is a kind of complete trust, and also a stronger expectation full of shyness. Chao Yang no longer hesitated and took her to fly into an infinitely vast and beautiful new world. The lilies in the vase on the table swayed gently in the night breeze, emitting a light and elegant fragrance. Everything was so natural and yet so smooth. Chapter 57, Shilin Kidney, he is so powerful. There are thousands of lights outside the window. The window is romantic and charming. After a long and passionate exchange, Xie Qingyu fell into a deep sleep, her black hair scattered on the pillow, and her face full of collagen had a drunken blush. She was too tired to hold on any longer, her whole body limp like a puddle of mud, but her expression as she slept soundly revealed happiness and contentment. This was her first time and also the most unforgettable night in her life. Chao Yang leaned against the head of the bed, looking at Xie Qingyu sleeping soundly, recalling the unique beauty just now, and felt indescribably comfortable in his heart. Ding! Detected love partner Xie Qingyu, whose favorability towards the host has reached 100, love communication successful. Rewards are being distributed, please check carefully. Accompanied by the system prompt sound. A warm current mixed with a huge amount of information instantly surged through my body. Chao Yang felt as if his brain and body had been thoroughly baptized. Here it comes, here it comes. The long-awaited reward finally arrived. Award 1, Advanced Nursing Skills Integration of Traditional Chinese and Western Medicine. Functional description: combining cutting-edge modern nursing technology with traditional Chinese medicine conditioning methods, it covers intensive care, aseptic operation, meridian massage, customized medicinal diet, etc., providing a full range of top-level nursing solutions. Great! Chao Yang was delighted. I can personally take care of Ying after the operation. I'm definitely more confident than anyone else. Reward 2, 13 Ghost Gate Needles Lost Secret Manual. Functional description: a compendium of ancient acupuncture secrets, encompassing 13 heaven-defying acupuncture techniques that can stimulate potential, sustain life, and bring back the soul to life in many difficult and complicated illnesses. Note: needles must be guided by qi, so use with caution. Holy crap! Chao Yang was so shocked that he almost cried out in surprise. This is like Hua Tuo reincarnated, BNK reborn. From now on, even if I encounter even the most difficult injuries, I'll have the strength to fight. Reward 3, a pair of Qilin kidneys enhanced innate essence. Function description: the essence of both kidneys is sublimated, energy and vitality recovery speed increases dramatically, and the harmony of yin and yang reaches perfection. This manifests as a significant increase in physical strength, resistance to all poisons, strong vigor, and longevity. Feeling the surging, seemingly inexhaustible energy in his body, as well as some kind of indescribable strong self-confidence, Chao Yang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth wildly. Ha ha ha! System, you understand so well. This reward is so satisfying. This is exactly what I've been waiting for. Awesome! Awesome! After receiving the 3 rewards, Chao Yang opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in his eyes. He suppressed the urge to roar to the sky, clenched his fists tightly,
and felt the earth-shaking changes in his body.
It's worth it. It's totally worth it.
These rewards are not only valuable and practical, but also incredibly cool.
Xiaoye is truly my lucky star.
At this moment, Qiao Yang felt full of energy and excitement.
He couldn't help but bend down and kiss Xie Qingyu's cherry lips again.
Xie Qingyu seemed to sense something and murmured in a daze in her sleep. Qiao Yang held her in his arms and liked her more and more the more he looked at her. From that moment on, this cute little nurse was a member of his harem.
Not long after, Xie Qingyu woke up.
She rubbed her eyes and found herself lying in Qiao Yang's arms, with a gun pointed at her.
She couldn't help but let out a coquettish cry. Qiao Yang, you're so mean. You just tortured me like that, and you're still not going to stop?
Qiao Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. When I'm with you, I can't even calm down.
Just now, we were just warming up.
I don't think we've reached our full potential yet.
How about we do it again? Go to hell. I have to hold on to the wall when I walk now. If it happens again, well, you. Fine, I surrender. I'll let you do whatever you want today.
But as promised, this is the last time. More than an hour later, Xie Qingyu cried. She regretted agreeing to Qiao Yang's request. After more than 2 hours, Xie Qingyu could no longer bear it and fainted.
Qiao Yang was startled and had to put away his weapon.
He put his palm on her heart and passed a trace of true energy to her. Although he has mastered Grandmaster-level fighting techniques, he has only grasped the basics of controlling his chi and is far from being able to release his true chi. In other words, his current level has only just developed a sense of chi, and a small amount of true chi can flow through his meridians, but he still lacks the real method of refining chi. Fortunately, Xie Qingyu fainted only because of excessive physical exertion. After his care and rest, Xie Qingyu finally recovered.
Xiao Yuer, are you awake?
Qiao Yang hurriedly hugged her with an apologetic tone.
You, bad guy.
After Xie Qingyu regained consciousness, she glared at Qiao Yang resentfully and wanted to raise her hand to hit him, but she found that her arms had no strength, so she could only give up in anger.
Okay, don't be angry. I'll apologize to you. I'm not going back tonight. I'll stay here with you. You can have a good rest. I'll stay by your side. You can tell me anything you want at any time.
Seeing Qiao Yang being so considerate and gentle, Xie Qingyu's complaints suddenly fell silent, and she suddenly couldn't say a single harsh word. How could she really hate the man in front of her, who had almost taken her away and given her unprecedented pleasure?
She couldn't even love him enough.
However, Qiao Yang was so strong that it was a little scary. Her heart was still pounding. She couldn't understand how he could be so strong beyond ordinary people.
Could this be the legendary gift?
That night, Qiao Yang hardly slept a wink. Just as he said, he stayed by Xie Qingyu's side, carefully serving her until dawn.
Qiao Yang, you big fool, you really didn't sleep all night?
When Xie Qingyu woke up in the morning, the first thing she saw was Qiao Yang's handsome face, and the temper in her heart had long disappeared. Instead, she felt a faint heartache and some inexplicable emotion. She secretly blamed herself for sleeping too deeply and shouldn't have let him accompany her silently all night.
Think about the madness of last night.
He was the one who was in the dominant position and worked harder.
Nothing, how are you feeling now?
Seeing Xie Qingyu sitting up, Qiao Yang smiled slightly and asked with concern.
Yeah, it's okay. You big pig's hoof, you're really that. Xie Qingyu blushed, put on her clothes and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast.
Qiao Yang smiled embarrassedly, walked over and hugged her slender waist from behind, and said with a bit of doting. Xiao Yuer, please forgive me.
I love you too much. I will be more careful next time.
Xie Qingyu said coquettishly, oh, I didn't blame you at all.
What's the point of saying forgiveness? You big pig's hoof, do you still want to do it again? Well, that depends on my mood by then.
Seeing that she was not really angry, Qiao Yang finally felt relieved. He gently shook Xie Qingyu's body from behind, leaned over and whispered in her ear.
You don't have to go to work today. I've already sent a message to Dean Qi and asked for a day off for you. Just rest at home.
Hearing this, Xie Qingyu paused in her cooking, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was planning to make breakfast quickly, eat it, and go to work. Now I'm completely free today.
Come on, stay with me and sleep for a while, catch up on some sleep. You can skip meals, but you can't skip sleep.
Chapter 58 God's Gift.
Naturally, the two people's nap was not so peaceful. A variety of exchanges are inevitable. After several times of gentle and sometimes intense stimulation, Xie Qingyu has gradually adapted to Chao Yang's rhythm and experienced more colorful sports fun. Just like the bouquet of lilies on the table, they looked more delicate and fresh than last night.
It was already past 3 p.m. when Chao Yang left Xie Qingyu's residence.
Although he had experienced several ups and downs and had only slept for more than 2 hours, he not only did not feel tired at all, but was even more energetic than last night, as if he had endless energy. We have to thank his pair of kidneys, which are like opening an energy valve. It is truly a perpetual motion machine.
Buzz buzz buzz. Chao Yang was thinking about where to go when his cell phone suddenly vibrated.
He picked up the phone and saw that it was Ding Ziyuan calling, so he answered it casually.
Mr. Chao, are you busy? Do you have time today? Can you come to the crew?
On the phone, Ding Ziyuan was as polite as ever, and his words were full of respect for Chao Yang. After all, Chao Yang was his benefactor. He invested in him and helped him get out of poverty when he was in the most destitute. He would never forget this kindness.
There is time. What do you want to tell me first? Chao Yang asked lazily while driving. Ah, that's great.
Look, we've already filmed more than half of our skit, and we're in urgent need of a guest star for this episode. He needs to be tall and handsome, absolutely stunning, and he needs to be the perfect match for the heroine.
I couldn't find a suitable candidate, so I thought of you. Ding Ziyuan chattered on and on, briefly recounting the role of Bai Yue Guang. Okay, I understand. Chao Yang chuckled.
This is just a handsome man who lives in the heroine's memories.
He doesn't have many scenes, and doesn't require superb acting skills. All he needs to do is capture his image and temperament, right?
Yes, you understand it very thoroughly.
Then this role. Ding Ziyuan smiled and waited for Chao Yang's decision. I'll be right there. Get the set and props ready first. We can start filming right away when I get there.
Chao Yang was very decisive in his words and deeds. He immediately turned the car around and drove towards the film and television city where the crew was located. After more than 20 minutes, the car stopped steadily. Ding Ziyuan had been waiting at the door for a long time.
When he saw Chao Yang, he hurried over to greet him. Mr. Chao, everything is ready. We are just waiting for you, the white moonlight, to make your appearance. Okay. Chao Yang nodded slightly and followed him into the busy set.
Ding Ziyuan clapped his hands, and a professional styling team immediately gathered around and carefully created an ancient costume look for Chao Yang. When he finished his makeup, changed into a flowing moon white brocade robe, tied his hair with a jade crown, and walked out of the dressing room holding a folding fan, the entire set was silent for a moment.
Handsome, so handsome.
He has sword-like eyebrows, eyes like bright stars, a tall and slender figure, and is very elegant and dashing. That unique temperament of elegance and nobility perfectly interprets the 4 words astonishing talent and brilliance.
The entire crew was shocked.
Everyone gathered around and wanted to take a photo with Chao Yang, but they were all waved away by Ding Ziyuan.
Go, get out of the way, don't disturb Mr. Chao, just do what you need to do.
At this time, Miao Xinjie, who was wearing a gorgeous princess's palace dress, also came over after hearing the sound. When she saw Chao Yang, who looked so handsome in ancient costume, her eyes instantly burst into surprise and fiery brilliance. She couldn't help but recall the romantic moment of their bold interaction in the box that day, and her heart suddenly became hot.
Mr. Chao, thank you for coming to visit me personally. You must give me some guidance today.
Miao Xinjie smiled and spoke with double entendres, walking forward gracefully, her eyes full of charm.
You are a professional in acting, so let's just follow the script. Chao Yang smiled, gentle as jade and elegant.
The shooting officially begins. The black-sailed boats on the lakeside were moored under the willow trees early in the morning, the green water was shimmering, and the rockery pavilions in the distance formed the perfect background.
Seeing the two approaching, Ding Ziyuan immediately shouted into the loudspeaker, "All departments, prepare. This scene needs to be sweet and tender. Xinjie, your eyes need to be a little timid, yet you need to be unable to hide your joy. As for Mr. Chao, just let your imagination run wild according to the script. Action."
As the power-on sound rang out, Miao Xinjie appeared with a flower umbrella in her hand, then came to the lake, lifted her skirt and stepped onto the boat. Her body swayed violently and she almost fell down.
Chao Yang stood at the bow, his back straight, gazing at the river view.
Seeing this, he reached out and supported her. "Miss, be careful."
"Thank you, sir." Miao Xinjie looked shy.
The moment she looked up, tears welled up in her eyes, and she really looked like a young girl in love. Then the two asked each other's names and talked affectionately to get closer.
Chao Yang has an excellent memory.
He only read the script once, but he already knew the lines by heart. His acting opposite Miao Xinjie was very smooth and well-paced, not at all like the nervousness and forgetfulness of newcomers who had never filmed a TV series before.
Click. Perfect.
Mr. Chao's acting was fantastic. His lines and mannerisms were perfect.
He even outshone the male lead. He must have been blessed by God.
As soon as this scene was finished, Ding Ziyuan started flattering him. It was not because he was used to flattery, but because Chao Yang's acting was really good.
He was handsome and photogenic, and his image and temperament were perfectly grasped.
The next scene is a farewell scene, also on a small boat in the lake.
Let's try to shoot it in one go. The actors can give it their due and express the reluctance and heartache of not being able to see each other again. Ding Ziyuan was in high spirits.
He briefly talked about the play and then called for the start of filming.
In the camera, the pleasure boat is rippling slightly, and the blue waves gently lap the hull.
The setting sun melts into gold, coating the surface of the lake with a layer of melancholy warm color. Miao Xinjie and Chao Yang stood face to face at the bow of the boat, holding hands and looking at each other in silence.
However, when Chao Yang recited the farewell line after so many years, the good times and beautiful scenery are all gone, Miao Xinjie's emotions were instantly touched, and tears in her eyes rolled down like pearls from a broken string. She suddenly broke free from her preset position and threw herself into Chao Yang's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, and said in a trembling voice with tears in her eyes, "No. I don't want you to leave. I don't care about fame, future, or family honor or disgrace. I only ask you, are you willing to take me away from this dangerous place? I will follow you to the ends of the earth."
This was a complete improvisation outside the script, but the emotions were full and sincere, with a sense of desperate determination. Chao Yang was stunned at first, but then he adjusted himself and matched Miao Xinjie's emotions. Instead of pushing the person in his arms away, he reached out and stroked her soft long hair, his voice low and painful. "Silly girl, how could I, because of my personal feelings, let you bear the infamy and bring shame to your family?
We are not destined to be together in this life, I only hope for the next."
Before he could finish his words, Miao Xinjie raised her head, with tears in her eyes and a hint of ruthlessness. She suddenly moved closer to him and bit his shoulder lightly. His Chao Yang took a breath of cold air in cooperation. Miao Xinjie raised her head, her red lips shimmering, her eyes determined.
"I don't want an afterlife. I just want you to remember me in this life. Remember this pain, remember me. Even if the palace gates are as deep as the sea, you can never forget me." This bite, full of pain and love, completely ignited the emotions in the play. Chapter 59, Falling in Love with a Play. This moment. Chao Yang's eyes were red with pain, reluctance, and aroused domineering possessiveness.
He suddenly tightened his arms, holding the warm and soft jade in his arms even tighter. The other hand raised up and pinched her chin slightly forcibly, forcing her to look up at him.
"You are the woman I love most in my life, like the mole on my heart."
He practically gritted his teeth, his breath scorching hot on her lips. His lines were unscripted, with undeniable force.
"Even if I had to drink Mengpa soup and walk across the Naiha Bridge, how could I forget a woman like you?"
After saying that, he actually lowered his head and fiercely grabbed those two red lips that were slightly opened in astonishment. It was a kiss filled with punishment and possession, fierce and long, completely beyond everyone's expectations. Miao Xinjie froze at first, then seemed to have lost all her strength. She softened in his domineering embrace, responding boldly and passionately. The silk handkerchief in her hand fell and floated into the lake.
Seeing this scene, Ding Ziyuan's eyes lit up and he was completely moved by the plot.
The camera also captured the tense scene in front of him. A lonely boat at sunset, unrequited love, lovers embrace and kiss passionately, their clothes intertwined, their hair entangled.
The atmosphere of lust and despair almost overflows the screen. Crack! Ding Ziyuan was so excited that his voice changed.
He suddenly stood up from behind the monitor, raised his arms high and looked ecstatic.
"Great! Amazing! Incredible! This extra scene is the ultimate finishing touch.
The emotional tension is surging. This effect is 100 times stronger than the original script." He paced back and forth around the monitor, rubbing his hands in excitement. Miao Xinjie's impromptu performance was truly brilliant, and Mr. Chao's ability to take on the role and turn the tables was astonishing. This wasn't just a cameo, this was a performance worthy of an award-winning actor. It was not until this time that the two people who were hugging each other on the boat reluctantly separated.
Miao Xinjie's cheeks were flushed, and she was breathing heavily.
She looked at Chao Yang with watery eyes, lowered her head and said softly, "Mr. Chao, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it just now. Please forgive me." Chao Yang looked at her charming appearance, and gently brushed the corner of her wet lips with his thumb, saying with a hint of teasing,
"No need to apologize, you were so into the role and so professional, and this scene was just what I wanted." After hearing this, Miao Xinjie's eyes flickered and she smiled sweetly. "Then Mr. Chao, do you want to add another scene?" Chao Yang blinked his eyes. "Glad to accompany you."
A gentle breeze blew by, rippling the water in the pond, but it could not blow away the ambiguous and hot atmosphere between the two people.
Ding Ziyuan was a smart man.
When he saw Miao Xinjie's half-hearted look and reluctant look, he immediately realized something.
All right, everyone's worked hard. Let's stop filming here for today and call it a day."
Upon hearing this, the crew members were a little surprised. Everyone looked at each other. According to the previous shooting schedule, they would have to be busy for at least another hour.
Why did Director Ding let them finish work so early today?
But it is a good thing to be able to get off work early. Everyone did their job and finished quickly, and soon the place was cleared.
"Mr. Chao, please feel free to do whatever you want. I'll go ahead and edit some films."
Ding Ziyuan smiled, said a few words, and then ran away.
"Ha, this guy has quite a keen eye." Chao Yang smiled and was quite satisfied with Ding Ziyuan. Of course, our director Ding is no ordinary person.
He is very capable. He is doing this specifically to help us. Miao Xinjie smiled, her fingertips sliding to Chao Yang's collar, gently pulling at the tie around his waist. "But it's better this way, so I don't have to find an excuse to keep you."
Chao Yang looked at the charm in her eyes, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but move.
This little devil seems to have been planning this for a long time. And Ding Ziyuan, that old fox, might have informed her in advance, hoping to reward him in disguise in this way, to hold on to him as the financial sponsor, so as to facilitate further investment in the future.
"Mr. Chao, there are only two of us here now. Don't you want to do something?"
Before Chao Yang could say anything, Miao Xinjie leaned over and brushed her lips against the corner of his lips. The boat suddenly swayed, and she fell into Chao Yang's arms, her arms hooked around his neck, and her voice became even more alluring. "I didn't get enough of Mr. Chao's might last time in the private room.
I want to see it again today. I wonder if you can fulfill this small wish of mine."
These lewd words were no longer hints, but blatant collusion. Chao Yang put his arm around her waist and held her in his arms. "Since you have made this request, how can I fail to live up to your kindness?
I just don't know what it's like to be in this rickety little boat."
Miao Xinjie leaned over to his ear and said with a smile, "Just give it a try and you'll know."
"I'm already prepared."
The boat drifted slowly and went to the center of the lake with the wind.
Under the setting sun, this place is picturesque.
The lake water lapped against the side of the boat, accompanied by suppressed humming, and the deep center of the lake was vast. After an unknown amount of time, the boat stopped shaking. Chao Yang held Miao Xinjie and leaned against the deck, his fingertips entwined with her hair and playing with it.
While admiring the beautiful sunset, he recalled Miao Xinjie's attentive service just now.
Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his mind, which scared him.
Ding!
Detecting the host has completed immersive performance, triggering skill upgrade. 1. Beginner script writing, upgrade to Master script writing.
2. Double alcohol tolerance, upgraded to drink thousands of cups without getting drunk. 3. Upgrade from micro expression management to full emotion control.
Chao Yang quickly opened the system panel and read the function introduction in detail. Masterclass scriptwriting, going beyond basic creative frameworks, deeply integrating market trends, audience psychology, and cultural elements, independently conceiving and creating mature scripts with high commercial value and artistic appeal. They can also precisely optimize existing scripts to enhance storytelling and communication potential. 1,000 drinks without getting drunk. The body's ability to metabolize alcohol reaches its peak, allowing one to maintain absolute clarity of mind and perfect demeanor, unaffected by any alcohol situation. Simultaneously, one can regulate one's own and others' reactions to alcohol to a limited extent, possessing exceptional social control. Full emotional control. Not only can you perfectly simulate any subtle emotional expression, but you can also actively guide, create, and even, to a certain extent, impart specific emotional atmospheres to others, such as trust, oppression, and affinity. You can see the root causes of emotions and occupy an absolute dominant position in interpersonal interactions. After learning this, Chao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect that after communicating with Miao Xingjie last time, the useless reward I got would actually give me the opportunity to upgrade. As a result, the value of these 3 rewards has skyrocketed, and they are no longer garbage abilities discarded in the corner. At the same time, this also proves one thing, that after this emotional exchange, Miao Xingjie seems to have begun to have real feelings for him, and is no longer just playing around like before. It seems that my relationship system is all about the word love. Only when the other party has true feelings for him and is sincere to him, will the system give corresponding generous rewards. If you just play with it and throw it away after use, the system's rewards will be very perfunctory and you won't get anything good. But what surprised Chao Yang was that as the relationship with the romantic partner grew stronger, the system's reward mechanism would actually be adjusted a second time, giving the opportunity to upgrade again.
This was very nice. Chapter 60, Come Again. Miao Xingjie leaned against Chao Yang's chest and looked up at him. Mr. Chao, what are you laughing at?
Chao Yang bent down and kissed her forehead, his fingers stroking her blushing cheeks. Nothing, I just feel that this impromptu guest appearance today is worth it. Not only did I get to experience the joy of acting, but I was also able to share a boat with a beauty like you. It's truly a joy in life. Hearing him say this, Miao Xingjie smiled gently and said, I think this is just my good luck. It's really my honor to be able to score twice with Mr. Chao. With a hint of shyness on her face, she paused and said, It's just that this time, I always feel that Mr. Chao seems to be more courageous.
I almost couldn't resist him.
Chao Yang laughed heartily, a sense of pride welling up in his heart. He naturally knew that this was his Qilin kidney at work. But this is his secret and his trump card, and he will never brag about it.
Would you like to do it again?
Chao Yang leaned over, with a strong smell of hormones, and looked at Miao Xingjie with a smile in his eyes.
Yeah, I want it.
Miao Xingjie did not refuse at all, her eyes were full of desire, and she accepted it directly and boldly. There were only the 2 of them here, so there was no need to pretend to be innocent. Moreover, her favor and admiration for Chao Yang were at an unparalleled height at this time. She had been completely subdued by him and wished to die on him.
How could she refuse against her will?
Besides, the opportunity to cling to the financial sponsor is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is not always available.
If you miss it, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Ha ha ha, okay. Chao Yang laughed a few times and immediately entered the first-level combat readiness state again.
The boat drifted slowly and did not reach the shore. Instead, it continued to drift towards the depths of the lake, making a rustling sound and creating ripples on the water. It was not until the moon rose above the willows and darkness enveloped the earth that the boat slowly returned to the shore. Chao Yang and Miao Xingjie changed out of their costumes, hugged each other sweetly for a while, and then reluctantly parted. At this time, Miao Xingjie was exhausted and felt hollowed out, but she felt indescribably satisfied in her heart. If before, she just regarded Chao Yang as her financial sponsor and served him according to her circumstances. Now, her feelings for Chao Yang have become much deeper and more complicated. Chao Yang has opened up a channel in her and walked directly into her heart, and he can no longer be driven away. After this exchange, Miao Xingjie knew that she would never forget this wonderful evening. And the tall and burly man in front of her will be an insurmountable mountain in her life. Whenever she has sex with any other man in the future, she will unconsciously compare him with him and will miss his kindness even more. Riding on the bright moonlight, Chao Yang drove to the 5-star hotel. He hadn't seen Su Xinyue for several days, so he came to see her.
No matter what, Su Xinyue was his first woman.
She brought him his first wonderful experience and was truly kind to him. He would never let her down.
Oni-chan, can you please do me a favor?
As soon as Chao Yang parked the car in the parking space, he saw a petite young girl wearing a hood and with most of her face covered by a mask, bending down and bowing to him and asking. Looking at her standard Japanese etiquette, Chao Yang knew that this girl was most likely from the land of Sakura. Although he couldn't see her appearance clearly, Chao Yang could tell from her big, kiss-me eyes and sweet, clear voice that this girl was not only young but also had a good appearance. What's up? Chao Yang stopped and looked at the girl. I want to create a comic character based on you.
She spoke Chinese not very fluently, with a unique baby voice. I wonder if you are free now?
Because I need to trouble you to go to my room and strike the corresponding pose according to my requirements, adjusting the angle and posture to the best state.
Of course, I will pay you a substantial fee. As for the specific price, you can propose it yourself.
While speaking, the girl kept her eyes on Chao Yang. She seemed to be extremely satisfied with his image and temperament, and she couldn't wait to invite him to her room to discuss relevant matters.
Sorry, I'm not interested. Find someone else.
Chow Yun frowned slightly, feeling puzzled by this sudden invitation. Especially since the other party was an unidentified Sakura countryman, he never had a good impression of this country, so he refused it outright.
Little brother, I am very sincere. Just name the price. I won't bargain. The girl was a little anxious and tried hard to keep Chow Yang. I have no shortage of money.
Chow Yang said this lightly and turned to leave.
Wait. Please. Please think about it again.
The girl was relentless and eagerly took 2 steps forward, trying to reach out and pull Chow Yang's sleeve. At this moment, a plump lady in kimono with an elegant temperament rushed out of the hotel lobby.
Damn it, why did you run out by yourself?
The lady sternly shouted at the girl in Japanese and grabbed her wrist. Then the lady turned to Chow Yang and bowed slightly apologetically. Sir, I am very sorry.
I am ignorant and have disturbed you.
She spoke fluent Chinese, and although she had an accent, her expression was very clear.
Mom, please don't stop me, I just want to.
The girl was about to cry, but her words were immediately interrupted.
Shut up.
The lady grabbed the girl, who seemed ready to argue, and said in an unyielding tone, Come back with me. I've told you countless times not to go out without permission, and especially not to talk to strangers.
Your comic creation requires an absolutely quiet environment.
You must calm down and concentrate in order to make a breakthrough.
I. The girl pouted in grievance and finally said nothing more. She was half dragged and half pulled away by her mother. After walking up the stairs, she did not forget to look back at Chow Yang, as if she wanted to remember his facial features firmly, her eyes full of unwillingness and regret. Chow Yang watched the strange mother and daughter disappear around the corner of the hotel and shook his head. He didn't take this little episode to heart and walked straight towards the elevator. When he arrived at the suite where Su Xinyue was, he knocked on the door gently. The door opened quickly, and when Su Xinyue saw that it was Chow Yang, a light of surprise instantly flashed in her eyes. Chow Yang. You're here. Come in quickly. Chow Yang walked into the room with a smile, hugged her gently, and looked carefully at her face and exposed skin. Aunt Su, does your injury still hurt? How is your recovery going?
Su Xinyue nuzzled gently in his arms, her tone filled with gratitude and relief. It's okay, it's almost healed, the scars are much lighter, thanks to you.
That puts my mind at ease.
Chow Yang smiled, pulled her to sit on the sofa, and talked about business. The decoration of the store over on the commercial street was all accepted yesterday.
Let me show you the pictures and videos of the decoration. Really? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes lit up. After looking at the pictures and videos, she was very satisfied. Great, this is what I dreamed of. Chapter 61 True Love. Chow Yang looked at the glow that had returned to her face and was happy for her. Aunt Su, as long as you like it, the next step is to prepare for the opening. We need to recruit people, decide on the menu, and do publicity. There's a lot to do. I can do it on my own. Don't worry about me anymore. I know you're very busy.
Su Xinyue was full of confidence, her eyes full of anticipation for the future. In fact, I've been free these past few days and I've already made plans.
Chow Yang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might still be living in that nightmare.
Chow Yang put his finger on her lips to stop her from continuing. Aunt Su, that's all in the past.
Don't mention it again. Your life will only get better and better from now on. Yes. I believe you. Chow Yang, I really love you so much.
It's you who changed my destiny and gave me a brand new life. Su Xinyue was moved and snuggled into Chow Yang's arms, wrapped her arms around his neck, raised her pretty face, and her eyes were full of endless gratitude and deep affection. The following time was naturally filled with warmth and tenderness, and many scenes that were not suitable for children were played out one after another. Su Xinyue was more proactive and enthusiastic than ever before, as if she wanted to dedicate all her affection and love to the man in front of her who had pulled her out of the abyss. Chow Yang naturally would not refuse her dedication. He cooperated with her and rushed to the clouds, trying his best to give her the greatest comfort. After the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Su Xinyue couldn't help but wonder, why do you behave differently every time you come here? I feel like you're getting better and better, more skilled, and more experienced. Tell me the truth, have you slept with a lot of women out there? Faced with this soul-searching question, Chow Yang was shocked and felt a little guilty. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Although Aunt Su broke his virginity and turned him from a boy into a man, the knowledge he gained afterwards and the postures and techniques he developed were indeed derived from other beauties. This is a process of progressive progress and continuous accumulation and sedimentation. Many things are not innate.
Aunt Su,
Chao Yang scratched his head, wondering whether he should tell the whole truth.
Su Xinyue interrupted him by saying, "Don't say it, don't tell me. This is your personal matter. I have no right to interfere. As long as you feel comfortable, that's enough.
I hope you are well, I hope you are free and unrestrained, and I hope you can taste more sweetness in life. I won't be a rope that binds you, nor will I be a stumbling block that hinders your pursuit of happiness.
I just want you to be happy, and that's enough."
At this point, she paused, the affection in her beautiful eyes becoming even more sincere. "In fact, I have never expected you to give me any status, and I don't need it.
I only want you, not anything else. As long as I can follow you, see you often, see you full of energy, and see you living a fulfilling life, I will be satisfied."
After hearing her heartfelt words, Chao Yang's eyes became slightly moist, and he suddenly felt warm in his heart. He opened his arms and hugged her tightly.
"Aunt Su, thank you so much.
I thought you would scold me, hate me, and blame me, but you didn't. You will always have a place in my heart that no other woman can replace. I will treat you well, always treat you well, give you everything I can, and never let you down in this life."
Su Xinyue was held tightly in his arms.
Listening to him express his inner thoughts, she couldn't help but shed tears, but there was a smile on her face. This face with a smile and tears had a radiant beauty that made Chao Yang feel more pity and respect for her. Compared to the mixed-race beauty Delia, the beautiful housekeeper Yi Qingwan, and the cold and beautiful mentor Xiao Hansuang.
There are also short drama actress Miao Xinjie, yoga queen Huang Yani, and even gentle nurse Xie Qingyu, each of whom is a beautiful woman with her own unique characteristics.
She may not be the most beautiful, nor the most talented, and she is also a little older. However, she has two advantages that are unmatched by the others. That is her loyalty and tolerance towards Chao Yang.
She didn't complain, wasn't jealous, didn't compare, and didn't throw tantrums.
She just loved him quietly and deeply, from the beginning to the end. She has experienced darkness and endured suffering, so she cherishes the light in front of her even more and understands that happiness is hard-won. Chao Yang would never be willing to abandon such a woman.
In the quiet and warm presidential suite, the passion of the two was ignited again.
This was not only a physical intimacy, but also a fusion of souls. It was not until the two of them climbed to the highest peak hand in hand that this communication between the soul and the body finally came to a successful conclusion and the room returned to silence. That night, Chao Yang still did not return to the villa. He just called his parents and asked about his sister's situation. Then he chose to stay in the hotel with Su Xinyue, spending the long night together and enjoying the rare time together.
The next day, the weather was fine.
The early morning sunlight shines through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto Chao Yang and Su Xinyue, who are sleeping in each other's arms. A beautiful woman in my arms.
The years are quiet and good.
After Chao Yang woke up, he did not disturb Su Xinyue, who was still sleeping.
He quietly put on his clothes and left the hotel.
Before he left, he specifically instructed the suite manager to take good care of Su Xinyue's food in daily life. After driving to the hospital, Chao Yang went straight to the intensive care unit where his sister was.
As soon as I entered the room, I saw Xie Qingyu patiently measuring Chao Ying's blood pressure and listening to her heartbeat, like a gentle and considerate older sister. "Brother, you're here.
Sister Xiao Xie just said that all my test indicators are qualified and I can officially have heart surgery tomorrow." When Xiaoling saw Chao Yang come in, she immediately announced this important event with a smile.
"That's great. I'm hoping that your surgery will be successful soon."
Chao Yang walked to the bedside, smiled and gently pinched his sister's slightly chubby face, his words full of doting.
"Chao Yang, I'm glad you're back. There are some signature forms in the operating room that need your signature."
Xie Qingyu smiled lightly, then lowered her voice and said, "Uncle and aunt are old after all. If I tell them about the various risks, I'm afraid they will be hesitant and unable to make up their minds.
So it's better for me to ask you to sign."
Hearing this, Chao Yang nodded. "Okay, Xiaoyer, you are very thoughtful.
I also have the same idea." Xie Qingyu blushed visibly when Xiaoyer was called out as her nickname.
She whispered, "There are a lot of people in the hospital, so please don't call me by my nickname.
It would be embarrassing if others heard it."
Chao Yang leaned close to her ear and chuckled deliberately. "I know, Xiaoyer, I won't let anyone else hear it."
"You're annoying." Xie Qingyu hit him in an angry tone, but couldn't help but smile.
Whispering in each other's ears furtively, saying secrets that belonged only to the two of them, Xie Qingyu suddenly felt the thrill of having an affair secretly, feeling both nervous and excited.
Brother, sister Xiao Xia, what are you mumbling about?
Xiao Eng, who was lying on the hospital bed, couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw the two of them being so affectionate.
Chapter 62 White-haired girl. Ha? No, nothing. Xie Qingyu's pretty face turned red and she hesitated.
She was embarrassed to expose her relationship with Qiao Yang in front of Xiao Eng. Xiao Yang blinked and said to his sister, "We are discussing where to take you and what delicious food to eat after your surgery is successful." Xiao Eng was overjoyed after hearing this. "There are so many things I want to do, but right now, the thing I care about most is my idol Chiyome's comic book signing event.
Brother, remember to attend the event for me, and take photos and videos for me." Okay, I won't forget it.
Xiao Yang smiled and reached out to touch his sister's hair. "I promise to complete the task, and you can wait for the surgery tomorrow with peace of mind."
A few minutes later, Xiao Yang followed Xie Qingyu to the operating room to sign.
There was a special ICU staff member in charge of this area, and it was done in just over 10 minutes.
Xiao Yur, your Dean Qi's surgical skills should be among the best in Donghai City, right? After signing, Xiao Yang felt inexplicably nervous.
After all, the emergencies during the operation sounded scary, and he didn't want his sister to get into any trouble.
Of course. Uncle Qi is a well-known expert in the industry. With him around, there won't be any problems.
Xie Qingyu understood Xiao Yang's mood at the moment and immediately stepped forward and shook his hand to comfort him.
That's good. I hope everything goes well. Xiao Yang clenched his fists and gave himself a reassurance.
As they were talking, they saw a petite figure wearing a red hood in the corridor in front. She was accompanied by a plump lady and was talking to a doctor on duty. Xiao Yang immediately recognized that this was the girl from Sakura Country and her mother whom he met in the hotel parking lot last night. Even though the weather was a bit hot, the girl still wore a mask and wrapped herself in loose clothes, covering herself tightly. It seemed that the girl had a frown on her face and looked a little absent-minded, while the plump lady had a proud look on her face and an attitude of superiority.
Baga. The doctors in your dragon country are truly terrible. My daughter's illness may be a little special, but it's not completely incurable. Why are you refusing to admit her? I don't know what the doctor on duty said, but the plump lady's face was filled with anger, and she suddenly went berserk. In our Sakura country, my daughter's condition has been well controlled, but after only 2 days here, she's already feeling unwell. Admit it, you're incompetent. Dragon country's medical skills are nothing compared to our Sakura country's. Her voice was loud and sharp, and insulting words came out of her mouth one after another, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of many people around her. How can you talk like that? The medical skills of Sakura country are so advanced. Why did you come to our dragon country to treat your illness? That's right. If you don't want to stay, you can go back. Don't come here and disgust us. I think not only your daughter is ill, but you are also seriously ill. You need to treat your brain. The patients' families and medical staff around were all indignant and spoke out in rebuttal. The doctor on duty also frowned, but still maintained his professionalism. "Ma'am, please be careful with your words. We made a professional judgment based on the patient's actual situation." The plump lady was furious. Professional judgment? How professional is that? My daughter's illness isn't terminal, yet you're helpless. Is it wrong to say you're incompetent? Mom! Stop talking. Let's go. The girl from Sakura country was so embarrassed that she pulled her mother's sleeve hard. Her voice was pleading and her eyes glanced around at the angry crowd around her in panic. Just as she was about to forcibly pull her mother away, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of Qiao Yang standing not far away. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and without caring about the occasion, she broke free from her mother's hand, ran quickly towards Qiao Yang, and bowed to him again. Hello, little brother. We meet again. I really need your help as a prototype for my creation. In her haste, she moved too violently, and with the crowd pushing and shoving her, with a swish, the red hood on her head was accidentally pulled off. A head of pure white hair, as if spun by moonlight and condensed from the first snow, cascaded down in an instant. Her white hair was long and straight, draped over her shoulders, and in the sunlight slanting in from the window, it had a strange and soft luster. This sudden change left everyone stunned. At this moment, the girl seemed to have been stripped of all her protective shells and was accidentally exposed to the public. Ah! She let out a terrified scream, suddenly hugged her head with both hands, covering her white hair tightly, and her body trembled violently. No. Don't look.
She was like a frightened deer, no longer caring about anything else. She turned around suddenly, used all her strength to push through the crowd, and ran towards the end of the corridor crying. The dazzling white light flashed through the crowd and quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor.
May. Wait for me. Be careful not to fall. You must not get hurt.
The lady was also panicked. She glared at the people around her fiercely, and no longer cared about arguing. She hurriedly chased after her daughter. This not-so-small storm came to an abrupt end. The crowd in the corridor was talking a lot, most of them were still condemning the rudeness of the lady from the Sakura country, and many people were surprised and curious about the girl's sudden appearance of white hair. Xiao Yang stood there, looking in the direction where the girl disappeared, thoughtfully. The girl's signature pure white hair, plus her mother calling her May. The comic book that his sister Xiaoying particularly liked flashed through Xiao Yang's mind. The portrait of the author on the cover seemed quite similar to that girl, and the author's name was Chiyo Mei. In his memory, his sister had mentioned countless times that the biggest feature of her idol Chiyo Mei was her natural, elf-like snow-white long hair.
It can't be such a coincidence?
A hint of surprise and thought flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. At this point, he was almost certain that the girl from Sakura country who had unexpectedly met him in the parking lot sincerely invited him to be the prototype of the comics, and now ran away in panic because of her white hair, was most likely the two-dimensional idol that his sister had been thinking about, the genius cartoonist Chiyo Mei.
Xiao Yang, what are you mumbling about? Xia Qingyu asked curiously.
I just thought that girl was the 2D manga artist my sister really likes, Chiyo Mei.
After hearing what he said, Xia Qingyu immediately realized, yes, it seems to be her. It's a pity that she has run away.
I don't know if I can see her again in the future.
We should be able to see her soon. Xiao Yang smiled and said, she came to our Donghai city probably to hold a book signing event. She usually doesn't cancel scheduled itineraries.
Xia Qingyu nodded, well, I forgot about this. In this case, you will be able to help Ying fulfill her wish soon.
Chapter 63 Dinner and Heart-to-Heart Talk.
Xia Qingyu chatted with Xiao Yang for a few words and then went back to work. Xiao Yang was about to return to his sister's ward when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was Mu Xiaodi calling.
Xiao Yang picked up the phone.
The person on the other end didn't say anything at first, but then he started to cry.
Xiaodi, is that you? What happened?
Xiao Yang asked with concern. After a while, Mu Xiaodi stopped crying and spoke intermittently.
I'm so mad I'm dying.
That old witch pine jelly is trying to trip me up everywhere.
They're all ganging up on me.
Thank goodness I was so magnanimous and didn't bother with them before, but they've only intensified their efforts, finding new ways to antagonize me.
Wow, I can't take it anymore. Why is being a manager so hard?
Hearing her grievances, Xiao Yang was a little amused and said patiently, my dear lady, who told you not to listen to advice? I've given you advice before, but you were too soft-hearted. You didn't want to play hardball, but wanted to win people over with virtue.
Do you regret it now?
Mu Xiaodi was silent for a moment, then admitted, yes, I was too kind. I should have listened to your advice and dealt with them drastically. As the old saying goes, it's easy to change a country, but hard to change one's nature. I didn't quite believe it before, but now I've been slapped in the face.
I've learned the hard way that you are my guiding light. Xiao Yang chuckled and said, Xiaodi, don't be depressed or frustrated. It's not too late to change now.
I used to work in the project department of Huaxing Finance, and I'm very familiar with the temperaments of those people.
Just follow my instructions, and I guarantee you can turn the situation around.
Mu Xiaodi agreed repeatedly, obviously comforted, and silently remembered every word he said.
At noon, Xiao Yang received another call from Mu Xiaodi.
This time, Mu Xiaodi did not cry, but talked and laughed, feeling proud.
Xiao Yang, you are truly amazing. I followed your teachings and completely subdued those people.
I've already fired that old witch pung jelly. I've driven away 3 of her supporters, and the 2 who remained have been demoted. Also, I've assembled a new team.
They're all young people I trust and have outstanding abilities. Their work efficiency is amazing.
Also, I've reorganized the project department.
I've increased everyone's monthly salary by 3,000 yuan. They absolutely won't have to work overtime or submit weekly work reports. I've empowered them to do their work without hesitation. After hearing her practical measures, Xiao Yang couldn't help but praise her. Great. A new official has 3 major tasks to accomplish, and you finally made them all happen.
Xiaodi, it's not easy to accomplish great things. You need to have a compassionate heart and a sharp mind. You've already begun to understand how to employ people. I believe you'll achieve great things in the future.
On the phone, Mu Xiaodi was full of confidence. Yeah, thanks for your good wishes, I will do my best. Hey, are you free at noon? Let's have lunch together. Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, every time I see you, it seems like you're always eating. You really are a foodie. What? Don't talk about people like that.
Mu Xiaodi felt a little embarrassed, but also a little unconvinced, and said stubbornly, man is iron and rice is steel.
If you don't eat a meal, you will be hungry. If you don't eat and drink enough, how can you have the energy to work? Okay, you're right. Xiao Yang laughed and agreed, then see you later. You choose the place, just send me the location. Humph, that's more like it. Mu Xiaodi snorted lightly, obviously happy again.
Every time she met Xiao Yang, she was in a good mood. Although Xiao Yang had asked her to be his girlfriend before, she reservedly said that it needed to be tested and they were just friends for the time being, but in Mu Xiaodi's heart, she had actually accepted Xiao Yang a long time ago. It's just that she is a little bit arrogant in her bones. She doesn't want to admit that she is in love, nor does she want to be won over by Xiao Yang so easily.
Oh, by the way, that Nalan Yorua, isn't she sticking to you like a little tail again?
Before hanging up the phone, Xiao Yang seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, when we met before, she always interrupted us.
She was like a housekeeper and didn't allow us to do anything.
I don't want to see her this time, so as not to hear her whining again. Regarding Nalan Yorua, Xiao Yang admitted that she was very beautiful and had a noble and elegant temperament, but it was her inseparable control over Mu Xiaodi that really made Xiao Yang a little unbearable. No matter what Mu Xiaodi does, Nalan Yorua will care about and protect her, fearing that she might have any accident. She cares about her more than her own sister. However, in Xiao Yang's opinion, this kind of excessive protection is actually unnecessary, and too much is as bad as too little, which is actually not conducive to Mu Xiaodi's growth.
Flowers in the greenhouse can never withstand the ravages of external wind and rain.
Therefore, knowing how to let go, letting her go on her own, making mistakes, taking responsibilities, reflecting, settling down, and facing things, is the best companionship and protection.
Xiao Yang, don't say that about my sister Yorua. She's also kind to me and doesn't have any bad intentions.
Mu Xiaodi's tone was a bit coquettish, and she was even a bit protective, but don't worry, my sister Yorua has been preparing for a large-scale concert tour these days. She is very busy and has no time to take care of me.
That's good, see you later. Xiao Yang breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the phone quickly.
At the same time, he suddenly remembered that when Mu Xiaodi sprained his ankle last time, Nalan Yorua gave him 2 concert tickets, VIP tickets, to express her apology. They couldn't be wasted, but he hadn't decided yet who to take with him to relax. Soon Xiao Yang received the location information sent by Mu Xiaodi, which was a high-end Chinese restaurant located in a prime location in the center of Donghai City. Xiao Yang had told Mu Xiaodi before that compared to the exquisite and elegant Western food that focuses more on status and service, he actually prefers Chinese food with its diverse flavors and the flavor of home. Because Chinese food has a richer flavor and richer background, and is healthy and good for the stomach, it seems that Mu Xiaodi listened to his words and did not turn a deaf ear.
Not long after, the two met and went upstairs together and walked into the booked box.
As soon as the steaming hot food was served, Mu Xiaodi cheered, her eyes shining, and her chopsticks in her hand never stopped moving.
Xiao Yang was no longer surprised.
He let her enjoy her meal first, then he said slowly, Xiaodi, your big move in the project department should have spread throughout the company, right?
Are there any objections from the board of directors?
Yes, of course. There are a few old guys on the board of directors who went to President Pei to complain and wanted to remove me from my position.
Mu Xiaodi answered vaguely while eating. Xiao Yang didn't say anything.
He waited for her to swallow a mouthful of twice-cooked pork before continuing.
However, they all suffered setbacks. President Pei expressed his strong support for me and suppressed them all.
Mu Xiaodi's eyebrows curved, and she looked a little proud. She quickly stretched out her lilac tongue and licked the soup on the corner of her mouth.
She looked extremely cute. Oh. It seems that President Pei is very fond of you.
Xiao Yang smiled, then suddenly changed the subject, staring straight at her and asking, Xiaodi, what kind of family background do you have that makes President Pei think so highly of you?
Chapter 64 Bite Blood Mark.
Mu Xiaodi was eating happily, but when she heard Xiao Yang's question, she suddenly stopped picking up the food. She hesitated for a moment, but finally made up her mind and chose to tell the truth. Xiao Yang, we are best friends, and you have helped me a lot, so I don't want to lie to you.
Actually, I come from the Mu family in Kyoto. My grandfather is the head of the Mu family. Our family business is huge and we are one of the 7 major families in Kyoto. It is not an exaggeration to describe us as extremely powerful.
At this point, she smiled bitterly. At first, I also thought that President Pei was particularly nice to me because he was attracted by my looks and abilities. But now I understand that he probably already knows my true identity, so he took care of me and allowed me to do whatever I wanted in the company. A few months ago, I secretly ran away from home, wanting to escape the fate of a family marriage. So I contacted Sister Yorua and temporarily stayed with her. I also applied for a job at Huasheng Finance.
Sister Yorua is really good to me.
She treats me like her own sister and tries her best to protect me all the time, fearing that anything might happen to me.
A trace of worry gradually appeared on Mu Xiaoti's face.
But I was too naive after all. I ran away from home, thinking that the world outside was vast and open.
But how could Grandpa just ignore me?
With just a little energy, he could figure out where I was going and know my every move.
Growing up, my grandfather loved me the most.
Ever since my mother passed away when I was 6, my scumbag father married a concubine and had a son.
He ignored me completely.
In the whole family, only my grandfather cared about me and protected my interests in every way. I know he didn't agree to this family marriage, but he was forced to agree due to circumstances. Grandpa allowed me to run away from home, actually just to buy time, or perhaps hoping that I could make a name for myself outside and have a chance to escape the marriage. She spoke a lot in one breath, pouring out all the depression that was weighing on her heart. Because apart from Nail and Yorua, Xiao Yang is the person she trusts the most and is worthy of her heart and soul.
Xiaodi, thank you for your trust and for hiding nothing from me.
Although Xiao Yang already knew some of the general situation from the system information, he was still a little moved when he heard it from Mu Xiaoti's own mouth.
This is enough to prove that Mu Xiaoti is completely honest with him and has no defenses at all.
This kind of trust is very sincere and pure, without any mixed interests.
Xiao Yang decided to help her. I have a basic understanding of your current situation.
You ran away from home, but you only temporarily avoided the marriage, and the fundamental problem has not been solved. In other words, besides your grandfather, your scumbag father and stepmother, including your half-brother, have most likely already figured out your whereabouts.
As long as the time is right, they can capture you and take you to Kyoto and force you into marriage.
I have to say that Xiao Yang's words were to the point, hit the nail on the head, and his analysis was very thorough.
Mu Xiaoti shuddered slightly when she heard this. Yes, you are right. I have almost nothing now and I really have no ability to fight against them. Maybe when that day comes, even Grandpa won't be able to stop me.
I'll just be used as a tool for a marriage, marrying that guy I don't even like, and then watching my stepmother and younger brother happily inherit my father's assets.
Having said that, Mu Xiaoti was completely depressed.
She felt like she had no appetite at all and felt like a huge rock was pressing on her heart. Seeing this, Xiao Yang reached out and touched her head. Hey!
Mu Xiaoti! Don't be depressed.
You still have time, you still have a chance, and I am here. As long as you are willing, I can help you make a name for yourself, accumulate wealth and connections, completely break away from the marriage, and live the life you want. Just a few words, like a pot of charcoal fire in the cold night, immediately made Mu Xiaoti's eyes fill with tears, and she felt warm and encouraged.
Really? Xiao Yang, are you willing to help me?
Mu Xiaoti's eyes turned red, and she felt indescribably touched.
Ding! Detected relationship partner Mu Xiaoti, favorability towards the host +10, current favorability 96. That's right. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I'll definitely help you with this.
Xiao Yang patted his chest and made another firm promise. At the same time, he also heard the system prompt sound and found that Mu Xiaoti's favorability towards him was close to full marks.
Even for couples who are passionately in love, their favorability is only around 70 or 80 points.
Only when the relationship continues to heat up and reaches true love can it reach 90 points. However, it is extremely difficult to improve above 90 points, and every point increase is extremely precious. Mu Xiaoti's favorability towards him has reached 96 points, and it can be confirmed that it is absolutely true love.
Whoa, Xiao Yang, I really wasn't wrong about you. In my most difficult times, only you and Sister Yorua were willing to support me.
Mu Xiaoti cried, and crystal tears slid down her fair face to her cheeks. She suddenly plucked up the courage, stood up from her seat, ran to Xiao Yang, and threw herself into his arms.
Chao Yang, from today on, I promise to be your girlfriend. As long as you never leave me, I will follow you for the rest of my life.
As she spoke, she raised her tearful face and kissed him. Her hot lips had the aroma of food and the unique fragrance of a young girl.
Chao Yang, you want me, I'll give it to you now.
Rather than having my precious first time taken away by that bastard who arranged the marriage at some point, it's better to give it to the person I like in advance.
Chao Yang, love me, I want to be your woman, I want to grow old with you.
While speaking incoherently, Mu Xiaoti's delicate body had already wrapped tightly around Chao Yang like a vine.
At this moment, she was really moved and wanted to take the initiative to give her precious virginity to Chao Yang without any regrets.
Xiao Di, are you serious? You can't do something like this on impulse and regret it later. Feeling her enthusiasm, Chao Yang was already unable to control his emotions. He held the sweet and soft girl in his arms and confirmed in a low voice.
Don't worry, I won't regret it. Come on, give it to me.
Mu Xiaoti was already infatuated and her whole body was like a burning flame. She had always had a good impression of Chao Yang, and now that the atmosphere was at this point, the volcano that had been suppressed in her heart finally erupted completely. Chao Yang stood up and locked the door of the box. He looked around again to make sure there were no cameras in the box. Then he suddenly picked up Mu Xiaoti and pushed her against the wall. Time ticked by, and Chao Yang and Mu Xiaoti finally let go of all their concerns, obeyed each other's feelings, and broke through that line of defense. Mu Xiaoti resisted the urge to scream and could only open her mouth and bite Chao Yang's shoulder. Her little fangs left bloody marks and there was a faint salty and fishy taste in her mouth. Chapter 65. The system rewards are very powerful.
Chao Yang is no longer an ignorant novice.
But when facing the simple and kind Mu Xiaoti, he was still cautious and took good care of her, fearing that he would hurt her by being too violent. Mu Xiaoti was a complete blank slate, without any experience. She just responded to Chao Yang instinctively and released her strong love for him. The bloody marks on Chao Yang's shoulder from her bite were just her subconscious response and feedback to Chao Yang. Hiss. Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Chao Yang not only did not stop, but was aroused with a stronger desire to conquer. This little tiger girl really bites. But it's not her fault.
Her weapon has been enhanced by the system.
Not only has it increased by 3 centimeters, but it also has a powerful curing kidney. It's already very good that Mu Xiaoti can hold on without screaming. For this reason, Chao Yang did not dare to be too presumptuous. He just tasted it briefly and sent Mu Xiaoti to the sky, allowing her to taste the most satisfying emotional experience for the first time in her life.
More than half an hour later, Chao Yang took Mu Xiaoti's hand and walked out of the box, slowing down his pace.
Because Mu Xiaoti's walking posture was a little awkward, he couldn't jump around like he did when he came.
And at the same time,
the wonderful prompt sound from the system also rang in Chao Yang's mind.
Ding! The host and his romantic partner, Mu Xiaoti, have been detected. A major breakthrough has been achieved in their relationship. Congratulations to the host for receiving the following rewards. Reward 1, Comprehensive Business Strategy, Comprehensive Mastery.
All business wisdom and strategies from ancient and modern times, both Chinese and foreign, have been imprinted deep within the host's consciousness. This includes Gagouzi's political schemes, Fanli's 12 business principles, the Morgan Consortium's capital operations, the Internet's traffic wars, and thousands of years of business essence, all readily available for flexible application in modern business warfare.
Reward 2, Private Helicopter Wind Falcon and Exclusive Piloting Skills.
A Bell 429 helicopter equipped with the latest avionics system has been parked at a designated location and is ready for use at any time. The host has also acquired the experience of top international pilots, including special flying skills such as extreme weather takeoff and landing and emergency avoidance.
Reward 3, 10x increase in mental power for initial field opening.
Brain activity exceeds the limits of ordinary people and can expand a 50-meter radius of mental perception, warning of malicious intent, perception of disguise, and gain the ability of mind focus, temporarily disrupting the target's thinking, implanting a small amount of psychological suggestion.
Ha! The system is awesome. The rewards this time are quite generous.
The Encyclopedia of Business Strategies, covering thousands of years of business wisdom from ancient times to the present, was all mastered in just a few seconds. It became his thinking instinct, and the pattern of many ideas was opened up at once. A private helicopter can make his future travel more convenient and more impressive.
It is obviously more cost-effective than a sports car.
You know, many wealthy people may not have their own private helicopters. What's more, the system has thoughtfully equipped him with driving skills, which can be said to be icing on the cake. As for the tenfold increase in mental power, Chao Yang was unable to figure out the details for the time being and was not sure how to use it specifically. But it's easy to tell that this is definitely an extremely valuable skill. It can not only predict danger and gain insight into opportunities, but also interfere with other people's thinking and even implant one's own thoughts. Possessing such a powerful mental force, he has already stepped half a foot into the realm of metaphysics, and it can even be said that he has touched upon some method of immortal cultivators. Chao Yang quickly counted the rewards in his mind, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His eyes looked at Mu Xiaodi even brighter. When the system displayed Mu Xiaodi's personal information before, it had suggested that Mu Xiaodi had a rare physique that would bring good luck to her husband. It turned out to be true. Chao Yang didn't expect that this exchange of love would bring such an unimaginable reward. He felt very satisfied. Before coming here to eat, he had never thought that the relationship with Mu Xiaodi would progress to this extent, so it was a pleasant surprise. Hey, this little sister is so pretty. Look at her face, look at her figure. Wow, she's so attractive. Come over and have a couple of drinks with me, okay? Just as Chao Yang was walking out holding Mu Xiaodi's hand, a drunken man with a mustache walked out of the bathroom and blocked their way with a smirk on his face. The man with a mustache narrowed his eyes, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and reached out to touch Mu Xiaodi's face. Mu Xiaodi was so scared that his face changed slightly, and he subconsciously moved closer to Chao Yang. Get out of here! Chao Yang's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to accurately block the dirty hand extended by the mustache man, protecting Mu Xiaodi behind him. Hey! Boy, you want to be a flower protector? The man with a mustache sneered drunkenly. Instead of retreating, he approached step by step with his beer belly bulging. At the same time, his mouth was still spitting. Do you know who I am? If you know what's good for you, let this girl drink a few drinks with me, otherwise. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Chao Yang slapped him in the face. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The powerful mental power was like an invisible tentacle, instantly piercing into the confused mind of the mustache man. In an instant, the mustache man's shouting stopped abruptly, and his eyes suddenly became empty and confused. His body suddenly stiffened, and he looked like he had lost his soul. Then, in front of the astonished eyes of the diners around him, he began to dance and pull at his clothes. It's hot, so hot. I want to take a shower. Where is the shower head? He mumbled vaguely as he fumbled with the buttons of his shirt, then the belt of his pants, until he was left with only a pair of boxer briefs with a Patrick Star logo on them. Ha ha ha. Look at that idiot, he thinks this is a bathhouse. Holy crap. Stripping in public? That guy must be drunk, right? Oh my, this picture is too beautiful, I can't bear to look at it. Hey, hurry up and record this, it could go viral. Amidst the laughter in the room and the cameras of mobile phones, the man with a mustache was completely unaware. He suddenly dropped to the ground on all fours, tilted his neck and started barking like a dog. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. He imitated the sound of a dog barking very vividly, and even stuck out his tongue and breathed out in coordination, which made everyone burst into laughter. Chao Yang glanced at him coldly, no longer paying attention to the farce, and left the restaurant hand in hand with Mu Xiaodi. As he walked out of the door, Mu Xiaodi kept looking back, his tone full of curiosity. What happened to that guy just now? He was acting crazy just a second ago, how come he suddenly? Chao Yang smiled, shrugged nonchalantly, and gently put his arm around her waist. Who knows, maybe he suddenly had a mental illness attack. I'm glad he didn't scare you. Don't worry about him, let's go. Oh. Although Mu Xiaodi still felt a little strange, she felt relieved that the annoying guy got a lesson and made a fool of himself in public. Chapter 66 It's All Your Fault. After the two got in the car, they isolated themselves from the outside sounds. Mu Xiaodi blinked her big eyes and suddenly blushed as she said, Brother Chao Yang, just now in the box, there were people all around me. I wanted to scream but didn't dare to. I almost got hurt. So? Chao Yang smiled, having already heard the hidden meaning in her words. So, you have to compensate me. Mu Xiaodi said shyly, but also impatiently, there are only two of us in the car now, why don't we? Not as good as what? Tell me. Chao Yang teased her deliberately. Mu Xiaodi pouted and clenched her fist to hit him. You are bad. You clearly know what I want to say, but you insist on pretending to be confused. If you do this again, I will ignore you. Okay, my dear lady, don't be angry. I will compensate you now,
double the compensation.
Chao Yang smiled, turned sideways and kissed her pouty lips, but you have to be mentally prepared.
Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. I will not take a break.
Mu Xiaodi snorted softly, raised her chubby face, and said proudly, don't brag like you're so great. I want to see if your so-called once the arrow is shot, there's no turning back can really hit the center of my target. After experiencing the love between men and women for the first time, she was still in an excited period full of novelty. Before in the box, because she had too many concerns, although she was happy, her happiness was discounted, so she felt a little unsatisfied. Now that conditions permit, she certainly wants to make up for it, otherwise she always feels unsatisfied, as if something is missing.
Alright, you dare to declare war on me, right? Then don't regret it.
Chao Yang smiled, his eyes shining like stars. However, we can't do this on the main road outside the restaurant.
If the car vibrates, it might attract onlookers.
Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaodi thought he was going to go back on his word, so she reached out and pinched his waist. Damn Chao Yang, you're always making excuses.
So what do you say? Hey, stop pinching me. Let's find a quiet place where we won't be disturbed. I will definitely compensate you well and I guarantee you will be satisfied. Chao Yang laughed as he started the car and drove away with Mu Xiaodi.
In order to give her a better experience, Chao Yang took her directly to a couple's hotel and booked a king-size bedroom with maximum comfort.
Wow, this Simmons mattress is so big and the bedding is so neat, but why is the back semicircular? Huh? Is this the kind of water bed? It bounces when you sit on it. Ah, it's really fun. After entering the room, Mu Xiaodi was very relaxed. He threw himself onto the bed and rolled around, asking questions like a curious baby. But after a few minutes, she had no time to speak, because Chao Yang had begun to compensate her with practical actions, helping her understand the true meaning of the saying, once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Mu Xiaodi was very excited at first, imagining the first love scenes of the male and female protagonists in film and television dramas, that is, the kind of beautiful and romantic scenes. But she soon discovered that things were not going as she had imagined, and Chao Yang's performance was increasingly beyond her understanding. It felt like she just wanted to swing, but she was pushed so hard that she landed on the moon. Thrilling and exciting. And the worst thing is that she doesn't have the initiative at all. Her rise and fall, her laughter and screams, all depended entirely on Chao Yang's will, and she was carried away by the wind. I can't take it anymore. Brother Chao Yang, please stop for a while. Let me catch my breath, okay? Mu Xiaodi was a little overwhelmed and said in an almost pleading tone. That won't do. Xiaodi, have you forgotten what I just said? Chao Yang chuckled and rejected her request for a break. But Mu Xiaodi's face flushed red and she was almost about to cry. She had already begun to regret that she had boasted and underestimated Chao Yang. This was all her own fault. Woo, now she is in a difficult situation. Oh no, it seems like she is the one being ridden. This is really going to kill her. No buts, I will definitely keep my word. I will double your compensation as promised. I always keep my word. Chao Yang leaned down, gently bit her red and tender earlobe, and said with hot breath. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaodi simply closed her eyes, bit her lips tightly, and endured the storm. There is no other way. You have to finish the road you choose even if you have to crawl on your knees. Fortunately, Chao Yang is not a violent person and is very considerate to women. His gentleness and strength, his advancement and push, were all filled with love, and he was taking great care of her. After everything is over, Mu Xiaodi lay in Chao Yang's arms, feeling exhausted and powerless, like a wet feather, and she would definitely not be able to fly in a short time. How's it going? How do you feel? Chao Yang pinched her chubby chin and asked with a smile, are you satisfied with the compensation you want? Humph, you big bad guy, you're asking even though you already know the answer. Mu Xiaodi pouted and murmured, if I dare to say I'm not satisfied, I probably won't be able to walk today. Chao Yang blinked his eyes, I'm glad to know. Then next time in front of me, you must be more low-key and don't challenge me again. Understand? Yeah, I understand. I understand. Mu Xiaodi nodded obediently, without any thought of resisting. Just as the two of them were whispering sweet nothings to each other, Mu Xiaodi's cell phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen, her face turned serious, and she quickly raised a finger to her lips and made a gesture to Chao Yang to keep quiet. Hey, Sister Yoruwa, is there something you need from me? I'm at work. Let's have dinner together next time. Okay, you go ahead and get busy.
After hanging up the phone, Mu Xiaodi let out a long breath, her heart pounding wildly, as if she had been caught having an affair. She felt that she shouldn't have lied to Nalan Yorua, but how could she tell him the truth after such a thing happened?
Brother Chao Yang, it's all your fault.
It's all your fault. I have no choice but to tell lies, and I have become estranged from Sister Yorua.
Mu Xiaodi acted coquettishly in Chao Yang's arms and could only vent her little emotions on Chao Yang.
Okay, blame me. Chao Yang agreed with a wry smile. Tomorrow I will tell Nalan Yorua that it was me who destroyed your sisterly relationship.
No.
If you dare to tell Sister Yorua, I will break up with you. No, I'll just take a pair of big scissors and cut you up.
Then we'll see how you can do bad things next time.
Mu Xiaodi was somewhat incomparable, putting on a fierce look.
She obviously cared very much about Nalan Yorua's feelings.
Fuck. Miss Mu, you're so cruel.
Isn't it enough that I surrender? Chao Yang was startled and felt a chill between his legs.
He quickly raised his hands in surrender. A woman's heart is as unfathomable as the sea.
The ancients were not deceiving me.
Everything was fine just now, happily applauding love together, but in the blink of an eye, he said it's all gone.
Which man would not be afraid? Chapter 67. A bolt from the blue.
Seeing Chao Yang looking nervous, Mu Xiaodi burst out laughing.
Don't be afraid. I can't bear to kill you. If you become a eunuch, won't I be a widow for the rest of my life?
Chao Yang hugged her and kissed her hard. Hey, this is more like it.
Come on, Miss Mu, let's study the sewing techniques together.
The two chatted and laughed, and stayed affectionate for a long time before leaving the couple's hotel, ending this sweet date.
Chao Yang drove back to the hospital.
My mind was still recalling the wonderful moments with Mu Xiaodi, and I couldn't help but raise the corners of my mouth. The feeling was so sweet that it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as being intoxicated. Seeing his happy expression, his sister Chaoing couldn't help but ask, "Brother, I haven't seen you for a day and 2 nights.
What have you been doing?"
Chao Yang touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. I didn't do anything, I just went out to meet a friend and had dinner together.
Chaoing was a little unconvinced and rolled her eyes. You look so happy, your mouth is almost grinning to the back of your head. Tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend? Chao Yang was stunned for a moment, then simply admitted, You figured this out? Sister, you're amazing.
Brother, congratulations.
Seeing him admit it so readily, Chaoing couldn't help but ask curiously, What's your sister-in-law's name? What does she do? You. Before she could continue questioning, Xiao Dongfang and Li Xiujuan, the couple beside her, could not help but say happily. Son, is it true? You have a new girlfriend? This is a big happy event for our family.
Bring him here someday so my parents can see him.
You're at the right age, so it'd be good to get married soon.
Under the combined pressure of his parents and sister, Chao Yang suddenly felt overwhelmed.
He quickly waved his hands and said, The other party's information will be kept secret for now.
We have just confirmed our relationship, and the relationship is not yet stable.
Once the dust settles and we get their consent, I will bring them to meet you. Yeah, that's fine. Son, you have an idea. We are waiting for your good news. Brother, you must seize this opportunity and let mom and dad have a big fat grandson soon, ha ha ha.
The Chao family members are not the kind of people who gossip.
They respect Chao Yang's feelings. The atmosphere when the family talks is always warm and harmonious. Oh, by the way, has Director Qi officially informed us about tomorrow's surgery?
Chao Yang quickly skipped the topic of his girlfriend and changed the subject.
I've been notified.
Dean Qi will personally perform the surgery at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
However,
Chao Dongfeng, the head of the family, suddenly looked solemn. But Dean Qi also said that Yingying's surgery is a bit complicated and difficult, so we need to be mentally prepared.
Maybe he said that just out of caution as a doctor?
After hearing what his father said, Chao Yang frowned slightly and comforted his family. I believe that my sister is a lucky person.
Nothing will happen to her. The operation will definitely be a great success. He understood that any surgery was traumatic and no one could guarantee a 100% success rate. What we can do now is to build confidence for our family and give them a backbone. As for the rest, we can do our best and leave the rest to fate.
Brother, mom and dad, don't worry, I will do my best.
Chaoing, lying on the hospital bed, was very understanding.
She forced a smile, waved her fist and said, I've survived the 3 previous surgeries, and this one will be no exception.
Chao Yang and his parents looked at each other, and without saying any words of encouragement, they all nodded heavily. This little girl is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. What she fears most is becoming a burden to the whole family. The next day at 8 o'clock sharp, Chao Ying was officially pushed into the operating room. Chao Yang and his parents were all waiting in the corridor. There were chairs nearby, but they couldn't sit down and felt very nervous. Every second outside the operating room seemed to be infinitely stretched, dull and torturous. Chao Dongfeng paced back and forth in the corridor, rubbing his hands constantly. Li Xiaojuan clasped her hands together, muttering something, praying for the protection of the various gods. Chao Yang leaned against the cold wall in the corridor. He looked calm, but his tightly pursed lips and slightly trembling fingers revealed that he was extremely uneasy inside. Xie Qingyu arranged the work at hand and hurried over. She stood quietly beside Chao Yang, giving silent support. She works in a hospital and has seen many separations and deaths. She can understand the anxiety of the family members very well. In this situation, any words seem pale. However, more than half an hour later, the lights in the operating room were still on, but the door suddenly opened, and a nurse walked out quickly with documents in her hand, her expression very serious. Who are Chao Ying's family members? The patient has an emergency. This is a critical illness notice. You need to sign it. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Chao Dongfeng took the pen, but his hands were shaking so badly that he could hardly hold it. In the end, Chao Yang signed it. However, this was not the end. In the next half hour, the same thing happened twice in a row. 3 consecutive critical illness notices were like 3 heavy hammers, hitting the family's hearts hard. Hope faded away as time passed, and fear spread rapidly like a cold tide. Li Xiaojuan's face was as pale as paper, and she was able to stand steadily only with the support of Chao Yang and Xie Qingyu. Finally, the door of the operating room opened again. It was Dean Qi who came out, his surgical gown still stained with glaring blood. He took off his mask and walked towards me with steady steps, with deep fatigue and helplessness on his face. I'm sorry, we've tried our best. His voice was hoarse, full of apology and powerlessness. Chao Ying's vascular malformation is much more complicated than expected, causing uncontrollable bleeding. All vital signs have dropped sharply, and the location of the bleeding point cannot be determined. Boom! This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, shattering everyone's hopes. No. Impossible. My daughter, my Ying. Li Xiaojuan let out a shrill wail, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Xiaojuan. Chao Dongfeng hurriedly hugged his wife. This usually strong man collapsed at this moment. He squatted on the ground holding his unconscious wife and burst into uncontrollable tears. Seeing this, 2 nurses in the operating room rushed forward and pinched her Rinzhong point to give her emergency treatment. Only then did Li Xiaojuan wake up and continue to cry loudly, unable to stop her tears. Right now. Chao Yang felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and the whole world seemed to have lost its color and sound in an instant. He staggered a step, clenching his teeth, unwilling to believe and daring not to believe that such a thing would actually happen to his sister. Ying was so sensible and cute. She was only 18 years old and her colorful life was just beginning. How could she? How could God play such a joke? When Xie Qingyu saw Chao Yang like this, she hurriedly took his arm and opened her mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. Only those who have experienced it will understand this kind of blow and grief, and it cannot be soothed by a few words. All of you go in, and see the child for the last time. Dean Qi turned slightly aside and said in a low voice. Chapter 68, Resurrection. In the operating room. Chao Ying's thin body lay on the operating table, surrounded by various cold instruments. Her face was as pale as paper, her breathing was so weak that her chest could hardly be seen rising and falling. But fortunately, he was still conscious, like a last glimmer of light. Seeing her family come in, she opened her eyes with great effort, her breath was weak, but she tried hard to force a smile. Mom, Dad, brother, don't cry, I'm afraid I can't make it. In the days ahead, you all need to be well. I will be watching over you from heaven. She turned her gaze to Chao Yang, with a last glimmer of pure expectation. Brother, you promised me to buy me Xiao Mei's autographed comics. I really like her. And you must marry me a sister-in-law, like Sister Xiaoxia, who is gentle and beautiful. It's a pity. I won't be able to wait for that day. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded and she slowly closed her eyes, as if she had exhausted her last bit of strength.
Almost at the same time, on the electrocardiogram monitor next to it, the curve representing the beating of life made a long, shrill sound and eventually turned into a cold straight line.
Ying! Chao Dongfeng roared in despair. My daughter!
Li Xiujuan fainted again.
No! No! My sister won't die. Chao Yang rushed to the operating table, his eyes bloodshot.
At this moment of extreme grief and confusion, a sudden flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. Eye of perspective can penetrate the surface and reach the essence, and perhaps find hidden bleeding points. 13 Ghost Gate needles are not 13 needles, but 13 sets of long-lost ancient acupuncture techniques. Especially the last one of the 13 sets of acupuncture techniques, the legendary, 7-star soul returning needle, that can snatch the life of the king of hell. Maybe it can really bring my sister back to life. My sister won't die, she must be saved.
Chao Yan looked up suddenly, a terrifying light flashing in his eyes.
He yelled at the medical staff who were about to come forward to collect the body of the deceased, "Don't touch my sister."
Let me try again. Mr. Chao. Calm down. The dead cannot be resurrected. Ying has already. Dean Shi stepped forward and tried to stop Chao Yang.
He could understand the family's grief, but now that things had come to this, any attempt would be a futile struggle.
Help me get a box of silver needles. Hurry!
Chao Yang shouted in a low voice with an astonishing momentum. Dean Shi was stunned for a moment, but still asked people to do as they were told. As the largest Grade A hospital in Donghai City, they also have a department of traditional Chinese medicine, so naturally they have no shortage of things like silver needles.
After Chao Yang got the silver needle, he tried hard to calm down and concentrate.
The mysteries of the 13 Ghost Gate needles flooded out of his mind like a tide, especially the last set of the extremely mysterious 7-star soul restoring needle technique. He took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly became extremely sharp and focused.
The eye of perspective is then opened.
His sight instantly penetrated his sister's skin tissue and accurately locked onto several extremely hidden blood vessels that were still bleeding slightly. Then, he moved as fast as lightning and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. His hands were so fast that they left after images. With a technique that none of the doctors present had ever seen or heard of, he stabbed, twisted, flicked, or vibrated.
The 7 silver needles seemed to be given life.
With some strange rhythm, they pierced into the 7 important acupoints on Chao Ying's chest with incredible precision. When the silver needle entered the body, the tail of the needle vibrated slightly, making an almost inaudible buzzing sound, fatally forming a mysterious pattern of the Big Dipper.
What is he doing? Does he really think he is the reincarnation of Hua Tuo? Even our Dean Shi is helpless, how can he be more capable than Dean Shi? An operating room nurse was obviously dissatisfied. Nonsense, this is absolutely nonsense.
The patient has stopped breathing and his heart has stopped beating, yet you are still messing around here.
A senior anesthesiologist nearby couldn't help but mutter in a low voice.
In their view, this is nothing more than irrational behavior of the family members due to excessive grief, and it does not help at all.
However,
a few minutes later, just when everyone thought the situation was settled and was about to declare the patient dead.
Beep beep beep.
The ECG monitor, which had been straight, suddenly started beating again, very weakly but surely. Although the voice was weak, it was like a thunderclap that struck the hearts of all medical staff.
How is this possible?
Dean Shi rushed to the monitor, his expression extremely shocked, almost unable to believe his eyes. Then, something even more shocking happened.
Chao Ying's pale cheek actually regained a very faint trace of blood color at a speed visible to the naked eye.
Her chest, which had originally stopped moving, began to rise and fall slightly on its own. Although he was still unconscious, his vital signs were returning little by little.
Alive, alive, the patient is really alive.
The nurse next to her screamed in surprise and covered her mouth.
Miracle! Miracle! This is a medical miracle. Another doctor's voice was trembling with excitement.
Dean Shi also suddenly came back to his senses from the huge shock and immediately ordered all medical staff to continue the rescue.
Quick! Quick! Everyone, get in position. Monitor vital signs. Check for bleeding. Prepare for follow-up supportive care.
Dean Shi's voice was hurried but full of strength. He looked at Chao Yang, who was sweating and almost exhausted, with complicated eyes, and immediately devoted himself to the tense follow-up rescue. Everyone felt like they were injected with chicken blood, and the extinguished hope was rekindled. Finally, with the full efforts of President Qi and the medical team, Qiao Ying's condition was quickly brought under control, all her vital signs returned to normal, the operation was successfully completed, and she was completely out of danger.
That's great, that's great. Ying is finally fine. The operation was very successful. As long as she recovers slowly, she will be able to study and live like a normal person. After everything was settled, Xie Qingyu hugged Qiao Yang excitedly and was happy for him from the bottom of her heart.
Yes, it was not easy. My sister felt like she had gone through the gates of hell this time. I was really scared, but fortunately the result was good.
I am finally relieved.
Qiao Yang hugged her gently, his tone full of emotion. Even now he was still a little scared. The huge feeling of powerlessness people feel in the face of life and death is really the extreme of fear and despair, and it feels like the sky is falling.
Xie Qingyu looked up and asked in confusion, "But what kind of acupuncture technique did you use?" The highly respected old Chinese doctor in our hospital also came to see it at the time and kept shaking his head and said he didn't understand it.
It's right that he can't understand it, because I saw that set of needlework in a damaged ancient book, which should have been lost now. Qiao Yang smiled and said a few words, then changed the subject. Xiao Yur, my sister's care these days is very important. I plan to take care of her with you.
What do you think? Of course, that's great. I couldn't ask for more.
Xie Qingyu cheered and smiled sweetly. You're already a little miracle doctor in everyone's eyes.
All the rumors are about you. I feel more at ease with you helping me. Chapter 69, Pure School Beauty Lin Kier. In the next few days, Qiao Yang and Xie Qingyu took care of Qiao Ying together. She recovered quickly and well after the operation.
Qiao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan saw all of this, and their impression of Xie Qingyu became even better. They liked her more and more and wanted to recognize her as their daughter-in-law on the spot.
Xie Qingyu is also very close to Qiao Yang's parents. She takes time to talk to them and buys them delicious food. They get along like a family.
After lunch that day, Qiao Yang said to Xie Qingyu,
"Xiao Yur, Qiao Mei's book signing event is at 3 p.m. My sister has been thinking about her all the time. Do you want to go with me, just to relax?"
Xie Qingyu heard this, hesitated for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I won't go."
"You go by yourself. If we both go out, I won't be able to rest assured about Ying." "Well, okay, thank you for your hard work." Qiao Yang nodded and gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek.
That afternoon, at around 2:30, Qiao Yang drove to the book signing event. This place is located in the People's Square in the center of Donghai City. The organizer built a temporary platform in the center of the square and arranged some tables, chairs, banners, etc. There is also a huge poster of Qiao Mei at the entrance. In the poster, Qiao Mei has white hair and red eyes, a petite and well-proportioned body, and is holding a crescent-shaped weapon. She has a beautiful appearance with a childlike face and a strong figure. She should be the spokesperson for a certain game and is also doing some promotion.
"Hello, handsome guy, are you also a fan of Qiao Mei?"
Just as Qiao Yang was standing at the entrance, carefully looking at the giant poster, a girl's voice like a silver bell suddenly came from behind him.
"Well, sort of."
Qiao Yang turned around and saw that the person speaking was a young girl who was dressed coolly and had a pure and beautiful appearance.
He nodded slightly and smiled politely. "My name is Lin Kier.
I'm a sophomore at the Donghai Film and Television Academy, majoring in film and television acting." The girl was not only beautiful, but also eloquent and very familiar.
"Today's book signing is very popular. Let's go in quickly. I think the line inside will be very long."
After all, this is Mei Qiao, the beloved darling of countless 2D fans. Furthermore, this is her first time in Dragon Country for a book signing, and she's also promoting the top online game, Luna, that she just endorsed.
So, we have to show our support, it's a no-brainer. While muttering to herself, Lin Kier grabbed Qiao Yang's hand and pulled him inside. Sure enough, I saw a long line in front of the autograph booth. Many young people were excited and whispering to each other.
They all came to see Qiao Mei. Qiao Yang stood in line behind Lin Kier, chatted with her for a few minutes, and told her his name. Lin Kier is about 20 years old. She looks very lively and cheerful, like a little sun, shining and giving heat at all times, bringing warmth to the people around her. Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, she is definitely a school beauty and stands out in the crowd.
"Hey! Girl, make room. My girlfriend and I want to line up in the front."
At this moment, a young man with dyed yellow hair and a scoundrel-like appearance, with his arm around a heavily made-up young girl, was trying to squeeze in front of Lin Kier in a careless manner.
Although Lin Kor looked sweet and cute, she was not weak at all. She immediately spread her arms to block the spot, her eyebrows raised. Why? Everyone is queuing, why can you cut in line? Go line up at the back. Huang Mao's face turned ugly after being publicly insulted. He spat on the ground and pointed at Lin Kor's nose and cursed, "You stinky girl, you're so shameless, huh? Do you know who I am? If you know what's good for you, get out of the way quickly, or you'll be in trouble." The little girl next to him also chimed in sarcastically, "Little sister, you should be more discerning when you go out. What's wrong with cutting in line? It's your honor to be in front of you. I advise you not to be ungrateful." Seeing their arrogance, Lin Kor's cheeks flushed with anger, but she remained steadfast, her voice clear and firm. "I don't care who you are. Cutting in line is wrong. Everyone is watching here, what do you want to do? Are you planning on hitting anyone? Damn it. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for it. What's wrong with hitting you? I think you're just looking for trouble with me." The yellow-haired man cursed and got angry. He suddenly raised his hand and actually slapped Lin Kor's delicate cheek. Ah! Lin Kor didn't expect that the other party would really dare to attack her. She screamed in fright and subconsciously closed her eyes. However, the expected slap did not fall. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw a strong hand like a pair of pliers, firmly grasping the yellow-haired man's wrist in mid-air. It's Chao Yang. He had already stood in front of Lin Kor before, his eyes as cold as a knife as he stared at the yellow-haired man, playing rogue in public. That's all you can do. Huang Mao felt as if his wrist was clamped by steel bars, and he felt waves of severe pain. He desperately tried to break free, but he couldn't budge at all. Suddenly, he was shocked and cursed, "Let go, let go. Who the hell are you? Let me go, or I'll beat you up too. Ha, you dare to yell at me." Chao Yang raised a scornful arc at the corner of his mouth, twisted the hand that was holding the yellow-haired man's wrist suddenly, and swung out with the other hand as fast as lightning. Bang! A loud and crisp slap landed heavily on the yellow-haired man's face. The huge force knocked the yellow-haired man away. With a scream, the yellow-haired man fell to the ground with a thud. After rolling a few times, he got up with 5 clear finger marks on his face. He covered his face and looked at Chao Yang in disbelief, his eyes full of confusion and fear. The little girl next to him was also scared silly and shrank to the side, not daring to make a sound. Chao Yang shook his hands, his tone calm but with an undeniable sense of oppression. "Now, take your woman and get to the back of the line. If I see you making trouble again, it won't be just a slap in the face." Huang Mao was completely shocked by Chao Yang's cold eyes and powerful skills. How could he dare to say no? He didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. He covered his burning face, dragged the little girl with him dejectedly, and ran to the end of the team in embarrassment amid the contemptuous gazes and sneering laughter of the crowd. After witnessing the entire process with her own eyes, Lin Kor finally breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her chest high, as if she was still a little frightened, but her eyes looking at Chao Yang were full of gratitude and unprecedented brilliance. "Chao Yang, thank you." Lin Kor's eyes sparkled. "You were so handsome just now. That slap was so satisfying." She originally thought that Chao Yang was handsome, kind, and had an extraordinary temperament, but she didn't expect that he was so skilled and responsible at critical moments. His tall image instantly made her look at him with admiration. Chao Yang smiled faintly. "Nothing, I just can't stand this kind of people. Are you okay?" It's okay, it's okay." Lin Kor quickly shook her head, her smile even brighter. "Chao Yang, after the book signing, I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea." "I must thank you very much." "Okay." Chao Yang smiled and did not reject her kindness. After this little incident, the relationship between the two seemed to have become much closer. However, when Lin Kor secretly looked at Chao Yang, her eyes became noticeably softer, and there was clearly some girlish thoughts in her eyes. At the same time, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in Chao Yang's mind. Ding! Detected as a potential romantic partner, Lin Kor. Current favorability is 60. Please seize the opportunity and improve your relationship. Chapter 70 Silver Bracelet. Chao Yang was slightly surprised when he heard the clear system prompt sound. He just helped out a little, but Lin Kor's favorability towards him suddenly reached 60. Isn't it a bit too easy? If you get in touch with them a few more times and deliberately increase their favorability, won't the value go up rapidly? Could it be that this little girl is young and inexperienced, too simple-minded, and therefore more likely to trust others? Or maybe, she is a face control and she only likes me, so she was deeply attracted to me when we first met? Anyway, no matter what, the system's judgment will not be wrong, and Lin Kor's favorability was obtained so smoothly. Chao Yang's eyes flashed, and sure enough, he saw a cute pink bubble pop up above Lin Kor's head, showing her basic personal information. Name, Lin Kier. Age, 20. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 88-58-90 D-type lamp. Identity, sophomore student in the performance department of Donghai Film and Television Academy. Appearance score, 94, pure and sweet, full of energy, a campus beauty. Romance traits, cheerful and optimistic, strong sense of justice, super obsessed with looks, yearning for romance. Current favorability, 60, from the feeling of being a hero saving a beautiful woman, and a strong curiosity about the host. Hobbies, cosplay, watching anime, watching movies, and eating delicious food. Specialties, film and television acting, professional dance skills, especially classical dance and jazz. Reward for completing a relationship: if you successfully establish a relationship with the player, the host will receive 1 immobilizing talisman. 2 dance master. 3 1 set of protective soft armor. For reward details, please check after completing the task. After quickly browsing this information, Chao Yang exclaimed inwardly, "Oh my god," and couldn't help but feel excited. As the campus beauty of Dongying School, Lin Kor has a very good figure, a pure and sweet appearance, and a lively and cheerful personality. It is hard not to like her. What's more, the rewards after communicating with her were much better than expected. Each one had unique value and was even a little amazing. Although the specific details are not available at the moment, just looking at the names of these rewards, you can tell that they are all quite practical and are definitely not useless. Chao Yang, why are you always staring at me? Is there something dirty on my face? Lin Kor felt a little embarrassed when Chao Yang looked at her, so she lowered her head slightly and asked. No, it's mainly because you're so beautiful that I got distracted without realizing it. Chao Yang smiled and said half jokingly and half seriously. Really? Actually, you're very handsome too, more pleasing to the eye than those popular superstars. There must be a lot of girls chasing after you, right? Lin Kor was not shy or modest at all. Instead, she was delighted by Chao Yang's praise and expressed her high recognition of his appearance. Same here. Chao Yang smiled and said, I believe that the boys chasing you will definitely line up from the East Film Academy teaching building to the main gate. Chao Yang is quite good at this mutual praise scene. Hee, I just like chatting with people like you. We can be open and honest without pretending. Lin Kor was beaming with joy. She felt that Chao Yang was quite interesting. As they were talking, the book signing session had officially begun. After a brief speech by the organizer, Mei Chio, accompanied by her mother, walked up to the autograph table and sat in the middle seat. Today, Mei Chio specially took some game makeup photos. She looked very two-dimensional, like a cartoon girl walking out of the game world, beautiful and pure. Her iconic white hair also fell naturally and softly on her shoulders without any cover. The dark red pupils seemed to be filled with a faint sadness, a sense of brokenness, and were lovable. Chio-mei, I love you. Ah, I finally met my dream idol. I'm so happy and excited. This is good news for otakus and a carnival for gamers. Chio-mei is even more beautiful than in the promotional photos. Wow, I love her so much. Look at me, Chio-mei, please look at me. I swear I will never marry and will always treat you as my wife. Get out. Mei Chio is mine. No one loves her more than me. I won't allow anyone to desecrate her. As Chio-mei appeared on the stage, the fans at the scene shouted and screamed, almost going crazy. Some people were already in tears and foaming at the mouth with excitement, and were carried away on stretchers. It was the first time for Chao Yang to be present at the event and feel the crazy enthusiasm of these two-dimensional fans. Of course, he didn't forget and recorded the whole process, intending to take it back to show his sister. In Lin Kier's opinion, Chao Yang was taking this opportunity to take beautiful photos of her. She felt very happy and deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her graceful figure. But soon she discovered that Chao Yang's mobile phone camera seemed to be deliberately bypassing her and only taking pictures and videos of Chio-mei on the stage. This made her feel sour and a little lost, but considering Chio-mei's influence, she still felt inferior to her, so she felt relieved. Please. Everyone, please be quiet. Thank you all for coming. Let's get started with the official book signing, okay?
Mei Chio had to stand up and bow deeply to the audience. These few simple words seemed to possess some kind of magic, which instantly quieted the scene. Everyone automatically lined up and waited in turn for the autograph session, being surprisingly obedient.
However, Chao Yang discovered a problem.
It seemed that all the fans present did not know that Chio Mei was suffering from some strange disease. They just thought that she was born with this cartoon-like appearance. The team moved forward slowly. Mei Chio held a colored pen for signing in her hand and was always conscientiously meeting the requests of every fan, signing autographs and taking photos without any perfunctoriness. More than half an hour later, it was finally Chao Yang and Lin Keir's turn to go on stage.
Mei Chio always maintained a polite and slightly distant smile.
After signing for the previous fan, she habitually raised her left hand and gently touched the white hair hanging on her shoulders. The moment she raised her hand, a silver bracelet inlaid with light blue gemstones slipped out from her wrist, sparkling with a warm and dazzling light in the sunlight.
Anyone can see that this thing is extremely exquisitely made and is definitely worth a lot of money.
However, at this moment, a thin and fanatical male fan suddenly rushed over from behind and grabbed the bracelet while the staff on the scene were not prepared.
Ah!
Mei Chio cried out in surprise, feeling a sharp pain in her wrist.
In the blink of an eye, the silver bracelet fell off and was snatched into the hands of the thin man. Ha ha ha! Mei-chan's bracelet! It's mine now! After the man succeeded, he cheered and turned around to dive into the crowd. Chapter 71 Parents Urge Marriage.
This sudden situation immediately caused an uproar at the scene. The security guards reacted immediately and shouted as they rushed forward to chase and intercept them.
But the man was very agile and slippery like a loach. It seemed that he knew some kung fu.
More than a dozen security guards couldn't stop him. Just as he was about to escape, Chao Yang suddenly moved, kicked the ground with his right foot, and flew into the air. He flew over the heads of several security guards and kicked the thin man to the ground.
Plop! Ah!
The man fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Chao Yang ignored him, put one foot on his back, bent down and took the silver bracelet from his hand. The whole process was clean and neat, and it was easily resolved with just one move, leaving everyone present shocked. The man was quickly subdued by the security guards who arrived and was taken away with his arm twisted. "Miss Chio, please check if the bracelet is damaged." Chao Yang turned around, walked up to the frightened Chio Mei, and handed the bracelet back to her.
"It's not damaged and is still as complete as before, brother. Thank you so much."
Mei Chio looked at the bracelet that was lost and found, then looked up at Chao Yang. A strange bright color flashed in her dark red eyes.
"This bracelet is very important to me.
I don't know how heartbroken I would be if I lost it." She took the bracelet with slightly trembling hands, held it tightly in her palms, then bowed deeply to Chao Yang, her voice choked with sobs. Chio Mei's mother, the plump lady, also hurried forward and thanked Chao Yang repeatedly, with some panic and fear still remaining in her eyes.
After the crowd restored order, the book signing continued.
When it was Chao Yang's turn, Chio Mei's face was full of enthusiasm and she chatted with Chao Yang for a long time. When she learned that Chao Yang's sister was her loyal fan and had just undergone a major surgery and was recovering, her eyes showed sincere concern. Not only did she sign her name on the title page of her new comic book collection, writing down her blessings with extra care, she also specially recorded a video of encouragement for Chao Yang.
"Chao Yang-san, I'm Mei.
I heard you were sick, you must do your best to recover.
I look forward to seeing you healthy one day. Please accept my blessing, keep going."
Her voice is sweet and playful, full of inspiration and power. This special gift made Chao Yang feel a little surprised and touched. It turned out that this two-dimensional goddess who was sought after by thousands of fans also has such an understanding side. Lin Keir, who was standing by, was so envious and jealous when she saw how well Chio Mei treated Chao Yang. At the end of the autograph session, Mei Chio began to promote the big-budget online game Lunar Goddess and displayed the heroine's classic quotes based on her own image. Finally, she drew 3 lucky fans from the scene and gave them spots for the internal test, which caused screams from the fans on the scene. Whether it was out of luck or an internal appointment, Chao Yang was unexpectedly selected and got a precious spot in the internal test. Mei Chio personally handed him the beta black card marked with a red heart, and winked at him meaningfully, and no one knew what she was thinking. After the book signing, Chao Yang was about to leave immediately, but Chio Mei called him back, mustered up her courage again, and whispered to Chao Yang earnestly.
"Brother, regarding the comic prototype, I still hope you can reconsider. Your appearance and temperament are really very special, exactly the feeling I've been looking for."
Chao Yang looked at her serious eyes and this time did not refuse immediately, but nodded slightly. "Okay, I will consider it."
After leaving the autograph session, Lin Kur bought 2 cups of milk tea, one for herself and one for Chao Yang.
She kept asking Chao Yang questions, and her curiosity about him almost reached its peak.
Chao Yang, you were amazing today.
Not only did you help me chase away the yellow-haired guy who cut in line, but you also helped Chiu Mei get her bracelet back.
What exactly do you do? How are you so amazing? And how do you use that beta black card that Chiu Mei gave you?
Chao Yang looked at the lark-like girl in front of him and felt so overwhelmed that he could only give Lin Kur 7 words.
Sorry, no comment. Seeing that he was unwilling to talk, Lin Kur stopped asking.
Her face immediately fell and she looked a little unhappy. Seeing her lost look, Chao Yang changed the subject and said, "Thank you for the milk tea today. I'll treat you next time if I have the chance."
Okay. It's settled then. See you next time. Lin Kur's worry turned into joy immediately. She waved goodbye to Chao Yang and skipped away.
Not long after, Chao Yang returned to the hospital and showed his sister Chiu Mei's new work. Then he opened his phone and played the blessing video that Chiu Mei personally recorded for her.
Chao Ying's eyes reddened and she began to sob. "Oh, brother, how did you do this? This is so precious, I'm so happy." Chao Yang quickly smiled and said, don't cry. You are in the recovery period and you can't get too excited. Actually, these are nothing. As long as you like or want something, I will do my best to help you get it. You will always be the little princess of our Chao family. If I don't spoil you, who else can I spoil?
After hearing this, Chao Ying cried even harder. Xie Qingyu happened to walk in, glared at Chao Yang in anger, and hurried over to hug Chao Ying.
All right, Ying, for a speedy recovery, you can't cry until your wound bursts. That would be troublesome.
After coaxing her for a long time, Chao Ying finally calmed down.
She sniffed and said, "Sister Xiaoxia, you are so kind to me. It would be even better if you could be my sister-in-law." Xie Qingyu's pretty face flushed immediately after hearing this.
She secretly glanced at Chao Yang and said weakly, "Whether it's good or not, it all depends on your brother's opinion."
Anyway, I don't have any opinion.
What she meant was that she had tacitly agreed to her sister-in-law's position, and as long as Chao Yang nodded, she could immediately become a regular employee. After hearing this, Chao Yang coughed awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Just then his parents walked in, and he took the opportunity to change the subject.
Xie Qingyu's eyes flashed with resentment, and she didn't say anything else. After disinfecting Chao Ying's wound, she walked out.
Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan saw all of this and were obviously losing their temper, wanting to speak up for Xie Qingyu. After Xie Qingyu left, Li Xiujuan grabbed Chao Yang's ear and immediately scolded him, "You little bastard, you don't know how to appreciate the blessing you have. Little Miss Xie is so nice, beautiful, gentle, and considerate. It's hard to find a wife like her, so why are you still hesitating?" Chao Dongfeng also said seriously, "Son, you have graduated for 2 or 3 years.
It is time for you to find a partner and start a family. I agree with your mother. Nurse Xie is good in every way and has feelings for you. You should seize the opportunity." Chapter 72, Alternative Daughters-in-Law, one after another. Okay, Dad, don't worry, let me think about this carefully. Being urged to get married by his parents on the spot, Chao Yang was a little amused and helpless. He wanted to explain a few words, but he didn't know where to start, so he could only choose to be perfunctory for the time being. Now, he has already achieved financial freedom and is no longer a slave of the company. He is surrounded by beautiful women and has too many options to choose from. He has become a little playful. Xie Qingyu is indeed very good, but Su Xingyue, Delia, Mu Xiaodi, Yi Qingwan, Xiao Hansuan, Huang Yani, Miao Xinjie, and even Nailin Yorua, Chiu Mei, Lin Qir and other beauties are also very good. Perhaps in the future there will be more beauties within his range, but after all, he is not willing to give up the entire forest for a small tree. This is definitely the mentality of a scumbag, but this is the reality. When he breaks out of his savage thinking and completely opens up his perspective, he discovers what the world really looks like. The competition to become the daughter-in-law of the Chao family is very fierce. As for whether Xie Qingyu can enter the family in the future, he is not sure. Because that position is destined to be coveted by many beauties, it is hard to say who will be able to win it in the end. Chao Yang suddenly felt that he was becoming more and more refined. Putting aside his sense of morality and shame, the whole world suddenly became clear. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. It's so hard to find a wife in today's society. Mom and Dad know that you've made a little money in business, but that's no excuse for delaying your marriage.
We've been looking forward to the day when our daughter-in-law comes home. His parents were still trying to persuade Chao Yang earnestly, but Chao Yang was already distracted at this moment.
Boom, boom, boom.
Just then, someone knocked on the ward door from outside.
Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan quickly stopped talking and said, "Come in."
Then they saw Yi Qingwan walking in respectfully with a gift box in her hand.
"Hello, uncle and auntie, I came to see Yingying. I hope I didn't disturb you."
Yi Qingwan put the exquisite gift box on the table with a smile on her face. Her professional suit outlined her curvaceous figure, making her look like a senior white-collar worker.
"Oh, it's Miss Xiaoye. Thank you for taking the trouble to come all this way. Come on, sit down, let's talk." Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan hurriedly greeted them politely.
Yi Qingwan quickly glanced at Chao Yang and smiled. "I'm sorry, uncle and aunt, I still have a lot of things to do, so I won't bother you anymore."
"Sister Yingying, have a good rest. I'm leaving first. Bye." After saying that, she bowed slightly to Chao Yang and left the ward. Miss Xiaoye looks pretty good. Although she's a little bit inferior to Nurse Xia, she's still qualified to be our daughter-in-law. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan looked at each other and whispered a few words. Boom, boom, boom. There was another knock on the door. The person who walked in this time was a mixed-race beauty with blonde hair, blue eyes, long legs and a thin waist. "Dear Chao, I saw your Moments post saying your sister had surgery here. You also posted a book signing and video of Chio Mei, so I came to visit." Delia was very graceful, carrying nutritional supplements in her hands. After explaining her purpose, she immediately greeted Chao Yang's parents, and enthusiastically praised Chao Ying for her beauty and wished her a speedy recovery. "Oh my god, this is a foreign girl, she's so pretty, polite, and can speak fluent Mandarin. Our son is really capable. He even met such a foreign beauty. If she could become our daughter-in-law, I think our ancestors would be so happy." As soon as Delia left, Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan were amazed and couldn't help but include her in the group of daughters-in-law. Boom, boom, boom. "Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Su Xinyue. I'm a good friend of Chao Yang. I came here today specifically to visit my sister Yingying." Su Xinyue wore a chiffon top and a pair of black pants, looking elegant and mature. "This girl is not bad.
Although she looks a few years older, she knows how to care for others. She's very measured in her words, polite and courteous.
She looks like a good wife and mother."
After Su Xinyue left, Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan whispered to each other and commented on her, and they were quite satisfied. Chao Yang had a smile on his face, but he just sat on a chair beside him with his arms folded across his chest, and did not comment on their evaluation.
Boom, boom, boom. "Chao Yang, I came to visit your sister, and you didn't even tell me about such a big thing. Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Mu Xiaodi. I used to be a colleague of Chao Yang, and now, we are also very good friends." Mu Xiaodi's arrival brought a breath of life to the dull ward. She was particularly enthusiastic towards Chao Yang's parents and even peeled an apple for Chao Ying with her own hands. The feeling of closeness was like that of family. Chao Ying and Mu Xiaodi also got along very well. They even looked through Chio Mei's comics together and had many common topics. "Not bad, this girl is very friendly, well-educated and polite, and seems to be well-educated. Look at the bird's nest gift box she gave me. It must have cost at least 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. For our son's sake, the girl was really willing to spend the money." As expected, the couple praised Mu Xiaodi again and included her in the list of candidates for their daughter-in-law. Knock, knock, knock. "Ha! I finally found the place. I'm sorry, Mr. Chao, we were busy with filming and I didn't have time to change out of my costume before coming here. This is a little gift I brought for your sister. I hope you don't mind." Miao Xinjie was wearing an ancient palace dress and hurried over without even having time to remove her makeup. She just greeted Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan politely, and spent most of her time reporting to Chao Yang on the progress of the short filming. After staying for only 5 or 6 minutes, Miao Xinjie hurriedly said goodbye and left. "Is this girl an actress? She doesn't look like someone who can handle life, but she's actually quite pretty. The way she looks at our son is a bit admiring and a bit odd. Could that be her intention as well?" Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan didn't like Miao Xinjie very much, but they couldn't help but make a few comments about her. Soon after, Xiao Hanshuang and Huang Yani also arrived. The two of them, one is a cool and intellectual tutor for international students, and the other is a hot yoga studio owner.
Both are confident and independent women, each with her own style. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan were already dazzled by the choices and thought this one and that one were all good.
They didn't know who to assign the position of future daughter-in-law to.
Chao Ying was lying on the hospital bed with a smile on her face and her big black eyes blinking. She looked at her parents whispering to each other and her brother with a calm expression, and suddenly felt that the days from now on would become more and more interesting.
Xiao Yang, please come out for a moment, I have something to tell you.
Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open, and Xie Qingyu bit her red lips and spoke softly. She looked gloomy and her eyes were slightly red and swollen, as if she had just cried.
Chapter 73, Small Dark Room, Practice Blind Typing.
Seeing Xie Qingyu like this, Chao Yang's heart skipped a beat.
Okay, let's go out and talk. Chao Yang winked at his parents and followed Xie Qingyu out of the ward.
Along the way, Xie Qingyu walked quickly with her head down, as if she was full of thoughts, and her steps seemed a little messy.
Chao Yang followed her closely.
Seeing her so distraught, he felt somewhat guilty and couldn't help but shout, "Little fish!" Hearing Chao Yang calling her nickname, Xie Qingyu turned around abruptly. She didn't expect him to follow her so closely and almost bumped into his arms.
"You, stay away from me."
Xie Qingyu quickly took a step back, raised her tearful face, and her voice was filled with suppressed crying and grievance.
"Chao Yang. I've already seen it all. You don't need to hide anything from me anymore."
She sniffed, trying hard not to let tears fall, but the red circles under her eyes showed that she was extremely uneasy.
"You're really capable. You have so many close female friends out there. Each one of them is so beautiful and outstanding.
It's like they all plan to come visit Ying today, and act so close to you."
"And me, who am I?"
The more she spoke, the sadder she became. Crystal clear tears fell down her face and she could no longer control her emotions.
"I know I'm just a little nurse right now. Maybe in your eyes, I'm insignificant and far inferior to them. But I..." She choked up and couldn't say the rest of the words, but the meaning was obvious.
She really loves Chao Yang, a love that is unforgettable. But at the same time, she was also very scared. She was afraid that there were so many outstanding women around Chao Yang, that she had no place in his heart at all, and that he was just being ambiguous with her on a whim.
"Xiao Yue, don't cry, I understand your feelings."
Chao Yang looked at her, who was extremely fragile yet pretending to be strong, and his heart softened instantly. He reached out his hand, gently held Xie Qingyu's face, and gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his thumb. This tearful face looked so pitiful that it almost broke his heart.
"You little fool, stop imagining that." Chao Yang's voice was low and gentle, with a reassuring power. "Who said you can't compare to them?
In my heart, I have never looked down on you, nor have I ever thought of hurting you. You don't need to compare yourself with anyone, because you are the one and only Xiao Yue. You are so smart, so beautiful, and so kind.
I have fallen in love with you since the first time I saw you." Xie Qingyu was startled by his intimate gesture, and slowly raised her tearful eyes to look at him. "Really?"
"Of course." Chao Yang nodded solemnly, his fingertips gently caressing her soft cheek. "They came to see Ying just out of concern for their friends, or because they have some business dealings with me."
"It's not what you think. But I noticed that the way they looked at you seemed to be filled with tenderness and admiration." Xie Qingyu frowned slightly.
She always had a strong sense of crisis, which made her feel uneasy.
"I can't control how they look at me, but I am sincere to you, because you are my most beloved little fish.
I can promise you that as long as you are still willing to stay by my side, I, Chao Yang, will never treat you unfairly.
In the days to come, I will always treat you well, protect you, cherish you, and love you." Chao Yang leaned forward slightly, slowly closing the distance between them.
His voice was softer and lower than before.
His affectionate promise brushed across Xie Qingyu's heart like a spring breeze. "Xiao Yang, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you, I shouldn't have been so petty with you."
Xie Qingyu's eyes sparkled with tears, and she said emotionally, "But the reason I'm like this is entirely because I love you too much, and I can't control this emotion at all." She knew that she might not be able to monopolize this outstanding man all at once. But the sincerity and cherishment shown by Chao Yang at this moment made her feel understood and valued, and resolved her inner anxiety. "Xiao Yue, remember not to be jealous anymore, because you have your own good qualities, and no one else can replace them." Seeing that she was gradually calming down, Chao Yang gently scratched her nose with his finger and teased, "My parents just praised you for being beautiful and capable, and they can't wait for me to marry you home as my daughter-in-law."
Xie Qingyu was amused by him and burst into laughter.
She punched his chest embarrassedly. You are disgusting."
Who wants to be your daughter-in-law?
This smile was like the clearing of the sky after rain, and all the haze and anxiety disappeared. She looked at Chao Yang's handsome face so close to her, and at her reflection in his eyes, which contained concern, tenderness, and the care she longed for. The bitterness in my heart was immediately replaced by a warm feeling, and love surged up again, even more violently than before.
Okay, if you don't want to be our Chao family's daughter-in-law, then I'll find someone else.
Chao Yang knew that the crisis had been resolved and deliberately said something to tease her.
You dare!
Xie Qingyu grumbled, her eyes widened as she angrily said, I'm definitely going to be the daughter-in-law of the Chao family. Then she took the initiative to stretch out her hands, put her arms around Chao Yang's waist, buried her face in his warm chest, and said coquettishly, then you must keep your word.
You must always be good to me and love me forever. Okay, I promise.
Chao Yang tightened his arms and held her tightly in his arms. He felt her body temperature gradually rising and her breathing became a little rapid.
Chao Yang, I want to talk to you.
Xie Qingyu's cheeks flushed, and she leaned close to Chao Yang's ear and whispered something. After experiencing a series of emotional ups and downs, her love for Chao Yang became even stronger and more passionate. Xiao Yur, I didn't expect you to be so bold, but I'm afraid the hospital isn't a suitable place. Chao Yang saw people coming and going in the corridor from time to time. There was no privacy at all.
It was really not suitable for two people to do something. I know a place. It's a small storage room in the utility room. No one usually goes there. Otherwise.
Xie Qingyu's voice became lower and lower, and warm breath came out of her mouth, and even her ears were almost red.
A few minutes later.
In a storage room in a remote place, a thrilling battle broke out. Although it was daytime, it was pitch black in here. The two men did not dare to turn on the lights and could only proceed in the dark. However, this dark and narrow environment actually creates a more tense and exciting atmosphere.
Xie Qingyu was a little scared, a little excited, and a little impatient.
Her hands groped in the dark, trying hard to cooperate with Chao Yang's charge.
Although they couldn't see anything, it didn't hinder their lively communication with each other. After losing vision, the body's other senses suddenly became much more sensitive.
For example, hearing, smell, touch, etc., all perform at extraordinary levels. This took the experience of both of them to the next level, as if opening the door to a new world, and they also figured out a set of tricks for blind typing.
Chapter 74 High-Intensity Fun. Xiaoyur, how do you feel?
In the darkness, Chao Yang hugged Xie Qingyu from behind, gently bit her earlobe and asked.
It feels great. It's like surfing. Every time I do it, I feel so nervous that I want to fly.
Xie Qingyu's breathing was a little disordered, a layer of sweat broke out all over her body, and suddenly she laughed softly.
What are you laughing at? Chao Yang asked curiously.
I laugh at myself for being so jealous of you and treating all the women around you as imaginary enemies. Xie Qingyu said softly, with a self-deprecating tone, but now I understand.
You are sincere to me. There is endless happiness in being with you. This dark and small hut, I never dared to come here alone before, but after this experience, I'm not afraid at all. I'm even almost falling in love with this place. Even the air here feels sweet. Hearing her say this, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Is this what they call loving someone and loving their dog? But then again, changing the environment does feel different.
But next time, I hope we can find a better place, at least safer and more comfortable, without having to worry about someone breaking in at any time.
There were some other thoughts that he didn't say out loud.
The space here was too small for him to move freely. He could only stand during the whole process, which was very demanding on his physical energy. Moreover, the utility room was not very clean, and it would be difficult to clean up if his clothes got dirty.
Xie Qingyu shook her head slightly and said quietly, it's this imperfect environment that makes people even more nervous. I actually really enjoy this kind of tension.
Chao Yang was about to say something when he suddenly heard footsteps outside.
Shoo! Don't talk, it seems like someone is coming. Chao Yang quickly whispered in his ear. What should we do? Xie Qingyu suddenly panicked.
They were both in dishevel and it was too late to clean up.
Don't be afraid, act according to the circumstances.
Chao Yang warned in a deep voice, pulling Xie Qingyu to hide behind a wooden frame, which was the only place in the hut that offered some shelter. The two had just hidden themselves when the door of the utility room was pushed open.
There's no way around it. This place is only used to store miscellaneous items and is usually not locked.
A cleaning man walked in slowly, muttering, "Damn it, I'm almost suffocating."
I'm not even allowed to smoke outside.
Luckily, there's this place where I can satisfy my craving. Fortunately, he seemed to be afraid of being discovered. After closing the door, he fumbled in his pockets for cigarettes and lighters, so he did not reach out to turn on the light.
Click.
The lighter lit up, illuminating a small space in the small room.
Xie Qingyu was so frightened that she didn't dare to breathe.
She curled up nervously in Chao Yang's arms, afraid that she would be seen by the smoking old man.
Hiss whoosh.
The old man held a cigarette in his mouth, lowered his head to the flame, lit the cigarette, squinted his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke ring comfortably. His attention was completely focused on the cigarette, and he had no idea that there were two other living people in the cabin.
Chao Yang and Xie Qingyu hid behind the wooden rack.
The area was still pitch black, and as long as they didn't turn on the lights, they would not be easily discovered. Realizing this, Chao Yang became playful and inexplicably itchy, so he slid his hands into Xie Qingyu's collar. He knew very well that he should refrain from any small movements to avoid being discovered, but being in the situation himself, he couldn't help but want to play it like this.
Xie Qingyu's eyes widened.
Feeling that Chao Yang's hands were not honest, she was almost scared. Her body trembled slightly and she almost screamed. If there were no outsiders here, she would definitely jump up on the spot, twist Chao Yang's flesh hard, and scold him in shame and anger. But now, she dared not do anything and could only let Chao Yang do whatever he wanted, making her blush, but she could do nothing about it. However, this feeling of forced suppression made her feel even more extremely excited than the bold kneading just now. It was like pouring a bucket of gasoline on a raging fire, burning her whole body and making her feel uncomfortable, as if she was about to explode.
Snap!
Just when Xie Qingyu was about to lose control, the lighter in the old man's hand suddenly fell to the ground.
Damn, where did it fall? I'm so unlucky, I can't even smoke a cigarette.
He squatted down and fumbled on the ground for a long time but couldn't find it. He could only stand up cursing and feel for the light switch on the wall. With the dim light coming through the half-open door, Chao Yang saw that the old man's hand had already pressed the switch. With just a little effort, the lights will come on, and he and Xie Qingyu will have nowhere to hide, and the situation will become unmanageable.
Xie Qingyu obviously realized this. Her originally high enthusiasm instantly dropped to freezing point.
She was so scared that she was at a loss and collapsed in Chao Yang's arms. She even felt a little regretful that she shouldn't have brought Chao Yang here to have a secret affair, which made her so passive now. If she ended up in disgrace, it would be a waste of time. She vaguely heard a slight sound of breaking through the air.
Bang! Without warning, the old light bulb on the roof suddenly exploded.
The fragments flew onto the old man, scaring him so much that he screamed and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground without him even having time to pick it up.
He ran away like a frightened bird. Oh my god! I'm so scared! Hurry up, let's get out of here!
Xie Qingyu covered her chest with her hands, looking like she had survived a disaster. A ray of light streamed in from the open door, and among the broken pieces of a light bulb, one could see the cap of a beer bottle.
Chao Yang used it just now.
At the critical moment, he snapped his fingers and broke the light bulb, avoiding a disaster.
Don't worry, I'll go out first. Make sure everything is fine outside, then you can go out.
Chao Yang tugged at Xie Qingyu's clothes, stepped out of the door first, looked around, and found nothing unusual, then turned around and made an okay gesture. Taking advantage of this time, Xie Qingyu quickly tidied her hair and clothes. She quickly stood up and followed Chao Yang out of the small dark room.
Phew! I was so scared that my soul almost flew away. I can't play like this anymore. It's too easy to flip over.
After walking back to the ward area, Xie Qingyu was still a little frightened and whispered to Chao Yang.
Hee, Xiaoyue, you're right. This kind of impromptu attempt is indeed tense and exciting. Just experience it once and that's enough.
Chao Yang held her hand, his tone full of doting and teasing. Next time we try another venue, we must at least ensure safety and comfort.
It would be terrible if something happened to you when you were halfway through. Xie Qingyu chuckled. Yeah, if you wither, what will I do? There will be no hope for your Chao family to expand in the future.
The two were flirting when they saw several strong men in black clothes running quickly towards them from the other end of the corridor, carrying a stretcher. On the stretcher was an old man in a tang suit, with a large bloodstain on his chest.
He looked pale and almost died.
A young woman in a red leather jacket was accompanying them, shouting, "Doctor!
Doctor! Please save my grandpa. He's been in a car accident and was shot.
He's losing too much blood and he's almost dying."
Chapter 75 The Angry Zhoufian.
Seeing that the situation was critical, Xiao Yang and Xie Qingyu looked at each other and immediately stepped forward to help. Xiao Yang quickly squatted down, opened the old man's eyelids and took a look. His heart suddenly sank. He's lost too much blood, his heart is failing, and his pupils are already dilating.
I'm afraid he won't last a minute. He'll die before he can be pushed into the operating room.
The old man in tang suit on the stretcher had a pale face and was on the verge of death.
He was breathing in less than breathing out. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about?
The woman in leather jacket was like a leopard whose tail was stepped on.
She pushed Xiao Yang away and shouted angrily with red eyes, "Don't curse my grandfather. Grandpa won't die. Doctor! Doctor!
Where is the best doctor?" Xiao Yang frowned slightly. "Miss, please calm down. I am not cursing him, but stating the facts.
His condition." "Shut up." The woman in leather jacket spoke sternly and didn't listen to Xiao Yang at all.
She rushed towards the doctor's office like crazy.
"Xiao Yang, what should we do? The patient is already in a deep coma, I'm afraid he's really going to." Xie Qingyu was also very anxious.
She tried to stop the old man's bleeding by pressing, but the effect was minimal. The injuries caused by the gunshot were too severe, and even if surgery was performed immediately, it might not be possible to bring him back from the brink of death.
Xiao Yang frowned and whispered to Xie Qingyu, "Let me give it a try. Maybe I can give him a chance to survive."
Then he held his breath and quickly recalled the relevant records of the 13 ghost gate needles in his mind. Then he raised his right hand, and with his fingers like swords, he tapped 9 major acupoints around the old man's wound.
This action seems random, but it is actually extremely precise.
It has secretly transferred the energy of the life-saving skill, Tiangang Dinghun needle, among the 13 ghost gate needles into the old man's body. The mysterious thing about this acupuncture method is that it does not necessarily require the use of silver needles. In fact, it can also be effective by controlling the strength with qi. What Xiao Yang just did was to use the subtle energy to bring out the essence of the Tiangang soul-fixing needle.
In an instant, the old man's aura, which had been rapidly declining, suddenly rebounded, and then seemed to be forcibly locked by an invisible force. Although it fluctuated slightly, it no longer dissipated. Xiao Yang looked up at a relatively calm man in black and asked, "Hey, tell me, who are you? What's the name of this old man? How did he get into this state?"
Xiao Yang had a sharp gaze and could of course tell that the old man in tang suit was no ordinary person, but must be a big shot with status and position. Since he was going to help the old man, he had to first find out his background, so as not to waste his efforts and get himself into trouble. "We are from the Qinglong Society, and this is our leader, Zhou Ping'an. The one who just spoke to you is our Grandpa Zhou's granddaughter, named Zhou Fian. Half an hour ago, Lao Longtu was taking Miss Fian to a banquet when they were suddenly involved in a car accident.
Luckily, Miss Fian was an excellent driver, and although the car was totaled, she was fine. But then another group of people rushed out and opened fire without a word. Unfortunately, Lao Longtu was shot twice while trying to protect Miss Fian." The man in black was quite honest and told some basic information. After hearing this, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. No wonder the woman in leather jacket was so vulnerable. It turned out that the old man in tang suit was shot to protect her, so she was anxious and guilty, which made her behave so violently. "Hurry, hurry.
My grandpa is right here, please save him quickly." Just then, Zhou Fian ran back, dragging a chief physician on duty. She was so anxious that sweat broke out on her forehead, her whole body was tense, and her expression was extremely anxious.
After a hasty examination, the chief physician shook his head grimly. "Miss Zhou, I'm very sorry, the old man's injuries are too severe.
I'm afraid there's no way to save him."
"Waste. All of you waste." Upon hearing this, Zhou Fian lost control of her emotions and screamed, "If you can't save my grandfather, I want all of you to be buried with him." She took out a pistol like a madman and fired 3 shots at the ceiling, as if to vent her inner anxiety and collapse. This action frightened many people around and they ran away to avoid it. "Maybe I can save him." Xiao Yang looked at Zhou Fian and said calmly.
Zhou Fian turned around abruptly and saw the young man who had just cursed Grandpa.
She was furious. "You? Who do you think you are?
You're just a young boy, not even a professional doctor.
How dare you treat my grandpa? Get out of here. Get out of here right now. Or I'll shoot you."
Xiao Yang's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "Oh, if that's the case, then you can just watch your grandfather die." After saying that, he pulled Xie Qingyu up, turned around, and left.
Xie Qingyu looked at Zhou Fian's arrogant look and felt a little annoyed.
She followed Qiao Yang with a cold face. She can tolerate some people slandering her, but she will never allow anyone to insult or despise Qiao Yang, because in her heart, Qiao Yang is much more important than herself.
And just at this moment,
there was a commotion at the hospital entrance, and Dean Qi walked in accompanied by an energetic old man with a white beard.
The identity of this old man is not simple.
He is the president of Donghai City Chinese Medicine Association and a nationally renowned famous Dr. Fong Wentian. When Zhou Fian saw the two of them, her eyes suddenly lit up.
It was as if she had grabbed the last straw and rushed over to beg. President Feng. Dean Qi.
You've arrived just in time.
Please save my grandfather. I'll reward you handsomely once you succeed. Fong Wentian and Dean Qi did not dare to delay and immediately went forward to check on Zhou Ping'an's condition.
After just a few breaths, the two looked at each other, with expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces.
Strange. Really strange. Fong Wentian placed his fingers on Zhou Ping'an's wrist, his eyes gleaming.
Brother Zhou's heart pulse has stopped.
Logically, he should have been.
But although his pulse was weak, he had a strong and masculine vitality. It forcibly locked up a trace of his vitality and kept him alive with his last breath. Dean Qi also pondered and said, "This method seems quite similar to the Tiangang soul-fixing needle, recorded in ancient books."
Fong Wentian nodded excitedly.
After carefully checking Zhou Ping'an's acupuncture points, his voice began to tremble.
That's right. It's the Tiangang soul-fixing needle.
It's definitely the Tiangang soul-fixing needle, one of the long-lost 13 Ghost Gate needles.
This needle is incredibly mysterious.
If it weren't for it, Brother Zhou wouldn't have survived until we arrived.
Who on earth could have been so skilled in this?
It's like snatching back an incense stick of time from the hands of the King of Hell.
But he immediately lowered his eyes, shook his head heavily, and sighed, "What a pity, what a pity.
I am so incompetent and inexperienced that I am still powerless to save him.
This needle can only keep him alive.
Brother Zhou is too seriously injured, and there is nothing we can do."
No, whoa, Grandpa, you can't die. Zhou Fian cried and was completely panicked.
Dean Qi hesitated for a moment and said, "The only solution now is to find the master who used the Tiangang soul-fixing needle.
Perhaps that will give Mr. Zhou a glimmer of hope."
Hearing this, Zhou Fian stopped crying, as if she saw a glimmer of hope again. At this time, the bodyguard with a calm expression walked up and whispered something to Zhou Fian.
Could it be? It's him? Zhou Fian was struck by lightning, her face turned pale instantly, and her voice was trembling with disbelief and regret.
She finally understood that she might have driven away the only person who could save her grandfather.
Upon hearing this, Fong Wentian and Dean Qi immediately asked anxiously, "Who? Where is he? Take us to see him. The one who can perform this needle is a rare talent in the world. We must meet him." Chapter 76. Asking you to beg for help is not kidnapping.
In the opinion of Fong Wentian and Dean Qi, anyone who can perform the Tiangang soul-fixing needle must be a highly respected master of medicine who is indifferent to fame and fortune. Otherwise, with such amazing talents, it would be impossible for him to remain unknown in the medical community, so they were eager to meet and pay homage to him and see the true face of this master.
But, I only met that person by chance. I don't know his name or background, and...
Zhou Fian's face was tangled, and she said with deep regret, "Besides, I was too impatient before, and I had some conflicts with him, which made him quite unhappy. Now, even if I sincerely beg him, I'm afraid he may not be willing to help save my grandfather." After hearing this, Fong Wentian and Dean Qi looked at each other, both feeling quite regretful. I sighed in my heart that this girl Zhou Fian was really more of a hindrance than a help.
You are said to be unfilial.
You beg for help everywhere to save your father's life.
You are said to be filial, but you inexplicably offended the only master who could save the old man. Ahem, puff.
At this moment, Mr. Zhou, who was in a coma, suddenly coughed violently several times and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood.
He became weak and was about to die. Oh no!
The old man is vomiting blood again. If this continues, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes. Dean Qi's face was filled with anxiety. He ordered the medical staff, "Quickly send him to the operating room for emergency treatment. Use all available technical means to try to prolong the old man's life."
Fong Wentian was also quite helpless, and hesitantly persuaded, "Miss Shou, there is no time to lose. You should quickly find a way to find that expert and ask for his mercy.
Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope for the old man."
Zhou Fian was even more panicked at this moment. She gritted her teeth and cried as she said, I also want to beg that person, but will he forgive me? Besides, I don't know where he has gone. I'm afraid it's too late. At this time, the calm man in black beside him quickly said, Miss, I just noticed that the gentleman was leading a beautiful young nurse to the intensive care unit over there. Why didn't you say so earlier? Upon hearing this, Jophian immediately waved her hand and ordered, Hurry, hurry, everyone follow me. Even if we have to tie him up today, we must bring him to my grandfather. Seeing Jophian leading several men in black running away, Fong Wendian and Dean Chi were speechless. Good guy, I asked you to beg someone for help, but you just want to kidnap them? People in the underworld are really used to being domineering. The Qinglong society is indeed a gang. Their style of doing things is ingrained in their bones. Apart from fighting and killing, they don't treat others with courtesy, let alone begging for help in a servile manner. Brother Fong, how about we go over and take a look? Dean Chi smiled bitterly and said, I originally called you here today to introduce you to the young miracle doctor named Xiao Yang. I didn't expect this to happen. I'll have to talk to you later. Fong Wendian nodded slightly, stroked his beard and said, Let's go and take a look. If we can meet that master, then my trip will be worthwhile. As for the young man named Xiao you mentioned, it doesn't really matter whether you meet him or not. As they were talking, the two of them followed. Before they reached the ward area, they heard a sudden commotion coming from the front, as if someone was arguing. Immediately after a few violent bangs, several men in black flew out of an intensive care unit and fell heavily to the floor in the corridor, screaming in pain. Next second, Jophian was also kicked out of the door and rolled on the ground several times before getting up. Miss Shou, what's going on? Dean Chi was surprised and ran over to ask. He had heard long ago that Jophian was ruthless and very good at fighting. Although she was a woman, her kung fu was quite impressive. But what happened today? She was actually kicked out. Could the other person be more powerful than her? Cough, cough, cough. Jophian was a little embarrassed, but also a little unwilling to accept it. She pointed inside the door and said, It's him. It's him. I begged him and promised to pay him, but he refused to help. So I tried to kidnap him, but the result was... Dean Chi looked in the direction of her finger and saw Qiao Yang's handsome and stern face. Behind him were the frightened couple Qiao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan, and the nervous Xie Qingyu who was guarding Qiao Yang's bedside. Mr. Qiao. Dean Chi's voice was a little dry, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. He had never expected that the expert Jophian was talking about would actually be Qiao Yang. He had thought of this possibility before, but after careful consideration, he felt that Qiao Yang was too young and not a professional doctor, so even if he had once saved his sister's life, it might just be a coincidence of luck. But who would have thought that facts proved that he still underestimated Qiao Yang's ability? Qiao Yang's face was a little gloomy at this time. He ignored Dean Chi and walked out of the ward slowly with his hands behind his back, looking directly at Jophian with a cold gaze. With your limited skills, you dare to show off in front of me? Are you tired of living? I don't care who you are or what your background is, just get out of here now and don't disturb my sister's rest. Don't even disturb my parents. I. Jophian's face flushed red, her eyes showing both frustration and grievance. She also regretted that she was too reckless and actually offended such a hidden martial arts master. She was impatient and had thought that in order to save her grandfather, if soft tactics didn't work, she would resort to hard tactics. At most, she could apologize later. But who knew that the other party was so powerful that she couldn't even defeat him in one move even after practicing martial arts for many years? Now that things have turned out like this, hope is even slimmer and she feels like she is about to despair. My dear friend, are you the one who used the Tiangang soul-fixing needle on Mr. Zhou in the corridor just now? At this time, Fong Wendian stepped forward with a look of respect and doubt on his face. He was eager to verify this result. Yes. Qiao Yang glanced at him and replied with just one word. The old man was respectful and didn't look unpleasant. The fact that he could name the Tiangang soul-dinging needle proved that he was an expert in medicine and well-informed, having at least read relevant ancient books. Master! Please accept my greeting. After receiving a positive answer, Fong Wendian became instantly excited. He clasped his hands together and bowed, just like an ancient apprentice paying homage to a knowledgeable scholar. Ancient medical texts record that to perform the Tiangang Dinghan needle, one must use qi as a needle and inject it into the patient's vital points. This is absolutely not something that ordinary people can do. In other words, if you want to successfully perform this acupuncture technique,
you must practice both medicine and martial arts, integrating them into one. You must have a solid foundation in both. This is also one of the key obstacles that prevent ordinary doctors like me from understanding and mastering it. Gradually, fewer and fewer people can use it, which led to its eventual loss. Chapter 77 cried, kneeled, and laughed. Fong Wendian became more and more excited as he spoke, his whole body dancing and his white beard fluttering. I can't believe it. I can't believe that I can actually see this needle technique being made public in my lifetime. Ah, God bless our dragon nation. Ha ha, the ancient acupuncture method will be passed down forever. Ha ha, this is a blessing for the medical community of our dragon nation. When the people around saw this scene, they were all shocked and dumbfounded. The president of the Donghai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association actually saluted a young man in public. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Even Dean Shi felt a little ashamed at this moment. He knew a lot about Western medicine, but his knowledge of ancient Chinese medical classics was limited. If Fong Wendian had not explained the reason, he would not have known that this ancient acupuncture method, Tiangang soul fixing needle, was so difficult to perform. Xie Qingyu, who was in the ward, felt a little proud when she saw Fong Wendian praising Chao Yang so much. It was as if she could share half of the praise Chao Yang received, and she felt indescribably proud and happy. You and I are strangers, so there is no need to greet me. Chao Yang stepped forward and helped Fong Wendian up, his eyes filled with admiration. I didn't expect you could discern the clues of this acupuncture technique that has been lost for hundreds of years, and even understand some of its tricks. This is quite interesting. Tell me, who are you? Fong Wendian quickly said, I am a humble person, but I am the president of the Donghai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Fong Wendian. I started studying medicine at the age of 5, took pulses at the age of 7, prescribed medicine at the age of 12, opened a clinic at the age of 18, and became president at the age of 32. I've been in this position for over 40 years now, and have read almost all the ancient medical books in Dragon Country, so I have some understanding of the 13 ghost needles. At this point, he paused, realizing that his skills were inferior to others and that he shouldn't boast in front of a master. So he quickly changed the subject and asked, What's your name, master? Before Chao Yang could speak, Dean Shi answered on his behalf, Brother Fong, he is the young miracle doctor I want to introduce to you, Chao Yang. Ah. This. Fong Wendian was very surprised. Thinking of his previous wrong judgment, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He thought that the so-called master would be an octogenarian who was older than him. Who would have thought that he is so young, so handsome, and so skilled? It is not an exaggeration to call him a dragon among men. Mr. Chao, please save my grandfather. As long as you are willing to save him, I will do anything. At this moment, Zhou suddenly gritted her teeth and knelt down in front of Chao Yang with a thud. The tears that never fall easily once again slid down her face. As the granddaughter of the leader of the Qinglong society, she has her own pride and ruthlessness in her bones. But at this moment, in order to save her grandfather's life, she was able to humble herself and beg desperately, which shows that she is still very filial. Chao Yang's eyes flashed, and he just glanced at Zhou lightly, but did not agree. This woman was like a dangerous female leopard, arrogant and unreasonable. To be honest, he didn't like her very much. Mr. Chao, the old saying is true, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Fong Wendian's attitude became even more respectful, and he said cautiously, although Miss Zhou acted rashly, she had her reasons. Considering her filial piety, why don't you just? Dean Shi bowed slightly and took the opportunity to chime in, Mr. Chao, that old man, Zhou Ping'an, is not an unforgivable criminal. On the contrary, he has done a lot of charity work. Now his life is hanging by a thread. Please do me a favor and save him. The two of them were from mixed social classes in Donghai City and had a certain status. They had some interactions with Zhou Ping'an before, so out of social etiquette, they had to ask for his help. Mr. Chao, it was all my fault before. You can punish me however you want, but I only ask you to save my grandfather's life. Zhou suddenly raised her hand and slapped herself several times, and her originally rosy cheeks suddenly became red and swollen. In order to save her grandfather, she really risked her life. Even at this moment, if Chao Yang asked her to sleep with him afterwards, she would probably agree without hesitation. Seeing her slap him and put aside all her dignity, Chao Yang was slightly moved. Son, why don't you just go? The girl is quite pitiful. Yes, son, we can't just stand by and watch someone die. Just think of it as a good deed for your sister. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan couldn't bear to watch it any longer. They felt sorry for Zhou Fian, a grown woman, kneeling down and begging, so they also tried to persuade her. Xie Qingyu and Xiao Ying didn't try to persuade them, but just expressed their opinions one after another.
Xiao Yang, it's up to you to decide whether to save him or not. Brother, no matter what you do, I will always believe in you and support you.
Hearing what they said, Xiao Yang said, lead the way.
Seeing that he finally agreed, Zhou Fian was filled with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Chao. Thank you, Mr. Chao. Please follow me. Please hurry up. In the emergency room.
Under the shadowless lamp, Zhou Ping'an woke up from his coma and slowly regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a handsome young man looking down at his reaction.
Okay, the person is awake now, the rest is up to you.
Xiao Yang turned his head and said something to Dean Shi, then turned around and walked out of the emergency room.
The old man surnamed Zhou was seriously injured.
2 bullets penetrated his chest, but fortunately they avoided his heart. Moreover, Xiao Yang discovered that this old man Zhou was covered with scars, and no one knew how many injuries, big and small, he had suffered. He seemed to have some old illness, and the qi in his body was very disordered and could not be gathered together at all. But these have nothing to do with Xiao Yang.
He is only responsible for saving people and doesn't want to care about anything else.
Mr. Chao, excuse me for a moment.
Could you please have a word with me?
As soon as I walked out the door, I saw Fang Wentian coming towards me.
What's the matter? Xiao Yang stopped and asked lightly. I want to be your disciple. Please make it happen. Fang Wentian was straightforward and bent his knees to kneel down.
Xiao Yang possesses ancient acupuncture skills that have been lost for hundreds of years.
These are the treasures of the Dragon Kingdom's medical community.
If he can learn 1 or 2 of them, he will benefit from them for the rest of his life.
Moreover, this is a godsend. If he can seize the opportunity, his descendants will benefit greatly from it.
Don't kneel, I won't accept you as my disciple. Xiao Yang stretched out a hand and gently lifted Fang Wentian up, and he could no longer kneel down.
This is because I am unlucky. I am too presumptuous. Fang Wentian's face was full of regret, feeling like he had missed out on hundreds of millions.
Since Xiao Yang has made it clear that he will not accept any disciples, he cannot force anything and can only blame his bad luck. Seeing his disappointed and lonely look, Xiao Yang smiled and said, don't be upset. Although I have no intention of accepting you as a disciple, I can at least give you some guidance.
Thank you, Mr. Chao. Fang Wentian was overjoyed and quickly took out the business card and bank card he had prepared long ago, and said happily. This is my business card. It has my contact information. If you are free, you can always come to the Chinese Medicine Association to find me. I will always be waiting for you. There's some pocket money on that card, consider it my gift to you in advance. Ha ha ha. I'll take my leave now. Amidst loud laughter, Fang Wentian put oil on his feet and ran faster than any young person. It seemed as if he was afraid that if he walked too slowly, Xiao Yang would change his mind. Because he knew in his heart that a few pointers from Xiao Yang might help him take his medical skills to a higher level, and even allow him to compete with the great doctors in Kyoto. This old man Fang is quite capable. Xiao Yang chuckled twice and casually put the business card and bank card into his pocket. Just as I was about to go back to the villa to rest, a clear female voice suddenly came from behind me. Mr. Chao, please stay. Chapter 78. You don't want it? But I want to give it to you. Xiao Yang turned around and saw Zhou Fian walking towards him. She looked heroic, wearing a red leather jacket and a high ponytail. She was decisive and had a cool temperament, and she really had the style of a gangster's daughter. It gives people the feeling that this is a very dangerous and charming woman, like a female leopard who can pounce and bite at any time. Why? Now that the person is alive, you want to settle an old score with me? Xiao Yang stood there, looking at Zhou Fian with a smile. No, don't get me wrong. Zhou Fian shook her head. I have always been a person who will repay a grudge and a favor. You saved my grandfather's life, so everything I said before will count. She stood in front of Xiao Yang, only a head shorter than Xiao Yang, and could basically look Xiao Yang in the eye, exuding an invisible aura of coldness, arrogance, and nobility. What are you referring to? However, the pressure emanating from Xiao Yang clearly overshadowed Zhou Fian's aura, which surprised her and made her feel a little breathless. That's right, you're asking even though you already know the answer. Zhou Fian recalled the scene where she knelt on the ground, crying and begging Xiao Yang, saying, as long as you can save my grandfather, I will do anything. Her face suddenly turned red, and she felt annoyed as if she was being teased. It's so cheap and shameful.
She had never had such an embarrassing experience.
What exactly do you want to say? Chao Yang shrugged and said indifferently, well, forget it, I don't remember what you said anyway.
In fact, deep down, he didn't want to get involved with gangsters, so as to avoid getting into trouble in the future. After saying that, Chao Yang turned around and was about to leave.
Stop. You don't remember, but I do.
Zhou Fian chased after him, stood in front of him, and said very seriously, I said, as long as you save my grandfather, I will do anything for you.
Now that you've done this, I'm going to keep my promise. Tell me, what do you want?
Seeing her persistent and serious eyes, Chao Yang couldn't help being speechless and almost laughed out of anger.
This girl is obviously very fierce and cool, why is she so stubborn?
I hinted to her that I didn't need anything in return and that we could just go our separate ways and live happily ever after, but she still stood in my way and insisted on repaying the favor.
You just need to do one thing for me.
Chao Yang said casually with a smile on his face.
Which point? Tell me. Zhou Fian listened attentively and was mentally prepared to satisfy Chao Yang's demands no matter how excessive they were. Stay away from me.
After Chao Yang finished speaking, he walked around her and headed out of the hospital. He hadn't had time to go back to the villa these days because of his sister's surgery. Now that everything was done, he planned to go back and have a good rest.
You.
Zhou Fian stood there in a daze, her head full of questions at first, then she realized what was going on and stomped her feet in anger.
This man really doesn't know what's good for him.
The wealth is right in front of him, but he just rejects it with a casual word. Zhou Fian had never seen or met a man like him in her life, and her curiosity and desire to win were instantly aroused.
Don't you want it? But I want to give it.
I, Zhou Fian, am clear about gratitude and resentment, and will never owe anyone a favor. Just when she was feeling a little upset and thinking about how to make Chao Yang accept her return, Chao Yang's voice came from afar.
Hey! Miss Shou, the slap marks on your face haven't disappeared yet. Remember to go back and apply a cold compress. It's best to apply some ointment, otherwise it would be a shame to ruin your pretty face.
Chao Yang said this very casually, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, without any regard for Zhou Fian's reputation as the daughter of the underworld.
Zhou Fian was almost choked to death.
She kept talking for a long time but couldn't say a word.
Her ponytail was almost standing up.
She has been pampered and coaxed by everyone since she was a child, and has never suffered such humiliation. This was the first man who dared to tease her in person, and also the first bad guy who made her so angry that she was speechless.
Chao Yang.
Just wait and see, I will definitely repay this favor.
You say no, but you really want it, maybe even more.
I just don't believe there are really living bodhisattvas in this world who do good without expecting anything in return. Zhou Fian looked at Chao Yang's receding back, muttered to herself for a while, then turned around and went to see her grandfather. The red leather jacket was bright and eye-catching, her graceful figure had amazing curves, and her ponytail swung in a beautiful arc in the air.
Moon Bay No. 1 Villa.
Seeing the familiar car driving into the gate, Yi Qingwan immediately trotted over to meet it.
Master, you are back.
She bowed slightly, unable to hide the smile on her face.
Wanner, do you miss me?
After getting off the car, Chao Yang reached out and touched her fair and beautiful face.
Yeah. I miss you. I miss you every moment. Master, you haven't been home for a few days.
I can't sleep at night because I miss you so much. Yi Qingwan tried hard to lower her voice, afraid of being heard by others, but she couldn't hide the joy in her tone. Looking at her shy and coquettish appearance, there is a bit of the feeling of a short separation is better than a new marriage.
Let's go inside first. I'm a little hungry.
Chao Yang's eyes were a little playful as they wandered over her body, and the implication was quite obvious.
Okay, master. Please come in. I have asked the kitchen to prepare a lot of delicious food. Yi Qingwan was so happy that she didn't notice Chao Yang's playful look. She just ran to the restaurant and told the servants to serve the meal. After Chao Yang took a shower, changed into dry clothes, and sat at the dining table, he saw that the table was already filled with various delicious foods, which looked very appetizing. Master, try this first. Yi Qingwan was very attentive and stayed by his side to serve him. What's this? Chao Yang lowered his head and saw several pieces of translucent stewed things lying in the pottery bowl, with the folds stretched out, like dark jade strips soaked in oil. He picked up the spoon and tasted it. The soup was a bit thick, with a strong meaty aroma.
The fishy smell was completely eliminated by the ginger slices, leaving only a soft and chewy texture that slowly melted between his teeth.
This is a cow's whip. I asked Lao Wang in the kitchen to buy it for me.
Yi Qingwan blushed slightly and said in a low voice.
Well, that's right. My Wanner still knows how to care for others. Chao Yang was stunned at first, then he smiled and patted Yi Qingwan on the back. Master, try this venison stewed with Eukamia almoids. It's very nourishing. Yi Qingwan seemed to be encouraged and immediately introduced another dish.
The reddish-brown venison was cut into neat squares and mixed with dark brown Eukamia almoids and stewed in a casserole.
The soup had a warm and oily sheen. Chao Yang tasted it immediately. The venison was firm but not dry.
He could suck out fresh juice with just a bite of his teeth.
The faint aroma of medicinal herbs was entwined with the taste of the meat.
He took a sip of the soup and felt warm all over.
Tasty! Chao Yang exclaimed in admiration, stretched out his hand to hold Yi Qingwan's slender waist, and chuckled. Wanner, you specially asked the kitchen to prepare these nourishing dishes. What is your intention? Chapter 79 Romance Under the Rose Frame.
Yi Qingwan looked shy and lowered her head, saying, I just want my master to eat well, be strong, and have the energy to do anything. As she spoke, she picked up a small celadon bowl and personally brought it to Chao Yang's mouth. Master, look, this is cordyceps and lean meat porridge, simmered over low heat. In the celadon bowl, the soup is clear, like amber mixed with honey. The dark brown cordyceps is scattered among the light pink lean meat and is stewed at just the right temperature.
Chao Yang tasted it and found that the lean meat was stewed until it was soft and crispy, and it fell apart with just one sip. The soup had a light and sweet taste, and the fragrance of the herbs was intertwined with the freshness of the meat, leaving a lingering sweetness in the mouth after drinking it. And this, lily and turtle soup, is also very effective. Master, you should drink some too.
Seeing that he was eating with relish, Yi Qingwan was delighted and served him even more attentively.
Good. With a beautiful woman by his side, Chao Yang naturally couldn't refuse the hospitality and continued to taste the delicious food.
The soft-shelled turtle meat is firm and tender, and full of fresh juice when bitten. The sweetness of lily neutralizes the greasy taste of the meat. After Chao Yang finished a bowl, his lips became moist and shiny.
And more, oyster tofu, stir-fried yellow eel, abalone stewed with pork ribs, seahorse, and black chicken soup. Master, have some of them all. Seeing Chao Yang's great appetite and eating all the food that was brought to his mouth, Yi Qingwan was happier than if she had eaten the delicious food herself. She carefully looked up information about these things and discussed them with Wang Yidao in the kitchen. Only then did she buy fresh ingredients and cook them with great care. Every time Chao Yang took a bite and praised her, Yi Qingwan felt a sense of accomplishment. Wanner, I want you to feed me. I've been so tired from running around outside these past 2 days. Only when I get home and see you can I completely relax. Chao Yang was not picky about food, but he felt very warm in his heart when he saw Yi Qingwan cared about him so much, so he deliberately made his request lazily. Okay, master. I'm happy to serve you. Yi Qingwan did not refuse at all, but instead wished it would happen. She felt that being able to serve Chao Yang so closely was the happiest thing. Ha ha ha. So comfortable. Chao Yang simply rested his head on Yi Qingwan's arms, feeling the warmth and softness while continuing to enjoy the food. The oysters are slippery and juicy when you bite them, and the tofu absorbs the flavor and is as soft and tender as a cloud. The abalone is soft and glutinous, the ribs are tasty, the soup is rich and mellow, and the taste is very delicious. Most of the other dishes on the table were also almost finished by Chao Yang, with the main purpose of not wasting any of them. It wasn't that he was greedy, but he just didn't want to let Yi Qingwan down. Wanner, accompany me for a walk outside to help digest the food. After finishing the meal, Chao Yang was satisfied. He stood up from his seat and burped repeatedly. Okay, master. I'll get you a coat. It's a little chilly at night. Don't catch a cold. Yi Qingwan was very thoughtful. She quickly took out a thin coat for Chao Yang to wear, and even helped him button it up and straighten his collar. She looked like a gentle and virtuous young wife, with love that could not be concealed in her eyes and eyebrows. Oh, by the way, I didn't see Shin Chang and Tang Tang at dinner today. Where did they go? When they arrived at the courtyard, Chao Yang asked casually while walking. Yi Qingwan smiled proudly. Today's things are all very nourishing, specially prepared for the master. They are not suitable for sick children like Tang Tang, so I arranged for the kitchen to make other meals for them and send them over. Chao Yang nodded slightly and reached out to touch her. Well, Wanner is really thoughtful. If I didn't have you to help me take care of this villa, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to manage it even if I broke my heart. Master, you are too modest.
I can only take care of some small matters and help you share some of your worries. Yi Qingwan did not dodge, but moved closer to Chao Yang. Besides, this is all my job, master, please don't flatter me too much. Chao Yang suddenly stopped, hugged her tightly, and said seriously, Wanner, your hard work and dedication should not be ignored.
From now on, I will give you an extra 100,000 yuan every month. You can spend it as you wish without having to report to me.
Although it was just a simple hug, he had eaten too many nutritious foods and had walked for a while, so his whole body was starting to feel hot and he could hardly control himself.
No need, master. You've already given a lot, and there's still a surplus for the villa's expenses.
Yi Qingwan felt the changes in his body, and her voice softened. I am already very satisfied to be able to serve the master and follow the master.
Since you are so sensible, I should reward you well.
Chao Yang hugged her tighter, a hot breath sprayed on her cheeks, and his hands became a little dishonest. But this is outside, I'm afraid of being seen. Yi Qingwan clearly wanted it, but she had some reservations and expressed her worry in a weak voice.
Don't be afraid.
I know there's a rose bush growing very densely over there in the garden.
We can go there to do our work. It's secluded and safe.
Chao Yang could already feel the evil fire running rampant, so he immediately picked up Yi Qingwan and strode to the back of the rose rack in the garden. The fire inside him was too strong, like red charcoal in a furnace, and he was really a little anxious. Under the moonlight, the rose bushes are full of colorful flowers, like a waterfall of flowers falling. The fragrance is fresh and charming, creating a romantic atmosphere.
Ha! It's so beautiful here. It feels so comfortable.
Yi Qingwan reached out and brushed across the flowers, her voice filled with surprise. This place was like a dream, and it was the perfect place to do something. This place is beautiful, but you are even more beautiful than this rose. Actually, I've had my eye on this place for a long time, just waiting for an opportunity like this to have a good conversation with you. Chao Yang hugged and kissed Yi Qingwan tightly, his low and magnetic voice full of love and desire.
Ah! Master, you are so mean, but Wanner really likes it.
The moonlight was hazy, and Yi Qingwan felt hot all over. A blush appeared on her pretty face, and her heart was filled with desire for Chao Yang. She suddenly felt her feet being firmly grasped by a pair of big hands, and then somehow they were lifted onto Chao Yang's shoulders. A cool breeze blew, causing the rose trellis to rustle slightly.
Fickle moonlight fell, dotted on the two of them.
Everything happened so naturally and smoothly, and all the good things happened just like that. At first, Yi Qingwan was somewhat secretly delighted, thinking that after Chao Yang ate the nourishing dishes she had carefully prepared, he would become a more powerful version and bring her a more wonderful experience. But she soon discovered that she had underestimated Chao Yang's explosive power after the tonic. This was not just an enhanced version, it was a deadly version. Comparing the previous two exchanges, Yi Qingwan felt that the feeling was different each time. It was her first time in the bathtub, and she was somewhat nervous and scared, but she still chose to boldly cater to Chao Yang. The second time on the balcony, she and Chao Yang were sunbathing together, and the rocking lounge chair became the best prop, and her initiative was obviously increased. This time, Yi Qingwan felt that she had completely let go, learned more knowledge, and knew how to cooperate, showing great courage and charm. Even under Chao Yang's powerful offensive, she remained indomitable, advancing and retreating, and responding to every key point.
Chapter 80 Underground Black Market.
I don't know how long it took. The night wind began to become chilly, and the moon in the sky moved a little.
It was probably past 10 o'clock in the evening.
Chao Yang ended this fragrant exchange and saw Yi Qingwan sweating all over, so he put his coat on her to prevent her from catching a cold.
Master, I don't need it. You can wear the clothes.
Yi Qingwan was a little flattered and wanted to take off her coat. Compared to herself, she was more concerned about whether Chao Yang would catch a cold, because Chao Yang had consumed a lot of physical energy and was much more tired than her.
Don't take it off, this is an order. Chao Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said in a serious tone, Go back to your room and rest first. I have something to discuss with Lu Yi. Well, all right then. Seeing Chao Yang's expression, Yi Qingwan didn't dare to insist any longer. She wrapped her clothes tightly and left under the moonlight.
The loose coat fluttered on her slender body as she walked, adding a touch of graceful charm to her. Chao Yang stood beside the rose rack, sorted out his thoughts a little, then walked to the villa area and called Lu Yi over.
Mr. Chao, do you have something to talk to me about?
Lu Yi stood like a pine tree, his back straight and his eyes bright. Chao Yang smiled and said, A few days ago, I told you that I was going to the black market to buy weapons and equipment, but my sister's surgery delayed it. Now that the dust has settled, I wanted to discuss this matter with you again and see when we can go to buy it. Lu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "It's better to do it today than to wait for another day.
Tonight we'll do it." Huh? Isn't it too late? Chao Yang subconsciously looked at the time on his mobile phone. It was already 10:40. It's not too late, just right.
Lu Ye smiled, blinking as he explained, the black market's operating hours are generally between 11 p.m. and 3 a.m.
These places aren't open and aboveboard, and the transactions are very covert. Chao Yan laughed at himself and said, "That's true. Let's just pack up and go. The night is dark."
Lu Ye drove a business car with more space and left the villa with Chao Yang.
After many detours, they arrived at the old city of Donghai City.
Finally, the car stopped at a dark alley that was only wide enough for one car to pass through. There were many different types of vehicles parked around it, most of which were valuable luxury cars, and some of them were even equipped with bulletproof glass.
"Mr. Chow, this is the place.
The alley is too narrow for the car to enter, so we have to walk."
Lu Ye got out of the car first and glanced around vigilantly. "Okay, let's go." Chao Yang nodded and got out of the car. He could sense that this place was filled with evil spirits. The two walked into the alley. The surroundings seemed extremely quiet, and the bluestone road made a subtle echo under their feet. Deep in the alley, there is only a dim old street lamp, illuminating an inconspicuous black lacquered wooden door.
Most people might think that this is just an ordinary alley, but Chao Yang discovered that the road is full of various surveillance facilities and even many hidden shooting holes, which can be said to be full of murderous intentions.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom.
Lu Ye stepped forward, stood outside the black lacquered wooden door, and knocked rhythmically 5 times, 3 long and 2 short.
Click.
A small window on the wooden door opened, revealing a pair of vigilant eyes.
"Who are you looking for?"
A hoarse voice came from inside, without a trace of emotion.
"An acquaintance introduced me to Tang Lao San, and he came to take a look at the goods," Lu Ye replied in a deep voice.
The person inside looked at them for a long time, especially after seeing Lu Ye's tall figure and sharp eyes. After a moment of silence, he made a phone call and finally opened the wooden door with a creak.
"Excuse me, both of you. Before you can enter, you need to search your lower body to ensure that you have no dangerous items such as guns, knives, bombs, etc."
"Sure, please do as you please.
We understand the rules."
After a body search at the gate, the two were each given a number plate and officially entered the courtyard. After passing through this seemingly ordinary courtyard and entering a wing room, the gatekeeper pressed a mechanism, moved a heavy cabinet, and revealed stone steps leading downwards. The wall lamps on both sides are bright and dazzling. Walking down the stone steps one by one, the view in front of you suddenly opens up. This is a huge underground space, brightly lit and bustling with people, in stark contrast to the silence outside. There are densely packed shops and stalls on both sides, selling all kinds of strange things. There are rusty bronze objects, colorful mineral crystals, unknown animals with ferocious eyes in cages, and even some strange inventions with ingenious structures but unknown purposes.
Most of the things cannot be seen outside. I didn't expect there is such a place in Donghai City. It's really eye-opening.
Chao Yang looked at it with interest and found it quite novel. "Mr. Chow, this place is not as peaceful as it seems. Not all the things here are authentic. There are all kinds of people here, and gangs robbing each other often happen,"
Lu Ye reminded in a low voice. Chao Yang nodded slightly. "Yes, I understand this."
As he was walking, the sound of talking at the stall in front attracted Chao Yang's attention. "I saw 2 young and beautiful girls standing in front of a stall choosing things. They look very similar and are obviously sisters, most likely twins. One of the girls was holding an ancient-style lyre in her hand and examining it carefully, while the other girl was whispering something beside her. Sister, this Han Yen Shui is a fine guqin.
Give it to Grandma as a birthday gift. She will definitely like it." "Yeah, that's what I thought."
"There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with this guqin, but the price is beyond our expectations." Chao Yang didn't want to get involved, but when he heard the name Han Yensui and saw that the stall owner was a small black fat man with twinkling eyes, he couldn't help but take another look.
At first glance, some problems were apparent. He walked forward slowly, smiled, and said, "Ladies, would you like to buy this guqin?" Sister Wen Ruoya looked up and saw Chao Yang's extraordinary temperament, and nodded, "Yes, we want to buy it for Grandma's birthday, but the price is a bit expensive." The boss wants 80,000 yuan, so we can't make up our minds.
Sister Wen Ruoshi blinked her eyes and said, handsome man, this is our first time here too.
We don't know much about the business. Could you please give us a hand? Chao Yang nodded slightly, and suddenly looked at the fat black man. Boss, can I see this piano? Seeing another customer coming, the fat black man chuckled and nodded hurriedly. Feel free to look around, feel free to look around. This is an imperial artifact, made by a famous artist. I got it with great difficulty. Chao Yang took the piano and lightly plucked the strings with his fingers, making a fairly pleasant sound. He looked carefully at the inside of the piano, then shook his head and put the piano on the stall. Chapter 81 First Encounter with Sisters. Chao Yang looked at the fat black man and said calmly, these strings are newly replaced with nylon strings in recent years. The tone is not even a little bit worse. The wood grain on the inside of the guitar is too fresh, it doesn't look like it's been aged at all. Although it has some signs of aging, it's far from being aged. So I concluded that this so-called cold mist green sword is not the real thing at all. It's just painted with a layer of special imitation antique green lacquer. Let alone 80,000 yuan, even 800 yuan would be too expensive for me. You are talking nonsense. The little black fat man's face changed and he shouted in a timid tone. Chao Yang's eyes turned cold. Whether what I said is right or wrong, you should know it in your heart. Fuck you. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Seeing that his business was about to fail, the little black fat man raised his fist in anger. Chao Yang stood there without moving, but Lu Yi beside him took a step forward. With an iron-blooded aura that had experienced life and death battles, he instantly locked onto the little black fat man. Lu Yi just grabbed his collar with one hand and said nothing, but his eyes were as sharp as a knife, staring at him coldly. In the underground black market, you can't cause trouble easily, otherwise you will get into trouble. Besides, they came to buy equipment, but the business has not been completed yet. There is no need to delay the important business in order to teach these little bastards a lesson. Dude, calm down, calm down. The little black fat man was frightened by the momentum and shuddered, and cold sweat broke out instantly. He knew he had run into a tough guy, so he quickly put on a smile and said, don't get excited. Let's talk it over. I apologize to my two sisters. I won't sell this piano, okay? After receiving a signal from Chao Yang, Lu Yi snorted coldly and let him go. After seeing this scene, sisters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi realized that they were almost fooled. Wen Ruoyo looked at Chao Yang with a grateful look on her face. Thank you for helping us avoid the pit. I didn't expect there are so many scammers in the black market. Wen Ruoshi was also frightened. She stroked her chest and said, handsome boy, you are amazing. You can tell the authenticity at a glance. Are you an expert in antique appraisal? Chao Yang smiled and shook his head. No need to thank me, I just happened to see the introduction of the Guqin Hanyankui in an ancient book, so I know a little about it. Next, Chao Yang talked to the two sisters for a few more words. They exchanged names and learned that they wanted to continue shopping, so they politely parted ways. Chao Yang asked casually, if there's trouble here, who will take care of it? Lu Yi explained in a low voice, from what I know, this is the territory of the Qinglong Society. A tough guy called Scarmaster usually maintains order here. Also, I heard that Zhou Xiaojie, the grandson of the Qinglong Society's old leader, usually stays here. Oh? Qinglong Society? That's okay. Chao Yang couldn't help but smile, and immediately felt a lot more at ease. He had just saved Lao Lonto's life, and the violent girl Zhou Fian also promised to repay him, so he generally didn't have to worry about his safety on the territory of the Qinglong Society. With this in mind, Chao Yang and Lu Yi continued to move forward, and finally found the contact person known as Tang Lao San in an antique tea house. He was a skinny middle-aged man with a small mustache and eyes that rolled around, looking very slick and cunning. Brother Lu, is this the buyer? Tang San's eyes flickered and he smiled as he rubbed his hands. Lu Yi nodded, exactly. Tang San looked Chao Yang up and down. This gentleman looks very young. Do you have the financial resources to buy this? Our things are not cheap. Lu Yi frowned slightly. Don't worry, third brother. Since we are here to buy, we have prepared enough funds. Ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Tang San laughed very fakely, but was reluctant to talk about business. Where are the goods? Chao Yang didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Oh, little brother, you are quite straightforward. I won't play tricks on you anymore. Here are the goods. As Tang Lao San spoke, he pulled out a heavy black suitcase from behind him and opened it a crack, revealing a huge collection of weapons and equipment inside.
They are all good stuff, made in Germany, absolutely reliable.
You can't buy them anywhere else unless I have them. Tang Lao San boasted about himself and acted arrogantly.
Xiao Yang's eyes flashed. Open the box, we have to check the goods one by one to make sure that the things are really as you said.
Just opening a crack to let you take a peek is clearly a lack of sincerity. Humph. Don't you trust me?
The things I, Tang Lao San, resell have a very good reputation in the entire black market.
If you don't want to buy it, just leave quickly and don't waste my time. Tang San frowned, seeming a little impatient.
His expression and words are also a trading strategy, the purpose of which is to bluff people.
Is word of mouth something like that available on the black market? Xiao Yang sneered and said calmly, if you want to trade, just do as I say.
As long as the goods are inspected and found to be correct, the price can be negotiated.
Otherwise, let's break up. I don't have time to chat with you here.
Tang Lao San was stunned by what he said. He didn't expect that his usual tricks were useless. He could only open the box completely, rolled his eyes in frustration, and said, okay, go ahead and check it out.
Xiao Yang winked at Lu Yi, who immediately stepped forward to inspect the goods. The quality is reliable, and the quantity is sufficient.
This is the batch we requested. Xiao Yang nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Tang San with a swift gaze. Next, let's talk about the price.
There's nothing to discuss. It's a flat price of 6 million. You can't take it away for a penny less.
Tang Lao San seemed to have already made up his mind and gestured with his fingers. This price is a bit outrageous, much higher than the market price Lu Yi had inquired about before.
Xiao Yang frowned. Boss Tang, this price is unrealistic, isn't it?
We inquired about the price before coming here, and you are asking for too much. Tang San smiled wryly. Little brother, times have changed.
My stock is in short supply and the risk is high. 6 million is already a friendly price. Xiao Yangqi was amused by his laughter. You are deliberately trying to be nice to me because I am unfamiliar to you, right? Tang San shrugged, looking confident. You can't say that.
The transaction was voluntary. If you think it's too expensive, you can go ask elsewhere, but here, I'm the only one with similar goods. Besides, you've already experienced the goods, but you're still hesitant to buy them.
My brothers won't let you just walk away.
His words were a blatant threat and monopoly, and several thugs in the store surrounded him with ferocious looks. Xiao Yang nodded, the smile on his face remained unchanged, but his eyes instantly turned cold. He no longer looked at Tang San, but simply said one word to Lu Yi.
Beat. The commands are concise and clear. Without any hesitation, Lu Yi immediately jumped up and leaped out like a cheetah. Bang bang bang. Those vicious thugs all fell to the ground almost instantly. Ah!
Before Tang San could even see Lu Yi's movements, he was hit in the chest by a fierce elbow, and he bent down like a shrimp. However, before he could even scream in pain, Lu Yi's knee hit him hard in the face again.
Bang!
Tang San's nose was bleeding profusely, and he fell on his back with stars in front of his eyes. Xiao Yang walked forward, looking down at him, his voice calm as usual, yet with a chilling chill. Can we talk about the price normally now?
Chapter 82. Don't come over here.
Tang Lao San was beaten black and blue, and his heart trembled when he saw Xiao Yang's cold eyes. He quickly forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Yes.
We can talk. We must talk.
Just now, I was blind and didn't recognize the real man.
I offended you, little brother. I apologize to you here.
As for the price, let's go with the market price, 3 million.
What do you think?
Xiao Yang didn't comment, just looked at him indifferently, waiting for him to continue lowering the price.
How about another 100,000 reduction? No, how about a 200,000 reduction? Tang Lao San's face twitched and he felt like his heart was bleeding.
His hand quietly reached under the table and pressed a distress button.
This device is available in every black market store and should not be activated unless absolutely necessary. Is this all your sincerity? Xiao Yang looked down at Tang San and still didn't say anything. 2.3 million, it can't be any lower.
This is my cost price, and it doesn't include the management fees paid to the black market. Tang Lao San was really scared, and he gritted his teeth and revealed his true identity.
Okay, that's about right.
Xiao Yang seemed not to notice his previous actions and actually spared him.
Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief, got up from the ground, and personally served tea to Xiao Yang. Little brother, drink a cup of tea first, just consider it my apology to you again. We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought. Today, I, Tang, dare to make friends with you. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. He kept on talking, trying to get close to her in various ways, and trying to delay time. In just half a cigarette's time, a burst of dense footsteps was heard outside the tea house. Who the hell dares to cause trouble on my territory? Are you tired of living? Leading the group was a bald, burly man with a hideous scar on his face, followed by a dozen thugs armed with sticks, who rushed in aggressively. Scarmaster, you're finally here. Woohoo, this brat brought just one henchman and beat up all my men, even me. Tang Lao-san cried and rushed over to hug Scar's thigh to complain. Scar frowned, glanced around, and then locked onto Chao Yang. Boy, you're quite arrogant. I haven't met a troublemaker like you in years. You broke the rules here. You must keep one hand and pay 5 million for medical expenses, or I'll make you walk out today. The commotion here had already attracted many people to watch. When everyone heard what Scar said, they were frightened and retreated. Cutting off a hand and paying 5 million in compensation is a very severe punishment. The Wen sisters also stood in the crowd, their faces full of anxiety and fear. Wen Ruwashi nervously grabbed her sister's hand and whispered, "Sister, this is bad. It seems that handsome guy has caused a big disaster. What should we do?" Wen Ruoyo also looked anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, "He has caused too much trouble. We can't intervene. Now we can only wait and see what happens." Chao Yang seemed to have not heard Scar's threat. He just raised his chin slightly towards Lu Yi and said, "Lu Yi, go ahead and teach him a lesson." After hearing the order, Lu Ye's eyes became fierce and he moved again. He was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, his movements were as fast as lightning, and his fists, feet, elbows and knees were all weapons. Every time he attacked, one of the thugs would fall to the ground with a scream. Finally, Scar rushed forward with a roar, but Lu Yi dodged it by leaning sideways, and then slashed the side of his neck with a sharp knife. Plop! Scar's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang and he fainted instantly. In just a few tens of seconds, a lot of people were lying on the ground, even Scar was lying like a dead dog. At this moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, stunned by Lu Ye's fierce skills. Oh my god, this is too intense. How dare you cause trouble in the black market? You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Even Scar was knocked down with one move. Who are they? Oh shit, there's going to be something interesting to watch today. Seeing this scene, the Wen sisters also covered their mouths, their eyes full of disbelief. But they also understand that the underground black market is full of hidden talents, and Scar is just the one who looks after the situation. The real powerful force is the Qinglong Society. When Ruoya stepped forward quickly and said anxiously, "Chao Yan, run away quickly. You can't stay here for long." When Ruwashi also said, "Yes, the power behind Scarmaster is very terrifying. You can't afford to offend the Azure Dragon Society. It's not too late to escape now. If you delay any longer, you will be unable to escape even if you have wings." Hearing their kind words of advice, Chao Yang just smiled faintly. "It's okay, I can handle it." However, at this moment, a voice with a hint of arrogance and coldness suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. "Heh, you dare to touch my people in my place and disrupt the trading order of the black market. Don't you think too little of my Qinglong Society?" The crowd automatically made way for a passage, and a young man wearing a designer suit and with an arrogant look walked slowly towards them, escorted by two old men with sharp eyes and slightly bulging temples. Oh my god, this is the young master of the Azure Dragon Society, Zhou Xiaojie. It's over, it's over. Those two young men have caused a huge disaster. I'm afraid they're in big trouble this time. The crowd became agitated again. Zhou Xiaojie glanced at the mess on the ground, his eyes fell on Chao Yang, and he looked down at him. "Listen carefully, kid, I am Zhou Xiaojie, and the leader of the Qinglong Society, Zhou Ping'an, is my real grandfather. I'll give you a chance. Cut off one of your arms, kneel down and apologize, and pay 10 million in compensation. Then I might consider letting you live." Hearing this, everyone sighed again. This kind of punishment is enough to cost a person half his life. It seems that the consequences of provoking the Qinglong Society are extremely serious. What the hell are you thinking? Hearing this, Chao Yang knew that he wanted to use his power to pressure others, but he laughed. "Zhou Xiaojie, didn't your grandfather teach you that doing business requires integrity? Your people are raising prices and forcing people to buy and sell. I'm just disciplining them for you, but you don't even say thank you. Instead, you're acting like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. Asshole. How dare you call my grandfather by his given name? Zhou Xiaojie's face darkened, instantly angered by his attitude.
You ungrateful brat, it seems you're going to have to pay the price for not accepting my toast. At this point, he paused, turned around, and bowed to the two old men behind him, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, masters. Please help me destroy him.
I will reward you handsomely later."
Upon hearing this, the two martial arts masters behind him moved instantly.
Their figures were like ghosts, rushing towards Chao Yang from the left and the right.
Their movements were fierce and powerful, and it was obvious that they were serious. Lu Yi let out a low cry and immediately stepped forward to block the attack. He fought hard with one of the men, but was knocked back several steps. His blood was boiling, and it was obvious that he was no match for this man. The other man bypassed Lu Yi, formed his 5 fingers into claws, and went straight for Chao Yang's throat with an extremely brutal move. At this moment, everyone around held their breath, as if they had already seen the scene of Chao Yang's blood splattering on the spot. However, Chao Yang just snorted coldly, and at the moment when the claw wind was about to hit his body, he raised his hand seemingly casually.
The latecomer arrives first.
No one saw how he moved, only a crisp sound of click was heard. The martial arts master who attacked him flew back at a speed even faster than when he came, and slammed hard against the wall with a bang. His entire arm was bent in an unnatural state, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he fainted. The remaining old man who was fighting with Lu Ye's face changed drastically. He immediately withdrew his hand and stepped back, looking at Chao Yang as if he was facing a formidable enemy. But in the blink of an eye, Chao Yang disappeared from his sight. When he noticed it again, Chao Yang had already come to his side and raised his hand to give him a big hit on the head.
Boom!
The old man seemed to be struck by lightning. His body shook violently and then fell to the ground like a pile of mud.
Flash sale. A real instant kill.
Seeing this, the arrogance on Zhou Xiaojie's face froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and deep fear. Facing Chao Yang who was approaching step by step, Zhou Xiaojie was panicked and stepped back step by step. "Hey!
You, don't come over here." Chapter 83, Dog System, Don't Hurt Me. Xiaojie. What are you doing? Just then, a shocked and angry female voice was heard.
Zhou Fian rushed over in a hurry with great strides. She was wearing a red leather jacket and her high ponytail was swinging in the wind, making her look heroic. When Zhou Xiaojie saw his sister, he seemed to have found his backbone and immediately pointed at Chao Yang and shouted,
"Sister! You've come just in time. This kid is causing trouble in our territory and even injured 2 high priests. Please help me teach him a lesson and beat him to death." Bang!
Before he could finish his words, Zhou Fian slapped him hard in the face with a loud slap.
"Sister, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Xiaojie was stunned. "Shut up! You idiot!"
Zhou Fian was so angry that her chest heaved, and she started punching and kicking her brother.
"Do you know who he is? He is Grandpa's savior. If it weren't for Mr. Chao, Grandpa would be dead today. How dare you be so rude to Mr. Chao, you little bastard? I'll beat you to death, you blind bastard."
Zhou Xiaojie held his head and wailed, but he didn't dare to hide or escape.
This is enough to show that Zhou Fian's suppression of his bloodline over the years has become deeply rooted and has completely defeated him. After Zhou Fian finished dealing with her brother, she immediately turned around and bowed deeply to Chao Yang. Her face was filled with apology and gratitude. "Mr. Chao, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining my child properly, and I let this bastard offend you. Please forgive me." This scene once again stunned all the onlookers.
Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, each one of them dumbfounded. The eldest daughter of the Qinglong society, a hot-tempered and fierce girl, was actually so respectful to this young man and even said that he was the savior of the old dragon head? So it turns out that the Dragon King temple was flooded by the flood? Chao Yang looked at Zhou Fian and waved his hand. "It's just a small misunderstanding, Miss Zhou, there's no need to be like this." Zhou Fian felt relieved when she saw that he was not really angry. Then she asked about what happened and had an idea in her mind.
"Tang Lao-san, pack this batch of goods for me immediately and give it to Mr. Chao for free. This will be our Qinglong Society's small apology." "Yes, yes, yes. As you wish, miss." Tang Lao-san knelt down and kowtowed, not daring to say a word of no. Chao Yang did not refuse and accepted Zhou Fian's kindness. He saw the Wen sisters in the crowd and casually said, "Miss Zhou, I have something else to trouble you with." "You go." Zhou Fian looked at him and listened attentively. Chao Yang pointed at the Wen sisters and said, "I have 2 friends who are looking for a Guqin named Han Yen Shui to celebrate an elder's birthday. They were almost scammed just now. I wonder if you can find the real one on the black market. Zhou Fian immediately agreed, Mr. Chow's friends are my friends. I'll take care of this matter. She immediately ordered, investigate immediately.
Check all the stalls and shops selling gyukins.
Make sure you find the real Han Yenshui. Yes. All the men took the order and left. The Qinglong Society was extremely efficient, and the genuine Han Yankui was found in less than 10 minutes. With Zhou Fian's help, it was sold to the Wen sisters at a very low price. When Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi held the guqin and expressed their gratitude to Xiao Yang, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, we would not only have been cheated, but we wouldn't have been able to buy Han Yenshui at such a surprising price. Xiao Yang smiled calmly, actually, I didn't do anything. You should be thanking Miss Zhou more. The Wen sisters nodded repeatedly, and immediately thanked Zhou Fian profusely before happily leaving with the guqin. Xiao Yang, you really know how to do favors. Those two sisters were quite pretty. They were so hot with you right after they met. After everyone had left, Lu Yi tactfully walked away. Zhou Fian's tone became somewhat sour, and she resumed her aloof demeanor as a gangster's daughter. Just now, in front of everyone, she kept calling Xiao Yang Mr. Chow, giving him enough face. But in private, she called him by his name, ignored Xiao Yang, and was not very close to him. Even Zhou Fian herself couldn't understand this kind of behavior, and didn't understand what kind of mentality she had. She clearly had a good impression of Xiao Yang and was full of curiosity. She even secretly wanted to surpass him and make him submit to her. But when he really faced Xiao Yang, he acted cold and clumsy, as if he had a grudge against him. You're right. The Wen sisters are indeed very beautiful. Xiao Yang looked at Zhou Fian with a smile, and did not avoid her hint of jealousy, but repeated it instead. Humph. You. Zhou Fian was just about to say something like, you are also a pervert, I despise you. But Xiao Yang continued, but you are more beautiful and more elegant than the other two. Even without makeup or dressing up, you still look heroic and powerful, with a strong aura. You have the demeanor of a heroic woman. This kind of praise was equivalent to a real flattery, which made Zhou Fian feel uncomfortable. She has been a little gangster since she was young, with a straightforward and hot-tempered temper. Taking her grandfather as her role model, she usually follows the uncles and brothers in the Qinglong Society to learn how to fight and kill. No one has ever dared to comment on her like this to her face. Are you really saying this? Stop teasing me. I'm just a tomboy, a female leopard who only knows how to fight and kill. I have no femininity at all. Zhou Fian suddenly blushed and her speech became halting, completely unlike the aggressive tone she had just had. Who says women have to be gentle, virtuous, and dependent? A woman like you, who is heroic and daring, who dares to love and hate, lives a more carefree, transparent, and unique life. Who said you were a tomboy or a she-leopard? They just don't have good taste and don't know how to appreciate you. In fact, a beauty like you is one in a million. Xiao Yang was passionate and generous with his praise, praising Zhou Fian from all angles. Xiao Yang found it interesting to see her change from a fierce look to a shy and secretly happy one. Ding! A potential romantic partner, Zhou Fian, has been detected. Her current favorability towards the host is 70. Please continue your efforts and strive to complete the romantic exchange with her as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, a pink bubble appeared above Zhou Fian's head. Her personal information was instantly displayed in front of Xiao Yang. Name, Zhou Fian. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Muscle lines are toned and full of strength. Measurements, 90-62-92, slim waist, perfect athletic figure. Background, granddaughter of Qinglong Society's leader, Zhou Ping'an, and one of the gang's designated successors. Appearance score, 94. Bright and elegant, heroic and valiant. Romance traits, clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, decisive and decisive, tough on the outside but gentle on the inside, admires the strong. Current status, my heart is moved by the host, but I pretend to be calm on the surface. Personal hobbies, combat shooting, motorcycle modification, liquor tasting, rock climbing and diving, etc. Current favorability, 70. Gratitude plus curiosity plus heartbeat of being specially recognized. Holy shit! No way! Xiao Yang felt a surge of emotions in his heart, and his expression immediately became complicated. I just didn't want to take these weapons and equipment for nothing, so I complimented her a few words. How come we were suddenly bound together? This hot girl has a hot temper and is very difficult to deal with. You dog system, please don't harm me. Chapter 84. I'm tired and don't want to talk. Hey! Why are you looking at me like that? Xiao Yang, I'm warning you, don't harbor any inappropriate thoughts about me.
Just as Xiao Yang was complaining about the system's chaos, he heard Zhou Fian shouting with some embarrassment.
Huh? What did you say?
Xiao Yang was stunned, feeling like he had received a critical hit of 10,000 points.
Big sister. How dare I have such thoughts? Please don't be so self-indulgent, okay? Let's be reasonable. I can't avoid a cruel girl like you.
I'm really afraid that if I make you angry one day, you'll kill my second brother in the middle of the night.
Humph. Stop playing dumb.
You're staring at me, and you were praising me so much just now.
You must have some bad intentions towards me.
Zhou Fian spoke with confidence and made a convincing analysis, as if she was no longer clean. No, I swear to God, really not.
When I praise you, it's just pure admiration and praise. It's very pure. Please don't misunderstand me.
Xiao Yang quickly defended himself, his expression turning bitter.
Sister, please stop.
Your self-attack like this is simply a provocation to my aesthetic taste.
Oh. You men are so dubious. If you like someone, just say it boldly. Why are you being so nagging?
Zhou Fian chuckled lightly, shook her ponytail, and acted magnanimous. However, considering that you saved my grandfather, I won't hold it against you. As we spend more time together, you'll discover more of my strengths. I'm giving you a chance to pursue me, and I hope you won't be ungrateful.
Xiao Yang was confused. Holy shit.
This, I can't explain this to her. Ahem, Ms. Zhou, it's already very late and I have to hurry home, so I'll leave first. Xiao Yang wanted to explain something to her patiently, but after thinking about it, he gave up the struggle. He was ready to slip away as quickly as possible and leave this dangerous place as soon as possible.
Are you leaving now?
I still want to talk to you for a few more words. Zhou Fian was a little disappointed, but then she bent down, picked up the large suitcase with one hand, and put it directly on her shoulder.
Since you want to leave, I won't keep you here. I'm free anyway, so I'll just see you off. Xiao Yang's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless again. Just send it. How can you, a girl, carry the box? If other people saw us, how would we, two grown men, Lu Yi and I, feel? Let's go, why don't you leave? Zhou Fian, carrying the box, said without blushing or panting, don't tell me you don't want to leave and are deliberately playing a trick on me? No. I'm leaving.
Xiao Yang said hurriedly, give me the box, I'll carry it.
Well, that's pretty good. You have good eyesight and know how to care for people.
Zhou Fian smiled and felt warm in her heart. The next second, she swung her shoulders and threw the box directly to Xiao Yang. I will personally escort you out, lest my blind men stop you and ask for a cut of the money, and then cause trouble for me. According to the rules of the underground underworld, when you buy something here and leave, the gatekeeper outside will collect some pocket money. If you don't give it, a conflict is likely to break out and you will be severely beaten by those people.
In addition, Zhou Fian had another concern.
His younger brother Zhou Xiaojie had just been beaten by Xiao Yang. What if that brat held a grudge and brought people to wait outside to block the road for revenge? He would probably offend Xiao Yang again.
Well, thank you for your hard work, Miss Zhou. Xiao Yang took the heavy box and didn't want to say anything more. Lu Yi saw this from afar, ran over and took the box from Xiao Yang. Ha, your follower is pretty good. He's good at martial arts and has good sense. Why don't you let him join me?
I promise to make sure he gets a good meal in the future.
Zhou Fian glanced at Lu Yi and started to poach him in front of Xiao Yang. No room for negotiation. Xiao Yang refused outright. TSK. Stingy. Zhou Fian didn't find anyone, but she wasn't really angry.
She stretched out her long legs and walked outside with the wind in her step. Xiao Yang and Lu Yi looked at each other and hurriedly followed. 3 people came out of the underground passage, walked out of the courtyard gate, and came to the alley outside. Sure enough, I saw Zhou Xiaojie peeking out and hiding in the corner with a group of people.
Seeing Zhou Fian personally escorting Xiao Yang and Lu Yi out, Zhou Xiaojie and his group immediately retreated, not daring to stay for even half a second. Thank you, Miss Zhou. We'll take our leave now. Xiao Yang and Lu Yi got in the car and waved goodbye to Zhou Fian. With their strength, they are not afraid of Zhou Xiaojie's mob at all, and there is no need for Zhou Fian to see them off in person. But there are many benefits to having her send them out.
Not only does it save some money, but it also avoids some trouble. If they come again in the future, the attitude of the people here towards them will definitely be very different. Don't call me Miss Joe anymore, it seems too distant.
Just call me Fian from now on.
Fian threw down a few words, and without waiting for Chao Yang's consent, she flicked her ponytail and turned around and left. The agile back outlined by the red leather jacket has a rather free and easy and majestic style.
Mr. Chao, this Fian seems to be very interested in you? Even Lu Yi noticed something and joked while driving.
Drive seriously, don't gossip. Chao Yan leaned back in his chair, exhaled, and closed his eyes. I'm tired and don't want to talk.
It was already past 2 a.m. when the car drove back to the villa.
Chao Yang took a shower and prepared to go straight to bed. Before going out, Chao Yang had already had some exercise with Yi Qingwan under the rose trellis, so he didn't want to bother her again in the middle of the night. Just as he was about to turn off the lights, he accidentally saw the black card for the game beta test that Chio Mei gave him. Chao Yang was not too sleepy at this time, so he downloaded and installed the large game called Moon Goddess directly according to the instructions on the black card. The opening animation is the comic image of Chio Mei, who looks sweet and lively, and her red eyes and white hair are very eye-catching. After registering, Chao Yang discovered that his player number was 001. What was even more strange was that this account seemed to have some bug. After being idle, it would automatically upgrade, add various buffs, and enable all hidden functions.
Holy shit, what's going on? It's already leveling up before I even start playing. I really don't understand what Chio Mei gave me.
Chao Yang muttered a few words, threw his phone aside, and pulled the silk quilt over him to sleep.
He had a dream in a daze.
He dreamed that Chio Mei took off her mask, revealing her delicate and youthful face, then took off her clothes one by one, and threw herself into his arms with a smile. When he woke up in the morning, Chao Yang was shocked to find that his silk quilt was stained. This made him very embarrassed. Recalling some fragments of his dream, he blushed and his heart beat fast. Without waiting for Yi Qingwan to come and clean his room, he threw the silk quilt into the washing machine and then went out to start his morning exercise. The air outside is fresh, and the mountains and forests are filled with birdsong and flowers, revealing vitality everywhere. When Chao Yang was running through a quiet wooded area, he suddenly saw a slender figure that looked familiar. The person had one foot on the ground and tried to lift the other foot, placing it on a tree trunk higher than her head, and began to stretch her legs seriously. This highly difficult leg stretching movement is even more difficult than the splits and is not something that ordinary people can do.
It requires extremely strong body flexibility. Sister Yani, why are you here?
Chao Yang trotted over and immediately recognized the woman stretching her legs. It was Huang Yani, the owner of the yoga studio whom he had not seen for many days.
Chapter 85, Bad Brother, I Give In to You. Brother Chao Yang, what a coincidence.
Huang Yani smiled charmingly when she saw Chao Yang. I came out to get some fresh air and exercise at the same time. You know, I'm in the yoga world, so I have to stay in great shape so I can be a walking advertisement. Her voice is extremely charming and feminine, and her seductive expression can make people feel numb.
Sister Yani, you are so self-disciplined. Chao Yang's eyes flashed as he looked her up and down.
He smiled and said, you have such a great figure and maintain a good habit of exercising. Your whole mental state makes people feel full of energy.
After hearing this, Huang Yani smiled even more happily.
She took her feet off the tree branch and walked towards Chao Yang with cat steps until they were face to face, with their bodies almost touching.
Brother Chao Yang, you are so nice to talk to. I, your sister, really have no resistance to you at all. Last time, the two of us were in the VIP training room at my yoga studio. It was really enjoyable. I felt like a duck in water, and it was unforgettable.
Huang Yani raised her face slightly, looked directly into Chao Yang's eyes, and her charming smile became even brighter and more attractive. Actually, these past few days, I really wanted to find you in private, but I was afraid of disturbing your personal life, so I could only suppress those thoughts and bury my longing and desire for you in my heart.
I'm so lucky today.
I didn't expect to meet you here suddenly.
Brother Chao Yang, do you think this is fate?
She said a lot of words in one breath, and every look and every movement seemed to be confessing her excessive love for Chao Yang.
Why not?
Chao Yang smiled and said, I wish such an encounter would happen sooner.
Being remembered by a beauty like you, Sister Yani, would probably make me wake up laughing in my dreams.
In fact, Chao Yang finds it hard to forget that ultimate experience. Although the two of them only met once, the high difficulty of the match made that exchange a wonderful memory.
Ah, bad brother, how come your mouth has become so sweet? I'm about to blush. Huang Yani covered her mouth and smiled.
Even though her heart was filled with strong desire, she still maintained her elegant demeanor. She is no longer young and her body functions have declined slightly, but 28 years old is exactly the best time in a woman's life. At this age, I have seen through many things and no longer pursue the so-called pure love. Instead, I am more willing to enjoy the happiness in front of me and follow only my inner desires. What's more, she is divorced and has no plans to remarry. Her vision in choosing men is completely different from that of a young girl. Ever since she tasted Chao Yang's kindness that time, Huang Yani has decided that this handsome, wealthy, and powerful brother is the best blessing God has given her. She must seize the opportunity, enjoy life to the fullest, and never let this good fortune go to waste.
I haven't put honey on my mouth, so how can it be sweet? Why don't you try it, Sister Yani, and see if it tastes sweet?
Chao Yang smiled mischievously, naturally put his arms around her slender waist, lowered his head slightly and kissed her. After a few simple probing words, the two of them already understood each other tacitly, and without further words, they began to feel attracted to each other. Sure enough, before Chao Yang could kiss him, Huang Yani's red lips had already moved forward, and at the same time, her arms, like vines, wrapped around Chao Yang's neck. One is dry firewood, the other is a raging fire, and they are burning with crackling sounds in this quiet forest.
However, the two of them did not let their emotions get the better of them. After all, this was a public area.
Although there were few people, it was not unpopular. So after some whispers, they decided to go deep into the forest together and found a big tree with dense branches and leaves, intending to communicate further here.
This tree is so tall and big, how can we climb it?
Huang Yani looked at the big tree that was so thick that two people could hug it, and couldn't help feeling a little troubled.
The clothes she wore were tight and thin.
If she climbed a tree, they might get dirty or even torn, which would be embarrassing when she returned.
How difficult is this? Watch me.
Chao Yang smiled slightly, picked her up by the waist, then jumped up and climbed up the tree. The leaves were green and birds were chirping all around. Chao Yang chose a place with strong branches and let Huang Yani half sit and half lie down, which was quite interesting. From this angle, the field of vision is wider, and even if someone passes by, they can notice it in time. But their figures were hidden by the branches and leaves, making it difficult for people below to see them.
Moreover, the tree is alive, and the swaying branches are full of a rhythmic rhythm. As long as two people follow this feeling and cooperate well, it will be wonderful.
Chao Yang, Chao Yang, you are such a bad brother. You can even take advantage of a place like this.
I am really impressed by you, sister. Huang Yani smiled softly, a blush appearing on her cheeks.
She had never imagined that there could be such a comfortable environment in a place like the wild.
Sister Yani, haven't you seen Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
This place may not be as good as a bamboo forest, but it's sturdy and stable.
There's no need to worry about safety.
Chao Yang took the initiative and whispered in her ear, and the most crucial point isn't the elasticity of the branches.
What is that?
Huang Yani asked with a slight gasp, her eyes almost filled with tears.
It's you and I who have been able to adapt to this wild environment and find the most compatible frequency together, making a difficult attempt that ordinary people can't do.
Chao Yang only used one hand to grab the branch above to stabilize his center of gravity, and the other hand tightly held Huang Yani's slender waist. This not only prevented her from accidentally falling, but also helped him grasp the priorities of communication, making them more intimate.
Oh yes, that makes sense. Huang Yani swayed up and down with the branches and leaves, and actually laughed, even with a hint of pride. We're both high-level players, able to unlock many innovative techniques. Others can't even envy us enough.
I don't know how long it took, but the morning sun slowly rose higher, and the water droplets condensed on the branches and leaves were crystal clear, just like freshly fallen rain. A naughty little monkey jumped over from a distant branch, blinking its big, ignorant eyes and looking up at the big tree.
Huang Yani was unaware of this and was still immersed in gentle excitement. But Chao Yang is different. His mental power is 10 times stronger than before.
He can keenly detect any movement within a radius of 50 meters. He immediately became alert when he saw the little monkey's prying eyes.
Chapter 86 Celebration Banquet, 2 Female Leads. Whoosh!
Chao Yang picked a wild fruit from the tree and flicked his finger in a certain direction. Accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, the little monkey was hit on the forehead. He let out a strange cry, his eyes went black, and he fell from the tree. However, Chao Yang held back a bit, so the little monkey wasn't injured, but just stunned.
After a while, it got up from the ground and ran away. Huang Yani was startled at this and couldn't help but let out a low cry.
Then she took advantage of the situation and got into Chao Yang's arms, saying in a charming tone,
"Bad brother, why are you hitting it?
"Just look at it, it won't tell anyone." Chao Yang reached out and pinched her face, a smile on his face. "It can't speak, but it can imitate.
If it learns our moves, it might do something bad, so it's better to drive it away." Well, that's true. Monkeys have a strong ability to imitate. Huang Yani nodded in agreement after hearing this.
But she thought about it and said, "We both came out for morning exercise, but we didn't expect to come up with so many new tricks together on the tree."
My dear brother, you always bring different surprises to your sister. This encounter is more interesting and exciting than the last time at my yoga studio.
As she spoke, she reached out and held Chao Yang's face, her eyes gradually becoming blurred. "You were so handsome, so powerful, so rich, and so gentle and considerate.
How many girls will be fascinated by you and fall madly in love with you in the future?"
"Hey, sister, it would be fine if I had never met you in this life, but now I have tasted the sweetness of you.
If we can't have any intersection in the future, how can I live like this, your sister?"
She had had this thought before, but this time the feeling was even stronger, and it made her more emotional and worried. After eating bran, it would be difficult to swallow rotten cabbage leaves, because your psychological expectations have been greatly raised and can no longer be lowered to the previous level. Once you have seen the sea, all other waters are but puddles. Once you have seen Mount Wushan, all other mountains are but mounds.
This is the truth. Sister Yani, there's no need to be so sentimental. Let's just go with the flow.
Chao Yang hugged Huang Yani tightly and comforted her. "There's still a lot of time left in the future, and we'll have many opportunities to get together. I'm looking forward to unlocking new things with you." After hearing what he said, Huang Yani's worry turned into joy, and she felt her heart suddenly enlightened.
Yes, no matter what, at least you have had it, which is much more fortunate than never having tasted it at all.
After they both put on their clothes and came down from the tree, Chao Yang said, "By the way, there's one more thing. Aunt Sue's private kitchen will be open in a few days, and your yoga studio will open at the same time after the renovation.
So I thought, let's hold a joint opening for both of you.
We'll make it grand and lively, and spread our reputation throughout Donghai City."
Huang Yani's face flashed with surprise when she heard this. "Sure, I fully agree. Then I'll leave the joint opening to you. I believe you can handle it. That's a must." Chao Yang was full of confidence.
He smiled and said, "Let's set the date for 3 days from now.
I will personally take care of it then. I guarantee that we will be prosperous and wealthy." He discussed some details with Huang Yani and finalized the matter. After the two separated, Chao Yang ran back to the villa, still full of energy and not feeling tired at all. While having breakfast, Chao Yang received a call from Ding Ziyuan and heard some exciting good news. The short drama he invested in became a hit after it was released on various platforms, and it was a huge hit. Judging from the current popularity, he invested 8 million and can get at least 20 million in dividends. Ding Ziyuan suggested that the entire crew should celebrate properly and hoped that Chao Yang could be present to determine the subject matter and script for the next play. People who have never done business may think that this is not a lot of money. But those who know the business understand that this investment to return ratio is already quite high and is worth celebrating. The shooting cycle of short dramas is short and the return on investment is relatively quick. As long as you can seize the trend, ensure that the script is well written and the actors' performances are good, the income is still very considerable. Director Ding, well done. I was right about you. Chao Yang was in a good mood and was quite satisfied with Ding Ziyuan's business ability. This was also his first investment in the business world. He didn't expect to make so much money, so it was considered a good start. Ha ha ha, thank you Mr. Chao for the compliment. This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't recognized my talent and helped me when I was in the most difficult time, how could I have made such a comeback today? Ding Ziyuan has experienced many ups and downs in life and is better at understanding people's hearts.
He has a great advantage, which is that he knows how to repay kindness.
Chao Yang was his benefactor, and he always treated him with respect and never forgot this kindness. Director Ding, I will go to the celebration party. Let's talk about it in detail when we meet. The celebration banquet is the icing on the cake, so Chao Yang naturally would not refuse it. At the same time, he also wanted to give some red envelopes to reward the crew. In addition, Ding Ziyuan proposed to finalize the new script and start filming the next one. By the way, Mr. Chao, Miao Xinjie just recommended a newcomer to me. She's very beautiful and has good acting skills. She's currently a sophomore at the Eastern Film Academy. I think she's a promising talent.
Before hanging up the phone, Ding Ziyuan said a few more words, as if he wanted to use the newcomer in the next play.
Okay, I understand. Let's talk about it when we meet. Chao Yang is still unclear about the specific situation of the newcomer. If it is really as Ding Ziyuan said, then it would be okay to give her a chance.
After ending the call, Chao Yang went back to his room to change his clothes.
He put on a black casual outfit and looked energetic. He glanced around and saw 2 concert tickets on the table. They were given to him by Nailin Yorua, and the date was tonight, so he put them in his pocket. Not long after, Chao Yang drove to the celebration banquet.
The entire crew and the main actors of the play all gathered together, with happy smiles on everyone's faces.
Welcome, Mr. Chao. Welcome, Mr. Chao.
As soon as Chao Yang appeared, he was warmly welcomed by everyone and the atmosphere instantly became lively.
Thank you all for your hard work. Everyone will get a big red envelope today. I'll have Director Ding distribute it to everyone later. I hope everyone has a great time today. The decision announced by Chao Yang immediately caused cheers at the scene. At this time, under the guidance of Ding Ziyuan, Miao Xinjie, holding the hand of a pure and sweet-looking girl, walked quickly to Chao Yang and said cautiously, "Mr. Chao, Director Ding, and I would like to recommend a newcomer. She is also a good friend of mine. Her name is..."
Before Miao Xinjie could finish her words, Chao Yang and the innocent girl exclaimed at the same time,
"Lin Kor? It's you! Chao Yang? So you're the financial sponsor of the entire crew." Miao Xinjie and Ding Ziyuan looked at each other and asked doubtfully, "Could it be that you have known each other for a long time?" Yes.
Lin Kor nodded vigorously and briefly recounted what happened at Chiao Mei's autograph session.
I see. Miao Xinjie heaved a sigh of relief.
This is great, it saves me a lot of words.
Ding Ziyuan was also happy to see it happen. Chao Yang looked at Miao Xinjie and Lin Kor, and suddenly a bold idea popped into his mind.
For my next drama, I suggest a period drama with 2 female leads.
Let Miao Xinjie and Lin Kor play opposite each other.
I'll write the script myself, and I guarantee it will be exciting.
Chapter 87. The sponsor wants to write a script. 2 female leads? Period drama? What a great idea. The genre is really hot right now. When Ding Ziyuan heard Chao Yang's suggestion, his eyes suddenly lit up.
As a short drama director, he is very aware of the industry trends and has long been interested in period dramas, but has been troubled by the lack of a good story script. On the surface, short dramas are nothing more than a few major categories, such as palace fighting, domineering CEO love, era counterattack, invincible fantasy, horror suspense, etc.
But if we break it down into smaller parts, each category has many small branches.
Different elements should be given according to the user portrait to ensure that the story starts with excitement and enough emotions, and the subsequent main line is stable. The second thing is the quality of the actors' performances. In other words, only by coming up with a good script with innovative elements can you make a hit short drama. Otherwise, it will just be some homogeneous assembly line garbage that won't make any waves at all. In short, to make a short play, you need to be fast, precise, and have a good vision.
Choice is greater than effort. Making money is king.
Only by polishing a high-quality script first can you shoot a dark horse hit. However, polishing a script takes a lot of time and requires very high skills from the screenwriter. Mr. Chao suddenly had the urge to write the script himself.
How could he, a layman and lacking experience, write it well? Could it be that after seeing the success of this short drama, he became so arrogant that he wanted to make a quick buck? In just a few seconds, 800 thoughts flashed through Ding Ziyuan's mind.
He agreed with Chao Yang's proposal, but was not optimistic about his ability to write the script.
Because Ding Ziyuan himself is in the film and television industry, he deeply understands the difficulty of writing scripts.
This hit costume short drama is his original script. He racked his brains while writing, got up early and went to bed late, his hair fell out in clumps, and he used all his skills, combined with popular memes, which led to this big explosion.
But Chao Yang, why?
Mr. Chao, your idea is good, but forgive me for being frank, writing a script is really difficult.
Ding Ziyuan spoke respectfully, choosing his words carefully. I've been in the film and television industry for over a decade. I've written over 60 scripts, but I've only sold the copyrights for 5.
He took a deep breath before continuing. Besides the big movie, the only thing that can really make money is today's hit short drama. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but to state a fact, being a screenwriter is incredibly difficult. Writing a script takes a lot of effort, and you might not even earn enough to pay your electricity bill. Short play scripts are extremely popular these days, but you can't just write a hit with enthusiasm. These heartfelt words are full of sadness and emotion, and also show the cruel competition within the film and television industry.
Chao Yang could feel Ding Ziyuan's sincerity and understand the dissuasion in his words. But he is a man who possesses the ability of master-level scriptwriting. The creative anguish that others spend so much effort on and pull out all their hair does not exist for him at all. Just pick up the keyboard and do it. It is a high-quality script that is written. Director Ding, you don't have to say anything. I understand what you mean. Chao Yang was resolute and waved his hand to interrupt Ding Ziyuan, but I have always had a belief that as long as I want to do something, I must accomplish it. I've already got an idea for the script for this period drama, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed when I write it. Well, okay then. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Ding Ziyuan could only smile bitterly. Since you want to write, then give it a try. Maybe it will work. He said this, but in his heart he was complaining, go ahead, you won't give up until you hit the wall. I'm tired and won't try to persuade you anymore. Just do as you please. It's your investment anyway, so if you lose money, you will have to bear the consequences yourself. Mr. Chao, you said you wanted to write a story with 2 female protagonists? Are you really going to let Kuer and I be the lead actors? Miao Xinjie came over, her tone somewhat anxious, and her eyes were full of excitement. What she cared about most was not whether Chao Yang could write the script or whether the film would make money. From her point of view, as long as she can be the leading actress and get more pay, that would be the greatest honor. Of course. Chao Yang smiled and answered very straightforwardly, you have outstanding acting skills, good looks, and experience in hit movies. Naturally, I am willing to continue to use you. As for Lin Kuo, she studied acting and is the campus beauty of Eastern Film Academy. I think she shouldn't be too bad. After hearing what he said, Lin Kuo became extremely excited, her breathing became rapid, and her speech became somewhat incoherent. Chao Yang. Oh no, Mr. Chao, you're willing to cast me as the lead actor before you even saw my audition. This really surprises me. But don't worry, I will definitely perform well and live up to your respect and favor. She was able to come here today because of Miao Xinjie. She originally just wanted to try her luck and hoped to get a small role in the future. She never expected that such a big pie would fall from the sky and hit her on the head. How could she not be extremely excited? All this is thanks to Chao Yang. With just one simple sentence, he can decide the lead actor. He is indeed a wealthy sponsor. I really love this top handsome guy. Okay, I believe you. Chao Yang's answer was concise, but it gave Lin Kuo great confidence. Ding. Relationship partner Lin Kuo's favorability towards the host increased by +30, currently at 90. Host, please seize the opportunity and complete the relationship exchange in time. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Chao Yang couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Lin Kuo has fair skin, beautiful looks, sweetness, and cuteness. She is the well-deserved campus belle of Donghai Film and Television University. She is still a sophomore and is so tender that you can pinch water out of her. Chao Yang has not yet tasted the taste of the top campus beauty. He has only heard others say college students have a good life, but he doesn't know whether it is true or not. It seems that he can only truly know after trying it. The opportunity is right in front of him today, and he doesn't want to miss it. Mr. Chao, may I ask, when do you plan to start writing the script? Ding Ziyuan thought for a moment and then asked, if you use 2 female protagonists, what kind of story would you like to write? Chao Yang glanced at him and replied casually, I'll start writing now. Go find me a quiet room and prepare a laptop. It will be finished in about 2 or 3 hours. As for the storyline, I already have a plan in mind, so you don't need to worry about it. Ding Ziyuan was obviously a little skeptical when he heard this, complete in 2 or 3 hours? How is that possible? The script needs to be at least 60 episodes, and up to 120. The requirements for exciting moments are very dense. In such a short time, I'm afraid you. Chapter 88, Accompany Me to Create. When Ding Ziyuan said this, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't question the sponsor, so he quickly changed his words. Of course, if your ideas flow freely and you can write it in one go, you might actually be able to write it. Mr. Chao, I have a lot of experience in script writing. Do you need my help?
Ding Ziyuan felt that the sponsor was too willful, but he was really willing to spend money, so it would be best not to let him feel frustrated.
After all, I am a veteran and know a lot.
If I can help him with the creation, the script he writes should not be too bad. But his kindness was met with Chao Yang's refusal. No need, I can handle this little job myself. By the way, you can just ask Lin Kor and Miao Xinjie to accompany me in the creation process, and the rest of you can just continue to eat, drink and have fun here.
2 or 3 hours is too long and boring. Having them to talk to me makes me feel happier when writing.
He said it lightly, as if with only 2 or 3 hours of creative time, there was still plenty of free time for jokes and chat.
Yes, we do.
Lin Kor and Miao Xinjie smiled at each other and happily expressed their willingness to accompany him. The sponsor's thighs are stretched out, so of course they have to hug them tightly.
Okay then, I'll arrange it right away. Ding Ziyuan nodded helplessly and agreed, feeling as if he was being disliked.
He secretly sighed that the script must be so bad that it was unbearable to watch. But he thought again and felt that Chao Yang might not really want to write a script. Instead, he deliberately found a more legitimate excuse to let Miao Xinjie and Lin Kor serve him. This was his real purpose.
Yes, that must be it.
The more Ding Ziyuan thought about it, the more he felt that his guess must be correct. Just tell me, which sponsor would take the trouble to write the script himself? They only want to make money in women, and won't endure the hardship of this kind of creation.
A few minutes later,
Miao Xinjie and Lin Kor followed Chao Yang to a quiet and comfortable room. There was a new laptop on the table, and a cup of coffee was placed next to it.
This creative environment is still okay.
Chao Yang sat down in the boss chair, but did not turn on the computer immediately. Instead, he turned around leisurely and put his legs on the table.
Hey, I don't know what happened, but my legs are a little sore.
Upon hearing this, Miao Xinjie immediately came over, stretched out her delicate hands, and gently massaged him. She had served Chao Yang twice and knew that his needs were very great and that he could offer many benefits, so she was very happy to serve.
Mr. Chao, is this comfortable? Do you want to apply more force?
While asking Chao Yang, Miao Xinjie signaled to the stunned Lin Kor with her eyes.
This girl is naive and hasn't even left school yet.
She doesn't quite understand the ins and outs of serving others and needs someone to guide her.
Yeah, sure. I feel much better when you pinch me like this.
Chao Yang smiled and looked at Lin Kor intentionally or unintentionally. Hey, no one pinches the other leg, I always feel like something is missing. Hearing this and catching Chao Yang's eyes, no matter how stupid Lin Kor was, she understood what he meant.
I'll do it.
When my dad is tired at home, I'll also massage his legs. Lin Kor was a little shy, but she was also quite proactive. Because she understands that opportunities must be fought for by oneself, and if you want to get something, you must pay something first, otherwise good luck will slip away.
Ah, so comfortable.
Chao Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed with satisfaction. With you two beautiful ladies as my companions, I feel like my inspiration is bursting.
I will definitely be able to create a new hit.
When this drama becomes a hit, and you two become more well-known, you'll definitely get better resources. Miao Xinjie immediately understood and said with a sweet smile, then we'd like to thank you in advance, Mr. Chao. Your words are truly precious, and the entire crew is counting on your investment to keep the show going. Lin Kor also said, Mr. Chao, I hope you can finish writing the script quickly and make it into a hit short series.
This is my first time to be the leading actress, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Chao Yang was in a good mood and said to the two girls in front of him, don't worry, as long as you two understand the rules and don't let down at the critical moment, I promise that your efforts will not be in vain.
This is a hint and a promise.
Miao Xinjie immediately understood the meaning of Chao Yang's words. Her hand moved along Chao Yang's calf and up to the end of his thigh. Then her 10 fingers began to move gently as if playing the piano. At the same time, she leaned forward and put the weight of the two thunders on Chao Yang's legs.
An invisible ambiguous atmosphere instantly filled the room. Although Lin Kor was a little shy, she followed Miao Xinjie's instructions and did what she did.
Her movements were a bit clumsy, not as bold nor as skilled as Miao Xinjie's. But her hands are incredibly beautiful, with slender fingers, distinct joints, and graceful fingertips.
She can be a hand model. Kor, your hands are so beautiful, like a piece of art. Chao Yang suddenly grabbed Lin Kor's hand and pulled it gently. Lin Kor screamed and fell into his arms. Mr. Chao, I'm a little scared.
You should write the script first. Lin Kor blushed and her heart was beating fast.
She wanted to escape but felt it was inappropriate. She was a little at a loss. Miao Xinjie blinked and said, "Kor, don't be afraid. It's nothing. Mr. Chow is a good man. He keeps his word and will definitely make you famous." Lin Kor's cheeks flushed red, and even her ears looked like they were stained with rouge.
She lowered her head slightly, her expression struggling.
I haven't. Actually, I don't hate Mr. Chow.
On the contrary, I like him very much.
But I don't know what to do.
Her shy and timid girlish posture was a completely natural reaction, without any artificiality. Compared to her, Miao Xinjie next to her was not so embarrassed, because it was not her first time and she had accumulated more and more experience. So to some extent, she has become thick-skinned, and some things seem just like that to her, and there is no need to show too much shame. And it is precisely because of this close comparison that Chow Yang can better appreciate Lin Kor's preciousness.
As a school beauty pursued by many boys, Lin Kor has always been chaste and has never done anything out of line.
Because she has always had an idea in her heart that she should leave the most precious thing to the person she loves. Chow Yang, with his handsome face and tall figure, completely meets her aesthetic standards. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is her dream lover. At this moment, she was lying in Chow Yang's arms, feeling his broad chest and pounding heart.
Everything was so real and so touching.
The defense line in her heart that had been there for a long time finally broke down.
Chapter 89. This is fate. Chow Yang, do you like me?
Lin Kor bit her lips lightly, her eyes moist and bright, and suddenly asked this question. At this moment, she did not call him Mr. Chow, but directly called out Chow Yang's name.
Because in her opinion, love should be equal and a matter for both parties.
It's true that she likes Chow Yang, but she also has to find out whether Chow Yang likes her.
Otherwise, she would feel that this was just a transaction and would not be willing to give up her most precious thing easily. Kor, I like you.
Chow Yang lowered his head slightly and gave her a light kiss on the forehead. This small action was like a powerful bomb, instantly blowing up the line of defense in Lin Kor's heart. She no longer hesitated or doubted, and suddenly hugged Chow Yang, kissing him with her slightly trembling red lips. Everything was so natural, as if it was a natural progression, and they hugged and kissed each other tightly. Miao Xinjie stood by and saw the two of them being so affectionate with each other, and she couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She really wanted to rush forward, push Lin Kor away from Chow Yang's arms, and then pounce on him herself.
But can he do that? Of course not.
If she dares to ruin the good deeds of her financial sponsor, she can figure out the consequences that will be waiting for her with her toes.
However, Miao Xinjie is not a pushover. She will not just stand there and act as a third wheel. Because in her dictionary, the 4 words fighting and competing are always written on the first page. Hey, Kor, take a break first, let me serve Mr. Chow.
Miao Xinjie tried to speak in a negotiating tone, saying, "You have no experience with this kind of thing.
I can show you a demonstration first so you can learn."
It's okay, Xinjie.
I'm not tired, and I don't need to study. Chow Yang is my favorite type. When I'm with him, I just feel extremely happy. There's nothing more wonderful in the world. Lin Kor was simple-minded and didn't understand Miao Xinjie's meaning at all.
Instead, she politely rejected her and happily enjoyed Chow Yang alone.
You. Miao Xinjie felt a little depressed, as if she had let a wolf into the house. She clearly had good intentions and brought Lin Kor here to make herself known, but why did she feel like an outsider now? Where's the promise of sisterly love? Where's the promise of everlasting friendship? In that case, don't blame me for being rude.
Miao Xinjie hardened her heart, gritted her teeth, and stomped her feet. The following scenes are not suitable for children, so please use your imagination.
At the same time,
the celebration banquet scene. Ding Ziyuan sat at the table with a somewhat absent-minded expression, accepting the toasts and flattery from the crew members.
Director Ding, I offer you a toast. Thank you for leading us all in making a hit short drama.
I play the third male lead in the play, and my role isn't huge. But Director Ding, you recognized my talent and appreciated my acting skills, so you gave me 2 more scenes.
I'm so grateful. But to be honest, even though I tried very hard, I was completely overshadowed by Mr. Chow's portrayal of the female lead, by Yue Guang. He was truly radiant and charming, and his acting was a natural talent. I can't help but admire him. Yeah, there are a lot of clips online right now, all about the female lead by Yue Guang. Netizens have been leaving messages asking for the actress's real name. It's a pity that Mr. Chow was just acting for fun and didn't allow his name to be used. Otherwise, he would have become a big star this time. Hey, what do you think? Mr. Chow can write a new script.
I remember director Ding spent a full 6 months writing this script.
Haha, he's just a layman, how could he possibly write a script?
If he didn't have some dirty money, our director Ding wouldn't indulge him.
Shoo. Keep your voice down. If Mr. Chow hears you, you'll be in big trouble. Humph, what are you afraid of? He's probably busy as hell right now, so how could he have the time to bother with us? Listening to the noisy discussions of the crowd, Ding Ziyuan felt mixed emotions. What he cares about now is not whether Chow Yang can write a new script. Because he had already determined in his heart that Chow Yang was abusing public resources for personal gain and taking advantage of the opportunity to have the female lead accompany him in the creation to enjoy the best of both worlds. What Ding Ziyuan really cares about is Miao Xinjie. He and Miao Xinjie had a secret relationship and had some affairs with each other. He had lost money on filming before, so he sold his house and car, and his wife ran away with someone else with the children. This was undoubtedly a huge and heavy blow to a man over 40. He once became negative and depressed because of this, and felt that life had no meaning. It wasn't until that day when he met Chow Yang by chance and he invested 8 million yuan in him, allowing him to shoot this hit short drama, that he was able to completely turn his life around and have the opportunity to make a comeback. And because of this, he was able to sleep with Miao Xinjie, and the old tree blossomed, and he fell in love with her. But Miao Xinjie is very ambitious and restless, always wanting to climb higher and have more. She took the initiative to throw herself into Chow Yang's arms, which was actually encouraged and acquiesced by Ding Ziyuan at the beginning. But after 2 encounters, Ding Ziyuan found that he would feel jealous, sad, and upset. Especially when Miao Xinjie accidentally told him how brave and invincible Chow Yang was, how versatile he was, and how gentle, considerate, and coaxing he was. Ding Ziyuan almost collapsed in an instant. He was grateful to Chow Yang, he envied Chow Yang, but at the same time he felt a little unbalanced. Why did God create such a perfect man? There is absolutely no chance of winning if you compete with him for Miao Xinjie. This is fate. Chow Yang saved him and gave him a chance to turn things around, but he also easily took away the woman he loved. To be honest, although he was jealous, he was not envious of Chow Yang, nor did he resent Chow Yang. In the adult world, there is no real right or wrong. Only real interests. You can't have it both ways. Even if Chow Yang wasn't there, with Miao Xinjie's personality, she would probably throw herself into the arms of another man. As long as the man is handsome and rich enough, Miao Xinjie will probably accept him. And he was just a stepping stone after all. Miao Xinjie had no sincerity towards him and was just using her body to gain benefits. He brought his pain and sadness upon himself. Before we knew it, more than 2 hours had passed and the celebration party was over. Most of the crew members left one after another. Only some people who loved to join in the fun stayed and wanted to see with their own eyes whether Chow Yang could write a new script. Ding Ziyuan walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, lit a cigarette alone, looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside the window, puffed out smoke and muttered to himself. Mr. Chow, I wonder how many words you have typed so far. As a novice, you want to create a hit script in 2 or 3 hours? It's simply a pipe dream. Or maybe you didn't even open the computer document, nor did you take what I said before to heart, and were only focused on looking for inspiration from Miao Xinjie and Lin Ke. Chapter 90, Keyboard Day Smoking, Writing a Big Hit. In the room on the other side. Just as Ding Ziyuan guessed. Chow Yang is busy and actively exploring the true meaning of life. Lin Ke is a very simple girl, like a blank piece of paper that has never been painted. Her beauty is not only in her appearance, but more importantly, in her pure and clean heart. Chow Yang's love for her came from the bottom of his heart, so he was especially gentle and doting to her, doing his best to make her happy. Miao Xinjie, however, was an ambitious woman who had always pursued selfishness of fighting and competing. At this time, she had been exhausted by Chow Yang's punishment and fell asleep on the side. This was also a helpless move. She was too noisy and always wanted to be jealous and disturb the good things between Chow Yang and Lin Ke. Chow Yang had to use some methods to calm her down first, and then he could free up time and energy to concentrate on talking about love with Lin Ke. At this moment, Lin Ke had just experienced the beauty of love, and there was a hint of shyness on her rosy face. Her love for Chow Yang is like juice overflowing from a cup, full of sweet and delicious aroma. Oh no! Lin Ke looked at the time and suddenly exclaimed. More than 2 hours had passed since they entered the room. Chow Yang, what should we do? You agreed with Director Ding that you could write a new script in 3 hours at most. Now there are only 40 minutes left. I'm afraid you Lin Kuo's scream also woke Miao Xinjie up. She held her waist and climbed up, opened her cell phone to check the time, shook her head and lay back down. Forget it, this time there's no hope at all. There's only 40 minutes left, there's no way I'm going to finish it. I might as well take a nap. The worst that can happen is that after I get out, I can tell Director Ding that I can't write anymore and that I suddenly ran out of inspiration. He can't do anything to Mr. Chow anyway. In fact, from the very beginning, she didn't expect Xiao Yang to be able to write the script, she just wanted to have more contact with him and get more of his attention. Now, all the time has passed, and Xiao Yang has to bear the consequences of his boasting by himself. Why rush? There's still time. We still have more than 40 minutes. Compared to the two people's anxiety, Xiao Yang was not panicked at all. Instead, he used a teasing tone to deliberately tease them. Oh, you are so mean. It's already this late and you are still joking. If you promise something to someone, you must work hard to do it. Even if you can't do it well, you can't give up. Lin Kuo is a very serious person. She didn't even bother to put on her clothes and just opened the laptop on the table. He also skillfully opened the document, pulled Xiao Yang to sit in the boss chair, and signaled him to start creating quickly. Kuo, don't waste your energy. Mr. Chow is exhausted now. He must be dizzy and weak all over. It's good enough that he can sit and talk to you, how can you expect him to write and create? If you ask me, just ask him to come over and sleep with me for a while. Why waste your brain cells? He's an investor anyway, and he has the right to say no to Director Ding. But before she finished her words, Xiao Yang thought for a moment, slowly placed his fingers on the keyboard, and then started typing. The words on the computer screen popped up one after another like mushrooms after rain. Lin Kuo stood next to Xiao Yang, staring with wide eyes. I just felt dazzled and overwhelmed. Xiao Yang typed faster and faster, his fingers moving quickly on the keyboard, his expression focused and calm. In just a few minutes, he had already written the plot for the first 5 episodes, and the story was quite smooth. The setting of 2 female protagonists, the strong gimmick at the beginning, the clear main line, the foreshadowing and contradictions are all perfectly presented in the first 5 episodes. In fact, no matter whether you are writing a novel or a script, the most difficult part is the beginning, which must be very attractive. As long as the beginning is well written, the rest will be much smoother. On the premise of ensuring that the plot is compact and interesting, you just need to constantly create and resolve conflicts. Of course, new characters and new plots will continue to be added in this process, always revolving around the 2 heroines, with both contrasts and intersections, so that the whole story will be more ups and downs. Mr. Chow, are you really writing this? Now even Miao Xinjie couldn't sleep. She got up and went to the computer, supporting her cheeks with her hands and reading. Da-did-day. Da-did-day-day-day. Xiao Yang didn't say anything, but his fingers tapped faster and faster. The 10 fingers on both hands turned into afterimages, tapping the keyboard accurately. Lines and paragraphs of text, like a summer rainstorm, filled the computer screen. Later, blue smoke came out of the keyboard, accompanied by a smell of burning wires. Fortunately, this laptop has excellent configuration and super performance, and can still run under extreme conditions. Miao Xinjie and Lin Kuo were both stunned by this scene. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the real-life version of Keyboard Day Smoke. Clatter! Xiao Yang tapped the final stroke, completing the entire script and sending it directly to Ding Ziyuan. Looking at the time, it took a total of 28 minutes. Kuo, Xinjie, I think we still have some time. How about we spar again? Xiao Yang stood up from his chair, stretched hard, and said to them with a smirk on his face. Oh, you're annoying. Okay, Mr. Chow, I want more. Lin Kuo and Miao Xinjie, one shy and the other bold, suddenly made the room lively again. Ding dong. Ding Ziyuan, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, suddenly heard a cell phone alert. After checking, he found that it was the document Xiao Yang had just sent him. With no expectations, he clicked download and opened the document. Ha! He actually wrote it? All 120 episodes? In the 1970s, educated youth went to the countryside, sisters exchanged for marriages, real and fake daughters, parents' partiality, space spiritual springs, bringing children with the army, abstinent bosses, slapping and abusing scumbags. Ding Ziyuan muttered as he watched, but his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his whole body was filled with emotions. Oh my god! This is so exciting and beautiful. It's a collection of hit elements. The key is that this isn't a crude stitching,
but rather the perfect integration of hit elements into the storyline.
The conception and layout are truly ingenious.
After reading the entire script, Ding Ziyuan's hands were shaking and he was so excited that he was about to cry.
This script is so amazing. Whoever films this will be a huge hit. Ha ha ha. I'm convinced, I really am.
Mr. Chow is truly a godlike man. It is the greatest honor of my life to be able to hold Mr. Chow's thigh. Ding Ziyuan laughed wildly towards the sky, danced with joy, and ran wildly around the celebration banquet venue. The few people who stayed behind in the crew were all stunned when they saw the director going crazy. They waited until Ding Ziyuan was tired from running and lay on the ground before they gathered around to ask him questions.
Chapter 91, Checking Rewards and Experience Points.
Ding Ziyuan had tears in his eyes, but he held the phone in his arms like a treasure, not letting anyone see it, and just said a few simple words. Mr. Chow has already written the new script.
Just wait and see, it's sure to be a huge hit. He is very cautious.
Before filming begins, the contents of the script must be kept absolutely confidential and not a single bit of it must be leaked. Such a good book is priceless.
Ding Ziyuan has already made up his mind.
Once he and Xiao Yang have discussed the funding issues and decided on the main actors, they will officially start work tomorrow and strive to make a big profit.
Not long after.
Miao Xinjie and Lin Kuo looked at each other with admiration, holding Xiao Yang's arms on the left and right, and walked out of the room. At this time, Ding Ziyuan was standing with his hands hanging down, waiting silently outside the door.
Plop!
When he saw Xiao Yang coming out, he knelt down without saying a word.
Director Ding, what are you doing?
Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment, then joked, "You made a hit, and I've already given you a big red envelope.
I won't give you any more. Besides, this isn't a festival, why are you kneeling to me? I'm not giving you any New Year's money." Ding Ziyuan's mouth pursed and he almost cried.
He knelt down and crawled over, hugging his thighs.
Mr. Chow, the script you wrote is truly a masterpiece. I, Ding Ziyuan, admire you so much.
I beg you, you must let me shoot this skit, and don't sell it to anyone else. Seeing how emotional he was, Xiao Yang quickly helped him up and said with a smile, "Don't worry, of course I'll take the picture for you.
I wrote it for you in the first place." After receiving this affirmative answer, Ding Ziyuan finally relaxed, calmed down his emotions, and talked about business with Xiao Yang.
Xiao Yang agreed to increase his investment, this time a total of 30 million yuan, but he was required to produce high-quality films and establish a good reputation in the industry. If this movie really becomes a big hit, I will help Ding Ziyuan set up a film and television company and let him be the boss.
Ding Ziyuan thanked him profusely and was so excited that he almost knelt down again.
Miao Xinjie and Lin Kuo have the most important roles, and Ding Ziyuan has to help them read the script carefully and analyze how to portray their characters, so he has no time to accompany Xiao Yang.
And until then, the system's reward notification sound finally arrived. Ding!
It has been detected that the host has completed communication with the romantic partner Lin Kuo. You will receive the following rewards.
1. One immobilizing talisman, a disposable consumable item.
This appears to be ordinary yellow talisman paper, but the cinnabar patterns on it hint at a profound Taoist rhyme. Once activated, it instantly immobilizes a single target with diminishing effectiveness against those far stronger than the host, causing their body and mind to completely freeze for half a minute. It ignores conventional physical defenses, making it an excellent tool for control and escape. 2. Dance Master, instantly acquire perfect muscle memory and knowledge of all types of dance, from ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, from classical ballet to hip-hop, from waltz to tango. Mastering this skill not only greatly enhances your charisma and physical coordination, but also allows you to incorporate its exquisite footwork into actual combat, significantly enhancing your evasive and maneuverable abilities. 3. One piece of soft armor, thin as a cicada's wing, the silver-white inner armor feels cool to the touch and can be worn close to the body and automatically adapts to the body shape. It possesses excellent physical and energy resistance, effectively defending against damage from sharp weapon piercings and blunt impacts. When attacked, it automatically activates its protective chi to weaken the impact, making it a life-saving weapon that combines comfort with exceptional defense. After carefully listening to the detailed information of these 3 awards, Xiao Yang couldn't help but feel surprised and excited. The rewards for getting the most beautiful girl on campus are indeed not bad. Although the immobilization talisman is only a one-time consumable item and lasts only 30 seconds, it is a bug-level mystical item that can be very useful at critical moments. The skill of dancing master allows him to go directly from a novice in ballroom dancing to the ranks of dance masters, improving his personal charm and body coordination. Moreover, dance and martial arts can learn from each other, which is even more amazing.
It is a must-have for showing off.
As for the soft armor, it is an excellent physical defense that can avoid the danger of sneak attacks. However, Chao Yang is not sure whether it can be invulnerable to swords and guns and withstand bullets. After taking stock of the rewards, Chao Yang opened the system panel again and checked the experience value column. Current experience points, 910, host, please keep working hard, we are only one step away from a system upgrade.
Have I successfully completed my relationship communication 9 times? I haven't paid much attention to experience points recently. I've only been focusing on investing, making money and enjoying life.
I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I have accumulated so much and will be able to complete the system upgrade soon. Chao Yang carefully recalled the relevant situation in his mind, and beautiful figures appeared in his mind one after another. The beautiful and kind-hearted landlady, Su Xingyue. Delia, a bold and wild model student.
The dedicated and beautiful housekeeper, Yi Qingwan. Miao Xinjie, a young actress in short dramas who has both acting skills and ambition.
Xiao Hanshuang, the cool and intellectual tutor for international students.
The charming and passionate yoga studio owner, Huang Yani. Gentle and kind little nurse, Xia Qingyu. Mu Xiaodi, the quirky daughter of the Mu family in Kyoto.
The sweet and lovely Dongying campus beauty, Lin Kir. If we count them this way, there are exactly 9 digits. Chao Yang touched his kidneys and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he had a pair of unicorn kidneys, otherwise he really couldn't bear it.
Ever since he embarked on the path of being a scumbag, life has really become colorful. I just don't know which of the crucial 10th beauty will be the one I will be destined to meet.
It was already past 3 p.m. when Chao Yang walked out of the hotel where the celebration banquet was held. He felt the 2 concert tickets in his pocket, thought about it, and called Mu Xiaodi to ask her out to watch the concert together.
But Mu Xiaodi said that the company was too busy and she couldn't get away.
Chao Yang called Xie Qingyu again, and Xie Qingyu said that she wanted to accompany Chao Ying for a checkup and she didn't like noisy environments. After being rejected by 2 people in succession, Chao Yang was about to randomly make an appointment with someone from the phone book, but he happened to receive a call from Xiao Hanshuang.
Chao Yang, are you free now? Can you come to my place?
This cool and intellectual tutor for international students is usually aloof and keeps people at a distance, but this moment she speaks in a tone full of requests.
Sure, Mr. Xiao, what can I do for you?
Chao Yang hadn't seen Xiao Hanshuang for a long time since the last time he helped her move house and had sex with her. Suddenly receiving her call brought back some emotions and made me miss her a little.
A big rat just sneaked into my bedroom.
I was almost scared to death.
Can you help me catch it? I'm usually most afraid of rats. If I don't get rid of it, I won't be able to sleep at night. On the phone, Xiao Hanshuang sounded pitiful and begged softly. Don't be afraid, I'll be there soon. Chao Yang agreed and immediately got into the car and sped away. After arriving at the apartment, Chao Yang parked the car, went upstairs, and knocked on Xiao Hanshuang's door.
After knocking twice, the door opened. Xiao Hanshuang hugged him tightly, her voice trembling.
Chao Yang, you're here.
The big rat scared me so much I didn't dare go into the bedroom, so I had to move a chair and sit at the door waiting for you.
Chapter 92 Golden Key, Door of Love. So Teacher Xiao is so timid? It's just a big rat, and it scared you like this. Chao Yang felt the warmth in his arms and couldn't help but tease. You. Don't make fun of me. Isn't it normal for girls to be afraid of mice?
Xiao Hanshuang pouted and punched his strong chest with her fist, acting like a little woman, completely different from her usual cold and distant self. She herself didn't know what was wrong, but as soon as she saw Chao Yang, her whole body went limp and she wanted to stick to him. Especially now, scared by that big gray-haired rat, I want to have a hug to lean on and seek a sense of security.
Okay, Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. I was just joking with you.
Chao Yang smiled and patted her on the back, saying gently, leave it to me, I can help you solve it right away.
Really? Then you better be careful and don't get bit by a rat.
They're so big, with sharp teeth and a long tail, they're really scary.
Xiao Hanshuang was still a little worried.
She gestured with her hands and described in a trembling voice the psychological trauma that the mouse had brought to her.
For people who are afraid of mice, this fear will be magnified infinitely.
Not to mention catching them, they will scream and run away even if they see one from a distance. At this moment, Xiao Hansuang was tense all over and her face was full of worry.
This was a state of stress. Ouch, look! The big rat is coming out.
Before Xiao Hansuang finished speaking, Xiao Yang suddenly shouted.
Ah! Where? Where?
Xiao Hansuang screamed and threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms again, wrapping her arms and legs around him.
She was like a little bear pendant, hugging him tightly.
Ha, Mr. Xiao, relax a little.
I was just kidding you.
Xiao Yang let her hang on him, picked up a wooden toothpick from the coffee table in the living room, and walked straight towards the bedroom.
What are you doing with the toothpick? Xiao Hansuang asked in confusion. You'll know later. Xiao Yang smiled and pushed open the bedroom door.
At the same time, his super mental power spread out, and he could clearly see every movement in every corner of the room. From the bottom of the wardrobe, against the wall, came a very faint gnawing sound. The sound was extremely small and light, and most people could not hear it at all, but for Xiao Yang, he could hear it clearly.
He strode over and suddenly patted the wardrobe.
The mouse was frightened and squeaked out from under the wardrobe as fast as a gray lightning.
Call out.
Xiao Yang shook his wrist, and the ordinary toothpick was shot out like a crossbow, turning into a tiny stream of light and piercing the mouse's head with incredible precision. The mouse didn't even have time to scream a second time before it instantly fell stiff to the ground, lying on its belly, motionless and completely dead. The whole process takes only 1 or 2 seconds. It is quick, fast, clean and neat. Xiao Hansuang was stunned, covering her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. How did you do that?
Xiao Yang smiled and said with a relaxed look, what's the big deal? It's just a little trick. Okay, the trouble is solved.
He found a garbage bag and threw the rat's body in it. He also cleaned up the bloodstains, sprayed it with disinfectant, and mopped the floor several times. After he came back after throwing away the garbage, Xiao Hansuang, who had just recovered from the shock, finally breathed a sigh of relief and her face returned to its former glory.
Xiao Yang, thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You solved it with just a toothpick. Rest on the sofa for a while. I'll make you some tea.
While Xiao Hansuang was pouring water, Xiao Yang glanced across the living room and noticed several record covers placed next to the vinyl player. On it was the cold and beautiful face of Nailin Yorua.
Teacher Xiao also likes to listen to Nailin Yorua songs? Xiao Yang took the teacup and asked casually. Xiao Hansuang nodded and sat next to him.
Well, her singing voice is very special. It has a kind of ethereal feeling and a healing power. I like to listen to it when I am tired from academic work.
It really relaxes me.
Honestly, I really want to go and experience it in person, but unfortunately, her concert tickets are so hard to buy, I can't even get one. Xiao Yang's heart moved when he heard this, and he immediately took out the 2 VIP tickets from his pocket and said with a smile.
What a coincidence!
I happen to have 2 tickets for her concert tonight, at the Pearl Theater in the city center.
If Teacher Xiao has nothing to do tonight, why don't we go and relax together? Wow!
These are really Nailin Yorua's concert tickets.
And they're the rarest VIP tickets. Xiao Yang, how on earth did you buy them?
Xiao Hansuang took the ticket and examined it carefully. Her eyes were as bright as stars in the dark night, and her cold and beautiful face turned slightly red with excitement.
I didn't buy these 2 tickets with money. They were given to me personally by Nailin Yorua. Xiao Yang told the truth. But Xiao Hansuang didn't believe it at all.
She tilted her head, rolled her eyes and said, "Come on, stop bragging.
How could you possibly know a big star like Nailin Yorua? Could it be that you noticed a long time ago that I like Nailin Yorua's songs, so you bought these 2 tickets specially to give me a surprise? This inference is not without basis."
The last time Xiao Yang helped her move, he might have noticed her preferences.
Hey, Teacher Xiao is really smart. You figured this out.
Xiao Yang didn't explain anything further, but simply went along with it and satisfied her guess. Women all like to be loved and valued, and he doesn't want to break this beautiful atmosphere.
Xiao Yang, you are so nice to me. Xiao Hansuang was a little excited.
She suddenly hugged Xiao Yang tightly and kissed him on the face. This proactive kiss was filled with sweet happiness. As a cool and aloof older single woman, she actually longs for a passionate love and dreams of wearing a wedding dress as soon as possible. But it was because she had endured the pain of losing her beloved and could not forget her first love who had passed away long ago that she remained single and has not married yet. But Xiao Yang was like a golden key that opened the door of her heart and rekindled her desire for love.
Teacher Xiao is so outstanding, of course only someone as outstanding as me can be worthy of being good to you.
Chao Yang felt her true feelings and smiled with blinking eyes.
You're so shameless.
While praising others, you don't forget to praise yourself. Xiao Hansuang said coquettishly, holding Chao Yang's face with both hands, and liked him more and more the more she looked at him. After thinking for a moment, she continued, Xiao Yang, the word excellent is not enough to describe you.
In my heart, you are one in a million, the best of the best. No one can replace you. Chapter 93 Concert, Sniper Assassination. Really? So I mean so much to teacher Xiao?
Chao Yang reached out and hugged her, whispering softly in her ear with a strong masculine aura, in this case, I must not let teacher Xiao down. As he spoke, his strong body flipped over and instantly covered Xiao Hansuang.
Xiao Hansuang's eyes trembled slightly.
Instead of pushing him away, she stretched out her arms and hugged his waist tightly. You little rascal, it turns out you are a big rat, running into my house to dig a hole.
Chao Yang laughed softly when he heard this. Teacher Xiao, you invited me here. Do you regret it now? Xiao Hansuang shook her head. No regrets. No matter what I do with you, I won't regret it, because I am willing to do it.
As she spoke, her hand touched Chao Yang's chest and slowly moved down. I just don't know if your little toothpick can achieve the effect I expect. Chao Yang's eyes turned cold, and he said in a very oppressive tone, Are you sure it's not?
Please use your imagination. Xiao Hansuang didn't say anything, just giggled.
Chao Yang no longer hesitated and directly proved with facts that his ability was beyond doubt.
At 6 o'clock in the evening, the lights come on.
There was a huge crowd of people outside the Pearl Grand Theater, and a long queue formed at the ticket gate. Chao Yang and Xiao Hansuang entered the venue through the VIP channel, and walked hand in hand to the front row area with excellent seats. The theater was bustling with noise and the smiling faces of fans were everywhere. Xiao Hansuang seemed very excited and looked around curiously.
However, just as he sat down, Chao Yang frowned slightly.
An extremely subtle, yet terrifying aura carrying dangerous murderous intent passed through his perception like a needle. He raised his head suddenly, and his sharp eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Even the structural beams above the theater, and dark corners such as the speaker and lighting stands were not spared. But the dangerous aura disappeared in a flash, as if it was just an illusion, and no trace of it could be found anymore.
What's wrong? Xiao Hansuang noticed his abnormality. Nothing.
Chao Yang shook his head and suppressed the doubts in his heart, but his vigilance was already raised. The fact that the other party can conceal his aura and evade his perception proves that he is definitely a master. Soon after, the concert officially began. All the lights in the venue went out, and then a spotlight hit the center of the stage. Nalan Yorua had exquisite makeup and wore a gorgeous long dress embellished with crystal sequins. She slowly rose from the center of the stage like a fairy under the moon. As soon as she opened her mouth, her ethereal voice instantly conquered the whole audience and triggered thunderous cheers, which shows how popular she is. On the stage, Nalan Yorua sang softly, her eyes following the song, and she deliberately swept across the VIP area. When he saw that the person sitting next to Chao Yang was not Mu Xiaodi, but a strange beautiful woman with a cold and intellectual temperament. There was a slight pause in her perfect singing rhythm, and a trace of anger and dissatisfaction flashed across her eyes, which she herself was not even aware of. Although she didn't know yet, Chao Yang and Mu Xiaodi had made a major breakthrough in their relationship and had a real relationship. But she knew very well that the silly girl Mu Xiaodi had fallen deeply in love with this man and had given her true heart to him. So of course she would feel sorry for Mu Xiaodi and was very concerned about other beautiful women appearing around Chao Yang. At this moment, in Nalan Yorua's heart, Chao Yang had already been labeled a scumbag. She decided that when she saw Mu Xiaodi, she would remind her to stay away from Chao Yang and not to have any contact with him anymore. Before we knew it, the concert was already halfway through, but the atmosphere was getting more and more lively. During the interlude of a psychedelic and slightly sad song, the stage lights began to flicker wildly in order to create a dreamy and hazy effect. Thick white smoke created by dry ice also gushed out in large quantities, almost covering half of the stage, and the deafening electronic sound effects almost blew the roof of the theater off. And under the perfect cover of the interweaving of light and shadow and the noisy sounds, Chao Yang suddenly realized that the cold sense of crisis appeared again, and it was several times stronger than before. In an instant, Chao Yang's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked up suddenly following the sensation, his eyes instantly locking onto the target. Behind the tall roof beams of the theater, crouched a short man in black, almost blending into the shadows. At this moment, a peculiarly shaped sniper rifle was being held, and the deep muzzle was silently aimed at Nalan Yorua, who was immersed in singing on the stage.
Bang! Almost in the next second, the killer in black pulled the trigger. At this critical moment, Chao Yang responded quickly.
Like a cheetah hunting for prey, his figure turned into a shadow and he leaped onto the stage at an incredible speed amid countless astonished gazes. Nalan Yarua was stunned. Before she could react to what was happening, Chao Yang suddenly threw her to the ground and protected her with his body.
Bang! Almost at the same moment, the huge LED screen behind them exploded, and fragments flew everywhere. Ah! What's going on? Why did the screen explode? I heard gunshots. Oh my god, someone is trying to assassinate Nalan Yarua.
The whole audience instantly fell into great panic and chaos, with screams and cries one after another. Nalan Yorua's bodyguards and the security personnel at the scene reacted quickly, all shouting and searching for the killer. The man in black hiding in the dark, seeing that his attack missed and the opportunity was lost, he put away his gun without hesitation, shrank back like a ghost, blended into the shadows, and quickly fled.
Stay here and don't move.
Chao Yang said something quickly to Nalan Yorua, who was still in shock in his arms, then immediately stood up, locked his eyes on the direction where the killer disappeared, and chased after him like a sharp arrow.
Outside the theater, the night was dark. The killer in black was extremely agile and seemed to be proficient in ninjutsu. He appeared and disappeared in the complex alley environment like a vague ghost. While escaping, he turned around from time to time and fired frequently with a sniper rifle to hinder Chao Yang's pursuit. Swish, swish, swish. The bullet whizzed past and hit the wall, splashing sparks. Relying on his extraordinary perception and speed, Chao Yang avoided danger time and time again. His mind raced as he hurriedly put on the soft protective armor to prevent any accidents. At the same time, he locked his eyes on the killer fleeing in front of him, took out the immobilization talisman, and cast it into the air. Certainly. An invisible wave instantly crossed the space and accurately enveloped the man in black. This is the magic of the immobilization talisman. As long as the target is within the field of vision, the mind can directly lock it and ignore the spatial distance and immobilize it instantly. At this moment, the man in black flew into the air and was about to perform an escape technique, but his body suddenly stiffened, as if he was tightly bound by invisible shackles. He maintained his forward posture and fell straight down from the air. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The peculiarly shaped sniper rifle also fell to the ground. The black-clad man's eyes were filled with extreme shock, confusion, and fear, and only his eyeballs were still spinning wildly. He tried to struggle, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. The whole person seemed to have turned into a wooden sculpture or clay statue, and was completely trapped in the spot. You little brat, I'll let you run. Seeing this, Chao Yang snorted coldly and immediately rushed forward, ready to capture him. Chapter 94. You're on your own. However, just as Chao Yang was about to approach the man in black, a black SUV suddenly rushed over from the front side. In the car, there was a woman in red with a white veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. She was holding a silver pistol and was shooting at Chao Yang crazily. Bang, bang, bang. At such a close distance and with such intense firepower, it was almost impossible to completely avoid it. Puff. Chao Yang was unable to dodge and a bullet hit his chest hard, making a dull sound. Accompanied by a burst of sharp pain, a huge impact force came, causing him to involuntarily take a half step back, and his blood surged. Fortunately, he was wearing protective soft armor, which blocked most of the damage, otherwise he would have been directly hit and had a bloody hole. Taking advantage of this gap, the masked woman drove her car to the side of the immobilized man in black. The car door suddenly opened, she leaned out half of her body, and struggled to pull the stiff man in black into the car. Boom! The engine roared, and the off-road vehicle did not hesitate to fight. It immediately spun out of control and accelerated, disappearing from Chao Yang's sight. The whole process happened in a flash, and it was impossible to chase. Chao Yang stood there, looking at the bullet casings left on the ground and the abandoned sniper rifle, his eyes as deep as the abyss. This attack was obviously not an accident, but a deliberately planned assassination. As for who was the mastermind behind this, we can only ask Nalan Yorua if he has any enemies. Chao Yang's face was grim. He bent down to pick up the peculiarly shaped sniper rifle, then turned around and returned to the theater. Chao Yang, how are you? Are you hurt? At the theater entrance, Xiao Hansuang saw Chao Yang coming back, and hurried over and asked with concern. Fine. Chao Yang responded, looked inside, and asked, why is there no movement? Is the concert cancelled? Xiao Hansuang nodded immediately. Yes, the organizer has announced the cancellation of the concert, and the audience evacuated quickly. Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Xiao Yang nodded. This result was within his expectations.
After thinking for a moment, he said to Xiao Hansuang, "Go wait for me in the car first. I still have some things to take care of." He planned to meet Nalan Yoruwa in person and ask her some questions to see if he could confirm who the killer was.
Okay then, come back as soon as you're done.
I'll be waiting for you in the car.
Xiao Hansuang was very sensible. She didn't ask any further questions and just walked away obediently.
Xiao Yang strode into the theater and went straight to the backstage.
Sure enough, there he saw Nalan Yoruwa surrounded by bodyguards and about to leave. "Miss Nalan, please stay." Xiao Yang walked up to her and said directly, "I have something to talk to you about alone." "Is that possible?"
Nalan Yoruwa's eyes flickered as she stared at Xiao Yang for a while, her tone somewhat cold. "Okay, I also have something to say to you in person." A few minutes later, the two entered a quiet room. Bodyguards were guarding the door, ready to take action at any time.
"Xiao Yang, before we get down to business, I want to thank you for saving my life today."
Nalan Yoruwa had a cool demeanor and spoke in a businesslike tone. "If you hadn't rushed onto the stage and tackled me in time, I'm afraid today's headlines would have been the shocking news of popular actress shot dead at concert. I have kept this kindness in my heart and will never forget it."
"Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can afford it, I will definitely satisfy you."
Although she expressed her gratitude, there was not much emotion in her tone, as if she was talking about someone else. Xiao Yang shook his head slightly. "I don't want anything, and you don't need to be grateful to me.
I saved you only because you are Xiaoti's good sister. If you died, she would definitely be sad."
"I didn't want to make her sad, so I saved you this time." After hearing this, Nalan Yoruwa was slightly stunned, seeming very surprised and somewhat indescribably annoyed.
"Xiao Yang, what do you mean by this? Am I so insignificant in your eyes? If it weren't for Xiaodi, would you not have risked saving me?" "Yes." Xiao Yang's answer was concise, and he didn't even think much about the vaccine. You disgusting guy."
Nalan Yoruwa was very angry, anger burned in her beautiful eyes, and her chest heaved violently. That simple word was like a flying knife, piercing her heart. As a popular actress in China, she has always been supported and loved by many people, often surrounded by flowers and applause, and enjoying the halo of being the moon surrounded by stars. No one has ever dared to look down on her and not take her seriously in front of her.
"You're annoying to me too.
You always get in the way of my relationship with Xiaodi.
You're such a busybody." Xiao Yang didn't spoil her and treated her as an ordinary woman, not some pop diva. Although she is very beautiful and has a golden voice, so what?
I don't love anyone who doesn't love me.
Don't think you are so great. Xiao Yang.
You scumbag, how dare you say such things? Nalan Yoruwa was angry and said loudly with a cold face, "Who is the woman who accompanied you to the concert today? You're actually dating another woman behind Xiaodi's back.
Isn't it normal for me to hate you?
Even though you saved me, it doesn't stop me from hating you, because you deceived Xiaodi's feelings, which is what I can't tolerate the most." As a popular little queen, she had never lost her composure like this, nor had she ever been so angry with someone that she lost control.
Xiao Yang was the first man who accurately hit her pain point.
She didn't know why, but every time she saw Xiao Yang, something unpleasant would happen.
"What the hell is my relationship with Xiaodi got to do with you? Can you please have some sense of boundaries and stop interfering?
Please take care of yourself first. Think about who you've offended, or if you have any enemies or rivals. If you're in danger again next time, I won't be able to save you." In fact, Nalan Yoruwa's words were quite frank and Xiao Yang could feel that she was really good to Mu Xiaodi.
But her tone and attitude inexplicably made Xiao Yang a little irritated, and he couldn't help but want to argue with her.
I haven't offended anyone, nor have I ever made enemies with anyone.
I can't imagine who wants to kill me."
When mentioning the assassination just now, Nalan Yoruwa's face changed slightly and his tone suddenly softened. It was very dangerous at that time. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. She was actually very grateful to Xiao Yang for risking his life to save her.
"Oh, then forget my asking. Be careful next time and wish you the best." Seeing that she was confused, Xiao Yang didn't bother to ask any more questions and turned away.
As the saying goes, a tall tree attracts the wind. Nalan Yoruwa is so famous that he might have unintentionally hurt the interests of some people, which is why he brought about the disaster today.
Xiao Yang, what is it about you that can make Xiaodi so devoted to you?"
Looking at Xiao Yang's departing back, Nalan Yoruwa murmured softly, "Men like you are really hard to figure out. I say I hate you, but I can't hate you in my heart.
You are the one Xiao Di loves deeply.
I can only restrain myself and never develop that kind of feelings for you.
Chapter 95, Pure God, Lonely Heart. Teacher Xiao, you must be getting impatient. I'll take you home now.
After returning to the car, Chao Yang fastened his seatbelt and his mood had calmed down.
No, when I was waiting for you, I didn't feel anxious at all. Instead, I felt a sweet anticipation.
When I thought about seeing you again soon, my heart was filled with sweetness. Xiao Hanshuan leaned her head on his shoulder, looking at his profile with a faint smile on her lips. Teacher Xiao is indeed very emotionally intelligent. Every word he says is so refreshing. He's unlike that Nalan Yorua, who is always fussy and always likes to argue with people. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. If she takes away her celebrity halo, I'm afraid she can't even compare to a single toe of Teacher Xiao.
Are you praising me?
Xiao Hanshuang smiled again, her eyes curved.
But I can't compare to Nalan Yorua.
Her innate conditions are far superior. She has both beauty and talent. Maybe you have some prejudice against her and haven't felt her true charm yet.
I think you will change your opinion of her in the future. Maybe.
Chao Yang did not comment and started the car immediately.
And at the same time,
in a Japanese-style room more than 10 kilometers away, a plump middle-aged lady in kimono was kneeling on the tatami, leisurely playing with a string of jade beads.
This was none other than Chiyome's mother. Her name was Asano Nanako.
At this time, Nanako Mano was dressed elegantly and luxuriously, looking towards the door from time to time, as if waiting for someone to arrive.
A few minutes later,
the lattice door slid aside, and two figures quickly entered the room.
Master Mai, we are back. Sorry, the mission failed.
The two people who came in were a sniper killer in black and a woman in red with a white veil on her face. They knelt in front of Nanako Mano, bowed their heads deeply, and were extremely frightened.
Matsumoto Shiro, Ito Shizuka, you two have followed me for many years. Today's mission is not difficult. How could you fail? Nanako Asano's tone was cold and full of superior authority.
Usually in front of Chiyome, she is just a mother who is a little arrogant and strong, but loves her daughter very much. But now, in front of her two subordinates, she showed her cold-blooded and scheming side. Everything was going well, but suddenly a young man showed up and saved Nalan Yorua. And when I was trying to escape, he almost killed me. Fortunately, Jingxiang rescued me in time, so I was able to come back alive to see you.
Shiro Matsumoto did not dare to hide anything and recounted the entire process in detail.
Ito Shizuka also whispered to prove it for him, Master Asano, everything Matsumoto said is true. I can guarantee it with my life.
Humph. Two pieces of trash.
Nanako Mayano was very dissatisfied and shouted, I asked you to eliminate Nalan Yorua because I wanted to help Mei get rid of her biggest competitor, so that she can enter the Dragon Country entertainment industry as soon as possible and become the most dazzling top star. This way, we can earn more wealth for me and the organization.
It's like hammering a nail into the heart of Dragon Country's entertainment industry.
Then we can all become role models and heroes of the empire.
But what about you?
You're more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything.
You might have already alerted the enemy. I'm so disappointed.
As she spoke, she threw the string of jade beads hard on the ground. With a crisp bang, more than a dozen white beads shattered into pieces and scattered everywhere.
I'm so sorry. Master Mai, please calm down. We will find another opportunity to strike.
Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito were so frightened that they were shaking all over and kept kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. The plump lady in front of him had noble royal blood and had the power of life and death. However, Mei Chio is the biggest bargaining chip in the hands of the organization. She is placed with high hopes and is tasked with making money and invading culture.
They messed up this mission. If Nanako Asano reported it to the organization, they would probably be ordered to commit suicide by seppuku immediately. Since you have followed me for so many years, I will help you keep this matter secret. Nanako Mayano looked at them coldly without a trace of emotion and said, but if you still can't kill Nalan Yorua next time, don't blame me for being rude. Yes, thank you, Master Mai. Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka agreed repeatedly, with cold sweat on their foreheads. Nanako Asano slowly stood up and finally warned in a deep voice, remember, don't let Mei know about these things. She is flawless and pure, just like an angel, so I don't want her to see any blood. Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka exchanged a glance and knelt down again. Yes, Lord Asano, we understand.
Miss May is a pure god and cannot be stained by any filth.
Alright, you guys can leave now. I have to go check on Mei too.
She's been showing signs of illness for the past couple of days, and I can't let anything happen to her. Only then did Nanako Mano's expression ease a little, and she waved her hand to send them out.
10 minutes later. Asano Nanako walked quickly along the corridor and pushed open the door of another room.
The room was decorated entirely in pure white, spotless, and filled with the smell of disinfectant. In order to maintain this sterile environment, Nanako Asano does not allow Michio to plant flowers or grass, let alone keep any small pets. It can be said that apart from Chiyo-mei, there is no breath of life here.
It makes people feel cold, lonely, and even desperate. Mei, have you got any inspiration for your creation? I got you a glass of milk, drink it while it's hot. Nanako Asano spoke in a gentle tone, holding a cup of warm milk in her hand. No, Mom, I don't need it.
Michio sat in front of the drawing board, seemingly in a daze. She woke up as if from a dream when she heard her mother's voice. She hurriedly tore off the drawing paper in front of her, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the trash can.
How can you do that? You're already weak. If you don't replenish your nutrition, you'll probably get sick again.
Nanako Asano spoke in a gentle tone, but she didn't care about Michio's wishes at all. She directly stuffed the milk into Michio's hand and ordered her to drink it with her eyes.
Thank you, Mom. I'll drink it right away.
Thank you for your hard work. Michio took the cup with both hands, a hint of pain flashed in her eyes, but she still suppressed her nausea and drank it slowly. She doesn't like drinking milk, she has never liked it, and she feels nauseous after drinking it. But after telling her mother many times and finding that it was of no use, she became obedient and did not dare to go against her mother's arrangements. She would express her gratitude obediently every time.
You're welcome, my dear Mei, you are so good, Mommy loves you the most. Nanako Asano's face lit up with a motherly smile, and she gently kissed Michio on the forehead. The scene was extremely warm.
But then she reached into the trash can and took out the crumpled piece of drawing paper.
Chapter 96. She would never let go.
Seeing her movements, Chiyo-mei's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she seemed very nervous.
Mom! The trash can is dirty and full of bacteria. Please don't.
When Nanako Asano heard this, her finger-pinching action paused for a moment, her eyes flashed quickly across Michio's face, and then she smiled softly.
Mei is right. What's so good about the waste paper in the trash can?
It's all because Mom loves you so much. I always want to appreciate every painting you create and don't want to miss any of your shining points. Her fingers loosened and the piece of waste paper fell back into the trash can. Then she wiped her fingers repeatedly with disinfectant tissues and said gently, Mei, my dear baby girl, there must be no estrangement between you and your mother. You have to know that in this world, no one loves you more than your mother, and no one wants you to succeed more than your mother, so there is no need for any little secrets between us. As she spoke, her eyes once again swept over the piece of waste paper in the trash can, as if she wanted to see through what was drawn on it.
Mom, I know, I love you too.
Michio replied numbly, a look of fatigue flashing across her face.
I'm not satisfied with my previous drawing and want to start over. Could you please step out for a moment?
Every time she enters a creative state, she requires absolute silence around her and no one else in the room.
Even Nanako Mano had to stay away.
This is the only thing that Michio has been able to decide for herself over the years.
Okay, then you draw. Mom is going out. Asano Nanako spoke in a doting tone, stood up and walked out of the room. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Mei, don't be too tired, take care of yourself. After you finish painting, I will come over to help you clean the room.
After saying that, she stepped out and slowly closed the door. The moment the door closed, the smile on her face completely disappeared, and a strong doubt flashed in her eyes.
In the room.
Michio covered her chest with her hands and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She took the waste drawing paper out of the trash can and slowly unfolded it bit by bit.
It was a portrait of a man. Handsome facial features, tall figure, free and easy temperament, and strong aura. It was none other than Xiao Yang.
The portrait is not finished yet, only the general outline has been sketched, but it is enough to show that she painted it with great care and it is very vivid.
Xiao Yang, you are so special and profound. I can't even paint your charm.
Before I met you, I simply didn't believe that there could be such a person in this world who possesses both form and spirit.
You are God's most perfect masterpiece. I sense the kind and universal love of divinity in you. You are like a dazzling ray of light, illuminating every dark corner of my life.
Mei Chio's eyes were a little confused. She hugged the portrait tightly to her chest, and a strange look flashed in her red pupils. She imagined in her mind that this was not an unfinished portrait, but Chao Yang himself was here, hugging her tightly, soothing her lonely and depressed soul. But soon, her petite body trembled slightly and she returned to reality from fantasy. This portrait must never be seen by my mother. But she just said that she will come to clean the room later.
There is no way to hide anything in this room. What should I do?
Mei Chio muttered to herself, slowly crumpling the portrait into a ball again, her brows furrowed tightly. The next second, she seemed to have made a great decision, and put the paper ball directly into her mouth, suppressing the discomfort and swallowing it into her stomach. Then she picked up the paintbrush and scribbled a portrait of a comic character on the drawing board. She only finished half of it, crumpled it up and threw it into the trash can. Then I used the same idea to draw a finished product. It can't be said to be the best, but it is definitely not bad. After finishing the painting, she didn't even want to look at it again, so she broke the brush and threw it into the trash can. After doing all this, Chiyo-mei seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She lay on the floor, her long snow-white hair spread out, and there was a kind of morbid satisfaction on her face.
Fortunately, this is Longwa.
The room where she is temporarily living has been carefully decorated and has high-intensity sterilization, but there are no cameras installed, which can be regarded as retaining a little privacy for her. You know, she was in that pure white palace in Tokyo, and Nanako Asano monitored her even more strictly, with almost 360-degree control over her every move. She was like a puppet at the mercy of others, and pain and suffering accompanied her every day. This time she and her mother came to Longwa, which was a kind of relief for her and gave her a little spiritual freedom. What is even more rare is that God let her meet Chao Yang, who brought great nourishment to her artistic creation and spiritual aspirations. Mei Chio's current situation is as if she is stuck in a quagmire and suddenly grabs a life-saving vine. Of course, she will not let go even if she dies.
Half an hour later. Asano Nanako entered the room with a smile. She didn't find anything wrong.
Mei Chio also behaved very obediently to her.
Everything is as beautiful and warm as usual.
But when Nanako Asano was about to leave the room, Mei Chio's face suddenly changed, she suddenly couldn't breathe, her whole body trembled violently, and she fell to the floor in pain.
Oh no, Mei is sick again. Someone, come quickly, rush to the hospital.
Nanako Mano was frightened and anxious, and screamed loudly.
The other side. Moon Bay No. 1 Villa.
Chao Yang was already lying in the warm bathtub, completely relaxing his whole body and enjoying Yi Qingwan's careful massage. Master, I just saw a trending search saying that Nailan Yoruo was nearly assassinated by a sniper during a concert.
Is this true?
Of course Yi Qingwan knew about the 2 VIP tickets because she had seen them when she was cleaning Chao Yang's room. Yes, the concert was cancelled midway, and the organizers also promised to compensate fans who bought tickets. Chao Yang answered lazily, but the thrilling scenes of chasing the killer flashed quickly through his mind. Fortunately, I have a system and used the immobilization talisman and protective soft armor in time, otherwise I would be in great danger. Since the other party has decided to kill Nailan Yoruo, he will never give up. If he fails this time, there may be another time. However, Chao Yang was too lazy to care about anything and had no intention of getting involved in this mess again. Nailan Yoruo is a big star and the company's cash cow. The capital behind her will naturally spend money to hire people to protect her. By the way, Master, I bought a new set of clothes and wanted to wear them for you to see. Yi Qingwan did not continue to ask about this topic because she was not interested in these entertainment gossips. She only cares about Chao Yang.
Oh? What new clothes? Go change into them and let me take a look. Chao Yang smiled and keenly guessed something from her shy expression.
As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves.
Yi Qingwan's consideration and loyalty to him are beyond doubt.
Of course he had to give Yi Qingwan a chance to show off.
Chapter 97 A Call at Midnight. Master, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. Yi Qingwan's face was full of shyness and she ran away quickly.
It can be seen that she is very happy and eager to get Chao Yang's approval.
This is the outfit, what do you think of it, Master? After a while, Yi Qingwan walked lightly back to Chao Yang, and turned around with her hands holding the hem of her maid outfit.
It looks good, very good. This dress is novel and suits your figure very well. Chao Yang smiled and clapped his hands, with appreciation in his eyes. It is said that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse.
This combination is indeed very fresh. The burgundy satin miniskirt, adorned with sparkling pearl chains, looked delicate and lively.
The hollowed-out straps at the waist show off her alluring curves, the black silk gloves cover her forearms, and the headdress is designed to resemble an overlapping satin ribbon bow. Especially the slit of the skirt, which faintly reveals the snow-white lace. When worn on Yi Qingwan, it has a unique flavor, with a soft and sweet feeling and an alluring charm.
Really? Master, I'm glad you like it. I was afraid you'd look down on it.
Hearing Chao Yang's praise, Yi Qingwan's face blossomed with a bright smile, and her heart felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. Last time, she carefully prepared a table of supplements for Chao Yang and successfully captured his stomach. This time, the short skirt-made outfit she specially selected was highly praised by Chao Yang.
For Yi Qingwan, this is the happiest moment of the day. Wanner, you have a good figure and a pretty face, and you look good in anything you wear.
Chao Yang stood up from the bathtub, causing splashing water droplets, and stretched out his hand to Yi Qingwan with a smile.
Master, you speak so sweetly.
Yi Qingwan walked over, biting her lips lightly, and placed her hand in his palm. Her heart was pounding with excitement and anticipation.
Chao Yang's lips curled up into a smile, and he suddenly leaned forward and whispered in Yi Qingwan's ear, Wanner, actually, I prefer you wearing nothing. Oh. Master, you are so bad.
Yi Qingwan blushed, acted a little coquettishly, and snuggled into his arms with a sweet smile.
Outside the window, the night is deep and the sky is full of stars.
The whole city has lost its hustle and bustle and appears quiet and peaceful.
It was a little after 2 in the morning.
Chao Yang was sleeping soundly with Yi Qingwan in his arms, but was suddenly awakened by the ringing of his cell phone.
In the dead of night, when everyone is asleep and you have just finished having sex, the sound seems a bit annoying. Oh my god. I'm sick.
Chao Yang took the phone from the bedside table, took a look at the caller ID, and saw that it was Nalan Yorua, so he hung up immediately. If you look for him at this time, there will definitely be nothing good. Besides, they weren't close, so why should she disturb him in the middle of the night?
Could it be that he was assassinated again and wanted to ask for his help? I'm sorry, I have neither the obligation nor the time.
Chao Yang threw away his phone and planned to go back to sleep. But just as he lay down, his cell phone rang again.
Chao Yang frowned and wanted to turn off the phone. Yi Qingwan whispered, Master, why don't you answer the phone? She might have something urgent to tell you.
Otherwise, as a big star, she wouldn't be so tactless. Chao Yang thought about it and felt that it made some sense, so he answered the call.
Chao Yang. Oh no. Xiao Di has been kidnapped. On the phone, Nalan Yorua sounded panicked and even a little tearful. What? What's going on? Chao Yang was startled and quickly sat up from the bed. Xiao Di has lost contact.
His life or death is unknown. Nalan Yorua spoke anxiously, her emotions on the verge of collapse. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I was so busy with the concert that I didn't have time to care about Xiao Di these days. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been kidnapped so easily. On the phone, Nalan Yorua kept blaming herself, as if Mu Xiaodi was kidnapped because of her negligence.
Don't panic. Let me ask you, when did this happen? How can you be sure that Xiaodi was kidnapped? Chao Yang asked for details while putting on his clothes and shoes.
I'm not sure about the exact time, but just a few minutes ago, I received a ransom call from the kidnappers. It was a voice that had been altered. They said they had Xiao Di in their custody. If they didn't want her dead, they had to prepare a 20 million ransom and deliver it to the third pillar under the Donghai Bridge within an hour. Otherwise, they would kill her. I tried to find out the information about that number through my connections, but I found out it was a virtual number and the location couldn't be determined. Nalan Yorua tried hard to control her emotions and told everyone what she knew.
Too much concern leads to confusion.
In fact, she is quite smart and calm when facing things, otherwise she would not have become a top star.
But since it concerns Mu Xiaodi's safety, she is so frantic and terrified at the moment that she really can't calm down.
Since they're asking for a high ransom, that proves Xiaodi's life is not in danger for the time being.
Chao Yang pondered and said, Xiao Di and I bought a high-end couple's phone. It might have a positioning interconnection function.
If she knows the value of the phone and is reluctant to damage it, I might be able to find out her current location. Also, as far as I know, Xiao Di just made some big moves in the company and offended a lot of people.
We can start investigating these people first.
Another point is that very few people know Xiao Di's true identity, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone from Kyoto was behind this.
His words were clear, well organized, and very comprehensive, showing extremely meticulous analytical and reasoning skills. After hearing this, Nalan Yoruo was obviously much calmer. She gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, then quickly check the location first. We'll keep in touch at any time. I'll prepare the money first and send it to the Donghai Bridge as soon as possible to avoid angering the kidnappers and causing them to do something bad to Xiaodi. As for whether Kyoto is involved in this matter, I will contact Grandpa Mu and ask him to investigate immediately." Based on her execution ability, Xiao Yang could feel that Nalan Yoruo was very capable and independent-minded, and was definitely not just a pretty face. I always thought that she was cold and arrogant, and loved to find fault, treating Mu Xiaodi like a child. But now it seems that she really treats Mu Xiaodi as her own sister. She spends money and effort for Mu Xiaodi and is willing to do anything for her. This woman is brave and resourceful. She is indeed extraordinary and at least deserves respect. Xiao Yang opened the settings of his mobile phone and searched for the special features of the couple's mobile phone. Sure enough, he saw the location-based interconnection option. When I clicked to check, I found that the other party had turned off the phone and the positioning function should also be turned off, completely cutting off the connection function. He didn't give up and simply made a phone call, and sure enough, he heard that the phone was turned off. Since this method doesn't work, we can only change our thinking and think of other ways. No, every minute of delay means Xiaodi is in more danger. I must rescue her as soon as possible. Xiao Yang's thoughts raced as he tried to figure out a way to break the impasse. Suddenly, a heroic figure flashed through his mind. Zhou Fian. Hot chick in leather jacket. The granddaughter of the old leader of the Qinglong society. She is a gangster and knows all the underground forces in Donghai City very well. Maybe she can find out the identity and whereabouts of the kidnappers. Chapter 98. I understand the rules. Xiao Yang called Zhou Fian without hesitation. Damn it! Who are you? You disturbed my sleep in the middle of the night. Believe it or not. Ahem. Xiao Yang? Sorry, I'm not talking about you, it's my cat that suddenly crawled into my bed. Zhou Fian was obviously a little irritable when she was woken up in the middle of the night, but when she heard Xiao Yang's voice, she immediately switched to gentle mode and found an excuse that was totally untenable. Fei Yan, I have an urgent matter and need your help. Xiao Yang didn't beat around the bush and directly told the story of Mu Xiaodi being kidnapped. Okay, I got it. Wait for my news in 5 minutes. Zhou Fian was quite decisive. She immediately called to inquire and asked several key leaders of the Qinglong society to investigate the matter. Especially when she heard that Xiao Yang no longer called her Miss Shou, but called her Fian according to her wishes, she felt that their relationship had become much closer. Xiao Yang, I've found out. It was Peng Jelly from Huaxing Finance who paid my subordinate, Scarface, to do it. Zhou Fian responded quickly, with a tone of anger and apology. That's Scarface, the guy who used to be in charge of the black market. Last time, because he offended you, I punished him and made him hide out in the East City area. I didn't expect him to be so foolish as to take on such an unfortunate private job. I just called Scar, but couldn't reach him. However, one of his confidants said he must have gone to an abandoned factory near the Donghai Bridge. I'll come find you now, and we'll go there together after we meet. Okay. After hearing this, Xiao Yang finally felt a little relieved. I have to say that Zhou Fian is decisive and efficient, and it was a good decision to choose her. Wanner, go to sleep. I'm going out. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yang said something to Yi Qingwan, turned around and walked out of the room. Master, please be careful. I'll be waiting for you at home. Yi Qingwan's concerned voice came from behind, like a little wife waiting for her husband to return from outside. Dongcheng Industrial Park. In a long abandoned factory covered with weeds. Mu Xiaodi was tied up, her mouth was taped shut, and she fell on the cement floor covered with industrial waste. His eyes were full of fear and tears of grievance. He kept struggling and making a whimpering sound. Mu Xiaodi, you little bitch, don't waste your energy. This is in the wilderness. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to save you. Pine Jelly looked down at Mu Xiaodi and kicked him hard several times, with a smug look on her face. Seeing Mu Xiaodi in such a miserable state, she felt quite relieved. Hey, this girl is so pretty, so tender that you can squeeze out water from her. Just looking at her makes me excited. Scarface, who was standing aside, had a cigarette in his mouth. He squinted his eyes and blew out a big smoke ring, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth. Once I get the ransom, Scar will kill her. It will be a blast. This girl is so pretty. I've never seen anyone this beautiful in my life. Brothers are so lucky today.
There were 5 or 6 younger brothers gathered around Scarmaster, and they all laughed obscenely when they heard what he said.
Generally speaking, after Scar has finished having his fun, it's their turn. Woo woo. Mu Xiaodi endured the pain and heard the unbridled laughter of Scar Yi and his men.
Tears streamed down her face and she could only sob.
She never thought that the kidnapping plot in movies and TV dramas would actually happen to her. Mu Xiaodi, don't blame me.
Blame yourself for being so ruthless.
Pang Jelly's face was grim as she continued to vent her resentment.
I used to be a high-paid white-collar worker, a department manager at the company, but you damned girl, relied on your family's power and influence to coerce President Pei into making you a manager. Then you suddenly climbed over my head, bossing me around, punishing my confidants, and even openly firing me.
I'll never forget this humiliation. Humph, what a bullshit Miss Rich Girl. You're a fallen phoenix, no better than a chicken.
As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't defeat a local snake. This is Donghai City, 1,000 miles away from your family.
I'll kill you and run away without anyone noticing.
Pang Jelly became more and more proud as she spoke, and she let out an arrogant and shrill laugh, which was already a bit crazy.
Alright, stop whining.
Hurry up and check if the 20 million ransom has been delivered. Scar was a little impatient. He spat out the cigarette from his mouth, stomped it out with his foot, and gave orders to Pang Jelly.
Oh, okay, Scar.
Pang Jelly glanced at Scar Yi, agreed fearfully, and quickly called Nalan Yorua.
Through the voice-changing device, she quickly learned from Nalan Yorua that she was on her way to deliver the money and would arrive under the East China Sea Bridge in a dozen minutes.
Great, 20 million is enough for me to live happily for the rest of my life. After hearing this, Scar snapped his fingers excitedly and said, Mr. Pang, be smart and don't say anything you shouldn't say.
After we finish this job, we'll part ways and owe each other nothing. If anything gets exposed one day, you'll have to take full responsibility.
If you dare to betray us, you will die a more miserable death.
Pang Jelly shuddered with fear. Yes, I understand.
I will definitely keep this matter as secret and will never implicate Scarmaster. Hearing her promise, Scar nodded in satisfaction and turned around to instruct a trusted younger brother, Biao, take 2 brothers to meet under the Donghai Bridge and bring the ransom here. If the job is done, I'll give you 3 million, and the other brothers will also have a share.
I'm warning you, don't embezzle the money and run away, or I'll kill your whole family. Scar is an old hand.
Normally, he should go to get the ransom at this time. But he was afraid that if they called the police and set up a trap, he would be caught red-handed, so he arranged for a capable man to do it. In this way, even if Biao was arrested by the police, he could get away with it.
Scar, I know the rules. Biao's eyes flashed. I'm leaving, wait for my good news. 20 million is a huge sum of money.
Even if you sell his whole family, you still can't get this much.
Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk.
You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. He had already made up his mind that once he really got the money, he would immediately kill his subordinates and run away. At worst, you can just burn more paper for your family later.
10 minutes later.
Biao brought 2 of his younger brothers and sneaked under the Donghai Bridge, hiding behind the bridge pillars and secretly observing the situation.
They were not stupid and did not dare to show up rashly.
They first had to make sure that the other party had not made any arrangements with the police.
Otherwise, if you don't get the money, you will have to go in and operate the sewing machine, and you will be taken advantage of.
Soon, a woman wearing sunglasses arrived at the place they designated, dragging a large suitcase with great effort.
Chapter 99, Battle of Wits and Courage.
Biao looked around and made sure that there were no police officers following him, then he walked out from his hiding place with a swagger.
Hey! Girl, open the box. Let me see if there's cash inside. The woman in sunglasses cooperated very well. She slowly bent down and opened the suitcase with a click. Okay, you're obedient.
Seeing the stacks of red banknotes inside, Biao's eyes became extremely greedy. Not only the temptation of the huge amount of cash, but also the graceful woman in sunglasses in front of him made it difficult for him to control himself.
I brought the money, but where are the hostages? What did you do with Mu Xiaodi? The woman in sunglasses asked anxiously. She's safe, at least safer than you now. Close the box, and take off your clothes. Biao waved the dagger in his hand and ordered fiercely, hurry up and do as I say.
Otherwise, I will kill you with my sword and never let you see the sun tomorrow. Nalan Yorua is a top-tier actress who is extremely popular in the world and a well-deserved national little queen. People like them who live on the edge of a knife and hang around in society may never have the chance to see her in person in their entire lives. As the saying goes, opportunity once lost will never come back. If you don't take this opportunity to taste it, you will probably regret it when you think about it later. You, shameless. The woman in sunglasses' expression changed slightly, and she squeezed out a few words from between her teeth.
Nalan Yorua, don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. Among you people in the entertainment industry, none of you are clean. I bet you must have slept with some big boss before, right? Since you're already here, why not serve me for a bit? It doesn't matter if you serve me for a bit. Abiao became more and more excited as he spoke, and moved closer step by step with a dagger in hand. Since you have decided to take the money and run away, it doesn't matter if you become a big star. Tonight, he will gain both wealth and beauty to commemorate the highlight of his life. Puff. Puff. Just as Abiao was about to walk in front of the woman in sunglasses, two sharp knives suddenly stabbed into his back at the same time. He looked down and saw the bloody tip of the knife, and was completely stunned. How dare you? Abiao turned around and looked at his two younger brothers with wide eyes, his tone full of anger and disbelief. I'm sorry, Brother Biao, we also want this money. Of course, we also want a beauty like Nalan Yorua. Don't think we don't know. With your ruthless personality, you definitely have the guts to disobey Scar's orders. You've probably already decided to kill us and pocket the money, right? The two younger brothers pulled out their knives, their wise eyes revealing coldness. They were all from the underworld, so who hadn't had blood on their hands? They all understood the principle that those who strike first gain the upper hand, and those who strike last suffer. Damn it! I'm going to fight you. Abiao's eyes were red and his body was covered in blood, but he still wanted to fight to the death. But the next second, he was stabbed again by the two younger brothers. The sound of the sharp blade piercing into the bone was extremely terrifying. Plop! Abiao fell to the ground and died with his eyes open. The woman in sunglasses was stunned. She seemed to have never expected that they would start an internal conflict and kill each other. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Brother Biao is dead. You don't have to accompany him anymore. Hey, then it's our turn next. The two younger brothers were rubbing their hands together, both impatient. But then, they swung their knives almost at the same time and stabbed each other fiercely. One of them was slow to react and was stabbed in the chest, leaving a bloody hole and injuring his heart. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. The other one was better, only suffering minor injuries. You fucking. I'm sorry, brother. You go down and accompany Brother Biao. I will enjoy the pleasure of money and women for you. Ha 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 ha. The boat of friendship can capsize at any time, and the sharp knife is still dripping with blood. This is the world, this is human nature, this is the evil of human nature. Nalan Yorua, come on, come quickly, you are mine. The only remaining yellow-haired little brother showed a ferocious smile of victory. Wait a minute. Tell me first, where is Mu Xiaodi? The woman in sunglasses took a step back and asked through gritted teeth. I'll tell you after I'm done. Don't worry, I'm very gentle. Huang Mao planned to end the battle quickly and kill the witnesses to silence them. After all, he had to flee far away, and he couldn't leave any survivors to create hidden dangers for himself. The weak woman in front of him was like a flower on a high mountain. Although it would be a pity to kill her after using her, he would not be merciful. Snap! As the yellow-haired man stretched out his hand to grab the woman in sunglasses, she twisted his arm and threw him over her shoulder. Ah! The yellow-haired man let out a shrill scream and almost all his bones were broken. But then, his neck was stepped on and his screams stopped abruptly. He never dreamed that the woman in front of him, who seemed to be weak and helpless, would have such powerful skills. Tell me. Where are the hostages? The woman took off her sunglasses, revealing a stunning face, but it was not Nalan Yorua. She had a murderous look in her eyes, put a little force on her feet, and shouted sternly. Ahem. I say. Huang Mao was terrified. Knowing that the other party's fighting power was far superior to his, he immediately dumped out everything he knew. Crack! After getting the answer she wanted, the woman stepped on the yellow-haired man's neck and broke it. Clean and decisive, without any hesitation.
She immediately said through the hidden headset, "Miss Nalan, this situation has been resolved.
The hostage situation has been clarified. You can come out now."
As soon as he finished speaking, Nalan Yorua responded and quickly appeared from his hiding place.
Alan, well done. The woman in sunglasses is her specially hired personal bodyguard, Alan.
She is an international mercenary who has carried out many dangerous missions and is completely trustworthy.
As a big star with a net worth of billions, Nalan Yorua would not easily put himself in danger.
She always uses her brain when doing things and would not be so impulsive as to meet the kidnappers alone. Miss Mu is now being tied up by Scar in an abandoned factory.
Let's go there quickly.
Alan picked up the suitcase and spoke and acted very decisively. There is a small beauty mole on her right brow bone, which adds a touch of charm to her heroic features. She is also a heroic type, but she is more upright and decisive than Zhou Fian. Then I'll tell Chao Yang first, so he doesn't worry.
Nalan Yorua took out her cell phone and wanted to call Chao Yang. It's better not to. In this situation, we have to avoid alerting the enemy. We can just go over and rescue them.
There's no need for that Chao Yang to cause any trouble. Alan is very confident in her skills.
Since she has figured out the location of the kidnappers, rescuing the hostages will not be a problem for her.
Well, as long as Xiaodi's safety is guaranteed, everything else can be explained later. Nalan Yorua hesitated for a moment, but still agreed with Alan's opinion. The two exchanged glances and immediately started to move, heading towards the abandoned factory together.
Chapter 100 Rescue Success.
At the same time, Chao Yang and Zhou Fian moved faster and arrived at the abandoned factory. Before getting off the bus, Chao Yang sent a message to Nalan Yorua, but received no reply. He didn't care too much about this.
He just wanted to rescue Mu Xiaodi as soon as possible to avoid any more accidents.
Old Scar, are you tired of living?
You're just doing stupid things that are thankless. Zhou Fian rushed into the factory like a tornado with quick steps.
Seeing Scarface holding a cigarette and talking to Peng Jelly with a smile, she rushed up and slapped him twice, and the cigarette but flew out sideways.
Oh my god, where did this little bitch come from? How dare you attack Scar Master? You must be so brave. Pang Jelly didn't know Zhou Fian, so she immediately started screaming and yelling.
In her opinion, Scarface was a gangster-level boss, and he was very stylish. She didn't understand that Scar was just a small leader of the middle to lower level in the Qinglong society.
Fuck you. Shut your stinky mouth. Do you think I'm dying too slowly? This is the eldest daughter of our Qinglong society. I can crush you to death with just one finger. You stinky bitch have caused me so much trouble.
After being beaten, Scar not only did he not dare to get angry, but instead he swung his hand and slapped Peng Jelly wildly.
He was not stupid.
When he saw Zhou Fian coming with Chao Yang, he immediately realized that the kidnapped people today must not be messed with.
Previously, when he was in the black market, he was slapped unconscious by Chao Yang and still has psychological trauma. Moreover, he was demoted because of Chao Yang. Now he appeared with the eldest lady, obviously he was here to rescue someone. Pa pa pa.
The loud sound of slapping, accompanied by Peng Jelly's screams, echoed in the empty factory. While doing this, Chao Yang had already torn off the tape on Mu Xiaodi's mouth and helped her untie herself.
Whoa, Chao Yang, I knew you would come to save me.
Mu Xiaodi hugged Chao Yang tightly and cried bitterly.
Okay, it's okay. Chao Yang patted Mu Xiaodi's back gently and comforted her softly.
When Zhou Fian saw this scene, she felt inexplicably jealous. She stepped forward, grabbed Scar's hair, and punched him several times.
Old Scar, you're such a blind bastard. You even dared to kidnap Mr. Chao's friend. I'm going to teach you a lesson this time. Scar didn't dare to hide.
He held his head and shrunk his neck, his face full of grievance. Oh, miss, I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please don't hit me anymore, my old bones really can't take it. He could see that the eldest lady was holding back her anger and was using him as a punching bag. Scar's subordinates were all so frightened that they were silent and their legs were shaking. They had experienced the eldest lady's violent temper before, and she was really ruthless when she attacked.
What's going on? Has Chao Yang arrived? And who is that woman who beat people up? This was the scene that Nalan Yorua and Alan saw when they arrived.
Peng Jelly was beaten into a pig's head and curled up on the ground wailing.
Scarface was beaten up by Zhou Fian and kept begging for mercy. Mu Xiaodi threw herself into Chao Yang's arms and cried like a wronged kitten. Xiaodi. Are you okay? Come on, let me see if you are hurt.
Nalan Yorua ran over, pulled Mu Xiaodi out of Chao Yang's arms, and looked her up and down with concern.
Sister Yorua, I'm fine. I was just a little frightened.
In fact, Mu Xiaodi was kicked and beaten by Pine Jelly, but she didn't want to make Nalan Yorua worry, so she deliberately concealed it.
It's okay, you scared me to death. Nalan Yorua hugged Mu Xiaodi tightly and said with some fear, what if something happens to you? How will I explain to Grandpa Mu? God bless you, I hope you're safe. I'll have Alan protect you from now on, and I'll never let anything happen to you again.
After hearing this, Mu Xiaodi sniffed and whispered, no need, Sister Yorua, Chao Yang can protect me.
He? Nalan Yorua frowned slightly, with a hint of complaint in her tone. Chao Yang, didn't you say that we should keep each other informed in a timely manner? Since you found this place in advance, why didn't you inform me? You made me so scared all the way here.
Chao Yang sneered when he heard this. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply.
What?
Nalan Yorua was stunned and quickly took out her cell phone to see that there was indeed an unread message.
I'm sorry, I was probably in a hurry and didn't see it in time. Chao Yang didn't comment and asked her directly, you didn't tell me what happened when you went to pay the ransom under the bridge, did you?
Yes, I was panicking at the time and was rushing to save people, so.
Nalan Yorua blushed and hesitated.
She wanted to explain, but she felt that she was in the wrong and everything she said seemed like an excuse. Fortunately, Alan, who was standing by, took over the conversation. Mr. Chow, it was me who didn't let Miss Nalan inform you. The situation was unclear at the time, and I was afraid of alerting the enemy.
Oh, that's okay.
Your words are quite effective, much more effective than mine.
It seems that Miss Nalan still doesn't trust me enough.
Chao Yang glanced at Alan, but his words implied that Nalan Yorua was not keeping his promise.
I.
Nalan Yorua lowered her head and her face turned even redder. She had always been confident and strong, but in front of Chao Yang she was speechless. Seeing this, Mu Xiaodi quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. All right, Chao Yang, stop talking.
Sister Yorua doesn't have bad intentions. It's okay as long as the misunderstanding is cleared up. Let's get out of here quickly.
Chao Yang and Nalan Yorua are people she cares about very much, so she doesn't want anything unpleasant to happen between them.
You guys go ahead, I have something to take care of.
Chao Yang glanced at Pine Jelly lying on the ground and said lightly.
Nalan Yorua nodded immediately and said, well, fine.
I'll take Xiao Di home first.
Be careful.
After saying that, she didn't care whether Mu Xiaodi was willing or not and directly pulled her away.
Alan glanced at Chao Yang coldly and left with Nalan Yorua.
She felt that Chao Yang did not give Nalan Yorua face and did not take her seriously, and she felt somewhat dissatisfied.
Ding.
Detected that Nalan Yorua's favorability towards the host has increased by +30, and the current favorability is 50. However, Nalan Yorua is quite wary and suspicious of the host, so it is currently impossible to bind them as a romantic partner. The system prompt sound that suddenly rang in his mind surprised Chao Yang.
System, what are you doing? Why is Nalan Yorua's favorability towards me only 50?
Oh, by the way, the last concert, or something that happened before, should have given her 20 points of favorability.
However, the system did not give a corresponding notification.
It was probably because Nalan Yorua was too cautious, so the system did not yet judge her as a romantic partner that could be pursued. Even Nalan Yorua's personal information was not displayed, which shows that the system's judgment of Nalan Yorua is still in a pending state.
Chao Yang, it's up to you to decide how to deal with them.
Jofian beat Scar Grandpa up and felt relieved. Seeing that Mu Xiaodi and Nalan Yorua had left, I felt that the crisis was over and my mood improved a lot. She pointed at Peng Jelly and Scar Yi and asked Chao Yang how to deal with the situation.
Chapter 101 Strange Illness.
Chao Yang nodded slightly, walked towards Scarmaster, and said condescendingly, you are doing this for money, but for Fian's sake, I won't make things difficult for you today. But, you have to take care of this old woman surnamed Pang.
I don't want to see her again.
Scarface knelt on the ground and cowed out several times. Thank you, Mr. Chow, for your mercy.
I know what to do.
He originally thought that he would be in big trouble this time, but Chao Yang was merciful and did not punish him.
He just assigned him a task.
Of course, he had to show some sincerity and physically eliminate Peng Jelly directly.
Chao Yang, I helped you a little this time. How do you plan to thank me?
After leaving the abandoned factory, Zhou Fian walked with a breeze and asked casually.
How do you want me to thank you? Chao Yang asked with a smile. Zhou Fian thought for a moment and said, How about you, you kiss me? What? Chao Yang was startled and almost fell down. TSK, I was just kidding. You look so nervous. Zhou Fian pouted, a little disappointed. It seems that I still lack a bit of femininity and cannot arouse Chao Yang's interest.
Compared to Mu Xiaoti's pure and cute character, and Nailan Yorua's bright and elegant character, Zhou Fian felt that she had to make a drastic change. She decided to start learning how to put on makeup and dress appropriately when she got home. With her good looks, she didn't believe Chao Yang would still treat her as a friend. It was almost dawn when Chao Yang returned to the villa. When Yi Qingwan saw him return, she asked him a few simple questions and then pulled him into the warm bed so that he could catch up on his sleep. After dawn, Chao Yang got up for morning exercises as usual. After breakfast, he drove to the hospital to check on his sister's condition. After a few days of recovery and Xie Qingyu's careful care, Chao Ying's condition is getting better and better. Seeing Chao Yang talking and laughing, she even pulled him to read Qiao Mei's comics. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan, openly and secretly, wanted to bring Chao Yang and Xie Qingyu together. Xie Qingyu was naturally willing in her heart, but she shyly said that they needed to spend more time together and also asked her parents for their opinion. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and several people were chatting happily when they saw Dean Qi coming in hurriedly. Mr. Chao, it's great to have you here. Our hospital sent a very special patient last night, and his condition is quite serious. I personally examined the patient and organized a consultation with experts, but no one could help. So I specifically wanted to ask you to come over and see if there is any way to treat him. Chao Yang was a little curious. Special patient? How special is it? Dean Qi scratched his head and carefully chose his words. That girl is from the Sakura country. She was born with white hair and scarlet eyes. Her immunity is extremely low. As he spoke, he saw the comic book cover in Chao Ying's hand. His eyes lit up and he said, That's her. The girl looks exactly like the one on the cover. Mei Chio? Chao Yang, Chao Ying, and Xie Qingyu all said the name almost at the same time. Yes, I heard her mother call her Mei. Dean Qi nodded vigorously. Okay, take me there to have a look. Chao Yang immediately followed Dean Qi out. Chao Ying was so excited that she wanted to go and see it too, but was stopped by Xie Qingyu. In the ICU ward, Mei Chio was still unconscious, her breath was weak, her face was as pale as paper, like a candle that was about to go out. A circle of senior experts from the hospital stood around, all with serious expressions and tightly frowned brows. Nanako Mano was furious and was pointing at their noses and attacking them crazily. None of you Dragon Country doctors are any good. You're all useless, you're all idiots. If anything happens to my daughter, I will hold everyone in your hospital accountable. When Chao Yang and Dean Qi pushed open the door and entered, they saw the ferocious round face of Nanako Mano. When she is not angry, she looks like a gentle and polite lady, but at this moment, she looks like a ghost that has taken off its disguise, which makes people shudder. Madam, please leave first. Family members should stay away and not enter the ICU ward without permission. Dean Qi suppressed his anger and said to Nanako Mano. He was already very restrained and polite. If it were any other time, he would have asked the security guard to kick him out long ago. Go out? Why should I go out? I won't go out. My daughter's life or death is in danger. I want to see with my own eyes how you save her. If my daughter is killed because of your incompetence, I will use all means to make sure you all die without a burial place. Nanako Asano was very strong and even acted crazy at this moment, as if her cash cow was about to be stolen. Dean Qi frowned deeply, unable to do anything about this shrew. The other party was obviously of extraordinary status and should be a member of the upper class of Sakura country. He was also afraid that if he used force, the situation would escalate and become unmanageable. Moreover, he had just learned from Chao Yang that the unconscious young girl seemed to be very famous. If she could not be saved, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. If we refuse to admit her and transfer her to another hospital, her life might be in danger, and that shrew might not agree. If you don't want your daughter to die, shut up right now. Just when Dean Qi was in a dilemma, Chao Yang walked up to him, stared at Mayano Nanako coldly and said, Ha? How dare you talk to me like that? Who do you think you are to tell me to shut up? Unless you can save my daughter, get out of here right now. Asano Nanako's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted unreasonably. Dean Qi and the experts around him wanted to cover their ears or kick the old woman out, but they didn't dare.
I can save her. Chao Yang's words were resounding, but the premise is that you must do everything according to my instructions. Really? Okay. Nanako Mayano's expression lit up with joy, and she immediately urged, tell me, what do you want me to do? Chao Yang pointed at the door, get out immediately. Without my permission, you can't take a single step inside. If your interruption distracts me and causes the treatment to fail, it would be like you killed her with your own hands. Nanako Mano was stunned, her eyes rolling rapidly, and she turned around and walked out without saying anything. As soon as she left, Dean Chi and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They felt their ears were quiet and the air was much fresher. Dean Chi, you all should go out as well. I need absolute quiet. No one is allowed to disturb me during the treatment. Also, please prepare a tub for me. Fill it with hot water of suitable temperature and soak 18 kinds of herbs in it. I will write down the names and weights. Chao Yang made arrangements quickly, made a list of medicinal materials and handed it to Dean Chi. Soon, the wooden barrel for medicinal bath was brought in, the aroma of herbs filled the air, and the door of the ward was completely closed. Chao Yan looked at the pale-faced Chiyo-mei lying on the hospital bed, and gently pressed the palm of his right hand on her forehead. The eye of perspective instantly opened, and the powerful mental power covered her in an instant. After just a few breaths, Chao Yang's face suddenly changed and his brows couldn't help but frown. Chiyo-mei's illness was so serious and strange that it far exceeded his expectations. How pitiful. His body has been controlled by drugs for a long time, and even his spirit has been marked with a mark of confinement. Chapter 102: A Sweet Dream Kiss. Chao Yan lowered his eyes and looked at the white-haired girl lying on the hospital bed, who looked as delicate as a doll. However, his heart was full of doubts, and instantly a storm of doubts arose in his heart. Through his investigation, he has already made a preliminary judgment on Chiyo-mei's condition. A large amount of unknown toxins has accumulated in Mei Chiyo's body and spread throughout her blood. However, due to repeated and long-term intake, the body gradually develops resistance, so it maintains a certain balance and is not immediately fatal. However, these toxins were quietly transforming her body, and as she grew and developed, the harm gradually became apparent. Her iconic red eyes and white hair were not natural at all, but were caused by these strange toxins. Compared with the drug toxins in her body, the mark of confinement on her mental level was what shocked and troubled Chao Yang the most. Such mysterious things are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If it weren't for the system's support and Chao Yang's super strong mental power, he would probably never be able to detect the existence of that confinement mark. Well, since we meet again, it's fate. I'll try my best to save you. As for whether you can escape danger and recover your vitality, that depends on your own luck. Chao Yang sighed lightly, and a stream of pure energy condensed in his palm, like a warm stream, slowly flowing into the center of Chiyo-mei's eyebrows. In fact, Chao Yang was not sure whether this controllable flowing energy should be called true chi or something else. Anyway, ever since he acquired the master-level fighting skills, this kind of chi feeling has naturally emerged in his body. He had tried to use this energy to save people before. He even used it in an emergency when his sister was undergoing surgery, and the effect was immediate. A moment later, Chiyo-mei's long eyelashes trembled slightly like cicada wings. Her cheeks, originally as pale as paper, gradually showed a faint blush. Her delicate, doll-like face, like the first rays of sunlight on the cherry blossoms in early spring, appears extremely fragile and lovable. Then she moaned and slowly opened her eyes. The iconic dark red pupils now seemed a little blurry and out of focus, with a faint layer of water vapor. When her gaze finally focused on Chao Yang's face, she was stunned for a moment, and then a surprised smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Ah! Chao Yang? Chao Yang? Is it really you? No, it's impossible. I must be dreaming again. Chiyo-mei's voice was very soft, with a hint of weakness and hoarseness, but it was filled with indescribable joy. But this dream was too real. I'm really happy. She tilted her head slightly, as if wanting to see Chao Yang more clearly. Her beautiful red eyes flashed with shy and fiery light. Chao Yang, do you know that ever since I first saw you in the parking lot outside the hotel, I can never forget you? Your appearance is so perfect, and your temperament is so special. This is the charm I have imagined countless times, but I can never paint it. And at the book signing that day, you were like a hero descending from the sky, helping me recover the silver bracelet. That was the last thing my mother-in-law left me, and it meant a lot to me. Just last night, I secretly drew a portrait of you, imagining that you are the only protagonist of my new comic.
Strong and confident, unparalleled in beauty, fearless of any evil, possessing extraordinary powers, and will eventually save the girl trapped in the dark cage. But my mother has been watching me all the time.
She doesn't allow me to have feelings for any man.
She only wants me to be a perfect puppet, to make tons of money for her, and to bring more fame and fortune to the entire royal family. In order to avoid being discovered by Mom, I swallowed the portrait.
I didn't expect to get sick in the middle of the night. But I don't regret it at all.
On the contrary, I'm very happy, because it's as if you and I have merged together.
No one can take you away from me, not even Mom.
She spoke a lot in one breath, as if she was afraid that the dream would suddenly wake her up. Finally, she mustered up her courage and looked at Chao Yang with a burning gaze, her red eyes shimmering with an almost pious emotion.
If this isn't a dream, how wonderful it would be. I really want you to hug me and kiss me, even just for a moment.
Listening to Mei Chio's sincere confession and looking at her delicate and helpless face, Chao Yang suddenly felt very uncomfortable. He didn't like the Sakura country, and he hated those crazy warmongers even more, but he really couldn't feel disgusted with the poor and fragile girl in front of him.
Mei, you're going to be fine.
Chao Yang said this sincerely, then leaned over slightly, half hugged her in his arms, and then gave her a light kiss on the lips. So sweet, so warm, so comfortable, this dream is too real, too wonderful.
I need to stay calm, and don't get so excited that I wake up.
Mei Chio curled up in Chao Yang's arms.
She was small and fragile like a bubble that would burst at any moment.
However, the bright smile on her face seemed to be able to dispel the silence and coldness in the entire ward. Chao Yang did not expose the lie of this dream, he just made his voice lower and softer, just like the night wind blowing through the strings of a piano, with some hypnotic rhythm.
Mei, can you tell me if you have often needed to take any medication in recent years?
Xiaomei nodded obediently, a trace of fear flashing across her eyes. Well, yes, my mother personally prepares a kind of soup every day. It is very dark in color and tastes very bitter.
I don't like it very much.
But she said it was to maintain the purity and spirituality of my body and that it had to be taken every day. If I don't drink, she'll get really, really angry, saying I don't take care of my body and that I'm unworthy of her hard work.
Chao Yang's eyes flickered as he continued to ask, so, besides your mother, has anyone else done anything strange to you? Strange things.
Hearing this question, Xiaomei's body trembled violently, and her eyes instantly became empty and fearful, as if she was trapped in some painful memory.
Besides my mother, the only person I interact with the most is the president.
When she mentioned this title, she subconsciously hugged Chao Yang tightly, her voice trembling a little.
The president is very old, dressed in a black robe and holding a scepter.
He comes every 2 weeks, in the large white palace where I live, to perform soul enlightenment on me. His hand was ice cold. He placed it on my forehead and muttered some spells that I couldn't understand. Then, I felt drowsy and had a very long dream. In my dream, there were many dark things haunting me, and there were many noisy voices shouting.
I was very scared and uncomfortable, but I just couldn't wake up.
I won't regain consciousness until the president calls my name and his hand leaves my forehead. At this point, she suddenly held her head in her hands, a look of extreme pain on her face. No, I can't think about it.
Ah!
My head hurts so much, it really hurts, my head feels like it's about to split.
Chapter 103 Invisible Cage.
Seeing Xiaomei's painful look, Chao Yang hurriedly hugged her.
Okay, don't think about it anymore, just close your eyes and rest.
But before he could finish his words, Xiaomei's head tilted and she fell into coma again. It seems that the mark of her mental confinement is far more terrifying than the toxins in her body. Once she touches this mark, her thinking will be hindered and she will suffer inexplicable backlash. Chao Yang muttered to himself for a few words, and without hesitation, he took out the silver needle he carried with him and began to give Xiaomei acupuncture. Ever since he used the 13 ghost needles to bring people back to life several times, he developed a habit of always carrying a bag of silver needles in his pocket.
This thing is small and light.
It can save people in critical moments and can also be used as a weapon without feeling cumbersome.
Shua shua shua.
Chao Yang held his breath and concentrated, silver light flashed between his fingers, and 49 silver needles accurately pierced into the vital acupoints on Xiaomei's body, and the ends of the needles trembled slightly. This time, Chao Yang used the detoxification and elimination of evil needle method among the 13 ghost gate needles, which is specifically used to remove blood stasis or toxins deposited in the body. His technique combines speed and accuracy. Every needle he inserts is fast and steady, without any deviation even through clothes. After the last needle fell, he flicked the end of the needle with his finger, and all the silver needles immediately made a clear buzzing sound. Black blood beads slowly seeped out of the needle holes, emitting a faint foul smell. These blood beads are as black as ink and condensed into beads like mercury, looking extremely strange. As the toxins were discharged bit by bit, Chiyome's pale face gradually returned to its rosy color. The moment the needle was withdrawn, the white-haired girl woke up again.
Where am I? Is this a dream or reality?
Mei Chiyo frowned uncomfortably, with a bit of confusion in her eyes. Seeing Chao Yang standing beside her, she couldn't help but become a little obsessed again.
Chao Yang? Is that you? Am I still dreaming and not awake?
But then, when she found herself covered in sticky black dirt, she was immediately at a loss and cried out, "Ah!
What's going on? What are these black things on my body?" Don't panic, you're in the hospital.
Those black stains are toxins accumulated in your body." Chao Yang smiled and pointed to the bathtub next to him. "The black dirt is difficult to clean. You need a medicinal bath to wash it thoroughly. It can also help you absorb the medicinal effects and restore your vitality better."
Toxin? How could it be?
Chiyome's face was full of astonishment, and she couldn't understand for a moment.
Just keep this matter in mind, and don't tell anyone, including your mother.
Chao Yang didn't explain too much, but just gave a few words of advice.
Oh.
Mei Chiyo nodded, as if she suddenly realized something. Her eyes widened and crystal tears gradually gathered. She clearly wanted to cry, but she bit her lips tightly.
After a while, she finally calmed down, wiped her tears, and whispered to Chao Yang, "Can you please turn your back first? I want to take off these dirty clothes and do a medicinal bath quickly." She had been living in a sterile environment for many years and had developed severe mysophobia. Now her body was sticky and she wanted to wash herself clean quickly. Yeah.
Chao Yang turned around immediately and said calmly, "I've already informed your mother in advance and asked her to prepare clean clothes for you. You can change into them after you wash them."
Chao Yang, thank you.
Chiyome thanked him and said nothing more. She began to take off her clothes quietly. She looked at Chao Yang quietly, and seeing that he never turned back to peek at her, she felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. How could she know that Chao Yang had the ability to see through everything, and as long as he wanted, he could see her naked at any time without missing a single corner? In fact, when Chao Yang checked her condition at the beginning, he already had a clear view of her. Although it was not intentional, it was necessary. Oops. After throwing away her dirty clothes, Mei Chiyo held onto the edge of the bed and tried to get up. But suddenly he felt weak all over, and fell back onto the bed with a scream.
What's wrong? Chao Yang turned around hurriedly when he heard the noise. What caught my eye was a petite and beautiful girl.
Although she was not very tall, her proportions were well proportioned, fat where it should be fat, and thin where it should be thin.
I'm sorry.
Chao Yang turned his head quickly, and the atmosphere in the ward suddenly became a little awkward.
No, it's not your fault. Just look at it. You saved my life, so what's there to be shy about?
Mei Chiyo bit her red lips lightly, her eyes flickering, and she didn't know whether she was saying this to Chao Yang or to herself.
Then, she lowered her head in embarrassment and whispered, "Chao Yang, can you carry me over? I really don't have the strength."
Of course. Chao Yang thought about it and agreed, "You can wrap your body with the bedsheet first, and then take out the bedsheet when I carry you into the bathtub." He didn't care, he was mainly considering Chiyomei's feelings.
Okay, you're very thoughtful.
Chiyome spoke softly and quickly wrapped herself up.
Chao Yang turned around and walked to the bedside.
Seeing Chiyome wrapped herself up like a little dumpling, he couldn't help but smile slightly. He bent down, picked up Chiyome, and walked carefully towards the bathtub. The girl's body was petite and delicate, as light as a feather, and almost weightless. Through the thin bedsheet, Chiyome could clearly feel the strength of Chao Yang's arms and the warmth of his chest. When the warm liquid medicine flowed over her shoulders, Chiyome realized that Chao Yang had let go of her and put her into the bathtub filled with the fragrance of medicine. She took out the soak sheets, let out a long breath, and let the hot air with the scent of medicine envelop her. At this moment, she felt extremely comfortable. Every drop of water was like a cute elf, surrounding her and cleaning the dirt on her skin. After a while, the medicine turned into a turbid light black color, but Chiyomei's skin became refreshed and fair after being washed, and she exuded the unique charm of a young girl. As she splashed water and talked to Chao Yang, her mood gradually became cheerful. Chao Yang sat aside and listened patiently to her talk about every detail of her past life. It turned out that when she was a child, she lived with her mother-in-law. After her mother-in-law passed away, she was taken in by her mother and lived in the White Palace. In that cold and empty place, she was worshipped by many people, and her mother and the president grandfather also gave her various training and special training. In fact, she is good at many things, and creating comics is just one of her hobbies, but this alone can make her famous. As Chao Yang listened to her talk, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this girl was truly amazing, in no way inferior to Nailin Yorua, and even better in some aspects. It's just that she lives in an airtight invisible cage, and the people who keep her captive don't want her to show more talents yet. And just at this moment, the system prompt sound also sounded. Ding! A potential romantic partner, Xiao Mei, has been detected. Her favorability towards the host has increased by 30, and her current favorability is 96.
Chapter 104 System Upgrade.
Immediately afterwards, a cute pink bubble slowly emerged above Xiao Mei's head, revealing her basic personal information.
Name, Xiao Mei. Age, 18. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 43 kilograms. Measurements, 84, 56, 86.
Identity, internationally renowned talented manga artist, 2D idol, member of the Sakura Country Chio family. Appearance rating, 96. Beautiful girl with a mutated physique, white hair, red eyes, and a sense of brokenness. Romance traits, innocent and kind, artistically sensitive, yearning for freedom, and mentally trapped. Current favorability, 96. Gratitude and admiration intertwined, sincerity and admiration coexist. Hobbies, painting, extensive reading, playing various musical instruments, singing, gaming, daydreaming, eavesdropping, etc.
Specialties, master-level painting talent, multilingualism, absolute pitch, affinity for dark elements unawakened. Special status, congenitally weak, partial memory loss, long-term drug dependence, mental imprisonment mark. Love reward, if you successfully establish a love relationship with it, the host will receive 1. Fluent in 8 languages. 2. King of Esports. 3. Max firearms skill. Details not available at this time.
After reading her personal information, Chao Yang was secretly shocked and had a deeper understanding of Xiao Mei. It turns out that beneath her fragile and helpless appearance, there are so many unknown parts hidden. What I have seen may just be the tip of the iceberg of her, and I am far from understanding her. Chao Yang suddenly felt that Xiao Mei was like a mystery, and he was becoming increasingly confused.
What are you thinking about? Are you still listening to me?
Xiao Mei's beautiful eyes flashed, and she looked at Chao Yang tenderly, and suddenly stood up from the bathtub.
Crash!
Ink-colored water droplets fell along her smooth skin, making her look even fairer and more beautiful.
You! Chao Yang was surprised.
He didn't expect that she would face him directly without regard for the difference between men and women.
Chao Yang, I like you. Please don't reject me, okay?
Mei Chio stepped out of the bathtub, moved her beautiful feet, and came directly in front of Chao Yang. She raised her head slightly, her eyes full of love and pleading. Seeing her pitiful look, even a heartless person would be unable to resist hugging her in his arms.
Miss Chio, do you know what you are doing? Some things, once they happen, cannot be undone. Chao Yang looked directly into Xiao Mei's eyes and asked seriously.
There is such a special girl standing in front of me, it would be a lie to say that I am not moved at all.
But Chao Yang is not a lustful man. He will not pounce on beautiful women when he sees them. He still has some principles and bottom line. Even though there were system rewards tempting him, and perhaps he could get those rewards immediately by just taking one step forward, he still held back for the time being because he was not sure whether Xiao Mei had any ulterior motives. Yes, I know.
Xiao Mei nodded vigorously, her eyes firm and sincere. I know you may have some concerns in your heart, worried that I will do something bad to you. But I still have to say, Chao Yang, I love you sincerely, without any utilitarian motives.
Right here, right now, I am willing to completely surrender my innocence to you.
As she spoke, her body pressed against his, bringing with it a hint of coolness. Please rest assured, I won't ask you to take responsibility, nor will I force you to establish that kind of intimate relationship with me. I just simply want to experience with you the joy of freedom between men and women, that's all. From her micro-expressions, Chao Yang did not see any falsehood or deception. This means that Xiao Mei is absolutely devoted to him without reservation. After confirming this, Chao Yang no longer suppressed his true feelings. He immediately hugged Xiao Mei in his arms and bent down to kiss her. The kiss was light and shallow, accompanied by slightly disordered breathing, as if he was afraid of destroying the delicate little flower in front of him. However, Mei Chio's response was bold and passionate, and she completely opened herself up. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms, hooked them around Qiao Yang's neck, and wrapped her petite body tightly around Qiao Yang. She gave him her first kiss with joy, as if she wanted to firmly brand her life with his.
After a long time,
Xiao Mei stopped with satisfaction. She looked at Qiao Yang with moist eyes, and her voice was filled with a dreamy murmur. Qiao Yang, you are the first and only man for whom I am willing to give everything, so please remember me and never forget me for the rest of your life. If one day I do something that makes you unhappy, please remember that I once loved you so deeply.
Qiao Yang nodded slightly. Okay.
He didn't quite understand what Xiao Mei meant, but he nodded in agreement. This exchange was somewhat abrupt, but they were both quite satisfied with each other and experienced the ultimate joy of ups and downs.
Qiao Yang, please go out first. Let my mother bring the clothes in.
I feel much better both physically and mentally after your treatment. Mei Qiao hugged Qiao Yang again, then let go, not being clingy at all.
Okay, if you need anything else, feel free to contact me.
Qiao Yang didn't feel bored, he smiled and walked out of the ICU ward.
Ding!
It has been detected that the host has completed a relationship exchange with Qiao Mei.
You will receive the following rewards.
1. Proficient in 8 languages, you have perfected the ability to speak Chinese, English, Russian, Japanese, French, German, Spanish, and Arabic. You can communicate accurately across scenarios without learning, completely eliminating language barriers.
This feature is permanent.
2. Esports King, your esports abilities have been enhanced to their peak, encompassing superhuman reaction speed, extreme operational precision, and unrivaled tactical thinking. This skill automatically adapts to all types of games, allowing you to easily dominate professional players and lead your team to victory. 3. Max Firearms Skills, you have mastered the use, maintenance, modification, and tactical application of all firearms, achieving 100% shooting accuracy. Mastering advanced combat techniques and safety standards, you have become an absolutely reliable weapon master. The system's rewards were always there, and they would arrive in the account right after he finished using them. This made Qiao Yang very excited, and he felt particularly comfortable. A vast amount of knowledge poured into my mind, and all my skills instantly turned into muscle memory. Qiao Yang carefully felt the 3 rewards. Each of them was a practical and powerful skill. If he picked out any one of them, he could walk around outside with ease.
That was very nice. So cool. I just like this feeling of feeling even better after having a good time. It's so cool. After counting the rewards, he also took a look at the experience value column. Current experience value, 1010. Congratulations to the host, you have met the system upgrade requirements. Ding! The system is automatically upgrading, please do not disconnect the mind connection. This upgrade takes about 3 minutes. After completion, the system will automatically restart. You will have a better user experience in the future. Chapter 105: The Killer's Partner. Holy crap! The system is finally getting upgraded. I wonder what benefits there will be after the upgrade. Qiao Yang clenched his fists and felt even more excited. It took me 10 relationships to get this opportunity today. It's really not easy. Well, actually, looking back on it, apart from being a bit busy and having my kidneys moving frequently, the whole process was quite enjoyable. Time and again, his romantic experiences have quietly changed the trajectory of his life. To describe it in 8 words, it is, everything will come naturally, and you will gain both wealth and beauty. Qiao Yang. Why did you come out? How is Mei now? When Nanako Mano saw Qiao Yang coming out, she hurried over to ask. She's awake and in stable condition. Please take the clothes you brought to her. Qiao Yang gave a simple answer and walked away. His current thoughts in the system cannot be disconnected, and he dare not be too distracted when talking, so he plans to find a quiet place to stay and wait until the system upgrade is completed before coming out. He didn't want the system to be unlinked due to a sudden disconnection during the upgrade process. At the critical moment, we cannot be careless and we cannot let down our guard at the crucial moment. Qiao Yang thought for a moment and walked towards the small warehouse. That was the small darkroom where he and Xie Qingyu stayed last time. Although the place is dark and small, it is relatively quiet. Recalling the collision in the dark and the nervousness of being discovered, Qiao Yang still has some aftertastes. When he was still a few meters away from the hut, the sound of an ambiguous conversation between a man and a woman faintly reached Qiao Yang's ears. The two people's voices were very low and soft, as if they were whispering. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to hear it, but Qiao Yang's current hearing ability can easily capture every word they said.
What surprised him was that the man and woman were actually communicating in Japanese, chattering in a very affectionate manner.
Matsumoto-kun, please feed me again, okay? I'm not full yet.
Your thing excites me like your sniper rifle, so please satisfy me vigorously.
Oh no, Shizuka, please spare me. I've tried my best, isn't that enough?
If you continue, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to lift my gun.
No way? Is it really impossible? Am I asking for too much, or are you simply not capable? Matsumoto-kun, look into my eyes and answer me, please.
This is probably because the failure of the last mission angered Master Mai, which caused me to feel too much pressure, so I can't perform at my normal level.
Oh? Is that so?
I can barely accept that, but next time, you better keep working harder.
I don't want my partner to be a short and incompetent man. Jing Xiang. Don't talk about me like that again. We are both Lord Mai's most capable subordinates.
It was a great shame that we failed to kill Nailan Yorua last time.
Don't you hate the man who ruined our operation? Haha, hot-tempered Matsumoto-kun, do you want to hear the truth?
I really can't hate him, because that man is so handsome. If it wasn't for saving you, I really wanted to pounce on him and tame him into my captive. After hearing these words, Chao Yang immediately stopped and did not move any closer to the small dark room. At first he thought that these were just two adulterers from the Sakura country having an affair, but after hearing the last few sentences, he suddenly realized that the two people speaking were the killer in black and the woman in red who had escaped that day.
Isn't this a coincidence?
After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. As long as we break in now, relying on our Grandmaster level fighting skills, it shouldn't be a problem to take down both of them. But Chao Yang changed his mind and thought again.
No. This is not worth it.
He was facing a critical moment in system upgrade. If the system upgrade failed because of capturing them, he would suffer a huge loss.
Besides, this is a hospital.
If someone dies, the consequences will be difficult to deal with. After quickly analyzing the situation, Chao Yang decided not to take action for the time being and let them jump around for a while.
There was no rush to get rid of them anyway. Then Chao Yang noticed another key point. Could the Ms. Mano they are talking about be Chio Mei's mother, Mano Nanako?
Why did that plump noble lady who seemed polite and gentle but was actually strong and vicious send people to assassinate Nailan Yorua?
Who is her true identity? How could this killer duo in the small dark room suddenly come to the hospital? Are they hiding here and on standby at any time?
Through their conversation, Chao Yang has figured out a lot of things.
This series of inferences was completed in just a few seconds.
They were closely linked and meticulous, and many irrelevant details were instantly strung together into a single line.
Chao Yang's eyes flickered and he turned and left.
He had just found a quiet place to sit down when the mechanical voice in his head rang. This time, the tone was no longer a cold and ruthless neutral voice, but a charming and seductive royal sister voice.
Ding dong!
The most beautiful love system has been upgraded and is restarting. Congratulations, host.
The system has been upgraded. Now let's unite our minds and start having fun. Host brother, new features are online, don't you want to chat with me? Sister Tongzi, you seem to have become smarter than before?
Hearing this charming system voice, Chao Yang also felt very novel, so he communicated with her using his mind.
Yes, my host brother is so smart. Have you begun to feel my uniqueness?
Secretly, the previous basic model was just the standard version provided by the Space-Time Administration to time travelers and reborn people.
But I am different. I am an advanced intelligent being with independent consciousness.
As long as your mental strength is strong enough, you can meet people's special needs appropriately, find many romantic partners, and accumulate enough experience points, they will give you back without reservation, making you feel so happy.
Fuck. Sister Tongzi, you're really good at chatting.
With you by my side, life will become so much more colorful.
Chao Yang was a little stunned and felt excited. Is this the level of advanced intelligent beings? The original system would only issue tasks step by step, and give corresponding rewards after the tasks were completed. It was very rigid.
Now after the upgrade, not only has the tone become better, but you can also communicate with it about problems, and the conversation is lively and interesting.
In contrast, how can you not love it? It's like a new system.
Hey, dear host brother, why do you speak so nicely? Please note, I'm just a system, please don't fall in love with me. Don't forget, your love belongs to those you are destined to love. Only if you work hard and strive to increase your experience points will their performance soar higher.
Similarly, the rewards you receive will be even more generous. Chapter 106, She is Pure but Flawed. So how many experience points are needed before the next system upgrade?
Chao Yang has already accepted the system's mature voice. What he is more concerned about now is what new goals and new functions will be achieved after the system upgrade.
Ding dong. The experience points required for the next system upgrade are 0.20. Note, every time you capture a new romantic partner, you gain +1 experience point.
Host brother, as you can see, the previous experience points have been reset to 0 because they were consumed during the upgrade. So now you need to calm down, step out of your comfort zone, develop more romantic partners, and enjoy a more wonderful and happy life.
Hearing the system's reply, Chao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Sister Tonzi, you are good at making big promises. I'm already excited. But I also know that what you said is absolutely right. If I want to gain more, I can only do it according to your plan. Well, since you've revealed your hand, I won't be a playboy either. Let's have a happy cooperation in the future. Ding dong. Happy cooperation.
The system's mature voice always sounds like it's smiling.
Wait. I almost forgot something very important.
Chao Yang sensed that the system was about to go invisible, and quickly asked the question he had been waiting for. Sister Tonzi, now that you've completed the upgrade, don't you have any gift for me?
Ding dong. Cunning host brother, you are so smart that I am jealous.
Since you asked sincerely, I will mercifully tell you.
There is a big gift right in front of you. Will you open it right away, or right away?
The system was actually a bit playful and actively interacted with Chao Yang.
The relaxed atmosphere created definitely gained a lot of favorability. Open it immediately. Chao Yang couldn't wait and immediately gave orders with his mind. Ding dong.
The upgrade gift pack has been sent, please check it out, host brother. This gift package includes 3 items, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. 1. Immunity to all diseases. The host's body has undergone comprehensive and deep strengthening, becoming immune to all known pathogenic factors. Your metabolism and cell activity have reached their theoretical peak, and your self-healing ability has been greatly enhanced. A flawless and healthy body, eternal youthful vitality, and simultaneously improved appearance and temperament, becoming a walking hormone and the ceiling of appearance.
2. Portable space. Your own 10,000 cubic meters dimensional warehouse is now open. Use your mind to instantly access this data.
Currently limited to inanimate objects, this will eventually allow animals, plants, and even humans to be brought in if conditions permit. The laws of time within this space are yours to control. You can absolutely freeze everything to preserve its freshness, accelerate time to powerfully catalyze it, or slow its flow to delay its growth.
From now on, it will become your personal treasure house, storing everything you want. Do you like it?
3. The system mall is officially activated. Thousands of rare items and god-level skills are all available in the mall.
Whether it's real-world advanced technology or special offerings from another dimension, you can redeem them with Krypton Gold.
Here, wealth will be directly converted into strength, and there will be random surprise blind boxes on the shelves every day.
As long as you have enough gold coins, there is no miracle you can't buy. Holy crap! Holy crap! This is such a generous gift.
Chao Yang jumped up from his chair as if he was suddenly hit by a pie in the sky.
The system is so powerful, there is no fakery at all. First of all, being immune to all diseases is what many people dream of.
It means being immune to all diseases and having an overall strengthened body.
Never getting sick for a lifetime, what a divine blessing. If you are not sick, you don't need to take medicine and you will always enjoy a healthy body. This is a great opportunity that no one can obtain even if they pray to gods and Buddhas and give away their fortunes.
Then there was the 10,000 cubic meter portable space. Chao Yang tried to enter it with his mind and found that it was so huge and empty that he felt a little nervous. He tried to transfer the silver needle in his pocket into the space.
It was just a thought and it was done in the blink of an eye.
Then he thought again and the silver needle appeared in his pocket again.
He tried it repeatedly several times and it was stored and retrieved in seconds. It was amazing. But what's even more amazing is that he can control the flow of time and space with his mind, just like the progress bar of a video, fast forward, pause, slow down, he can do it at will. The last system mall was even more amazing. Chao Yang was shocked after just a quick look at the mall list.
He had never even seen most of those strange and bizarre items. There are also those incredible skills, each of which is enough to make people drop their jaws. However, if you want to obtain these things or skills, you need to spend money on the recharge page of the system mall. Only when the money is in place can these good things truly belong to you.
Chao Yang is not short of money now.
In less than half a month, he has accumulated about 100 million yuan. From a secular perspective, it is very rare for him to have such a large sum of money at his age. However, the items displayed in the system mall cost hundreds of millions or even tens of millions, and he felt that his 100 million yuan was not enough.
He had to continue making money, and make a lot of money. At the same time, in the ICU ward,
Mei Chio has already put on her clothes and tied her white hair with a purple ribbon, looking like an elf who has strayed into the human world. After being nourished by Chao Yang, she looked radiant and more beautiful than before, not at all like someone who had just returned from the gates of hell.
Nanako Asano's eyes flickered as she watched Chio Mei's every move. Suddenly, she asked, "Mei, tell me, did Chao Yang do anything to you during the treatment?"
Hearing this, Chio Mei paused, slowly turned around, tilted her head and said with an innocent expression, "Yes, he gave me acupuncture and moved my hands and feet." Nanako Asano was stunned for a moment, then shook her head and said, "When I say touching your hands and feet, I don't mean that he touched your hands and feet, but. In her eyes, her daughter is the embodiment of purity and innocence, and she will not allow any man to desecrate her. If her daughter had not suddenly fallen ill and her condition had not been so serious that it was a matter of life and death, she would never have allowed Chao Yang to treat her daughter alone. Because she did not personally supervise the treatment process, she was very worried that her daughter would be molested by Chao Yang and do something excessive. If you just take the opportunity to touch it twice, it's nothing, but I'm afraid. If that really happened, she would definitely tear Chao Yang into pieces. Chapter 107. Next time you eat something secretly, remember to wipe the corners of your mouth clean.
Mom, what do you want to say?
Mei Chio blinked her crimson eyes, looking completely innocent.
I want to ask you, has Chao Yang ever kissed you, hugged you, or even entered your body? Nanako Asano stared at Mei Chio intently and finally asked the question.
Her question was direct and pointed, reaching a level that was beyond words. Because she was very worried that Chio Mei was so innocent and had no idea about matters between men and women, and she might be harmed by that boy Chao Yang in her ignorant state. After all, she is the best candidate chosen by the president, shouldering the glory and hope of the entire Chio family and even the royal family of Sakura country.
Her innocence must not be tarnished.
If something like this really happened, the president would definitely be furious, and their plans for many years would likely be affected.
No.
Mei Chio didn't blush or feel nervous as she gently uttered these two words.
That's good, that's good.
After hearing this answer, Nanako Asano finally felt relieved and her usual friendly smile appeared on her face. In her impression, her daughter is obedient and sensible, and would never lie to her.
Mom, it's dirty here. I don't want to stay in the hospital. Please take me back to my room. I'm fine now.
Chio Mei's tone was soft, with a bit of little girl's coquettishness.
Okay, wait a moment, I'll arrange it right away. Nanako Asano came over and gently hugged Mei Chio, and her mood was obviously much better.
She felt that her daughter was still as perfect as ever and not at all distant from her. This was the control she had always wanted to achieve.
Nanako Mano twisted her waist, turned around and walked out with a smile.
Behind her, Chio Mei had a cold expression on her face, with dark red flames flashing in her eyes, like a beast that wanted to eat people.
Matsumoto Shiro, Ito Shizuka, where have you been? Didn't I tell you to be on standby at all times, waiting to monitor Chao Yang's whereabouts? Nanako Asano came to the corridor and looked around, but did not see her two capable subordinates.
She had no choice but to take out her cell phone and make a call, her tone full of blame.
Half a minute later, Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka appear in front of Asano Nanako.
I'm sorry, Master Mai, Shizuka was hungry just now, so I took him to eat something.
Matsumoto Shiro lowered his head slightly and showed great respect to Nanako Asano.
In fact, deep down, he had that kind of idea about Nanako Asano and wanted to completely conquer this plump and beautiful woman. However, due to the difference in status, he could only suppress this desire deep in his heart and dared not express it.
Even his partner, Shizuka Ito, didn't know this secret. Ito Shizuka.
Next time, remember to wipe the corners of your mouth after eating.
Nanako Asano's eyes were sharp as she glared at Shizuka Ito. Really?
Ito Shizuka was a little panicked and subconsciously reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth. I'm sorry, Master Asano, maybe some of it got stuck when I was eating the cream.
I will be more careful next time. After hearing this, Nanako Mayano waved her hand impatiently. Alright, I don't want to hear this. I'm going back with Mei now. Go and keep an eye on Xiao Yang for me. Without my permission, don't alert him. Report his whereabouts to me at any time. As you command, Master Mai. Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka immediately bent down and nodded, not daring to disobey in the slightest.
At this time, Xiao Yang had just received a heavyweight upgrade gift package and was in a very happy mood. He put one hand in his pocket, hummed a little tune, and wanted to go back to his sister's ward.
But in the corridor, I happened to meet two acquaintances. Xiao Yang. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here.
Thanks to your generosity and help, we were lucky enough to buy the Hanyankwi Guchin at the black market that day.
Our grandma really liked this birthday gift.
When Ruwayo and when Ruwashi, the twin flowers, ran over immediately after seeing Xiao Yang, hugged his arms on the left and right, and expressed their gratitude chatteringly. These two girls have extremely similar looks and figures, just like looking in a mirror. They were very enthusiastic towards Xiao Yang and seemed to have already regarded him as their best friend.
It's a coincidence. Are you feeling unwell?
Xiao Yang smiled and felt quite fond of these two beauties. The elder sister is gentle and intellectual, while the younger sister is innocent and lively, and both are very likable.
No, we're fine. We came here with Grandma for a checkup. She's been feeling a little unwell these past few days. When Ruwayo and when Ruwashi both rushed to talk to Xiao Yang.
What are the test results?
Xiao Yang asked casually.
When Ruwayo said, from the data on the list, there is nothing wrong with my grandma's health, but...
When Ruwashi continued, but she still says she's not feeling well, and I don't know what the problem is. Xiao Yang was a little curious. Oh? Where is the old lady? Can I see her? Of course you can, but you have to wait a moment. Dean Shi is talking to my grandma right now. When Ruwayo said with a smile. When Ruwashi, however, looked puzzled and asked, Xiao Yang, do you also know medicine? Xiao Yang said modestly and seriously, yes, I understand a little bit. When the Wen sisters saw him like this, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. You're out of breath even though you're fat. Even if you know a little bit about medicine, can you be better than Dean Shi? Before they finished speaking, Xiao Yang saw Dean Shi with a big smile on his face walking over with a kind-looking silver-haired old lady. The old lady was full of energy, didn't look old at all, and was well maintained. She was holding a dragon-headed sandalwood cane in her hand, which was obviously very valuable and obviously came from a prominent family. Uncle Chi, is my grandma okay? Uncle Chi, what did you say to my grandma? Look at her, she's laughing so hard. Dean Chi smiled and replied, it's okay. The old lady is in good health. It's probably because of the big temperature difference in the past few days that she feels unwell. At the old lady's age, there are not many people who are as healthy as her. I told her I could guarantee she would live to 100, but she refused. She said she wanted to live to at least 101, ha 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 ha. Dean Shi personally supported old lady Wen and chatted and laughed with her. It seems that he is very familiar with the Wen family, or at least has some friendship with them. Since Uncle Chi has said so, we are relieved. When we have time someday, let my dad treat Uncle Chi to a drink. When Ruwayo and when Ruwashi smiled sweetly, without losing any sense of social etiquette. But at this moment, Xiao Yang suddenly said, no. The old lady is sick, and she's seriously ill. If she doesn't get treatment in time, she might not live for more than half a month. Chapter 108, Money is Willful, This Old Lady is Not Simple. When Ruwayo hurriedly said, Xiao Yang, don't talk nonsense. Uncle Chi is the dean and represents the authority of the medical community. When Ruwashi immediately tried to smooth things over, Uncle Chi, please, for our sake, don't mind it. Xiao Yang was just joking. However, Dean Shi seemed not to hear what they said. He walked straight to Xiao Yang, bowed deeply, and then asked in a tone of seeking advice. Mr. Qiao, could you please tell me what's wrong with Mrs. Wen? Why was there no problem found after a comprehensive inspection? Seeing this scene, the Wen sisters suddenly widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. An authoritative figure like Uncle Chi would actually lower himself to ask Xiao Yang for advice. Why on earth would that be? Even the kind and calm old lady Wen beside her showed some doubt in her eyes. She could see that Dean Chi and Xiao Yang should have known each other for a long time, but given Dean Chi's current identity and status, why would he be so jealous of this young man? Grandma Wen, do you believe in Buddhism? Xiao Yang did not directly answer Dean Chi's words, but glanced at the Buddhist beads on Mrs. Wen's wrist and asked cautiously. Yes, I do have some affinity with Buddhism.
I started believing in Buddhism after experiencing something 20 years ago. Old Mrs. Wen spoke in a kind tone, without any airs at all. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he saw Chao Yang in front of him.
Chao Yang nodded slightly, then asked, "Where did you get this string of Buddhist beads? Are you talking about this agate Buddhist bead? It was a birthday gift my second son gave me at my birthday party not long ago." Old Lady Wen looked at Chao Yang and answered truthfully, "What's wrong? What's wrong with these Buddhist beads?" The agate Buddhist beads on her hand were bright red, shiny and smooth. They were specially given to her by her second son as a gift. It was said that he spent a lot of money on them and it was not easy to get them. On the day of her birthday party, she received many valuable gifts, but the one she liked most were this priceless Buddhist beads and the guqin given by her two lovely granddaughters. "Grandma Wen, if you want to be safe and live a long life, then throw away these beads right away." Chao Yang's expression turned serious, and he said very seriously, "This bead looks bright red and very similar to agate, but it is not at all. If you continue to wear it, your health will only get worse. In less than 2 weeks, you might die." As soon as he said this, not only Dean Shi, but even the Wen sisters were shocked. "Chao Yang, don't talk nonsense. This string of Buddhist beads was specially given to Grandma by my second uncle. It's worth over 30 million yuan. Grandma loves it very much. How can I just throw it away based on your words?" Wen Ruoyo understood her grandmother's intentions best. Although she scolded Chao Yang, she was actually protecting him and hinted to him not to make her grandmother unhappy. Wen Ruoshi also understood what she meant, and hurriedly grabbed her grandmother's arm, saying coquettishly, "Grandma, don't blame Chao Yang, maybe he just made a mistake, and he has no ill intentions towards you. Grandma, you might not know this, but the Hanyangui guqin we gave you was bought with Chao Yang's help. Don't you like it very much?" These two twin sisters, one tried hard to smooth things over with hints, while the other acted coquettishly and cutely to win favor. It can be said that they were extremely protective of Chao Yang. Dean Shi, who was standing by, also cleared his throat twice and said with a laugh, "Mr. Chao, don't joke with old Madam Wen. I know your medical skills are extremely superb, but when it comes to antiques and collectibles, your vision may not be sharp enough, so you should." He wanted Chao Yang to apologize to old Mrs. Wen so that the matter would be over and there would be no misunderstanding between the two parties. After all, these two people, one is young and promising with unlimited future, and the other has a deep background in family influence that cannot be underestimated. Dean Shi does not want to offend either of them. "Grandma Wen, this is all I have to say. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Chao Yang just shook his head slightly and said calmly, "We just met by chance, I don't have any reason to be rude to you. Besides, I'm also acquainted with your two granddaughters. If I didn't want to see them suffer the pain of losing their loved ones, I wouldn't have said this." After saying that, he turned and left. Everyone has his own destiny, and wealth and honor are determined by God. There are many things in this world that cannot be changed by your good intentions. "Young man, please stay." Chao Yang had just taken 2 steps when he heard Mrs. Wen shout from behind him, "I believe what you say. I don't want this string of Buddhist beads anymore." Bang! Immediately afterwards, a crisp sound of breaking was heard, and the string of Buddhist beads was thrown to the ground and instantly shattered into pieces. Chao Yang turned around and was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Mrs. Wen to be so decisive. She just said no and smashed it directly. As expected, no mistress of a large family holds the position for nothing. Judging from her courage and decisiveness, Mrs. Wen is definitely not an ordinary person. "Grandma, you." Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi were also shocked. This is something worth more than 30 million yuan, but Grandma was willing to smash it to pieces without even blinking an eye. Moreover, when my second uncle presented the gift, he specifically emphasized that my grandmother should carry it with her and never lose it, saying that it would bring wealth and fortune and increase her luck. Oh my, what a pity to waste such a good thing. Dean Shi standing by was even more astonished, secretly sighing that rich people are just willful. If it were him, he would at least sell it instead of wasting it. This old lady from the Wen family is really someone you cannot underestimate. "Young man, now you should believe my sincerity, right?" Old Mrs. Wen looked at Chao Yang, her eyes full of kindness. "In fact, from the first time I saw you, I felt that I had a very good impression of you. You seem to have an aura of righteousness and inviolability about you, which makes me feel that you are definitely not a bad person." Mrs. Wen smiled and continued, "I've been feeling unwell these past few days, and it all started when I put on this string of Buddhist beads, so I have some suspicions in my mind, but I just don't want to think too deeply about it. I'm just curious. How did you determine that there was something wrong with this string of beads? If it wasn't agate, what was it made of? And why would it cause fatal damage to my body?
I have to say that every word Mrs. Wen said hit the nail on the head, and all the questions she asked were crucial. Sisters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi finally felt relieved when they saw that their grandmother was not angry at all, but instead seemed to trust Xiao Yang very much and had a good impression of him. Dean Qi, who was standing by, also pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what Xiao Yang had to say.
Chapter 109, Wen Family Grandson-in-Law? I don't want him.
Xiao Yang said solemnly, looking at old lady Wen, if I'm not mistaken, this string of Buddhist beads of yours should be made of southern Xinjiang blood jade. Its rarity far exceeds that of agate, but it does no good to the wearer. He paused, trying to describe it in simple, understandable terms. Because this thing is very evil, it has a strong yin energy that will quickly erode vitality and drain a person's energy. It's said to be made by some skilled gu masters from southern Xinjiang using blood sacrifice. The most terrifying thing is that southern Xinjiang gu masters often seal and raise gu worms in blood jade until the wearer dies. Then they quietly take the blood jade away and move on to their next target. They use this secret method to continuously gather vitality for their own use, increasing their own strength. At the same time, they also seek to gain a certain amount of wealth or other benefits in the process of harming others. After he finished speaking, the old lady of the Wen family, the sisters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi, and Dean Qi beside them were all stunned on the spot, with shock on their faces.
Southern Xinjiang blood jade? Sealed gu worms? Are there really such evil things in the world? They sound terrifying. No way, the Buddhist beads were given to Grandma by my second uncle. Could it be that he wants to kill Grandma? Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi were the first to react. They looked at each other and felt a chill on their backs. Although Dean Qi was shocked and frowned, he did not express his opinion because this involved the Wen family's family affairs and it was not convenient for him to comment. Young man, are you serious?
Old Mrs. Wen looked solemn and stared at Xiao Yang with deep eyes, as if she could hardly accept this fact.
She has 2 sons.
The eldest son, Wen Jing'an, is the mayor of Donghai City.
He has been an official for many years and is honest and upright. He is also the biological father of Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi. The second son, Wen Jingquan, is in the real estate business.
He got married early, is smart, and has a son who is 2 years older than the Wen sisters. Old Mrs. Wen had high hopes for both of her sons and usually tried to treat them equally. She was unwilling to believe that her second son, who had always been extremely filial, would use such despicable means to harm her.
Xiao Yang sighed softly, met old lady Wen's gaze, and said bluntly, Grandma Wen, if you still have doubts, you might as well take a look at the ground and see if there is a gu worm sealed in each broken Buddhist bead.
From the moment he saw old lady Wen, Xiao Yang, with his powerful mental strength, sensed that there was a living creature inside the Buddhist beads, and that it was continuously absorbing old lady Wen's luck and vitality. This kind of evil art of raising gu on humans was mentioned in the medical knowledge that the system had previously rewarded, so he didn't find it that strange.
Ah! There really is one.
A black, crustacean bug, covered in sticky blood, and still wriggling.
This is horrible, so disgusting. I was so busy talking that I didn't even notice it. Will this insect attack people? We won't be infected for no reason, right?
Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi were so frightened that their faces turned pale.
They quickly took 2 steps back and hid behind Xiao Yang. Don't be afraid. They've been kept captive for so long that their wings have degenerated. They can't fly.
Once they leave the container they're in, without the vitality and nourishment of humans, they'll slowly wither and die within 2 hours.
But just in case, I'd better kill these evildoers right away. Every second they survive is a little more dangerous for those around them.
As Xiao Yang spoke, he walked over, took out a silver needle, pierced all the dozen poisonous insects on the ground, killed them, and threw them into the trash can next to him.
Only by eradicating all evil and rooting out the problems will there be no future troubles.
Besides, he was also a little worried that the person behind the scenes might send someone to keep an eye on old Madam Wen. If the other party also knows how to raise poisonous insects, and then secretly takes these insects away and continues to raise them, then my good intentions will be in vain. Fortunately, he carefully sensed his surroundings and found no other dangerous people except the 2 assassins from Sakura country who were secretly following him. This also means that the person who attacked old Madam Wen was probably not a real southern Xinjiang gu master. Or perhaps he was very confident that the Buddhist beads would not be discovered by others, so he relaxed his mind and just waited for old Madam Wen to die suddenly so that he could reap the benefits. In just a few seconds, many thoughts flashed through Xiao Yang's mind. It was not that he liked to meddle in other people's affairs, but he just happened to come across it and did what he wanted to do.
Young man, you are really capable.
I escaped a disaster today, all thanks to your brave help. Old Mrs. Wen smiled even more amiably, and said meaningfully, if my future grandson-in-law is as capable as you, I'll be so lucky. Her words were a thank you and a compliment to Chao Yang, and there was also a hint of testing in her mind, as she wanted to find suitable partners for these two beautiful granddaughters.
You're too polite, Granny Wan. It's just a piece of cake. But Chao Yang just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more.
He could vaguely guess that old lady Wen wanted to marry a son-in-law, and wanted to marry at least one of her two granddaughters to continue the family line of her eldest son.
This is not what Chao Yang wants.
He is the only son in the Chao family.
If he becomes a son-in-law of the Wen family, won't his parents cry to death?
He could imagine that in a big family like the Wen family, there would definitely be intrigue and scheming. Even if he wanted to lie down and take it easy, he would still be plotted against. That kind of life was too tiring, and he didn't want to have to care about other people's feelings. With his looks and personal abilities, he could marry any beautiful wife he wanted, so why would he bother trying so hard to be a son-in-law of a wealthy family?
Oh, Grandma, what nonsense are you talking about?
This is only the second time we've met Chao Yang, and we don't know each other very well.
Don't try to match us up. Grandma, you always like to joke around. Chao Yang might already have a girlfriend, so how could it be our turn?
Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi were pouting, but their eyes kept glancing at Chao Yang, and it was obvious that they both liked him.
Ding dong. Host brother, you are so charming. Look, the way they look at you is full of love. Ding dong. New romantic partners detected, Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi, twin sisters. Favorability towards the host, +20.
Current favorability, 66. The two are in tune with each other, and their favorability increases simultaneously.
At the same time,
a pink bubble appeared above the two sisters' heads, showing their basic personal information.
Name, Wen Ruoyo. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. 3D, 865888.
Background, the eldest daughter of Wen Jing'an, mayor of Donghai City, and the eldest daughter of the Wen family.
Graduate student at the Faculty of Arts, Donghai University. Appearance rating, 93, elegant as orchid, gentle temperament, the standard appearance of a classical beauty. Relationship traits, well-educated, gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and thoughtful.
Current status, full of gratitude and curiosity towards the host, but embarrassed after being exposed by her grandmother. Personal hobbies, classical literature, tea ceremony, guqin playing, calligraphy, specialized in traditional culture.
Special note, the older sister is more thoughtful and has a clear understanding of family responsibilities. Name, Wen Ruoshi. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. 3D, 865888.
Background, second daughter of Wen Jing'an, mayor of Donghai City, second daughter of the Wen family, student in the dance department of the School of Arts at Donghai University. Appearance score, 93, smart and cute, smiling eyes, full of youthful vitality. Romance traits, lively and cheerful, simple-minded, dares to love and hate. Current status, has a strong liking for the host and does not conceal his admiration for her. Personal hobbies, modern dance, oil painting, extreme sports, pop music, preferring modern art. Special note, the younger sister is more outgoing and more proactive in relationships. Chapter 110, The Wisdom of Hiding One's Incompetence. Ahem, Grandma Wen, Ruoshi, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chao Yang noticed this trend and heard the system's queen-like voice prompt. He couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed and immediately found an excuse to slip away.
Watching him leave, Mrs. Wen smiled and said to her two beautiful granddaughters. Ruoyo, Ruoshi, both of you, work harder. No matter who it is, as long as you can catch him, I will reward you handsomely. The dowry will be at least 80 million. Such an outstanding young man is rare. If he is willing to marry into our Wen family, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Hearing this, Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi looked at each other and saw the same joy on each other's faces. Okay, Grandma, we will try our best. I just don't know if Chao Yang has feelings for us. But considering that they also have to compete to have a chance to win Chao Yang, the two sisters feel a little uncomfortable. They were afraid of hurting the sisterhood they had built over many years, so they didn't express their opinions and tacitly changed the subject.
At this time, Chao Yang had already walked out of the hospital. He planned to meet Su Xinyue and Huang Yani to discuss the upcoming joint opening and hold a grand opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. But as soon as he left the hospital, Chao Yang noticed that the two tails were still following him. The two sneaky figures were Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito, who were ordered to monitor him. Chao Yang sneered in his heart, and instead of driving, he quietly quickened his pace and turned directly into an alley behind the hospital. Seeing this, Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito immediately tiptoed over. After entering the alley, at a corner, Chao Yang suddenly flashed and disappeared. Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito looked around but couldn't find any clues. After chatting in Japanese for a few sentences, they decided to go looking for it separately. Whoever found it first would send a secret signal to inform the other party in time. What they didn't know was that all of this was clearly seen by Chao Yang. A few minutes later, Shizuka Ito was crouching down, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, a big hand appeared, reached out silently, and pinched her throat accurately. "Don't move, and don't scream." Chao Yang's voice was cold and ruthless, and it sounded calmly in her ears. Shizuka Ito tried to struggle in fear, but found that the other party was so strong that she couldn't move at all. Chao Yang quickly took the weapon from her hand and whispered, "Send a signal and call your companions over. I'm warning you not to play tricks, or I'll make you live a life worse than death." He applied a little force on his hands, and Ito Shizuka groaned in pain and had no choice but to submit. A moment later, Matsumoto Shiro hurried over. But what was waiting for him was a lightning kick from Chao Yang. Bang! Matsumoto Shiro was kicked in the lower abdomen and flew backwards, hitting the wall hard. He grimaced in pain and found it difficult to get up for a while. Chao Yang threw Ito Shizuka, who had lost the ability to resist, into the corner of the wall, looked down at the two of them and asked, "Tell me, who sent you to follow me? And why did you try to assassinate Neilan Yoruwa before?" In fact, he had already guessed the answer in his mind, but he just wanted to confirm it. Shiro Matsumoto gritted his teeth and said nothing, looking very stubborn. Shizuka Ito also turned her head away stubbornly, looking righteous. "You won't tell me, right?" Chao Yang sneered, reached out from his waist and took out a short knife, and gestured at the root of Matsumoto Shiro's thigh. "Then I don't mind letting you say goodbye to your identity as a man forever, so that you won't be bored and feed the women around you again." Seeing the gleaming short knife, Matsumoto Shiro's face turned pale instantly. He didn't want to be a eunuch, but he was afraid of the organization's punishment. And he was very puzzled at this time. How could Chao Yang know the good things he and Ito Shizuka had done? "No. I said, it's Nanako-sama." Ito Shizuka collapsed first. She shouted anxiously, "We are all following orders." The assassination of Neilan Yoruwa was also the organization's order. It seems that although she said she disliked Matsumoto Shiro, she couldn't bear to part with his short, yellow melon. Seeing that her old partner was about to become a eunuch, she confessed first. "Ma-yi Nanako? It's indeed her." Chao Yang frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. However, just at the moment when he was distracted, a fierce light suddenly flashed in Matsumoto Shiro's eyes, and a short blade suddenly popped out from the sole of his shoe, and then he pounced on him. Shizuka Ito rolled forward and attacked almost at the same time, twisting her legs towards Chao Yang's lower body. The two cooperated well and launched a desperate counterattack. It seems that Shizuka Ito's confession just now was just to make Chao Yang relax his vigilance and create opportunities for the two of them to take action. As long as Chao Yang can be killed successfully, the secrets leaked just now will not matter. After all, the dead can always keep their mouths shut. "You're looking for death." Seeing the two men suddenly attack, Chao Yang's eyes suddenly became fierce, and murderous intent arose in his heart. He was about to use a ruthless move to get rid of these two killers from Sakura country, but he heard a delicate cry from behind him. "Stop!" In an instant, a nimble figure rushed over and stood in front of Chao Yang. Chao Yang took a quick look and saw that it was Alan, Neilan Yoruwa's bodyguard. She attacked fiercely, instantly deflecting Matsumoto Shiro's short blade, and at the same time forced Ito Shizuka back with a kick. "Mr. Chao, leave this to me." Alan shouted hurriedly, without even turning his head, "Go! Go!" The corners of Chao Yang's mouth twitched, and he took a half step back, as if he really needed protection, leaving the battlefield to Alan. But he didn't leave, he just stood on the sidelines and watched the fight. Because he was worried that Alan was no match for these two people. He had had brief encounters with Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka before, and was well aware of the insidiousness and viciousness of professional killers. Sure enough, after just 2 or 3 minutes, Alan was forced to retreat step by the two men and showed signs of defeat.
Seeing this, Xiao Yang couldn't help but secretly shook his head.
Alan had good intentions to save people, but she had met a tough guy. He was afraid that she would suffer if she continued to fight.
Think of this.
Xiao Yang did not stand idly by. He directly pinched out 2 silver needles and threw them out with his wrist. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sharp and thin silver needle instantly broke through the air.
A needle hit Matsumoto Shiro's left eye. A needle pierced Ito Shizuka's right ear. Ah!
Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito cried out in pain almost at the same time. They were so horrified that they dared not fight any longer and immediately ran for their lives, disappearing in the alley in the blink of an eye like stray dogs. Xiao Yang did not chase after him. The 2 shots he had just given him had already seriously injured the other party, and he had gotten rid of these 2 spies. And he didn't want to show his powerful killing methods in front of Alan. Because he was not familiar with Alan and did not know her background, it was better to be cautious and keep a low profile. Sometimes knowing how to hide your shortcomings is also a kind of wisdom. Chapter 111, You little bastard, you are getting worse and worse.
Ha! Why did they suddenly run away? Were they scared away by my aura? Phew! Never mind, the crisis is over. That was a close call just now. Luckily I happened to pass by here, otherwise you would have been in trouble.
Seeing Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka suddenly flee, Alan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiao Yang with some pride.
Xiao Yang shrugged and smiled, agreeing with her. Yes, you are really amazing. You beat them away in just a few moves. You are truly a heroine. He had acted so quickly that Alan didn't see it at all. In addition, the 2 killers didn't bleed after being stabbed, so they retreated quickly. So although Alan was a little confused, he didn't blame him. He just thought it was because of his good luck and good kung fu.
Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment.
This is all basic training. The bad guys are like mice seeing a cat when they see me. Otherwise, why would Miss Nayland hire me as a bodyguard?
Alan put his hands behind his back, puffed out his chest, and couldn't help feeling a little smug, smiling a rare smile. It had only been half a month since she applied to be Nayland Yorua's bodyguard, and she had never had the opportunity to display her talents. She was not on duty at the concert that day and was not very familiar with the situation at the time. After all, Mu Xiaodi was kidnapped last time and she was entrusted with an important task. She planned to make a big move, but when she rushed to the abandoned factory, everything had already been settled. She believed that it was Zhou Fian who resolved the crisis and didn't care about Xiao Yang at all.
Alan, I heard from Nayland Yorua that you used to be a mercenary?
You must have experienced mountains of corpses and seas of blood to hone your skills. Xiao Yang looked at Alan with a playful look, but he felt a little funny in his heart. This woman's blind confidence actually makes her look a little silly and cute. In fact, Xiao Yang really wanted to ask the other party what kind of goddess blessing allowed her to live safely until now. But to be honest, Alan's skills are already top-notch, but the 2 Sakura country killers she met today were both well-trained and ruthless guys, and they cooperated very well, so she was at a disadvantage.
Of course. I've been a mercenary for 3 years, and my record is clear. I've carried out many missions and even crawled out of piles of dead bodies. Do you think I'm kidding?
When Alan mentioned his identity as a mercenary, his face lit up, his chest puffed out higher, and he couldn't help but say a few more words. That kind of bloody life is life-threatening at every moment, but the good thing is that you can make money very quickly, but you have to be alive to spend it.
Well, forget it, why am I telling you all this?
You, an ordinary person who has never seen the world, won't understand. After listening to her eloquent boasting, Xiao Yang keenly realized that this silly beauty Alan seemed to be just talking about it on paper and had never actually participated in the actual combat of mercenaries.
Her description was too idealistic and had several loopholes that could not be justified.
After realizing this, Xiao Yang suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Could it be that he was the one who gave Alan the identity of a mercenary, and she was just using this gimmick to increase her bargaining chips when applying for a bodyguard?
Judging from all the signs, this is indeed possible.
Xiao Yang looked at Alan with a half-smile, and said slowly in a calm tone, Alan, you have been a mercenary for 3 years.
Logically, you should have saved up a lot of money, right?
That huge sum of money should have been enough for you to live comfortably for at least 3 to 5 years, but why did you return to your country and continue working as a bodyguard to earn a living?
Ah, this is none of your business. Alan was stunned by the question and hesitated for a while.
Then he stamped his feet and said angrily, my money has its uses.
I don't need to report it to you. I'm happy to be your bodyguard. What's it to you? You doubt my identity right after I saved you. You're such a nuisance. I don't want to bother with you anymore. I'm leaving now. Don't expect me to save you next time you're in danger. She said a few words angrily, and without waiting for Chao Yang to react, she turned around and left quickly. This made Chao Yang feel that she was a little guilty and wanted to escape from here quickly to avoid being exposed. Hey, we're all just trying to make a living, there's no need to cut off her financial resources, just let her be. Chao Yang smiled self-deprecatingly, then left and drove to the hotel where Su Xinyue was. Chao Yang. You've come just in time. I was just thinking of asking you out to meet Huang Yani and discuss how to build momentum for our joint opening. As soon as the door of the presidential suite opened, Su Xinyue cheered, threw herself into Chao Yang's arms, and gave him a beautiful kiss. Chao Yang had mentioned the joint opening before, and he had acted as a matchmaker, allowing Su Xinyue and Huang Yani to communicate over the phone, but the two women had not yet met formally. I came here today for this matter. Chao Yang smiled and put his arm around Su Xinyue's waist, returning the kiss. The opening ceremony the day after tomorrow must be grand and magnificent, so that the entire Donghai city will know about it. Su Xinyue's eyes sparkled, and she leaned into his arms. Chao Yang, thank you so much for helping me choose a location, rent a shop, recruit employees, and so on. I will definitely run that private restaurant with all my heart, and make it bigger and stronger in the future to repay your investment and efforts. Chao Yang chuckled, his big hands slowly wandering around, his voice becoming deep and magnetic. Aunt Su, if you want to repay me, you can do it now, no need to wait until later. Su Xinyue's pretty face flushed at his teasing, and she lightly punched his chest. You little bastard, you're really getting worse and worse. Really? Where did I go wrong? Aunt Su, please point it out to me. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Chao Yang's hand slid into his collar, and the smile on his lips deepened, forming an ambiguous arc. Here, and here, none of them are being honest. Ugh. Su Xinyue pointed to several places in succession, like a young couple flirting, but the love in her eyes was particularly touching. However, before she could finish her words, Chao Yang silenced her. The seal was so complete that she could no longer utter a single word and felt as if she was suffocating and having difficulty breathing. The next second, her body suddenly became lighter, and Chao Yang picked her up horizontally, strode into the bedroom, and threw her onto the Simmons mattress. Bang, bang, bang. The bed was large, soft, and extremely elastic. Su Xinyue bounced on it several times, accompanied by her short exclamations. The magnificent scenery became even more attractive. Immediately afterwards, before Su Xinyue could react, Chao Yang's tall and burly body pressed down on her. The strong hormonal scent spread instantly, completely enveloping Su Xinyue. In the quiet and comfortable presidential suite, there was suddenly a romantic and charming atmosphere. The two of them are inseparable, complement each other, and are like fish in water. They only use actions to prove their sincere love. Chapter 112: The Good Deeds of the Bad Brother. Good times always seem so short. More than an hour later, the wind stopped and the rain stopped, the dewdrops were crystal clear, and the flowers looked even more beautiful. Su Xinyue curled up in Chao Yang's arms, feeling indescribably comfortable all over. She was thinking about going out to meet Huang Yani, but now she was not in a hurry at all. Chao Yang smiled and asked, Aunt Su, are we going out now? Su Xinyue's afterglow had not yet faded. She arched her back in his arms and said tenderly, No, let me hold you for a while longer. It's very comfortable. I can't bear to be separated from you. Chao Yang felt her dependence and tightened his arms around her. Okay, let's rest for another 5 minutes. Su Xinyue was as obedient as a kitten. Yeah, okay. But after 5 minutes, Su Xinyue still stayed in his arms and refused to get up. Chao Yang, don't move. Let me enjoy this wonderful time a little longer. I'm really afraid that I will be busy in the future and won't have time to be alone with you like this. Chao Yang kissed her lightly on the lips and smiled gently. How could that be? There will be many good days in the future, and I will still love you as much as I do now. Hurry up and get back to work. I've already informed Huang Yani when I came. I'm afraid she's waiting anxiously. After hearing this, Su Xinyue quickly got up from the bed, grabbed her clothes and started to put them on. Stinky boy, why didn't you tell me earlier? I made an appointment with someone, but I kept them waiting. This is the first time I've met Huang Yani. It's very rude. It's like I'm being late on purpose to put on airs. Chao Yang smiled as he dressed himself. I don't know who it was just now, but he refused to get up. Otherwise, we would have arrived by now. Humph, it's all your fault. You've made me lose all my strength.
Su Xinyue acted like a spoiled child and rolled her eyes at him.
Let's go, hurry up. Hey, wipe the hickey on your neck. It's not going to make me look bad if someone sees it.
The two chatted and laughed, quickly packed up, and drove to Huang Yanni's yoga studio together. As soon as I parked the car, I saw Huang Yanni walking down the steps and coming to greet me.
Chao Yang. Chao Yang. You're finally here. If you don't show up, I'm going to bombard you with calls.
Huang Yanni has a quick temper, and the fact that she has been able to endure for so long without urging Chao Yang shows that she values Chao Yang very much. Because she will only be very tolerant towards people she cares about most.
And Chao Yang is the person she cherishes, indulges, and cares about especially.
Oh, this beautiful lady must be Sister Xinyue, right? We've only been in contact over the phone before, but today I finally got to see her in person.
She's so beautiful.
Huang Yanni greeted her with a smile, took Su Xinyue's hand affectionately, and praised her profusely. As someone who had been through this, she quickly realized from some clues that Su Xinyue seemed to have just experienced a tender moment, and there was still some lingering aftertaste of that ambiguity. After realizing this, Huang Yanni's eyes flashed and she quickly glanced at Chao Yang, thinking that it must be the work of this bad brother.
But it doesn't matter. She has never thought about monopolizing such an excellent man like Chao Yang.
As long as Chao Yang can share some of his love with her when he is free, that will be enough.
Excessive possession will only cause disgust and alienation. Huang Yanni has experienced marriage and understands this principle. Sister Yanni, hello, it's an honor to meet you.
I didn't expect you to be so bright, generous, and charming. Su Xinyue smiled brightly, and she and Huang Yanni hit it off right away. She smiled and replied, if I were a man, I would probably be tempted to pursue you.
Su Xinyue is a few years older than Huang Yanni and exudes a mature charm.
She can handle this kind of situation with ease.
Chao Yang watched the two beauties chatting happily and felt as if he had become redundant. He cleared his throat and said, Sister Yanni, won't you invite us in to sit down?
It's not appropriate for us to talk and discuss things standing at the door. Come in quickly, a warm welcome. Huang Yanni bowed slightly, made a gesture of invitation, and said jokingly, my brother Chao Yang has come to visit us, how dare I let you wait at the door?
I can't wait to entertain you.
The moment she entered the door, Huang Yanni quietly reached out, pinched Chao Yang's waist, and threw him a charming smile. All the charm is contained in her every frown and smile, captivating and captivating. Chao Yang glanced at her and didn't dare to act rashly, but he was muttering in his heart that Huang Yanni was too provocative. Su Xinyue was walking in front, so naturally she knew nothing about this. After the three of them walked into the newly renovated yoga studio, Chao Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Sister Yanni, your renovation has elevated the place to several levels. In the future, when we serve high-end customers, we must maintain this high-quality environment and create a good experience for customers.
Huang Yanni blinked and smiled, of course, it's because of your advice that I put so much thought into this.
Besides, you invested 20 million in me, and I have to spend it wisely so that I can make more money in the future and give you more dividends.
Chao Yang was particularly satisfied with her answer. Well said, Sister Yanni, you know how to do business.
You have maximized my emotional value.
Honestly, I've never doubted your business acumen. From now on, I'll just sit back and wait for you to pay me my dividends. Su Xinyue's eyes flickered.
Seeing that the two were chatting happily, she joined in with a smile, Sister Yanni, I'm a novice and have no experience in business.
I hope you can give me more guidance in the future.
We are neighbors across the street, so we can cross-consume with each other. Besides, my private kitchen was also invested by Chao Yang, so I will definitely get a share of his dividends in the future.
Huang Yanni was a smart person.
She immediately shook Su Xinyue's hand and said with a smile, that's great. From now on, we two sisters will advance and retreat together, grow bigger and stronger together, and create brilliance together. We will strive to raise Chao Yang fat and strong, so that he can be a rich and powerful man at home and have no worries about food and drink for the rest of his life.
When she said this, Su Xinyue was amused. Chao Yang curled his lips and pretended to be dissatisfied. Sister Yanni, what are you talking about? What fat and strong? Are you trying to raise me like a pig?
No, I don't treat you like a pig, I treat you like a gigolo. Huang Yanni half seriously and half falsely said, from now on, Sister Xinyue and I will be responsible for making money to support the family, and you will be responsible for looking beautiful.
We promise to raise you plump and white. Isn't that good?
Su Xinyue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Sister Yani, this is a good idea.
Let's work hard to earn money and support him. This way, he can save 20 years of hard work and achieve financial freedom sooner. Chapter 113 locked the door and sat on the table. Seeing the burning gazes of the two women and listening to their bold and outrageous words, Xiao Yang suddenly felt a little regretful. He regretted bringing Su Xinyue to see Huang Yani.
It's only been a short while, and she's already been led astray.
If they work together for a long time, will they really unite and lock me up and pamper me harshly? Hiss. This scene, it's scary just thinking about it. Oh no, it's exciting just thinking about it. He even had a little anticipation. Okay, no more jokes, let's get down to business. Xiao Yang raised his hands in surrender and quickly got the topic back on track.
Su Xinyue and Huang Yani are both mature women who have experienced all kinds of hardships in life. They are not as shy and reserved as girls in their teens and 20s. The two hit it off when they first met, creating a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. If I let them continue to act freely, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand it at all, and they will only continue to tease and bully me. If you want to make the opening ceremony grand and solemn, it's actually not too difficult.
You just have to be willing to spend money.
Huang Yani spoke first, but on the opening day, the VIPs we invite are very important. Whether we can hold up the scene depends entirely on our connections and strength. I can invite some well-known figures, but they're not heavyweights enough to break into the upper class.
This is a real problem. Upon hearing this, Su Xinyue also echoed, that's right.
The VIPs invited on the opening day are the ones who can best demonstrate our strength. If there are no big shots coming to support us, the opening effect will definitely be greatly reduced. Hearing their speeches, Xiao Yang couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. Very good, very good. You two are really smart and see things very clearly.
I have thought about this issue carefully. The selection of the VIP guests is indeed of utmost importance.
So I've already compiled a list of VIPs in advance. I'm sure the joint opening ceremony the day after tomorrow will be a grand affair that will drive the entire Donghai city crazy. Xiao Yang was confident and said to Su Xinyue and Huang Yani with a smile, as for you two, you can invite whoever you want. Just remember to dress up beautifully on the day.
More than half an hour later. Everything has been discussed. Xiao Yang and Huang Yani accompanied Su Xinyue to the exquisitely decorated private restaurant opposite. Su Xinyue was full of confidence. The mall mobilized the new employees and promised them salary and benefits.
Everyone is in high spirits and full of energy, striving for perfection in every aspect.
Xiao Yang, Sister Yani, please go sit in the private room upstairs for a while.
I'll cook a few of my signature dishes myself, and we'll have a few drinks together later.
Su Xinyue was in a very good mood.
She wanted to practice first, familiarize herself with the kitchen environment, and better integrate with the employees to promote mutual trust and tacit understanding.
Okay, let's go upstairs first. Huang Yani was overjoyed and immediately pulled Xiao Yang upstairs.
In the most luxurious imperial hall upstairs, the mahogany floor is spotless, the ceiling chandeliers sparkle, and fresh flowers are placed on the high-end revolving dining table, showing taste and luxury everywhere.
Oh my, I didn't expect it. This place is really nice. The decoration level is comparable to my place. Huang Yani walked into the large room, turned around a few times with a light posture, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration.
Of course, you introduced the decoration team, so the effect is not bad. As he spoke, Xiao Yang walked to the revolving dining table, his eyes suddenly flashed cunningly, and his voice became much lower.
Sister Yani, do you remember the last time we did morning exercises together on the big tree in that forest?
Huang Yani blushed slightly when she recalled this memory, and chuckled, how could I have forgotten?
You little rascal, you made that branch sway so hard I almost fainted. And that poor little monkey? He just took a peek and you knocked him out. You said he had a great ability to imitate and you were afraid he might do something bad.
Having said that, Huang Yani's smile suddenly froze, as if she realized something, and her gaze slowly fell on the exquisite and elegant revolving dining table. The bonsai flowers on the table emit a light and refreshing fragrance that is refreshing.
You little rascal, are you planning to do something bad again? I'm warning you, this isn't allowed here.
If Sister Xinyue sees us, it would be so embarrassing.
Huang Yani said no, but her body was honest.
She moved to the dining table involuntarily, and her eyes flickered with eagerness. The more impossible the situation is, the more she wants to challenge and try it.
What a damn rebellious mentality. She is really afraid that she can't control it.
Forget it, I just mentioned it casually. It's really not appropriate to unlock new skills in a place like this where we entertain distinguished guests. Chao Yang's hand brushed across the mirror-smooth table, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Seeing his expression, Huang Yani said without a second thought, "Who says it's not suitable? As long as you and I are willing, anywhere can be a new world. I'll go lock the door, to avoid getting scared and having a heart attack." Huang Yani walked over, locked the hall door, then quickly returned and sat down at the dining table with a light leap. She tilted her face up slightly, biting her moist red lips, and whispered to Chao Yang, "Chao Yang, you little rascal, you're so bad. How come you always find some impossible things? I used to think that since I was married, I was already an experienced driver, but in front of you, I'm like a complete novice. You always easily pique my curiosity." Chao Yang smiled slightly, and slowly approached, his voice becoming increasingly magnetic and deep. "Life is not lacking in beauty, but lacking in eyes to discover beauty. I happen to have excellent eyesight and a sharp mind, so I found the interesting things." Huang Yani couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are becoming more and more slick, but I like it very much." Chao Yang moved closer, supporting himself on the table with both hands. "Sister Yani, what exactly do you like about me?" "I like your..." Huang Yani's eyes flickered, and her expression gradually became charming. "Your eyes, nose, mouth, ears, chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and that thing. In short, I like everything about you." Chao Yang, please stop asking, you little rascal, are you trying to drive your sister to death?" Time was ticking, and every passing minute and second was extremely precious. Huang Yani's face was full of shyness, and her heartbeat had begun to accelerate. Chapter 114, Red Wine and Beauty, A Telepathic Connection. "Sister Yani, I know you're anxious, but please don't be anxious." Chao Yang chuckled softly. "Now that we're all set, we need some prelude. Gradual progress is the best way to communicate. Anyway, the door is locked. It's relatively safe here. No one will come to disturb us for the time being." Huang Yani said coquettishly, Okay, you're right. I'll do as you say. I'm mainly considering that you have a lot of time, strong endurance, and strong firepower, so I reminded you to act quickly. But you're trying to do something like slow and steady. Be careful not to get interrupted midway. You'll be so scared you won't be able to get up again." Chao Yang raised his eyebrows nonchalantly. "Don't worry about that. I won't be scared under any circumstances. That will only make me more excited. You're really stubborn." Huang Yani rolled her eyes at him and said with a charming smile, "I just don't know if you are in peak condition today." She didn't say it directly. She had already noticed that Chao Yang and Su Xinyue had already had a happy time, so she was somewhat lacking in confidence about his condition. After all, a person's energy is limited. If you hit something with a hammer in the east and a stick in the west, your physical strength will always decline, right? Sister Yani has so little confidence in me? There's no point in me saying more now. Why don't you just try it and see for yourself?" Chao Yang raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately held Huang Yani's waist, proving with his actions that what he said was true. This revolving dining table is large and sturdy, and can easily bear the weight of 2 people. The flowers on the table were fragrant, the emerald green leaves exuded a vital luster, and the delicate flower buds were trembling gently, as if echoing the affectionate love between the two. As time was running out and Chao Yang knew the importance of the situation, he adopted a strategy of quick victory and did not act according to his own temperament. But Huang Yani felt as if she was traveling in a storm, being blown to and fro by the strong wind and drenched by the heavy rain, which was somewhat embarrassing. Fortunately, everything went smoothly and no one knocked on the door. Chao Yang's performance was also extremely explosive, and he once again completely conquered Huang Yani. After the door was unlocked, 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Xinyue came up the stairs with a smile on her face. Behind her, there were 7 or 8 waiters, each holding a wooden tray filled with delicious dishes. "Chao Yang, Sister Yani, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Come and have a taste of my cooking." Accompanied by the aroma of food, Su Xinyue walked into the hall confidently and gracefully, and signaled the waiters with her eyes to put the dishes on the table. "Wow! It looks delicious. Sister Xinyue, you are so clever and skillful. We are so close, I will have a great time in the future." Huang Yani's eyes lit up and turned into crescents as she smiled, praising Su Xinyue endlessly. Her words were not entirely polite, but the dishes on the table were really exquisite, which made people's appetites grow at the first sight. In addition, I just did some very vigorous exercise, which consumed a lot of physical energy, and now I am in urgent need of replenishing food energy.
Xiao Yang, please sit down and have a taste of what it tastes like.
Su Xinyue's eyes were as clear as autumn water as she looked at Xiao Yang.
She cared more about Xiao Yang's evaluation. Okay, I'll eat first as a token of my respect.
Xiao Yang smiled, sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and tasted them one by one. She picked up a piece of jade shrimp and put it in her mouth. Her eyes suddenly lit up. The shrimp is chewy and smooth, cooked to perfection, and the freshness is completely locked in.
Delicious.
He then took a bite of the black pepper beef tenderloin and, after savoring it carefully, he exclaimed, "The beef is tender but not dry, and the spicy aroma of the black pepper permeates perfectly.
It has a very rich and layered texture. I love it."
Xiao Yang then picked up a thin slice of radish from the Buddha jumps over the wall soup and put it into his mouth to savor it carefully. This radish has absorbed the essence of the abalone and scallop broth. It has both sweetness and saltiness. It looks simple, but it actually contains a lot of flavor. It makes vegetarian food taste as rich as meat.
Wonderful.
Then he scooped up a spoonful of truffle hibiscus king crab meat. The steamed egg was as delicate as silk, and the fragrance of black truffle and the sweetness of crab meat slowly melted in his mouth, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. After tasting several dishes in succession, Xiao Yang put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Xinyue sincerely. "Aunt Su, your cooking skills are amazing. Every dish is incredibly unique, showcasing the beauty, aroma, and flavor of the ingredients while incorporating unique creativity. It's no exaggeration to say that they're the work of a 5-star chef." His face was full of smiles, and he added with a gentle look, "It seems that I will have to come here often to eat.
Such delicious food, once eaten, you will be addicted. I really hope that every meal will be like this in the future."
Su Xinyue was overjoyed to receive such high praise from him and immediately revealed a sincere smile.
"I'm just self-taught, how can I be as good as you say? But since you like it, then come here often. Aunt Su will make sure you have enough to eat and satisfy your taste buds."
Her words were full of double meanings, and they seemed to be in sync with Xiao Yang's words. They stopped at the point and their eyes were filled with tacit understanding. Huang Yani, who was standing by, couldn't help but feel a little jealous when she saw this scene, because she also heard the hidden meaning in Su Xinyue's words. It seems that Sister Xinyue is very charming. It can warm his heart and conquer his stomach.
Are you trying to trap my bad brother?
But after thinking about it, Huang Yani felt relieved.
Actually, there is nothing to be jealous of. Didn't you just eat something fresh?
It is difficult for a man like Xiao Yang to be exclusive to a woman. Perhaps Su Xinyue and I are not his only two women.
I am afraid that there will be more beauties joining us in the future. In that case, just eat whatever you can and enjoy the present moment. Asking for too much will only bring you trouble and make Xiao Yang unhappy.
Besides, Su Xinyue lives close to her, and if Xiao Yang comes here often in the future, she will be able to see him often.
In this way, wouldn't it be more convenient for me and allow me to get closer to Xiao Yang?
Come on, Xiao Yang, Sister Xinyue, let's have a drink together first. I wish us a prosperous opening the day after tomorrow and a happy cooperation."
Huang Yani raised her glass to invite everyone, feeling happier than ever before. "Okay.
Cheers.
It's a pleasure to work with you."
Xiao Yang and Su Xinyue also raised their glasses with a smile and drank the red wine in them.
At the same time, a luxurious residence more than 10 kilometers away. Master Mai, please save us quickly."
Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito stumbled in, screaming in pain. One of them covered his eyes, the other covered his ears, looking very miserable.
"What's going on?" Nanako-ma was startled and stood up suddenly. "Didn't I ask you to follow Xiao Yang? How did it turn out like this?" Chapter 115 Kind and Cruel.
"Master Mai, we were ordered to follow Xiao Yang, but he discovered us. I don't know what hidden weapon he used to suddenly injure us.
My left eye and Shizuka's right ear are probably going to be damaged. We dare not go to the hospital, so we can only come back to report."
Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito endured the pain and knelt in front of Nanako Asano to report the situation.
"Two losers. I'm so disappointed." Asano Nanako was furious and glared at them fiercely. After hesitating for a moment, she finally said, "I will contact the private doctors from Sakura country lurking in this city. Although they can't cure Mei's illness, they should be able to treat injuries like yours." "Thank you, Master Mai." Shiro Matsumoto and Shizuka Ito were extremely grateful and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were very afraid that Nanako Mano would be so angry that she would kill them as abandoned pawns. Fortunately, Lord Mano still remembered their old friendship. Alright, you guys should retreat first. Take good care of your injuries in the next 2 days and don't go out casually. Nanako Asano stared at them coldly and said, I want to go see Mei. She's been a little upset these past few days, and it's really affecting her work. The president entrusted her to me and asked me to take on the responsibility of taking care of her as a mother. I can't let the president down. When they heard her mention the honorable president, Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka shuddered all over, not daring to say another word, and quickly retreated. Not long after, Nanako Asano, wearing a gorgeous kimono, a pair of exquisite wooden clogs on her feet, and holding a cup of steaming pure milk in her hand, knocked on Mei Chiyo's door. Mei, how are you feeling today? Mommy came specially to see you. Mei Chiyo was holding her chin in her hand in a daze, and seemed startled by the noise. She quickly sat up straight and replied politely, Mom, I'm fine, thank you for your concern. My dear daughter, do you have to be so polite to your mother? Come on, drink the hot milk first to replenish your nutrition. Nanako Asano handed over the cup of milk with a kind smile. Mei Chiyo's eyes were full of resistance. She hated drinking pure milk and even wanted to vomit when she saw it. But when she met Nanako Asano's strong gaze, she could only grit her teeth, obediently took it, and drank it in small sips. Thank you, Mom. This is delicious. I can feel your love. Mei Chiyo put the cup on the table and said something against her will. My dear daughter has really grown up and now understands her mother's good intentions. Asano Nanako's smile widened, and she reached out to touch Chiyo Mei's hair. The white hair is soft and long, with a crystal luster, like pure white silk thread, beautiful like a fairy tale. Mom, I want to. Chiyo Mei bit her lip lightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to meet Chao Yang, invite him here, and let him be the prototype of my comic character. During the creation process, I needed to observe him carefully face to face, capturing every expression and movement of his. He has a very unique temperament and outstanding appearance. He is the only one who can match my image of a perfect male god. Mei Chiyo spoke slowly and in a low voice, with caution and yet full of strong anticipation. When Nanako Mano heard this, her eyes suddenly became cold and she stared at her straight. This fierce look made Chiyo Mei's heart skip a beat and she felt something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second, Nanako Mano exploded. No. Absolutely not. You are the hope of our Chiyo family. You are the goddess chosen by the president. How can you be so close to a man from Dragon Country? Who the hell is Chao Yang? How can he be your original model? We in Sakura Country are full of talented people, so many heroic warriors, can't we find a perfect man who meets your aesthetic standards? Mei Chiyo remained silent, lowered her head slightly, and the expectation in her eyes slowly disappeared. She had tried her best to please her mother and to put forward her request in a tactful way, but she was still rejected sternly by her mother, who did not give her such an opportunity at all. Mei, what's your attitude? Are you trying to express your protest with silence? Seeing Chiyo Mei's reaction, Nanako Asano was very angry, but then her tone softened. Mei, my precious daughter, I am your mother, the mother who loves you the most in this world. No matter what, as long as you ask, I am willing to do it for you. But, this is the only thing I will never agree to. Chao Yang is a very dangerous character. We know very little about him at the moment, so I absolutely cannot let you take any risks. If your boss knew about this, he wouldn't allow you to do this. After hearing these words, Chiyo Mei raised her head slightly, and the last glimmer of hope in her eyes disappeared. Okay, Mom, I got it. Tired. Extremely disappointed. What else could she do but obey? The president grandfather once told her that she must obey her mother's discipline and not do anything dangerous. Chiyo Mei sighed softly and forced a tired smile. Mom, I have to continue my creation, please go out. Well, that's good. Nanako Mayano smiled again and patted her head once more. My daughter is like an angel, pure without a trace of impurities, so obedient and sensible. Mei, you have to remember that the men of Dragon Country are all dirty and ugly. Don't get close to them easily. Only the warriors of our Sakura Country who bravely serve Tianhuang and the shrine are the most worthy of admiration. After saying this, Nanako Asano stood up and walked out of the room in wooden clogs. After she went out, she turned around and closed the door. The kindness in her eyes disappeared instantly, replaced by a chilling, sinister and cruel look. Chao Yang. Damn you. How dare you repeatedly attract Mei's attention? I will never let you go. Looks like it's time for me to go meet that brat. Give him a lesson in person to prevent him from having any improper thoughts about Mei.
She thought for a moment, called two of her men over, and whispered, "Stay outside Mei's door and don't allow her to go out without permission. If you let her escape due to your negligence, then prepare to die."
The two men looked terrified and nodded quickly, standing guard outside Xiao Mei's door, one on the left and one on the right.
After Chao Yang, Su Xinyuet and Huang Yani finished their meal happily, they drove back to Moon Bay No. 1 Villa. This place is full of the atmosphere of fireworks and life, and it feels more and more like home. Chao Yang decided that after his sister recovered and was discharged from the hospital, he would bring the whole family to live in the villa so that the family could live happily together.
Master, welcome home.
Yi Qingwan was as happy as ever when she saw Chao Yang. She took Chao Yang's coat and hung it up, then took off his leather shoes and replaced them with comfortable home slippers.
Wanner, thank you for your hard work.
Chao Yang smiled, hugged her gently, and kissed her lips lightly.
Chapter 116 Sunshine Swimming Pool. Master, have you eaten yet? If not, I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you right away.
Yi Qingwan felt the love in his kiss, and even her voice was sweet.
I've eaten. Chao Yang took Yi Qingwan's hand and said gently, "Accompany me to the open-air swimming pool on the rooftop, and let's have a good chat." "Yes, master." Yi Qingwan's eyes lit up and she happily agreed.
There is a large open-air swimming pool on the top floor of the villa where you can swim and relax in the sun. It is indeed a great place to chat.
"Oh, by the way, master, what color swimsuit do you like?"
Yi Qingwan turned around and was about to prepare, but seemed to remember something and asked shyly.
Since she is going to swim, of course she has to prepare a swimsuit.
She has been exercising regularly and has maintained a good figure. This time she can finally show it off in front of her master, and she can't help but feel excited.
"I like the same color as your skin."
Chao Yang blinked and smiled, giving a seemingly correct answer.
"Ha? The same color as my skin? That means..."
Yi Qingwan was stunned for a moment, her face full of confusion, but then she reacted and said with a shy smile, "Oh, master, you were so mean."
"You have to go around in circles to answer the question." "Ha, Wanner, as long as you understand, go get ready."
Chao Yang laughed and reached out to pat her on the back, his eyes showing no concealment of boldness and satisfaction.
10 minutes later.
When Chao Yang walked up to the roof and saw the clear water in the swimming pool and the beautiful figure standing by the pool, he felt even happier. The sun was shining brightly at this time, and the water in the pool was shimmering, making people feel warm. Yi Qingwan has long legs, a thin waist, and satin-like black hair. She is looking at Chao Yang with a smile. Her eyes are extremely gentle, and contain a bit of excitement and anticipation.
"Wanner, you are so beautiful, like a fairy from heaven, it's a real feast for my eyes." Chao Yang walked up to Yi Qingwan and gave her sincere praise. His beautiful personal housekeeper is truly capable of both housework and can perform well in any occasion. The most important thing is that Yi Qingwan's obedience and loyalty, as well as her admiration and love for him, are things that others find difficult to achieve. "Thank you for the compliment, master. Wanner is very happy."
Yi Qingwan smiled sweetly and gave him a bold kiss. Her soft and delicate body snuggled into Chao Yang's arms and rubbed against him coquettishly.
Chao Yang felt like he was holding a moving cloud.
All the pores on his body opened up with such comfort that he couldn't help but let out a soft hum.
"Wanner, you should be able to swim, right? If not, I can teach you."
Chao Yang pointed to a pool of clear water.
He was already a little impatient.
"Master, I've learned a little bit before, but I'm not that proficient.
I can only flutter around a few times. So, master, please help me and teach me how to swim."
Yi Qingwan blinked, with a hint of cunning in her tone. If she said she could swim, or even that she could swim better than Chao Yang, her master might not pay so much attention to her. So with this idea in mind, Yi Qingwan tried her best to act like a swimming novice, hoping that Chao Yang could teach her step by step.
"Oh, is that so? I see. Let's get in the water now." Chao Yang understood what she meant, took Yi Qingwan's hand, and slowly stepped into the pool. The cool feeling in the warm sunlight above their heads made every cell in their bodies active. Soon after, the swimming pool was rippling and splashing, accompanied by Yi Qingwan's exclamations and laughter. Chao Yang taught her some swimming skills in great depth. Yi Qingwan was not a fast learner and always bumped into Chao Yang's arms accidentally.
Sometimes she was on the water surface and sometimes she was under the water surface, which made Qiao Yang unable to teach her. Later, Qiao Yang simply demonstrated by putting his arms around her waist, and whenever he moved, Yi Qingwan would follow suit. Finally, they managed to make the beautiful housekeeper beg for mercy repeatedly. She was completely exhausted. Then they returned to the pool, lay on the air mattress, basked in the sun, and chatted about some topics.
Bang!
Qiao Yang and Yi Qingwan were talking when they suddenly heard a gunshot from the training ground behind the villa. He was startled and jumped up suddenly, becoming alert, thinking that some danger was coming. Yi Qingwan smiled and pulled him aside, saying, "Master, don't be nervous.
Lu Yi and the others are training." Training? What training? Qiao Yan was a little puzzled. He didn't remember what training he had arranged for Lu Yi and others. Yi Qingwan smiled and said, "Master, have you forgotten?
A few nights ago, you took Lu Yi out and bought some fine equipment from the underground black market.
When you came back, Lu Yi and the others were so excited that they kept clamoring to put the equipment to practice.
They're doing target practice at the training ground today."
Oh, I see. I had forgotten about that.
Qiao Yang suddenly realized, smiled, and said, "Those equipments are all good things, it's time to use them quickly.
Wanner, let's go to the training grounds.
I'll give them some guidance and encourage them to train boldly to improve the overall capabilities of the bodyguard group."
Yi Qingwan nodded vigorously. Okay, I also want to see who is more powerful among Lu Yi and his group."
The two of them packed up, changed into their daily clothes, and walked to the training ground together.
"Hello, Mr. Chow. Hello, Mr. Chow. Hello, Mr. Chow."
When Lu Yi and others saw Qiao Yang and Yi Qingwan coming, they all stood at attention and saluted, and greeted them loudly together. The loud voice echoed throughout the entire villa, sounding serious and orderly, like a special forces team.
Qiao Yang's eyes flashed as he looked at the energetic crowd and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you're full of energy and spirit. Don't be restrained. Let me see how you're doing." He turned his gaze to Lu Yi and said, "Lu Yi, you go first, free shooting, let me see your true level." "Yes."
Lu Yi stepped forward confidently, loading, chambering, and aiming smoothly, all in one go.
Bang! 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 Crisp gunshots rang out one after another. Soon someone reported the shooting results: 9 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings.
10 rings, a total of 98 rings.
Wow! Captain Lu is awesome.
Almost all of them are 10 rings.
As expected of the Soldier King, totally awesome.
The bodyguards cheered and were greatly impressed by the result. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Lu Yi raised a barely perceptible smug smile. Qiao Yang shook his head slightly, walked forward, and patted Lu Yi on the shoulder. "You have a solid foundation, but there are a few minor flaws. My shoulders were too tense when I drew the gun, which affected my fine-tuning. My breathing rhythm was a bit disordered during the 7th shot, resulting in only a 9-ring shot. Also, when you focused on your goal, you neglected the coordinated force of your muscles throughout your body. You should pay more attention to these points in the future."
After hearing these words, the smile on Lu Yi's face froze instantly.
As a retired soldier, he was very proud in his heart. Although he did not refute Qiao Yang in person, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes.
Chapter 117: The Benefactor's Benefactor.
Qiao Yang took in the subtle expressions on Lu Yi's face. He didn't scold, but just smiled faintly. "Bring me 2 guns." Qiao Yang now has the maximum level of firearms skills, but he has never shown his ability in this area. At present, he has mastered the use, maintenance, modification, and tactical application of all firearms, and his shooting accuracy is permanently locked at 100%. He has both advanced practical skills and safety standards.
Just based on this, how can I not show off? Lu Yi said nothing, took out 2 new guns loaded with bullets and handed them to Qiao Yang.
Then he stood quietly aside, looking at Qiao Yang, not holding much hope for Qiao Yang's marksmanship. Because in his opinion, all sharpshooters are fed with bullets. Shooting training requires talent and must go through actual combat to achieve a qualitative leap. Qiao Yang, on the other hand, lives in a villa, drives a luxury car, and leads a relaxed and comfortable life.
He doesn't look like he can use a gun at all. Well, it really is a good thing. It feels pretty good.
Qiao Yang took the gun, weighed it in his hand, and looked at the target 50 meters away.
The next second, without even aiming, he casually raised his hands and pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang! 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 the bullets seemed to have eyes, whizzing out one by one. Soon someone ran over to check, and exclamations were heard, trembling with disbelief. "Oh my God! 10 rings, all 10 rings!" 2 guns fired at the same time, every bullet hit the bullseye. Upon hearing this result, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes and showed an expression of intense shock. And that's not all. Xiao Yang had someone cover his eyes with a black cloth again, and then he raised the gun with both hands and pulled the trigger again. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. The gunshots were still rhythmic, but faster, steadier and more frequent than before. 10 rings. 10 rings. 10 rings, still all 10 rings. My God, this shooting skill is amazing. Upon hearing this result, the entire training ground was in an uproar, with exclamations from the crowd rising one after another. Holy crap! Is this even possible? I've really opened my eyes today. Hiss. Mr. Chow is amazing. Even blindfolded, he can still get all 10 rings. He's much better than Captain Liu. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. How did Mr. Chow do it? I'm convinced. This is what a sharpshooter is. Mr. Chow is a hidden talent. Please accept my knee. And at this moment, the dissatisfaction on Liu Ye's face had long been replaced by extreme shock. He took a deep breath, walked up to Xiao Yang, and bowed deeply with sincere admiration. Mr. Chow, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. Before, I was just looking at the world from a narrow perspective, not realizing there's more out there. From now on, I will definitely avoid arrogance and prudence, and train diligently according to your instructions. After witnessing it with his own eyes, his admiration for Xiao Yang reached its peak. Yi Qingwan, who was standing by, witnessed the entire process. Her beautiful eyes were full of brilliance as she followed Xiao Yang's every move. Her deep admiration and love for him was almost overflowing. Her master is so handsome, proficient in almost everything, and can always bring her unexpected shocks. The other side. Nalan Yorua is discussing with her agent Sister Yen how to reopen the concert. Sister Yen is a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She is thin and has sharp eyes. Her hair is piled high, and she looks smart and capable. Sister Yen, the last concert was forced to be cancelled. The organizers suffered a lot of losses, and many fans expressed dissatisfaction. So I want to set a new time and hold another concert. Do you think this is feasible? I don't think this is appropriate. Yorua, you're a top star now, worth billions. Your own safety is extremely important. You don't want to put yourself in danger again just to compensate the organizers or comfort your fans. So, it's better not to hold this concert. You don't need this little money. But Sister Yen, this isn't about money. So many fans paid for tickets to hear me sing, but something unexpected happened midway and the venue was cleared out. They were even a little frightened. This will greatly damage my image and reputation. If I don't remedy this in time, it could cause a serious decline in my reputation, dragging me into a whirlpool of public opinion, and it would also be very detrimental to our entertainment company. I understand all of this, but until the killer is caught, it's best if you don't show up. I'll help you communicate with the company. Well, okay then. I hope they can quickly catch that sniper and find out who's behind it. This will completely eliminate this hidden danger so I can perform on stage again. I hope so too. Oh, by the way, Yorua, look, this is the footage of the sniper captured by the surveillance camera at the concert that day. There are screenshots and videos. Next time you see this person in any situation, you must be vigilant and retreat quickly. As they were talking, there was a knock on the door and Alan walked in. Miss Nalan, I bought you the best medicinal wine for traumatic injuries. Do you want to use it now? I saw the man in black in the picture today and even fought with him. Hearing Alan's words, Sister Yen and Nalan Yorua both looked up instantly and asked nervously, really? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I won't admit my mistake. Alan nodded vigorously and said confidently, I was on my way to the hospital to buy some medicinal wine for injuries and sprains. I passed through an alley and happened to see this man in black and his female helper. They looked like they were from Sakura country, and they were about to attack Xiao Yang. Then what? Nalan Yorua asked nervously. Then I took action in time, beat away those 2 bastards, and rescued Xiao Yang. Alan said it lightly, but his heart was full of pride.
Nalan Yorua suddenly stood up and looked at Alan with admiration. Alan, you were so brave.
I underestimated your ability before and didn't give you important tasks. Now I know that you are even more powerful than Xiao Yang. It's amazing.
She remembered very clearly that on the night of the concert, Xiao Yang went out to chase the killer, but ultimately returned empty-handed and the killer managed to escape. From this, she inferred that Xiao Yang's strength should be much weaker than that of the man in black, otherwise he would not have escaped. But I didn't expect that Alan actually fought with the man in black today, and he drove the guy away and rescued Xiao Yang.
This is enough to prove that Alan is terrifyingly strong. It turns out that being a mercenary abroad is different. He must be reused in the future.
Thank you for the compliment, Miss Nalan. But I still don't know who this man in black is.
Alan felt a little embarrassed by the compliment.
She was not on duty on the day of the concert and the matter was confidential, so she was not aware of many details.
It's like this.
Sister Yen took over the topic and recounted what happened at that time. Oh, so Xiao Yang is the hero who saved Miss Nalan that day.
Who was I thinking? Alan smiled and felt even more proud.
Xiao Yang saved Miss Nalan, and she saved Xiao Yang, which means that she is the benefactor of Miss Nalan's benefactor.
Chapter 118. The trap has been set.
Alan, I originally wanted to send you to protect Xiaodi, but now I have changed my mind. Nalan Yorua looked at Alan and said solemnly, I have decided to let you be responsible for investigating and killing this assassin in black.
You must find out who is behind this. Are you willing?
Sister Yen also added, if you can accomplish this, you will definitely get the benefits.
Yes. Of course I do. Thank you, Miss Nalan, for your trust. Thank you, Sister Yen, for your advice. I promise to fulfill my mission. Alan was confident and agreed repeatedly with an unconcealable smile on his face. The opportunity to make a contribution has finally come.
She will soon be able to show her talents, become Nalan Yorua's gold medal bodyguard, and get a more generous salary. As long as she can make a name for herself this time and gain fame, Miss Nalan probably won't blame her even if her impersonation of an international mercenary is exposed in the future. Even if she is fired, she can find another job quickly and continue to make a lot of money, and she will not be ridiculed by her elder sister, the policewoman, as a green, stupid, useless little strawbag.
Moon Bay No. 1 Villa.
The shooting training of Lu Yi and others is still going on. After Xiao Yang's careful guidance, everyone's level has improved by leaps and bounds, and they are very grateful to Xiao Yang. They all cherish this opportunity to use such sophisticated weapons and equipment and receive such professional guidance. Of course, among these bodyguards, Lu Yi has the highest level and is the easiest to train. So Xiao Yang gave him some individual indoctrination, and from then on, he was responsible for supervising and guiding daily training.
However, he had to make a report every 3 days and inform Xiao Yang of the training situation truthfully. Mr. Chow, someone just sent me an invitation. Please take a look at it.
Just as Xiao Yang was about to leave the training ground, someone came running over from the gate.
What invitation? Let me see it. Xiao Yang was a little curious. He hadn't visited or interacted with any important figures since he moved into this villa. Who would be so eager to send him an invitation?
After receiving the invitation, Xiao Yang opened it casually and saw a few words written in crooked words on it. Tonight at 8 o'clock, at the Hongyin Japanese restaurant, I have something to discuss with you.
You must come and don't be late. The signature is Nanako Asano.
The handwriting is so poor that I can't bear to look at it.
But the dominance conveyed in the text is even more uncomfortable. Ma Yi Nanako? This old woman wants to meet me? Damn it, it's definitely not good. After reading it, Xiao Yang threw the invitation into the trash can.
Ha, no wonder the writing is so bad, it looks not even as good as that of a first grader, it's really laughable. She didn't come to invite him personally, but asked someone to send an invitation, making it seem like she was so noble. Xiao Yang hates these kind of pretentious people the most, who are hypocritical and do all kinds of empty things.
Want to ask me out? Bah! Are you worthy? Thinking of Nanako Mano's face, Xiao Yang suddenly felt annoyed.
He took Yi Qingwan back to the living room of the villa, and the two of them played games together to kill time, and soon forgot about the matter. At this moment, Nanako Asano was wearing a gorgeous kimono and a pair of exquisite wooden clogs, walking into a sanda club with a clattering sound. In fact, this place is not a place for strengthening the body, but a samurai hall set up in Donghai City by a martial arts family in Sakura country.
The reason for hanging up the sign of Sanda Club is just to conceal our identity.
The owner, coaches, handymen, and all the students here are actually pure Sakura people.
Hey! Lord Mai is here, welcome. I've been waiting for you since I heard you were coming today.
I just don't know what your specific mission requirements are. The person who met with Nanako Mano was the general manager of the club, who was also the owner of the samurai gym, named Taiji Okamura. This man is extremely skilled in martial arts and is ruthless. He has been lurking in Donghai City for many years and has carried out many assassination missions. Mano Nanako had heard of him a long time ago and had contacted him by phone before coming.
Gangsuan Koen, I want you to come forward and help me kill someone.
Nanako Mano made no secret of her purpose and directly stated her purpose.
Of course, whoever Lord Mai wants to kill is our enemy of Sakura country. I am happy to serve.
Gangsuan Taiji grinned, then changed the subject. However, when it comes to price, I always make a fixed price.
For $1 million, you should be able to accept it, right? Nanako-ma looked at him and said proudly, I understand the rules. I'm willing to pay $5 million. Please come with me at 8 o'clock tonight. Bring a few capable men with you to kill Chao Yang in one fell swoop. Chao Yang? I've never heard of that name before. I guess he's not some big shot.
Gangsuan Taiji narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and immediately nodded and said, No problem, I will personally lead the 6 martial arts coaches there when the time comes, and I will make sure that Chao Yang will not be able to escape even if he has wings.
Very good, Gangsuan Koen is really straightforward. Then we have a deal. We'll meet at Honying Japanese restaurant before 8 p.m. See you there. After the matter was settled, Nanako Mano was very happy. She held her head high and left the place with a click. If Matsumoto Shiro and Ito Shizuka had not been injured, she would not have come here and paid to hire a killer if she really had no experts to use. Although it feels a bit painful to spend 5 million, compared to the value of Chiyo-mei, this amount of money is nothing. Afterwards, Nanako Mano found another pharmacy, which was also a stronghold of the Sakura country, specializing in equipping and selling some special medicines for the Sakura people. Please, I need a large dose of aphrodisiac. Please prepare it for me immediately. This time, Mayukaze was more familiar with the process. After paying, she bought a bag of colorless and odorless instant medicine powder. Finally, after many twists and turns, Mai Nanatsu arrived at a stray animal shelter. Boss, I want to buy a female dog in estrus. The more aggressive, the uglier, the better. The dirtier, the better. I'd better have rabies. Her request was strange, but she was willing to pay, so she soon got a mangy dog that met her requirements, which was put in a cage and driven away by her. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was already 7:58 in the evening and the night enveloped the earth. The Honying Japanese restaurant has been cleared out and the store is empty. At this moment, in the private room on the second floor, Nanako Asano was sitting at the table, her face changing from gloomy to bright, and she kept looking down at the time. Taiji Okamura stood beside her, also with a cold face and silent. Surrounding him were 6 martial arts coaches, all of whom were big and strong, and looked ferocious. They are all paid to do their jobs and just need to comply with the demands of their employers. Chapter 119 The Real Master. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed, and there was still no sign of Chao Yang. Damn it! Why hasn't that kid Chao Yang come yet? Mai Nanako lost her patience and slammed the table in anger. Master Mai, in my opinion, he must be afraid and doesn't dare to come. Gangsuan Taiji curled his lips and sneered, Thank goodness you put on such a grand display, wanting to give him a decent death. It's a pity that he's a coward and hasn't dared to show up yet. Nanako Asano's eyes were sinister, and after thinking for a moment, she said, Mr. Gangsuan, please send 2 people directly to his residence and capture him. There are some things I must tell him face to face. If he is willing to submit to me, then I can still give him a chance to live. Otherwise, he must die tonight. Sure. Gangsuan Taiji grinned and said, We are professionals in this kind of thing. If he falls into our hands, he will be skinned alive. After saying this, he waved his hand and sent 2 of his men to do it immediately. When they went there, the 2 men were full of energy and arrogant. But when they came back, one of them had a broken arm and the other had a broken leg, their heads were beaten like pigs, their faces were covered in blood, and they looked in a miserable state. What happened? How did you end up like this? Taiji Gangsuan was shocked and angry. Report to the owner, we were beaten before we even entered the gate of his villa. Those guys seemed to be bodyguards protecting the hospital. They were so ruthless and brutal. We couldn't stand up to them at all. Baga. Trash. Too trash. You really bring shame to me. Gangsu and Taiji felt embarrassed and kicked them twice again.
Then he turned around and ordered the other 4 men, all of you go together.
Don't worry about the consequences. Charge in directly and make sure to capture Chao Yang. Use guns if necessary.
He felt that the reason his 2 men had failed was because they were not prepared, allowing the other side to seize the initiative and suffer a loss. The 4 people sent this time are stronger, more ruthless, and more experienced.
In addition, they are all equipped with guns, so there will be no more accidents.
But more than half an hour later, the accident happened.
There was a loud bang.
The door of the box was kicked open, the door panel shattered into pieces, and wood chips flew everywhere. 4 bodies were thrown in, covered in blood. There were many blood holes on their bodies, as if they had been shot.
They had already died. This tragic death was filled with blood and was much more horrifying than the previous 2. Ah! Nanako Asano and Taiji Okamura shuddered all over and cried out in shock.
Then they saw Chao Yang walking in slowly with his hands in his pockets, surrounded by Lu Yi and others. I didn't plan on coming, but you guys always send garbage to my house to cause trouble. I can't stand this kind of provocation, so I came over here to teach you a lesson. His voice was not loud and he spoke lightly, but the oppressive feeling he emanated from his body was so real that no one could underestimate him. Chao Yang, it turns out that the bodyguards in your villa are also equipped with guns, and they are well equipped.
No wonder you were so confident.
Asano Nanako's voice trembled as she tried hard to maintain her ladylike image. Chao Yang looked straight at her and said coldly, even if they don't have guns, it's more than enough to deal with these little scum.
Baga. Damn you, you're so arrogant. Okamura Taiji was enraged. He quickly drew his katana and roared, "Today I want you to understand that a true master can be invincible even without a gun." 4 of the people he brought with him died and 2 were injured. Those were all the skilled fighters he had carefully trained, and the entire samurai hall was severely damaged. The hatred in his heart towards Chao Yang was like a tidal wave. Shoot! Protect Mr. Chao!
Lu Yi shouted loudly and was the first to raise his gun and pull the trigger.
Bang 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 bang!
Dense bullets were fired at Taiji Okamura, and the room was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. But Gangsu and Taiji twisted and turned, holding the samurai sword tightly in his hand, dodged the bullet, and rushed in front of Chao Yang in an instant. That ghostly movement was like teleportation, almost reaching the limit of human speed.
When Nanako Asano saw this scene, her eyes burst into surprise.
She had never imagined that someone could actually dodge bullets and fight back while being aimed at by several guns.
Who can resist such a top master? Humph, Chao Yang is about to be finished. How is it possible?
When Lu Yi saw Taiji Gangsuan rushing towards him with a knife, an expression of extreme shock appeared on his face. Although he was a military king, he had never seen such a powerful and ferocious enemy. Seeing the long and narrow samurai sword flashing with cold light and stabbing towards Chao Yang, Lu Yi gritted his teeth, dodged and rushed forward, wanting to sacrifice his life to protect Chao Yang. But just as he made a move, Chao Yang suddenly raised his hand, and with a ding sound, he flicked his fingers on the blade of the samurai sword. Okamura Taiji suddenly felt his wrist go numb, and the tip of the knife immediately deviated. Then he saw Chao Yang stretched out a finger and poked it directly between his eyebrows.
Puff!
Okamura Taiji's eyes widened, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and he froze in place. He stared at Chao Yang with an incredulous look, and uttered his last words before dying.
You are a martial arts master? No, it's impossible. You are so young, how could it be possible? Chao Yang took the napkin from the table, wiped the blood from his fingers, and said coldly, "Congratulations, you guessed it right. You're right.
A true master can be invincible even without a gun.
You're not weak at all for being able to dodge bullets, but it's a pity you met me."
Gangsu and Taiji smiled bitterly, his eyes flashing with extreme regret, as expected. "Blame it on me for underestimating you, I shouldn't have accepted this damn thing." His voice became lower and lower, and before he could even utter the word mission, his body collapsed with a loud bang, and he died with his eyes open.
Ah! Nanako Asano turned pale and screamed in terror.
She never dreamed that things would turn out like this. What she originally thought was a sure thing was now completely out of her control. "Lu Yi, take your men to drag this garbage out and dispose of it."
"I want to talk to Ms. Nanako Mano alone." Chao Yang walked around the corpse on the ground, walked slowly to the opposite side of Mai Nanako, and sat down leisurely. "Okay, Mr. Chao." After Lu Yi witnessed Chao Yang's methods with his own eyes, he became more respectful to him.
He immediately led people to clean up the bodies of Gangsu and Taiji and others, and finally closed the door gently.
Xiao Yang, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry.
I was just confused for a moment and invited them to take charge. I originally just asked them to go to your house and invite you over, but I didn't expect them to resort to such violence, turning things into this.
After the room was completely quiet, Nanako Mano was obviously a little panicked. She stood up and bowed repeatedly to apologize to Xiao Yang. The former dominance is gone.
She even took the initiative to pour wine for Xiao Yang, bending slightly with a sincere look on her face. This is all a misunderstanding, please forgive me.
This glass of wine is my apology to you. It's all my fault. Please, for May's sake, drink this glass of wine and don't bother with me, okay? Xiao Yang's eyes flickered as he stared at her for a long time.
Suddenly he smiled and without saying anything, he picked up the glass of wine and drank it all.
Chapter 120 The Final Winner. Thank you, Xiao Yang.
Your willingness to drink this glass of wine means you have forgiven me. I feel much more at ease now. Seeing Xiao Yang drink the glass of wine with her own eyes, Mai Nanatsu was secretly happy. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her panic gradually calmed down. The medicine in the wine can make people's hands and feet weak, their whole body hot, and they can't exert much strength. They will quickly lose their minds and do things worse than animals.
And in the secret door of this room was locked the mangy dog she bought. Xiao Yang and the dog.
Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous and perverted scene that would be. When she thought of Xiao Yang's ugly appearance later, Mai Nanatsu felt inexplicably relieved. Although her plan went wrong and almost failed, fortunately Xiao Yang was fooled and she was still the final winner.
You sent me an invitation and even came to my house. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? There's no one else here. You'd better be simple and direct. Don't beat around the bush with me. Xiao Yang looked at Mai Nanako with bright eyes and asked.
Okay, since you're so straightforward, I'll reveal my cards.
Asano Nanako rolled her eyes, trying to delay as much as possible. Actually, I wanted to talk to you because May asked me to. Ever since she met you, she's been obsessed with you.
She really wants you to be the prototype for her comic character, so she needs you to cooperate with her, showing different angles and posing in various ways so she can use it as a reference for her creation. Xiao Yang frowned slightly and interrupted her directly. I have already promised her about this matter.
Please tell me the main point. If that's all, I'm sorry I won't accompany you any longer.
Having said that, he stood up and was about to leave.
Wait a moment. Nanako Asano was a little anxious, blinking her eyes and said, Actually, May is here, don't you want to see her?
Oh? Where? Xiao Yang stopped, but his tone was calm.
With his perception, how could the subtle movement behind the secret door on the left wall escape his ears? She's in the secret door behind that wall.
I'll take you to see her.
Asano Nanako was already getting impatient.
Xiao Yang said coldly, just let her out.
This can't be done.
You know, May has a special physique. She was sick just 2 days ago.
She usually has to live in a sterile environment. Xiao Yang looked at Mai Nanatsu with a cold gaze. Okay, take me in.
Under the lights at night, this lady from the Sakura country is actually quite pretty, with a bright and beautiful face and a round and smooth figure, which can arouse men's primitive desires. In fact, Xiao Yang already knew what was in that glass of wine, but this despicable trick would not have any effect on his body, it could only slightly add to the fun. His body has now been blessed with immunity to all diseases. Although it cannot be said that it is 100% immune to toxins or corrosive substances, it is basically insensitive to most drugs.
Yeah, okay, please follow me. Asano Nanako nodded repeatedly, her eyes unable to conceal her excitement. Finally took the bait.
Humph, you are still too young to fight with me.
Just as they reached the secret door, Xiao Yang suddenly said, Why do I feel a little hot? It feels like there's a fire burning in my stomach. Is there anything wrong with the wine you just let me drink? Asano Nanako quickly said, How could that be?
I just wanted to fulfill May's wish.
I absolutely have no ill will towards you. Maybe. The alcohol we brew on our island is a bit strong. You might not be used to it the first time you drink it, but that's normal.
Oh?
That makes sense.
I'll try more in the future.
Xiao Yang replied indifferently. Click.
As Nanako Mano turned a flower pot ornament by the wall, she heard a noise and a small door appeared on the wall.
Xiao Yang, you are a guest, please go in first. Nanako Asano politely stood by the door, bowed and gestured for invitation. Okay. Chao Yang stepped in. Next second, Nanako Mano immediately turned the flowerpot ornament quickly, and the secret door closed instantly. Ha ha ha. Chao Yang, just enjoy yourself in there. That bitch may be ugly, dirty, and has rabies, but she's a perfect match for you. How dare you dream of getting close to my precious daughter? Take a piss and look at yourself. Do you think you are worthy? Asano Nanako laughed wildly, almost crying.
The previous fear and frustration were swept away in an instant. Soon, some faint noises were heard from inside, but because of the thick soundproofing panels, they could not be heard clearly. She was not worried that Chao Yang would break out, because the entire secret room was made of cast steel structure and no one could destroy it.
Nanako Mano was not in a hurry. She locked the door of the room to prevent Lu Yi and others from breaking in, then sat outside and waited for more than an hour before opening the secret door again. The moment the door opens, the expected scene was not seen. Her throat was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. Then she was met with a cold and ruthless gaze. Chao Yang, why don't you have? Nanako Asano was terrified, her feet hanging in the air, and she struggled to squeeze out a word from her throat. Chao Yang didn't answer her. He just grabbed her neck and took her into the darkroom. Only then did Mai Nanatsu realize that the mangy dog had already died. Sizzle. Just when Mayano Nanako's scalp was tingling and she was trembling with fear, her clothes were suddenly torn open, revealing a piece of Snow White. Ah! Chao Yang, what do you want to do? No, you can't do this. Nanako Mano screamed, kicked her feet in the air, and tried to scratch Chao Yang's face with her hands. Pa! 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 Chao Yang slapped her more than a dozen times. Nanako Mano was beaten so hard that she saw stars, felt dizzy, and felt like she was almost suffocating. She was like a skinned white-striped cat, no longer having the strength to struggle. Chao Yang, I beg you, please let me go. I know I was wrong this time, I really know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again next time. You little bastard, if you dare to do that to me, I will use all my energy to make sure you die. No, please don't do this. Stop now, I can give you money, lots and lots of money you can never spend in your lifetime. Ugh. Nanako Mano was on the verge of collapse. She started begging, then threatened, and then tried to impress Chao Yang with money, but she failed every time. Chao Yang didn't care what she said at all. He just coldly pushed her into the corner and did his own thing. Chao Yang, you damn it, have you ever thought about the consequences of doing this? You will be retaliated by the entire Chiyo family. No, stop it. Hiss, do you know that Mei likes you? If you do this to me, it will make her sad. Oh my god. Why are you still moving? Aren't you tired? I'm almost dying. Whoa, someone come and save me? Chapter 121, There is no reason to love you. In a quiet dark room, Nanako Mano was crying so hard that her tears were almost dried up and her voice was almost hoarse. Chao Yang, please stop torturing me. I already know how powerful you are, and I will never look down on you again. Whoa, let me take a breath, I'm really about to collapse. Please spare my life, I will never dare to go against you again. You little devil, why are you so powerful? Damn it, what's wrong with me? Why do I have to be treated like this? Asano Nanako was crying as she spoke, and she was on the verge of collapse. She didn't even have the intention to struggle, as if she had already accepted her fate. As the wife of the Chiyo family, she is cold and strong, like a cold and beautiful flower on the mountaintop. Except for the distinguished president, she doesn't care about other men. Her husband has been dead for 5 or 6 years now. There have been many good men pursuing her, but she has rejected them all because she feels that she can stand on her own and does not need to rely on men to survive. What's more, she has the trump card of Chiyo Mei in her hand, and can get the protection of the president at any time. This made her even more fearless. She was usually as proud as a peacock, but her demand for men dropped to freezing point. However, at this moment, in this dark and quiet little room, she really couldn't accept that she had suddenly gone from being a superior who controlled everything to being a puppet at the mercy of others. This feeling is like a flood or a beast. Once it grows out, it can never be contained. Chao Yang also felt her change, and the hand that was pinching her neck loosened, giving her more freedom. Nanako Mano coughed violently a few times and was finally able to breathe deeply. Everything now seemed so unreal, like a dream.
Time seemed to have ceased to exist, and she was the only one left in this world, floating quietly in the void, not knowing where she would drift to.
Asano Nanako felt that even if everything ended here, she no longer had any regrets. Because this kind of thing will probably never happen again in my life.
But she was wrong. Chao Yang didn't treat her as a noble lady from the royal family of Sakura country, nor did he even treat her as a human being. He was like a god who dominated everything, commanding her at will.
Wow, it turns out my life can bloom again. Why didn't God let me meet you earlier? Thank you, Chao Yang. I feel like I've lived in vain before.
It's you who helped me find the joy of life again.
I feel like nothing else matters except you. Mei is naive and still young, she's not suitable for you at all. But I'm different.
I'm the wife of the Chiyo family.
As long as you ask, I can give you anything. Please, don't pretend you can't hear me. I'm really in love with you.
Chao Yang, please look at me more, even if it's just for one moment.
I'm already yours.
Asano Nanako was talking incoherently, and her whole body was in a state of illusion. The emotions that had been suppressed in her heart for many years were like a Pandora's box that had been opened and could never be closed again. Nobility, strength, fame, responsibility, glory, and hope all became shattered. I don't know how long it took.
Asano Nanako fell into a complete coma.
The moment she lost consciousness, she felt that the whole world was still shaking, her soul was almost leaving her body, her whole body was as soft as a bubble in the mud, and she was no longer herself. When she slowly woke up, she found that Chao Yang had already left. Not far from where she was lying was the stiff dead dog.
In an instant,
Nanako Mano's eyes widened with fear, she shuddered and suddenly sat up from the ground. She felt dizzy, her head was buzzing, and her bones were about to fall apart.
Damn it! He actually hiss. What should I do? How did things turn out like this? Nanako Asano sat on the ground, feeling as if she had lost half her life. She couldn't even stand up by holding on to the wall.
But then, she suddenly smiled to herself, with a sickly blush on her face. I don't know why, but I suddenly don't hate him anymore. Such a brave and strong man can't be found in the entire Sakura country.
I was so stupid. I actually wanted to kill him before. How could I do that?
Fortunately, Gangkunjun and the others are dead.
I don't think what happened today will be spread out.
After Chao Yang returned to the villa, he fell asleep as if nothing had happened. For a vicious woman like Nanako Ma, he would just teach her a lesson and would not have any sympathy for her at all.
This forced communication did not trigger any prompts from the system, let alone any rewards.
After the incident, he also tried to call the system, but the royal sister voice did not say a word, as if she had simply ignored the matter, and this time it was not counted in his record.
Get to the bottom of it.
It must be that strong, plump lady who doesn't even meet the criteria of a romantic partner.
But it's better this way.
Chao Yang has no feelings for her anyway and doesn't want to get entangled with her anymore.
Nothing happened tonight. Sleep till dawn.
The early morning sunlight shines into the room through the window glass, and another beautiful day begins. Chao Yang stretched, jumped up, and started to get up and wash.
Today is the joint opening day of Shinyui Private Kitchen and Yanni Yoga Studio.
As an investor and the lover of two beauties, he naturally had to go and show his support. In order to adapt to the grand and solemn formal occasion, Yi Qingwan specially took out a black haute couture suit for Chao Yang. Wearing a tie, a watch, and a pair of shiny leather shoes, Chao Yang looked so handsome and elegant that Yi Qingwan's heart beat faster and heart swelled up in her eyes. She liked him very much. Chapter 122. Guests flocked to the scene, and gifts were presented. The largest commercial street in Donghai City is particularly lively today. The joint opening of the two new stores attracted the attention of many citizens and reporters. Some outdoor bloggers even brought their teams, set up high-definition equipment, and prepared to take advantage of the popularity by doing live broadcasts. When Chao Yang arrived accompanied by Lu Yi and Yi Qingwan, the two new stores were already surrounded by crowds of people.
Master, it's really lively today. Look at those media reporters and influencers. They're like walking advertisements for us.
Yi Qingwan said with a smile on her face.
Well, it seems the publicity is pretty good. This is exactly the effect I wanted.
Chao Yang smiled with satisfaction and then said to Lu Yi, "You asked the brothers to cooperate with the security and make sure to maintain order and prevent anyone from causing trouble."
I understand. Lu Yi nodded in agreement, still keeping his back straight and looking energetic.
Su Xinyue and Huang Yanni saw Chao Yang and walked over to greet him.
Chao Yang, look at this scene, is it arranged well?
The stage, the flower baskets, the banners, the colorful balloons, and the long red carpet all took a lot of thought.
Today they both dressed exceptionally beautifully, showing the charm of mature women, capable yet elegant. Chao Yang responded with a smile, thank you for your hard work. You have done a great job.
Now we're just waiting for the VIPs to arrive, and you guys can just wait to receive the gifts. Su Xinyue and Huang Yani smiled at each other and said happily, the gift doesn't matter, as long as they are willing to come.
What we need most now is popularity. Only when big names come to support us can we create a high-end atmosphere. While speaking, 2 cars drove up one after the other. Dean Shi and Fong Wendian got out of the car and walked over together. Donghai City First People's Hospital congratulates Xinyue Private Cuisine and Yani Yoga Studio on their grand opening. We're sending you a special gift, a pair of pure gold fortune cats and 880,000 yuan in cash. The Donghai City Traditional Chinese Medicine Association congratulates Xinyue Private Cuisine and Yani Yoga Studio on their grand opening. We're sending you special gifts, 2 jars of century-old Huadiu wine and a plant of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Su Xinyue and Huang Yani hurried forward to greet them. Chao Yang also said a few words to them and asked Dean Shi and Fong Wendian to sit down and have tea. The discussions of the people around me came clearly into my ears. I didn't expect that Dean Shi and President Fong would come to support them. It seems like they are quite honored. That's right. Look at the gifts they gave me. There was cash and 1,000-year-old ginseng. They were all quite valuable. Before the discussion died down, several more cars drove over. Delia and Xiao Hanswang got off the car first. Following behind was a group of foreign students, each of whom looked unique and particularly pleasing to the eye. Together they held a banner with opening greetings written in various languages. Although they are not very valuable, they are also unique, especially these foreign female students, each of whom has a unique look, is lively and loves to laugh, and immediately becomes a beautiful landscape. Especially Delia, with her outstanding appearance and hot body, she immediately attracted many media reporters to take photos and videos. In addition, she had already gained a certain degree of fame after winning a model competition. Some people even came to her and asked for her autograph and photos, which caused a small sensation. Xiao Hanswan looked calm and was just organizing the students to display the banners, but her intellectual beauty and mentor-like demeanor also conquered many single people present. Chao Yang smiled and said, Teacher Xiao, Delia, thank you for bringing your friends here. There will be a banquet later, so please feel free to sit down. Xiao Hanswang smiled slightly and shook his head, no, let's do it another day. I took a leave to bring them out, so I can't delay for too long. I wish you a successful opening and a prosperous business. Delia smiled brightly and said, I just got an endorsement and I have to shoot a commercial later. I won't eat here today. I'll bring my friends over after I'm done. Okay, you're welcome anytime. Chao Yang smiled and saw them off. Seeing this scene, everyone around was amazed and there was another heated discussion. Wow! Those foreign girls were so pretty. They're all international students from Donghai University. Oh my god, I'm dying of greed. It would be so enjoyable if I could marry a foreign girl. What the hell are you dreaming about? You look like Song Xiaobao, and you're still dreaming about picking up foreign girls. Go home and dream. Dreams are full of anything. Everyone was laughing and there was a burst of laughter at the scene. 10 minutes later, several cars from the film crew drove onto the street. There were some stills from the drama posted on the car door, attracting a lot of attention. Ding Ziyuan, along with Miao Xinjie, Lin Kur, and a group of core crew members, got out of the car and walked over to congratulate them. Congratulations on the grand opening of Xinyue Private Cuisine and Yani Yoga Studio. Mr. Chow, we don't have anything special to give you. This 2.68 million in cash is just a token of our appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Chao Yang smiled and asked Su Xinyue and Huang Yani to accept the money. Then he chatted with Ding Ziyuan for a few words and asked about the progress of the filming of the new drama. When he learned that everything was going well and the period drama was about to be completed, his mood immediately became better. The shooting period of a short drama is at least 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month, but the competition for quality is becoming increasingly fierce, and it is no longer like before where you can just pick up money with your eyes closed. The scripts he wrote are absolutely brilliant. As to whether they can become another hit, that depends on the final test of the market. I recognize that beautiful lady. She's Miao Xinjie. She just starred in a short historical drama, playing the leading female role, the princess. Her acting is fantastic. Ah, it's her. But I like the actor who plays her by Yue Guang in the drama more. He's the most handsome guy. Ha! Look at that handsome guy who's talking. He looks just like Bai Yue Guang. Oh my god, isn't that Lin Kor, the school beauty from the Donghai Film and Television Academy? She's my junior, and she's getting more and more beautiful. Ding Ziyuan, Director Ding, do you need anyone else on the crew? Do you think I can do it? I can do a headstand shampoo. Look at me, please look at me, I can even do a bit part without any lines. Everyone's enthusiasm for film and television dramas is filtered, especially for the actresses in the dramas, who are regarded as their beloved ones and can't wait to take them home and enter the bridal chamber. However, Ding Ziyuan and others did not stay for long. Once the crew started filming, they could not stop at will, because every minute of delay was burning money. Shortly after the crew left, the guests invited by Su Xinyue and Huang Yani arrived one after another, and the scene became even more lively. At this moment, two familiar figures suddenly appeared in the crowded crowd. It was none other than Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing, the pair of fake best friends. Bingbing, look, isn't that Chao Yang? Yeah, it's him, that's him. What the hell, how come he's doing so well now? If I had known he was a potential stock, Bingbing, you shouldn't have dumped him before, otherwise you wouldn't have. Shut up, can you blame me? It's all because he was so poor back then. He could only work like a slave, working overtime every day, and he couldn't give me the life I wanted. Bai Ruobing saw Chao Yang standing on the high platform, chatting and laughing with many guests, her eyes full of jealousy and resentment. If Chao Yang hadn't made a scene at her wedding, she would have successfully married into a wealthy family and become the wife of Hu Zikai, the eldest son of Qingshan Group. But she forgot that the reason for this consequence was that she first deceived Chao Yang and took away his money, hoping to climb up the social ladder, but ended up with nothing. To describe it in 2 words, you deserve it. Chapter 123: Humiliating oneself and feeling resentment. Humph, Chao Yang has hurt me like this, I will never let him off easily. Bai Ruobing gritted her teeth secretly, whispered to Yao Jingjing for a while, and immediately pushed through the crowd and walked onto the stage. She pointed at Chao Yang's nose and cursed, Chao Yang! You scumbag! You must give me an explanation today. Back then, you were broke, and I was with you out of pity. But now that you're rich, you've kicked me out and are flirting with other women everywhere. Do you think you're being worthy of me? Yao Jingjing followed closely behind, immediately chiming in, that's right. Our Bingbing has been with you for 3 years, and has suffered so much. Her youth has all been wasted. You must be responsible for her. Seeing these two people suddenly jumping out, full of rumors and slander, Chao Yang's face instantly darkened. It was a nice opening ceremony, but these two mad dogs showed up and barked, which really ruined the mood. The people around who didn't know the truth all looked like they were watching a show, and their curiosity was instantly ignited. Seeing everyone's reaction, Bai Ruobing immediately raised her chin in triumph and said with an air of triumph, Chao Yang, you've wasted my youth and betrayed my true love. I'm asking you for 500,000 yuan as a breakup fee. Isn't that too much? Honestly, 500,000 is a bargain for you. Hurry up and take the money and keep the peace, or I will shut you down today. What youth, what true love, are actually all pretenses. In the final analysis, she was just stirring up trouble on purpose, asking for money, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. Chao Yang's eyes were icy as he looked at the clowns with disgust, and he spat out a word coldly, get lost. You dare to tell me to get out? Bai Ruobing was stunned for a moment, then screamed like a shrew, everyone, come and see. This man is so hateful. He's a hypocrite who refuses to admit his mistakes even after pulling up his pants. They spread rumors and slander, and deliberately incited emotions to throw dirty water on Chao Yang. Bang! Chao Yang was too lazy to talk nonsense with her, so he slapped her hard and knocked her to the ground. Ah! Bai Ruobing let out a scream and fell to the ground. Her plastic surgery face suddenly tilted to one side, looking very ridiculous. Chao Yang! You bastard, how could you? Yao Jingjing was about to shout when Chao Yang slapped her in the face with a loud slap and she fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar at the scene. The reporters and content creators present at the scene, like sharks smelling blood, immediately aimed their cameras at Chao Yang. Ouch, hitting a woman in public? This boss has a problem with his character. Record this quickly. This is definitely going to be a hit. It'll make the headlines. The scumbag is so heartless. That girl is so pitiful. She met the wrong person.
Public opinion instantly turned to Bai Ruobing, and many sympathetic voices were heard.
Su Xinyue and Huang Yani tried to appease him, but they couldn't control the situation at all. Lu Yi and others ran over and tried to forcibly pull Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing away, but the two of them started crying and making a fuss, continuing to act like a monster. Who said Chao Yang is a scumbag?
At this moment, a clear and sweet voice suddenly rang out. Mu Xiaodi, dressed in a white dress, and Pei Jidong, CEO of Huaxing Finance, were seen walking quickly towards them.
Mu Xiaodi was full of aura. She glared at Bai Ruobing and shouted, "Don't be fooled by this bad woman. She's a gold digger and full of lies." When she was dating Chao Yang, she didn't even let him hold her hand because she thought he was poor, let alone have that kind of relationship with her. But before she met Chao Yang, she had already had several boyfriends and even had an abortion. Later, she took away all of Chao Yang's savings and went to get plastic surgery. She even took out a loan to have her hymen repaired, hoping to hook up with a rich second-generation man and marry into a wealthy family. However, on the wedding day, her scheme was discovered, the wedding was cancelled, and she was kicked out. "No, that's not the case, you're talking nonsense." Bai Ruobing's face turned pale and she screamed like a hen with its neck strangled. At this time, Pei Jidong took 2 steps forward, stared at Bai Ruobing coldly and said, "Miss Bai, you are really shameless. I was also present at the wedding that day and witnessed everything that happened. Besides, Mr. Hu Qingshan of Qingshan Group and I have been good friends for many years. Do you really want me to make a video call to confirm the truth of that day again? That was a shame for the Hu family. If I bring up the past and open up old wounds, my old friend will be furious. What will happen to you then? Think about it yourself." After hearing these words, Bai Ruobing was completely frightened. She trembled and stammered. "Yes, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I deliberately wronged Chao Yang. I just wanted to extort some money. Please don't alarm the Hu family." When Bai Ruobing admitted it herself, the scene instantly exploded again, and the direction of public opinion completely reversed. "Oh my God. This woman is so shameless. She has no bottom line when it comes to extorting money. I thought she was a victim, but she turned out to be a scumbag and a gold digger. How despicable. Holy crap. Plastic surgery to get married? I've never seen that before. Hey, I almost blamed Boss Chow just now, it turns out this is the truth." Amidst the contemptuous gazes and curses, Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing covered their faces in embarrassment, and like stray dogs, they hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and ran away in shame. However, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they hid in a corner far away and secretly watched the side, their eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. "Xiaodi, thank you. Mr. Pei, thank you for your visit. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Please take a seat." Chao Yang looked calm and invited Mu Xiaodi and Pei Jidong to take a seat. The little disturbance just now did not make him panic. In fact, even if Mu Xiaodi and Pei Jidong did not show up, he still had a way to deal with Bai Ruobing and Yao Jingjing, the 2 bitches. After Mu Xiaodi presented the gift, she blinked and smiled. "Chao Yang, my sister Yoruo will be coming too. She just called me and she should be here soon." "Huh? A big star is coming too? That's great, it can also boost our publicity." Chao Yang smiled, not too surprised. After all, he saved Nailin Yorua's life, and this favor cannot be measured by money. Before they could finish their words, they saw a luxury RV coming quickly, escorted by a fleet of cars. The RV was equipped with bulletproof glass and it was obvious that it was worth a lot of money. Then, Nailin Yoruo walked over gracefully under the protection of a group of bodyguards. Although he only showed up at the opening ceremony, he acted like he was walking on the red carpet at the Oscars, with every step he took exuding the aura of a superstar. As the new personal bodyguard, Alan stood closely behind Nailin Yoruo, looking heroic and confident. "Ah, am I dreaming? Is this Nailin Yoruo? Our national little queen?" Hiss. I pinched my thigh. This isn't a dream. It really is Nailin Yoruo. It's so rare that she would condescend to come to the small opening ceremony. How proud the owners of these 2 stores must be. My God, how much appearance fee do we need to pay to hire such a big star? Chapter 124, A Salute of Gold. "Sister Yoruo, you're here." Mu Xiaodi walked over with a smile, holding Nailin Yoruo's hand affectionately and shaking it a few times. But then, she asked curiously, "Hey? Sister Yoruo, didn't you bring any gifts?" Since you agreed to come and show your support, you shouldn't come empty-handed. Sister Yorua is not a stingy person, so how could she make such a low-level mistake?
Seeing this, Su Xinyue and Huang Yani hurried over with a smile to smooth things over. No gifts are needed. It's already a great honor for us that Miss Nalan can take time out of her busy schedule to come here.
Chao Yang smiled faintly and said, I think Miss Nalan must have her own plans, right?
Based on his understanding of Nalan Yorua, this popular superstar is very intelligent and knows the ways of the world, and certainly would not lose face in public.
So the most likely possibility is that she prepared a gift that was different from everyone else's, at least not something vulgar like banknotes, gold, or silver. You're the only one who's smart.
Nalan Yorua glanced at Chao Yang, then turned slightly and said to Su Xinyue and Huang Yani.
Sisters, if you don't mind, I'd like to endorse your 2 stores for free as a gift for today's opening. Would you be willing?
When these words were spoken, Su Xinyue and Huang Yani were stunned for a moment, and then they became extremely excited.
Yes, of course we are willing. I couldn't ask for more. Thank you, Miss Nalan. Nalan Yorua personally endorses the store, and it's free. This is something they couldn't even imagine.
If they were asked to negotiate endorsements with Nalan Yorua's company, they would probably be kicked out before they could even get in the door. Even if they could negotiate it, it would definitely be a sky-high price. Even if they sold their 2 stores, they wouldn't be able to raise that much money.
But now, this pie in the sky has hit them, how can they not be ecstatic? Ah! So Sister Yorua's gift is a free endorsement.
Mu Xiaoti's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands and laughed. This is truly a unique and great idea.
No one else can imitate it. Chao Yang also nodded and smiled. This gift is very meaningful. Miss Nalan is very thoughtful.
Hearing his polite words, Nalan Yorua smiled sweetly and felt much better. You have done me a favor, so I should do all this. But then she changed the subject. Similarly, Alan saved you yesterday, you should also remember this favor.
Ha? She saved me? Chao Yang was stunned for a moment, feeling both amused and helpless. What? You don't admit it? Alan raised his chin and said proudly, It's okay. I saved you for no reward. You don't have to bear it in mind.
Nalan Yorua didn't say anything, but just looked at Chao Yang with flashing eyes, but there was obviously something strange in her eyes, as if Chao Yang was an ungrateful person. Chao Yang didn't want to explain anything in public, so he chuckled and said, Okay, I'll remember it and I'll definitely pay it back someday. Seeing him change his words, Nalan Yorua's expression improved a little, and Alan raised his chin even higher.
After chatting for a while, Nalan Yorua said goodbye and left.
A group of bodyguards surrounded her. The scene was extremely impressive and attracted heated discussions from people around.
Big stars are so cool. Look at how many people are following them. It's so enviable. What are you envious of? You haven't seen the hard work behind their glamorous appearance. Celebrities are human beings too, they have their own troubles and grievances. We can't over-glorify the entertainment industry.
Behind the flowers and applause, there are often tears and helplessness. Of course, there are also some sarcastic voices among them.
Tisk, let me tell you, this is the end of the opening ceremony. Some prominent figures did come, but most of them just gave us gifts and left. They still looked down on us. It's boring. It'll just be lively for a while and then it'll disperse. I don't think there will be any heavyweights here.
These boos fell into the ears of Su Xinyue and Huang Yani, making them feel a little embarrassed and helpless.
It is difficult for one person to win the hearts of 100 people. No matter what you do, there will always be some people who criticize you mindlessly. You can't stop the people from talking nonsense. Beep, beep, beep.
Accompanied by a burst of car horns, a Hongqi sedan slowly drove over. Everyone looked over in confusion, and soon someone exclaimed, This Hongqi car looks familiar.
I think I've seen it on TV news before.
Hey, look at his license plate number, DH000001. We only have one with this number in Donghai City, and it's the mayor's private car.
Hiss. Oh my god, is it the mayor himself? That's impossible. The mayor is so busy that he wouldn't attend a business ceremony like this. Chao Yang looked over and his ability of perspective was activated.
He saw the person in the car at the first moment and immediately understood what was going on.
A moment later,
the white-haired old lady got out of the car in high spirits, accompanied by her 2 granddaughters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi. Chao Yang, Su Xinyue, and Huang Yani hurried forward to greet them and introduced both parties.
This is a small gift I brought with me. It's 2 couplets I asked my son to write. I hope you don't mind.
Old Mrs. Wen smiled and spoke in a very kind tone. Sisters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi slowly unfolded one of the calligraphy scrolls.
The first line is, private cooking has thousands of flavors. The second line is, when guests arrive, they can taste all kinds of fragrance. Then unfold another one.
The first line is, one breath in and one breath out to regulate the body and mind.
The second line is, every move creates a light.
The handwriting of both couplets is vigorous and powerful, and the mayor's personal seal is stamped in the lower right corner. The most rare thing is that the 2 couplets are used for private dishes in yoga studios. Obviously, when Mrs. Wen asked the mayor to write these 2 works of calligraphy, she had already decided on the topics. I was wondering who it was, but it turned out to be the old mother of our Mayor Wen, and those 2 beautiful twin daughters.
Although the mayor didn't come in person, he presented 2 calligraphy works.
This gift is quite significant.
No other shop has ever been so honored before. But I heard that our Mayor Wen is fair and honest.
He is not only a filial son, but also a doting daughter. The fact that he allowed the old lady to bring her 2 daughters with her is unprecedented.
Oh my! This represents official authority. Who would dare to mess with these 2 stores easily in the future?
I don't know if it's official authority, but these 2 sisters from the Wen family are truly beautiful.
If I could marry one of them, I'd be willing to shorten my life by 20 years. Dude, what brand of pillow do you have?
How dare you daydream like that with your eyes open? Not to mention shortening your lifespan by 20 years, even if it shortens your lifespan by 20 years, you're still not worthy of her.
The crowd's discussions rose one after another, and the previous cricket sounds almost disappeared.
No one dared to speak in a sarcastic tone anymore.
After all, they are not stupid and know that trouble comes from the mouth. If they dare to go against the official authority, they will never have a good ending.
Chao Yang personally helped old Mrs. Wen to take her seat, and Su Xinyue and Huang Yani also specially placed fresh fruits on the table. Mu Xiaodi and Yi Qingwan were talking to the sisters Wen Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi, and the atmosphere was very harmonious.
Just when everyone thought that today's opening ceremony was coming to an end,
suddenly, more than a dozen luxury cars drove over from the other end of the commercial street, their engines rumbling, but in the front were 3 pickup trucks.
Someone lifted the cover on the pickup truck, immediately revealing the large salute underneath. Bang! 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 The deafening sound of cannon salutes suddenly resounded throughout the entire commercial street. One salute is worth a fortune.
Xinglong Society's old leader, Zhou Ping'an, specially presents 10,000 taels of gold and 2 pairs of white jade lions to congratulate Xinyue Private Cuisine and Yani Yoga Studio on their grand opening. Xinglong Society's eldest daughter, Zhou Fian, wishes both shops a prosperous business and abundant wealth.
Chapter 125, Confess Proactively and Face the Shura Field.
The unanimous shouts, accompanied by the booming sound of the salutes, immediately shocked everyone present. In the cabin of the pickup truck in front, there were 3 large boxes with their lids open, revealing golden bars inside. The golden light looks particularly dazzling under the sunlight.
Oh my god! So many gold bars! There are big yellow croakers and small yellow croakers. This is really a fortune. Holy crap!
The Azure Dragon Society is truly wealthy and powerful to have pulled off such a grand display.
This is truly astonishing. Who is Mr. Chow? He has official support and is being promoted by underground forces. His family must have a rich and powerful background. I can't afford to offend him. I can't afford to offend him. He must be a nobleman from a big family who has come to our small place to experience life. If before, there were still people who were dissatisfied and had bad intentions towards these 2 stores. At this moment, after seeing the calligraphy of the mayor and the gift from the Qinglong Society, they all fell silent. Some bad signs were nipped in the bud in an instant. Most people who want to cause trouble tend to bully those who are weaker than themselves or those who are similar to themselves. But if you don't know what's good for you and provoke a tough guy who is several levels higher than you, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Chao Yang, take a look at the gift I gave you, what do you think? However, my grandfather couldn't come in person. He is still recuperating in the hospital, so he asked me to take full responsibility for this matter. Zhou Fian, wearing a red leather jacket, jumped out of the car in a dashing and heroic manner, with a very proud expression. Chao Yang said sincerely, "This is too valuable, it is beyond my expectation. Thank you for coming in person, and thank the old man for me. Ha, as long as you're satisfied. Zhou Fian was very happy.
She suddenly leaned close to Chao Yang's ear and whispered, "I'll put on women's clothes someday and let you experience my femininity.
I guarantee you'll be even more satisfied." Ah.
This turn of events was so big that Chao Yang couldn't react for a moment. Before he could say anything, Zhou Fian shook her ponytail and walked away, naturally blending into the conversation of Mu Xiaodi and the others.
She was carefree and even her laughter was crisp and hearty. Chao Yang couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart.
A woman like Zhou Fian's mind jumps too fast, and she acts on her whims.
She is really hard to grasp.
Soon, the auspicious time arrived and the opening ceremony was held on time. Chao Yang, Su Xinyue, Huang Yani, along with several other VIP guests, cut the ribbon together. Then Chao Yang distributed a large number of cash-red envelopes, which caused a frenzy of scramble for them, and the atmosphere was lively with constant cheers. Afterwards, all the VIPs first went to Huang Yani's yoga studio to visit and experience the facilities and activities inside, and then went to Su Xinyue's private restaurant, where they sat down and enjoyed the food together. Halfway through the meal, Chao Yang, along with the two proprietresses, Su Xinyue and Huang Yani, toasted and thanked each distinguished guest one by one.
After 2 or 3 hours of busy work, the opening ceremony ended successfully and the guests left one after another.
Su Xinyue and Huang Yani were both busy and tired, but the happiness in their hearts was written on their faces.
I gained a lot today.
Not only did I gain a good reputation, but I also got a lot of VIP cards.
My reputation and performance have been established.
Su Xinyue asked Chao Yang, before she left, "Old Madam Wen said she wanted to invite you to her house tomorrow.
Do you really want to go?" Chao Yang nodded. Of course, since they are so supportive today, how can I refuse?
Besides, if we can get to know the mayor and establish a good relationship with the Wen family, it will be of great benefit to our future career development.
Su Xinyue blinked.
I understand that, but the way old Madam Wen looks at you is like she's choosing a son-in-law for her grandson.
I'm afraid she'll ask you to express your opinion at the Wen family dinner tomorrow. Huang Yani came over and interrupted with a smile. Who cares? Let him handle it himself.
If Mayor Wen also takes a liking to him and is willing to recruit him as a son-in-law, that would be even better. He could save himself 20 years of detours, and his children would also have the surname Wen.
Chao Yang heard the teasing in her words, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Yeah, Sister Yani is right.
Such a good opportunity is not available to everyone.
I must seize it. Then give me some advice. Should I marry the elder sister Wen Ruoyao or the younger sister Wen Ruoshi? They are both almost equally beautiful. This is really a difficult problem.
Hearing what he said, Huang Yani pouted and glared at him fiercely. Marry whoever you want, don't ask me. Anyway, from now on, Sister Xinyue and I will be your companions. We will work hard to run the business and earn you dividends, so that you won't be left out in the Wen family and be despised by others. Chao Yang could tell that there was a hint of jealousy in her words. So he walked forward with a smile, put his arm around Huang Yani's shoulders, and the other around Su Xinyue's shoulders, and said frankly, "Don't worry, I would never become a live-in son-in-law even if I were beaten to death. No matter how beautiful the Wen sisters are, they can't compare to the gentleness, thoughtfulness, and charm of you two. Instead of choosing one from those sisters, I might as well choose one from you too. It doesn't matter if she's a few years older. She's more caring than a little girl." After hearing what he said, Su Xinyue and Huang Yani looked at each other quickly and broke free from his arms almost at the same time.
Chao Yang, what are you talking about? You should be more careful.
Chao Yang, don't make jokes like this in the future.
It will cause misunderstandings.
The two of them seemed to have discussed it beforehand, and were both eager to distance themselves from Chao Yang, as if they were afraid that the other would find out something and cause unnecessary conflict. They all didn't want to cause trouble for Chao Yang and let him fall into the Shura field.
Aunt Su, Sister Yani, you don't have to pretend anymore.
Chao Yang's voice deepened slightly as he suddenly said, I know.
Actually, you've all noticed. I'm just a jerk who plays with multiple women. I can't be with one person for the rest of my life.
But you all are extremely tolerant of me and don't want to hurt me, so whenever the three of us are together, you will deliberately keep your distance from me to prevent the other party from discovering anything. Having said this, he suddenly took a step forward, held Su Xinyue's hand with his left hand, held Huang Yani's hand with his right hand, and continued. I'm taking the initiative to confess today because I want to tell you that I'm sincere to you and I'm not lying at all. When I'm with Aunt Su, I treat her well with all my heart. When I'm with Sister Yani, I'll treat her well with all my heart as well.
Maybe I'm not loyal enough, but I'm definitely a scumbag. I won't let down anyone who loves me and whom I love.
He put all these words out in the open and spoke them openly without any concealment or embellishment. Because he knew that Shura Field would come sooner or later, instead of letting them suspect each other, it would be better for him to confess on his own initiative. If they really can't accept this kind of relationship, then he won't force anything. He will only let them choose to stay or leave based on the principles of understanding and respect, and wish them to find a better and more suitable one so that they can spend the good times together in the future.
Chapter 126. Let me out, I only want him.
It was great to see him being so frank and speaking his mind sincerely. Su Xinyue and Huang Yani looked at each other, both feeling very surprised and inexplicably moved.
Chao Yang, you're right. I've indeed noticed that you and Sister Xinyue have a special relationship. Huang Yani bit her red lips and spoke first. The ambiguity between two people can be revealed in an unintentional glance or a subtle movement. For someone like me who's been through this, as long as you pay attention, you can't hide it.
When she said this, her tone suddenly changed again. But even if I know that you are good to Sister Xinyue, I will not be jealous, and I will not think of breaking you up.
I just want to accompany you silently. I will be satisfied if I can get a little love from you.
These heartfelt words were sincere.
If Chao Yang hadn't expressed his feelings directly, she would never have said them at this moment. Thank you, Sister Yani. Chao Yang's tone was gentle, and a warm feeling passed through his heart. He looked at Su Xinyue again. Aunt Su, what about you? Will you blame me? Su Xinyue's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked deeply at Chao Yang.
She shook her head slightly and said, I don't blame you.
Really, I can understand everything you did. Actually, I've noticed your relationship with Sister Yani for a long time.
I didn't point it out because I didn't want to embarrass you.
Because you've been so good to me.
You saved me from a nightmare marriage and brought me so many wonderful experiences and memories.
What more could I ask for?
Su Xinyue looked at Huang Yani again and suddenly smiled. I just didn't expect that Sister Yani had the same idea as me.
If I had known this earlier, we would have just spoken openly and wouldn't have had to be so cautious. Huang Yani also laughed. Sister Xinyue, don't you think we are too stupid?
We love him so much, but we don't want to tie him down.
Aren't we being manipulated by this little scoundrel? Ah, there's nothing we can do about it. Chao Yang is like a tiger. If we treat him like a puppy, I'm afraid he won't be happy about it.
After untying this knot in her heart, Su Xinyue's words became more playful.
Aunt Su, Sister Yani, I'm just a little puppy here with you too. Chao Yang's eyes were filled with smiles as he once again embraced the two of them. If you don't believe me, why don't you give it a try? Just give it a try. If you dare not behave, just wait and see how we two will deal with you. Humph, you little scoundrel. You're so shameless after getting the advantage. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Su Xinyue and Huang Yani were angry and raised their fists to hit Chao Yang. Chao Yang laughed out loud and let them beat him randomly.
It felt like tickling, which instead aroused a fire of evil in his heart. The following images and sounds are not suitable for children, so we will skip them. From then on, Chao Yang knew that he could jump back and forth between the two stores with confidence. With soft jade on the left and warm fragrance on the right, you can't treat yourself badly wherever you go. In that pure white, spotless room, Meichio held a paintbrush in her hand, staring blankly at the blank drawing board in front of her, but she couldn't get into the creative state no matter what. Her mind was filled with Chao Yang's voice, appearance and smile, which could not be driven away no matter how hard she tried. Chao Yang, I really can't forget you. I thought that after that intimacy, I would be completely satisfied and would no longer cling to you. But I was wrong. It turns out that once a gate is opened, it can never be closed again. I find myself missing you more and more, and I can hardly control myself. Meichio murmured to herself, and burning flames seemed to be jumping in her red eyes. Crack! She broke the paintbrush in her hand with force. Then she took a deep breath, as if she had made a huge decision, stood up suddenly, opened the door and wanted to run out. Miss Chio, please stay. Madam has ordered that you are not allowed to leave the room. Two men in black guarding the gate immediately stopped her, their expressions cold and serious. How dare you? Chiyome's face was filled with anger, and she shouted, I'm going out today, let's see who dares to stop me. If you make me anxious and sick, the president will definitely kill you if he finds out. Can you bear the responsibility? When they heard her mention the president, the two men in black were terrified and hesitated to try to stop her. Get out of the way. Mei Chio took the opportunity to push them away and ran out barefoot. She ran forward with all her might, looking at the light in front of her, and all she could think about was Chao Yang's handsome face.
Mei! Stop right there!
Just as Chio Mei was about to run out of the yard, Asano Nanako's figure suddenly appeared at the gate. Chio Mei suddenly stopped and almost bumped into her arms.
Mother!
Seeing Nanako Asano's frosty face, the desire in Mei Chio's heart was instantly extinguished. Her bare feet felt the ground was icy cold, as if it was going to freeze her whole body.
Mei, my dear daughter, how can you be so willful? Go back to your room quickly.
If you get infected with germs, it will be troublesome. Although Nanako Asano's words were meant to show concern, to Mei Chio's ears, they sounded like strict orders.
Mom, I want to go out. I want to see Chao Yang. Please allow me.
Chio Mei suddenly mustered up the courage, her eyes misted over, and she said in a pleading voice, I only need an hour, no, half an hour is fine, let me talk to Chao Yang for a few words, I really miss him.
Seeing her daughter like this, Asano Nanako's face suddenly turned gloomy.
Over the years, Chio Mei had never dared to go against her wishes, but this time, she actually dared to take the initiative to make demands and even bargain with her. This made Nanako Asano, who was used to strong control, feel angry that her daughter was about to be out of control.
Snap!
She suddenly raised her hand and slapped Chio Mei hard in the face.
Don't go! You are the hope and glory of our Chio family, and the goddess chosen by the president. How could you fall in love with that little bastard Chao Yang? No! Absolutely not!
Mei, my dear daughter, listen to your mother.
Chao Yang is not suitable for you. You will meet someone better in the future.
Only our bravest warrior from Sakura country is worthy of you. Nanako Mano was a little hysterical, waving her arms and shouting, and she didn't know why she was so angry.
No! Mom, I don't want anyone else, I only want Chao Yang. Please let me out.
Mei Chio covered her burning face, but did not retreat and obey as usual.
Instead, she raised her head stubbornly and looked directly at Nanako Asano. Chapter 127, Calm and at Ease. You, how dare you? Chio Mei, are you trying to piss me off to death? Nanako Asano was so angry that she was shaking all over. She ordered the two men, you two losers, take the young lady back to the room.
If she gets out again, you'll lose your heads. The two men in black turned pale with fear and hurriedly lifted Chio Mei up, one on each side, and sent her back to the room regardless of her struggles and pleas.
Nanako Mano gnashed her teeth and said, Chao Yang, Chao Yang, what kind of magic do you have that can make me fall for you and make Mei so obsessed with you?
She was worried and walked towards the yard in small steps. But the way he walked was very awkward, as if he would hurt something if he took a big step.
The other side.
Alan looked excited and told Nalan Yorua the latest results of the investigation.
Ms. Nalan, the killer's information has been found. There are two people in total, a man and a woman, both from Sakura country. The man is called Matsumoto Shiro and is responsible for sniping, and the woman is called Ito Shizuka and is responsible for support. They are both hiding in a small clinic at the moment. I've already found out the details. That small clinic is also run by someone from Sakura country. And the real mastermind behind the scenes is a woman named Nanako Asano. That woman is from a royal family and holds a distinguished status. Her daughter, Chio Mei, is now the most sought-after anime idol in Sakura country and is planning to enter our country. Not long ago, she held a new comic book signing event in Tokai City, and the response was overwhelming. After listening to her report, Nalan Yorua was very satisfied. Alan, you did a good job. You found out so much information in such a short time. Thank you for your hard work. Alan smiled confidently. Miss Nalan, you are too kind. This is all part of my job. So what should we do next?
Nalan Yorua thought for a moment and said calmly, this is a serious matter.
I will report it to the company's top management and see what the board of directors decides. If these dangerous factors can be eliminated, I can resume my concert smoothly. I believe the company's top management will make a decision soon. Meanwhile, in the hospital ward, Jo Fian was holding a bowl of chicken soup and feeding her grandfather Jo Pingen. She was a little clumsy and splashed chicken soup all over the old man's hospital gown. Fei Yan, after listening to what happened at today's opening ceremony, I feel even more strongly that Chao Yang is a man of outstanding ability. He is a man who can accomplish great things. You must make friends with him in the future and never offend him. As the old leader of the Qinglong society, Zhou Pingen realized that Chao Yang was not simple just from his granddaughter's few words.
He and I are good friends now, so of course I won't offend him. Zhou Fian blinked and said, he's not only handsome, but also good at martial arts.
I like him. Oh? Really? That's great.
Old Master Zhou wiped his mouth with a tissue and immediately continued, we have so many young talents in the Qinglong society, but you don't see anyone that meets your eye.
Now that someone you like has finally appeared, why don't you try to be his partner?
If you two can become a couple, I will hand over the entire Azure Dragon Society's foundation to you and him to manage together in the future.
Zhou Fian blushed. Oh, Grandpa, what are you talking about? We just met not long ago, it's not that serious yet.
Besides, even though my father is gone, I still have my brother. You should hand over the Azure Dragon Society to him. Zhou Pingon shook his head vigorously. Your brother is reckless and impulsive, idle all day long, and is simply incapable of carrying the responsibility. The Qinglong Society will be ruined if it is handed over to him.
As for Chao Yang, don't be shy.
If you like him, chase him boldly and show him your charm.
I just don't believe that Chao Yang wouldn't be tempted if I gave you the entire Azure Dragon Society as a dowry.
Hearing Grandpa's resounding promise, Zhou Fian lowered her head shyly, but the smile on her lips could not be suppressed. Yeah, thank you for your trust, Grandpa.
I hope so.
But at this time in the Wen family's old house, the scene was completely different. The white-haired old lady Wen was sitting on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the service of her two obedient granddaughters massaging her legs.
When Ruoyo said softly, Grandma, we are having a banquet tonight. Will Chao Yang come? Mrs. Wen smiled kindly. Yao Yao, do you want him to come?
When Ruoyo nodded and said shyly, of course I hope he can come, but my parents. I'm afraid they may not agree. When Ruoshi, who was standing next to him, blinked her big, lively eyes.
Although she didn't say anything, she was listening with her ears perked up.
It was obvious that she was also very concerned about this matter.
Their father, the mayor of Donghai City, has always been an honest official and attaches great importance to his reputation. He rarely allows outsiders to be entertained at family banquets.
Before attending the opening ceremony, at the sisters' strong request, their grandmother made an exception and invited Chao Yang.
This matter had not yet been discussed with their parents. Cici, what about you?
Old Mrs. Wen looked at Wen Ruoshi again.
My sister and I have the same idea. We both hope he can come tomorrow night.
Wen Ruoshi gave an affirmative answer without even thinking.
Mrs. Wen smiled again.
It was your idea to invite him to our house. I spoke up for you, and he agreed at the time.
Why are you too worried now?
In my opinion, Chao Yang is a man of his word. He is definitely a reliable man. Since he promised to come, he will definitely not break his promise. When Ruoyo and Wen Ruoshi looked at each other and smiled happily on their faces. Grandma is very good at judging people, and they can definitely trust her.
Mrs. Wen stroked her two granddaughters' hair and said, Yao Yao, Cici, you two are Grandma's most beloved granddaughters.
I can guess what you are thinking, but who will win Chao Yang in the end depends on your own abilities.
As for your parents, I'll try to convince them. Oh, and by the way, your bastard uncle might come over tomorrow night too.
I hope he doesn't cause any trouble then.
This night, Chao Yang is a little busy.
The first half of the night was with Su Xinyue, and the second half was with Huang Yani. The passion of both of them is in full swing, so Chao Yang can only try his best to be fair and make sure that both of them get treated equally. Fortunately, he has a pair of strong kidneys, so he doesn't have to worry about power, allowing him to do things with ease. If it were someone else, they would have been in a state of panic and rolling around. When the morning sun shone on the earth, Chao Yang had already driven back to the villa. He took a shower, changed his clothes, had breakfast, and then drove to the hospital to visit his sister. In the past few days, Chao Ying's condition has been getting better and better. Her body has recovered very quickly and she can already walk. When Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan saw Chao Yang coming back, they caught him and started scolding him.
Stinky boy, where have you been these past 2 days? Thank goodness Nurse Xie is here to take care of Ying, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Chapter 128 Love is a double-edged sword.
Just at this moment, Xie Qingyu walked in with an 4 pump. Seeing Chao Yang in the ward, her eyes suddenly flashed with joy. Chao Yang, you are here. Chao Yang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Xiao Yuer, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days.
I'm really busy and can't take care of you. Xie Qingyu smiled softly, it's not hard. Ying is very obedient and has recovered well.
She also told me a lot about your childhood. Chao Ying blinked and interrupted with a smile, brother, don't blame me.
Sister Xiao Xia is not an outsider. She wanted to know more about you, so I accidentally told her everything.
Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan also laughed and said, we helped to fill in the gaps that Ying didn't mention. You were so naughty when you were little, and you got into trouble a lot when you went to school.
I never thought you would grow up to be so successful. Oh my god. No way? It seems like you are the family, and I am the outsider?
Chao Yang touched his nose and really wanted to ask his parents whether he was their biological son. Li Xiujuan watched Xie Qingyu giving her daughter in four and deliberately said loudly, yes, little Miss Xie is so kind, we wish we could treat her like our own daughter.
If you can fight for your life and win over Miss Xie, you will still be my good son. Chao Dongfeng also expressed his opinion, that's right, that's right. Whether our Chao family's ancestral graves can still emit green smoke depends on whether you can marry Miss Xie home. The meaning of these words is that they have already decided to make Xie Qingyu their daughter-in-law. It seems that they have all seen Xie Qingyu's attentiveness and patience during this period of time. They have been completely moved by her and regard her as a family member. Xie Qingyu glanced at Chao Yang and said softly, Uncle and Aunt, thank you for your approval. Let's talk about the matter between Chao Yang and me. Alright, then you guys talk it over. There's nothing going on in the ward. We'll be watching over it. You two can go for a walk. Chao Dongfeng and Li Xiujuan didn't say anything more and sent them out directly to create more opportunities for them to interact. A few minutes later, Chao Yang and Xie Qingyu came downstairs to the hospital together. There is a green belt here with some flowers and plants planted in it. A small path runs through it. The air is very fresh, making it a great place for a walk and a chat. Xiao Yur, all these days, thanks to you always staying by my sister's side, I have no worries at all. As Chao Yang spoke, he naturally took Xie Qingyu's hand. Xie Qingyu did not refuse, letting him hold her hand, and said lightly, there is no need to say such polite words between you and me. Taking care of Ying is not only my job, but also something I am willing to do. Xiao Yur, it's great to have you. Chao Yang's big hands were thick and warm, and could completely wrap around Xie Qingyu's small hands. Xie Qingyu felt like she was wearing a pair of cotton gloves, very warm and comfortable. She suddenly turned her head, her eyes shining like stars, and she looked at Chao Yang eagerly and asked directly, Chao Yang, do you like me or not? Of course. Chao Yang was stunned for a moment, then nodded, Xiao Yur, I like you very much. Then are you willing to marry me? Xie Qingyu asked immediately. When she asked this question, she looked obviously nervous and her hands tightened unconsciously. She was looking forward to the answer, but was also afraid of getting a bad one. Chao Yang hesitated for a moment and found it difficult to answer. In his heart, Xie Qingyu was certainly a very good girl. She is gentle and kind, beautiful and capable, and very responsible. If he marries her, she will definitely be a good wife and mother. However, he and Mu Xiaodi have already confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, and he still owes so many emotional debts outside. If Xie Qingyu knew about this in the future, what kind of huge harm would it cause her? If he had to go against his conscience, he would certainly agree and promise Xie Qingyu a bright future. But he couldn't do it. Xie Qingyu is a good girl. She is very kind to her sister and parents, and there is nothing wrong with her. Chao Yang really didn't want to make her sad and fall into the quagmire of emotions. Okay, I understand what you mean. Xie Qingyu bit her lips tightly, but her eyes suddenly turned red, and crystal tears trembled on her eyelashes. From Chao Yang's hesitation, she realized that he was hesitant to speak. The thing she feared most finally happened. No, Xiao Yur, listen to me. Chao Yang wanted to explain something, but was pushed away by Xie Qingyu. I don't want to hear it. Please stay away from me. Since you like me, why don't you want to marry me? Do you think I'm not pretty enough, or do you think my job is not good enough, or do you think I'm not worthy of you? In that case, let's not have any more contact from now on, lest I delay you from finding someone better. Xie Qingyu's emotions suddenly exploded, and tears rolled down her cheeks. After she said these harsh words, she turned around and ran away crying. Her staggering steps and shaking shoulders all revealed her inner pain and loss. Chao Yang wanted to chase her, but found himself so confused that he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only slap himself in frustration. It's not that he doesn't want to take responsibility, nor does he dislike Xie Qingyu, but he hasn't thought about getting married yet and doesn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. The system brought him many wonderful romances and allowed him to enjoy many high-quality beauties in life. But at the same time, it also pushed him into the ranks of scumbags.
He gave his heart to every relationship and received more heart in return. However, no one told him that feelings are a double-edged sword.
He doesn't want to hurt anyone, but in the end, it is likely that everyone will be hurt.
Xiao Yang was in a bad mood, so he drove out for a ride alone. When he passed a bar, he stopped the car, pushed the door open and walked in. As he drank glass after glass of liquor, Xiao Yang became more and more sober. He even forgot that he had the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. While drinking, he noticed that not far from the bar, there was a woman with a lost look, drinking alone. The woman was extremely beautiful, in her 20s, with delicate makeup on.
She was wearing a high-end suit that was worth a lot of money.
Her long wavy hair hung down on her shoulders, making her look bright and charming. But her blurred eyes revealed an unconcealable sense of fatigue, as if she was troubled by something.
Xiao Yang heard people whispering. Hey! That woman is Jiang Nanji? She's so beautiful. That's right, the female president of Jiang Group is worth tens of billions at the age of 26.
Look at that face, look at that figure, she's really top-notch. But I heard that the Jiang Group seems to have encountered some problems recently. It seems that Jiang Nanji is here to drown his sorrows in alcohol.